The youth was once the sect's sole holy son, but now, afflicted by fire poison, he has become a useless waste, unable to cultivate and on the verge of being expelled from the sect. Yet, you gifted him the golden core you had treasured for 30 years. The sect members mocked you, saying you wasted resources. Little did they know, you possess an investment return system. Investing in others yields 10,000-fold rewards, and the stronger the recipient's destiny, the greater the reward. Disciple Xiao Yan greets the elder. My previous magic sword was burned to ashes, here are the remnants. I humbly request permission to apply for a new one. Seeing a magic sword ruined to this extent, you are inwardly shocked. Xiao Yan, how many years have you been in the sect? Do you have any family? This disciple has just completed 1 year in the Long River Sword sect. I have been alone since childhood, with no kin or ties. Xiao Yan seems puzzled by the question. Hearing this, you immediately adopt a compassionate demeanor. Poor child, enduring the torment of fire poison yet remaining resilient, such promising talent. Xiao Yan is stunned. Elder Xie, how did you know? The fire poison had always been his secret. Yet today, the Sword Pavilion elder exposed it without warning. You wave your hand, thinking that to subdue the fire poison in your body, you must obtain a 16 pill. A 16 pill is worth hundreds of spirit stones. Incredibly precious, something an outer sect disciple could never afford. Xiao Yan lets out a bitter laugh and continues. I came to claim a sword because I want to hunt demonic beasts in Qifeng Mountain to earn some spirit stones. With your current strength, even if you take the risk and go to Qifeng Mountain, it would be very difficult to earn enough spirit stones in a short time. As you spoke, you took out a small box from your person. I still have one 16 pill here. Take it. Xiao Yan's gaze fixed intently on the small box, his breathing suddenly becoming much more rapid. The 16 pill indeed had the effect of treating fire poison and balancing yin and yang, but such a precious pill, whether outside or within the sword sect, would cost at least 500 to 600 spirit stones. As an outer sect disciple, he only earned 3 spirit stones a month from hard work. To save up for a 16 pill to save his life, even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take over a decade. He was completely stunned, never expecting that Elder Xie from the Sword Pavilion would extend a helping hand to him. Over the years, Xiao Yan had endured countless cold looks and mockery. Not only had his once remarkable cultivation talent mysteriously vanished, but even his childhood sweetheart and fiancée had left him. Moreover, every midnight, he suffered the agony of being burned by raging flames. He had thought such a miserable life would last forever, but to his surprise, an elder he had only met a few times would treat him with such generosity. Outer sect disciple Xiao Yan thanks the elder for your kindness. He cupped the 16 pill in both hands, took a step back, and bowed deeply with utmost respect. This life-saving grace, your disciple will never forget. Alright, here is your magic sword. Take it with you. With a smile, you picked up a wooden sword case from the shelf and handed it to Xiao Yan, who then walked briskly yet solemnly out of the sword pavilion, carrying the case and the 16 pill. Investment successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving the rebate, the strongest sword physique, the great Luo sword body. Congratulations on obtaining the special divine weapon, the sword. Congratulations on acquiring a foundation establishment pill. Although the system's description of the 3 rewards was brief, you recognize the foundation establishment pill, an invaluable treasure that guarantees a breakthrough from Qi refining 9th level to foundation establishment. Bear in mind, even the sect leader of the Long River Sword sect is only at the Golden Core realm. When you came to your senses, the reward of the great Luo sword body suddenly surged into your body. A chill ran through you as countless icy sword intents appeared in every limb and bone. In an instant, you felt an intense pain as strange sword intents darted through your body, eventually converging with a resounding boom into a simple, translucent small sword that settled in your dantian. A night passed, and with your altered aptitude, you directly broke through to the 5th level of Qi refining. Even the most talented geniuses probably couldn't achieve more than this. My current strength is still too weak. But with the system, as long as I stay in this sword pavilion and avoid reckless ventures, I'll eventually become invincible in this world. The top priority is to find more talented individuals to invest in. The gate opened. Holding the sword pavilion token in your hand, you activated the entrance formation. Teams of outer sect disciples immediately formed orderly lines and filed in. Elder, I'd like to request an additional ritual sword. Would that be possible? No sooner had you taken your seat than a burly, short-haired outer sect youth cut in line to ask. No, sect rules state 1 sword per disciple. Damaged swords require submitting the remnants. You replied while examining him with your fate-seeing golden eyes. Nyo Bu, male, gray tier fate and fortune. Recent desire, recently found a channel to resell Changha sword sect resources in towns below the mountain. Just as the system judged, this gray tier fool isn't worth investing in, so he planned to sell ritual swords for profit. Shaking your head, you stated bluntly, forget 2 swords, you won't be getting even 1 now. Where is your previous magic sword? The short-haired outer disciple immediately stammered. unable to clearly explain where his original magic sword had gone. Seeing him like this, you simply waved your hand, unleashing the power of the 5th level of chi refining, instantly sending the short-haired man flying out of the sword pavilion and landing on the square outside. He wasn't injured, truly befitting of an elder. Such effortless strength is simply overwhelming. Everyone, be careful not to end up like Nyobu and get thrown out, that would be too embarrassing. Amid the cautious whispers of the crowd, you nearly finished your morning workload. However, it was disappointing to see nothing but gray fate paths after half a day. Perhaps it's because I'm on the 1st floor of the sword pavilion, where most visitors are outer disciples. If I could go to the 2nd floor, where inner disciples come to collect their swords, the results might be better. Just as you were thinking this, a sweet voice came from outside the door. Elder Xie, another batch of magic swords has arrived. Call Elder Jin Nyo to help inventory and store them so they can be distributed to the disciples later. With a clang, the girl lifted 2 large bundles of refined magic swords from her feet and tossed them onto the counter. Oh, it's you. I didn't realize who it was. According to the original body's memories, the girl before you was Chu Qingqing, an apprentice from the artifact refining room. Unlike most outer disciples, she had daily tasks, such as delivering magic swords like now. Isn't it early for the swords to arrive today? When did the artifact refining room become so productive? You asked with a smile. Because I forged these magic swords myself, Chu Qingqing replied cheerfully. I'm no longer an apprentice, I can now refine ordinary magic swords on my own. Hearing this, you were immediately surprised. Chu Qingqing actually had such remarkable talent in artifact forging. Suddenly, a thought struck you, and you immediately used the fate-gazing golden pupils on the young girl before you. Chu Qingqing, female, upper blue tier fate. Recent desire, to acquire 100 spirit stones to purchase a detailed guide on artifact forging, aiming to pursue higher craftsmanship. To think it was a blue tier fate, this filled you with wild joy after seeing nothing but gray tier fates all morning. Excellent, excellent, you laughed aloud. To possess such talent is truly worthy of celebration. As you spoke, you discreetly retrieved 100 spirit stones from your system space. Here are 100 spirit stones, consider them my congratulatory gift. Elder Xie, you're too kind. Chu Qingqing instinctively placed the spirit stones back on the table. 100 spirit stones are far too precious, I cannot accept them. What? Do you think these spirit stones are too few? Qingqing, I watched you join the sect. Now that you've achieved something, as an elder, it's only right for me to offer my congratulations. With things having come to this, Chu Qingqing had no choice but to accept the bag of spirit stones, precisely the effect you intended. You nod and say, Qingqing, I believe you will accomplish great things in the future. She nodded emphatically. I won't let Elder Xie down. From now on, I'll dedicate all my effort to forging the magic swords for you. Please rest assured. Elder Xie, you waved your hand. Alright, you're busy too, go ahead. I need to start cataloging these magic swords of yours. You saw them out not for any other reason but because you wanted to see what kind of reward this investment would yield. Host investment successful. As the investment target's destiny chi is blue, the return effect is doubled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the art of artifact refining, granting the bearer foundational knowledge integration related to artifact crafting. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 year of cultivation, equivalent to the result of a year of ordinary white destiny hardship cultivation. There's even a cultivation reward. Xia Fei was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Immediately, he murmured to the system, extract 1 year of cultivation. Wow! A stream of pure aura was poured into his body out of nowhere, making a clattering sound like a river. Wait until this aura dissipates. Xia Fei's cultivation naturally broke through to the 6th grade of chi practicing. Crackle! Bones all over his body emitted a burst of crunching sounds as Xia Fei jumped in place a few times and drew his sword again to swing it in succession. It danced like that for some time before stopping in its movements with relish. At the cost of only 100 spirit stones, it allowed me to break through a realm. This is simply. It's too good a deal. If this gets out. Not to mention 100 spirit stones, even 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 had people dropping large amounts of them. Not to mention that in addition to the realm breakthrough, there was also a bonus in weapon refining. Think about it. Xia Fei immediately extracted the way of refining weapons. In a split second. There was a lot more relevant knowledge in his mind out of nowhere. Moreover, while receiving this knowledge, Xia Fei inexplicably felt that he seemed to have gained some insight and realization about refining weapons. It was as if his entire person had been immersed in refining for 10 years, and he was as familiar with all sorts of common refining techniques as if he knew them by heart. With the way I am now, if I enter the refining room, I can more or less be an elder, right? Xia Fei could feel that his experience on refining weapons now was completely no less than many of the young elders in the refining room. But it would be nice to have a set of feats, or a sword technique. What he was cultivating now was still the ordinary everlasting exhalation technique. And with an empty divine sword, he didn't even know half of the swordsmanship. I blame the original for this too. Obviously, he had joined the sword sect, but as a result, he had no interest in swords at all. After all these years, I've only learned a few punching and kicking moves. Like Gongfu level, generally from low to high can be divided into ordinary, inferior, superior, precious. The Long River Sword Section sect technique was a precious grade sword technique. And above refining. Then, from low to high, they are categorized into magic weapon, spirit weapon, treasure weapon, and Dao weapon. Chapter 5 Xiaoyan left, and Green came out inside the handyman. Feats and all that, we can only see if we will get them for future investments. You can't rush this kind of thing, you have to take your time. Xia Fei had a plan for the future in mind. With the system in place, he could be completely less eager. Strength comes naturally when you find the right investment. With my current Deluo sword body, if I rely on my own cultivation, I estimate that I will be able to break through to the 7th level of Qi cultivation in about a month. In half a year's time it should be possible to take the Foundation Establishment pill and achieve the Foundation Establishment realm. If one were to convert the previous original body situation, one would only be afraid that one would not necessarily break through a small realm in 10 years, let alone building a foundation or anything else. Although the future is bright, you need to be careful in your behavior. Xia Fei hastily suppressed the prideful complacency that was about to jump out. As a traveler, it was natural not to think that he was invincible now. The so-called metaphysical world, that's where an old monster of 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, would pop up out of nowhere. Once you get arrogant, you can get slapped to death immediately. That's why I still can't be too flamboyantly exposed until it's an emergency. After all, the original body had been around for more than 40 years and had only managed to mix up a Qi practicing first grade. In less than a year himself, he was already on the verge of practicing the 7th grade of Qi. Saying that out loud, I'm sure I'm going to be grabbed by some people, have my soul searched and my bones extracted, and studied properly. The mind was set on keeping a low profile. Xia Fei then immediately shouted, "Golden Bull! Quickly come out and count the magical swords sent from the registration refining room." However, after shouting for half a day, there was no sign of Elder Golden Bull. He hurriedly searched the first floor of the sword pavilion. Strange, where did the old boy go? Xia Fei didn't think much of it, the original body used to run out occasionally in the afternoon when there was nothing to do. So it's kind of a normal situation. Since the Golden Bull was not there, he took the booklet that the Golden Bull used for registration himself, and then one by one, he inspected the Dharma sword and wrote on it. These Dharma swords were artificially refined, so naturally there would be corresponding errors. Some are sharper, some are sturdier, and some have a high affinity for aura and are easy to manipulate. In the past, when doing this job, the original body had to often look through the books, one by one, against each other, and could not ensure that it was filled out correctly. But now, Xia Fei, who had just obtained the Tao of refining weapons, almost passed over his eyes once and knew what characteristics the magic sword in his hand had and which aspect was more outstanding. So the inventory was very quick. In half an hour's time, the 360 magic swords had been inventoried and recorded, and then placed one by one against their corresponding positions. It was hard to get to off time. Xia Fei closed the door to the first floor of the sword pavilion at the first opportunity, and after the spell formation lit up, he rushed towards the elder's residence. Along the way, one did hear quite a few outer disciples discussing it eagerly. Have you all heard? That Xiao Yan who got bounced out of the marriage. Xiao Yan? That's the loser? He's actually still in the sword sect? What's the situation? It's not there anymore. Not here? It's good that it's not there. If I were him, I'd have grayed out long ago. Harm. One look and you don't know. Just this morning, Xiao Yan was humiliated again by that childhood friend of his. I thought it would be another wimpy show, but guess what? What? Xiao Yan exploded. Directly sacrificing a greenish golden flame, he injured an inner sect senior brother and then escaped from the sword sect. I'll go. Seriously? Isn't he a loser? How could he injure an inner sect brother? The matter is very true. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, Xiao Yan even let out the words, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't fool the youth. Then this injuring senior brother and defecting from the clan must be a felony, right? Who says it isn't? The elders of the law enforcement hall have already ordered that Xiao Yan be apprehended with all his might. There's a good show to watch. That Xiao Yan whose destiny and chi are golden? Sheffield froze for a moment. From the conversation of these disciples, it could be seen that Xiao Yan had subdued the foreign fire after obtaining the 16 Dan. With the foreign fire boost, after his battle power increased greatly, he even injured an inner disciple. It's amazing how far things have come. Xia Fei couldn't help but feel a secret emotion. Ah, the golden-colored life path chi. Just defected out. Others didn't know, but he knew very well what a great loss it was for the Long River Sword sect. More importantly, it would probably be a bit difficult for him to meet this kind of heaven's pride in the future. This Long River Sword sect is really brainless. If I were the sect leader, this kind of great talent must be retained, it doesn't matter what the cost is. Cursed darkly. Xia Fei shook his head and walked back to his place. As for the wave of outer disciples just now, all of them were seen in the past 2 days, all of them were gray life paths, not worth investing in. 10 days passed in a flash. These days. The thing that made the most noise was the original outer disciple, Xiao Yan, defecting from the sect. Although he was only an outer disciple, this matter of defecting from the sect was really a slap in the face. The law enforcement hall of the Long River Sword sect immediately reacted by sending a team of men to pursue the case strictly and quickly. Learn about this. Many people think that Xiao Yan is already finished, being captured back lightly abolishes the cultivation, or the heavy life will be lost. Only Xia Fei knew it well. There is a high probability that the law enforcement hall will be planted this time. The system had judged Xiao Yan to be an astounding wizard, so how could he be gone so easily? The aftermath turned out, unsurprisingly. 7 days later. The news of the failure of the law enforcement hall was transmitted, instantly igniting the entire Changha sword sect. The elder led the team, plus 3 inner disciples stepped in. In exchange, 2 disciples were killed in battle, 1 disciple was seriously injured and unconscious, and the elder fled back wounded. But no sooner had this caused a stir than it was suppressed. No one dared to discuss anything about Xiao Yan anymore. Learn this. Xia Fei could only exclaim, worthy of being a golden destiny Dao, as long as it takes off, no one can suppress it. This time. For nearly 20 days he was not idle. Almost all of the outer disciples were sifted through in an attempt to find another great talent of the golden destiny Dao. Unfortunately, it's all ing gray. All of them have this kind of qualification, no wonder the Long River Sword sect is only a third-rate sect. After sending out such feelings, Xia Fei can only nestle in the sword pavilion lying flat. It's said to be laying flat, but it's actually relying on your own slow cultivation and hard work to build up. But just this day, the appearance of a journeyman disciple gave Xia Fei a small surprise. Meet Elder Xie. We were ordered to clean the leaves from the sword pavilion square. Looking at the 3 miscellaneous disciples in front of him, Xia Fei carelessly used the Fate Dao golden pupil one by one. Name, Xiao Yuchu. Sex, male. Natal chakra, gray. Name, Miu Fan Bai. Sex, male. Natal chakra, gray. Name, Zhao Lingfeng. Sex, male. Longevity, 1477. Realm, none. Natal chakra, green. Chapter 6 Superior Bodywork, Disciples Bribe. Name, Zhao Lingfeng. Realm, none. Natal chakra, green. Green extraordinary destiny. This person has an intelligent character, and even if he is born in a humble way, he has an extraordinary destiny and is bound to excel in the future. Suggested investment. Immediate needs, want a few spirit stones to break through the first grade of mortal fetus and become an outer disciple. Oh? What are all your names? Xia Fei was delighted in his heart. Although it was only green life path chi, it was set against the gray that had been all over the past 10 days. The green color is delightful any way you look at it. Back to the elders, we call. As the 3 handymen finished introducing themselves by name, Xia Fei smiled amiably, quite good. Zhao Lingfeng, I see that you have some qualifications, so here are 10 spirit stones for you. I hope that with this, you can become an outer disciple of my sword sect in one fell swoop. As soon as I heard that, the one named Zhao Lingfeng was instantly dumbfounded. 10 spirit stones. It's a good thing they've never seen in their lives. Those who worked as handymen like them were basically either poorly gifted or orphans with nowhere else to go. So at the handyman's office, there is no monthly salary. How dare you ask the clan for money when the clan can take you in? It's good enough to give you a bite to eat and a bed to sleep in. And there is also the clan's blessing, will not die outside in the unknown, and even have the opportunity to become a formal disciple of the clan as well. Therefore, even if it is a handyman without a monthly salary. In fact, there are still a lot of people out there who want to come in. And things like spirit stones. Without opportunity, the handyman disciples wouldn't see a piece of it all year round. Let alone own it. The other two miscellaneous disciples also all looked at him incredulously. The three seemed to be close friends. The next moment, directly embraced each other, jumping for joy. Ahem. Xiafei coughed out at the right time. It was only then that the three reacted and hurriedly bowed deeply towards him. Thank you, elder. Zhao Lingfeng even wept with joy and was close to kowtowing. Well, practice hard from now on. As Xiafei spoke, he took out 10 spirit stones. Zhao Lingfeng wiped the tears from his eyes and received it respectfully with both hands. Elder Xia, such kindness, it's no less than recreating my parents to me, Zhao Lingfeng. In the future, whenever elder has something to do, I, Zhao Lingfeng, will be obliged. He solemnly swore. Well, that's good enough for you. Xiafei nodded, you guys do your work well, I'll go in first, soon your outer sect masters will be coming over to receive their magic swords. Greetings to Elder Xia. The three of them bowed deeply until Xiafei's silhouette entered the sword pavilion, then they slowly got up. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is normal due to the green color of the investment target's destiny path chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the superior stance 1 reed crossing the river. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spirit stones. It has been stored in the system space and can be withdrawn at any time. 1 reed crossing the river superior can be withdrawn at any time. This is a method of light body lifting, which allows the practitioner to increase the speed of running and walking, stepping on a feather without falling. A reed across the river? Why is it so much like martial arts? Although it was not a cultivation technique, it was also a means of stance that one lacked. Sheffield extracted it immediately. Moment. A great deal of information came to mind. It was as if he had assumed the form of a cultivator, practicing painstakingly the art of crossing the river with this reed. Soon. The information is all fused. Xiafei subconsciously moved his feet, obviously still at the door, and instantly transformed into a shadow of light, appearing in the depths of the sword pavilion. The lights that passed along the way had no flicker at all in their flames. When this stance was used, it actually didn't even bring the wind with it. I was wrong, this is not a martial art, it's clearly an immortal art. Xiafei was pleasantly surprised. This distance, at least 10 feet away. And just now it was only his subconscious move. If he fully operated his spiritual power, it was estimated that he could cross 50 feet in one step. With this technique, in the future, under the Foundation establishment, absolutely no one would be able to catch up with them. Most importantly, after my strength grows, I will also be stronger when I use this reed crossing river. Other people say that after the Foundation establishment realm, you'll be able to fly with a sword. I also wonder how it will be like when I break through the Foundation establishment at that time, and use a reed to cross the river while I'm on the Imperial sword. It's aspirational just to think about it. And this scene of Xiafei's Deus Ex Machina was just seen by Zhao Lingfeng's 3 rising handymen. Immediately, each one of them revealed a look of having seen a ghost. Was that Elder Xia human or a ghost just now? How come he just disappeared all of a sudden? What kind of speed is this? It's actually more powerful than the law enforcement hall elder we saw. Zhao Lingfeng was also shocked out loud. Elder Xia's strength is unfathomable. I must not fail his old man's honor. At these last words, he clenched his fists, his eyes all steely. The morning passed quickly. Just as Xiafei was about to pack up his things, planning to go to dinner, an outer disciple rushed in alone. Elder Xia, please wait a moment. The person who came was none other than the short-haired male Nyobu who wanted to receive the 2 magic swords from before. At this moment, Nyobu, with a face full of pleasing smiles, said, Elder Xia, I would like to claim a few Dharma swords this time. I know that there is a large stock of Dharma swords inside the sword pavilion lately, so I would also like to ask your old man to be accommodating. As he spoke, he quietly groped and handed over a small bag of spirit stones. Here are 10 spirit stones, consider it my disciple's tribute to you. As soon as I heard that, Xiafei then laughed, not to mention that the sword pavilion is well stocked. Even if there were mountains of magic swords here, I wouldn't give you one more. Don't think that I don't know that you're taking our sect's magic sword and peddling it under the mountain. His own business is directly on point. The smile on Nyobu's face immediately stiffened. How did I? See, elder know about this? He asked himself to be stealthy, and the buyer was a drip. How did it suddenly leak out, and the person who knew about it was none other than the Sword Pavilion's elder? 100 miles around, all of it is clan territory. How do you think I know? CFA said indifferently, either you take these spirit stones and leave now, or I'll waste you now and throw you into the law enforcement hall. Nyobu was startled, and quickly smiled. Elder Sia is overstating the case, I'm just... As soon as he saw that CFA's eyes were not right, he immediately changed his words. I'll leave now. Not daring to stay longer, he instantly ran away in a gray cloud. Even the 10 spirit stones were given to forget to take in fear. Out of the sword court. Nyobu instantly spat on the ground. Damn. This matter is now all exposed. If you CFA won't do it, then I'll go to Elder Golden Bull. In the Sword Pavilion. CFA didn't pay attention to this kind of thing and just put away the 10 spirit stones. It's something that's a no-brainer. After all these days of cultivation and accumulation, I should be able to break through tonight. Chapter 7 A Great Man of the Sword Mound, Escorting a Sword. Afternoon. CFA had just eaten his fill and returned to the Sword Pavilion. He saw Elder Golden Bull hurrying towards him. You're back just in time, I was looking all over for you. Hurry up and follow me. What's the situation this is? CFA was a bit puzzled. What in the world was it that made the always lazy Golden Bull so flustered? Elder Golden Bull didn't return him, and as soon as he grabbed his hand, he headed straight to the small courtyard at the back of the Sword Pavilion. This place was usually not open to disciples and was a resting place for the Sword Pavilion elders. Most of the time, though, the elders don't choose to rest here. So this courtyard, too, became a place for occasional announcements. When CFA entered the small courtyard, he saw several elders already standing there waiting. All of these people, the original had met a few times before. All of them were steward elders of the second and third floors of the Sword Pavilion. On a normal day, the elders of the various layers of the Sword Pavilion would not have any interactions. Looking at everyone all solemn and quiet. CFA secretly guessed, is there any big person to inspect the inspection? He remembered that when the elders above the third level came over before, everyone was not this serious. Could it be the elders above the sixth floor? Or the vice principal? Or is it the Divine Sword Pavilion Master? Noteworthy. The Sword Pavilion was the top priority of the Long River Sword sect, as well as the most mysterious and strict place. The 9 floors of the Sword Pavilion, the first, second and third floors are called the lower 3 floors, the fourth, fifth and sixth floors are called the middle 3 floors, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors are the upper 3 floors. The elders of the lower 3 levels were all in this small courtyard now, considered to be the bottom tier within all the elders. The strength is not high enough, the realm is not enough. The ones in the middle 3 levels are all people who are strong and oppressive, mainly playing the role of guarding the Sword Pavilion. As for the upper 3 floors, that's something. Basically, they were all at the level of the Sword Sect's Supreme Elder. The strength was said to be even stronger than the contemporary patriarch, terrifyingly incomparable. And apart from the 9th floor elders, there are also 2 vice courtiers, as well as a Sword Pavilion master who had never shown up before. Although the original body had only met the elders of the 4th floor, he had at least heard about the other elders and the 2 vice pavilion masters. But this mysterious pavilion master was not even rumored. CFA was thinking. The sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the compound. Squeak! The courtyard door was pushed open by the 2 men. The group walked in slowly. Boom! The elders of the lower 3 levels within the courtyard instantly seemed like they were in hell, as an extremely strong cold killing machine enveloped them. CFA's insides tightened. The killing force wasn't specifically directed at them, but rather a natural extension of it. It can also be described as a kind of majesty. Everyone held their breath as if they had forgotten they could breathe. CFA followed the group and bowed his head in silence, but his afterglow quietly looked over. Then a woman in a black robe with stunning features was vaguely seen walking in front, her eyes gazing at their group of elders. This woman's aura was extremely cold, like a sheathed sword, with a piercing chill all over her body. Whoever her gaze landed on seemed to shudder as if a divine sword was pressed against his throat. Sheffield also saw. Among the several people following the woman was the 4th tier elder that the original had met. At this moment, this middle third-tier elder was nodding his head at the woman with a pleasing smile that he had never seen before. It's from the sword mound? Xiafei recognized the black robe on the woman, and those characteristic sword patterns on it were the very symbols of the head in the sword mound. No wonder. No wonder it carries such a thick murderous streak. It turned out to be a big shot who lived inside the sword mound all year round. Long River Sword Sect, since there was a sword pavilion, then of course there was also a sword mound. All disciples handed over the scrapped magic sword. Xiafei these elders collected, must arrange for people to send to the sword mound, will not go back to the furnace to rebuild. This is the elder of the sword pavilion? Xiafei heard the woman speak. The voice was cold, like winter. They're all losers. Hearing the woman's words, the elders of the sword pavilion, their heads lowered even further, not daring to have any response. The elder of the fourth floor immediately curried favor. Please rest in peace, I will definitely arrange for this matter to be done properly, and I've called over the elders of the fourth floor, so there's absolutely no problem. The woman said in a cold voice, I hope what you said can be done, that sword has just been conceived and is evil as hell. In the event of a mistake, all of you, one of you, will be taken to feed your bodies to the sword. The fourth-tier elder nodded his head repeatedly, I'll be sure to keep a close watch. The woman explained a few more things and then left straight away. Xiafei wanted to find an opportunity to use the Fate Dao golden pupil, but before he could raise his head, the person disappeared. But hearing the conversation between the two, mutterings flooded through him. Could it be that the land of the sword mound is a place used to nurture divine swords? Just how is it that this sword is still raising evil? This one sounds very much like a 12%er. And is something so odd to be placed on the lower 3 floors? Who can suppress it? Was thinking. The elder of the 4th floor immediately came and scolded, what are you all still standing there for? All of you come with me to protect the sword. Xiafei and the other group of elders immediately followed out of the courtyard. Standing at the entrance to the courtyard, he waited for a while. He saw a team of sword mound elders walking very solemnly carrying a huge. Such a situation had attracted the attention of the lone and a few passing disciples. They were all curious to see what kind of divine sword it was. Eventually, this 8-sided sword was placed at the center of the 1st floor. By the elder of the 4th level, who personally put the seal on it. Walking behind people, Sheffield. Looking at this 8-sided sword on the shelf. Ghostly used the golden pupil of destiny for a bit. Name, Sword 13. Sex, Shou Yuan. Realm, Jindan 1st grade. Chapter 8 Another breakthrough. Name, Jin 13. Realm, Jindan 1st grade. Natal chakra, red. Red heavenly fate. Collecting the great fortune of heaven and earth. This kind of existence, where anything can be learned and practiced in one go, cannot be described in words. It is recommended to invest immediately. Immediate needs, not yet available. What? The fateful golden pupil was actually able to use it on this sword. And a Jindan 1st grade sword? Natal chakra is red. Hiss. Xiafei sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the 8-sided sword that was so ordinary that it couldn't be any more ordinary, his eyes glazed over. What kind of sword is this? Is it hard to believe that this is a living thing? The faithful golden pupil was unable to observe dead things, as Xiafei had tried. And it has a name, this sword is only not a sword, it's a person. Within Xiafei's heart, extreme shock arose. He never expected to see a jaw-dropping message when he took a chance. Doesn't the damn thing have needs? How can I invest when the demand is not there? After noticing this problem, Xiafei's surprised heart fell abruptly. And calmed down afterwards. Another key question occurred to him. From the attitude of that sword mound woman earlier, this sword was only perilous. The magic sword of the 1st grade of Jindan was placed on this 1st level of his own. Think about it. Xiafei only felt his heart pulling cold and chilling. An existence whose fateful chi was red appeared. But this being, however, could very well take his own life. All of a sudden, Xiafei didn't know whether he should be laughing or crying. After the group of elders dispersed, Xiafei hurriedly approached the golden ox. What's the situation with this sword? Do you know something? The golden ox hastily made a shushing gesture, then looked around to see that no one was there before he lowered his voice and said, Can't you see such a big battle? It's a magic sword. Speaking of which, He paused, then continued in a small voice, I've heard, that this sword is the product of the condensation of millions of remnant swords from the sword mound. 9,981 lives were fed to the sword before and after in order for the sword to take shape. But without thinking about it, I ended up refining a magic sword. Now we have to send it to our sword pavilion, trying to use the power of the sword pavilion to suppress and eliminate its demonic nature. Don't be afraid, this sword will be kept with us for a while at most, and it won't be long before it is taken away by the elders above. As soon as I heard these messages, Xiafei was taken aback. 1,000,000 broken swords? 81 lives to feed the sword? Especially the latter. Is this a famous sect, or is it evil? Perhaps seeing his surprise, the Golden Bull said unconcernedly, they are all death row inmates, and it is rather an honor for them to be able to feed their swords. Hear this. Xiafei also secretly sighed. Indeed. This was not the place of the previous life where life was equal, but a metaphysical world where the weak were the strong. The weak, not to mention mastering their own destiny, can't even control their own lives. Thinking of this, Xiafei couldn't help but feel a little more urgency to become stronger. Because he was afraid, too, of being caught feeding swords one day. By the way, Golden Bull, how much do you know about the sword mound? This time, Xiafei remembered the woman. In his estimation, the woman was definitely one to invest in. The sword mound? I'm not familiar with that side. The Golden Bull shook his head and his words changed. We are all elders of the sword pavilion, so we should still have to know something about the sword pavilion. People on a tier like ours are actually considered okay. Like those elders above their second level, they are actually much more dangerous than us. The swords we look after are basically ordinary magic weapons, nothing special, and they won't hurt. And the swords on the other floors are not easy. Speaking of which, the Golden Bull seemed to have remembered something and hurriedly instructed again, be careful with that demon sword. When you didn't come, I heard from the elders on the third floor. When that demonic sword came out, the sword fury alone exterminated several elders of the sword mound. There is no shortage of sword mound core elders among them. A mere sword fury can kill? Xiafei was worried and felt incredulous as he listened. But after all, it's a red life path, so it would be too much of a loss to just leave it alone and wait for it to be sent away. Because it was time to close the cabinet. After a few admonitions from the golden calf, the man was gone. Xiafei glanced at the magic sword with some reluctance. I only saw that the sword was obviously placed quietly on the sword rack, but it was weird how it looked. The slightest hint of a ghostly aura slowly wandered away. Xiafei didn't make much of a stop and quickly exited the sword pavilion. Then closed the gate and closed the phalanx. Back at the residence. After a brief rest, Xiafei then began to prepare to impact the 7th grade of Qi practicing. After nearly 20 days of hard cultivation accumulation, he had accumulated enough reserves to make a breakthrough. Soon, Xiafei then fell into a state of cultivation. The eternal life exhalation technique began to run over and over again, stimulating the activation of the aura in the body, which was then absorbed from the outside world. 2 hours passed. The original Qi practicing 6th grade slowly broke through to Qi practicing 7th grade. The breakthrough was successful. Xiafei stood up from his meditative state with a look of joy on his face. He immediately began to feel the growing strength. 7th grade of Qi practicing, the battle power has doubled once again. And due to the great Luo sword body, my offensive and killing clarity can already be invincible in the same realm. Talking. He flexed his fingers. An aura shot out and hit the floor tiles. Bang! The hard floor tiles, in an instant, shattered apart. If this move landed on someone else's body, I'm afraid that they would have to be seriously injured on the spot. With my current battle power, coupled with the sword gifted by the system, I should be considered to have some ability to defend myself. It's just that there's still a lack of cultivation techniques, and a true attack and kill technique. Breaking through a realm again, Xiafei was not at all complacent. Today, it made him appreciate a little bit. That is, in this metaphysical world, there are countless experts from various families, and all kinds of powerful characters are even more numerous. Compare. Xiafei, who was only at the 7th rank of Qi practicing, was not in any state of pride and complacency at all. See, there's still some time. Xiafei immediately began to cultivate one reed crossing the river. Such a body technique was the only superior technique he had on him. And this breakthrough. After using up a reed to cross the river, it is naturally swifter and lighter. The whole room. Xiafei appeared here and there at once. If anyone came in at this time, they would absolutely think they had seen a ghost. Waiting for the busy work to be done until the hour of midnight. It was only then that Xiafei slowly stopped and then took a shower, after washing the sweaty stench and filth from his body. Just start falling asleep. Generally speaking, there was no need to sleep after practicing qi, meditating and cultivating was all night. But as a traveler, Xiafei still maintained good sleeping habits. There are systems in place. He doesn't have to fight so hard. Enjoy it when it's time to enjoy it. Chapter 9 Magic Swords Compulsion, Handyman Promotion Assembly. Day 2. Inside the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. Xiafei was pondering how to invest in that magic sword named Sword 13. Suddenly a sizzling movement was heard. Could it be the sword? His heart tightened and he got up with the intention of checking it out. But the one who didn't think to pop up was Elder Golden Bull. This would be when the golden calf was all smiles, picking up a couple of pamphlets and handing them over. Elder Xia, I'll take much trouble from you in the days to come. This is the inventory roster I put together here overnight, so when the time comes, you can just cross off the list against the Dharma swords the disciples receive. I have taken leave of absence and intend to make a trip back to my hometown to visit my aging wife and my son in his prime. Taurus looks in his 30s, but his actual age is 60. Older than the original. Back home? Xiafei froze for a moment, then thought that in this world, he no longer had any relatives. As he froze, Elder Golden Bull had already left with his things. Looking at his back as he walked joyfully, Xiafei was somewhat silent. The cold first floor of the Sword Pavilion suddenly seemed even quieter. But just then, an ethereal and invisible voice suddenly came. I didn't think that on the first floor of this small Sword Pavilion, there are actually people with outstanding talent like you. It's just amazing. Xiafei snapped his head towards the surroundings and realized that there was no one at all. Who? His gaze wandered around and finally landed on an extremely ordinary 8-sided sword. Didn't you see me already? The voice was ethereal, like a ghost. It's you! Xiafei made a surprised sound. Because he realized that the one who was talking to him was none other than this magic sword. Not bad, my name is Sword 13. Isn't it strange how a sword, can talk? Not waiting for Xiafei to respond, Sword 13 continued to use his divine sense to transmit his voice. I see that you have extraordinary natural talent. If you were just a small watchman elder on the first floor of this Sword Pavilion, that would simply be too much of a big deal. You are a heavenly pride, nay After realizing that it was the magic sword talking to him, Xiafei suppressed his inner surprise and spoke. What do you want to do? What do you need my help with? He hadn't forgotten that this Jin 13 was a red fade Dao Qiluk. So after realizing that it was possible to communicate with them, they hastily began to set up inquiries. As long as the demand for this magic sword is evoked, if you invest yourself. Totally shudder to think of the rewards that will show up when the time comes. Help? You? Sword 13 was dumbfounded and seemed to look down on the Xiafei in front of him very much. There's nothing I want to do, it's you. Do you need my help? Your help? Xiafei frowned slightly. Not bad. With my assistance, I'll keep you from flying high in the future, and you'll never have to be this tiny gatekeeper elder again. Sword 13's voice seemed to carry some kind of compelling magic, making people involuntarily listen and believe. If it wasn't for the breakthrough in strength, coupled with the great Luo sword body, Xiafei was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Upon sensing the other's eccentricity, Xiafei immediately terminated the thought of trying to communicate and turned around to walk towards the gate. And to see him leave without looking back. Sword 13 seemed a bit stunned. Why did you leave? Don't you want to become human? Don't want to become a supreme being in the clan? Do you know that the Long River Sword sect has a big secret? However, letting him compel him, Xiafei didn't hesitate for a second, and even his footsteps were even faster. Until he disappears. It was only then that Jin 13 muttered quietly to himself, this kid really isn't mortal. It actually blocked the magic sound of this sword. But last night, after sitting at the gate for a long time, Xiafei breathed a deep sigh of relief. Indeed, it is a demonic sword that is highly scorned by the sword mound. If it weren't for the fact that I'm carrying the great Luo sword body and forged the supreme sword heart, I'm afraid that I would have already been mesmerized by the 2 sentences of conversation just now. At this moment, where was he to have the slightest idea of trying to lasso and find out what the other party's needs were? There was only a sense of absurdity in his mind that he had been robbed of his life. It seems that not everything in existence can be invested in. Something as bizarre as Sword 13 must be extremely careful in future dealings. Otherwise, one wrong step and you'll fall into the abyss and never recover. Xiafei secretly made up his mind. If one wanted to invest in a magic sword, one had to reach a certain level in one's own realm and have the strength to have an equal dialogue before one could do so. Otherwise, you're likely to get caught and die without even knowing how. With the golden calf out of the picture, Sheffield had thought he would be busy on his own until he was on his feet. But it's weird to say. In these 2 days, there were actually few disciples who came over to collect their swords. Went out for a spin and learned. It turned out that it was recently the period of time when miscellaneous disciples were promoted to the outer sect. Many outer disciples went to join in the fun. This matter, on the contrary, allowed Xiafei to fall back. It was just the right amount of time to stabilize the cultivation level after the breakthrough, and deepen his understanding of the One Reed Crossing River. And these days for the Sword Pavilion, especially some of the elders who were involved in escorting the magic sword at that time. Each one was nervous for a long time. So much so that here in Xiafei's place, every day, some elders would come over to check on the condition of the magic sword. However, Sword 13 seemed to have settled down quite a bit after the last time. In the eyes of these elders, there were no surprises. With that, everyone relaxed and stopped coming down one floor a day to check. Xiafei had wanted to inform the demon sword of the situation, but every time he opened his mouth, someone interrupted impatiently. The elders above seemed to look down on him, a person from the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, and even talking to him felt degrading. However, Xiafei still uttered that there was something odd about the magic sword and told the elders on the second and third floors to be careful. As it turned out, it was clear that no one would listen to him. In response, Xiafei simply didn't care. Anyway, save yourself first, who cares about the rest? That said, today is the last day for handyman promotions, should I go over and take a look? Anyway, there was nothing going on left and right, and there weren't many disciples coming over. Plus, he had previously invested in that miscellaneous disciple called Zhao Lingfeng. Sheffield intends to check out the situation. I've basically looked all over the outer disciples, all of them are gray life paths that aren't worth investing in. If you go and take a look, you might even be able to find someone as talented as Zhao Lingfeng inside the handyman. Think about it. Xiafei immediately closed the door to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. Then he rushed to the martial arts arena for the outer disciples. This time, the miscellaneous disciple promotion conference was held here. Wait for Sheffield to arrive. The place is already packed. The entire Changha Sword sect's outer disciples and miscellaneous servants, at least 80 to 90% of the disciples had all come. It follows from this. What a lack of entertainment life in the boring sect cultivation career. For just one disciple's promotion, so many people could come. Seeing that Xiafei was wearing an elder's uniform, the disciples immediately made way one by one. Waiting to get closer. Sheffield just realized. On the martial arts field, there were 10 small rings. Chapter 10 Purple Female Disciple, Questioning. The 10 rings are already 2 by 2 rivals fighting each other. It's exciting to watch. The disciples gathered nearby, whether they were outsiders or handymen, all of them were cheering and applauding. Xiafei's arrival did not attract the attention of the organization's promoted elders. That would fit his idea. Keep a low profile, and take it easy. Is that Zhao Lingfeng there? Looked around. Xiafei's gaze locked onto the 10th ring and realized that one of the people above him in the middle of the battle was none other than Zhao Lingfeng, the handyman who had previously received his spirit stone investment. I didn't realize it was just a few days away. Zhao Lingfeng then already had his cultivation in place and was in the mortal fetus first grade realm. With a mortal fetus first grade, one would naturally have the qualifications to advance to the outer sect. Now, as long as he won against his opponent, Zhao Lingfeng would be an outer disciple in the future. Good. Well played. At this point, a nearby handyman suddenly clapped his hands. It turned out to be a handyman knocking another handyman out of the ring in front of him. Xiafei looked at the handyman who called out and used the fateful golden pupil. Name, Lier. Sex, male. Longevity, 1455. Realm, none. Natal chakra, white. White ordinary fate Dao. Compared to fools, practicing martial arts and understanding knowledge is quite a bit faster, and many profound dharmas can be slightly understood after diligent study and practice. May invest. Immediate need, want a cultivation method, also want to excel and become an outer disciple of the sword sect. A white life path? It seems to be in the category of people who can or can't invest whatever they want. Sheffield thought about it. Better to write this one down first. When the time comes to break up, think about investing. After all, the demand for a technique was not as simple as spirit stones. Moreover, he didn't want to create this image of elder of good fortune and good man in the eyes of others in front of so many people. Otherwise, when the time came, a group of grey disciples all ran to beg for themselves. What should they do? Think about it. Sheffield walked through the crowd. Taking advantage of the large number of handymen gathered this time, he took his time in selecting people to use the golden pupil of the natal path. As to why it was picked, that was because with his current strength, he would only be able to use the golden pupil of the destiny path a few dozen times a day at most. Once there is more of it, you will face spiritual exhaustion and a shriveled sea of consciousness. Name, Tai Jiawei. Sex, male. Longevity, 1577. Realm, none. Natal chakra, gray. Name, Do Xian. Sex, female. Longevity, 1466. Realm, none. Natal chakra, gray. Name, Cheng Chuaning. Sex, male. Longevity, 1699. Realm, none. Natal chakra, gray. A series of looks down. All gray life paths. This is still CFA picked out, looks very much like the main character of the person. Those other ones he skimmed over were basically crooked, and at first glance, they were the kind that played the sauce and ran the show. Could I really only go back and invest in that white life path handymanly air? CFA was a bit reluctant. Forcing himself to endure the feeling of headache from using his Fate Dao golden pupil for a long time, he continued to look towards the others. This one's got a lot of pizzazz. While passing by an orderly female disciple with decent features and a confident face, Sheffield paused. Then a shot of Fate Dao golden pupil was flung over. Name, Jiang Wei. Sex, female. Longevity, 1587. Realm, none. Natal chakra, purple. Purple genius destiny road. This kind of person must be the generation of talent absolute beings, no matter what kind of industry, can become the character of everyone's word of mouth. If you set foot in the cultivation, no matter what clan will pay a lot of attention to it, cited as the core. Recommended to invest quickly. Immediate needs, enlightenment of mundane martial arts, want a magic sword to enter immortality with swordplay. Purple destiny road. CFA's gaze narrowed, flashing with surprise. I didn't think I'd run into a great talent. It's purple. Only a little worse than the golden Shaoyan who defected from the sword sect. There was no hesitation. He immediately stepped forward and smiled amiably at the handyman female disciple named Jiang Wei. I see that your bones are tight and your qi and blood are full. Have you been delving into mundane martial arts recently? Jiang Wei, who was originally watching the ring exchanging blows, heard someone talking to herself and her face was a little less than happy. After all, it was disturbed. But after looking back and realizing that the one looking for him was actually a sword pavilion elder, Jiang Wei immediately put away her unhappiness and responded nervously, miscellaneous disciple Jiang Wei, meet the elder. Before I was initiated, I had practiced my family's swordsmanship for many years, thus I was more attentive to mundane martial arts. I didn't expect to be seen through by an elder, so I let the elder laugh. You've joined the Changhua sword sect and you're still practicing mundane techniques. This will naturally make a lot of jokes when it gets out. However, CFA did not scoff, but instead said amiably, what is mortal? And what is immortal? Martial arts also have different effects in the hands of different users. Could it be that our patriarch can't kill someone if he makes a move of a mundane martial art? Whatever the dharma is, it has its merits. Whether or not it's powerful doesn't lie in the technique itself, but in the user himself. These words came out. It gave Jiang Wei a huge shock. This way, especially after entering the sword sect. Whenever someone saw her using a wooden stick, after practicing the still mundane family sword technique, they would invariably show a mocking sneer. Originally, she had long been prepared to be mocked and ridiculed, but she did not expect to receive such a philosophical cultivation supremacy from the elder. Jiang Wei has just started less than a year ago. It had never occurred to me that the elders in the sect actually had such breadth of mind and insight. The disciple is taught. Jiang Wei immediately arched her hand and saluted, solemn and grateful. For her own family martial arts to be recognized by the immortal sect's elders was a great encouragement to her, who had been exterminated. Well, after the promotion conference is dispersed, why don't you come to my sword pavilion? Xia Fei smiled and nodded. Disciple will definitely head there. Jiang Wei, who had suffered from the ridicule of her fellow disciples, heavily responded. With a good investable seed. Coupled with the fact that he had been using the fateful path golden pupil, he really needed to rest. Xia Fei then turned around and returned to the side of the sword pavilion. However, he just came back. Just realized someone was waiting for them at the door. Fix your eyes. But it was the elder of the fourth floor. It was the same one who had followed the sword mound woman earlier. Wasn't it you who was saying something was wrong with that sword before? Seeing Xia Fei appear, the fourth-tier elder immediately asked in a deep voice. Right. Once you hear the affirmative answer. The fourth-tier elder immediately said, quickly open the door and show me. Xia Fei thought that something big had happened, and did not dare to delay, immediately opened the door and led this elder to the location of the magic sword. After seeing this sword 13 obediently there. Both the fourth-tier elders and Xia Fei were relieved. I remember your name, it's Xia Fei, right? Xia Fei, tell me about the situation in detail. Chapter 11:9 Heavenly Sword Art, Marrow Cleansing Pill. Xia Fei immediately described the situation. Of course, he skimmed over some of the things there were to know about himself. After hearing this, the fourth-tier elder was immediately surprised. I didn't expect that a sword demon had actually been born. Sword demon? Xia Fei was surprised out loud. It's something that I don't think I've ever heard of. Above the magic weapon is the spirit weapon. The greatest characteristic of a spiritual weapon is that it is born with a spirit, able to understand the user's intentions and maximize the help it can provide. The fourth-tier elder explained, sword demons, on the other hand, are generally not a self-generated presence of the magic treasure, but rather a demonic encroachment that produces an intelligence that shouldn't have been there in the first place. Having said that, he gazed at the magic sword. Xia Fei, this time you have been meritorious in guarding the sword. I will report upwards. Now, go do something. Hear that? Xia Fei was a bit puzzled in his heart, but he thought about it and held his doubts back without asking. After the fourth-tier elders left, it was only then that he muttered a little, you know there's something wrong with this sword, and you didn't even think to change it? After not being able to figure out these people's arrangement, he didn't bother to think about it. It is most important to improve your strength in peace. With that, Xia Fei sat on a chair and quietly waited for Jiang Wei to arrive. At this moment, Jiang Wei was noisily walking towards the sword pavilion with a heart full of apprehension. All the way. Many outer disciples looked at the handyman female disciple with curious gazes. Wait for the place. Looking at this just 9-story tower in front of him. Is this the sword pavilion? Jiang Wei took a deep breath and carefully walked in. Coming? Xia Fei saw the visitor and spoke out with half-open eyes. Disciple Jiang Wei, meet Elder Xia. The sword pavilion was filled with a solemn and austere atmosphere, and Jiang Wei shivered and hurriedly arched her hand in salute. No need to be polite. With a wave of Xia Fei's hand, a long-prepared magic sword fell in front of Jiang Wei. You practice swordplay, and I thought that having a real magic sword would be of great benefit to you. Keep it, and cultivate well in the future, and strive to carry forward your family's sword art. Jiang Wei was stunned. She didn't expect the elder to actually see through what she needed most at once. These days, Jiang Wei had been trying to find a sword as a way to break through the shackles in swordplay. After all, although wooden sticks and branches could be used for practicing, they still weren't as good as a real sword, especially one that was a magic weapon. And practicing in this way for a long time, it is easy to mislead oneself and lead to the wrong path. Unfortunately, as a handyman, with no money or power, where to get a sword? At this moment, Xia Fei's move had undoubtedly solved Jiang Wei's biggest problem. It's snowing. Think about it. Jiang Wei held her sword in both hands and lowered her head. I only heard this little girl, who was only 15 years old, choke out, since my family was killed, no one in the world has been kind to my disciple. It is a blessing for the disciple to meet the elder now. Disciple Jiang Wei, I hereby inscribe my thanks to the elder for his kindness. After hearing this, Xia Fei nodded and said, having this heart is enough, the elder does not ask for rewards, go down. As soon as I heard that, Jiang Wei's body trembled even more. Ryoko. She seemed to gather her emotions and nodded heavily, yes. Disciple will leave. Ding. Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being purple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare sword technique 9 heavenly sword technique 3 heavens. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the superior auxiliary technique, the chi convergence technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a human grade marrow cleansing pill. 9 heavenly sword art 3 heavens rare can be withdrawn at any time. This is a mutilated version of the 9 heavens sword art, with only the first 3 realms, but it still reaches the level of a rare commodity, and can be considered rare in the world. Chi convergence technique superior can be withdrawn at any time. Auxiliary Shin Gong, capable of helping the practitioner to conceal his breath and not to have his true cultivation easily detected. Marrow cleansing elixir human grade stored in system space. After taking it, it can cleanse impurities, enhance one's potential by a small margin, and increase one's natural talent. Elixirs come in grades. Generally speaking, from low to high, they are categorized as mortal grade, human grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Although this marrow cleansing pill was only human grade, it could cut down the hair and wash the marrow and enhance the qualifications with extraordinary utility. There's also the astringency trick. With this special technique, one would not have to worry too much about exposing one's strength in the future. The safety factor went way up. Good stuff. Better, the 9 heavens sword art, there are the 3 heavens, the 6 heavens, and the 9 heavens. 3 heavens and you'll reach precious. Then wouldn't the 6 heavens and the final 9 heavens be difficult to measure? It was only after extracting the 9 heavenly sword art that CFA completely realized what kind of sword art it was. It's safe to say, placed in the Long River Sword sect, this could definitely become the foundation of the sect. To know. Right now, the sword sect's Shinzong divine skill inside the sword sect was only a precious sword dictionary. And because the sword dictionary contains the method of cultivation. Although it can reach the precious, but in terms of power, that was far inferior to the 9 heavens sword art of pure attack and kill. Even if it's a crippled version, only the first 3 heavens are practiced. But it's enough to be called powerful. The 9 heavens sword art, once used, is like a heavenly sword fairy falling from the 9 heavens above, dropping the sword path. CFA immediately drew out the system rewarded growable artifact sword. Then slowly make this powerful sword art. A sword out. It was as if the clouds and mist were floating above, and the sword chi was falling. In the boundless sword chi, CFA's figure, like the world's sword fairy, is not visible. Transcendental. Stripped down. Not like the earth. With my current realm of practicing chi 7th grade, once I use this sword art, I'm only afraid that the 9th rank of chi practicing would have to be killed by my sword in a second. Even the foundation establishment realm, I can fight one of them. CFA put away his sword, his eyes glittering with joy. The 9 heavens sword art, coupled with his great Luo sword body. It's no longer 1 + 1 = 2, it's 3, even up to 4. It seems that the 9 heavens sword art will be my most powerful killer weapon. In the days to come, I need to practice diligently, striving to make my heart follow the sword and my mind move the sword to fall. Put the iron sword into the system space. All of the auras, and even the sword intent that filled the sky, all converged and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, CFA was back to that seemingly mediocre little elder of the sword pavilion. With the 9 heavenly sword technique as well as the chi convergence technique. That crisis within him had finally diminished slightly. Now, it's time to take this marrow cleansing pill. Human grade marrow cleanser into the throat. In one go, it turned into a rich medicinal power that swam throughout the body. Chapter 12. The world is far more dangerous than one might think. As the medicine melted away, the warm, comfortable feeling almost didn't make CFA shout out. 1 incense stick of time later. All the medicinal power of the marrow cleansing pill had already been absorbed by the body. Wait for CFA to open his eyes. Just find yourself covered in a thin layer of black mud. These black substances were actually impurities excreted from his body. See the situation. He hastily pinched a clothes purification technique to flush out all the filth. I feel several pounds lighter all over now, as if I've removed a stone that was weighing me down. And Sheffield found out. You seem to have gotten a little more ear to the ground yourself. A lot of things that are normally unthinkable and unresolved will have come to a head by now. That magic sword. At this time, Xia Fei woke up abruptly. Having gotten the reward, he was a bit cocky just now and actually extracted himself inside this sword pavilion without going back to his residence. Such a huge change before and after. If someone sees or be detected by that magic sword. Think about it. Xia Fei immediately got up and headed deeper into the first floor. It was good to know that his fears were redundant. Because after observing for a while, that magic sword didn't move much. There are a lot of new patterns on this sword rack, presumably some kind of spell formation added by the 4th tier elders. Thus isolating the senses of this sick demon sword. Now it can't even talk to me. The original body was in charge of the door opening authority for the first floor of the sword pavilion. When it was said to open the door, it was actually just opening the spell formation on the first floor of the sword pavilion, allowing people to enter and exit freely. So, the original body had some knowledge of the phalanx. Although it wasn't deep, it could be used to see the means laid out by the elders on the 4th floor. Seeing that is the result. Xia Fei couldn't help but feel relieved inside. At the same time, he admonished himself fiercely. In the future, no matter what comes your way, you should never get carried away. Always be cautious, cautious, and cautious. Wait until it's Samo's time to go off duty. Elder Golden Bull, who had disappeared for many days, finally rushed back. A meeting. Golden Bull then gave Xia Fei a big hug before taking out all sorts of hometown stuff. Oh Elder Xia, I heard that you've recently gained the appreciation of the 4th tier elders. A good number of elders up there are praising you right now. I've even heard that the elders of the 4th floor are interested in recommending you for duty on the 2nd floor. If that's really the case, then in the future, old brother me, I'll have to rely on Elder Xia a lot. Golden Bull's words surprised Xia Fei. He didn't expect that his report on the abnormality of the demonic sword would be exchanged for a chance to be promoted to the 2nd tier of elders. You have to know that the elders of the 2nd level, that are facing the inner disciples of the sword sect. Which of those who could enter the inner sect was not a person with outstanding talent? Their life path chi luck was definitely better than the outer sect. There is so much more that you will be able to invest in when the time comes. However, this matter was not yet shadowed, so Xia Fei naturally understood that he couldn't be too happy too soon. Immediately, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything. With a slight smile, he changed the topic and asked Elder Golden Bull, "You've gone back to your hometown to visit your family this time, is the situation at home alright?" Words. The Golden Bull's face suddenly changed, then he said with some chagrin and anger, "Ugh. Don't mention it. You didn't go down, so you don't know. Outside now, the demons are getting more and more rampant, and when I went home this time, a lot of people died in the village. Even that married wife of mine died in the midst of the demonic plague." Speaking of the end. There was a note of sadness in his tone. Xia Fei saw the situation, had to comfort voice, "In fact, this is good, or let you watch her die of old age is not? Only demons are rampant to such an extent nowadays? Even the villages of ordinary people have begun to attack. Where are the other children of the great sects? No one has made a move? The demonic haunting thing is in the original body's memory. But the original body hadn't been down the mountain much in decades, and was still stuck in the outside world from a long time ago. A large faction? Taurus gave a rare sneer. "They're on their own now," I heard it said along the way. The everlasting immortal sect, one of the 10 great sacred grounds, was overrun by demons 3 months ago. What? Xia Fei was truly shocked this time. The holy places have all been fought in by demons? The world outside is so dangerous now. Holy ground. The outer disciples alone must be nearly 1 million. There are countless geniuses. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter even suppressed all the heavenly pride of the other sects. This volume, this presence. It was already completely beyond the reach of the Long River Sword sect. And now, from the mouth of the golden calf, such a huge power had been ravaged by demons? It's over, this world is far more dangerous than I thought. Xia Fei's insides tightened. Immediately, he made up his mind that he would honestly enhance his strength in the Changha Sword sect and definitely not go running around outside. Ugh, so yeah. The Golden Bull let out a long sigh. Forget it, the pain of losing my wife, let me be alone. I also happen to be here to organize the fallen matters. Elder Xia, you can go back first. Xia Fei nodded and immediately turned around and left the sword pavilion. He had to rush back and practice. Wait until Xiafei's figure completely disappeared. Elder Golden Bull instantly closed the door of the sword pavilion and then ran to the depths of the first floor. Although the magic sword was reinforced with a new formation. Instead, he ran his hand directly over the sword. I didn't realize that a tiny Xiafei was actually about to become a second-tier elder. Come to think of it, he's still a decade younger than me. One thought. In the heart of Elder Golden Bull, it was very unpleasant. But just think of this. The voice of the magic sword suddenly emerged from within him. Since you have become my sword 13th sword servant, don't talk about a second-tier sword pavilion elder. In the future, even the 9th floor, or even the pavilion master, won't be able to compare to you. Your natural talent is unrivaled in the world. Plus my help. Who will be able to compete in the future? Hear that. The Golden Bull turned to Sword 13 and respectfully said, I understand. I've never thought much of the Sword Pavilion elders. Please don't worry, Your Holiness, I've already planned and laid out the layout in the outside world, and it won't be long before Your Holiness is free. For Jian 13, he spoke in an extremely respectful tone. It was like a real servant, facing his master. If it wasn't for Your Holiness nudging, this outstanding talent of mine would have been buried by this long river sword sect. In the future, I would like to ask Your Holiness to give me more support, so that I can fully utilize my potential and stand at the top. Having said that, the golden calf lets out his whole body. Surprisingly, he had already broken through to the first grade of chi cultivation from his previous 7th grade of mortal birth. If this scene was seen by Xiafei, must have been extremely surprised as well. It follows from this. This Sword 13, it seemed that he really did have some ability to influence external objects. The golden calf at the moment. Already fantasizing about a better future. His own feet are on holy ground, and he only has his hands on the sky. Countless demons prostrated themselves and honored him as their lord. Chapter 13. The magic sword still had a change of heart, and someone died inside the sword pavilion. The next day, Xiafei went to work as usual. The miscellaneous disciple promotion conference was over, and there were a few new faces in the crowd that came to receive their swords. These were all newly promoted outer disciples. Some of the people that he had missed out before and hadn't looked at with his life Dao golden pupil, Xiafei also took the opportunity to observe them. None of them are good enough to be worth investing in though. The days just went by for 10 or so days. Although no new investment candidates have been found, Xiafei's strength is steadily growing. Its own spiritual power is 1 point stronger. In the elder's residence, Xiafei opened his eyes from the midst of this cultivation and was overjoyed. Just by slightly stretching his waist, countless sword sounds containing the rhythm of the Tao came from all over his body. This was precisely the relationship between his Tao Lord sword body becoming more and more integrated. Inside his body, the spiritual energy of the 7th grade of Qi cultivation had almost grown to the point where it was almost overflowing. 9. Heavenly Sword Art. Xiafei suddenly jumped off the bed and moved with his sword. Buzz. The air shook and the sword light flashed. Then he saw the Ironwood 8 immortal table in front of him turn into pieces in the blink of an eye, dispersing with the wind. Under foundation establishment, this sword, who can block it? With his sword in hand, Xiafei's heart was filled with confidence. But the next moment, he then put his sword away, and all his breath instantly faded into nothingness. The system-rewarded Qi convergence skill had perfectly covered his body. Within Qi practice, invincibility is of no use. Still have to practice and invest in peace. At the very least, one had to become a Jindan, or even a Yuaning, in order to faintly have the capital to save one's life. Nowadays, the strongest expert that Xiafei had ever seen was actually that magic sword. It was also Sword 13 of the Jindan realm. If we were to face Sword 13, wouldn't we have to be the same Jindan to have any hope? Alas, still, one must not be complacent. Work, work, work. After simply washing up, Xiafei left the door and headed for the sword pavilion. It's been 10 days. It was as if that devilish sword had fallen completely silent and didn't make any noise. Xiafei would also sneak a glance with his life Dao golden pupil every day. It wasn't that he had any other ideas, but he mainly wanted to know if Sword 13 had any recent needs, and then see if he could invest. Anymore, the demon sword was also the existence of the Red Destiny Dao. If you are able to invest successfully, that rebate reward. It's a shame. Xiafei stared daily, and that magic sword was as if it had no desires at all. I wonder how long that magic sword will remain on the first floor. It was estimated that the elders above would have taken it away. You can't keep it on the first floor, can you? 4 Jin 13. Xiafei's mood was complicated. Both wanted the elders above to take it away and wanted to keep the magic sword on the first floor. Only by staying would he have a chance to invest in the existence of this red destiny path. But if you really stay, the whole layer, or your own little life is vaguely held hostage. Eventually, it's still the little life that counts. Inside Xiafei's heart, what he was more inclined to, was to have other elders above him take Jin 13 away. After all, it's all inside the sword pavilion, can it still be lost? It's not too late to figure out how to invest later when you're stronger on your own. Thinking along the way. Waiting to get almost to sword court. Xiafei was shocked when he saw the situation in front of him. How come the door to the first floor of the sword pavilion is open? Moreover, several outer disciples were looking inside from the square, not daring to enter. Seeing this, how dare Xiafei take his time? Immediately, he raised his qi, and with the strength of the first grade of qi cultivation displayed by the qi convergence skill, he dashed over. Close. A familiar outer disciple immediately said, "Xia, Elder Xie?" Something happened inside the sword pavilion. We heard screams, and so many of our brothers and sisters who entered before didn't come out. We. This disciple hurriedly explained the situation with a few moments of panic in his tone. The more Xiafei listened, the more he felt an ominous feeling in his heart. Screams? And the outer disciples went in and haven't moved until now? Almost without thinking, he thought of the handle of a magic sword. Elder Xia, be careful. This disciple hadn't finished speaking. Xiafei then had already crossed over these outer disciples who were afraid, but wanted to watch the fun, and hurriedly stepped into the first floor of the sword pavilion. Once inside, Xiafei then filled with a guarded momentum before looking around at the situation. There's nothing out of the ordinary near this side of the gate. Xiafei secretly used the reed crossing river, his speed suddenly rising a few notches, a trail of residual shadows quickly surfacing. After waiting to step over a couple of tall sword stands, he then smelled a strong scent of blood, along with a few faint wails. It's as if it's been purposely shielded. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiafei's 5 senses and 6 senses were once again strengthened after taking the marrow cleansing pill, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to hear it yet. Listen to the wailing. Xiafei was tense to the core inside, but his footsteps quickened by a few points. Turn the corner. Enter the core of the first floor. The ones stored here were basically some of the best Dharma swords. This turn. The first thing he saw was a field of corpses that fell in front of the demon sword's heel. These corpses, there were those of outer disciples and a few second-tier elders. Noteworthy. The blood from all the corpses was absorbed by that devilish sword. The original ordinary, chillingly glowing 8-sided sword body. At the moment, it was actually wrapped in a layer of ghostly red aura. It seems bizarre. And in the midst of the dry fried corpses that littered the ground, 2 other figures stood. The way the 2 were dressed, they were both outer disciples. One of them, Xiafei still recognized. It was that Nyobu who was selling the sword sect's magic swords. Oh? Someone else dares to break in? Really not afraid of death, ah? At this moment, Nyobu was extremely out of place. Not only were his eyes red and his breath bizarre. Even more so, it seemed that he no longer recognized Xiafei between the sneers that came out. He and the outer disciple next to him, each carrying a magic sword, stared over with their ghostly gazes. Kill. Seize the blood meal for his holiness. The other outer sect, whose name Xiafei did not remember, killed with his sword. At this moment, the duo was so bizarrely strong that they were even able to decimate those second-tier elders on the ground who were practicing high-grade qi. Just before this person could approach, a sword light suddenly appeared. Buzz. A body with its throat pierced flopped to the ground, slicing away with inertia for a good distance. The face of this outer disciple, before he died, was tinged with shock and disbelief. That's it? Xiafei shook the blood on his iron sword, his face unperturbed. He is now practicing the 7th grade of qi, the Dala sword body, and the 9 heavenly sword art. Not to mention the 2 outer disciples who were inexplicably boosted in battle power. Even if an elder of the 3rd tier and the 9th level of qi practicing Grand Circle came, he might not be able to carry one of his swords. Do you really think you're so easy to bully when you're on the first floor of the sword pavilion? It's almost like death doesn't know how to write. One sword kills one. Xia Fei's gaze fell on that cowport. Nyobu's strength was about the same as the outer disciple just now, and might even be inferior. Buzz. A sword goes down. Naturally, he accompanied a piece down to hell. After destroying the two, Xia Fei calmed his spiritual energy and his gaze went to the demonic sword. Chapter 14 Practicing Qi 8th grade. Above the devil's sword, there was no movement other than the blood-like flowing. But the more Xia Fei's heart, the more he felt a trace of fear and sadness. If it were not for the fact that it has some ability to defend itself. When it comes to this kind of thing, you can only be slaughtered just like the corpses on the ground that have been drained of their blood. In the world of metaphysics, the lives of the weak are just too worthless. After this mess, ugh. Don't know what will follow. Xia Fei was also too lazy to look at the demonic sword, much less have the slightest intention to touch it. He just slowly gathered the bodies on the floor and prepared to move them out. Good on. Elder Golden Bull, who worked with himself, did not appear among the corpses. Otherwise, the original body's only good friend in the sword sect will be lost, and he will also face the situation of one person working two jobs. Was thinking. A team came flying in. A sword demon puppet? Xia Fei stopped moving the corpse and looked at the visitor. It was the familiar face from the 4th floor, that elder. Greetings, elder. Xia Fei hurriedly saluted, immediately showing that he himself had not been compelled by the demonic sword. It's you? Upon seeing that it was Xia Fei, the 4th tier elder burst out in surprise. Xia Fei didn't say anything more, but only said, there was a mutation in the devil's sword, and when I rushed here, I found that there were already dead and wounded everywhere, so I could only end up collecting their bodies to prevent any new changes. When he retrieved the body, he had already done something on the two outer disciples of Nyobu to prevent being seen to be related to himself. After the endowment, Xia Fei's eyes were full of sadness, and his face still wore a look of shock and awe. The sadness was not entirely to fool the 4th tier elders, he did feel that human life was like grass and lamented himself. The elder of the 4th floor didn't come alone. Behind them were other elders who were also at the 4th level. Those elders looked up and down for a good while. Finally, someone voiced out, these moves, being a fellow disciple, are heartfelt. It seems that the elders of the lower 3 tiers aren't all greedy and fearful of death. These dead ones, whether they are disciples or elders, after we investigate clearly, the sect will have appropriate rewards and punishments. As he finished, the rest of the elders then began to probe the situation. Xia Fei didn't have to carry the body, and was directly driven outside, telling a group of outer disciples that the 1st floor of the sword pavilion would be closed for 7 days. Do all that. Looking at the 4th layer elders who were busy inside, Xia Fei felt slightly relieved in his heart. It seemed that he, a 1st tier elder of the 1st grade of Qi cultivation, was not suspected by them. It was at this time that Elder Golden Bull arrived late. When he entered the sword pavilion, the moment he saw such a tragic scene all over the place, he was so scared that he sat down on the spot, dripping with cold sweat. Seeing the golden calf in this ungodly state, the elder of the 4th tier instantly waved his hand and gave the two of them a 7-day vacation. Anyway, for these 7 days, the 1st floor of the sword pavilion would not be open, so there was nothing wrong with giving them a break. Inside the elder's residence, the room of those few elders on the 2nd floor has been replaced with a white cloth and a black background united. Some close friends, who knew each other well, also used it as a tribute. The man died on the 1st floor of the sword court. Xia Fei, as an elder of the 1st floor, and Golden Bull naturally came over as well. Ugh! What is this called? An outer sect elder said, to actually have this kind of thing happen in the sect, Elder Wang, Elder Seek, they are really. Alas! This kind of thing, too, is inevitable. Another elder from the 2nd floor side, inside the sword pavilion, people are injured by swords all year round, and there are a few who have died. Say, have things been investigated yet? What's going on? The rest of the group asked. This 2nd tier elder pondered for a while, and eventually responded briefly, an outer disciple didn't know what means he used to sneak into the spell formation on the 1st tier of the sword pavilion, and ended up being confused by the sword demon. When old Wang, old Seek and the others sensed a layer of wrongness, rushing over there was already over. After listening, a group of elders who came to mourn, sighing, the time is right. Fate. On the contrary, these two boys from the 1st floor are really lucky. Someone looked over and said to Xia Fei and Golden Bull. Seeing that everyone's attention was about to turn to their side, in order to prevent anger from being directed at him because of the death of a few elders. Xiafei immediately took the golden ox to apologize and left. The truth of what caused this incident in Kenj was ascertained the day after it happened. It's just that except for the sword pavilion, no one outside is quite sure what's going on. Nyobu also got a set of formation breakers from somewhere and planned to enter the sword pavilion to steal the sword. The people in the sword pavilion had thought that a layer of Dharma swords wasn't worth being thought of, so the external protective spell formation wasn't strong. This is precisely the opportunity for the cowport to drill a hole with that set of broken formation magic weapon, but also really broke in. The result is that when you steal a magic sword, you are compelled to do so. Then the commotion attracted the elders on the second floor, a group of outer disciples waiting to receive their swords. Out of this thing. The magic sword naturally couldn't be put on another floor, it had been moved to the second floor of the sword pavilion. In response, Sheffield heard. The reason why the sword mound, as well as the several elders above the sword pavilion, had placed the demon sword in his place in a big way. The main thought was to use this sword to fish out someone behind the scenes. But what exactly is behind the scenes? What is it again? And what is the origin of it? Sheffield didn't know a thing about it. And it's all just hearsay and a little bit of your own speculation. For this, Xiafei became even more determined to become stronger. Because, in the eyes of those elders, I, a small elder of the first floor of the sword pavilion, guess it's nothing even if I die in the middle of this invitation. Thinking about it, Xiafei greeted the absent-minded golden bull and returned to his residence. It seems like it won't take 3 days before I should be able to break through to the 8th rank of chi practicing. After a night of hard work, Xiafei only felt that his spiritual energy was on the verge of filling up to the extreme. Just need to add 2 more S to the fire and it's a natural breakthrough. Count the hours. From crossing over to the present day. He's kind of making some progress in terms of strength. But the thought of crossing this thing. Xiafei's heart then had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. It's as if the last life was just an unreal dream. To break through to the 9th grade of chi practicing, I guess it will take about 2 months. When the time comes, I'll be able to take that system reward foundation establishment pill and build my foundation in one fell swoop. 2 months was just the days that Xiafei estimated that he would rely on himself to practice hard. If you have someone to invest in during that time and get some rewards for speeding up your cultivation, the time will definitely be shortened. Some of the effects of the accident caused by the magic sword are slowly being removed. With the vacation over, Xiafei had then topped off his cultivation at the 8th rank of chi practicing and stepped back into the sword pavilion. But on the bright side, what he had displayed with the chi convergence skill was still only a cultivation level of the 1st grade of chi practicing. Chapter 15. There is bullying in the outer gates. Based on the magic sword thing. The first floor of the sword this, although reopened, but still a little cold. Although many disciples were in dire need of their magic swords, they didn't want to give up their lives because of it. Seeing that there is nothing going on left or right, Xiafei greeted the equally bored Golden Bull Elder and went out to sneak around. Of course. Not really bored enough to go skulking around, but he thought he'd walk around and see if he could spot a few candidates he could invest in. The outer gate had almost all been read with the golden pupil of the life path. This time he was going to go around the mountain gate. The reason for going to the mountain gate. That was because, in general, the outer sect elders could not go to the inner sect, or the core disciples, without special circumstances. Although Xiafei's position as a sword pavilion elder was somewhat special, in the end, he was only an elder of the first floor, and counted as belonging to the outer sect elder level. You guys see? Is that an elder from the sword pavilion? Looking at that elder costume, I think so. The sword pavilion elders seldom walk around outside, and we rarely see any of them except for the sword leader. This sword pavilion elder is a bit excessively young, it feels like he's almost as old as us. Young? As far as I know, this should be Elder Xiafei from the first floor of the sword pavilion, who is almost 50 years old. Huh? Already nearly 50? With such a resilient face, wouldn't his cultivation be much higher than ours? That's not true. With a lot of talk from the disciples, Xiafei had already arrived at the mountain gate. While walking slowly, he operated the golden pupil of the destiny path and secretly checked it out. Here at the mountain gate, there were really a lot more disciples coming and going. Moreover, many of the disciples were wearing gorgeous robes with extraordinary temperament. These disciples, basically, were the ones from the inner sect. Have to say, these people are the future of the Long River Sword sect. Observe the circle. Xiafei then gazed at them and saw several candidates who could invest in them. Mostly white life paths though, with only one or two green present. Only after secretly noting down these disciples did he continue to walk outside. No way. It's the same old story. Investments like this can't be cast in public. Otherwise, what if all those disciples with poor qualifications follow suit and beg? Xiafei is not at the point today where his family is so big that he is at the mercy of others. Even if it does get to that level of affluence. And he's not going to do the wrong thing. All the way down. Beyond the mountain gate was a large bamboo forest. Oftentimes, the bamboo forest would be filled with disciples who would rendezvous here, or trade. And past the bamboo forest, about a few hundred miles away, was the mortal town that relied on the sword sect. Xiafei turned around in the bamboo forest. Unfortunately, apart from finding a couple of wild lovebirds, we didn't find any talents. Ben thought that would be enough for today. A threatening voice suddenly spoke from a secluded place. Kid, where are the spirit stones this time? Why don't you hurry up and bring it out? Humph. I'll advise you once, don't let us draw our swords, or we'll waste your cultivation. This is already considered the fringe of the bamboo forest. People are scarce. But I didn't realize that a group of people were gathered in one place, threatening out at a chubby little boy in the middle of it. The one who spoke just now was a bearded man. This big man's realm already had the 6th rank of the mortal fetus, claiming to be an expert within the outer disciples. Those who were with him were also all at the mortal fetus 4th or 5th grade realm. The fat boy who was surrounded by them looked 12 or 13 years old, dressed in the outfit of an outer disciple, with anger and resentment on his face. Moreover, the boy seemed to have some physical disabilities, with a limp on his right foot, and his realm was only the 3rd rank of the mortal fetus. Remarkably, the boy was actually wearing a rusty iron ring on his right ring finger. Xiafei's gaze frowned slightly as he saw this scene. What? Mute? I asked you to take out 10 spirit stones today, but instead of coming to deliver them, you asked us to come out and look for you? Don't play any tricks with us, your family is quite wealthy in the world, don't think we don't know. The bearded man, with his hideous face, voiced out. Faced with such persecution, the fat boy could only stare angrily, biting his lip tightly and saying nothing. Still not taking it? All right. Brothers, tomorrow we'll pick up a few outings and make a trip to this kid's house. The bearded man hadn't finished his sentence. The fat boy shouted angrily, don't target my parents. Speaking of which, he shakily pulled a small bag from his arms. This is the last of my spirit stones, so don't push me any further. As soon as I heard that, the bearded man snatched the bag, opened it and then said angrily, how come there are only 5? You guys have already snatched all my spirit stones before, and now I only have these 5 spirit stones. Fat boy responded. But with half of them missing out of thin air, where would the bearded man's gang stop? No way. 5 is too few, it's not even enough for us to share. As the bearded man spoke, his eyes suddenly landed on the fat boy's finger. Is this ring of yours some kind of treasure? Take it down. As soon as I heard the other guy wanted his ring, the fat boy instantly panicked a little, and immediately tightened his guard, shaking his head violently. One look at the situation. The bearded man immediately I snorted, it seems that this broken ring is really a treasure. What? You still want to keep it when you haven't given enough spirit stones? I'm only giving you 2 ways to go now. Either take it down yourself and give it to us. Either that, or I'll cut your fingers off. Now you make the decision. The bearded man's breath shook, and his mortal fetus 6th grade cultivation directly erupted out. The rest, too, have demonstrated their strength. The fat boy felt his breath catch in his throat. He was already shivering a little in the face of so much chi pressure. But the thought of the importance of the ring. Eventually the fat boy was able to hold back his fear and defend himself to the death. Even if he died, he couldn't hand over the iron ring. Good. How dare you not deliver? The big man with the beard immediately sneered, then turned his head to the other brothers and said, you guys go and watch around. Don't let the other disciples come. If any elders appear, notify immediately. The words fell. The crowd of mortal fetus 4th and 5th grade nodded heavily and responded in unison, understood. Obviously. This group of people, it's not the first time they've done this kind of thing. Very proficient in the process and all that. See this scene. Xiafei quietly cast a means to hide his figure. With his current strength, it was simply easy to keep this group of outer disciples who hadn't even practiced qi from noticing. It seems that inside the sword sect's outer gate, it's not quiet either. If it was an external factor, forget it, like this kind of peer pressure, it wasn't really rare within the major sects. Chapter 16 Another Golden. But this little boy, isn't there something odd about him? Take a chance. Xiafei used the golden pupil of the destiny path. Shasta. There was something about the fat boy that was unfolded by the system. Name, War Dragon. Seeing as how he was only 12 years old, the latter was more likely. Because if it's a handyman, counting the hours of labor at the handyman's office, at least 14 years old to go. Such a good investment. Needless to say. This time Sheffield is going to step in. This time. Unwilling to be robbed of his ring, the fat boy, Battle Dragon, had fought with the bearded man. One mortal 3rd grade, one mortal 6th grade. There was a full 3 minor realms of difference between the two. Naturally, within 2 moves, Battle Dragon was knocked to the ground by the bearded man. Seeing a few footprints kicked out of his body, the bearded man grimaced and turned to the Battle Dragon on the ground with murderous intent. How dare you dirty my robe? Good. It seems that you must be given an unforgettable lesson today. Why don't we just waste your cultivation and make you a waste? I didn't expect that just by kicking him a few times, he would not only rob someone's treasure, but also waste them. It is evident that this person's character has been bad to the extreme. And seeing that things had settled down over here, those disciples who had stood guard in the outer circle also walked back. As soon as they heard the bearded man's words, they immediately put on a look of watching a good show, each of them staring playfully at Battle Dragon. Surveying the surroundings for a moment, Battle Dragon carried his magic sword and walked towards Battle Dragon, who was already covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. This time, Xiafei noticed that a portion of the War Dragon's blood had been absorbed into that iron ring. As if completing some kind of ritual, a faint millimeter of light emanated from that ring. No one but Xiafei noticed this scene. As the bearded man approached, he first smoothed down the ring, then raised his falchion high. See this. Prevent anything from changing and causing the investment to fail. Xiafei immediately showed his figure and walked over. As he walks, a qi practicing 1st grade aura exploded out. Impacted by the qi practitioner level aura, the bearded few instantly froze in place. One by one, it was as if they were frozen, not daring to move in the slightest. The moment. A hint of fear flooded the bearded man's eyes. This fear grew especially when he heard the unmasked footsteps. This was the existence of the qi practicing realm. Who is it? Inner sisters and brothers? Or elder? The greatest fear of the bearded man and his party was that their affairs would be discovered by one of the elders. If it's just fellow disciples, it doesn't matter. The big deal is to spend money on spirit stones to pull in and gag. But if the elders? That would be a disaster. They were only outer disciples, and they had an innate sense of fear towards elders. The bearded man turned back slightly, and when he saw the glimpse of the elder's unique clothing, his entire body shivered. The worst fear, after all, has come. The others also saw the person who appeared. Behind the bearded man, an outer sect man suddenly exclaimed, "Xia, Elder Xie? This is Elder Xie of the Sword Pavilion." Done. Once I heard the word Sword Pavilion, the bearded man's heart sank to the bottom. But fortunately, it wasn't the elders of the law enforcement hall. The bearded man's heart immediately became somewhat alive again, thinking that there was still room for maneuver. He immediately fell to his knees. Outer disciple Zhang Ergu, meet Elder Xie. The others followed suit, kneeling sheepishly. Elder Xie, I often go to the Sword Pavilion to look for your old man to receive a sword. I don't know if you still have an impression? Talking. This bearded man called Zhang Ergu immediately came over on his knees and handed over a spirit stone bag. The visual estimate is that there must be at least 1 or 2 dozen of them in there. However, Xiafei didn't pick up the bag and said indifferently, Zhang Ergu? Don't recognize it. Of these people, he was only somewhat familiar, and really couldn't remember what they were called. But also, you don't want to know. If they wanted to, even if they were in disguise, they would be able to tell their true names through the golden pupils of the destiny path. Said. CFA gazed at the ground, the already dying battle dragon. You have killed your fellow disciples so painfully, according to the sect's laws and regulations. Do you know what the consequences are? Words. Zhang Erdog shivered and buried his head even lower. Back to the elder, the lighter ones will be enslaved for 10 years, and the heavier ones will abolish their cultivation and drive them out of the sword sect. The words were not finished. Zhang Erdog then hurriedly cried out, Elder Xie, please Elder Xie be merciful, we won't dare to be like this again in the future. The others also hurriedly cried out tremblingly, kneel down and beg Elder Xie for mercy. Facing the breath of the Qi practicing realm. They didn't have half a mind to try to resist. Not to mention the fact that the other party was a sect elder. What have you taken from others? And don't give it back? Xiafei looked at the battle dragon again, and after realizing that there was nothing life-threatening about the fat boy, he spoke out. As soon as I heard that. How could Zhang Erdog dare to say anything more, and immediately returned the ring, as well as the spirit stones, all to the battle dragon. Is that all? Zhang Erdog immediately took out all the spirit stones from his own bosom again. Think about it. Not waiting for CFA to speak again. He gritted his teeth and pulled out another packet of rejuvenation. Rejuvenation is a healing potion. Inside the outer disciples, it was very precious. 10 spirit stones a copy if you want to buy it. It wasn't even clear if it was to appease Battle Dragon's emotions or to appease CFA. Not only did Zhang Ergo put all the spirit stones into Battle Dragon's arms and the ring back on him, but he even personally fed the rejuvenation scatter to him. This time, I can see to it that on account of your usual bitter cultivation, I won't send you to the law enforcement hall. But if there is a next time, it will be punished severely. CFA waved his hand. Zhang Ergu and a few others ran away with their asses in a row. With the help of rejuvenation scatter. The fat boy had regained some movement by now and struggled to sit up. Thank you, Elder, for rescuing me. Aha! CFA nodded slightly. A system beep had sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his successful investment. Chapter 17 Reward. Breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal chakra being gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 year of Sword Dao Understanding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special hammering method Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a life-protecting golden elixir. Sword Dao Realization 1 Aeon can be withdrawn at any time, 1 Aeon is 60 years. Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist can be extracted at any time, special technique. No grade. Rumored to come from an exotic world, capable of hammering the Tiger Demon's golden body, unbreakable by all laws and invulnerable to all evils. Life-protecting golden pill earth grade stored in system space, capable of reversing life when on the verge of death. It's a life-protecting medicine. Take your time to finish receiving information from the system. Xiafei looked at the boy in front of him without moving. Battle Dragon? The fat boy was instantly surprised. This elder knows the disciple? You paid attention when you joined the clan. Xiafei said casually. Battle Dragon would slowly get up this time, then hand over all the spirit stones that Zhang Erdog had given him. Thank you, elder, there is no way to repay the favor of saving my life. If it wasn't for the elders, these spirit stones would never have fallen into the hands of the disciples. Please also take it, elder. See the situation. Xiafei glanced at the rusty iron ring without leaving a trace. Keep it to yourself and work hard. The words fell. The person had already disappeared into the middle of the bamboo forest. When the war dragon wanted to go looking for it, he put no trace of it, as if no elder had ever appeared. Back to the sword court. Xiafei stayed up until after work, then hurriedly ran back to the elder's residence. With this life-protecting golden pill, won't it be equivalent to having an extra life in the future? Until then. It was only then that he seriously scrutinized the rewards this time. Didn't think so. This time, the golden investment will actually get a life-saving elixir. This has amounted to one of the biggest undercurrents. Immediately. System, extract the Sword Dao rewards. Xiafei extracted the Sword Dao epiphany of that armor. Shasta. A Taoist rhythm slowly flowed through the heart. One could only feel a great deal of realization about the way of the sword welling up in one's mind, as if a person who specialized in swords and was extremely skilled in swords had the experience of realizing the way of the sword day and night. About 3 hours. This realization only slowly disappeared and all went to CFA. System: extract the tiger demon bone refining fist. The second biggest bonus. There is no grade of special dharma. At once. A large number of fragments that appeared in CFA's sea of consciousness. The clip shows a being who looks like CFA who is constantly practicing this boxing art. From the very beginning of the initiation, to the middle of the ascent, and then to the later great success. It's like going through a lifetime. When he awoke, CFA only felt a momentary trance. There was the cultivation of the tiger demon bone refining fist that was deeply embedded in his mind. A special spell? I don't know how different it will be compared to the 9 heavenly sword technique. Neither was an arcane technique for cultivating aura, both were wonderful methods to assist oneself and enhance one's means. But one focuses on killing and one focuses on passive defense. The system produces a fine product. Tiger demon bone refining fist is more like a method of beating the foundation, practicing it for years, and being able to refine the tiger demon golden body. According to the system description, this tiger demon golden body is capable of unbreakable all laws and all evils. If one were to cultivate it, wouldn't one become a demonic nemesis? Just stand there, which demon or devil would dare to come near? CFA thought inwardly, deciding that he must cultivate this tiger demon bone refining fist to the top tiger demon golden body out. Now that the demonic world is in chaos out there, it's definitely much safer with this. But even if we don't have the tiger demon golden body now, the added power doesn't seem too bad. CFA examined himself. With just a little bit of spiritual energy, the skin and bones of his body took on a faint golden glow. When the magic sword slashed up, it was merely a shallow mark, not even breaking the skin. And there was also a sound of gold and iron coming from his bones, as if he had now become a pale gold and iron lump. The French sword slashed a little more. It also ended up bouncing off the rolled edge of his own flesh. It's really something. CFA's expression was once again pleased. He also perceived that after the tiger demon bone refining fist fusion, the self seems to have a lot more strength. There was no need to even mention the transfer of spiritual energy, and with a flat punch, the stubborn stone floor of the clan was smashed into a fist dent. With this punch of mine, if I add spirit power to it, I guess it wouldn't be too easy for a foundation builder to endure, right? Not only that. As CFA made the 9 heavenly sword art, the roiling sword light actually carried a little bit of gold color. The golden color contained a vast and righteous energy within it, which was extremely restraining to demons. Does every move I make now come with the power of the tiger demon bone refining fist? With such a metaphysical skill, no wonder it's special. Stay in the room. Take advantage of the fact that the night is deserted. CFA kept trying this newly obtained tiger demon bone refining fist. This is something that in no way exists in this world right now. This was because he had searched his memory and could not find a single spell that had a similar function to this. It seems, with the system's rebate rewards, something else will appear that doesn't exist. With such a powerful special Shingon. Going forward for 2 months. CFA was drilling almost every day, wanting to condense the tiger demon golden body earlier. Beyond that, his practice didn't fall behind. Gradual. The spiritual energy within his body filled almost every meridian. Compared to before, the strength had at least skyrocketed more than tens of times. The 9 heavens sword art was also becoming more and more pure, and was used with great ease. But the practice of crossing the river with one reed fell a little behind. After all, every day he had to go to the sword pavilion to do something, and when he came back, he had to study so many things about cultivation. Naturally, there are only trade-offs to be made. At this point, CFA's cultivation, naturally speaking, had already reached the realm of the 9th grade of Qi cultivation. However, in conjunction with the Qi convergence skill, in front of outsiders, he was still practicing the 1st grade of Qi. And on the 7th day of breaking through to the 9th level of Qi cultivation. After it feels like it's been consolidated. CFA took a few days off from the elders above him and prepared to start breaking through to foundation establishment. Foundation building pill, time to use it. An elixir fell into his stomach. The massive medicinal power instantly melted away. CFA suddenly felt as if his body bones were about to explode, and he braced himself at once. Is the potency of this foundation building pill so fierce? Trying hard to control the spiritual energy in his body, over and over again, he began to flush out those raging medicinal powers. Slowly. It took CFA a full night to digest all the medicinal power, all of which was integrated into his limbs and bones. Almost the moment the medicinal powers merged, all the spiritual energy instantly shook, then converged in unison towards the Chi-Hai Dantian. And so it was. CFA only felt as if countless explosives were exploding in his Dantian. Wait until the rumbling continues. All the spiritual energy within the Dantian began to slowly gather, twist, and entwine in one. If you look at it from a distance, it could be realized that all of this spiritual energy had been surrounded into a ball, just like a spiritual gold Dan. This, then, is the Jin Dan prototype. Once one achieves Jin Dan, these spiritual forces will be transformed into a solid state. And in the center of this mass of constantly gathering and spreading spiritual energy, a small sharp and supreme sword stood. All the spiritual energy was revolving around it. With the number of revolutions, there were actually hidden signs of liquefaction. Boom! It's as if a tipping point has been reached somewhere. These spiritual forces that had gathered into a ball suddenly expanded outward and collapsed violently inward. Eventually drops of liquid spiritual energy began to appear. It's like a drizzling spring rain that goes on and on. 3 days in a row. Only then did Sefe, who was sitting withered on the bed, suddenly open his eyes, his spiritual sense checking up on himself. Just see inside the Dantian. A small liquid orb that looked like mercury was wrapping around the small sword and spinning in a dripping manner. As it rotated, wisps of aura slowly. The rotation of the orb accelerated, and the liquid spiritual energy transformed into gaseous form, instantly swimming through the 8 meridians. My current Dantian is already able to hold 100 times more spiritual energy than before. And the speed of absorbing external spiritual chi is also more than tens of times higher than the chi practicing realm. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder they say that foundation building is the true beginning of cultivation. CFA sighed out, only when you step into foundation establishment will you know what spiritual power is and what is powerful. After 3 days and 3 nights of hard work, plus the help of the foundation building pill, he had now officially stepped into the foundation establishment realm. Currently, it is the first grade of foundation building. CFA roughly estimated that if he took on his previous 9th grade chi practicing self with his current strength, hanging casually, even all of them only needed to use 1/10 of their battle power to wipe out their previous selves. Just then, a system voice suddenly came from inside his head. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved foundation establishment. Ding! Open the host's information panel. Information panels? CFA was a bit curious and immediately checked silently. In a split second, a curtain of light that only he could see presented itself. Host, CFA. Realm, Foundation Establishment 1st Grade. Shin Gon, Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, 9 Heavenly Sword Technique, 1 Reed Crossing the River, Chi Convergence Technique, Everlasting Exhalation Technique. Artifacts, Sword. Not bad, not bad. That's the equivalent of giving me a reductive summary. It is also convenient for me to be able to know my own situation and have some reference ability. Although it was just a small function that appeared in the system, CFA thought deeply about it and realized that it was of great use. With my current progress, without considering bottlenecks, I should be able to break through to Jindan in about 2 years. 2 years? It's still a little too long. CFA couldn't help but shake his head a bit and sigh. It seems like we have to find a way to invest in some more Fate Dao Chi good fortune to see if we can speed up this progress. 2 years to break through Jindan was too long. If this idea of his, if it was known, definitely call him out on his face. You have to know that the average cultivator, wanting to be in the 1st grade of foundation establishment, all the way to achieve Jindan, without a few decades of hard work, it's simply not possible. And also to have enough resources to not be tugged by external things in these decades, and to concentrate on diving cultivation. Otherwise the time will have to be stretched. Many people achieved Jindan in 60 years and were already extraordinary geniuses. The reason why CFA is so fast. Of course it was because of the great Luo sword body. The way of the sword originally carries an unrelenting sharpness, and for the path of cultivation, it has an unbreakable addition. So many times, the battle power and realm of a sword cultivator would be stronger than the average miscellaneous cultivator, even by quite a bit. The great Luo's sword body, in turn, was the top physique of the Tao of the sword. The natural talent and roots had been completely transformed into an existence that was most suitable for the sword path. When the two were superimposed, the speed of cultivation was naturally as fast as a gale rolling down leaves. But sword cultivators are so powerful that they naturally have fatal problems. That is the state of mind, and the instability of the realization of the realm. After all, breakthroughs were fast, cultivation was fast, where was there any time to fine-tune these things? Good on. This time, the system had rewarded an armor's worth of sword Tao body enlightenment. Xiafei had no worries about that at all at the moment. His mind, so to speak, is as steady as an old dog's. It's just trying to find more investable objects. The outer door is almost as well hopeless. It's either that or go back inside the handyman and get gold in the. It's either that or look for it in the inner gate. In Xiafei's mind, he slowly pondered over his future plans. With his status as an outer sect elder on the first floor of the sword pavilion, he naturally couldn't go to the inner sect. Wanted more exposure to inner disciples. The dumbest way was to guard the mountain gate of the Long River Sword sect every day and keep an eye on the inner disciples who came in and out. It would be fine if it was occasionally like this, but after all, with the official business of the sword pavilion, this method could not last long. The best way to it is to become an elder of the second floor of the sword pavilion. Xiafei muttered under his breath. The first floor of the sword pavilion was where the outer disciples received their low-grade magic swords. On the second floor, it was where the inner disciples received their advanced magic swords. The so-called low-grade magic swords were actually ordinary magic weapons within the magic treasures. A high-level magic sword is a top-notch magic weapon. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the sword pavilion, there were a small number of spiritual artifact Excalibur. However, this kind of spirit weapon was not something that could be distributed to inner disciples casually. The specific second floor. Xiafei also had a somewhat shallow understanding based on his original body's memories. If he wanted to know the real situation, he would have to become a second-tier elder himself. The day after the breakthrough, Xiafei then cancelled his vacation and returned to the first floor of the sword pavilion. While dealing with the disciples, he slowly consolidated his cultivation at the Foundation establishment realm. Yo! Elder Xiai is back from visiting his family? Elder Golden Bull, as always, came a little later. Seeing Xiafei, who was already sitting on the desk in the doorway, he smiled and greeted him. Previously, Xiafei's reason for taking a vacation was precisely inspired by the golden calf, with a leave of absence to go back to his hometown to visit his family. And because of that, within these 3 days of the breakthrough at the residence, no one came to disturb. Because everyone thought he had gone back home. Aha! Xiafei smiled and nodded. Having broken through to Foundation establishment, naturally, people are happy. Just as the two greeted each other, a commotion suddenly erupted among the outer disciples outside. A waste trash-like existence, how dare you run here? Do you believe I'll kill you now? The law enforcement hall won't do anything to me. Hearing such words from among the disciples outside, Sheffield looked up with a sudden frown. Golden Bull, on the other hand, rushed towards the outside. It's Kenkaku. If there was a disciple fight here and lives were lost, it would be a big problem. At least as two elders, they couldn't escape a scolding. They will even have their monthly salaries deducted. Chapter 18. Another breakthrough. Watching Elder Golden Bull go out, Xiafei thought about it and also got up and went over to see what was going on. This look. There were a few familiar faces among the outer disciples. The most conspicuous among them was the Zhang Ergu's group from before. The one who spoke and cursed before was none other than this one. The one who was scolded, and it was no one else, was the crippled little fat man from the Golden Destiny Road, Battle Dragon. But what made Xiafei a little surprised was, when this Zhang Erdog met the elder, he was like a rat meeting a cat. Now how dare he shout and fight outside the sword pavilion? The sword pavilion is an important place, aren't you afraid of the elder's chastisement? Battle Dragon changed his previous appearance and stood up his chest and questioned loudly. At this moment, his eyes were shining and his aura was introverted and simple. Obviously, this little fat boy has opened the chance to get the care of the old grandfather in the ring. Xiafei's gaze left no trace as he glanced at the ring. Where there was still rust on it, the ancient patterns presented themselves as if they were relics of long ago. Ha! I have to be afraid of the elders now? Zhang Ergu's gaze was filled with hatred. I've already been denounced by you and expelled from the clan. The voice trembled, a wave of resentment in his tone. Nowadays, I am no longer a disciple of the Long River Sword sect. After returning the magic sword, I will definitely take your life. Word for word, as if squeezed through teeth. Regarding the denunciation of the battle dragon, Zhang Erdog was furious and gnashing his teeth. Seeing the situation, Elder Golden Bull directly rebuked, "The place of the sword pavilion, such a clamor, what kind of behavior is this?" Bah! Zhang Ergu spat on the spot. As an elder, where could one be humiliated like this? The Golden Bull was immediately about to step forward and give a lesson to this brat who had already been expelled from the sword sect. But it was stopped by CFA. CFA said, "You're an elder, what are you doing bothering with someone who's about to die?" He glimpsed, in his afterglow, the murderous intent that saturated the eyes of the little fat battle dragon. That's how long it's been. Little Fatty was actually already a mortal fetus 6th grade. As soon as I heard that, everyone was a little taken aback. Even the battle dragon was slightly surprised. But those outer disciples naturally didn't dare to ask the reason. Only Elder Golden Bull threw over a puzzled look. Xiafei shook his head and pulled the golden ox into the sword pavilion without much explanation. Just then, in the crowd, a voice suddenly resounded within the battle dragon. "This sword pavilion, elder, you should pay more attention in the future, don't lose your manners." That's natural, if it wasn't for Elder Xia, it would be impossible for me to stand here. Battle Dragon stood up straight, his words quite grateful. He was, right now, talking to his predecessor in the ring in his mind. That's not what I'm talking about, this Elder Xia is not simple. The person in the ring transmitted a mental fluctuation and said, "With my eyesight and perception, I actually can't see through him somewhat." Can't see through? Battle Dragon was slightly stunned. There's actually a character that Senior can't see through? And still in this tiny Changhua sword sect? I can't see through a lot of characters, but you're not wrong in the back. It's really strange that such a strange person would exist in a Long River sword sect. The ring fluctuated again, although this Elder Xia is ostensibly in the realm of the 1st grade of Qi cultivation, but how do I feel that there is something wrong with it? His aura is too vague, and as soon as my perception got close, it was actually cut off by an invisible sword intent. What could have worked out so well? 1. This Elder Xia is armed with some sort of special concealment technique, able to estrange his qi and not reveal himself. 2. This Elder Xia has an extraordinary comprehension of the way of the sword, and although his cultivation level is very low, he is deeply versed in the principles of the way of the sword. Either way, this person must not be underestimated. Little dragon, you must be careful with this person. After listening to the analysis of the seniors in the ring, Battle Dragon was flabbergasted. Elder, if it's the second possibility, why should we be careful? The ring was silent for a moment. Liang long before the ghostly voice, the second is the most terrible. Back at the sword pavilion, CFA was relieved for a good while before Elder Golden Bull subsided. No way. Even though Zhang Erdog had already been expelled from the sword sect, at this moment, the process had not yet been completed, and if he was targeted by the elders to strike on a smaller scale, naturally, it's fine. But I'm afraid that Zhang Erdog will now jump over the wall and make a big deal out of it. When the time comes, not only will the Golden Bull be punished, along with CFA, who didn't persuade him from the side, will also be implicated. At that time, let alone going to the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion, it was not certain that he would be able to keep his job as an elder on this floor. Okay, I already know what's at stake in this. Golden Bull sighed, alas, at least you are an elder, why are you so uncomfortable? CFA, who heard this, was very surprised and looked at the golden ox. That doesn't seem like something that should come out of a golden calf's mouth, does it? Inside thought. Elder Golden Bull was notoriously lazy. Some of the elders above also gave the golden ox and the original body a layer of lazy elder's nickname. On a normal day, a golden calf that can lie down flat will not say such things. A fine taste. Xiafei suddenly became somewhat aware. Since the golden calf had returned home to visit his family, certain changes seemed to have been born, and he was not as easygoing and intimate with himself as he had been before. Should we ask for information? Think about it. Xiafei still secretly shook his head. Forget it. Maybe it's the death of his wife that's causing all these changes. It's easy to rekindle the Taurus's sadness when you go to ask about this kind of thing. Disciple Battle Dragon greets Elder Xie. Battle Dragon was at the end of the line, and as soon as he entered the sword pavilion, he bowed deeply to CFA. "You're welcome." CFA waved his hand and said, "I think you want to receive the first Dharma sword. Want to favor something? I'll flip it for you." After pondering for a while, Battle Dragon respectfully said, "Elder, disciple wants a Dharma sword that is on the practical side and a bit sturdier." CFA nodded and pointed with one hand. With the strength of the first rank of Qi practicing, he took in a magic sword from a sword rack. The sword was very ordinary. It was the work of Chu Qingqing, the newly promoted sword refining disciple of the refining room. "Disciple thanks Elder." The war dragon hugged his sword and left respectfully. Before he goes out, a faint fluctuation was detected by CFA. At once, his eyes coalesced on the iron ring. "Trying? Still." CFA frowned as alarm grew within him. But going forward most of the month, it was only after none of the war dragons had appeared once more that this vigilance of his slowly relaxed. Crackle! CFA slowly got up and opened his eyes from his sitting position. His bones erupted with a roar similar to that of a firecracker. The magic sword brought from the sword pavilion was violently poked towards the arm. But just as it made contact, a flash of golden light surfaced, and the magic sword could no longer stab in. The tiger demon golden body and the tiger demon bone refining fist had already taken shape. And his cultivation. After this period of hard cultivation, he had also stepped into the second rank of foundation establishment. Chapter 19 Elder Golden Bull's Journeyman Rescue. Inside the sea of air, the dripping and spinning sphere of spiritual liquid was once again a few points larger. It is estimated that in at most half a year, this tiger demon golden body of mine will be able to condense into a great success. CFA rejoiced inwardly. After possessing the great Luo sword body and his improved natural talent, his cultivation was as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. Just meditate every day and your strength will steadily increase. This feeling of giving and getting something right away is just beautiful. Strength once again took a small step forward. CFA rushed to the sword pavilion with a smile on his face. But after stepping into the sword pavilion, he made it a point to visit Elder Golden Bull. After seeing that the other man was busy and seemed to be fine, he smiled and returned to his place the front door. The morning passed quickly. It's the turn of the afternoon. Elder Golden Bull, however, had disappeared. At first, CFA thought that this Golden Bull had gone lazy again. But until the end of the day, it was almost nightfall, and there was no sign of anyone. Is it hard to take another vacation? CFA was inwardly puzzled. If it's a leave of absence, registration work or whatever, you should be able to check in with yourself. This kind of thing that suddenly goes unheard. Didn't wait for him to think about it much. An outer disciple, however, approached. And a message was sent in the name of Elder Golden Bull. A jungle rescue? Want to ask for my help? An appointment at Green Grass Hill outside the bamboo forest? CFA's brows furrowed as he listened to the words relayed by this outer disciple. Did Elder Golden Bull ask you to call out to me, and did he explain to you that he's encountered something difficult? CFA asked to this male outer sect disciple. The latter shook his head. Elder Golden Bull did not specify, only said to let you, Elder, go. Quickly. This disciple obviously didn't know anything. CFA had no choice but to give a spirit stone reward and let the person leave. What's this golden calf looking for someone to give me a message for good reason? Wasn't he at the sword pavilion in the morning? Can't he just say something directly? And what's the point of going there when that grassy hill, it's all about grazing sheep and cattle? Thinking left and right, CFA didn't understand what had happened to the golden calf. But for the sake of the original. Still closing the door to his residence, he hurried down the hill toward the location. Green Grass Hill. It was not far from the Long River Sword sect, and was often a place for the nearby villages to graze their livestock. At this time, under a big tree on the mountain, Taurus was pacing back and forth with a look of anxiety and a bit of panic on his face. His eyes, however, glowed a faint red in the night. Red as blood. Around the Golden Bull, there were several other figures standing next to the large tree. In all, there were 5 strange men and women, all with menacing scents. For the formation on the 3rd floor of Sword Excellency, I've studied it thoroughly after Nyobu's trial and error. As long as you enter the 1st floor, you can find a weak point in the formation and go straight to the 2nd floor. Most of the Sword Pavilion elders on the 2nd floor have strengths around the 5th rank of Qi practicing. The strongest principal elder is only at the 7th level of chi practicing. The 5 men were talking closely. With all this strength, what are we afraid of? With this old boy leading the way, can't we just kill our way in directly from the first floor? Bringing out that magic sword will be a breeze when the time comes. A large man responded sharply. Idiot. That's the Long River Sword Sect's sword pavilion. Heavy ground among heavy ground. First and second tier elders, we're not afraid, but if we kill our way in like this, we'll definitely startle the middle and third tier, or even the upper third tier elders into action. By then, I'm only afraid that the person will have been captured before we even find that magic sword. A black-robed man cursed at the big man. Boss is right, the best way is still to enter the first floor of the spell formation silently, and then use the convenience of the first floor to go to the second floor. A scar-faced man finished speaking and twisted his head to look at the golden ox that was walking back and forth. Old boy. I hope you're not lying to us? Even though you were introduced by Nyobu, without that magic sword, I'd be the first to chop up your entire family. Words. The golden ox shivered with a look of fear and anxiety. Please rest assured, several masters. That magic sword is indeed a real thing. Several masters saw the death of Nyobu, and it was precisely by the magic sword that he was injured. Moreover, I have been observing the sword pavilion formation all this time, as instructed by several masters. But it was concluded that after what happened in Nyobu last time, the formation on the first floor of the sword pavilion had been repaired, and it could not be cracked by previous means. The only way to do that is on CFA, who has the array key. As long as we find him and have him open the door to the first floor of the sword pavilion, we'll be able to do so without any obstacles. Talking at the same time. The red light in his eyes was all but hidden. The 5 men didn't notice anything different about the golden calf. After hearing this, the scarred man said in a cold voice, "Then it's been waiting for so long, where's the CFA man you mentioned? Why hasn't he come yet? Are you sure he'll come to you?" Locked and suppressed by the 5 auras, the golden bull was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly said, "Please don't worry, master. CFA and I are close friends, I'll send a message to him and he'll surely come." Okay, Lao-san, cut the crap and wait. The black-robed man who was the boss, voiced out, "I was watching when he called for a message earlier. If that CFA is indeed close to him, he should come over." Inside the 5. The one who spoke at the beginning was a teenager with a red scarf on his head. Only to hear him open his mouth and ask, "Golden Bull, tell us the situation properly, is that CFA sure it's okay to let us in?" The teenager had a smile on his face and looked like an innocent sunshine. But when he opened his mouth, the golden calf fell to his knees on the spot in fear. These are people that he has been in contact with for some time. In the beginning, they were introduced to each other by Nyobu. All 5 are buyers from Nyobu, powerful and very mysterious. And inside the 5. The most frightening one was not the scarred man or the black-robed boss. The most frightening thing was precisely this smiling, very sunny-looking teenage boy. Golden Bull witnessed, this teenager smiled at the people's organs and bowels eaten raw, but also the people pregnant women, directly with the fire, even with the children in the abdomen, hard-baked. These 5. It's like a demon in human skin. The golden ox fell to the ground, not daring to look up to see. CFA entered the sword pavilion as an officer even earlier than I did. All along, the formation key for the first floor of the sword pavilion has been held by him. Inside the sword pavilion, I was only responsible for recording the nature of the magic swords, as well as the number. Moreover, CFA is also quite appreciated by the 4th layer elders, so it would be most appropriate for him to lead the way. It also doesn't raise suspicion of others. The teenager smiled, "Let's hope so then." The black-robed man smiled, as if he was trying to appease the golden ox. "If you can help us get that magic sword, in the future, no matter what, the 5 of us will be able to help you out once. It doesn't matter who we kill, but anything within." Talking. He also licked the corners of his mouth, as if he was beginning to crave it just thinking about it. "Don't mess around, after you get that magic sword, you can do whatever you want." After Scarface finished speaking, he kicked the golden bull. "Why don't you hurry over there?" Elder Golden Bull immediately nodded his head and ran down the path to the bottom of the mountain. Soon, it ran right into the oncoming CFA. "Elder Golden Bull, what's wrong with you? What happened that you needed jungle rescue?" CFA looked at the sweaty Golden Bull and asked out loud. Thank you, Elder." The golden ox wanted to say something, but with a flash of red light in his eyes, he immediately said, "Yeah, there are a few friends who want to get to know." CFA seemed to understand something then. You guys don't want that magic sword, do you? What could be in the sword pavilion? Except a sword is still a sword. Inside the 5, the harmless teenager said, "What a fast talker. I didn't expect Elder CFA to be so wise as to point out the purpose of several of us in one go. Being friends with Elder CFA, I think it would be a fun thing to do. Ignore the other side." CFA looked at the golden ox in front of him and calmly said, "Elder Golden Ox, for the sake of so many years of friendship. If you go back to the sword sect right now, I can forget about today." Just as the words were spoken, a loud laugh came over the room. Ridiculous, ridiculous. That teenage boy and the mouse girl burst out laughing. It seems that this Elder CFA, not only is he a smart person, he's also particularly good at telling jokes. The red-scarfed teenager bent over in laughter. Mouse woman, hilarious. The 3 black-robed bosses also stared at CFA with a look of stupidity. CFA still ignored it, his gaze just looking at the golden ox, waiting for this original body's only good friend in the sword sect to speak. Elder Golden Bull seemed to be uncomfortable being stared at, and moved a few steps to the side before saying, "Elder Xie, consider this a favor. I'm not going to come begging for anything in the future, no matter what it is. It's for your own good. Hear that answer." CFA sighed, his face carrying a different emotion. Seems intolerant and relieved. And his triple flip of ignorance had pissed off the 5 men. First out of the gate. It's the big burly guy. Only to see his figure flashing, his 5 fingers were like hooks, wrapped in a powerful wind and wave that landed in front of him at once. But then a sword light suddenly flashed. The crowd's eyes flashed. Look again when. The burly man had already knelt down in front of CFA and was not moving. What's the situation? Everyone didn't see what was going on, including the nearest Taurus. Duh. What's wrong with you? Don't tease us. The ratty woman looked tight and ran up. Wait for the front. Only then did he see that the expression on the lanky man's face had frozen in the very hot moment he struck. But take a closer look. Only to find that the gaze, already lost in thought, held a touch of unspeakable fear. Boom! Mouse woman a touch. The burly man had then collapsed to the ground, and a line of blood suddenly emerged from his neck, which appeared to be free of any wounds. Immediately after, the body is separated. Ah! The mouse girl squealed in terror. The lanky man was an expert of the 9th rank of chi cultivation, and as a result, he was resolved in a single glance. The mouse girl was screaming when suddenly another sword appeared. The screaming stopped abruptly. Bang! The rat woman's life came to an abrupt end as well, collapsing into a heap with the big man. Noisy! CFA carried his sword with a slight shake, and the blood on the sword instantly fell into the grass. The sword at the moment. As he broke through the foundation establishment, he also faded away the mottled rust, just like an ordinary long sword, unobtrusive. 2 great masters died at once. The remaining black-robed boss, the scarred man, and the teenager were dumbfounded. They stared blankly at CFA, seemingly in utter disbelief. A few moments later, the black-robed man who was the boss, his throat squirmed and his eyes looked like he was seeing something horrible as he stared at CFA in shock. You're actually the 2nd grade of the Foundation Establishment realm? Oh? You saw that? CFA laughed lightly and disappeared in place with his sword. Re-emergence. It had reached the black-robed man. 9 Heavenly Sword Art 1. Sword. The sky was filled with boundless sword chi. The entire green grass mountain seemed to have fallen into a world of sword chi. There were biting killing machines everywhere, and icy coldness everywhere. Even the moon in the sky was instantly distorted and plunged into grayness. And in the midst of this gray world, a light snapped. The black-robed man of the 1st grade of Foundation Establishment violently bit his tongue, and in fear, he immediately wanted to turn around and flee. But the light has arrived. Pust. The black-robed man only felt an icy coldness, mixed with hot blood slowly flowing down his throat. Sword drawn. His entire body then seemed to have all his strength taken away, and he collapsed onto the grass at once. CFA carried his blood-dripping longsword as he gazed at that scarred face. Chapter 21. I don't expect anything in return. Seeing CFA's gaze towards himself. The scarred man with a 7-foot body and a laugh that could stop a small child from crying was so frightened that he let out a loud scream. Then he was seen, without looking back, running wildly down the hill. He only had a cultivation level of 9th level of chi practicing, and he couldn't do it yet to take off into the air with his chi. Xiafei's spiritual power was running, and he had already flown into mid-air, chasing after him like lightning. Then the sword comes out. The man dies. 4 kills in a row. His eyes went to the last teenage boy. At this moment, this red silk scarf teenager, his teeth were chattering and his body was shaking into a sieve. Seeing Xiafei return with his sword, a wave of extreme fear and dread instantly welled up in Junior Lang's eyes. Run? How do you run? Even the black-robed boss of the Foundation establishment realm was killed outright. He's a kid of the 9th level of chi practicing, where can he run? Tap tap tap. The sound of Xiafei's footsteps on the turf was like a sound of a death wish. The red-scarfed teenager, unable to hold back any longer, fell to his knees on the spot. Then he was seen constantly kowtowing, "Spare my life. Forgive me, higher power. I was forced to do something before they pulled me in. We are all sword dealers, and someone has offered a high price for the sword weapons of the Long River Sword sect. I blame D and the others, blinded by profit, for doing such a salacious thing." The young man cried while shouting, "If the high man can spare me today, in the future, no matter if I do oxen or horses, I will repay the high man." Aha! A tone emerged from Sheffield's nose. Hearing this reply, the teenager stopped crying with joy in his eyes. But didn't wait for his smile to appear. Swish! A sword cuts the head. The red scarf rolled several times. "I don't need your repayment." Sword kills 5. Xiafei looked towards the shivering Golden Bull Elder. The moment. Elder Golden Bull had been completely dumbfounded. With the incredible impact of this scene, he was beginning to have delusions, feeling as if he was dreaming. He was a little, nay, a great deal less understanding. How did that mediocre Xiafei suddenly turn into a second-grade Foundation establishment expert? Even these 5 strong and scary big shots actually couldn't stop him. One sword at a time. A sword and a master's life. All dead. Elder Golden Bull's spirit received a great shock as he looked at Xiafei, who was walking towards him. It seemed like looking at a stranger. "Golden Calf, you." Xiafei stood still and suddenly sighed. "Not only did you count me, but you also counted them as well. That sword, is it that magical?" "You," said the Golden Calf in sudden horror, "you know all about it?" Looking at the Golden Bull Elder under his eyes. "Think of the original body's friendship with it." Xiafei sighed deeply. "I've already given you the opportunity, but it's a pity that you don't cherish it. You don't just want to kill them, you want to kill me along with them. The love between you and me, everything has turned to dust this night." Taurus opened his mouth, trying to say something. But in the end, he bowed his head in dismay. When he lifted again, already his eyes were glowing an eerie red. Red as blood. "Xiafei, my qualifications are mediocre. If I didn't have that sword, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to break through chi practicing in my life," said the Golden Bull's breath sword. Obviously, he was a chi practicing 1st grade, but he suddenly erupted with a strength no less than that of a chi practicing 5th grade. Unfortunately, the sword rose and fell. A big good head that rolls. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Xiafei sighed again before collecting the corpse of Elder Golden Bull and burying it under the big tree. Then after doing it to the other 5. Only then did he collect his sword and leave the green grass mountain. The next day, the crowd that had come to graze their sheep on the mountain shouted and screamed at the sight of this tragic scene. A few moments. A group of men banished them to the side of the great tree. The breath of the person who came was biting, like a sheathed sword with a sharp edge. Leader. It was the stunningly beautiful woman dressed in black robes. If Xiafei was still around, he would have recognized it. This woman was the same person who had sent the devil sword to the sword pavilion's sword mound. Following the woman were the same people from the sword mound. After checking the condition of the 5 corpses in the grass, one person stepped forward and said, "Back to Elder Lin Shui, these should be the pawns of the person who coveted our clan's sword weapon. But I don't know what happened, but a certain mysterious expert took his life." After hearing this, the stunningly beautiful woman, also known as Lin Shui, frowned. "Just a pawn? A demon sword actually didn't even catch him out in person. It seems that this person is definitely extraordinary," said. She swept her gaze over the 5 bodies. "Can you find out who did this?" Someone responded, judging from the wound, it should be a sword weapon. From the scent left at the scene, and the residue left on the bodies of the 5 men, none of us can see what killed them. Another person picked up. The person who did it intentionally covered up a lot of things, but it is estimated that this person's strength should be around the 6th grade of foundation establishment. Otherwise it's impossible for them to even fight back. Lin Shui's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly when she heard this. Oh? 6th grade of foundation establishment? And the sword as a means of killing the enemy. Check the elders and disciples above the foundation establishment realm within the clan. Find out who did it. The crowd said yes in succession. Going forward, since the golden calf is missing, a new elder came to the first floor of the sword pavilion. Xiafei's 1 man for 2 jobs was finally able to ease up. Elder Xia, I'm the new elder Long Fei. Hear the presentation. Xiafei gazed at the person in front of him. The new elder was a man of modest age. Estimates are around 30. And the strength is good, with a 4th grade cultivation of qi practicing. It's just this. It's a little too much of an eye-opener. Hello, Elder Long before that? Xiafei didn't care about that. It didn't matter what kind of person the other person was as long as they didn't get in his way. I was out looking for new elders with gifted disciples before. Dragonfly responded somewhat condescendingly. No wonder. Hearing that he was doing this job before, Xiafei's mind became somewhat clear. Going out to look for new disciples, that naturally meant going to the secular land. As a sword sect elder, those worldly people were bound to be as enthusiastic and flattering as they could be to him. In the long run, it is inevitable that some high-mindedness will develop. Elder Long Fei will be in charge of things before Elder Golden Bull from now on. I'll take you to familiarize yourself in the first 2 days. Xiafei finished. He then brought the new Elder Long to familiarize himself with the situation on the first floor of the sword pavilion. After familiarization, he was taken through the record books again. Tell him how he should fill in the attributes of the falchion and which sword holders to put it in. That's a lot of work. It was already time to get off work. Well, we'll continue tomorrow, that's all for today. Xiafei smiled, then prepared to close the door of the sword pavilion and open the spell formation. However, Elder Long Fei behind him stared at him for a while. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, Elder Xia, you're the one who lost that Golden Bull Elder, right? Chapter 22 gained some minor feats, 2nd tier elders transfer order. The moment. Long Fei's gaze carried a hint of inquiry. Xiafei, on the other hand, laughed dumbly. Elder Long Fei is joking. Having said that, he closed the door to the first floor of the sword pavilion and took out the array token again with a gentle sweep. And then it just left. 4 days to come. Long Fei then kept using this to test the waters, as if he wanted to know some sort of secret. It caused Xiafei to have a hint of killing intent. But the thought of being within the clan slowly put some more thoughts away. And to not be pestered. Xiafei simply ran out to sneak around when he had something to do. It also took advantage of this time to invest in a few of those disciples who had previously had a white fortune in their destiny path qi. In the end, he received 6 types of Xin Gong, 8 years of white level cultivation, and a copy of the knowledge of the way of alchemy. Out of the 6 disciplines, 4 were just ordinary level punching and kicking kung fu. Xiafei had set them all aside, not taking the time to familiarize himself with them or study them. However, there are 2 remaining types that are lower top level. Only half a step away from being superior. One is a sword technique Tai Wu Sword Qi. The name sounded arcane, but compared to the 9 Heavens sword art, it was really average. The good thing is that there are still some redeeming qualities. You can do the ice and invisible sword qi. Wounding and breaking the enemy is difficult to detect. If the 9 heavenly sword technique was a terrifying day, it was like flying out of the sky. Then this Tai Wu sword qi is shadowless, as if it were a ghost. So for Xiafei, it is not a low-profile means of defeating the enemy. The remainder of that inferior top Xian Gong. Instead, it's a rarer type of sonic kung fu headbanging. The name is simple and straightforward. When confronting the enemy, the mouth contains spiritual energy that suddenly erupts, capable of shocking the opponent's mind. When practiced to a high depth, it can directly shatter the enemy's soul and do harmless killing. These 2 feats. After Xiafei got it, he also spent some time to properly realize and practice. It's a shame. There still isn't a single cultivation discipline. Nowadays, what he used to enhance his cultivation and absorb spiritual chi was still that everlasting exhalation technique. If there is a treasured, or even superior, practice, Xiafei was confident that if he relied purely on his own cultivation, he would be ready to impact Jindan in a year's time. Some more time passed. This day, Xiafei was suddenly surprised when he reached the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. The Long Fei who used to constantly test himself and chase after himself for an answer suddenly became silent today. And a face with a few expressions of indescribable surprise or sadness. Xiafei looked puzzled and went up to ask about the situation. Long Fei, who was sitting on the ground, turned his head slyly and said, "Someone wants to raise the two of us to be on duty on the second floor." The second floor of the Sword Pavilion? Isn't that a good thing then? Xiafei was instantly surprised. Whether it's the monthly salary or the status, it's much stronger than now. Most importantly, the second-tier elders already belonged to the ranks of the inner sect elders, and those who came into contact with each other were basically inner sect disciples. Nowadays, the outer disciples no longer had any existence of outstanding life paths, and in the system's judgment, they were generally gray fools with no investment value. Good thing? Good. Long Fei cursed with some difficulty. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion is not going to die. Starting from the second floor, that's a big risk of the body falling to the ground. Now that it's so chaotic out there and there are demons everywhere, it was hard for me to apply for a transfer to the first floor of the Sword Pavilion. Turns out the good times weren't even a few days old before I had to report to the second floor. Listen. Xiafei showed a hint of oddness on his face. It turned out that Long Fei had come over to the Sword Pavilion on his own initiative. What was even more unexpected was that Long Fei was so afraid of death. Who says the first floor doesn't kill people? Hearing him suddenly say that, Long Fei froze. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion, isn't it known as the safest place? How could someone die as well? Saying that, he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that Elder Golden Bull is? Xiafei didn't take up this conversation. His eyes fell on top of a transfer order beside Long Fei. There was some text written on it, roughly meaning that because of the shortage of second-tier elders, it was decided that first-tier elders would be exceptionally transferred to the second tier. After that, a new elder will come to the first floor on duty. At the end of the transfer order, it was the second tier's head elder who had fallen in line. And this appearance of Xiafei not speaking gave Long Fei an illusion. He took it as Sheffield's default. Immediately, Long Fei, a disheveled, paralyzed, no wonder. It's no wonder that after Elder Golden Bull disappeared, there was no investigation from the law enforcement hall, and no one discussed this matter. At first I thought it was something you did and I was worried sick. Results. His face was filled with bitterness as he sighed longingly. Does Elder Xiafei know the situation of the second floor Sword Pavilion? Without waiting for a response, Long Fei asked himself, I have a fair relationship in the sect, and I have heard a little about the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. I've heard that what the second-tier elders are most afraid of is a spirit sword riot. Spirit weapons, all of them are magic treasures that have given birth to a spirit. Sometimes a lack of attention can kill you with a spirit sword. See him in this fearful condition. Xiafei couldn't help but shake his head. It's not as exaggerated as you say. There aren't many spirit swords on the second floor, and even if something goes wrong, there's still the Sword Pavilion formation in place. He's very clear. The reason for the shortage of manpower on the second floor was probably related to what happened with the magic sword last time. After all, several dead second-tier elders are here. Speaking of which, Xiafei asked with some curiosity, do all magic treasures have such problems? What's the problem? Dragonfly said, killing people? He shook his head. No, only our Sword Pavilion's sword weapons will appear like this. Because generally speaking, most of the spirit swords are existences birthed from sword mounds. Although it's tainted with the sword mound bane, the power will be stronger than the outside world's magic treasures, but it's also especially easy to get out of control. Get this explanation. Xiafei instantly became thoughtful. He actually had a feeling that he always felt that what Long Fei said was not quite right. Recall the words of the magic sword. Do you know that the Long River Sword sect has a big secret? Xiafei couldn't help but secretly beat a drum in his heart. Did that sword 13, is he telling the truth? Ugh. Long Fei sighed once again. I won't go anyway, I'll go find a few elders later and help me out. Do you want to join me? But this business of going through the relationship requires a batch of spirit stones, so you'd better have them ready. Xiafei shook his head. Forget it, I don't have any spirit stones, I'd better go. Of course he's going. This was because only by becoming a second-tier elder could one come into contact with even more outstanding inner disciples. If the original had been a cross-dresser before, or was that much more gifted? He could not need to go to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion and just apply to be an inner sect elder just like Long Fei. But nah. There are no ifs. The only way is to go to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. Xia Fei's words came out. It was a shock to Long Fei, who looked up sharply. Looking at Xia Fei took the transfer order, shocked beyond words. Are you not afraid of death? A rare opportunity, Xia Fei naturally wouldn't let it go. Afraid to die? Of course he's afraid. However, with his current strength, there shouldn't be any problems if he was just on the second floor. This transfer order. Instead, it gave Sheffield a reason. Seeing that he seemed to be genuinely determined to go. Long Fei was stunned but greatly relieved. The elders above a transfer order down, the result of all do not go, how to say is a little bit not good. But if one goes, one doesn't. Then seeing as he had been generous, the probability was that the elders above would not have too much to count. Wait until noon. Long Fei gathered his thoughts and came to Xia Fei with a thankful smile. Though deep down I think Sheffield is a dumbass and not clean in the head. But there was no hint of contempt or looking at the cutie on his face. The scowl of the... Long Fei was afraid that he would act a bit like this and then make Xia Fei change his mind. Elder Xia Fei, you have ambition. Unlike me, I'm greedy for life and fear death, so I know how to nestle in a place like the first floor to live. Actually, the second floor is quite good. What I said this morning was indeed a bit alarmist. Elder Xia Fei, don't take it to heart, huh? Xia Fei looked at Long Fei, who suddenly had a face of spring flight, and followed with a smile, not pointing out his little mind. See him with this smile. Long Fei had no reason to be a little weak in his heart, and then greeted, this meal at noon he will treat. Be sure to order good food and drink, all of it. In his heart, this meal is considered a farewell to Xia Fei. Although breaking through to Foundation establishment, it is already possible for March to repel grain without eating. But Sheffield didn't refuse. The two of them had a great noon, and they just ate a lot of food inside the clan. The happy Long Fei also drank several jars of the Sword Sect's spiritual fruit wine, causing him to not even be able to do anything in the afternoon, and laying down next to the sword rack and huffing and puffing. Xia Fei, on the other hand, had already replied about the transfer order. The elders of the second floor instructed him to report tomorrow. It was rushed and it was evident that there really wasn't much staff left. First floor elder Xia Fei, come and report. The next day. When Xia Fei followed one of the elders to reach the second floor, he found that the people who had come to report were 2 men and 2 women, 4 people besides him. There are actually so many elders on the second floor? Thinking back to the layer he was on, there were only 2 elders. As a result, once on the second floor, there were 5 recruiting reports alone. It seems that the second floor is the true face of the Sword Pavilion. Xia Fei couldn't help but have this thought well up in his heart. In such a comparison, the first floor of the Sword Pavilion was like playing house, with the elders being lazy and the disciples not moving to take out their sect's magic swords to sell. And as the numbers arrive, someone just came over and started verifying their identity. First, he consulted the clan elders' information and compared them one by one. Then there is another drop of blood, and then there is a magic treasure to illuminate the divine soul. There is also a test to see if the cultivation technique is the original clan. It was only because of the powerful effect of the Qi convergence skill, coupled with the fact that Xie Jiao was vigilant, that he was not seen to be in the Foundation establishment realm already. A series of processes down the line. After making sure there are no problems. It was only after the 5 reported elders, including Xia Fei, were led to step into a portal. It turns out that this is only the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, and the location that was just there was actually just a formation. Looking around at the racks of swords, and the sights full of Dharma swords, Xia Fei had a realization in his heart. If but one person had a problem just now, he had no doubt that the spell formation would be in operation, grinding and decapitating the person in question. This is the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. The elder who led them said with a smile. The remaining 4, with wary and frightened eyes, quietly surveyed their surroundings. Needless to say, these 4 also knew some of the dangers of the second floor just like Long Fei. On the contrary, it was Xia Fei, who didn't have these emotions and just looked at the surroundings, comparing the first floor of the Sword Pavilion in his mind. It's not really that different. Even if there is. That's also a psychological effect. Hard to say what's different. Maybe fewer sword racks on the second floor, and then a larger area with more areas for all kinds of things. But Xiafei's sharp spiritual sense perceived that everywhere on the second floor, a killing sharpness was pervading. This kind of scent is not found in the first layer. Carrying the Tao Lord's sword body, his perception of swords was already far greater than that of other people. Some swords. He only needs to look at it to know if it is strong and sharp, if there are any defects. And so on. If one doesn't have enough cultivation, staying on this second floor will indeed be easily affected by this killing sword intent. Was thinking about it. There were 2 second-tier elders who had already walked over. Xiafei gazed over these 2 elders that appeared. Their cultivation levels were not low. The one in the lead was at the 7th level of Qi practicing. The elder who was slightly half a step behind was at the 6th level of Qi practicing. The 2 elders were both wearing sword sect elder attire, and unlike normal, they carried 2 small swords on their robes. What Xiafei was wearing was only a small sword symbol. The transfer order went down and 5 came? In the 2 elders that appeared, the young man who was at the 7th level of Qi practicing frowned as he looked at Xiafei's 5 people. The elder who brought them over said, "Back to Master Wu, there are several elders who are unwilling to come over because they can't let go of their original places. There is also a part that claims that they have been seriously injured and their cultivation has regressed, making it difficult for them to perform the duties of a sword pavilion second-tier elder. To have 5 people spontaneously willing to come over nowadays is actually considered a pretty good result." Words. This Master Wu, who was at the 7th level of Qi practicing, instantly wanted to curse. But in the end, he stifled it hard and squeezed a few words out of his mouth. People who are greedy and afraid of death. A few moments. Master Wu calmed down and said, "Forget it, if there are 5, there are 5. As he spoke, his eyes began to sweep over the 5 men in the report. The strength of the 7th grade of Qi cultivation instantly made people's hearts fearful, not daring to look directly at them. The other 4, under the pressure of the Qi, lowered their heads and began to tremble. Xiafei, presumably standing at the end of the line, followed everyone else and bowed his head in style. And to see all 5 of them in this state. A hint of disappointment flashed in Master Wu's eyes at once. He sighed slightly and forced himself to ask, "Step forward if you've killed anyone." The 5 men look at me and I look at you. Finally the 3 headed forward. The 3 of you, which one of you has a cultivation level that exceeds the 3rd rank of Qi practicing? Only one continues. What's your name? How old are you? Report your specific cultivation. That Master Wu asked in a cold voice. Back to the master, my name is Li Minsheng, I'm 47 years old this year, and I've just broken through the 4th rank of Qi cultivation. Master Wu nodded. Then he looked at the 2 people behind Li Minsheng. What about you guys? Wait until everyone has been introduced. Master Wu's gaze fell on Xiafei at the end. Chapter 23 The situation on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, Red Destiny Sword 13. Xiafei stood at the end of the crowd. Only when he saw that Master Wu's gaze did he arch his hand and say, "Xiafei, 44 years old, cultivation level." After thinking about it, he spoke, "Just broke through the 3rd rank of Qi practicing." 3rd grade of Qi cultivation? This word came out, but it made the elder in charge of cross-referencing the information surprised for a good while. The rest of those who understood a layer of the situation also looked at Xiafei in surprise. "I remember that you were practicing Qi at the 1st grade, and now you've broken through 2 realms in a row and achieved the 3rd grade?" Master Wu said, walking over, "Let me take a look." As soon as he pulled up Xiafei's hand, then a trace of spiritual energy swam away from among the meridians. Xiafei held down the restless spiritual energy in his body, only releasing the fluctuations of the 3rd grade of Qi cultivation, to counterattack this hint of uninvited guests. A trace of Master Wu's spiritual energy was worn out. But he smiled and nodded, "Not bad, not bad. It is indeed the 3rd grade of Qi practicing. To be able to break through 2 realms in a row in such a short period of time. It seems that your natural talent is good, placing it on the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion is really burying the talent." Said. Master Wu twisted his head to look at the elder who came with him, assign him to the 2nd area later, and adapt to it for a period of time before making new arrangements. Compared to the other elders who had come to report, it was obvious that Xiafei, who was also from the Sword Pavilion, was going to receive a bit more attention. There are 5 major areas on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, and number 1 and 2 are ordinary magic swords, similar to what you do on the 1st floor. Master Wu has quite a lot of respect for you, and has put you in the second training first. In the future, you can put in more effort, don't be lazy like you were in the first floor. And then down the road, if you do well, you may not be able to go to the fourth or fifth core area. The elder who led the way before, led CFA alone towards the second area. Because of Master Wu's relationship, this elder treated CFA with extreme warmth, and his words were full of instructions. When you enter the core area, although you are still a second-tier elder, you already have the relevant decision-making power, and you receive a larger monthly salary. In addition to the spirit stones and the monthly salary, there will also be chi-gathering pills used for cultivation. If you have a mind to move up, the core elders are also the group prioritized to be considered by the top. A side note. The guiding elder revealed a look of envy while doing so. A chi-gathering elixir. This kind of elixir for cultivation was very rare. The Manhwa sword sect was not good at refining pills, thus the monthly production of pills was very low. Basically, it was not enough for all the sect's children and elders to cultivate. Add to that the fact that there's some chaos out there, and production gets squeezed even further. Having a steady supply of cultivation pills every month was definitely a scene that everyone had to envy. CFA listened while smiling and nodding. Inside, he was thinking, did he report his cultivation level high? The third level of chi cultivation was the realm he chose to exhibit after repeated deliberation. The elders on the second floor were generally around the fifth rank of chi practicing. If it was still the same chi practicing first grade as before, CFA was worried that he would be met with some unwanted attention and trouble. But what I didn't expect was this. He ignored the fact that he was still a chi practicing first grade before. Suddenly breaking through two realms in a row, in the eyes of the onlookers, it was indeed a bit different. Not much though. But then add to that the identity of the same sword Pavilion elder. Naturally, it drew the favor and attention of that Master Wu. There's nothing going on in Area 2, but you need to pay more attention. In addition to the inner disciples who come to receive swords, there is also the classification of the storage of the swords and weapons. Don't make a mistake. As the guiding elder spoke. Especially the words inner disciple. CFA's eyes brightened slightly at once. What's he doing on the second floor? It's because of the access to the inner disciples. Manhwa sword sect step-by-step screening, handyman promoted to outer door promoted to inner door. Those who were able to enter the inner gate were all great talents picked from 100 or 1,000 miles. When the time comes, the land is full of people who are at the mercy of their own investments. It's a little exciting to think about. The guiding elder continued, things aren't considered busy in the second region. When you become a core elder of the second tier, then you'll be really busy. Occasionally, you'll have to go to the sword mound to welcome the swords, and you'll have to keep an eye on the smithy room, and you might even have to go to the things on the floor below. There are 3 more layers sometimes. A few mentions down the line. CFA roughly understood something. After hearing that after becoming a core elder, one could still run around and even go to the 3rd floor to contact the elite disciples. He had an idea in his mind at once. Be sure to be that busy core elder in the future. Alright, this is where you'll be doing your work next, Sword Pavilion Level 2, Area 2. The guiding elder stopped. As CFA looked, just a second area was actually equivalent to half the size of the first floor. Each area of the second floor is separated from each other by thin walls of wood paneling. There were many rune formations on the wooden boards, and it was unknown what effect they had. Step into Area 2. He saw that the 2 elders were rummaging through the directory of Dharma swords inside and seemed to be very busy. But on closer inspection, the directories are held backwards. It was evident that it was also because he saw the guiding elder coming over and was pretending here. This is the new elder that Master Wu has arranged to transition and hone in on you first. After the guiding elder finished speaking, he smiled at CFA before leaving. As soon as people leave, the 2 elders who were looking at the directory directly threw the booklet away and greeted them. Yo! Looks like you're being valued by Master Wu. The one who came over and spoke first was a male elder who looked to be in his 30s. However, we cannot speculate on the real situation by the apparent age. Maybe the male elder is already 70 or 80 years old. Cultivators to a certain realm, you can slow down the aging speed of the face, and even the realm of advanced people can return to the old, remodeling appearance. At the moment, this male elder was sizing up CFA with a curious gaze. The other male elder from Area 2 was much older as far as appearance was concerned. It looked like he was in his 60s, with a head full of silver hair and wrinkles. This elder with a flowery appearance revealed a kind and benevolent smile. What's the name? Junior? The flower-armored elder asked. Sheffield. The three men climbed slowly into conversation. A passable chat. CFA also knew the names of the two men. The one in his 30s is called Lu Shang. Being in his 60s, everyone shouted at Old Running Head, totally unlike a cultivator. Inside the second area, besides these two, there was actually an elder. Only that one is practicing at the elder's residence. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to go to practice during this work time? CFA was surprised out loud. What's inappropriate? Elder Lu Shang said, we don't have much to do anyway. In the future, if you want to retreat for cultivation as well, just let us know. Compare this to the situation on the first floor. It seems like the elders of the second floor are more focused on their own strength. You can't do it without focusing on practice. Old Bentu spoke, if our realm is insufficient, we can easily be affected by the sword weapon and become sword servant puppets. In other words, save your life. 666. This profound knowledge almost made CFA shout out a compliment from his previous life. Vaguely, it was like finding a confidant. In Sheffield's perception, Lu Shang was at the 5th level of Qi practicing, and Old Bentu was also at the 5th level of Qi practicing. In a life and death struggle, it is estimated that Old Running Head is a bit more powerful. After all, people are old as demons. Xiafei couldn't help but ask curiously, the two elders are notoriously strong, including the other elders as well. And I'm only at the 3rd level of Qi practicing, and the other 4 newcomers all have low cultivation levels. Why would Master Wu want us people when he's transferring people? The second is that there seems to have been a situation on the 3rd floor side as well, and a part of the elders on the 2nd floor have been drawn up to be on duty. And himself and the other 4 new elders were the first wave of the transfer order. New elders will follow. I just don't know how many there will be. The sword weapons placed on the 3rd floor are all at the spirit weapon level. Those magic swords were born with wisdom, and because they were not human, the nature of these wisdom swords was extremely difficult to figure out. One misstep and you're likely to die at their hands. Hearing Old Running Head's words, CFA couldn't help but frown. He inquired in a low voice, why did our Chinha sword sect's sword weapon have such a change? Do the two elders know the reason for this? Old Bento and Lu Shang looked at each other. The former shook his head, this I do not know. I've heard a little bit about that. Lu Sheng suddenly said, it's said to be the relationship between the sword sect's earth veins. The earth's veins? Xiafei secretly memorized this message. If you get the chance, look for the root cause of the problem. Otherwise this sword pavilion would be too dangerous. The three chatted again. Finally, Old Running Head said to Lu Shang, now that Elder Xiafei has come over to be on duty, you have nothing to do anyway, so take him to familiarize himself with the situation in our second area. In particular, what kind of sword weapon should go in each row of sword racks, and some notes. Lu Shang nodded. Xiafei just followed Lu Shang as he began to walk towards one of the sword racks. There are a total of 5 rows of sword racks in the second area of sword equipment, which are categorized into 5 categories: broadswords, fine swords, normal swords, soft swords as well as strange swords. Within each classification, there is a focus on sharpness, a focus on sturdiness, spiritual compatibility, and so on, subdividing one sword frame after another. Come see, this is the first row of broadsword scabbards. With Lu Sheng's introduction, Xiafei's gaze fell on the sword rack. A large sword with a blade like a door panel lay quietly. Lu Sheng continued, these are basically top-level magical artifacts that have not given birth to a spirit. Basically? Yes. Because a sword not quite like it was sent from below some time ago. Not quite the same sword? Hear this. Xiafei's mind moved, it couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? As the rows and rows of sword stands were introduced, Lu Shang led him to a separate sword rack. Upon seeing the extremely ordinary 8-sided sword on top, Xiafei man froze. Sure enough, that magic sword. The mind is thinking. Instead, the sound of a magic sword drifted in his ears. It's Lu Sheng. Do you still remember what this honored one said to you last time? You are a rare talent among 10,000, you will be a phoenix among men in the future, if you have my help, within 100 years, you will be unrivaled in the world. The devil sword vibrated slightly, and Sword 13's voice was transmitted. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, smiled in response. Xiafei was surprised to see and even more surprised to hear. Because in his perception, Jian Xii's words were actually much less compelling. although the opening of the mouth will still make people unconsciously believe. But it was a lot better than before. This level of compulsion could only be dealt with against people below the chi practicing realm. After a brief greeting, Sword 13 seems to have just seen CFA. Then on the spot, he was shocked. What are you doing here? It man recognized CFA. But on the first floor, because of the sealed perception, it didn't yet know that it was CFA who had made the move to kill its sword servant. But soon, the tone of surprise turned flat. It seems that this father's previous judgment was good. You really are a dragon and phoenix among men. Jin 13 crackled with compliments. But Sheffield didn't even bother to listen. Without enough strength, he wouldn't interact much with this demonic sword to avoid a situation that he couldn't control. At the same time, he also quietly used the fateful Dao golden pupil on the demonic sword again. No surprise, as before, the demand is not available. Elder Lu Shang, that sword doesn't seem to have a forbidden spell formation added to it? Coming out? CFA asked, pretending not to notice. Previously, when they were on the first floor, the fourth floor elders had added a prohibition to the sword rack, weakening Sword 13's perception and preventing it from opening its mouth unless it was touched directly. Lu Shang laughed, look at those. Following the direction of Lu Shang's finger, CFA saw a block of wooden board wall. With so many big formations around, why put another set of shackles on it? Lu Shang continued, if not necessary, it's best not to put a ban on a sword weapon that has been born with a spirit. Otherwise it's easy to accumulate sword grudges and something unpredictable and terrible will happen. This elder Lu Shang seemed to have something to say. This should have come up before. What the sword demon talked to you about just now, it seems like you guys have met before? Lu Shang asked curiously. CFA nodded, this sword was on the first floor before, and then brewed some things, died some people. This kind of thing is not a hidden secret, although the sword sect has blocked the news, but in the words of the sword pavilion, there is no harm in saying it. Obviously, Lu Shang, these ordinary elders of the second level, were not too clear about the matter of the magic sword. So that's how they were brought to our second floor. Lu Shang immediately understood the situation, and then took CFA back to the reception in the second area. Old running head, the new elder CFA, the first day on duty for us today, shouldn't we give people a day to clean up and tidy up? As soon as he saw old running head, Lu Shang shouted, after all, after becoming a second-tier elder, his previous residence should have to be relocated as well. Well, word to the wise. The old head thought about it, and immediately let CFA go back to rest for a day, but also just to take this opportunity to go to change the residence of the elders. Lu Shang rose to see him off. Looking at CFA's departing figure, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24 Constant Investment. And the sword thief? At this point, thousands of miles away from the Long River Sword Sect, on a barren mountain, a little fat man with a bit of a limp was looking at the ground full of corpses and laughing freely. Only those corpses were seen, and they were none other than Zhang Ergu and the others who had been expelled from the sword sect. The little fatty, needless to say, was the Golden Destiny Path's battle dragon. The arcane light gathers the blades to break the barrier of hatred, the blood spills in the long sky and the sword's intention is crazy. All the old grudges are over this day, and the wind carries the pleasure to the eight wastes. The war dragon recited a verse he didn't know where he got it from to express the feeling of free flow in his heart. In his mind, a middle-aged man's voice rang out, how is it? Are the thoughts clear? With all the enemies executed, it's natural to pass through. Battle Dragon responded with a smile. Great. The voice continued, if this momentum continues, in less than 3 months, you will surely advance to the chi practicing realm. You are now at the 7th rank of the mortal fetus, so when you return to the Long River Sword Sect, you will go and promote to the inner sect. With the inner sect's resources, the 3-month period can still be shortened. 3 months. Battle Dragon's eyes showed excitement. To achieve chi practicing in such a short period of time, looking at the entire Xianxi continent, it was enough to be called a genius. In the Changhua Sword Sect, those outer sect brothers and sisters who had entered even earlier than him, not to mention practicing chi, it would take half a year and a year to break through a small realm. All of this is also thanks to Elder CFA's help that day. If it weren't for Elder Xia, I'm afraid that this ring that Senior hosted would have already been seized by Zhang Ergu and the others. When he thought about what happened in the bamboo forest that day, War Dragon was filled with gratitude towards CFA inside. Indeed. The man in the ring spoke out in agreement. That day, you had already used your bloodline to activate the ring's prohibition and awaken me. If I am taken by others afterward, I will also be trapped forever in this life, unable to communicate with outsiders. Your natural talent is much higher than that CFA, and now that the Changha sword sect is in trouble, sooner or later, the scourge of extermination will erupt. At that time, you will then step in to rescue him, and you will be considered to have repaid this favor. Battle Dragon nodded heavily, determined to protect Elder CFA's safety. The man in the ring spoke out, you must keep in mind that the Changha sword sect is not a place for you to live for a lifetime. The Long River sword sect is just a short stop on your path to rise. In the future, you will have a much broader world, and you must not be confined within this small sword sect. Battle Dragon hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, then said, does Master have any method that can help Elder CFA right now? Elder Sia has the grace of rebirth in me, if I can help him now but don't, and have to wait until later to repay him, I don't think it's right no matter how disciple thinks about it. A few moments later, a fluctuation came from the ring. Then a cultivation technique suddenly appeared in Battle Dragon's mind. This is the amazing transformation, a superior cultivation method, which I obtained at a relic 500 years ago. The man's voice resounded in his head, although it can't match the favor that CFA has done to you, it's still considered a token of appreciation from you and me. Upon hearing that it was a superior cultivation method, Battle Dragon's gaze immediately lit up. In the Long River Sword sect, the most powerful Shengon was that precious grade sword technique. The rest are more generic. It was thought that what Elder CFA had practiced was not comparable to this master's collection of superior amazing transformations. Took a day off. CFA rushed from his new residence to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion. Wait until you get to Area 2. Neither Lu Sheng nor Old Bento came. It took a while to wait for the two to arrive. However, due to the relationship of being new, the first few days CFA was in the back organizing the sword weapons on the sword rack. Until after the fifth day. It was only after the two elders were both called out by Master Wu to do something that CFA had the opportunity to contact the inner disciples. This sitting. Soon there was a male disciple from the inner sect. CFA immediately used the golden pupil of the life path. Name, Feng Ziyuan. Sex, male. Longevity, 1979. Realm, mortal fetus 9th grade. Natal chakra, green. Green unusual. Immediate need, if you want to realize the way of the sword, you can place it in the sword pavilion for 1 hour to draw a trace of sword fury into your body. It's really better to be in the inner gate. This one is a green disciple. CFA raised an eyebrow, and his heart was delighted. Raise your eyes. Come over to the male disciple, wearer of the inner disciple pendant. At this time, Feng Ziyuan was frowning on his face, and his heart was filled with the agony of not being able to find a clue. Master said that I need to sense my own sword Dao before I can go any further. But how am I going to be able to sense it? Feng Ziyuan had already been an inner disciple for a year, cultivating all the way up to the 9th rank of the mortal fetus. However, when he wanted to break through to chi practice, he could not move past it, and had already failed dozens of times. For this, he turned to his own master. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that he needed to sense the way of the sword and break the barrier with his sword. Previously, Feng Ziyuan's cultivation was focused on how to quickly draw an outside aura and how to raise his realm. For the path of the sword, not much time was spent studying it. Now when he was on the verge of a breakthrough and needed the way of the sword to cut the bottleneck, he had difficulty in grasping the clues in the midst of it. In his anxiety last night, Feng Ziyuan practiced his sword hard, but he didn't think to accidentally break his sword. So he rushed over today, wanting to reclaim a magic sword. Could it be the sword? If I had a spirit sword, wouldn't it be able to help me realize the sword Dao more quickly? After coming to the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, Feng Ziyuan couldn't help but think a little. But the spirit sword can't be received for free, it needs to cost merit points. The merit points I've accumulated over the years can only be exchanged once if I use them to exchange for a spirit sword. Wouldn't it be a waste if it didn't work? I was also thinking of using merit points to exchange for feats. While walking, Feng Ziyuan was internally torn. Eventually, he still decided to try with the free magic sword for now. Elder, disciple wants a powerful magic sword. This Feng Ziyuan seems to be a bit shy and introverted. CFA thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, I see that you have a sad face and your cultivation realm is hovering at the doorstep of the chi practicing realm. But something went wrong when you hit the realm barrier? This elder. You. Feng Ziyuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary sword pavilion elder in front of him had actually seen through his current situation with a single glance. Xiafei laughed and added, "Sword sect disciples, there are no barriers before foundation establishment. If one fails to rush through the barrier multiple times, it should be due to a lack of understanding of the sword Dao." The words came down. Feng Ziyuan was no longer surprised, but bent down and saluted, as the elder said, "This is exactly the situation that disciple is currently in. Disciple master said that one needs to sense the way of the sword. But the disciples are really clueless as to where to start." Xiafei nodded slightly. "In that case, why don't you stay with me for an hour?" "Oh?" Feng Ziyuan was first puzzled. However, after meeting the meaningful gaze of the elder in front of him, he was shaken and nodded his head before sitting down next to him. Feng Ziyuan was able to green the Tao of Destiny, so naturally he wasn't a cutie pie. 1. The mysterious elder in front of him, whom he had never seen before, was able to see through his situation with a single glance, so he must be extraordinary. It wouldn't be for nothing to let himself stay in this sword pavilion for an hour like this. "I'm clueless anyway, so I might as well give it a try here. It's only an hour, just enough time to clear your head." Looking at the well-behaved Feng Ziyuan who was meditating. After Xiafei smiled, his fingers wiggled slightly. A huge and secretive sword intent flickered from him. Since the system hinted at a hint, it can't lead to more. Otherwise, with this disciple's cultivation, he could easily have his consciousness extinguished by the sword fury and become a walking corpse. With this in mind, Xiafei utilized his own sword intent to slowly invoke the nearest Dharma sword. A few moments later, a trace of invisible sword fury landed beside Feng Ziyuan, drifting around him continuously. 1 hour later. It was only then that this hint of sword fury slowly entered the body. As the sword fury entered the body, Feng Ziyuan, who was sitting in meditation with his eyes closed, suddenly frowned, a drop of cold sweat slowly flowed out, and his body slowly trembled. Everything was like suffering some kind of intense pain. A few moments. Feng Ziyuan steeply opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a sense of joy. "So, this is my kendo." He stood up and gave a respectful disciple salute to Xiafei. "Many thanks for the elder's mention." "Aha!" Xiafei nodded his head and threw over the magic sword that had been drawn out of the Fury Chi. "It is this sword that will help you cultivate well in the future." Feng Ziyuan cupped the sword with both hands and asked gratefully, "If it were not for the elder, 10 million Dharma swords would not be enough to make the disciple understand the way of the sword. Please also inform the elder of his name. The disciple will remember this forever, and will never forget today's favor without teeth. Sheffield." At this time, a new disciple came over, and Xiafei casually dealt with a few sentences before sending this Feng Ziyuan away. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is normal due to the green color of the investment target's destiny path chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 years of cultivation green. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spirit stones. 2 years of cultivation green can be withdrawn at any time, the result of 2 years of hard work according to the green uncommon destiny path. 100 spirit stones. There are still 2 years of cultivation left. The most important thing is this latter one. Now that Xiafei had accumulated cultivation over a period of time, his realm was ready to break through the third rank of foundation establishment. If this system rewarded 2 years of hard training was added, then the strength could directly come in a wave of upsurge. But only 2 years of bitter cultivation, isn't it a bit less for me at the current foundation establishment realm? Xiafei was thinking. A female disciple of the inner sect had already shouted with some urgency. "This elder, please also give me a magic sword quickly. I've taken on a clan mission and urgently need to rush to meet up with the others." Okay, sorry, got a little carried away. Xiafei followed this disciple's request and ingested over a soft sword and threw it over. With that, he ordered the golden pupil of the road to open. Name, Yin Wei. Realm, mortal fetus 8th grade. Natal chakra, white. White investable life path. But see the other side in a hurry to leave. It's just a matter of making a secret note that it's not too late to invest in it when you have time later. Although it is only a white life path, but the mosquito leg is no longer small, it is also meat. The female inner disciple named Yin Wei had just left not long ago when another person came over. Not one this time, but 6 or 7 in a group. Although the crowd was overwhelming, Xiafei ordered the Tao of Gold pupil to look down. All of them are not worth investing in, the gray life path of the 8th level of mortal birth cultivation. It seems what I thought before was a bit optimistic. Once so many disciples of the Grey Destiny Tao came down, CFA instantly frowned slightly. At the same time, he probably understood in his heart the system's judgment on the fateful path of Qi. Definitely not a good or bad cultivation talent. Sending off this group of Grey Destiny Path disciples. A few more came one after another. But this time there are 3 in there that are worth investing in. Natal chakra, 2 white, 1 green. Because of the relationship of all coming alone, and not like that Yenwei rushed, CFA of course all invested. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 years of cultivation white. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit stone. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inferior cultivation technique, the Heart of Nothing Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spirit stones. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 years of cultivation green. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 spirit stones. It's really better to be in the inner gate. 3 investments at once. Awesome! CFA did the math and realized that he had simply made a fortune today. At this point, it was nearing the end of the workday. I thought there was nothing to do. I could happily wait for off duty, and then go back to the elder's residence to improve my strength. But didn't think. At the last minute, Lu Shang and Old Ben too both suddenly came back. As soon as they met, the 2 of them urgently took CFA outside. What's wrong? What happened? CFA asked in a confused manner. Today, Master Wu called us over to go out and round up a sword thief. Old Running Head explained the cause as he walked away. The general meaning is that last night the array touched off and a person who came to the sword pavilion to steal the sword was discovered. Then some of the elders from the 2nd and 3rd levels of the sword pavilion went out, but the thieves escaped the sword sect. Finally, following the traces, he locked the thieves hiding in the Thousand Ring Cliff. Thousand Ring Cliff is exactly a rocky cliff on the left side of the Changha sword sect. From a distance it looks like thousands of stone blades towering above the mountain, and that's how it got this name. Because of the many caves and stone caves in the Thousand Ring Cliffs, and the range is not small. Therefore, early this morning, the head elder of the 3rd floor, as well as Master Wu, had drawn most of the elders of the 2nd and 3rd floors to rush over to surround the thieves. Even in order to prevent the thieves from escaping again, the 2 masters also applied towards the sect to transfer over a group of disciples to guard the various descending mountain passes of the Thousand Ring Cliff. But without thinking about it for a day, there was still no sign of where the thief was hiding. The 2 officiating elders agreed that the manpower should be increased. It just so happens that it's almost time to get off work now, so here's the scene. People have touched into our sword pavilion. If we can't catch them, we sword pavilion elders would really be disgraced. Old Running Head finished the situation. The 3 of them were already at the bottom of the Thousand Ring Cliff. At this moment, the Thousand Ring Cliff had long been surrounded by the disciples and elders of the Long River Sword sect. Not to mention people, not even a fly will be able to get out. Old Ben too, and that Lu Shang, quick! Follow me this way. As soon as the 3 of them arrived, they were greeted by a core elder of the 2nd floor. See this. Old Running Head said to CFA, Elder Xie, you'll follow the other elders' actions later, so we'll go over first. After saying that, he followed Lu Shang to catch up with that core elder. CFA looked around at the situation. I wanted to find someone I knew well to join me, but I realized that I didn't know anyone on the elders' side. The one on the 1st floor, Long Fei, seemed to be here as well, but I don't know where he ran off to. Just then, inside the distant disciples, a surprise call came, Elder CFA. Chapter 25 Purple Natal Path, full of harvests. A figure rushed over. You are. Looking at this incredibly excited inner sect male disciple, CFA was somewhat bewildered. The tone of the other party's voice and shouting, it was obvious that he knew himself, and it seemed that the relationship was not ordinary. But he was really kind of unimpressed. It just felt like this inner disciple looked a bit familiar. Elder Xie. It's me, Wang Defa. This male disciple named Wang Defa said excitedly, Elder Xie, you gave me 20 spirit stones before and pointed out my cultivation flaws at that time, do you still remember? If it weren't for your guidance and those spirit stones, I would never have been able to break through to the 7th rank of the mortal fetus and advance to the inner sect. Whimpering about it, Xiafei finally remembered. This Wang Defa in front of him was precisely an outer disciple whose fateful chi was white before. He himself had obtained a fairly respectable attack and kill technique after investing in it according to the system prompts at that time. That attack and kill technique was none other than the Tai Wu sword chi. I didn't expect that after a period of time, this outer disciple at the beginning actually transformed and stepped into the inner sect. While feeling quite pleased, Xiafei smiled and said, "So it's you Wang Defa, have you been lazy in your cultivation recently?" Disciple wouldn't dare. Wang Defa returned with some restraint. He then looked around and transmitted his spiritual sense, "Elder Xia, you were also pulled over to catch that thief?" "Right." Xiafei nodded, somewhat puzzled as to why Wang Defa was transmitting his voice. "To tell the truth, Elder Xie." Wang Defa continued to transmit his voice. When disciples were inspecting and searching earlier, they heard some subtle movements outside a hidden stone cave in the west. Disciple boldly guessed that it was probably the hiding place of that thief. Thousand Run Cliff has a complex terrain and a self-contained natural formation, with less than 3 meters of spiritual sense coverage. Hear that? Xiafei froze a bit. "Since you noticed the abnormality, why didn't you report it to the other elders?" Wang Defa was a little embarrassed to heave a smile. The disciple is not thinking of making some credit. This time, as long as we find that thief, we'll be rewarded with 50 spirit stones and an inferior technique. If we catch the thief, then we'll have 500 spirit stones as well as 2 lower-level techniques. Xiafei smiled oddly. "So you're telling me now? How can you count this?" "You." Wang Defa hurriedly said, "Elder Xie, you have done me a great favor. Disciple has nothing to repay. Now it is just the right time to take this to repay 1% of your favor." A word down. It warms the heart to hear it. Xiafei just wanted to ask the system, "Is this the invisible return after investment?" "Elder Xia, that place is very secluded. I'll take you there." "Go!" Wang Defa walked ahead, and Xiafei hurriedly followed. The two of them headed towards the west of the Thousand Ring Cliffs one after the other. "Wait for the place." Xiafei looked away. This stone cave in front of me was indeed very secretive, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even realize that there was a small cave entrance here. "Thank you, Elder, this is the appearance of that thief that the Elder distributed down." Wang Defa handed over a roll of paper. Xiafei opened it, and it simply depicted the image of a thin man with thieving eyebrows. The features were a bit blurry, but the aura was evocative. The clan has a dandified master. After looking at the portrait, he couldn't help but sigh. I heard that this painting was painted by Elder Feng of the Dan Pill Hall, and this Elder Feng is known as the Pill Painting Duo. Wang Defa seemed to be well informed and named the person who made the painting. "I see, I'll go in first and see what's going on, you wait outside." After Xiafei put the painting away and threw it back, he stepped into the middle of the stone cave. Behind. Wang Defa quickly transmitted a voice to remind, "Xia Elder, you more careful na. I heard that this thief's strength is not extraordinary. The sword pavilion 2 layer 3 elders surrounded, can get away." Xiafei waved his hand, signaling that he already knew. On the way over from Sword Court, Old Bentu then briefly introduced the cultivation level of the sword thief, which was around the 8th rank of chi practicing. If it wasn't for such strength, it would have been taken down by the 3 core elders of the 2nd floor who were at the 6th level of chi practicing. Upon entering the stone cavern, the sight was suddenly dark. Fortunately, Xiafei had cultivation in his body, and with his spiritual power running through his eyes, he could see through the darkness. This stone cave is a bit deep, so it might as well be hidden here. With Xiafei's footwork, it was enough to walk for about half a column of incense. The view just suddenly opened up. Then you see an open space in the cave below. A figure was sitting cross-legged, seemingly healing his wounds. Under the effect of the chi convergence skill, Xiafei's appearance did not startle this person. Sure enough, it's that sword thief. Look closely. The one who was meditating to heal his wounds was none other than the thieving man in the portrait. The features were uncertain, but this aura could be said to be identical. That Nielbu from before was also trying to steal the sword, as were the 5 that the golden bull touched. Could this man be related to Nielbu and the others? Thought for a moment. Xiafei used his life path golden pupil, wanting to take a look at the information situation of this sword thief. Name, Fong Yongrui. Sex, male. Longevity, 38-120. Realm, 8th level of Chi cultivation. Natal chakra, purple. Purple destiny path, the future will be a stunning talent. Recent demand, because of breaking into the Changha sword sect's important land, attacked by the formation and the sword pavilion elders, seriously injured. Currently need a stream of pure spiritual power to heal the injury. Ha! Seeing the information displayed by the golden pupil of destiny Dao, CFA's entire body froze. What's going on here? The sword thief you had to fight and kill turned out to be a purple life path you could invest in? Reacting. CFA had an idea in mind. It's all because of those damn sword pavilion elders. Fang Yongrui gritted his teeth and cursed as he healed his wounds. A thought of its own condition today. The killing intent in his heart was almost turning into substance. Isn't it just to steal a few swords? Is there a need to be so personal? If it weren't for the fact that this Long River Sword Sect's magic treasure is different, who would do such a thing? When I recover from my injuries, I have to kill all the disciples of the Long River Sword Sect. When the time comes, block outside and kill everyone that comes out. Who else could swallow this? Fang Yongrui finished viciously. An undisguised slight cough suddenly sounded. Snapping back. Seeing that the person who appeared behind him was wearing the garb of those sword sect elders who had surrounded him last night. Fang Yongrui was shocked, elder of the Changha sword sect. Aha! CFA smiled and nodded his head. Impossible. How could you possibly have found this place? This place has obviously been searched by those elders of yours before I came over. No one would expect me to be here, how did you know? Not the same as the blandly smiling Sheffield. Fang Yongrui's pupils were violently shrinking at this moment, and his body was taut as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Maybe you're just not very lucky. Xiafei finished with a smile, and his person had already arrived in front of Fang Yongrui. This unreadable speed made Fan Yongrui fall like an ice cave, perhaps knowing that he might not be able to escape today. He suddenly showed a fierce face. Even if I'm injured now, it's not something you can kill alone. As soon as the word left his mouth, his feet moved and his thin monkey-like body jumped into midair. Immediately after, 3 flying daggers shot out. The ferocity of the speed and force was like a bolt from the blue, arriving in an instant. That's the trick? Thought you were good. With disappointment on his face, Xiafei flipped his wrist and out of thin air, an ordinary longsword appeared. Ding ding ding. There were 3 sounds in a row, and the flying knives landed on the ground, falling at the same time. There's also Fan Yongrui, who tried to escape. In his disheveled gaze, a sword had been pressed against his throat at some point. If I hadn't been seriously injured, would I have allowed a little elder like you to bully and insult me? Fang Yongrui sighed long and hard, his tone and face carrying extreme resignation. Mei. Xiafei smiled indifferently and suddenly withdrew his sword. Then his left hand turned into a palm and slapped. Bang! At the same time that he sent Fang Yongrui flying, an extremely pure spiritual force entered his body. Faninari froze for a moment. First, he looked at Xiafei oddly, then immediately sat on his knees. A column of incense later. Ha ha ha. Fang Yongrui, who had recovered from his injuries, let out a laugh that was rampant to the extreme. Good good good. I didn't realize that you elders had such foresight. I am stealing heaven and stealing sun Fang Yongrui. From now on, you can follow me, and keep you. Maniacal laughter hadn't finished his words. Xiafei suddenly said, Who said I was going to follow you? You don't want to follow me, so why do you want to help me heal my wounds? Fang Yongrui froze. Just in time. A system beep sounded in Xiafei's head. Ding. Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being purple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasured auxiliary technique Spirit Rhyme Spring Recovery Wonderful Technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Earth Grade Gold Condensation Pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 years of hard training purple. Spirit Rhyme Rejuvenation Technique Precious can be extracted at any time. This technique is good at manipulating and utilizing the vitality between heaven and earth in order to heal wounds and detoxify poisons. Not only is it able to save one's own life, but it is also able to renew the lives of others, making it more precious. Gold Concentration Pill Earth Grade stored in system space. After taking it, it can make a person break through to the Jindan realm at the 9th grade of Foundation establishment, without any side effects. 3 years of hard work. Purple. The system's beep caused a smile to spread across CFA's face. When Fang Yangrui saw this, a sense of ill feeling welled up in his heart. What exactly do you mean? Nothing, just wanted to borrow your head. CFA put away his smile before lifting and turning his spiritual energy. Though Fan Yangrui was wary and guarded. And he was now healed. I had thought that I could block this eccentric elder of the Long River Sword sect in front of me. But I didn't think. A sword was once again pressed against the throat. You. Fang Yangrui swallowed hard and said in shock, "You're not an ordinary elder? Only the Foundation building realm has such strength. I actually caught the attention of your sword sect's core elders." At the end of his words, he let out a bitter smile, as if resigning himself to his fate. The core elders in Fang Yangrui's mouth were not the Sword Pavilion, but those elders of the Sword sect who had access to the core disciples. The core elders of the Long River Sword sect, their cultivation levels were generally from the 1st to the 7th grade of Foundation establishment. Swish! The sword light flashed. Heads on the ground. Looking at Fang Yangrui, who has become a headless corpse. Spiritual sense swept through, and there was actually a bag of spirit stones. CFA picked up the bag and opened it to see that there were about 300 to 400 pieces, very substantial. After dropping it into system space, he then carried the corpse of Fang Yangrui and headed out. Halfway out of the cave, he bumped into Wang Defa, who had come in. As soon as I saw that CFA was okay, Wang Defa immediately explained with a joyful smile. Seeing that so much time had passed, Disciple was worried that something had happened to Elder Xia, so he thought to sneak in and take a look. Pretty good. Sheffield smiled and nodded. This time. It was only then that Wang Defa saw Fang Yangrui's corpse. He was immediately surprised. This. The thief who stole the sword. CFA said, "This is not the place to talk, go out first." On the way out of the stone cave, Wang Defa followed behind, looking at CFA's back with intense reverence in his gaze. "This man is yours." Outside the stone cave, CFA threw Fang Yangrui's corpse on the ground. "Say that you took advantage of his heavy injuries and beheaded him here. The rest need not be revealed." As soon as I heard that, Wang Defa was once again shocked and subconsciously spoke up. "Elder Xia, this is absolutely not possible. This is Elder Xia's merit, how can a disciple impersonate him?" Further, CFA deliberately frowned and feigned anger. "Cut the crap. Say it like that if you're told to." Having said that, he didn't wait for Wang Defa to continue, and with a flash of his body, he disappeared. Fang Yangrui's credit was nothing more than 500 spirit stones, and 2 lower-level techniques. These are really of little use to CFA. And claiming this credit would also easily expose his true strength, thus leading to a series of unnecessary troubles. It may even end up burying your own life. In order to continue to live a solid life of quietly getting rebates after investing. CFA had already thought about it when he came out of the cave. Fang Yangrui's credit he couldn't take. To Wang Defa, purely to see this kid know the kindness and repayment, people also count some small wit. Today, the harvest is full. When I think about the system space, there are still so many rebates from the investment back that I haven't claimed. CFA's mood was then soothed to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fear of revealing his face, he would have hated to fly back to the elder's residence on the spot right now, and then begin to frantically raise his strength. Pity. One had to play the part of the 3rd level of Qi practicing realm. So only one step back. About an hour or so. Finally, it's time to see your room, and a person. CFA had some surprise on his face. Because the one who stood waiting at the door of his residence was none other than the little fat man named Battle Dragon. What's this kid doing here? Of the Golden Destiny Dao Qi, CFA had met 2 so far. So naturally, the impression of this little fatty was extremely deep. "Thank you, Elder." Seeing the figure of CFA slowly returning, the Battle Dragon immediately greeted him happily. The disciple has finally waited for the Elder. There's no need for Elder to be puzzled. Disciple has now been promoted to become an inner sect disciple, and I've inquired that you, Elder Xia, have also come to the inner sect on duty. Battle Dragon laughed, so I rushed over, hoping to feel Elder Xia's kindness in person. That's it? Chapter 26 Breakthrough. Shocking Golden Dan Realm. Battle Dragon smiled. Of course it's more than that. As he spoke, he took out a roll of transcribed rice paper and handed it over. Needless to say, it was none other than that superior cultivation technique called the amazing change. Generally speaking, feats or some of the more important things were stored and read with jade talismans. This not only stores few errors, but also allows the person reading it to fully comprehend the true meaning. However, this jade talisman thing was still a bit too precious for Battle Dragon, who had just been promoted to the inner sect. As a last resort, one has to use paper, a mundane method of record keeping. Thank you, Elder, this is a superior cultivation method, which my disciple obtained unintentionally, and I have come here to offer it only to repay the 10,000th part of my favor. Battle Dragon said with a smile. For Xiafei's kindness, he would always remember it in his heart. Hear that? Seeing that obviously newly written gongfu again, Xiafei subconsciously glanced at the ring on the finger of War Dragon's left hand. The situation needs no further explanation. This amazing change is from that great power in the ring. Now is the time, he does lack the practice of Dharma. All along, what Xiafei had been practicing was still the ordinary gong method that his original body had learned before, the everlasting vomiting gong. Like the 9 heavenly sword technique, tiger demon bone refining fist, and so on and so forth, these were either offensive and killing techniques or special auxiliary types of Xian Gong. For this reason, Xiafei had always wanted a Dharma discipline that had something to do with cultivation. In the morning, although the system had rebated out a do-nothing Heart Sutra, it was only inferior. It was not as good as this technique sent by Battle Dragon. So much for that, it makes up for it for now. With this book, the amazing change, plus the cultivation of these rebates, maybe can try to impact Jin Dan. Thanks a lot then. It was about the growth of his own strength, so Xiafei naturally wouldn't be polite and reached out to take it. And seeing him take over the amazing change so readily, not only did Battle Dragon not have any other thoughts, he even felt relieved. Finally, I can have a chance to repay Elder Xiafei. Otherwise, it is as if there is a stone weighing on your heart, and you always feel very uncomfortable. In that case, then disciple will go and cultivate without disturbing Elder's rest. Battle Dragon once again performed the disciple salute and said, "Well, work hard." Xiafei revealed 2 rows of teeth and nodded with a smile. After sending off the war dragons, Xiafei then closed the door to the room and sat cross-legged on top of the bed. System, first receive the Heart Sutra of Inaction as well as the Spirit Rhythm Rejuvenation Miracle Technique. Soon, a scroll unfolded in the sea of consciousness. First, there is a Xiafei who keeps practicing the Heart Sutra of Wu Wei. Wait until you are familiar with it and have mastered it thoroughly. The Spiritual Rhythm Rejuvenation Technique then begins. This time it lasted a full column. By the time Xiafei opened his eyes again, the 2 techniques had already blended together. However, one still needs to practice and study diligently in order to give birth to one's own perception. Take a short break. After slowly adapting to the situation of the new gongfu, Xiafei began to extract those rebates for ascetic cultivation. Rumble. It was as if a flood had rushed through the gate, and a huge tsunami-like stream of spiritual energy madly surged into Xiafei's meridians. At this moment, within his body, all the spiritual energy was raging as if it was a landslide. Under massive impact, even the swift and fierce winds began to blow around his circumference. These gusts of wind that had been kicked up due to the impact of the spiritual energy immediately tore the tables, chairs, and benches of the entire residence to shreds. Break, break, break! Xiafei kept yelling. The realm that was just a hair's breadth away from being able to advance to the 3rd rank of foundation establishment was stepped over at once. The momentum of the breakthrough dawdled as if it couldn't be stopped at all. The 4th product of the foundation. The 5th grade of foundation building. In the end, he had rushed to the 9th grade of foundation establishment in one fell swoop. Let's see if we can try and break through directly to the Jindan realm on our own. Sheffield is interested in trying it. Spiritual energy suddenly surged once again. However, unlike before, this time, these raging spiritual energy was not a rebate reward, but rather, it was gushing out from Xiafei's Qi Si Dantian. But when this surge reached a certain limit, it suddenly subsided and fell silent. All the spiritual energy also returned to the Qi Hai Dantian once again. It turned into a liquid ball of spiritual energy fused into a single drop, rotating around the small sword in the very center. Not so good. Xiafei stopped running his spiritual energy, and there was some loss in his tone. The Jindan realm was not trivial. The average person would have to impact at least 10 times, if not dozens of times before they could break through this step. So for this kind of result, although CFA was a bit lost, he didn't feel much frustration. Forget it, I'd rather not do such a difficult and time-consuming thing. Just take the elixir directly. Mental note. CFA had already taken out the gold condensation pill from the system's rebate. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly swallowed it in one gulp. Jin Dan, break it for me. The surging medicinal power instantly melted away. A large amount of medicinal power directly rushed to CFA's Chihai Dantian. And then it was seen. The enormous liquid spiritual energy began to slowly collapse under the effect of this medicinal power. Even the small sword followed suit, shrinking and solidifying. Another night passes. Only a boom was heard inside. The extremely compressed liquid spiritual energy suddenly appeared with a little golden light. Then the golden light grew. Eventually, in the light, a golden Dan with a small sword pattern on its surface appeared. Jin Dan. Success! CFA snapped to the realization that he seemed to have broken through a certain divide. Abruptly, his soul had the feeling that it was about to leave his body. Just then, the golden Dan appeared and instantly triggered the aura of the outside world. Heaven and earth. Countless spiritual energy was stirred. A mountainous amount began to be absorbed into CFA's body in a steady stream. Is this the might of the Jin Dan realm? Just breaking through and being able to gulp such a massive amount of aura. CFA was like returning to his roots and staying in his mother's belly. This warmth is intoxicating to the core. However, what's not clear to him right now is that, just as CFA achieved Jin Dan, outside the residence of the elders, the entire Long River Sword sect had turned upside down. Somewhere on the upper 3 floors of the Sword Pavilion, a small cubicle with an old-fashioned charm. The meditation sandalwood incense is giving off a serene aura. Zhou Qing was sitting cross-legged at the moment, holding a volume of Sword Dao scriptures in his hands, and was carefully comprehending them. As one of the great elders of the Long River Sword sect, the caretaker of the upper 3 floors of the Sword Pavilion, and a superpower of the 8th grade of Jin Dan, the affairs that Zhou Qing had to be busy with every day, other than guarding the Sword Pavilion, was to study the supreme principle of the Sword Dao. Not only for himself, but also to make annotations and expound on reasoning, which would be used to cultivate truly gifted sons and daughters within the clan. Nowadays, many of the clan's canonical scriptures that had a lot to say about the way of the sword actually came from him for the most part. Buzz. Space shook slightly. The Jingshan incense suddenly shook. The sheer green smoke suddenly broke off. Zhou Qing raised his eyes slightly, and the Jingshan incense was once again lit. Just as he was about to continue simplifying the scripture in his hand, the incense that was lit for meditation snapped violently and broke again. Oh? Zhou Qing probed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It must be known that the Jingshan incense was not only to tranquilize the mind, but also a sign of warning for this layer of his sword pavilion. Normally, the Jing incense does not break. Especially when there is only one possibility for a continuous break like this one. Just how does that possibility, again, come into play? Zhou Qing couldn't help but stand up and look beyond the sword pavilion. And this look. His body shook violently and surprise flashed in his gaze. This is... He saw that an incomparably ferocious tidal wave of aura was surging and roaring above the void outside the sword pavilion. Boundless spiritual chi, as if heaven and earth had opened a big mouth, poured down crazily. And all this aura points to one location. There. But it was the place where the elders of the Sword Pavilion resided. Such a surging and raging surge of aura has formed a tidal wave of heaven and earth. Could it be that someone is breaking through the Jin Dan? No way. Breaking through Jin Dan can't produce such a ferocious tidal wave of aura. Could it be that a certain expert is accomplishing yuaning? Yes. It must be so. My Sword Pavilion, add another invincible yuaning. Zhou Qing's expression shook as he stared dead-on at the roiling tides of aura. This time, the aura stirred greatly, more violent than when he achieved Jin Dan back then. At least 50 times. Zhou Qing shook out his voice. The aura tides had completely involved the entire Long River Sword sect. Even far more, covering out hundreds of miles. Such an appalling sight. Zhou Qing had never seen it before. Who on earth is it? How dare you achieve a newborn in the place where the elders reside? And in a place like this, without the help of any spirit-gathering formation, stirring up such a great commotion. This. Zhou Qing only felt that the more he projected everything in front of him, the more he broke his own common sense. He was all a bit confused. Just then, the tides of the aura of heaven and earth suddenly changed again. As the tides became more and more ferocious, the aura churned up more and more. A powerful red light suddenly rushed out from below. This red light was like a long blood-colored dragon that was about to sweep through all the incoming auras at once. Bad. Zhou Qing's gaze widened and his complexion suddenly tightened. He was about to make a move to stop this blood-mangled dragon right away. As the Sword Pavilion townkeeper of the upper 3 floors, he saw through the blood dragon's reality with a single glance. It was due to the tidal wave of aura that the heaven and earth shook, which then caused a portion of the Sword Fury's dragon that had been condensed by the Sword sect for tens of thousands of years. It's only part of it, though. But once it's not stopped in time, not only would that person's foundation be damaged because of the lack of aura during the breakthrough, more than that, it would cause the entire Sword sect to bleed to death and become a Sword Fury puppet. By then, countless disciples will die in the midst of this ferocious Sword Fury. Just not waiting for Zhou Qing to make a move, there was suddenly a sword roar from heaven and earth. Swish! As if someone swung a sword. Immediately, an appalling sword light was seen flashing by. In one fell swoop, he broke through the long, bloody dragon. Bang! A silent, yet very shocking scene emerged. Only to see that blood-colored long dragon suddenly burst apart, turning into countless blood-red sword fury fragments. Then all of them were induced to fly into that sword light. In the blink of an eye. In the entire void, there was only a small transparent sword hanging upside down in the air. It is as terrifying as the sword of an immortal, and as awe-inspiring as the supreme will. This Dang's sword intent. It was as if it did not come from the mortal world, but from an immortal above the 9 heavens. Zhou Qing saw a sword path that had no end in sight, only to feel the heart of the sword swaying and vibrating. Hiss! This sword! There is great terror. Zhou Qing froze, his gaze fixed on the small sword above the void. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Murphy's. Zhou Qing suddenly remembered a figure. It was rumored that 276 years ago, there was a powerful person of the 9th rank of Jindan in the Sword Pavilion. In order to step out of Jindan and achieve Yuanying, that great man actually imprisoned himself under the Sword Pavilion, intending to use the boundless sword fury suppressed by the Sword Pavilion to impact the Yuanying. And that big man, the cultivation of the law, it is a crippled immortal sword. The sword art of the 9 heavens. That must be the one. Only a character with such great perseverance and determination, and only such supreme sword intent. Fang can perform that sword just now. The more Zhou Qing pondered, the more he felt that this should be the case. Well. A clap. Zhou Qing laughed out loud on the spot. Going forward. Within the Sword Pavilion, add another Yuanying sword god. This night. An appalling tidal wave of heaven and earth aura. And that mind-blowing sword. It stirred up the entire Long River Sword sect. The Sword Mound, the Sword Pavilion, and the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, the experts of the Sword sect's 3 key important places, all shook. Everyone's attention was all focused in the direction of the Sword Pavilion. More accurately, it was the Sword Pavilion Elder Residence. But just as a large number of experts wanted to go and check out the situation and understand who had broken through with such a huge vision, it was blocked one by one by the elders of the upper 3 floors of the Sword Pavilion. Zhou Qing, please do not disturb the cultivation of my seniors in the pavilion. Now that Senior has just made a breakthrough, he needs time to stabilize his realm. Within 7 days, the entire area belonging to the Sword Pavilion will be blocked, and no one will be allowed to enter. This attitude of Zhou Qing caused the others to shake. Sure enough, he was an expert in the Sword Pavilion. None of them expected it. The Sword Pavilion, which has always been suppressed and driven by the Sword Graveyard and the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, actually exists as so powerful. Yuanying Sword God. Finally taking this step and achieving Jindan. Xiafei slowly opened his eyes, only to feel lightness in his body. The whole world took on a different flavor in his perception. A hint, a wisp, of aura, a fiber. A path, a burst of sword intent, extraordinarily distinct. And then there's that everything is alive. This world of perception is like lifting the black cloth that has been covering and seeing the truth. Then look to yourself. The whole person was once again transformed. Within the dantian of the Sea of Qi, a golden dan engraved with sword patterns was slowly rotating. With one rotation, a large amount of spiritual qi entered the body and became spiritual energy, which then converged on the Jin Dan. In such a case, there is no need to even deliberately cultivate. It is a kind of spontaneous behavior of Jin Dan. All the time, he was communicating with the aura of heaven and earth to enhance his strength. Look again at the flesh and bones within. Everywhere, every inch, carried a faint sword intent. It seems a drop of blood can kill. A bone pulled out is a kendo divine weapon. With such a change, my strength has only increased by more than 100 times. No wonder quite a few canonical texts say that there is a gap between heaven and earth between each great realm. This kind of gap is no longer in existence that can be offset by numbers at all. Just as CFA was carefully sensing the changes in himself. Brain. Suddenly there was a system voice. Ding. Detected the host breaking through the Jin Dan, the system's new function is open again. Chapter 27, Fusion Function, Major Minor, Sword God. As the system voice sounded, an interface that only CFA could see appeared. Host, CFA. Realm, Jin Dan First Grade. Shen Gong, 9 Heavenly Sword Technique, 1 Reed Crossing the River, Tai Wu Sword Chi. Artifacts, Sword. This is the information panel that has been seen between. But the difference is, this time, on the Personal Information Overview interface, a plus sign appeared behind each type of Gongfu in the item of Xian Gong. When his mind gazed up, he saw a line of system alerts. Do you choose to use this technique as the main one and fuse the rest of the similar techniques? Please note that there will only be one master genjutsu of the same type. After making a choice, only the major Xian Gongs of each category will be displayed, and the rest of the minor Xian Gongs will not be recorded on the host's information panel. Please note that the fusion efficiency is 30 to 90%, the specific value, and the compatibility of the main cultivation techniques related to. When the host chooses, the rest of the supplementary Xian Gong will not be counted in the information panel, but will not disappear, and the host can still use it, but will not be able to comprehend the true meaning of it, because the flavor has already been absorbed by the main Xian Gong. A series of reminder introductions allowed CFA to roughly understand the system's new features. In short, it was possible to take all of one's feats and fuse them according to category. The fusion of enhanced major feats will result in varying increases in power and characteristics. The feats that were then fused would not disappear, they just couldn't be studied to the extreme. This is a good thing. CFA couldn't help but voice out in delight. Nowadays, he had quite a few more Xian Gongs at his disposal than normal people. And it will continue to grow as long as it is invested. To the end. I'm only afraid that there are thousands and thousands of Xian Gongs in the body. However, human energy and time are limited, although the system directly instills Xian Gong, but want to understand its true meaning, but also need their own efforts to study. Moreover, with so many Xian Gongs, there were only a few of them to really fight against the enemy, so naturally it seemed a bit cumbersome. With this new feature of the system, then there is no such worry. Now some unimportant feats could be used to fuse into the main feat. System, take the 9 Heavenly Sword Art as the main focus and fuse other Xian Gongs. CFA immediately chose the currently strongest precious Xian Gong as his main Gong. Ding. Is the host determined to use the 9 Heavenly Sword Art Triple Sky as the main Xian Gong, fusing all other Xian Gongs in the category of attacking and killing art? Okay. With Sheffield confirmed. Shasta. An unfolding picture came to mind. Like an ink drawing. Inside, each CFA is practicing different moves and techniques. The headbutt. Tai Mu Ki. Windstorm Palm. The absolute empty kick. Eventually all of these arcane powers converged. The scroll also comes to an end. Fusion Edition, the Sword Art of the 9 Heavens. CFA only felt that he had gained many more whimsical comprehensions about this precious level sword technique. And among all these whims, all of them had the characteristics of the supplementary Xian Gong. For example, the current 9 Heavenly Sword Art, once performed, not only has the attribute of killing people with sound waves, but also in the hall, mixed with the virtual ghost of the 2 less sword chi. However, because the main Xian Gong was a sword technique, only the Tai Wu sword chi had the highest compatibility, with the characteristics fused to 80%. The rest, like the headbutts, only have a minimum 30% effect. But even so, Nowadays, the 9 heavenly sword art has also become stronger? Xia Fei wasn't sure. But he swung out his sword, using the characteristics of the two without sword chi, and silently annihilated a new wooden table when killing is even more profitable. Put the sword away in the system space. Xia Fei's spiritual sense probed the situation outside. Upon realizing that the matter of his breakthrough to Jin Dan was being discussed everywhere around him, he just reacted. My breakthrough to Jin Dan actually caused such a big commotion? Xia Fei himself felt a bit incredulous. Think about it. The estimation should be that those drudgery that the system rebates are solid drudgery without any water in their names. With this solid foundation, that's what creates such a sensational situation. Every time you break through a great realm, it's a baptism of heaven and earth's aura for yourself. Thus, the stronger the foundation, the deeper the base, the stronger the baptism will be. This is also what creates the situation where there is a huge gap between each of the great realms. I have the system rebate of hard training, and the Dala sword body, and there are also things such as marrow cleansing pills to pull up the natural talent base. Was thinking. Xia Fei suddenly noticed that the sword pattern on the Jindan at the Sea of Qi Dantian in his body suddenly had an extra red line. Perceive carefully. The lines were twisted, teeth and claws, the very image of a dragon. What's going on here? Xia Fei couldn't help but carefully go over the entire process of the breakthrough. It eventually came to mind. During that time it seemed as if a dragon of sword fury flew out from the direction of the sword pavilion because of the vibration of the heaven and earth aura. In the end, he was directly beheaded by his own sword heart with the 9 heavenly sword technique. Then it absorbed this long, blood-colored dragon made up of sword fury. No wonder. No wonder when he had just swung his sword, he seemed to have a vague feeling of something else. Would have thought it was just after the fusion. Looking at it today. But it was because of the absorption of a large amount of sword fury. Going forward against the enemy, as long as he mobilized his spiritual energy, it would come with a sword fury attack. And the fury. It was one of the most feared existences of all cultivators. Not only can it cause people to invoke their hearts and destroy their Taoist foundations, it can also prey on life and exterminate everything. More than anything else, it can dull the mind and make one a walking idiot. Think about it. Xia Fei once again took his sword and took the initiative to guide out the sword fury. Boom! Like thunder from a flat earth. An earth-shattering sword fury aura erupted out. The entire residence snapped, transforming into a frigid hell. If someone at the mortal fetus realm came in, they would only be eroded by the fury on the spot and become extinct here. The power of the sword fury was terrifying. Xia Fei immediately collected the sword and placed it into the system space. Noteworthy. With him now breaking through to Jin Dan. Nowadays, the system space had almost turned into a vast and incomparably small world. It's more than enough to fit 2 large mountains. With such a huge sword fury added, even if I've only just broken through to the first grade of Jin Dan. But if one were to invoke the sword fury and combine it with the fused 9 heavenly sword technique, I'm only afraid that the 9th rank of Jin Dan would be able to try to fight. Sword out. People die. This was now Xia Fei's battle power. Although the realm was less than that, the battle power was already incredibly powerful. Now that I have achieved Jin Dan, I should be considered somewhat self-protective. After weighing his own strength, the large stone that Xia Fei was pressing inside finally moved away a little bit. Going forward, you don't have to be so worried and scared as you used to be. After a brief cleanup, calmed his mind again. After the Qi convergence technique was concealed, Xia Fei went out the door. All the way. Almost everyone on the sword pavilion side had an uplifted look on their faces. Especially when it came to the second floor of the sword pavilion. Everyone was smiling and chatting with each other as if it was New Year's Eve. Good. We're going to have a good time from now on. Who says it isn't? In the future, when the sword mound and the Hall of Hidden Scriptures arrive to dictate again, let's see if I still give a damn about them. This time our sword pavilion has produced a sword god, we finally raised our eyebrows. This is an event for our sword pavilion. Listening to the eager discussions of the major sword pavilion elders, Xia Fei was the more he heard, the more he felt that something was wrong. The sword god they talked to. Is it hard to be yourself? Chapter 28, Core Elders Examination, Spiritual Weapon. At this point, an unassuming corner. Lu Shang, one of the Region 2 elders, was talking to a core elder of the second floor. Looking at the passing CFA. That core elder turned his eyes slightly and said, "Young lord, this elder CS seems to have some secrets in his possession, and during these 7 days of blockade from above, he actually hasn't seen a single side of him." A young elder who walked up from one layer, who was previously unknown and even famous for his exhaustion, has now gained the attention of Master Wu. To say that he doesn't have a secret would be impossible. Lu Sheng responded calmly, his eyes did not look at CFA. Words. The core elder's voice was cold, and he spoke out with a touch of killing, "Then we might as well." Lu Sheng was silent for a while before he responded, "It's not necessary. If another person dies at today's juncture, it's expected that there will be unforeseen changes that will easily affect the next plan. The young lord is considering it." The core elder nodded slightly and continued, "But there really is a Yuaning sword god among the sword pavilion? Speaking of which." Not only him, even Lu Sheng's face changed slightly. The Yuaning sword god does exist, just not necessarily the sword pavilion. Lu Sheng pondered, there are quite a few powerful spirit swords within the sword pavilion, and there are even some sword demons. Which one of them is not a powerful and infinite being? Maybe they eroded the will of one of the elders and took off in a shell. Upon hearing this, that core elder's face lit up with joy. "In that case, I'm afraid that as soon as they get out of the trap, they will definitely turn this place upside down and will not stop until they are dead. This will be of great benefit to the young lord's plan." Lu Sheng sneered, "It doesn't matter if it's beneficial or not, as long as those ghostly things don't come and..." Even the patriarch, who didn't often show up, had people arrive at the sword pavilion to inquire about the situation. "Just because I broke through Jindan, make it so serious?" CFA could only sigh so much. But despite breaking through to Jindan, however, he continued to keep an incredibly low profile during this period of time, and his Qi convergence skill continued to maintain his previous appearance of practicing the third grade of Qi. Only now, because of the step into Jindan, the spiritual energy in the Qi Hai Dantian had produced a qualitative change, and if he wanted to make another breakthrough, he could no longer do so as swiftly as before. One time. Even with CFA's current talent, his cultivation progress had slowed down. If you want to break through to the second grade of Jindan, it will take at least 5 months if you rely on yourself to cultivate painstakingly. 5 months. CFA only felt that this time margin was stretched too long. If his current thoughts were known, he would surely have to raise his sword to fight for his life. But instead of Versailles, Sheffield did feel too slow. That's still the second grade, going forward to the 3rd through 9th grades. When will that be? It seems that we have to hurry to go and contact more inner disciples, and it's best to invest in a dozen or 2 golden life paths at once. Wanting more exposure to outstanding inner disciples, the current cultivation level might be a bit insufficient. Think about it. CFA adjusted his Qi convergence technique, allowing himself to exhibit the 4th level of Qi practicing. In that case, I should be taken a little seriously, and be allowed to become a core elder of the second layer of the sword pavilion as soon as possible, and then come into contact with more talented disciples. I also don't know if it did work or if it was influenced by something else. After a few days, there was also really an elder who came over to notify that he wanted to bring CFA over to undergo the core elder examination. There's a test for this thing? CFA was a bit surprised. That's for sure. The elder who came over was none other than the guide elder from before. I only heard him say, "But when did you break through to the 4th rank of Qi practicing?" "I just broke through a few days ago, and I had an epiphany earlier when I saw a high person invoking the aura of heaven and earth and facing the might of the heavens." CFA laughed out loud in response. When the guiding elder heard this, he immediately revealed a look of envy. "I didn't expect you to have this kind of luck. Watch the mighty break through and have an unattainable epiphany." This naturally made him envious for a good while. But epiphanies are also about qualifications, and it seems you have good qualifications. I will report this matter to Master Wu. Now you come with me and I'll take you to the test. Hearing this, CFA immediately followed this guiding elder and left. And that goes. But to Sheffield's surprise, the place the guiding elder brought himself to was unexpectedly the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. The assessment is placed on the 3rd floor? What's the test? CFA couldn't figure it out. This was the first time he came to the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. There were more elders on the 3rd floor than on the 2nd floor. And the area looks to be more than twice the size of the 2nd floor. All the way through, there were 3rd tier elders coming and going everywhere. One other big difference from the 2nd level is, Between each area of the 3 levels, there are closed halls. If you don't go in, you can't see inside each area at all. Spiritual awareness could only cover about a foot of itself under the effect of the spell formation. Although he was unable to probe the situation with his spiritual sense, with every area he passed through, CFA was able to vaguely hear the sound of countless swords roaring from within the great hall with his powerful 6 senses perception. Could it be that they are all spirit weapon magic swords that have given birth to a spirit? It didn't take long for the idea to pop up. CFA then arrived in front of a small room. Then he saw the guiding elder say a few words to one of the 3rd-tier elders at the door. That 3rd-tier elder glanced at CFA before nodding and opening the door to the room. The door opens. A sword roar suddenly rang out. "Elder Xia, go inside," the guiding elder said, being the first to step inside the small room himself. After CFA followed and stepped in, he saw that in the middle of the room, a green-colored long sword was being inserted. The moment he saw this green sword, CFA's face then changed. Among his perceptions, this is a spiritual weapon. In other words, this was a magic sword that had given birth to a spirit. The spirit sword, at this moment, was being bound by 9 runic chains in the center of the room. Sensing the doors opening and someone appearing, this spirit sword immediately vibrated, and waves of sharp sword chirps resounded all around. The sound of the sword's roar rippled like the ripples of water. Buzz. Accompanying the sound of the sword was a burst of sword fury. Under the impact of the sword fury, one could only feel dizziness and tinnitus, making it difficult to control oneself. CFA almost didn't hold back from directly striking out to suppress him. The guiding elder spoke out, "This is a spirit weapon. Your first test. It is to stay under the spirit weapon sword fury for enough 7 days. After 7 days, if you are unharmed, you have passed." Chapter 29 The Nameless Sword of the Blue Destiny Path, Rebate Talent. CFA finally understood what this meant. Most of the sword weapons that the core elders of the 2nd tier came into contact with should be the spirit weapons distributed to the outstanding inner disciples. Generally speaking, spiritual weapons came with a spirit, so naturally they would have some emotions of joy, anger, sadness, and happiness. If once it was not handled well, it would be vulnerable to the attack of the spirit sword. The so-called attack, amongst the restrictions of the Sword Pavilion's spell formation, was naturally the release of the sword fury. Thus, whether or not one could carry the impact of the sword fury was the key to the core elders. The reason why I ran to the 3rd floor. It was estimated that the sword fury of the sword in front of him was extraordinary, otherwise it wouldn't have been trapped with 9 runic chains. After the guiding elder finished speaking, he left on his own and even brought the door of the room with him. The whole room. All of a sudden, only CFA was left alone, as well as the spirit sword in the center. That soul-stirring sound of a sword chirping became louder and louder. Wisps of sword fury began to surge towards CFA alone. From this sword roar and sword fury, one could sense that this spirit sword was filled with malice. Obviously, it's a murderous sword. If it were an ordinary cultivator, at this moment, I'm afraid that his heart and guts would have ruptured, and he would have been taken advantage of by the sword fury, and finally turned into a sword fury puppet. However, CFA, who possessed the great Luo sword body and forged the supreme sword heart, was not affected in the slightest. Coupled with the fact that the actual cultivation level had long been Jin Dan, facing this ferocious sword, he simply did not carry fear. It's just not clear if someone in this room is reviewing the situation. CFA intentionally looked around, surrounded by airtight wood-paneled walls. It looks thin and rotted on impact. The actual surface flowed with a halo of light and was covered with formations. This time, it was the test of the core elders of the 2nd layer, and it involved sword fury, life, and all of these, so it was hard to guarantee that someone would keep an eye on it to prevent any accidents. Think about it. For insurance purposes, CFA didn't make too many moves, not to mention revealing his true strength. However, with his previous experience with the demon sword, he naturally used his fateful Dao golden pupil this time against the ferocious sword in front of him. Name? Sex? Shou Yuan? Realm, 9th level of Qi cultivation. Natal chakra, blue. Blue top grade life path. Born from the spirit of heaven and earth, if you persevere, you will achieve something. Recommended investment. Recent demand, originally an ordinary spirit sword, due to the impact of the sword fury suppressed by the Changha sword sect, the spirit is distorted, gradually crazy. Need to eliminate the foreign sword fury within it, so as to restore it to normal. It's actually influenced by the Fey sword fury to become a fierce sword? Xiafei froze. I didn't realize that this spirit sword in front of me actually had such a situation. But the system suggests keywords. Instead, he was left in deep thought. A suppressed sword fury? Could it be that? Is this the secret of the Long River Sword sect? After secretly memorizing this point, Xiafei then began to ponder on how to eliminate the Fey sword fury of this spirit sword. Think about it. It might only work if you invoke your own sword heart. After all, when he had broken through the Jindan earlier, he had subconsciously used his sword heart to cut down that long dragon of sword fury that was trying to steal his power. Thinking about it, Xiafei closed his eyes and meditated on the spot. A few moments later, a small, transparent sword with no form or substance flashed past him. Re-emergence. It had fused into that spirit sword. Shasta. The spirit sword trembled violently. Wisps of blood-red sword fury began to escape. The source was constantly absorbed and fused by the transparent little sword. Because he couldn't destroy this spirit sword, Xiafei was extremely careful in controlling it, fearing that he would break it if he wasn't careful. If that does happen, then the investment rebate or whatever, naturally, goes down the drain. That's all. Little by little, carefully proceed under. 3 days and 3 nights had passed. It was only then that the transparent little sword returned to the body and fused with the Jindan in the Qi Dantian. Xiafei slowly opened his eyes. When he looked at the spirit sword that was trapped by the 9 chains. At this moment, spirit sword no longer had any malicious intent, there was only a kind of joy after the robbery, as well as a wave of gratitude. Although he couldn't open his mouth to speak like the demon sword 13, the sword chirps that constantly emitted a sense of delight were expressed very clearly. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the blue color of the investment target's natal path chi luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent. And with this sword heart passage, he wasn't afraid of any of that at all. No matter what came to attack his sword heart, it could not shake its foundation. Coupled with a sword Dao realization that far surpassed those in the same realm, as well as the great Luo sword body. It's safe to say. In the sword path, Xiafei was already on a straight path. This time though, there was no rebate of cultivation or feats. However, the natural talent's sword heart understanding was already an extremely strong aid. While there are still a few days left, Xiafei directly received those 3 years of sword Dao realization. Then he continued to meditate and cultivate again. Nowadays, the spirit sword would no longer move to release the sword fury to attack. Gentle as a lamb. And if it doesn't move, it wants to get close to Xiafei, who saved its life. Unfortunately, it was trapped by the runic chains and was unable to move freely, and could only faintly emit a sword cry. The rest of the day just went by. The door to the room opened again from the outside. The guiding elder, who had disappeared for 7 days, walked in with a smile. I didn't think that Elder Xia was treating it so leisurely, it seems that this little sword fury is nothing to Elder Xia. Seeing Xiafei actually meditating and practicing here. The guiding elder immediately gave a thumbs up, a good compliment. Xiafei, however, shook his head and stumbled out with an uncontrollable look. Where is the leisure, but it's just forced endurance. All I feel now is dizzy and spiritually drained to the core. Xiafei spoke with a ghastly face while looking inside the darkened door of the room with some hindsight. It seemed like it never wanted to enter it again. Ha ha ha. The guiding elder couldn't help but let out a laugh. Obviously. Xiafei's current appearance was what fit the scene he had seen so often. The first test counts as a pass for you. The guiding elder continued, rest for a day, and I'll take you to perform the second course. And Xiafei immediately put on a bitter face, drawing a burst of laughter here. And wait until the two leave. The elder who was guarding the entrance of the room suddenly noticed that something was wrong. When he opened the door and went inside, the entire group froze in place. This murderous sword has actually recovered? After a while. It was only then that he reacted and immediately went to inform the core elders on the 3rd floor. And so it was. This day the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion made a commotion. No one would have thought that a murderous sword could actually return to normal. But no one was thinking about Sheffield. After all, this kind of situation that could not be handled by a 4th or 5th tier elder would be made by a small 2nd tier elder? Chapter 30, Investing in the Red Destiny Dao, Taishu Imperial Demon God Chapter. The next day. This test will be a little different. Road. The guiding elder reminded, originally, according to the rules, you should have continued to deal with various levels of sword fury, thus cleansing the sword heart and preventing it from being messed up in the future. However, due to a special circumstance, Master Wu has decided to change your examination to a forward viewing. Ceremony watching? Xia froze. Can observing a ceremony be considered a test? Naturally, it's not an ordinary viewing. At this point, the guiding elder paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his wording. Elder Xia was promoted up from the 1st floor, so he should still remember that magic sword, right? Something to do with that red life path sword 13? Xia gaze turned. Always. He was all thinking about how to invest in that magic sword. In the past, I was not strong enough and I was always careful. Now that he was thinking of going to test GNXII's needs after passing the examination. But you didn't realize that you'd get a chance to touch it during the test? The guiding elder continued while walking. Originally, the magic swords were stored on the 1st and 2nd floors with the top having considerations in them. But there seems to have been some accidents, and now it has been decided to hold a small meeting of sword exterminators. The Sword Destroyers' Little Society. Xia was once again stunned. From the mouth of the guiding elder, he probably sorted out what was going on. The great man who had previously made the decision to let the magic sword be stored at the 1st or 2nd level had now decided not to put it there, and had directly resolved the hidden danger that was the magic sword. So the internal held a small meeting to destroy the sword. In addition to wear out the spirit of the sword 13, there is also a layer of potential for the elders to observe and learn from the opportunity. That is to say, that spirit in the devil sword, the red fateful Tao of sword 13, was going to be destroyed? Xia mind instantly came alive. Under dying, can that sword 13 still have no needs? As long as there is a sentient being, which one doesn't have the instinct to survive? Just thinking about thinking. Another offense. You can hear it from the guiding elders. The one who presided over the sword destruction minor meeting was an elder from above. If the demon sword is in demand by then, it's really begging for life. How can I invest in it and save it? It's a big deal. All the way. Sheffield was all over this. Wait for the place. However, it was in a mysterious area on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion. The reason why this area is said to be mysterious is because this place is not usually open, either externally or internally. Previous introductions have also been of the incoherent, one-off variety about the place. Looking at it today, this area is supposed to be a place where special things are handled, such as the current Sword Destruction Club. Upon entry, 10 men were already standing inside. 3 of them were core elders of the 2nd tier, 5 ordinary 2nd tier elders, and 1 with a deep aura that should be of the 3rd tier or above. The last one, naturally, was that Master Wu. Noteworthy. Xia saw an acquaintance within the ordinary elders. It was that Lu Shang who was on duty in the 2nd area with him. The 10 people stood in a semi-enclosed position, and on the stone table in the center, there was an ordinary 8-sided sword. Xia glanced over with his remaining light. Who else could it be if not that devilish sword, sword 13? The guiding elder first greeted Master Wu, then respectfully said towards the elder with the deep aura, "Greetings, Elder Ri." This elder Ri nodded slightly, then looked at Xia and said, "This is the new elder who was going to undergo the examination?" Exactly him. The sword refining grand formation is being set up. Tell him to wait and not to move around freely so as not to affect the operation of the formation. Yes. The guiding elder hurriedly nodded, then turned to Xia and instructed him. Then he introduced in a low voice, "This elder Ri is the core elder of the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion. His realm reaches the foundation establishment. Remember not to offend at will, or else Master Wu won't be able to intercede. This sword extermination minor meeting, you just need to watch and feel and learn. It's also a rare experience for you to cherish." Listening to the admonition, Xia nodded his head, his gaze sizing up that foundation establishment realm elder Ri. The man looked to be over the age of a man with a full head of silver hair and a goatee. The body is somewhat rounded, with short limbs and a rolled belly. Significantly, his right hand consistently plays with a gilt-toed paperweight. The toad is very delicate, slightly open mouth, toad tongue is like the real thing, slim. CFA sensed through his spiritual sense that this elder Li's cultivation should be around the 6th grade of foundation establishment. Among the crowd of elders on the scene, it was strong enough to be called powerful. I wonder if they're clear that devil sword cultivation is already Jindan. Was thinking. A weird voice suddenly sounded in CFA's mind. This honored one really wasn't wrong, you're even qualified to appear here. The one who transmitted the voice was none other than that Sword 13. CFA's mind moved slightly, but his face didn't show the slightest bit of emotion. Oh? When you are about to die, you actually still have the heart to find me to transmit your voice? Die? Sword 13 seemed to be full of concern. What strength can they have to kill this father? That sword refining grand formation draws on a sliver of the power of this sword pavilion, and although it's powerful, even if it can wear down my spirit, it won't be able to wear down my sword fetus. In time, my father will not only be resurrected, but he will also be reborn in nirvana as a result, and his strength will rise another step. Listening to the voice transmission from this demonic sword, CFA was somewhat surprised inwardly. But when you think about it, it doesn't seem right. According to you, why did you suddenly come to me when you were so unafraid? He faintly transmitted these words. That's because this honored one wants to give you a chance. If you don't grasp it, then you will forever lose a great opportunity to soar to the heavens. So, CFA didn't bother with Sword 13's voice transmission anymore, but instead very dryly used the Fate Dao golden pupil at it again. Name, Sword 13. Sex, Shou Yuan. Realm, Jindan 1st grade. Natal chakra, red. Red Destiny's child. Immediate need, facing the crisis of imminent extermination, needing help to escape, can destroy the sword refining array to get out of the trap. Sure enough. Seeing the information displayed by the golden pupil of the destiny path, CFA's eyes lit up. It seems like this demon sword enjoys bragging and fooling people. However, from the side view, this so-called sword refining grand formation of the sword pavilion was indeed a bit extraordinary. It was actually able to make that elder Ri, who was in the foundation establishment realm, directly exterminate the Jindan stage devil sword. This time, Sword 13 was still continuously transmitting his voice, trying to compel, since you have seen this father many times, then you are considered qualified to receive this father's favor. This opportunity is a small test for you from my father. Later on that sword refining array will be activated, you only need to invoke the sword fury within this sword pavilion and impact the southeast side of that array. If you are unable to do so in this matter, then my father will be completely disappointed in you, and in the future. CFA was already too lazy to listen to the latter words. The situation that Jin 13 described, as it involved the safety of his life, he believed that the method would not be a problem. But Sword Fury? CFA smiled coldly inwardly. If according to what Jin 13 had said, he himself went to invoke the Sword Fury in the middle of the Sword Pavilion, even if he could successfully invoke it and destroy the sword refining grand formation, then, in the end, when it's traced, you're sure to be found out yourself. Jin 13 buried a big pit here. But the good thing is, in the middle of his Jindan, or above the sword heart, he had long since fused many sword fiends. Especially that long blood-colored Sword Fury dragon. By then, just releasing a sliver of it should be enough to do the job of making the sword refining grand formation go awry. Okay, let's all start getting ready. Just then, that elder Ri suddenly spoke out, nodding at Master Wu and the others. Then they saw Master Wu and the others, invoking their own spiritual energy. Immediately after, CFA then saw that the piece of gilt toad in Elder Ri's hand suddenly opened its mouth. 12 extremely thin bronze chains sprang out from the ground, deadlocking the 8-sided sword on the stone table. Master Wu bit his fingertip and drew an amulet in the air, and the blood beads condensed into 2 ancient seals, execute and destroy, and pressed them onto the sword. Departing fire burning evil, rise, the 3 core elders broke off in unison. The ground formation pattern suddenly lit up with a reddish golden glow. CFA felt a slight movement in his sword heart. This sword refining array was actually extracting the sword intent contained in the entire second floor sword pavilion. There's even a vein of earth underneath the sword pavilion. This sword refining array is not simple. Although the original body didn't have much research on formations, CFA had gained knowledge of weapon refining as well as alchemy through the system rebate. Formations, artifacts, and Dan all had some similarities, so naturally, one could more or less see the way. Soon, as the power of the grand formation continued to increase, it was seen that the demonic sword began to tremble. Then large patches of something like scales began to peel off. In the blink of an eye, the magic sword was seen revealing the glazed, blood-colored crystal bone inside. The crystal and blood color exuded a bizarre and powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This was actually a blood-red bone sword. The 8-sided sword before was just a disguise. Surprise flashed through CFA's eyes. Just then, Sword 13's voice carried a wave of urgency as it resounded in CFA's mind. Hurry! See that chain in the southeast corner? Immediately invoke the sword fury and impact it. CFA laughed coldly in his heart, but on his face, he did not move, pretending to pinch his knuckles and secretly mobilizing the dormant sword fury within his jindan. Only to see the sword fury split into an extremely thin strand of filaments, like a nimble swimming silk, swimming quietly under his control. His gaze was fixed on the operation of the Grand Formation, waiting for the best time. When the sword-refining Grand Formation's chi was at its peak and its power was at its peak, the threat of sword fury was like an arrow off the string, accurately stabbing into the root of the 9th chain. Ka-ching! A sound like porcelain breaking suddenly rang out, and the sword-refining Grand Formation appeared to be different. The formation pattern in the southeast was actually oozing black blood, which was like a living thing, spreading rapidly along the formation pattern. Earth Vein Revolt. Elder Lu Shang's face changed drastically as he let out a cry of alarm and hastily backed away, his eyes filled with panic. Elder Ri's expression was aghast, and the toadstool paperweight in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand, carrying a powerful spiritual force that rushed towards the Grand Formation in an attempt to stabilize the situation. However, before the paperweight could get close to the large formation, it was knocked down by a scarlet sword chi inspired by the Devil Sword, and the paperweight tumbled several times in the air before finally falling to the ground. Just you guys want to refine my father? Simply delusional. Sword 13 let out a wild laugh, the sound echoing throughout space. Then a blood rainbow was seen rising up into the sky, straight into the dome, the powerful force shaking the surrounding elders back. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations to the host, who has received a rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being red. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special Taishu Imperial Demon Divine Chapter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the precious auxiliary skill 1000 Faces Spiritual Transformation Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Way of Formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Infant Formation Pill. Taishu Imperial Demon Divine Chapter. This is a special cultivation Shin Gong, no grade. Cultivate this Gong, can be used to control the demons. If the soul is not tough and strong enough, it will be easily eroded by the demon's evil breath, and will give rise to demons. 1000 Faces Spiritual Transformation Skill. Precious, auxiliary arcane skill that allows the practitioner to change his appearance and soul at will, and is not easy to be detected by the original face. The Way of Formation can be extracted at any time. The possessor can fuse the basic knowledge related to formations, accompanied by the effect of dramatically increasing the talent for formations. Infant Formation Pill. Stored in the system space, when consumed at the 9th level of Jin Dan, it can be taken to break through to the realm of Yuaning without any side effects. For rebates, CFA could only hear the system's beeps continuously ringing in his head. At this moment, it is not possible to withdraw these rewards immediately, though. But just by seeing the system's introduction, he knew he'd made a fortune. Nothing else to mention. That infant formation pill would definitely cause a storm of bloodshed if it were placed outside. 100% side effect free breakthrough to Yuaning realm. What's this? It can be said that it is not an elixir, but better than an elixir. But CFA immediately put away his inner excitement. Because he knew that the first order of business was not to check the system rebates. The moment the blood rainbow quickly condensed into Sword 13's sword shadow in the air. This sword shadow was illusory yet powerful, carrying an unbeatable aura. Boy, this father rewards you. Gen 13 had not finished his words. CFA suddenly flickered, grabbing the toadstool paperweight that Elder Ri had dropped with great speed and throwing it to Elder Ri. And he secretly retrieved the sword fury that had destroyed the Grand Formation. Please, Elder, restart the Grand Formation. He shouted, his voice firm and strong. The moment the gilded toad reached Elder Ri's hand, the toad tongue was violently spat out. Miraculous things happened. That originally collapsed formation pattern actually began to regroup, and the light gradually recovered. Master Wu was the first to react. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he bit his tongue, sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood, and shouted, Lock. You! It was then that Jin 13 was shocked to realize that CFA had not been confused by himself. But it's too late. He began to shake violently. However, Jin 13 was unwilling to do so and immediately exploded all of his power, wanting to weave out. Unfortunately, this was the sword pavilion, and there were formations everywhere that restricted him. He was clearly in the Jindan realm, but his flight was shaky, and his speed was not even comparable to that of a cultivator in the chi practicing realm. And that's when CFA slipped out the magic sword that he had long ago taken out from the system space in his sleeve. He pretended to have his hands full, but in reality, he precisely blocked Jin Xii's path. Tinkerbell. No! The devil's sword let out one last wail, its tone filled with despair. Chapter 31 Lu Sheng's Anomaly, Downhill. Buzz. As if the 9 chains had a spirit, between flinging them, they once again wrapped around Jin 13. The breath of the sword refining grand formation rose violently, and its light flourished. After the grand formation was activated again, the suppressed Jin 13 was almost defenseless and was directly dragged back on top of the stone platform once again. CFA carried his sword, his gaze fixed. Although at the moment it looked like everything had settled down, that magic sword was after all Jindan strength and was red life path chi. I'm just afraid. Maybe he was overthinking it. Because what happened next went very well. The light of the grand formation grew more and more brilliant, and Sword 13's wails grew fainter and fainter. In the end, it was just slowly refined by the big formation, and only a blood-red bone sword remained on the stone platform. Elder Ri and the others repeatedly and carefully examined it to make sure that the spirit within had completely dissipated before registering it and taking away the demonic sword that had lost its spirit. On the way out, Elder Ri even gave CFA a special look, seemingly surprised and satisfied with his performance just now. Waiting for people to leave. Master Wu smiled and walked over, patting down CFA's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. In light of this performance, you can dispense with the later tests. There will also be a bottle of spirit-gathering pill rewarded to you. In 3 days, you'll report to the 7th core area, and I'll arrange for someone to familiarize you with." After a few words of praise and encouragement, Master Wu waved his hand and told everyone to disperse. But just as he went out, CFA was keenly aware that Elder Lu Sheng seemed to have collected something. As it will be a few days before we get to the core area. CFA, who had already finished his examination, headed towards the number 2 area where he had been on duty before. All the way, he began to take stock of the hall. First, I extracted the way of formation. As his cultivation level increased, under the system rebate infusion, the impact on CFA's body was getting lower and lower. There is no longer the disorientation as well as that sharp tingling sensation that was there before. Soon, much of the basic formation knowledge had melted away. Shaking his body, CFA was now considered to have put together the 3 major cultivation paths of weapon, dan, and array. Though none are considered proficient or advanced. But in terms of the foundation of the 3 paths, there were only a handful of people in the entire world who could compare to him. After all, system production. Nowadays, that sword refining array is really quite deep. Actually, with the help of the earth veins, the sword pavilion spell formation, the sword clan's great power as well as linking the toad paperweight. With the basic knowledge of formations, and reviewing the previous sword refining grand formation that he had personally touched, CFA gained quite a lot in one go. After the way of formation was extracted, the next turn was that precious great auxiliary feat. System, extract the 1,000 faces spiritual transformation skill. After the heart murmurs, a long-lost image unfolds in the mind. In the picture, CFA is constantly changing into an unfamiliar appearance. Teenagers, young adults, middle-aged, older adults, men, women. Every time he transformed, it was equivalent to being a new person, and no breaks could be seen. Even the aura and divine soul fluctuations underwent changes. A few moments later, CFA gained some clarity, and the 1,000 faces spiritual transformation technique was already flowing in his mind. These auxiliary feats, it's possible to find an opportunity to fuse them all together. Human energy is ultimately limited, and if you can combine all into one, it naturally saves time to do more. After extracting the 1,000 faces spiritual transformation technique, it's the last of the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapters. According to the information given by the system, although this Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter is incomparably bizarre and powerful, it has the risk of giving birth to heart demons. But my sword heart is clear, any heart demon can be cut with a sword, this is not enough to fear. Shasta. In the middle of CFA's divine soul sea of consciousness, channels of chaotic colored air currents surged in. These air currents converged as if they were clouds floating above. Immediately after that, countless gray celestial rains fell and landed in the sea of divine soul consciousness. Amidst the rain, a picture slowly unfolds. Throughout the entire process, CFA's divine soul spiritual knowledge roared and soared. This sudden uplifting feeling was as if the realm was breaking through. But this time, it wasn't the realm that was elevated, it was the divine soul sensei. Imperializing demons for your own use. What is the most important thing when you want to command a demon? According to the explanation of the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter, it was precisely the divine soul sensei. At this moment, in the midst of a scroll unfolding, CFA's divine soul sea of consciousness had almost grown 10 times larger. Spiritual awareness spreads out like an invisible tentacle, a pair of imperceptible eyes. As long as there wasn't some special spell formation in the way, any existence around them could be seen clearly. The flavor is so intoxicating and different. Above Jindan is Yuanying. With the strength of my current divine soul sea of consciousness, I'm only afraid that it's already comparable to that of a Yuanying, right? CFA was a little unsure. This was because up until now, he hadn't come into contact with an existence at the Yuanying realm. So it's also just a guess. Collect your thoughts. Continuing back to the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter, this particular cultivation method. From among the images presented by the system, as well as on the complete cultivation memory of the Taishu Imperial Demon God chapter. It can be roughly divided into 2 volumes, front and back. The previous volume was the Rain of Nurturing the Sea of Divine Soul and Consciousness, and each drop of rain was a part of CFA's Divine Soul. Each drop of rain can imperialize and control a demon. The latter volume contains a large number of methods of imperializing demons and means of dealing with the enemy. This Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter takes a different approach, it's simply unique to the extreme. All cultivation is focused on the point of imperious demons. When the divine soul is strong, it can command more and stronger demons. The stronger the demon, the stronger its own battle power. It's just that for the cultivation of one's own spiritual power, this Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter is slightly weaker. But yes, how can there be a perfect, all-encompassing divine power? If, at the back, it's not possible, I'll directly fuse a few Shingongs that specialize in spiritual power and break mirrors into it. Just thinking about the future, when he waved his big hand and thousands of demons swept through everything. CFA couldn't help but be very excited inside. Just a question of the moment. That is, where to find a demon to imperialize? Currently, he didn't have a single demon on his hands. Think about it. After a while, go look for signs of demons, and make sure to catch one to try. Is making up his mind. The person has arrived in the second area. This back. Old Bentu then greeted him and took the lead in congratulating him. I heard that Elder Sea's assessment has ended, and going forward, he can be the core elder of the second floor of our sword pavilion, huh? CFA was still a bit distracted at this point, contemplating Lu Shang's unusual behavior earlier. Seeing him like this, old Benhead couldn't help but ask with concern, what? Did you receive a mental shock during the test? If you feel something is wrong, take a few days off to rest and relax, there's not much going on here anyway, Lu Shang and I can handle it. CFA came back to his senses and was about to speak when a figure walked over and chimed in, mind shock? Who's had a mind shock? Why don't you come down the mountain with me tonight to have some fun at the 100 Flowers Pavilion, keep your mind and soul complete and you'll have no problems anywhere. The person who came back was none other than that Lu Shang. Old Bentu immediately frowned and said, you're also a big old man, why do you keep thinking about men and women every day, and you're not afraid to misuse your cultivation? Lu Shang laughed, my heart is not old when I'm old, and my body is even less old. You. Old Running Head shook his head in disbelief. Seeing Lu Shang appear, CFA thought about it and used the Fate Dao Golden Pupil on him. Then you see. Name, Wanyan. Sex, male. Longevity, 22-135. Realm, Chi practicing 7th grade. Natal chakra, gray. Gray Fool's Fate, not recommended for investment. Recent demand, as one of the 7 factions of the Evil Way, the young master of the Wind and Moon sect, want to stay within the Pavilion of Swords at treasure level of Excalibur. Something's really wrong. CFA was shocked in his heart. I didn't realize that this Lu Shang's real name was actually called Wanyan, and he was also the young master of the Evil Wind and Moon sect. Previously, Lu Sheng was claiming to the outside world that he was 51 years old and his cultivation level was only the 4th grade of Qi practice. I didn't expect the life path golden pupil to take a look. This person is so deeply hidden. The young master of a great evil sect has actually changed his name to sneak into this sword pavilion, wanting to plot for a precious weapon. Where's that treasure grade Excalibur? Why would it attract the attention of a young master of an evil sect? The behind-the-scenes situation was something that CFA couldn't figure out for a while. But no matter what, this Lu Sheng, or Wangyan, is not a good person. And just as CFA was observing Lu Sheng's bottom, a shimmering light suddenly popped out from Lu Sheng's fingertips and then didn't enter into Old Ben too. If it was an ordinary Qi practicing realm elder, it would have been impossible to discover this small action of Lu Sheng. But nay, CFA was already a Jindan. Not to mention Lu Sheng snapping his fingers, even if a mosquito stirred its wings a few times, it could not escape his perception. Noticing the shimmering aura, CFA was once again startled. Because it's that sword 13. I didn't expect that the magic sword hadn't died out yet, and it had also been struck by Lu Sheng into Old Benta's body. One time. 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. By the time he reacted, Lu Sheng had already pulled Old Ben 2 away, and the two of them didn't know where they had gone. I was expecting to see old Benjamin later. But he didn't expect that after 3 days in a row, he didn't see anyone show up until the guiding elder came to take CFA to the 7th area. Old Ben 2 was more than likely killed, and it's also possible that he was taken over by Sword 13 with Lu Sheng's help. Should we report this matter to Master Wu? After thinking about it, CFA planned to press this thought for the time being. Since the other party had infiltrated the Sword Pavilion for so long, they must have many preparations and means. If he rushed out so rashly, he might not get things done, but instead attract danger. Wind and Moon Gate. That was a famous evil sect in the Xuanqi continent. Even if it was not comparable to those holy places, it was definitely not something that a small Changhua sword sect could deal with. The days after that. In addition to familiarizing himself with the work of Area 7, CFA was secretly and surreptitiously observing Lu Sheng. On the 3rd day of July, Lu Sheng disappeared again, still couldn't find his silhouette anywhere, and didn't go out of the clan. As soon as his attention was focused on Lu Sheng, CFA discovered more things that were wrong. For 9 out of 10 days, Lu Sheng disappeared without a trace. Whether it was the elder's residence or elsewhere, there was no sign of it. Even several times, CFA's Jindan realm spiritual sense followed, staring at that Lu Sheng returning to the elder's residence. But almost instantly, people just disappear. Spiritual awareness was also unable to lock onto its location. However, in the process of tracking Lu Sheng over the past few days, spiritual awareness had accidentally overheard something about CFA himself. It turned out that some of the elders on the 2nd floor had discovered that he was almost always 2 points away from his residence and the Sword Pavilion every day. Obviously just practicing Qi 4th grade strength, also do not go out to the outside to turn around, also do not go down the mountain to play in the city, and even more do not communicate with other elders. This series of unusual behaviors has raised eyebrows. There were even already individual elders who suspected that there was something wrong with him. After realizing that it might cause some unnecessary attention and trouble, CFA planned to suspend following Lu Sheng and settle this matter first. These days, but also inquired about some news, listening to a few core elders chatting about Huayang City outside a misty forest. I heard that there is a great demon entrenched there. The closest large city to the Changhua sword sect was Huayang City, which was 500 miles away. This trip down the mountain was meant to be a twofer. Not only did he go to see if he could find the demons and try out the effects of the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter, but he could also show off that he was also a regular human being and dispel everyone's doubts and concerns. But before that, one had to break through to the 2nd grade of Jindan. After accumulating cultivation for so many days, plus because of the examination, Master Wu rewarded a bottle of spirit gathering pill to save time. Nowadays, the spiritual energy in his body was already enough. It was just that in the past few days of tracking the matter of Lu Sheng, CFA had been pressing on without breaking through. However, since he had decided to take a trip down the mountain, it was natural that the stronger he was, the better, so as to avoid any changes. To break through the realm, one needs an undisturbed environment, and the mind is fully immersed in it, and one has to concentrate. The Elder's residence has corresponding spell formations, and there are quite a few spirit-gathering small formations inscribed under the residence, making it an excellent choice for current cultivation breakthroughs. So that night, CFA then spent half the night crossing over to the 2nd grade realm within his own residence. Then the next day, it was time to take a vacation and go down to the mountains. Stop. At this moment, outside of Huayang City, the edge of a small piece of dense forest where the perennial mists did not dissipate. An 8-carried sedan chair stopped. The 8 people carrying the sedan chair placed after, looking at the surrounding mist, could not help but turn back in fear. Master, this is the misty forest you were looking for. Aha! The car curtain lifted and CFA slowly walked down and threw out a small silver cake. Having gotten the money, the 8 men immediately lifted the sedan chair and would have liked to leave in a hurry. However, after some hesitation, the sedan bearer in the lead still reminded again, this master, the misty forest has always been a taboo for travelers. Even though going through the woods saves hundreds of miles, still no one dares to go. Because it ate a lot of people up here 10 years ago. You? Xiafei shook his head slightly and laughed. I'm just curious, I'm just wandering around this forest without going in. That's good, then we have business to do, so we'll leave you to it. The 8 of them arched their hands and carried the empty sedan chair in the direction of Huayang City. Looking at the way the several people left in a hurry, Xiafei didn't say anything until the 8 people were gone, and only then did he start stepping into the middle of the forest. This time, sitting in the 8-carried sedan chair, it was not that Xiafei wanted to enjoy himself or show off anything. Instead, because the human-powered sedan chair was so slow, it was far less fast than flying on its own. It's just that Xiafei needs to need a guide who knows the place, in addition to the fact that the leader he met was not bad, so he just gave the other party a business. Mundane silver money is really worthless to him. Chapter 32 The Great Demon of the Misty Forest, The Sudden Others. Misty Woods. An area that falls within the boundaries of Huayang City. Since no one has walked here for years, it has long been like a primitive jungle. Follow the inquiries. There is an extremely powerful great demon at the head of this place. Back then, Huayang City had turned to the Changha Sword sect for help because a number of traitors had died here. After that, the Sword sect came with an elite elder of the 9th grade of Qi practicing. I was expecting to be able to get my hands on it without much trouble. As a result, he went deep into the misty forest and fought with that great demon. Not only did he fail to take it down, but he was even seriously injured by the great demon in turn. If we look at it this way, that great demon's strength should be at the early stage of foundation establishment. If it's above the 3rd rank of foundation establishment, that elder of the 9th rank of Qi practicing should not be able to escape back to the sword sect. Xiafei thought in his mind and had already stepped into the misty forest. With the system rebate of 1 reed crossing the river, even without flying, his speed was extremely fast and incomparable. The spiritual energy shook slightly and disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 feet away. If the 8 sedan chairmen were still there, they would be so shocked to see this scene that their eyes would fall out. It was about half a cup of tea. Xiafei had then reached the depths of the misty forest, the core area in the center. However, the size of this misty forest was beyond his expectations. The roads here are overgrown with weeds and trees due to the lack of traffic for years. The misty forest was now almost more than twice as big as it had been in the early days. Being in the middle ground. When I looked up, there was a hazy white mist everywhere. In the midst of the fog, many corpses were faintly visible. There were people, animals, and more than a few of them were unknown beasts of prey. These corpses were piled up in one jumbled piece. It was shocking to watch. Xiafei also noticed that there were several wild dogs from nowhere that were roaming around, looking for white bones to gnaw on. These hungry wild dogs are fierce, each with a ferocious face, as if as long as let it find, the next moment will certainly pounce on. It's a big sun outside, but this place is actually filled with a perennial demonic mist. And this demonic fog also has the effect of isolating spiritual awareness. Trying to release his spiritual sense, the result was that he could only probe about 20 miles. After noticing that there was something wrong with this white mist, Xiafei couldn't help but be a little surprised. To know. With his current strength of the 2nd grade of Jindan, coupled with the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine Chapter, his divine soul and spirituality could break bread with some experts who had first entered Yuaning. As a result, here, it's actually only possible to probe 20 miles. This misty forest must have undergone some sort of unknown change. If it was of this intensity, that elite elder back then would only be afraid that he wouldn't even be able to enter the forest. After thinking about that, Xiafei couldn't help but frown. He finally understood why the sword sect hadn't subsequently sent any more people over to deal with this. Looks like that big demon still has some unknown secrets. But the stronger it gets, the more interested I get. If once this great demon was captured and put under its command, it would definitely greatly enhance its battle power. Thinking about it, Xia Fei took another step. But it just didn't go very far. He saw the fog surging, and then two bizarre figures appeared in front of him. Fix your eyes. One is a skeleton that moves. The other was a tall, thin, wealthy wolf with a hideous face, and it is divided into demons and devils, two parts. Among them, demons generally have to be less powerful, and only powerful beings can be called demons. Looking at the two small demons in front of him that clearly didn't belong to the beasts, Xia Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Spiritual awareness had long since probed these two. However, due to his strength being too low, only being at the first level of Qi practicing realm, he didn't even pay much attention to it. I didn't realize that I would actually jump out and seek death myself. It's just the right time to try out my Taishu Imperial Demon God chapter with you guys. Xia Fei waved his hand. Separating two powerful strands of spiritual energy, he suppressed the skeleton man and the fortune wolf in an instant. Then the divine soul split into two threads. And just as Xia Fei was about to try the effect of the Imperial Demon, the other end of the misty forest, near the central core area, under the fog, the whole sky was gray. And every now and then something walks around in the foggy depths. There is even a large group of ghost-like traveling teams that look like walking corpses. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly cut through the fog, then flew into the midst of this group of long dead merchants. Lights intertwined and reaped at a rapid pace. In 3 breaths, there was a mass of corpses. One by one, each body was cut into finger-sized pieces. Under such circumstances, even if they became demons, there was absolutely no chance of any resurrection. But there seemed to be a strong man in the ranks of the marchers. He actually punched away that light, then roared and pounced at the location that emitted the light like a tiger descending from a mountain. But what was that knocked away light? It was none other than a strangely shaped flying sword. In the manipulator's hand, the sword turned upside down and violently erupted into an even more violent killing machine. In one fell swoop, the strong man was nailed to the ground. The movement died down. A group of people came up under the fog surge. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a purple tunic. As soon as he appeared, he raised his hand. The flying sword flew back at the same time. A ray of fire fell on the body of the strong man and suddenly burned it to a crisp. Chief Elder is worthy of being a true elder of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect. This hand of flying sword divine flame is breathtaking. A woman who was slightly half a step behind the purple-shirted man laughed out loud. This woman was dressed in a black robe, and between her hands and feet, she emitted an endless sharpness. It was as chilling as a walking sword. The chief elder returned a smile and said modestly, "Elder Lin Shui is polite. I'm just an unknown junior elder of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect. All that I have learned is also in this flying sword. In terms of sword Dao attainments, naturally, I can't compare to everyone from the Born Sword Sect." Words. Lin Shui smiled faintly. In any case, this time, with a Jindan first-grade chief elder around, the matter of the Misty Forest should be able to be resolved smoothly. The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect is best at dealing with demons, so as long as we hold off that canine demon, we will be able to obtain the Blood Essence Stone. A few people were walking and talking at the same time. But the words weren't finished. A burst of rich blood aura drifted right in the middle of the mists. Generally speaking, blood breath carries a strong fishy odor. However, this blood gas, not only did it not have half the smell of blood, it even carried a slight sweet wafting fragrance. This is the Blood Essence Stone. Lin Shui's spirit was shaken. Immediately rush in the direction of the scent. Wait for the place. It was discovered that this was actually a land of corpses. Right in the center of a field full of white bones. A blood-colored round stone that was the size of an adult's fist floated in midair. I can't believe it was conceived to this size. Seeing this huge blood essence stone, Lin Shui's gaze lit up. With that, she was about to fly over and take it. But just as he made a move, he was shouted down by that Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect's chief elder. Elder Lin Shui might as well wait for a moment. Hearing the chief old to stop himself, Lin Shui looked back with some surprise. Just in time, he saw that the chief old man was staring at the blood essence stone on top of the corpse with a grave gaze. Lin Shui was about to ask why. A low hiss was heard violently in the midst of the fog. Buzz. Shasta. The heavens and the earth have changed. A skyrocketing demonic aura, wrapped in a huge aura, manifested. The source of that demonic aura. It's exactly underneath the blood essence stone. Bathed in the midst of the rolling demonic chi, the blood essence stone became more and more translucent, and the sweet-smelling scent became more and more intense. Lin Shui snapped. Only then did he understand why such a huge blood essence stone had been birthed here. Turns out there's a big demon hiding underneath. Looking at this aura, I am afraid that it is only that extremely strong canine demon. Bang! The morose white corpse exploded. A four-legged demonic creature that looked like a buffalo appeared. The mist disperses. Everyone got a good look at its appearance. Exactly a huge dog. Frightening. This dog actually has 3 heads. At the moment 6 eyes glowing with red light were staring at them in death. Even if Lin Shui was overly arrogant and had extraordinary strength. However, when he was stared at by this canine demon, his soul was immediately shaken and his face turned pale. Just a glance. Just let this great man of the Long River Sword Sect Sword Mound give a dark defeat. So much for the case. The other Sword Mound elders who followed over were naturally even more unpleasant. Some of them had even vomited blood from their mouths and their souls were damaged. Didn't realize. This canine demon actually had the ability to hurt people's souls. At this point, that chief elder from the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect spoke out, "All of you stand behind the old man." Talking. He stepped forward and held the canine demon's gaze. Then with his left hand, he fished out a handful of golden charms from somewhere. A hint of surprise flooded the chief's old, stony face. This canine demon isn't simple. Not only is its strength already of the first grade of Jindan, and even more so, he is gifted with a special skill that can destroy people's souls. If we can take him down and sacrifice him as old man's demonic puppet. Looking at the canine demon, Chief Lao laughed. The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect was best at dealing with demons. Even if this canine demon was also of the first grade of Jindan, he was confident that he could take it down today. Swish! This chief old man flew into the air. First, he mouthed the words. Then with a flick of his left hand, several golden talismans flew out. Still in mid-air. These golden talismans then erupted with brilliant and dazzling golden light. Then amongst all this golden light, a blood-colored rune that looked like it had come to life shrouded towards the canine demon. Face the attack. The canine demon's ferocious appearance was revealed with a low roar. The 2 heads dealt with those blood-colored gold talismans, while the one in the middle bit towards the chief old man. For a moment. 1 person and 1 demon, they fought in this place. The earth kept shaking and the white mist kept churning. This aura is really frightening. Lin Shui and the other group of Sword Mound elders watched the fight between the chief elder and the great demon above the sky. Each one of them had a look of envy in their eyes. Worthy of the Golden Dan realm's elegance. Can I reach such a state? Jindan, before becoming a Jindan, one is ultimately a Mola. Roar! Accompanied by a roar, a dog demon with a strength of roughly the 8th grade of mortal fetus was torn apart by 2 figures. One of them, while tearing, swallowed the flesh and blood. It was the same jackal from before. The other figure, who else could it be if not the skeleton man? Compared to the beginning. Nowadays, the jackal and the skeleton man seem to have risen quite a bit in battle power. Looking at his realm, he was already in the 2nd grade of Qi practicing. This Taishu Imperial Demon God chapter is truly perverse. Not only can it control the demon, but it can even allow it to draw on the power of the other party through killing, thus quickly pulling up the strength of the Imperial Demon. In the mist, Xia Fei quietly watched the scene. In his heart, he was extremely surprised at the change in the jackal and the skeleton man. Since taking in these 2 little demons, he had already been leading in this misty forest, turning around for an hour. The small demons and beasts encountered therein were taken care of by jackals and skeleton men. Apart from subduing these 2 little demons at the beginning, up until now, CFA hadn't even moved his hand. After this hour of observation and experimentation, Sheffield made another startling discovery. That was while he was imperializing the demons to kill. The demons under his hand were growing in strength, and he himself would follow suit. Not much of an increase though. But with enough demons, enough battlefields. Then there was no need to cultivate at all, and the cultivation level could just rub upwards furiously. But it's worth mentioning. Period. Xiafei constantly hallucinated the willful spirits of the jackals and skeleton men. if you are in this situation for a long time. Even if a person is not crazy, there is a high probability that they will have a demon in their mind. It's a good thing there's a sword heart passage in place. No matter how much the jackal and the skeleton man's spiritual will harass them, they couldn't shake CFA's mind. Even whenever he wants to. It's all completely blocked out. Waiting to find out about these situations one by one. CFA had to sigh a sentence, this Taishu Royal Demon God chapter. Can only say one thing, it is worthy of being a system product. Kill the little demon. CFA continued to lead the only two demons to find another battlefield. However, just after Jackal and Skeleton Man had once combined to exterminate one of the other skeletons, CFA suddenly detected a wave of powerful spiritual energy. And along with that, there was also a rushing demonic aura. This is... His mind moved and his spiritual sense was suddenly released. Then he saw that, about 15 miles away from him, a man and a demon were fighting in mid-air. Jindan realm? This misty forest has actually attracted people from the Jindan realm? Isn't this trying to steal the demon from me? CFA couldn't be bothered to continue the experiment and immediately waved his hand. The two lesser demons, the jackal and the skeleton man, were collected by him. Then immediately flew towards the place of that great battle. At full strength. His figure was like a bolt of lightning that disappeared into the fog in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the ever-churning sea of fog and clouds. Heaven is clear, go. The chief's old mind controlled the flying swords like butterflies through flowers, instantly slashing towards the three-headed canine demon. At the same time, his left hand kept throwing out golden talismans. Between the first appearances of golden light, countless runes were like a large net, ruthlessly enveloping the past. Rumble. However, that three-headed canine demon, with a large mouth, 3 blood-red balls of light suddenly spewed out. On the spot, it blew a big hole in that large runic net. Then the canine demon leapt and flew out of that big hole, biting towards the flying swords that shot out. Chapter 33. The Sword Tao of the Gods is called the Sword God. Madaka. The fangs clashed with the flying sword. It actually broke the chief old man's flying sword. The two broken swords flew out and landed among the corpses all over the ground, and no matter how the chief old man urged them, they did not respond. And after breaking 2 attacks at once, the canine demon once again soared, biting down fiercely towards the chief elder above in mid-air. Fangs that can bite off even flying swords. If this bite is real, the old chief will not be able to stand it. Bang! Rolling demonic chi stirred, as if thunder erupted from the flat earth. It enveloped the entire sky at once. At the bottom, Lin Shuet and a group of other Sword Mound elders were alarmed at this situation. All thought that Chief Lao was going to be defeated by this canine demon. But didn't think. Beyond the demonic aura, the chief's old wretched figure was suddenly revealed. Very good. A set of fangs can actually break a spiritual treasure. Even my spirit weapon flying sword can bite off. I didn't think that you, a demonic creature, could actually accomplish so much. The chief old man's gaze was fiery, itching to grab this canine demon on the spot and sacrifice it properly. It seems that old man must show a bit of his crushing skills. Otherwise there's a real possibility that I won't be able to subdue you today. The words fell. The chief boss waved his hand. A purple light flew out of his sleeve. Fix your eyes. Surprisingly, it was a purple talisman. A purple halo flowed, imparting a powerful oppression. The Longhu Heavenly Sect was famous for its talismans and flying swords in the Xuanqi continent. Chief Elder was a true level elder of the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect, with a flying sword that was unique in the world. But compared to flying swords, what he was really good at was actually talismans. At this point, with the old chief's purple talisman in his hand, all of his spiritual energy surged in like a great river breaking its banks. The purple talisman is glowing, the heavenly authority is notorious, once the edict is issued, all evils will be hidden. The chief's old body bulged with an appalling aura, and the purple talisman in his hand exploded with dazzling light. His entire body was shrouded in purple light. It was like a god standing between heaven and earth. Rumble. There seems to be thunder appearing. Then a purple light, like thunder, shot out from the purple talisman. One slash on the canine demon. Woof. The blow seemed to cause the canine demon to take pain for the first time, and a wail escaped from it as its skin split open. But a purple light wasn't finished. Another 7 or 8 surged out in succession. The canine demon wanted to dodge in all directions, but these violet light thunders seemed to have locked onto it. No matter how much it fled, it was useless. Less than a breath. The violet light and thunder all landed on the canine demon. All of a sudden that huge body was scorched black, scarlet flesh and blood turned over, and the white bones were exposed in the mist. It was even a bit unable to maintain the demon body, and was about to degenerate into the size of a normal dog as it faltered. But it wasn't easy for the old chief over there either. Continuously inspiring such ferocious moves had caused his spiritual energy to gradually bottom out. The entire person dropped to the ground, not wanting to waste an ounce of spiritual energy to maintain the vacillation. But it's a bit deflated though. But the chief's old eyes were full of joy and triumph. District demons, although they are gifted, they are not allowed to be righteous after all. Why don't you surrender immediately and return to the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect with me to become a Dragon Tiger war puppet? The old chief's words shook. That aura, as if the canine demon would be thwarted and exterminated on the spot if he didn't agree. Such vigor and strength is truly amazing. The crowd of Lin Shui from afar nodded their heads in admiration, almost ready to clap and shout. However, just when everyone thought that the situation was settled and the demonic creature couldn't make any waves, the wretched dog demon suddenly barked woof 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 towards the sky. Don't understand what kind of trick it is. It didn't see it move in any other way either. But with the shout, all the fog in the entire misty forest closed in. A moment. The fog coalesced and completely wrapped the canine demon. From afar, it looked like a huge white cocoon. Boom! The cohesive white mist suddenly exploded. A white three-headed dog demon about 100 feet tall made a shocking appearance. Woof! The center head screamed towards the sky. Obviously not very loud. However, it caused the heavens and earth to shake and everyone's souls to be shaken. Faced with this sudden change, the chief old man was shocked. Dharma, heaven and earth? It is rumored that demons have one of the strongest aptitudes. It's called the law of heaven and earth. I didn't think I'd see it today. The chief old man simply couldn't wait to think more, and immediately desperately surged the little spiritual energy he had left to inspire the violet light thunder to attack. But these purple lights that made the canine demon unable to resist before. And now it didn't even break the skin. The 100-foot-sized three-headed dog just slammed its back foot down. And then it was seen. The chief old man standing on the ground, the rich purple light that enveloped his entire body, shattered as if a glaze had exploded. Bang! A crack suddenly appeared in the violet talisman in the old chief's hand. And his entire body shook with a loud bang. His face was like gold paper as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. The three-headed dog moved slightly. When he reappeared, he was already above the chief old man. Then all four hooves came crashing down. Rumble! Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and white bones splattered. The chief old man spat out blood as he struggled to escape to another part of the sky. The situation going forward. It's like a hunter conversion. Chief Senior was beaten senseless. If he didn't have multiple life-preserving magic treasures, I'm afraid that he would have died in front of this 100-foot three-headed dog. But Chief Lao would already be on the verge of spiritual energy depletion by now, and would no longer be able to hold on for long as he harnessed these powerful magic treasures. It was estimated that he would have to perish in a tea break at the most. Buzz! A white demonic light, like lightning, blasted down. Where it landed, it burst into boundless dust, and a large pit 3 feet deep appeared. The old chief screamed miserably and ran off the edge in a heap. Resisted though. However, a defensive magic treasure similar to a bronze mirror on his body had already shattered. At this moment, this chief old man simply did not have the same kind of spirited, inscrutable, and powerful demeanor that he had before. Elder Lin, this. Far away. The sword mound elder who watched this scene couldn't help but look at Lin Shui in alarm. Lin Shui held her sword in her right hand, and the sword was already out of its sheath. However, facing the ferocious might of the 100-foot three-headed dog, her hands trembled and she was hesitant to step forward. She was only the second rank of Foundation establishment. How could one intervene in a fight in the Jindan realm? Intentional but powerless. I had thought that I would be able to get the blood essence stone without any problems this time. But I didn't think it would be like this. If not, we'll just have to back off for now. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and said very helplessly. Where else could she care about the life and death of an old chief? I just hope that I can save the lives of these people behind me this time, and that I don't lose manpower to the sword mound. How did this situation come about? A Jindan first grade realm canine demon is actually harboring one of the demon's supreme secrets, Dharma heaven and earth. Now that it's in this state, I'm afraid that even if the 9th rank of Jindan came, it would have to be planted here. This would exhaust the old chiefs fleeing for their lives, screaming inwardly. He's got the 3-headed dog all riled up. Now one could only bear the monstrous wrath of this demon. It wasn't that Chief Lao hadn't thought of seeking help from the people of the Long River Sword sect. However, the strength of those people was too low. Even if they had the guts to dare to come over, they simply couldn't stop the 3-headed canine demon that had opened the Dharma heaven and earth. And at a time like this, when one's own life is at stake, who will come and lay down their lives to help? In his place. Even if they had the ability, they wouldn't have come to intervene. Between the flow of the mind. It causes the movement to slow down for a split second. That 3-headed dog immediately seized the opportunity, and 3 streams of demonic light erupted from 3 mouths. Where could the old chief, who was at the end of his strength, avoid it any longer? There was only hard resistance at the moment. But I've lost my mana. The chief old man closed his eyes slightly, as if he knew it was useless to struggle and had already resigned himself to his fate here. It's just a favor to return the favor. How did it come to this? Even lose your life here? The heart was bitter, and despair filled the mind. Just when Lin Shui and the others had already thought that the chief old man was bound to die and were ready to run away. An extremely strong, sweeping spiritual sense like that of heaven and earth suddenly enveloped down. Shasta. Heaven and earth were silent. Then it was seen. The 100-foot 3-headed dog was bound at once. The 3 demonic lights disintegrated halfway. This is... The chief's old man, who had been robbed of his life, had not yet recovered at all. Immediately after. Just see the void above. A figure descended down. Sensing again the binding of the 3-headed dog. Suppressing a great demon of the law of the heavens with just the power of divine soul spirituality. The chief old man snapped back to his senses, shocked. This is a Yuaning powerhouse. The Lin Shui crowd, who heard the exclamation of shock from afar, immediately shuddered. Then each of them stared at the appearing stranger's shadow with wide eyes in disbelief. Being able to suppress a Jindan great demon with just his spiritual sense. Only Yuaning, or above, exists. To these sword mound elders, a Jindan expert was already in existence that needed to be looked up to. Not to mention a big shot like Yuaning. This kind of existence completely belonged to the transcendent level of great power. A lifetime of exposure may be out of reach. But it's surprising that it just showed up now. And it also saw the strike of a Yuaning powerhouse. How could this not make Lin Shui's crowd surprised and shocked? Everyone got a good look at the big man, a plain, ordinary-looking man. But with the added strength of the Yuaning realm. This ordinary look, on the contrary, became even more inscrutable. Only to see this big man appear. It was then lifted in the air at the bound 3-headed dog. Then that 100-foot figure suddenly retreated. In the blink of an eye. It becomes the size of a regular puppy. Even 3 heads became 1 head. Such a means of directly manifesting the true body of a great demon. The hearts and minds of the chief elder and Lin Shui and the others trembled as they watched. An overwhelmingly great demon that made them only resign themselves to death and flee for their lives. Now it's like being a good dog, taken at random by the big boys who show up. Such strength and presence. It's scary as hell. Seeing that the canine demon was about to be taken away. A shocking change occurs. The dog demon suddenly barked, and a thick white mist erupted from its body. Those mists that had been absorbed back earlier reappeared this time. And with the help of this white mist, the canine demon actually broke free of its spiritual sense bindings at once. Then fling yourself wildly on all 4 feet. Swished and fled. Bad. When the chief elder saw this, his pupils shook and his face was shocked. I didn't expect this dog demon to be so deceitful. What's more, I didn't expect that white mist, which restrained spiritual sense so tremendously. This sudden escape trick. It was estimated that even with this Yuaning big brother, he would have to be slipped by this canine demon under a single slip of the tongue. Just as the chief's old heart was alarmed. However, he heard that Yuaning big brother, who landed in front of the group of elders from the Long River Sword sect in an unhurried manner. Only he said to Lin Shui, "May I have a sword?" The indifferent and slightly cold tone came out. It caused Lin Shui to faintly freeze and subconsciously take out her own magic sword. There is. The words just came out. A lightness in the hand. The sword had fallen into the hands of this Yuaning big brother. Nice sword. The ordinary Yuaning big brother nodded slightly, then the sword light flashed. Moment. The sword light chopped at the canine demon that was far away in the sky. Sheefold Man and Lin Shui, and those elders of the sword mound. What they saw in their eyes was a scene they would never be able to forget in their lifetime. The moment the sword light appeared, the entire sky suddenly darkened. Sword intent. The boundless sword intent that filled heaven and earth. In this instant, cut off the void. In this vast world of sword intent, another trace of blood-red sword fury surged out. The appearance of the sword fiend caused everyone's souls to go cold, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Sword light. Sword intent. Sword fury. 3 phases in one. In less than a snap of the fingers, the fleeing canine demon was already drowned. Sword back. Everyone was unable to return to their senses, and heaven and earth were losing their colors. However, this ordinary Yuaning big brother just faintly let out a sound. Then the long sword returned to Lin Shui's hand. Wait and see. The Yuaning big brother had disappeared into thin air. When he searched again, he had already appeared near the canine demon. Then blink. All gone. Halfway through the day. It was only under the heavenly clearing and earthly tranquility that the chief elder and the Lin Shui crowd slowly returned to their senses. All of them were wide-eyed and dumbfounded. What he saw and thought was all about the sword that was like a ghost. Although it had been clear that the other party was a Yuaning big brother. However, actually seeing such a terrifying sword still produced a shock that shook the soul and sea of consciousness. This is the strength of a Yuaning big brother? Ghostly sword. Kenshin. This is the sword god. The chief's old mind was so agitated that he could hardly contain himself. He even knelt down and shouted, "This is the sword god among the sword Tao. Only a sword that causes heaven and earth to lose color like this can be worthy of the name sword god. The so-called god. In this case it means that the Great Way has an existence that is close to God, or even surpasses God. The way of the sword is divine. It is called the god of swords. Practicing the flying sword Tao, Sheefold Man was also considered an existence with half a foot in the sword Tao. And because of that, it was only then that he understood the meaning of the word sword god. There were very few sword cultivators who could be called sword gods. Chief Senior had fantasized back in the day that he would one day be so honored. But by now, he only thought that he would be satisfied with meeting a sword god. But I didn't think. Not only did you see it today, even saw the sword god strike with his own eyes. The chief elder's out-of-control excitement caused the sword mound's group of elders to react. When he heard the old chief's mouth cry out sword god, Lin Shui couldn't help but flash a thought in her mind. Could it be that one lord? She thought of it. It was that sword Pavilion Yuaning bigwig who had previously caused a ruckus in the Long River Sword sect. This association. It seems to be the same person. Lin Shui would still never forget that day in the sword sect, seeing that shocking image over the sword pavilion. The sword shatters the long dragon. The word shook the heavens and the earth. That aura, that aura. It was too similar to this sword today. More importantly, the Sword Pavilion's public announcement was that the Sword Pavilion had produced a Yuaning sword god. It's hard to believe that 2 sword gods have appeared in this neighborhood at once? Lin Shui had the answer in her heart. She decided to report today's events immediately after returning to the Long River Sword sect. But in a flash, Lin Shui thought of something else and snapped her head down to look at the long sword in her hand. The sword god is using my sword. She muttered the words, her right hand unable to stop gripping the hilt of her sword. I don't know if it's an illusion. The residual warmth of the sword god's palm seemed to still be lingering. It made her delicate body shudder and a different kind of feeling welled up in her heart. Chapter 34 Sword 13's Remnant Soul. Xia Fei at this time. It was flying in mid-air, with the jackals and skeleton men it had previously collected, plus the canine demon just now. It had all been put into the system space by him. Though normal living things or lifeforms cannot be stored in system space. However, because these 3 demons were harnessed, they were considered to be Xia Fei's belongings. And because the cultivation level was already the 2nd grade of Jindan. The internal area of the system space, from about half an acre in the beginning, had expanded to nearly 100 acres of space. Not to mention 3 demons, even 300 were more than enough to put in there. I guess how could those elders of the sword mound not have imagined that I, the little transparent of the sword pavilion, would be that mysterious expert just now? Thinking back to what he had done earlier, CFA couldn't help but stifle a laugh. With the Thousand Faces spiritual transformation skill in place, turning into an ordinary man was naturally not a troublesome matter. Moreover, in order not to be exposed, he did not even use his own exclusive sword. But that sword burst. It also sort of gave CFA a rough idea of his own strength. If he was at full strength, he should be able to spar a few times with a first-time Yuaning expert. It would still end up being too much to spell, but it was scary enough. Not bad for a system rebate. Secretly, he lamented. His attention turned back to the canine demon he had just harnessed. Now after being subdued with the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine Chapter. This canine demon was like a little white dog in the system space, walking around in a well-behaved manner. From its soulful eyes, it was easy to see that this great demon of the Jindan first grade realm had extraordinary intelligence. Earlier, when he fought with that chief old man, this canine demon had also displayed a special demonic aptitude like Dharma heaven and earth. Demons that could have the ability to use the law of the heavens and the earth were either given some sort of great inheritance, or their ancestors had been expansive and had an extraordinary bloodline. Obviously. The odds are that this canine demon is the latter. In other words, this is not an ordinary dog. In the future, the achievements will only exceed some imagination. This was undoubtedly a huge surprise for CFA. With my own battle power, plus this canine demon. Under Yuaning, there should be no more enemies, right? CFA laughed softly, and with a slight movement of his mind, the canine demon was released by him into the system space. Then it grows in the wind. All of a sudden, it transformed into the image of a 3-headed demonic dog of about 3 feet. Go! CFA jumped up and didn't bother to fly on his own, directly harnessing this canine demon towards the sword sect. This image. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a young man on a dog. Sword Pavilion. Elder Residence. CFA returned to his room and looked at the canine demon that had reformed into the form of a puppy and asked with a smile, "Why don't we call you Little White from now on?" After being harnessed by the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine Chapter, the canine demon, whose life and death were at the mercy of a single thought, naturally didn't dare to make any retorting moves. He could only lick his face and woof happily at the sound of this commonplace term of endearment. That said, isn't it time for me to refine some spare spells? Otherwise, I wouldn't have anything to take advantage of right now except for my exclusive sword. And going outside, the exclusive sword definitely can't be easily shown, or else it will be easy to associate it with my true identity. Then it will take some other magic weapon to disguise it. And it's best that refining a magic treasure be done in secret. CFA thought for a moment and began to take stock of his own belongings. If you want to refine a magic treasure, the material piece alone would require quite a few spirit stones. It still feels like almost money. Calculating and calculating, if only refining a few small magic treasures used in the Foundation establishment realm, one's own spirit stones would be enough. But if one were to refine a Jindan realm or even a Yuaning battle power to use, that's still quite a bit to go. I don't know how long it would take to go if I had to save up on my own. It's best to follow up with some rebated spirit stones. Or one step straight up is the best for the mana. Otherwise, we'll have to go and see if we can get a few people killed and grab a few magic treasures over. Just for example, that evil young master with the alias Lu Shang and real name Wang Yin. Elder CFA, what is this thinking? Today is July 13th. It coincided with the 100th birthday of Master Wu. Sword Pavilion's second floor line of elders, off duty, were pulled to the Huayang city, a good celebration. Now is the time for everyone to disperse. Some familiar elders, seeing CFA standing before a smoky alley, couldn't help but smile and ask. CFA laughed and shook his head. He had only looked at it and didn't expect to be misunderstood. However, he didn't explain, but rather returned rather regretfully. When I came to Huayang City earlier, I ran into several girls who called out to me to go over and have some fun. But I wasn't too good at being alone and ignored them. As soon as I heard that, the surrounding group of elders burst into laughter. Harm. Elder Xia is being shy. Ha ha ha. Lu Sheng smiled broadly and came forward, pulling CFA and said, "Tonight is a beautiful night, why don't you go with me once?" The women of Huayang City, because of their proximity to our sword sect, are not quite the same as the usual mundane flower girls. Oh. There are even female cultivators who come to serve in person if you give spirit stones. The Long River Sword sect, perhaps because it was only a third-rate sect, the disciples and elders within the sect were not much removed from the mortal world. If it was one of those Holy Land existences, it was basically impossible for them to be in the situation they were in now. Not to mention going to the Smoky and the Bandit together to find a girl. Elder Lu should just go have fun on his own. I'll just go back to the sword sect. Xiafei smiled, seeming a bit shy and embarrassed. A few other elders from the 7th region immediately snickered. How can you take our Elder Fei to play like this? Elder Xiaofei has an unlimited future, and in the future, he will only be promoted to the 3rd tier. But we can't hold up our Elder Xiaofei because of this. Lu Sheng sniffed and said, how can this be considered a delay? It's not like the Sword Pavilion 3rd tier elders will be assessing these things. That's true. A few other elders picked up, then go. Quickly pull Elder Xiaofei along. Elder Fei is so rejecting, it can't be that he hasn't had a woman until now, right? Ha ha ha. Stop indulging in cultivation and do more other things, people. Reproduction is the big thing. Right. Don't forget the basics of being human. If everyone is like Elder Xiaofei, what will happen to all these girls in the future? Without income, it's too pitiful. That's right. The group chatted cheekily. Each and every one of them does not look like an old man who is dozens or even hundreds of years old. One can only say. After embarking on the path of cultivation, the time is taken to cultivate, and the mentality is rather rarely in that condition of a mortal old man. Joked about Sheffield for a while. Everyone's chatter then turned to what was going on in the Smoky and the Bandit. This one says which girl he went to last time and how temperamental she was. The one that says the liquor at the one on the street is watered down and it's a shady store, don't go there. Everyone is chatting up a storm. What no one noticed was. Next to him, CFA, although from time to time, attached to participate in the topic, and even on his face with an expression of wanting to understand but shy. But the gaze was clear, and his mind fell all over Lu Sheng and the other man. Lu Sheng seemed to be the most spent and experienced in playing within the group of elders. Being surrounded by the group and shouting to pass on the experience. And the other one. On the other hand, just like CFA, he stood at the edge position, just watching everyone talk, without interrupting. Or rather, the old running head that had been missing for a long time. Look at the two who have no problems. In CFA's eyes, there was something wrong everywhere. Old Bentu should be dead, and the current old Bentu has only become Sword 13. It's even highly likely that it's Sword 13 that has been constrained by Lu Sheng. If old running head hadn't died. This should be the time to stand up and be the first to admonish people. But now. When CFA thought of this, he couldn't help but feel emotional inside, the young master of the evil wind and moon sect, plus the rebirth of the devil sword. A district's 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion has actually gotten into such a state. If it's some Holy Land or a first-class sect, it's not surprising that it's so complicated. But it's just a third-rate sword sect that comes out with this kind of messy thing. This will. The crowd was chatting away. Immediately, there were many people who pulled Lu Sheng and made sure to bring them in to have some fun. After breaking into the Smoky and the Bandit in a big way. At the end of the street. There were only CFA and a few elders left in 3s and 2s. Didn't go to the other elders to chat. CFA walked towards Old Running Head with an enthusiastic look. After hugging Old Running Head's shoulders, he laughed loudly. Old Running Head, where have you been these days? Go, we'll go back together tonight. I haven't seen you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been controlled by that Lu Sheng. Old Running Head's eyes rolled, but his face was still very confused, with a look of complete incomprehension. In that case, let's just destroy you tonight. It's a bit of revenge for old Benjamin. CFA had just finished speaking. Old Running Head changed his confusion and suddenly yelled and shouted. You actually took over Elder CFA. This place is under the jurisdiction of the Long River Sword Sect, and even more so, dozens of Sword Sect elders are gathering again. Believe it or not, I'll take you down as soon as I give the signal. Yelling. Old Running Head then tried to make a dash for the alleyway. You still want to leave? Sword 13, Sword 13, you're quite skillful with this golden cicada trick. There was no sign of CFA making any movements, and just as the words left his mouth, he had already appeared in front of Old Running Head. After sensing this misplaced strength, Old Running Head finally had a real reaction. His gaze held a hint of shock and fear. It was like seeing something incredible. You. This strength. You're definitely not that kid. Who the hell are you? Old Running Head asked sternly. CFA didn't respond, only turning his right hand into a sword finger and pointing. In an instant, it landed on Old Running Head's heart. Pust. Sword fingers into the flesh. The light flickered. Then a small, blood-colored sword was seen, forcing its way out of Old Running Head. Swish. With a single grab, CFA grabbed this remnant soul of his sword 13 in the palm of his hand. The small sword kept twisting. Sword 13's voice exploded in his mind, with fear and disbelief in his tone. You actually forced me out of my physical body with your sword intent. Why is your divine soul sword intent so overbearing and fierce? No. It can't be. Could you be a Yuaning sword god? Nope. You can actually hold a divine soul. This is a soul-swallowing type divine ability technique from the demon lineage. Are you a demon? Or a demon? Who the hell are you? Jin 13 was getting more and more shocked. It was as if he was seeing CFA for the first time. It was also the first time I really recognized Sheffield. To the end. Survival instincts prevailed. Jin Xi's words turned, his tone suddenly changing to pleading, no, no, no. You let me off the hook. This honored one can be at your disposal, and even take you as his master, becoming the spirit of your Dharma sword. Facing Jin Xi's bitter plea, CFA used a bit of force without expression. Then, pust. The remnant soul of Sword 13 was broken on the spot. A pure otherworldly energy appeared and was rolled up and thrown into the system space by CFA. Xiaobai, who had been waiting for a long time, devoured all of this energy that belonged to the divine soul. Demons are born with the ability to suck souls. A cultivator's divine soul is an even greater tonic. It's just that, generally speaking, divine souls are tangible and difficult to capture. This time, it was a chance for White to get a chance. After eating this divine soul energy of Jin 13, little White fell into a deep sleep. Just wait until he woke up, his strength would definitely increase, and his help for CFA would also be stronger. After resolving the remnants of Sword 13's soul, CFA looked towards the fainting Old Running Head. It seems that Sword 13 didn't completely devour Old Running Head's will, otherwise this would have become a corpse. As long as Old Ben-Hur still has a residual will soul, then there's hope for salvation. Just need a little something to add to it. Think about it. CFA took out the jackal and drew out its divine soul, striking it into Old Running Head. With the help of this jackal demon's gestation, Old Running Head should recover soon. There's nothing wrong with waking up, at least. Just suffer this great calamity. In the future, if there is no special chance, I am afraid that the achievement will stop here. Old Pento, I hope you can afford to lose one of my little demons. Having said that, CFA didn't care anymore and turned to leave. If expected. Under the nurturing of the jackal demon's divine soul, in about 3 hours, Old Running Head would regain consciousness. Chapter 35. Surely a talent to invest in. This day when there's no one to invest in, the realm just improves slowly. It had been most of a month since the last time Master Wu's 100th birthday was celebrated. CFA, who had already broken through to the 3rd grade of Jindan last night. At the moment, he was bored and wandering around the core of the 2nd floor. Although becoming a core elder. But honestly, instead, they were getting farther and farther away from those inner disciples. Originally, CFA had thought that it was just because he had just arrived that he needed to familiarize himself with the work environment and adapt to the duties of a core elder. Then only then will you be given access to the inner disciples. May, however. Until now, he's just inspected the work. Daily is to look around, see still can only be a variety of magic sword, to prevent the emergence of any strange. The area patrolled, not just the Core 7 area, but the entire 2nd floor counts. You even have to take the time to visit the 1st floor sometimes. Think of it this way. Those elders who had died in the hands of Sword 13 on the 1st floor of the Sword Pavilion before were most likely the core inspection elders on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Originally, CFA was not in this position, but was a registrar in Area 7. It's similar to what Elder Golden Calf used to do. This duty, more or less, also allows you to contact some inner disciples. However, because he was appreciated by Master Wu and the outstanding performance of the Sword Extermination Small Council, he was forced to be assigned the easiest inspection job. Faced with this arrangement, Xiafei was crying and laughing. It's not like you can just say that you'd like to go as a fencing registrar, or even better, the most exhausting disciple reception. It's a shame. When you say that, others are bound to think that either they are sick or that there is something fishy going on. So he could only pinch his nose and admit it, with some thanks to Master Wu for taking care of him. If things go on like this, the cultivation enhancement for a long period of time in the future will have to rely on oneself to cultivate. Just thinking about this, Xiafei was filled with pain. Who wants to struggle when they can just lie flat? If anything, lying flat isn't comfortable enough. No way. Looks like we'll have to think of something. Think about it. Xiafei's mind fell onto the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter. Royalizing demons, as long as they grow in strength, I will also receive a relative boost. In that case, I'm only afraid that I can't keep Little White in the system space, I should let it out. Thinking about it. That night, Xiafei rushed to Huayang City once again. Then again, with the help of those 8 sedan chairmen, they reached the edge of the misty forest. As the canine demon has been subdued. This would be the misty forest. Basically, there was no white mist or anything like that. The bearers of the sedan chair who saw the scene immediately froze. Where's the fog in the misty woods? Is a misty forest without fog still a misty forest? Could the demon inside be gone? They never thought anyone would have destroyed the demon. Even when they saw the misty forest seemingly return to normal, they just thought the demon had gone off on its own. Looking at their surprised and doubtful appearance, Xiafei couldn't help but smile. Probably just went out to visit relatives, I guess I'll be back soon. It is indeed coming back. And he sent it back himself. Since Little White was able to cultivate to the Jindan realm here, there was no doubt that this place was a better place for Little White to cultivate. Xiafei didn't make any changes and directly threw this canine demon back again. He needs a regular experience baby. That way, you wouldn't have to work so hard on your own to cultivate. Wait for the 8 bearers to leave. Xiafei then entered the depths of the misty forest once again. Maybe it was because he had been held back in system space for too long, or maybe there really wasn't much fun to be had in system space. The moment White was released, he started cheering and woofing and spreading around. Seeing it like this, Xiafei released the skeleton man again. Then he called out to White again and carefully instructed him. It's nothing more than trying to get stronger and then remembering not to get caught. If a strong enemy appears, remember to notify yourself to deal with it. After doing this, only then did Xiafei leave in peace. And as soon as he had left in front of him, the misty forest was once again filled with fog. As before. Waiting to get back to Sword Court. The time was already coming to the afternoon. Xiafei continued his unfinished business of patrolling in the morning, checking out all the major areas. Noteworthy. A rare sighting of the old running head in the second area today. But it was all the same as the previous times. The old Pennsylvanian seemed to have become quite silent, not talking as much or being as enthusiastic. And when he moves, he likes to sit there and think about things, as if he's trying to remember something. It seems like there's still a bit of an aftermath to Sword 13's taking over. After observing this, Xiafei couldn't help but sigh slightly. The good thing is that the person was saved, although there was a bit of a problem. Inspection complete. It was just about time to get off work. When everyone was about to disperse, an elder rushed over and shouted, "Elder Lin from the Sword Mound is here." Elder Lin? Lindsay? As soon as he heard this person appear, Master Wu immediately headed out. The core elders on the second floor followed. Xiafei was naturally among them. Wait until you get to the second floor gate area. He saw a young girl dressed in long black clothes with stunningly beautiful features talking to Master Wu. Xiafei naturally didn't know this woman's name yet, but this look was fresh in his mind. Count on having met up several times. She even used her sword as a cover last time. Well, isn't Elder Lin good looking? Just then, Lu Sheng appeared out of nowhere, squeezing his eyebrows and whispering. Xiafei ignored the question and asked, "You know her?" Elder Lin Shui of the Sword Mound, who doesn't recognize her? Lu Sheng immediately said without a good mood. What do you mean? Is this female elder famous? What do you say? Lu Sheng then went on to tell Lin Shui's story. Probably, a disciple of the sword sect origin, the master is a great elder of the sword mound. Then he himself became a sword mound elder. Talent is very high, this year is only double 10 years old, but already the existence of the foundation building realm. Although Elder Lin Shui is only 4th on the Long River Sword Sect's beauty list, I, Lu Shang, feel that she is completely indistinguishable from those in the top 3, each with their own style. After hearing that, Xia Fei came to be interested. Rushed to ask what's going on with this beauty list. The original had been in the sword sect for quite a few years, so how come he had never heard of this? Master Wu was chatting with Lin Shui about something. Seeing that he was bored left and right, Lu Shang slowly explained. It turned out that the Long River Sword sect also had a lot of good people. These people contained not only disciples, but also a sizable portion of elders. There is not only a beauty list in the sword clan, but also a talent list, a wealth list, a disciple list, an elder list, and so on. It was said that among the people who made these lists, there was also the participation of several disciples of the patriarch. So very authoritative. And the reason why Lin Shui is a big name. In addition to being the 4th on the beauty list, what with her name on the talent list, the elder list, the wealth list, and so on. It could be said that Lin Shui was, in a sense, the face of the younger generation of elders in the sword mound. There are people on the beauty list over at the refining room? What about our sword pavilion? Xia Fei couldn't help but ask. Hey! Still saying that you kid doesn't like women, isn't this a net stare at the beauty list? To tell the truth, our sword pavilion also has one. Lu Sheng said mysteriously, and the ranking is extremely high. Want to know who it is, do you? It's none other than the great-granddaughter of a great elder on the upper 3 levels, the number 1 on the beauty list, Nangon Lioli. It is a pity that I have never actually seen this woman. I'd be willing to die if I could just meet. Speaking of which, Lu Sheng sighed a little. Xia Fei couldn't help but laugh and shake his head after hearing this. He didn't know if it was Lu Sheng's nature to be like this, or if he was acting like this. But all in all, every time we talked, he was very wary. That said, I haven't seen this elder Lin Shui's fateful path yet. The first time he saw it, Xia Fei felt that this sword mount female elder was not simple, and that her destiny and she must be very strong. But now see you again. Especially since the last time I saw it. He doesn't feel that way anymore. I don't know if it was an illusion because of the lower strength before. To this. It's idle anyway. Xia Fei immediately used his Fate Dao golden pupil on Lin Shui, who was talking in the distance. Name, Lin Shui. Sex, female. Longevity, 2180. Realm, Foundation Establishment 3rd grade. Natal chakra, purple. Genius Destiny Road. This kind of person must be a person of great talent. Suggests investing quickly. Immediate need, his master, Grand Elder Wang Jun, is going to use him as a sword-feeding cauldron so as to refine a special magic treasure, the love sword. Purple. It was actually a purple destiny path chi. Instead, it gave Xia Fei a small surprise. It seems that the previous judgment was correct. This Lin Shui is really a talent worth investing in. But when looking at recent demand, Xia Fei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. That Grand Elder of the Sword Mound is planning to sacrifice the facade of this Sword Mound's young elder generation? So how do I stop it? One couldn't just charge into the Sword Mound and kill that Elder Wang Jun. Not to mention whether he could be killed or not, such a bold act would definitely be exposed and would even lead to a siege from the Sword Sect. But if not, should we just tell Elder Lin Shui that her master is trying to harm her? The thought came out. Xia Fei then hastily shook his head and expelled his mind. Just kidding. Without any evidence, how could he believe himself, a small elder of the Sword Pavilion? That's the master. Usually they think, can the master harm himself? Once a teacher, always a father. No way. This investment, no matter which way you start. It all seems a bit difficult. How do you invest? Xia Fei was thinking. Over there, Master Wu had already finished with Lin Shui. Wait for Lin Shui to leave. Master Wu came over and said, everyone pay more attention in this recent period. Elder Lin of the Sword Mound said that a mysterious Yuaning expert may have emerged within the confines of our sword sect. If you find out about the situation, report it to her immediately. Elder Lin has now rushed to Huayang City, and I heard that the Misty Forest, which was pacified by that mysterious expert some days ago, has recently experienced another situation. Words from the back. Sheffield basically didn't listen to much of it. Not that he did it on purpose. Instead, after hearing Mysterious Master, an idea suddenly came into his head. This was the third time CFA had come to the Misty Forest. This time, they didn't look for those 8 sedan chairmen to send them over, but flew directly. And the top is not the original look. Where did the people go? Standing over the Misty Forest. CFA's spiritual awareness swept over and over again, all without finding any trace of that Lin Shui. Since the canine demon had already been subdued by him, the white mist that permeated this place would no longer have an effect on his spiritual sense. So once the spiritual sense covered it, it was the entire Misty Forest that was within grasp. Yet after half a day of searching like this, there was no sign of the woman. Never mind, call out to White to come out and ask. Not bothering to look for himself, CFA immediately moved his mind and called out the sleeping Xiao Bai. Unsurprisingly, White, who had been here all along, knew the surrounding area like the back of his hand. But the answer he got was a bit surprising to CFA. That means Lin Shui hasn't come yet. It shouldn't. I'm so far behind her, how could I have gotten there first? Is it hard to believe that there was some kind of delay on the road? CFA was thinking. Suddenly, he saw the direction of Huayang City. 8 bearers swung in carrying the 8-carried sedan chair. Wait until you get to the outside of the misty woods. Out of the sedan chair came 2 figures. Both are women. One of them had a rather wild and dry look, carrying a supersized thick-back sword on his back, and the whole thing looked very raw. The other one is no one else. It was Lin Shui that CFA was looking for. See that big knife woman? With the idea that he was going to invest later anyway, and if he could, the two of them together, CFA quietly used the life path golden pupil. Name, Huajin. Sex, female. Longevity, 39,230. Realm, Foundation 9th grade. Natal chakra, green. Green uncommon talent. Recommended investment. Recent demand. Recently, body refining has encountered a bottleneck, and I need some pointers on body refining, so I can try to explain the techniques of some high-level body refining techniques. Body refining bottleneck? CFA was slightly surprised. I didn't realize that this lanky big sword woman was actually an expert who followed the path of body refining. These days, those who could rely on body refining to get to the 9th grade of foundation establishment were not rare. However, he himself was wearing a Xian Gong that was called body refining technique. That was the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. This feat is a good way to talk about some of the main points and use them for investing. It's just ordinary points that don't involve the core of this Xian Gong and won't cause any problems. CFA thought about it and waited until the 8 sedan chairman had left before he appeared in front of the 2 women. Seeing someone suddenly appear beside him, that big sword woman immediately had a fierce look on her face and was about to draw her sword. Wait! Lin Shui hurriedly shouted and then immediately saluted respectfully at CFA. Lin Shui greets Senior Yuaning Sword God. Words. Especially when I heard the word Yuaning. The big knife woman immediately froze in place, looking at CFA with eyes full of shock. No need to be polite. CFA faintly said, tilting his head to look at the sky, in full highbrow style. It's great to be able to see Senior again. Lin Shui continued, this time, the latecomer came here for the matter of that canine demon in the Misty Forest. Elder, but what happened that caused that dog demon to escape? It caused this Misty Forest to become foggy again. CFA waved his hand, it's not an accident, it's because I did it on purpose. That canine demon has been tamed by me and will not harm the good again in the future. As soon as I heard that, the 2 women were once again shocked and glanced at each other, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Domestication? Did you hear me right? A great Jin Dan demon, actually domesticated. Chapter 36 Golden Dan 4th grade. The body of an immortal can also be transformed. CFA didn't linger on this matter much, and after explaining a little, he changed the subject. Huajin, right? I see that you seem to be on the path of body refining cultivation, and there's a bottleneck you've encountered. The name of this great swordswoman had been chatted about in previous conversations. CFA continued, it just so happens that I also have some understanding of body refining, so I can talk to you about it. There was no dragging, and they didn't bother to make any proper excuses. Just pointing it out in the image of a superior person who likes to instruct his juniors. Then CFA picked out some key points on the tiger demon bone refining fist and explained them to Hua Zhang. After listening, Hua Zhen was barely able to get over her shock, and her entire body froze in place. On the spot epiphany. According to the information seen by the golden pupil of destiny, this big knife woman is on the verge of a bottleneck and just needs a little nudging. It was precisely for this reason that CFA's words had such a great effect, directly causing people to have an epiphany. And take advantage of Hua Zheng's epiphany. CFA looked at Lin Shui and said, "You trust me?" "Trust me?" Lin Shui was slightly stunned. However, she quickly responded, "Although the late generation has met with the senior twice, but the words of the senior, the late generation naturally has no words of distrust." "That's good." CFA nodded, "Do you have any senior siblings?" Lin Shui nodded, "The late generation is in the Changhua sword sect. My master is Elder Wang Jun, there are 2 senior brothers and 3 senior sisters." "Then your 5 elder brothers and sisters, are they close to you? Or but they meet often?" CFA continued to ask. Faced with this question, Lin Shui pondered for a while before saying, "Elder brother and sister are rather busy, they are either in seclusion or dealing with clan matters, and they rarely meet up." "That shouldn't be these senior siblings of yours." CFA pretended to be contemplative. "See him like this." Lin Shui couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Senior, is there something wrong? Why are you asking this?" If it was a normal person asking about it, she naturally wouldn't be anxious about what the reason was. But the person in front of him was a Yuaning big brother. Definitely something in the words, not just random chit-chat. CFA of course knew what Lin Shui was wondering right now. But he couldn't say, "I saw it with the golden pupil of the faithful path," could he? "So, I observed a little sword fury mark on you last time. It's just that I needed to catch that canine demon at that time, so I didn't get a chance to talk to you." CFA said this with an appropriately long pause. Given time for Lin Shui to think and accept. Imprint? Lin Shui, who was an elder of the sword mound, was naturally no stranger to this thing. If it's outside, then the marks could be for tracking, locating, etc. But at the sword mound, the seal is a different kind of effect. That's feeding the sword with your body. Only those who will be feeding swords soon will be planted with the sword fury seal. And the sword fury must be that of the sword to be bred. Only in this way could the reaction of repulsion be reduced and the fusion be promoted even more when feeding the sword. To put it bluntly, it is a measure of pre-assimilation with the sword. Nice. CFA nodded. To plant a sword fury seal, you must be at a certain distance from the sword for a long period of time. Those who can do such things are bound to be those close to you. Hear this. Lin Shui jolted, and immediately said with some disbelief, "Senior, you are saying that my master? Whether it is or not, you'll know when you go back and try it." After CFA finished speaking, his person had already disappeared in place, leaving only the great sword woman who was still having an epiphany, as well as Lin Shui who still couldn't believe it. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. Due to the investment target's life path chi is green, the rebate is normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3 years of cultivation green. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of human-grade spirit gathering pill. 3 years of cultivation green, the fruits of 3 years of hard cultivation by a person with a green extraordinary life path. Human-grade spirit gathering elixir bottle, a bottle of 9 elixirs that can gather spiritual chi and accelerate cultivation. It's a rebate for investing in that big knife woman, Hua Zhang. 3 years of green unusual destiny Dao cultivation, as well as 9 spirit gathering pills. On the way back, CFA immediately extracted 3 years of bitter cultivation. The cultivation level naturally advanced further, not to the point of breaking through to the 4th rank, but it was just a step away. I guess Lin Shui's rebate, it's going to be a little late. According to the system's judgment, it should be until the moment she realizes the truth. For this, CFA was in no hurry. After returning to the sword pavilion, for the next few days, he also stays on the 2nd floor every day and walks around. But in order to be able to get a rebate on your investment, in the last few days, every time he sensed an inner disciple appearing, he would inspect over there intentionally or unintentionally. Although he didn't hit the big time and run into a good disciple, he did find a few white life paths to invest in. Most of the white rebates are some cultivation and spirit stones. Cultivation is, needless to say, able to rapidly increase strength without side effects. And spirit stones. And exactly what Sheffield was in short supply of at the moment. This was because he was planning to go and refine some magic treasures to make it easier to act in a different guise. Noteworthy. Inside these investments, one rebate actually got a 1-year lifespan. This surprised CFA for half a day. He was not expecting that the system rebate could actually return something like this. Who can have too much of this life expectancy thing? That's all. Day by day. Instead, it was on the first day of August. CFA suddenly heard a few core elders in Area 7 chatting about Lin Shui. Have you guys heard about it? Something big happened over at the Sword Mound this morning. Sword Mound? Another incident at the Sword Mound? What level sword demon is it this time? It's not the sword demon, it's that Elder Lin Shui who was 4th on the beauty list. Ha? Elder Lin? What could have happened to her? Elder Lin Shui is the Dao couple I've wanted all my life. What happened to her? To be honest, I'm only listening to the rumors coming from the Sword Mound side. I'm not sure what the real situation is. Come on. Be abrasive. Okay, I'll say, it's Elder Lin Shui's master, you guys know, right? Grand Elder Wang Jun of the Sword Mound? Right. Elder Lin Shui has fallen out with this Elder Wang Jun. Ha? A disciple falling out with his master? Isn't this treasonous? I thought so at first, but then I heard from someone and realized that it seemed like Elder Wang was planning to let Elder Lin Shui feed the sword, and Elder Lin Shui left in a fit of anger. Feeding swords? Letting the goddess of my dreams feed the sword? Is there any justice in this? Usually those who feed swords are those who have committed great crimes and evils. How could Elder Lin be put to feed swords? Then where did Elder Lin Shui go? Where else can I go? I'll just leave the Long River Sword sect. What? I heard that Elder Wang, in a fit of rage, has already gone down the mountain himself to capture this Elder Lin. Another defection out of the clan. CFA couldn't help but shake his head. Counting Shou Yan at the beginning, this is the second major talent gone. But not before he began to sigh. A system beep sounded in his head then. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being purple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 years of hard training purple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special refining art, refining swords with souls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King special technique, corpse transformation technique. 5 years of hard cultivation purple, the result of 5 years of hard cultivation by a purple genius destined for the Tao, which can be extracted at any time with no side effects. Soul refining sword special refining method, can only refine magic sword, can be cast by the souls of demons, devils and human beings, comes with the effect of decapitating the soul and can break through the grade of its own magic treasure, but there are some unforeseen changes that may produce a powerful. But it also just seems. Of the 3 rebate rewards, the one that really boosts the moment the most is this 5-year purple slog. Think about it. CFA proceeded to quietly return to his elder residence in the name of inspection. Then 3 rewards were withdrawn. Needless to say, refining the sword with the soul and corpse transformation technique remained a picture, deeply comprehended in the soul. Those 5 years of hard cultivation in the purple destiny Tao, on the other hand, directly allowed CFA to make another breakthrough. Today his cultivation. It had reached the 4th grade of Jin Dan. How long has it been? Having just broken through the Jin Dan, he had rushed to the 4th grade in such a short period of time. If word got out and people found out, they would have to drop their jaws. A few more days passed. As usual. Just like Shou Yan before him. Lin Shui had gone out this time, and that Elder Wang Jun had failed to catch it all the same. However, since there was still a strength gap in place, coupled with the fact that perhaps Lin Shui was mindful of the many years of mastership. This time, that great elder of the king's army from the Sword Mound was not injured, but only had an iron face and a look of being uninviting. Focus here. CFA didn't continue to listen to this. Either way, unless it was an investment, he wasn't that interested. The day continued to go by like this. By the time we get into September, it's already getting cold outside. Elder CFA, in 2 days it will be the Sword Sect Disciples Sword Dao Conference. Do you want to go along and have a look? Elder Xia, if you're not going, then we can go and take a look today? It's a rare big day, let's go and see the level of the clan disciple swordsmanship. Early September 10th. It was the 5-yearly long river sword sect disciple sword competition. It was also what those elders on the second floor called the Disciples Sword Dao Conference. True as previously stated. The cultivation of the mountain sect was always boring, and to have such a big day, naturally, no matter if it was an elder or a disciple, they would all go to join in the fun. And so it was. The sword pavilion was suddenly cold, with only a few people in 2s and 3s. It was also rare for Sheffield to be able to touch fish with honor. Straight after finding a spot to lie down, he mingled. The Disciples Sword Dao Conference lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. And he just lay there for 7 days and 6 nights. The reason why there was one less night was because in the middle of the night, he went to the misty forest in Huayang City to see the canine demon Xiaobai. This time, the Sword Dao Conference had sprung up a bunch of outstanding disciples. Upon seeing the names of the other elders chatting, only then did Xiafei suddenly realize that many of them were people he was familiar with. The vast majority of them had been invested in by him. One of the most notable. It's the first inner disciple, Battle Dragon. That is, the little fat guy with a bit of a limp. See Battle Dragon for the first. Naturally, Xiafei was not surprised at all. This little fatso is a golden-colored life path chi. Plus help from that mysterious old grandpa in the ring. Growing so fast is not at all outrageous. The same gold color, and that Xiaoyan. I wonder how the kid is doing these days. This is the first investment. Xiafei naturally remembers it well. The end of the Sword Dao Conference signaled that the Sword Pavilion side was getting busy again. Still, there was everything about what happened at the Sword Dao Conference, and it was still in existence that had been hotly debated by the elder disciples recently. In between inspections, Xiafei repeatedly heard many inner disciples chatting. But the thing they talked about the most was the little fat war dragon. Secondly, there are some other people as well. That battle dragon, don't look like a cripple, and don't look young, that strike, that response to the enemy, it's simply terrifyingly old. Yeah. It's too strong. I remember he just got promoted up from the outer sect not long ago, right? A demon. Have you guys gone to the outer gate side yet? There's a 16-year-old girl, what's her name? You said Jian Wei, didn't you? Just that outer sect female disciple who just came up from inside the miscellaneous service? Right. That's powerful too, there's hardly anyone in the outer sect who can take 3 swords from her. I've seen her strike, that sword technique is odd, it seems to be a mundane sword move, but the power is inexplicable. An outer sect Jiang Wei, an inner sect battle dragon, this is 2 major geniuses at once for our sword sect. More than 2. As Xiafei listened, he couldn't help but spit in his heart. There are actually several more. And there are 2 defections. But that's not something he's going to say, naturally. Afternoon. When it's your turn to get off the job. Xiafei was preparing to go back to the elder's residence. But I didn't realize that there was already a man standing there in his doorway. Respectfully, he seemed to be waiting for him. Look at its mold. It was none other than the little fatty battle dragon who was the #1 inner disciple in this Sword Dao conference. Thank you, Elder Fei. Seeing Xiafei appear, Battle Dragon hurriedly trotted over and bowed deeply. What? Something wrong? Xiafei sensed that little fatty was a bit eager to speak, so he couldn't help but take the initiative to ask. Can I go into Elder Xia your room to talk? Why not? Xiafei smiled and brought the battle dragon into his residence. After closing the door to the room, he also purposely opened the shielding spell. Chapter 37 Returning to the 6th Heaven. Saint Grade Divine Skill. I don't have much tea here, so have some water. After entering the room, Xiafei brought over 2 cups of water. You're welcome. Battle Dragon hurriedly got up and took it with both hands. Seeing that you seem to be quite strong now, you've earned the title of the first disciple of the inner sect. Xiafei said with a smile. I, Battle Dragon, could not have gotten to where I am today without Elder Xia's help in the bamboo forest back then, and if it wasn't for you, it would never have been possible for me to get to where I am now. What Battle Dragon said was naturally from the bottom of his heart. At that point, if the ring was taken away from him, I guess he would have lived his life in vain. Just a show of hands, everything is still your own creation. Xiafei waved his hand without any intention of taking credit. Only he knows for sure. Helping Battle Dragon was actually just a most cost-effective investment. Elder, you are too indifferent to fame and fortune. No matter what, this favor will always be in my heart and will never be forgotten. The War Dragon said, rising once again with the water in his hands. I almost forgot, I haven't congratulated the Elder on his high promotion to the Sword Pavilion's core Elder. Disciple hereby toasts you with water instead of wine. What kind of high promotion is this? Xiafei couldn't help but laugh dumbly. It's not like I'm a core Elder of the sect, and my job is only to inspect the second-tier Dharma swords. Going forward, I guess it's a bit hard to get any more promotions. When you disciples have grown up completely, it's time for an old life like me to find a place to boil away my lifespan. The flirting words were not finished. Battle Dragon then said very seriously, Elder, you are still very young, your lifespan will not be wasted and depleted. If it really comes to that day, you don't have to worry too much. I, Battle Dragon, will definitely treat you as a father in Elder. That came out. Instead, it froze Sheffield for a moment. Battle Dragon was a super genius of the Golden Destiny Dao Chi, and he had the ring-old grandpa to help him. I didn't expect to say such a silly, very unprotagonistic thing. However, these words caused a trace of emotion to well up in Xiafei. Take a deep breath. Xiafei changed the topic and asked, I don't think you came to me to be my son, right? What's the matter? Now tell me. As soon as I heard that, Battle Dragon couldn't help but sigh slightly. After a little silence, it was only with some difficulty that he opened his mouth. Disciple has a matter that I would like to hear your opinion on. Listen to me? Xiafei was stunned. This little fatso has a mysterious old grandpa, so what's the point of listening to yourself? What he doesn't know is this. Since the old grandpa in the Battle Dragon ring is a character from the previous era, he has almost no understanding of the current era. Therefore the situation that Battle Dragon was now encountering, thinking about it, he can only come to him for help. Elder Xia, that's how it is. Battle Dragon explained, half a month ago, when I was buying a batch of alchemy materials in Huayang City, I came across a martial arts competition in the mundane world. By mistake, the disciple became the final winner. That girl is very nice, and her father is an honorable man. The problem today is that people have already chased me to the Long River Sword sect and insisted that I marry her. But today the disciples. When Xiafei heard this, he detected something fishy. Are you saying that they were mortals and then chased you to the Long River Sword sect? That bamboo forest outside the Changha Sword sect wouldn't be for the sake of a nice-looking display. If they were truly mortal, they definitely wouldn't be able to enter, let alone find the Battle Dragon among the thousands of disciples. Right. Battle Dragon nodded his head repeatedly. This is also one of the points that disciples are puzzled and worried about. The cause of the matter was the disciples, and in this matter the disciple had intended to wait a few years, at least 16 years old, before marrying that girl. But I didn't think that the other side was afraid that the disciple would not recognize the account and came directly to me. Before, disciples could still use the preparation for the Sword Dao conference as an excuse to avoid seeing. Battle Dragon was still talking. However, Xiafei was suddenly struck by an idea and used his life path golden pupil on this little fatty. If you really want to know something, the golden pupil of destiny might be able to see something. There's just one reason for that. Can someone who has already invested once make a second investment? Sheffield didn't know. So far, he hadn't even done that. Name, War Dragon. Sex, male. Longevity, 13,150. Realm, Chi practicing 2nd grade. Natal chakra, gold. Golden legend. It's a wunderkind you won't find in 1,000 years. Recent demand, by chance, I have become the prospective son-in-law of the human king of the north. If I can make this happen, there will be great benefits. After seeing this information, Xiafei's gaze flashed with a hint of surprise. The first thing that surprised him was that this little fatty actually didn't say a word and was already at the 2nd rank of Chi practicing. If it wasn't for the golden pupil of the Tao of Destiny, no matter how it was probed, the Battle Dragon would be at a mortal fetus 9th grade cultivation level. It seems that this brat also has a special Xiangong in his body that conceals his breath and restrains his strength. Xiafei's mind was clear. Second point of surprise. It is in the word King of Men. These days, human kings have long since ceased to exist, and there are only mundane emperors, no human kings. That set of human kings is the systematic designation of the ancient times. What the golden pupil of the Tao of Destiny sees is naturally not false. Then this kid's future father-in-law is a Northern Realm human king lineage that has been passed down from ancient times to the present? Well, that's something. And no wonder. No wonder the other party was able to directly break within the sword sect. And Sheffield is sure of it. That pair of father and daughter were by no means any ordinary mortals. Since the golden pupil of the natal path is seen to be a great benefit, then CFA had an idea in mind. He then looked at Battle Dragon and said, since you have become the husband of someone's martial arts competition, then don't break your trust. Go on, be nice to people. Words. Battle Dragon was instantly anxious. You don't know anything, Elder. If I agree to go and get married now, firstly, I'm still too young, and secondly, they want me to break away from the Long River Sword sect. Break away from the sword sect? CFA was stunned again, but quickly said firmly, detachment is detachment. If you really can't, you go ahead and get married. It's not too late to come back if you want to after a few years, after they've loosened up. I believe that with your natural talent, the doors of the Long River Sword sect will always be open for you. Listen to all of this. Battle Order was in the midst of contemplation. If he were to talk about who he trusted the most in the Long River Sword sect, it would undoubtedly be Elder CFA in front of him. Since you said so, Elder, then Disciple will go and promise them now. Well, go. CFA said, remember to tell the sword sect, don't leave without saying goodbye. Good. In the future, when disciples have time, they will definitely come to visit you. Looking at the departing figure of the Battle Dragon, CFA couldn't help but shake his head. The Long River Sword sect was still too small after all. True dragon sons of heavenly destiny like Battle Dragon and Xiao Yan would be a shackle here instead. After all, it doesn't matter if it's from above, or if it's the environment. Can't give them much. Outside the Long River Sword sect, under the patriarchal stone, Battle Dragon respectfully kowtowed 9 times. Elder CFA, after Disciple leaves this time, I don't know when I will be able to see you. But no matter how long it has been and where you are, Disciple Battle Dragon will all remember your kindness. Behind him, there were also 2 figures standing. One was a middle-aged bearded man. One is a young girl who was 8 years old. The 2 of them, no matter how they went about looking at them, were just like ordinary people amongst the mundane, without the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal chakra being gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword Dao Understanding, 60 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Magic Treasure Easy Fan Spiritual Weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Rare Sword Technique 9 Heavens Sword Art 6 Heavens. Sword Dao Realization 60 years can be withdrawn at any time. Easy Fan Spiritual Artifact, form can be constrained, God is difficult to restrain, there is a big easy in a square inch. Taking a ray of innate Sun Feng as the soul, the mirage sand at the bottom of the Sea of Ruins has been refined for 9 years. It can be used for both offense and defense, and can also enhance the holder's temperament pretentiousness. 9 Heavenly Sword Art 6 Heavens Precious can be withdrawn at any time. This is a mutilated version of the 9 Heavenly Sword Art, with only the middle 3 realms, and with the previous 3 realms, it can be the 6 heavens. This time, the rebate rewards greatly exceeded CFA's expectations. One is the very rare Sword Dao Realization. It was worth mentioning that the last time he gained the Sword Dao Realization, it was also obtained from the Battle Dragon. From this, it can be seen that this little fatty does have a bit of luck on his side. Secondly, he actually obtained a fan magic treasure, and it was still at the spirit weapon level. This was also a surprise for CFA. I was worried about how to go about getting a magic treasure to cover it up, but I didn't expect the system to rebate out a fan. It's not very practical for me, though, or in line with what I've learned myself. But the more it is, rather the easier it is to cover itself and not be guessed by others by association. Most of all, it's the last of the 9 Heavenly Sword Arts. I only had the first 3 realms before, and now I'm getting these middle 3 realms again. There are also fusions of other offensive and murderous types of swordsmanship. Think about it. CFA immediately extracted the 9 Heavens Sword Art 6 Heavens reward first. Shasta. Familiarity came flooding back. A picture unfolds? Ryoko. CFA opened his eyes, and a look of delight flashed across his gaze. Good. It's worthy of being the 9 heavens sword art that even the mutilated version can be rated as a treasure by the system. After complementing to the 6th heavenly layer, this sword art Shin technique is actually at the imperial level. In addition to the other attacking and killing techniques I fused in before. The current 9 heavens sword art 6 heavens is enough to touch the threshold of the saint level. On the Xuanqi continent, Gongfu grade from low to high is divided into ordinary, inferior, superior, precious, kings, royal, holy, emperor, god level. As far as Sheffield knows. In today's Long River Sword sect, the strongest technique on the surface was a precious grade sword dictionary cultivated by the patriarch. As for a large sect, if it possessed a king's grade Xian Gong, it could already have the depth to be called a second-rate sect. If they were at the imperial level, then they would be qualified to compete for first-class great sects. As for the holy level of metaphysical skills, that was a transcendent power, a township divine skill that could be called a holy place of existence. Didn't realize. He was actually harboring a Xian Gong in his body that was equivalent to the level of the Holy Land's Xin sect's divine Gong. If this gets out, the whole continent would have to go crazy. More than a month had passed since the battle dragon left. It was because he had just gotten the title of the first inner disciple and then broke away from the sect. This incident naturally caused quite a bit of concern. However, it was fortunate that Battle Dragon had disposed of it properly before he left, so it didn't cause any hostility from the Sword Sect's senior elders. Of course, the microaggressions are still there, naturally. I suppose those sophisticated dispositions of human affairs came from the mysterious old grandfather in the ring. After all, no matter how demonic Battle Dragon was, he was still just a teenager, and he definitely didn't have the experience to face this. Another month passed. It's almost December already. The Chinha Sword Sect ushered in the grandest event in recent years. That's the 20-yearly opening ceremony. The so-called opening ceremony. It actually means to open a mountain and take in disciples. From over a year ago. A lot of preparations that have to do with the opening ceremony of the mountain have already begun. In the midst of a power like a sect, the addition of new disciples and new talents was extremely important. That was why every time the mountain opening ceremony was held, the Chinha Sword Sect paid extreme attention to it. Almost all of the elders and outstanding disciples were semi-compulsorily released. The entire Long River Sword Sect was greeted with a rare bustle. Many of the elders who were usually in seclusion and disciples who were out for cultivation appeared in the sect one by one. And instead of staying at the residence, everyone was walking around one by one, with a smile on their face to whoever they faced. The elder disciples who were doing things for the mountain opening ceremony also began to be busy with their feet. Don't look at the Long River Sword Sect as just a third-rate sect. But after all, it was an authentic cultivation sect. Every time the mountain opened to accept disciples, at least 80,000 to 90,000 people would come outside the mountain gate. According to the statistics. At one point 100 years ago, the largest crowd was actually as high as 300,000 people. On the Xuanqi continent. Compared to cultivators, the base of ordinary people was still too big and too much. Those who were able to embark on the path of cultivation were still very few after all. Like here in the Long River Sword Sect, the nearly 100,000 people who had come to pay their respects were actually only about 100 at most. A veritable army of thousands crossing a single bridge. Sword courtside. The middle and lower 6 floors, again, are all on mandatory vacation. All the elders were also walking around within the sect. Many elders, moreover, were assigned the task of receiving new disciples. The first floor of the Sword Pavilion goes to act as one of the groups of kind and compassionate elders because of the small number of people. The second and third floors of the Sword Pavilion, because there were the most elders, basically the tasks fell on top of the elders of these 2 floors. Xiafei, a second-tier core elder, was even more important. He was one of the gatekeeper elders for this mountain opening ceremony. All disciples who came to pay their respects needed to go through 9 test levels, and only after all of them passed could they enter the Long River Sword Sect. And it is the busiest and most crowded. First pass. Of course. There was more than just CFA, the first pass elder. Otherwise, it would definitely be more than a year and a half's worth of work for him to sift through the most massive crowds on his own. But the other first pass elders, upon receiving this assigned task, were all sad. Only Sheffield is stealing the show. Good. That's just what I wanted. The first level is the existence that touches the new disciples the most. It goes on like this. Still afraid of not finding someone to invest in? The only thing to watch out for. With so many people, it is important to be aware of how often you use your natal gold pupil. It's best to be sure before you use it. Otherwise, don't fail to keep the first pass. As an elder himself, the divine soul is exhausted to faint. If this situation really happened, it would surely be a 100-year joke within the sect. Chapter 38 Quarry Ceremony, 50 times cultivation increase. Long River Sword Sect. Beyond the bamboo forest. A vast plain had been transformed into a huge square by the joint efforts of several sword sect experts at this moment. Further out, all of them are people. A mountain of people. Heads are turning. People. The plaza. Xiafei looked at the endless sea of people who were waiting to pay homage to the master and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Why do so many people come from thousands and thousands of miles? It's not a metaphysical fairy world yet, it's too dangerous. The underdog. Without strength, you're a fish on a plate. Square here, for the first pass. There are 9 regions. Xiafei was in charge of the third one. Inside each area, there was a heavenly qualification pillar that was used to test the qualifications of the initiated disciples. Just 3 breaths of contact with this pillar of innate talent, and it would flash differently depending on the talent of the person who touched it. A grayish-white light means that the person is of average talent. A blue-green light means that the person tested is more gifted. Purple and orange light, that's genius. There is also a red light that represents a demon that is rare in 1,000 years. When the Long River Sword Sect recruited disciples, the first pass condition was that one had to reach grayish-white light. Gray, white, whatever. That is, it's okay to have a response from the gifted pillar. The entire Xuanqi continent used this way to determine whether a disciple had more or less potential. But inside the rating of the system, even a red light may be classified as a fool. So the pending meeting isn't seeing that the higher the color of the gifted pillar, the more worthwhile the investment. A sea of people lined up neatly, not daring to make any mistakes. All the young boys and girls, all of them raised their heads, their eager gazes almost turning into substance. Especially the ones in the front. Looking at the 9 test elders including Xiafei, their eyes were filled with fire. The one at hand is a high-ranking person from the Long River Sword Sect. However, if one could come into contact with one of them, their future would definitely be unlimited. The first test. It's official. As one of the Grand Elders presiding over this mountain opening ceremony gave the order, many of the Sword Sect disciples were instantly energized and formally maintained order at the scene. The countless crowds of people who had come to pay homage to the master were also divided into 9 queues, corresponding to the 9 areas, and began the first level of the test. However, just the first level of testing talent had already eliminated nearly 90% of the crowd. Out of 100, almost only 10 or so were able to cause a reaction from the pillar of heavenly qualities. All of the remaining 80 or so left in dismay. Obviously, under the pillar of giftedness, the vast majority of the population in this world is not qualified to step into cultivation. With the crowds, little by little the morning passed. Over 50,000 people had already fallen at the first level, and those who had passed through the pillar of heavenly qualities were just under 500. Xiafei guided the registration of these people while using his Fate Dao golden pupil to probe. Makes for a shame. With so many people down, it's surprising that there aren't many worth investing in. At best, it's just some normal person with a white life path. But just when he was a little disappointed, a young girl who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old came up. She was seen wearing a plain linen dress and pants, and her small, somewhat pitch-black hands touched the celestial pillar with extreme apprehension. The young girl's looks were not outstanding, and even because of some dirt on her body, she rather made people feel a bit ugly. However, she was extremely serious and solemn, and there was a sense of perseverance and determination in her gaze. She had given everything for this worship. A young girl who has long since lost her family, all her hopes are in this one. If she couldn't succeed in worshipping the Long River Sword Sect this time, what awaited her when she went back was only death. Think about it. The young girl shivered a little all over. However, the response of the gifted column. 1 breath. 2 breaths. A full 5 breaths had passed. None of the celestial capital pillars lit up at all. The phenomenon. It made the young girl freeze in place. The originally hopeful gaze instantly turned into a pool of stagnant water. Her whole body froze. Seeing this, an outer sect elder next to her, after seeing that she was reluctant to leave for a long time, he immediately scolded in a stern voice, "Not talented enough, leave immediately." It was like the sound of pronouncing a death sentence, making the young girl tremble. "Still not leaving? How many people are you going to hold up?" That outer sect elder who was maintaining order rebuked again. The young girl raised her head slightly, her eyes filled with despair as she glanced at the Changha sword sect behind the bamboo forest. Then he walked on grimly. Just when she was in a state of utter despair, a gentle voice came, "Where did you come from?" The young girl's head snapped up. The one who realized that the one who asked himself was none other than the inner sect elder who was sitting and registering. Seeing this, the outer sect elder who had previously chided her immediately closed his mouth that wanted to speak, pretending that he saw nothing and continued to preside over the other people's tests. Elder, disciple. Qing Yao is coming from Shisha town, which is 10,000 miles away. The young girl didn't dare to meet CFA's eyes and lowered her head in a trembling response. "Well, you passed, go over to the passers." The words that CFA opened his mouth again caused this young girl named Qing Yao to be completely dumbfounded. Elder, what you said, is it true?" Qing Yao had a look of disbelief. "How can what I say be false? Go on." CFA waved his hand, signaling the other party to hurry over. Yes. Many thanks to the elder." Qing Yao hurriedly turned around and was about to run away, but then stopped sharply and turned back to CFA and bowed deeply before leaving. If there was no movement in the heavenly qualification pillar before, it was like falling into a bottomless abyss for her. Then the present mood is instantly pulled up from the abyss and brought into the light. Everything. It's like a dream. The ups and downs of life were experienced to the fullest by Qing Yao in this moment. Name, Qing Yao. Sex, female. Longevity, 1499. Realm, none. Natal chakra, blue. Blue superior life path. This type of collection of heaven and earth spirit into character perseverance, never idle, just need to practice, the future will be successful. Recommended investment. Immediate needs, want to pass the test of the Changha sword sect as a way to learn cultivation skills and avenge the wasted death of my entire family. This was the information that CFA had seen earlier with his Fate Dao golden pupil. A person who had no natural talent under the natural talent pillar test, yet in the golden pupil of the Fate Dao, was a blue Fate Dao being. This was why CFA had suddenly spoken out and made an exception to the pass. As a guardian elder, allowing a certain disciple to break through is naturally a trivial matter. This was one of the reasons why the Long River Sword sect had them, the inner sect elders, here. Otherwise, just register and watch, just find a random disciple on the line. Why do you still need an inner sect elder? Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the blue color of the investment target's Fate Dao Chi luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 years of hard training blue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the cultivation talent blue. 10 years of hard work blue ready for withdrawal. Cultivation talent blue can be extracted at any time. Cultivation talent can be divided into 8 levels: gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and visionary. Among them, gray is 1x cultivation speed increase, white is 5x, green is 10x, and blue is 50x. Cultivation increase? Xiafei was slightly startled. I didn't realize there was actually this kind of talent rebate out there. Previously, he had already obtained the Sword Heart Tong Ming talent, and now he had obtained this blue cultivation talent. Wouldn't 1 day of meditation and cultivation be equivalent to 50 days of cultivation with the same qualification in Shengong in the future? So converted. That's a lot of talent then. Ouch. I didn't expect Elder CFA's taste to be this kind of little woman. If I had known this, I would have taken you to Huayang City for a good experience. There are all kinds of women there. At this time, not far from the side, in the 4th area, Lu Shang, who was the same first pass guarding elder, immediately smiled and transmitted his voiceover. Obviously. The matter of CFA making the decision to let the Qingyao pass just now fell in the eyes of this elder Lu Shang, who did not wish to disclose his real name. CFA didn't really want to take care of it. His attention was all on the people who lined up one by one to pay their respects, afraid of missing an investable potential stock. And even if he had the time, he didn't want to go and say anything because of it. Qingyao's true potential. Only he knows for sure now. These surrounding elders, including this heaven's capital pillar, had no idea what kind of achievements that young girl would have in the future. And the other young boys and girls who were lined up in the number 3 area on CFA's side. Then one stared at him even more hotly. Everyone wanted to gain this elder's favor, as everyone was unsure if they could make the pillar of talent shine. However, it's been a long day. CFA did not even exercise his right to mandatory clearance again. This caused many people to show their disappointment. What they don't know is that it's not that CFA doesn't want to exercise it, but there's really nothing worthwhile that can be invested in a good seedling. Day 2. The guarding continues. Compared to yesterday's endless sea of people, today it has been much less. Counting the size, there's only about 20,000 people left. That is to say, this time, the Long River Sword Sect's opening ceremony had almost 130,000 or so people coming. This number of people couldn't be compared to those holy places that moved millions of people out though. But when placed in an average third-rate clan, it was already considered a lot. The reason for this. The first was because the Long River Sword Sect was a sect that used swords. The sword is the first of all weapons and is handsome and beautiful to use for both men and women. Among the many blades, only the sword is the most popular. The second reason was because of the geographical location of the Long River Sword Sect. 80,000 miles square. Only the Long River Sword Sect was considered a major sect that was in the top tier. The rest were small, unimpressive clans. It's a natural addition to the comparison. 20,000 men, divided into 9 more ranks. The first 1,000. CFA's side used the talent pillar to detect 2 geniuses. Both were causing the celestial pillar to emit a purple glow. One of them had a hint of orange in her purple. Obviously, he's a bit more talented than the previous one. And both of these geniuses were very powerful in their mundane origins. One is the prince of a small kingdom. One is a prince's son of a great dynasty. The background is extraordinary and the resources are numerous. Compared to the others who had come to pay their respects, these two were clearly far more than a cut above. In the face of the genius detected by the talent pillar, CFA naturally wouldn't skimp on the golden pupil of the life path. Instantly, he read the 2 men's messages. Name, Chai Bang. Sex, male. Longevity, 15101. Realm, mortal fetus, first class. Natal chakra, gray. Gray fool's fate. Not recommended for investment. Immediate needs. Name, Wei Xing. Sex, male. Longevity, 1598. Realm, mortal fetus, 2nd grade. Natal chakra, white. White normal life path. Can be invested. Immediate needs, I hope to be accepted as a disciple by a powerful elder who is not willing to study with the masses and has no regular master. Seeing these 2 geniuses' fateful Dao information, CFA was instantly a bit disinterested. So what if you're a cultivation genius as measured by the talent pillar? One's life path was so poor that it was useless to cultivate even faster. First off. Continue. CFA didn't continue to pay attention to these 2 people, his gaze went to the 1,000 or so people behind him. Another 500 passed. There are a few investable characters out of the middle. But none of them surpassed the young girl from Qingyao yesterday. Not even one of them, let alone more than that, can reach the blue color. Have I been too unlucky this time, or are the disciples who came to the Long River Sword Sect to pay their respects this time not too good? For a moment, CFA didn't even know which direction to think. At this time, in the gathering area of the disciples who had already passed the first level, those who were there yesterday are among them. Because when all the screening is done today, they will concentrate here for the 2nd level of the test. And Qingyao, who had been given an exception pass yesterday, was now waiting carefully. Until now. She was having trouble even calming the fluttering inside her, as if she were still living in a dream. Qingyao didn't understand. How could that inner sect elder in the 3rd area of the 1st level suddenly break the rules and let himself pass? He himself came from a humble background and was not a person with natural talent. After mulling it over, she looked up at CFA, as if she wanted to carve CFA's appearance in her heart. Regardless of what followed, this favor she, Qingyao, would always remember. But just as she cast her eyes over, the afterglow caught a glimpse of an extremely familiar man in team number 3. The man looked to be about 14 or 15 years old. A dress like hers, it looks like the kind of ordinary poor family origin. Upon seeing the man appear, Xingyao was stunned, her gaze full of incredulity. Dragon 7 Nights. What's he following over here for? Didn't he go to the Tai Holy Land? The thought of this childhood friend running here instead of going to the Tai Holy Land made Xingyao's heart burn with anxiety. That's holy ground. When Long Qiye was herding sheep back then, he met an elder of the Tai Holy Land and gave a disciple token. As long as he was willing to go over there, he could become a disciple of the Holy Land. But today, how come he followed himself to the Long River Sword sect? Xingyao knew that her qualifications could not meet the requirements of the Holy Land, so she could only settle for the second best and come to the Changhua Sword sect to give it a try. But Long Qiye was different. Coming to the Long River Sword sect was definitely a waste of this life, and it also failed the cultivation of that Holy Land elder. Think about it. Xingyao couldn't care less about rules and order, and hurriedly rushed out of the waiting crowd and ran towards area number 3. This scene not only surprised the surrounding elders. Even Xia Fei was a bit surprised. What's going on here? Just in time. The teenager called Long Qiye reached out and touched the celestial capital pillar. Chapter 39 Red Sheep Herding Boy, Earth Grade Elixir to Improve Natural Talent. Name, Long Qiye. Sex, male. Longevity, 15104. Realm, none. Fate and luck, red. Red destiny. Collecting the great fortune of heaven and earth. This type of existence, no matter what one learns, a moment to find, it is difficult to describe. Recommended to invest immediately. Immediate needs, I want to follow my childhood friend Xingyao to join the Changhua Sword sect for training. Upon seeing this juvenile fate Dao that caused Xingyao's unusual behavior, Xia Fei's entire body was dumbfounded. Red Destiny said. Other than Jin 13, this was the second existence of a Red Fate Dao that he had seen. Strictly speaking, this was the first person of the Red Destiny Dao, as Sword 13 was only a magic sword. And at this point, the time for the test of the Pillar of Innate Talent had also arrived. The gift of the 7 Nights of the Dragon. Unsurprisingly, there was no light. According to the rules of the clan's examination, this little teenager, who is so poorly endowed, should be eliminated. Looking at the tall celestial pillar in front of him, Long Qiye froze. He's just a kid who came from sheep herding. Overnight, sheep were lost, homes were lost, and the entire village was slaughtered by demons. Only he and his childhood friend Xingyao were left to escape. He should have been heading to the Tai Holy Land, but in the end, he was still worried about Xingyao and gritted his teeth and followed him to the Changhua Sword sect. In order to not let Xingyao drive him away, Long Qiye quietly followed along the way, not daring to expose his figure. It doesn't matter if it's windy or rainy, if you're hungry or if you're being taunted by others. He all silently traveled with Xingyao all the way. Tens of thousands of miles. They were gone for a full year and a half. More than 500 days and nights, in which the hardships, only these two 14 or 15-year-old children know. And today, looking at the celestial pillar that didn't have any light, Long Qiye subconsciously clenched his fists, and his lips turned white from the excessive force. He looked up slightly at his childhood friend who ran over to him. A mist of water covered the childish eyes. Long Qiye doesn't know where he should go. 7 nights. Xingyao was stopped by the sword sect disciples who were maintaining the order of the examination. Standing outside, she cried out tearfully. But the words were not finished. The outer sect elder next to the celestial talent pillar then interrupted, "All right. You can leave now if you didn't cause the heavenly qualification pillar to light up." Long Qiye took a deep breath. He looked at Xingyao, who had already passed the first level, and shook his head slightly. Then he turned and headed down the steps. But a familiar scene appeared. "Oh? Looks like you know that Xingyao? What's your name?" Xia Fei's flat voice came out. It made Long Qiye pause in place, then subconsciously responded, My name is Long Qiye." "Good, you can now join Xiangyao." Xia Fei said without haste, "First level, you passed." Bottom line. Not only did it make Long Qiye completely dumbfounded. Even Xingyao over there would be looking over with an incredulous gaze this time. Elder, I'm not dreaming, am I? Although Long Qiye was a year older than Xingyao and had suffered a great change, but in the face of such a thing, where did he still have the appearance of a teenager? No, get over there, don't keep people waiting. Xia Fei's words caused Long Jie, a 15-year-old teenager, to completely shake. He was too dumb-mouthed to know how to express this gratitude. So he knelt down on the spot and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Waiting to return to the side of the disciples who passed the first level. The pair of childhood friends hugged and cried on the spot. As if to ruthlessly vent all this aggression and suffering. It's only the first level though. But the two were recognized with a long-lost respect. But this time, Xia Fei's side did not receive the investment success tone from the system. Because of Long Jie's needs. It was worshipping the Long River Sword sect with his childhood friend, not just passing the first level. By noon, the first level of the Long River Sword sect's opening ceremony was considered to be completely finished. More than 100,000 people came in great numbers. In the end, there were only about 2,000 people who were able to pass the first hurdle. More than a 50-to-1 ratio. The cruelty of the world has been revealed. And that's just the first level. There are 8 more hurdles waiting for the 2,000 or so to follow. Estimate. It would be nice to have 200 or so people left at the end of the day. The first test is over. All those who have passed the test will be here tomorrow for the second level. As the Grand Elder presiding over this mountain opening ceremony spoke, the other elders and disciples of the Sword Sect left the square one after another. As for the rest of the population that didn't make it through, no one is going to care if they live or die. Xia Fei followed suit and slowly got up, packing his things and preparing to leave. After nearly 2 consecutive days of busyness, coupled with the frequent use of the fateful path golden pupil, it was indeed time for him to go back and take a good rest. The eyes went to those who had been eliminated. Each one of them is as unwilling as the walking dead. Alas! This is the path of cultivation. Xia Fei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Cruelty is always the essence of the world of cultivation. Not to mention this world, with its demons running rampant. But just the moment Xia Fei was about to leave, his afterglow suddenly glimpsed a figure. It was a boy as skinny as a monkey, dressed in obviously ill-fitting adult clothes, walking alone at the end of the line. Side by side. He turned back blankly while looking at the Chinha sword sect behind the bamboo forest. This way. The boy was gone for 5 years. Worshipped more than 100 mountains along the way. Yet no sectarian power was willing to take him in. The Long River Sword sect was his final home. After this failure, he no longer had any strength or persistence toward going down. He can't walk to the next sectarian power. Elder Xia Fei? What are you waiting for? Go! Lu Shang walked over and tapped Xia Fei's shoulder and shouted. It's not easy to get a break. I'll take you to Huayang City to have a good time. Talking. Lu Shang seemed to have sensed something and followed Xia Fei's gaze, landing on the boy. This is Elder Xia's first time being the gatekeeper elder for the mountain opening ceremony, isn't it? Lu Sheng smiled. I saw you let those 2 untalented ones pass before. Actually, it's not necessary, you'll only give them hope and make them end up falling back into deeper despair. I was also a guardian elder at the last mountain opening ceremony, but it was the 3rd level. I heard those old elders say that after every mountain opening ceremony, many more fresh corpses and bones would appear under the 1,000-ring cliff. Corpse bones? Xia Fei froze for a moment. Right. Fresh. Lu Sheng shook his head and said, these people of theirs, it's almost as if they were on the gambling table before they came. And it's the kind of thing where you bet your entire fortune. Elimination means they lost the bet. As the young master of the evil wind and moon sect, Lu Sheng had seen more darkness and hopelessness than this. The scene at the moment had long been commonplace for him, and his heart was rippling within him. Xia Fei finished listening. Couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Now the world is hard and dangerous, and the demons are in chaos. Many experts in cultivation have fallen. Even a holy land was wiped out. Not to mention these mundane commoners. Are those bones unattended? Xia Fei couldn't help but ask. Pipe we are at least a prestigious sect, of course we will pipe. Lu Sheng revealed an expression that looked like a smile, as if he was flirting with something, or as if he was laughing at himself. He continued, the sword sect will arrange for some disciples to return these bones. If there was no record of those who could not be identified, they were buried under the 1,000 refuge cliff. Xia Fei listened quietly. Well, time to rest and be merry and leave it at that. Lu Sheng clapped his hands and smiled. After the mountain opening ceremony, I'll bring Elder Xia to have some fun. When the time comes, Elder Xia, you must show your face. Having said that, Lu Sheng followed the group of elders and left first. Xia Fei stood in place for a moment. Just as he too turned to go, the boy suddenly turned back and charged this way. He once again touched the pillar of divine providence. He reluctantly clung to the pillar of heavenly qualities with a death grip. Such a bold move. But it didn't draw the attention of the other elders. Because for an established eliminator, no matter how many more attempts are made, it's useless. It's not important, so it's natural not to pay attention to it. The pillar of divine providence remained dim. The boy let go of his dead eyes and took a few steps back in resignation. Rolled down the steps. Rolling head full of blood. But he didn't bother, instead he took a hobbling step in the direction of the 1,000-ring cliff. Name, Lin Fan. Sex, male. Longevity, 1369. Realm, none. Natal chakra, gold. Golden wizards. Rarely found in hundreds of years, out of which will be amazing. Recommend investing immediately. Immediate needs, failed to enter the clan, embarked on cultivation, heart as if it were dead, about to end its own life. See the boy's natal message. It goes without saying how. With a flash of his body, Xia Fei had quietly followed. Lin Fan was a boy who came out of a fisherman's home. On his body, there were still remnants of the fisherman's features, dark, rough skin with purple, dry lips and exposed teeth that were slightly yellowed. As do many others. His fishing village, overrun by demons. Only this time it was a great demon of the sea. Having experienced the destruction of his family at the age of a few, he was taken around by a cousin to seek immortality. 5 years. Uncle cousin died on the road. He also came to an end today. As early as yesterday when he was queuing up, Lin Fan had heard others around him talk about the 1,000-ring cliff of the Long River Sword sect. Die there. At least there will be help to collect the body and bury it. Waiting to follow the crowd to the place. He saw the people in front of him, flopping as if they were dumplings toward the bottomless cliff. Lin Fan did not produce the slightest fluctuation. These years of experience had long since made him accustomed to seeing life and death. Cliffside. When it was his turn. It's already the last one. Looking down at the bottom of the cloudy cliff below. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, and just took a firm step forward, just as he firmly left his destroyed home. Wind. Whistling in the ears. Tears. Trailing behind. Among the crystals, there seemed to be flashes of dreams. But just the next moment, Lin Fan suddenly only felt his body sink. Then he was carried and brought back to the 1,000 refuge cliff. The boy's eyes opened slightly, and in a blur of tears, he saw a less than real figure. Are you seeking death? Xia Fei looked at the boy in front of him and spoke out faintly. Ha! It's the Sword Sect Elder. Lin Fan suddenly awoke with a start, then saluted with his hands in a frenzy. Greetings, Elder. Answer me, are you seeking death? Xia Fei's tone was calm, not the slightest emotion could be heard. Lin Fan froze slightly, then nodded heavily and said, right. Because of what? Because, a trace of bitterness flared up at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Xia Fei looked at the boy and suddenly frowned. You haven't eaten for 7 days? Lin Fan froze again. Don't see how this can be seen. Your qi and blood are very weak, and your internal organs are even deflated and shrunken into a ball. Xia Fei continued, an ordinary person starving for 7 days would have died long ago, but you are still alive. Your divine soul's will is strong. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have lasted this long. Speaking of which. He paused. Then he slowly said, you want to worship the Long River Sword sect? Yes. Lin Fan nodded heavily once again. In this world, there is no such thing as a person who was born to walk the walk. Xia Fei was ready to start pouring chicken soup. Even if they are geniuses, they won't be able to accomplish much if they don't go through acquired efforts. It's an indisputable fact that your cultivation talent is poor. So if you want to step into the cultivation path, you have to put in more effort than others. This much will include hardships you can't imagine. When I say that, are you still willing to step into cultivation? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Fan immediately responded, Elder, I am not afraid of hardships. What I'm afraid of is not having a chance. Xia Fei nodded slightly, very well. Then come with me. Those words made the boy, who was only 13, completely freeze. He was dismayed beyond words. Long. Elders, can I? As long as you can do more than try, why not? Xiafei said faintly. Words. Lin Fan's eyes, which were originally like dead ashes, suddenly bloomed with a hint of luster. Ding. Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal chakra being gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 80 years of life realization. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the My Fate is My Fate gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation talent pill earth grade. 80 years of life realization can be withdrawn at any time. You can experience a different life, increase your experience and understanding, eliminate the demons of the heart, and perfect the heart of the way. My life is by me, not by heaven. Gold can be withdrawn at any time. This is a kind of spiritual will to fight against heaven. It can dramatically stimulate potential, and has miraculous effects when encountering great horrors of life and death. Cultivation talent pill earth grade improves a person's cultivation talent, giving them a blue grade cultivation increase. The rebate beep from the system caused Xiafei to freeze a bit. What's this thing about 80 years of life lessons? And that I am what I am? These two rewards, from what the system says. None of them are rebates that instantly increase combat power. But a much more powerful underpinning. With both, Xiafei's own potential was only able to reach an immeasurable level. There was also that cultivation talent pill. With that previous rebate of cultivation talent, he couldn't use it himself. But it could be used on this Lin Fan. Think about it. Xiafei pressed down the urge to study the rewards for the time being. Imperative. It was better to settle this little boy Lin Fan whose fate Dao Qi was golden in color first. Chapter 40 Ascension Platform. The surprising 3 disciples. The square outside the bamboo forest. A crowd of waiting disciples, and a few elders left behind. After seeing Xiafei suddenly bring back a little boy, the 1,000. That's because we know deep down that even if we let these people with no talent pass, we know deep down that letting them succeed in worshipping the sword sect won't help. That's right, what's the point of entering the sword sect? Cultivation is incredibly slow, others are already mortal and still ordinary, still sensing the basic spitting, others are already close to practicing chi and still haven't changed, still an ordinary person. It's better not to give them hope, or else we'll be blaming us instead for torturing them by letting them pass in the first place. Xiafei ignored these words. Everyone else might have probably been in this situation, but he had the golden pupil of the fateful path, so naturally, it wouldn't be the case. After sending Lin Fan over, he left. When you get back to the residence. It was only then that Xiafei began to withdraw the system rebates for the past 2 days. System, extract the cultivation talent first. This was the reward for investing in Qingyao before, the system rebate. It was enough to increase the cultivation speed by 50 times. With Xiafei's intention, a metaphysical feeling surged through his body. It was like going back to the mother's womb all of a sudden, so warm and cozy that you didn't even want to say anything. The sensation lasted for almost a column of time. Waiting to come back to his senses. Xiafei only felt a burst of permeability in his body, and his mind was clearer than ever before. With a slight lift and turn of his spiritual energy, a small storm of heaven and earth aura immediately blew up in the room. Sure enough, it's almost a 50-fold increase. With my current Jindan 4th grade realm, if I cultivate diligently every day, I should be able to start preparing for the condensation of my yuaning in about 6 months with a 50-fold increase. Xiafei did some calculations in his mind. And that's just the blue grade cultivation talent. If the rebate comes out 500 times gold, or 1,000 times red. That kind of situation. Don't even think about it. Next up, that blue decade of hard work. Boom. An imperceptible thud. A large amount of spiritual energy was integrated into the body. The realm is drawing up. Keep pulling up. Final breakthrough. Jindan 5th grade. It's a done deal. Xiafei's gaze widened as his eyes shot out 2 invisible sword auras. The horrifying aura was like heaven and earth tipping over. All the disguises were inadvertently exposed at this point. The system's rebates aren't finished. Lin Fan's golden rebate. System, extract 80 years of life lessons. In a split second. Xiafei fell into a deep sleep. It's like a dream or not a dream. he became a different person. A 3-year-old kid named Xian. This dream. That's 80 years. The sweet and sour, the sadness and the joy of life. He has experienced it all in its entirety. Wait until you wake up. There was a moment of trance. He couldn't tell if he was CFA, or Xian, or neither. This state of mind lasted for almost an hour. And slowly easing up at the end. Whether it's CFA, or Xian. It's all me and it should have been me. CFA let out a long sigh, his trance-like eyes turning to determination and clarity. This life realization is no more than a sword realization. It's more like some kind of way to be able to perfect the soul. Life lessons are good, but there's just a risk of getting lost. Sheffield recapped. Decide that next time if there is such a rebate, make sure you have some preparations before withdrawing it. Otherwise, more often, there is a real possibility that, as the previous life said, Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies, and ultimately cannot tell whether they are Zhuangzhou or butterflies. Eventually. Several rebates among them. On the contrary, my fate is my own is the simplest. After the extraction. CFA only felt a jolt in his soul, like a person drinking an ice drink. And then nothing. There was no feeling of otherness, and I didn't notice any discomfort. It's like nothing happened. But fine sense. And again, there seems to be something more. Day 2. The second level of the Long River Sword Sect's opening ceremony was held as scheduled. CFA and a bunch of other inner sect elders came over to observe the ceremony. Nothing too fancy. The second hurdle is to examine the body and record the constitution of each person. If the body is terminally ill, or crippled as such, then they will be eliminated. Although those with high cultivation were able to cure these, and even a high-grade elixir could nullify these problems. But it's just to worship. No one would be so generous and waste so much time with it. Therefore, in general, if no other elders come forward to protect, there is nothing. This level. Over 2,000 people, only 100 or so have gone. The ratio isn't great, and it's not called brutal. Day 3. The third level opens. It's called 7 Fires Refining the Heart. The location remains in the square. Nearly 2,000 people, all seated separately. And then the whole square will go up in flames. The test square, created by the joint efforts of several great elders of the Sword Sect, would refract the 7 native emotions: greed, anger, dementia, doubt, fear, and desire. When the spell is turned on, the slate floor is transformed into a corresponding karmic fire. You need to keep your mind in the burning heart flames for 300 breaths, and anyone whose mind is consumed by the karmic fire for a split second on the way will be taken away by the elders of the third level. At this pass, Qingyao, Long Qie, and that Lin Fan all performed extremely well. It caused many elders who knew CFA to cast astonished gazes. Final passer. Only 1,000 or so. Half of it was gone in an instant. This shows the power of the 7 fires refining the heart. But here it is. A portion of those eliminated will be selected by the handyman elders. One could choose to stay in the Sword Sect as a handyman or leave. In the Long River Sword Sect. Miscellaneous disciples. In addition to the excavation at the opening ceremony, there are also some characters from the secular world who were brought in, or came over by themselves to impress a certain elder. Those who were brought in from the secular world basically had backstates within the sect, either being close friends of a certain disciple or relatives of a certain elder. Therefore, in the miscellaneous disciples, this type of people control the power is the biggest. Back to the main topic. The fourth level opens. It's called Phantom Kill. A huge illusion formation was set up in the square. Those who step into the formation will encounter customized phantasmagorical killing scenarios. It may be a desperate situation where they are surrounded by demons, a predicament where they are betrayed by their closest relatives, or an apocalyptic scenario where the heart of their path breaks down. All attacks cause real pain but are not fatal. The array will record the trialist's fighting instincts, resilience, and near-death explosiveness. The only rule for this level is come out alive. Long Qie and Lin Fan, the three of them, continue to perform well. It made the group of elders more and more surprised. Even many elders had already landed most of their attention on the three. Here's the header. There was no lack of some of the Sword Sect's elites and core elders. Sword Sect core elders and Sword Pavilion core elders were two different things. The former is the core of a clan of elders, specifically facing the core disciples. The latter was only the core of a certain layer of the Sword Pavilion, responsible for looking after and guarding the more precious Dharma swords on that layer. When the opening ceremony in the mountain. If someone was named by a certain sword sect core elder to be accepted as a disciple, then that person could be said to already have the treatment of a core disciple to begin with. It just doesn't have the strength and power of a core disciple yet. Quasi-core equivalent. Level 5. Level 6. All the way to the final 9th level. The time lasted 10 days. Wait until it's time for the final pass. Less than 300 of the original 2,000 men have been left. This last pass. The name is Ascendant. A Grand Elder's voice resounded through the square. All you hear is the sound, no one is there. Look at your feet. Buzz. As the words fell, steep steps were born under the feet of the 300 men. The steps lead deep into the clouds. No one knows how deep or how high it is if you look at it with the naked eye alone. The platform of ascension, there are 9,900 steps. Each step contains weak water and is poured by the heavenly mirage stone. Each step has a different pressure, increasing step by step. And randomly triggered Taoist torture. If anyone climbs to the top, knock on the bronze door. When it comes to being the top disciple of this session of the mountain opening ceremony, you may choose an elder to worship at will, regardless of the other's identity. As the Grand Elder's words fell, of the 300 disciples, someone immediately asked, "What about the pass conditions?" Those who can step on the 99 floors can be Long River Sword cultivators. When CFA heard this, he turned his attention to those steps. Orally sensing down. These steps, which had been created out of thin air, were filled with a desolate and ancient atmosphere. Every line on it seemed to be full of years. This thing is not easy. Where'd you get that? According to the original body's memory, CFA remembered it clearly. The Long River Sword sect was only 800 years old at full count. From the founding ancestor to the present, it has only been passed down for 3 generations. Rumor has it that the founding ancestor has already ascended to the upper realms. It can be based on many accounts. It should be dead. Then compared to those first-rate sects that had been moving for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of Holy Land existence. How could the Long River Sword sect have such a treasure? This step, it seems, is specially made for selecting disciples. With the Long River Sword sect's heritage, it's impossible to refine such a special heavy treasure. After all, even a foundation building pill have to empty the existence of half of the sect. It's hard to. What other origins did the Long River Sword sect have before? Thinking about it, CFA secretly had an extra heart. It would be good to look for news on this when you get a chance. Nothing else. Just to learn more about your habitat, just in case. Ever since coming to this world called the Xuanqi continent, he then didn't intend to leave the Long River Sword sect easily. Sword Court, to be precise. In this metaphysical world where demons and devils are choking and destroying people's souls without moving, CFA knew the truth that it was good to have a clan at your back. How exhausting to be a lone wolf. With the system in place, quiet development is the way to go. And as the 9th level begins, the 2 major geniuses who had been detected by the talent pillars earlier, Chai Bang and Wei Xing, were the first to take the first step. And it's like the stride can't be stopped. With a burst of energy, he actually went up 66 steps in a row. The scene. It immediately caused all the elders to be surprised. Many of the elders who favored these two had smiles of triumph. Several elite elders said on the spot that they would personally make a move to take one of them as a disciple when it was over. Time passes slowly. It had come to midday. Out of nearly 300, only Chai Bang and Wei Xing led the way, stepping up to the 99th floor before and after. The first to obtain basic clearance. Compare. The rest of them, the most outstanding ones, had only just stepped up to the 60th floor today. However, what made the other elders take notice was this. The 3 of them, Long Chia, Lin Fan, and Qing Yao, who had performed brilliantly in the previous levels, were walking incomparably slowly this time. Each step upwards. It's as if you're carrying a 1,000-pound boulder on your back. See this scene. Even CFA couldn't help but get a little worried. No way? Could it be that these 3 guys, they're going to fall at this last hurdle? I don't have the right to fish for people at this level. The thought of Long Chia's red life path. If elimination is here, well, that's an investment down the drain. One time. Xia couldn't help but feel some egg pain. Just then. Just as he was about to think of something, Long Qie, Lin Fan, and Xingyao suddenly had a wisp of emptiness escaping from their bodies. In just a moment, the aura swept away and dissipated. But Xia, who had been paying attention, still noticed it. This is Doyle. With regards to Dao rhyme, Xia was naturally not unfamiliar with it at all. His Jindan was even covered in sword Dao patterns. That is the substantial manifestation of the Dao. The Dao rhythms in the three of them, Long Qie, seemed to have been forced out by that mysterious step, and also seemed to have been touched by the guidance. No matter how one looks at it and interprets it. After this Taoist rhyme was revealed, Long Qie and Lin Fan, it was as if they had suddenly shot chicken blood. All the pressure was off. They actually ran up the steps. There's no mistaking it. Everyone else is trudging upward, like ordinary people climbing a rocky cliff face. And they are, just running. Very easy. Like a walk in the park. With this scene, not only did Xia freeze for a moment. Even the other elders were dumbfounded. The eyes of several elders were dropping in shock. What's the situation? What's going on here? Those three disciples, what happened? No one can understand. Perhaps that mysterious great elder knows. But we didn't see him show up either. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd of elders, the three of them, Long Qie, had already ascended the 99 flights of steps. Then without stopping for half a minute, he continued to keep up his very fast speed and run wildly upwards. Not twice. It had then surpassed the day's Chai Bang and Wei Xing duo. At this moment, they had just stepped onto the 109 flights of steps. After the 99, these two also slowed down, taking about 3 to 5 breaths before they could take their next step. Such a speed was already extremely fast compared to those below who could only take a step almost a column of incense. Available at Chai Bang and Wei Xing could only stare dumbfounded at the three figures running furiously with gusts of wind. The 199th floor. The 299th floor. The 399th floor. 1,999 floors. 3,999 floors. 4,999 floors. To this, Xingyao's speed obviously couldn't keep up with Long Qie and Lin Fan. Eventually she stopped at 5,150 floors. Then he collapsed to the ground without the slightest ability to move. Long Qie and Lin Fan. It's still going wildly upwards. It was as if someone was holding his feet up, and he couldn't see the slightest sign of his strength running out. 6,999 floors. 7,999. 9,000. Chapter 41 The Foundation of the Great Tao. The worshipful master that everyone didn't expect. To the 9,000th floor. Lin Fan, who had a golden destiny chi, could no longer climb at all and collapsed on the steps. Only Long Qie continued to power upwards. Eventually, under everyone's shocked gaze, Long Qie ascended the highest step. 9,900th floor. Clank. Clank. Dang. The moment you step on the highest step, a mysterious sound suddenly resounded in the heavens and earth. Above the void, manifesting a figure. It was the same Grand Elder Essence that presided over this mountain opening ceremony. Not only that, the matter of Long Qie stepping onto the highest level of the Heaven Ascension platform had already attracted the attention of the entire Changha Sword sect. In Sheffield's perception, countless spiritual senses covered this way. There was the patriarchs, the other great elders. There were even a few unfathomable auras among them, which were none other than the legendary Sword sect's supreme elders. And this time, what surprised Xia wasn't Long Qie ascending to the top. Because after all, it was the Red Destiny Road, it made sense to reach the top. What surprised him was the aura of the Grand Elder who had appeared before him. It actually vaguely gave itself a sense of oppression. One must know that the current Xia was already at the 5th grade of Jindan strength. Moreover, under the blessing of the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine Chapter, the strength of his divine soul spiritual consciousness was already comparable to that of a Yuaning. One that can make him feel oppressed. It can only mean one thing. That is, the cultivation realm of this Grand Elder proper that appeared was definitely Yuaning. Not only that, In the midst of sensing those terrifying spiritual senses that covered over, there were also many old monsters of the Yuaning realm. Those unfathomable supreme elders, it is even possible that they are above the Yuaning. This kind of clan's top expert's heritage is actually a third-rate sword clan? Upon realizing this, Xia shook inwardly. As per the original memory, the most powerful in the Chenghe sword sect was the Jindan. But it's not until now that we realize it. How shallow all the originals were, or knew so little. If Xia wasn't in the Jindan realm right now, if the strength of his divine soul perception wasn't so sharp that it was comparable to that of a Yuaning, I'm afraid these can't be discovered yet. And just as Xia was surprised, 9,900 floors of the Ascension platform, the Grand Elder had already arrived in front of Long Qie. I didn't realize that after so many years, someone had actually climbed to the top and knocked on the heavenly gate. This Grand Elder seemed to be reminiscing, and as if he was sighing a little. A few moments. Only then did he come back to his senses and said to Long Qie, "Since you've already reached the top, have you thought about which elder you want to worship as your master? If you are not clear about the situation of the various elders of the Long River Sword sect, I can now explain it to you." Long Qie respectfully bowed before speaking out, back to Grand Elder, "Disciple has already thought about master." "Oh? Who is it?" The Grand Elder burst out in curiosity. Generally speaking, one should not ask oneself more about those elders and what they specialize in, or their positions, etc. How is it that you've already chosen before you've even introduced yourself? I asked the Grand Elder to make a decision. Disciple would like to worship the previous Guardian Elder of the first level as a teacher. That elder disciple doesn't know his name, but he's the third region. Long Qie hadn't finished speaking. He was then interrupted by the surprised Grand Elder. "What did you say? You're going to worship an inner sect elder as your teacher?" Please ask for the Grand Elder's permission." Long Qie bowed deeply. The Grand Elder completely froze. It's not just the Grand Elder. The onlooker elders, even including those with spiritual awareness who came over to check it out, were all dumbfounded as well. A disciple who had gone up to the highest stage of the ascension. To actually think of worshipping an unheard of inner sect elder? What a thought! Sheffield's surroundings. The crowd of elders looked over with incredulous gazes. Everyone stared at him. It's like staring at a rarity. Xia froze as well. He didn't expect Long Qie to choose to worship himself. Let's not talk about anything else for a moment. He himself pressed on with the idea of taking on an apprentice. What a hassle to take on an apprentice. One has to consider all the various aspects of the apprentice, and is also responsible for bringing him up. Say master. The teacher is important, but the father is even more important. Sheffield just wants to lay flat and just develop in the dark. What would be the point of trying to be a master? Over. That Grand Elder's gaze was cast over. Then there was a flash of light. He had already landed in front of Xia with Long Qie. As a Grand Elder, a promise is a promise. Not to mention that he didn't set that rule either, and after Long Qie made sure of it, even with all the incomprehension, he brought the person over. But things come to a head. This Grand Elder still couldn't help but ask, "Long Qie, I'm asking you once, are you sure you want to worship him?" Long Qie first bowed to the Grand Elder once again. Then he bowed deeply to Xia again. Finally, he firmly and incomparably said, "Disciple has already thought it through clearly, so I ask the Great Elder to fulfill my request." "Please, Master." The last sentence was addressed to Xia. Face it. It is as if a good material, a beautiful jade, were to be buried in a pit. A wave of hatred ran through the Grand Elder's heart. But he eventually held back, his gaze looking towards Xia. This instant, all eyes were focused. Xia topped the pressure and said with a somewhat sarcastic smile, "This. Me. My cultivation is low. Long Qie, do you want to think about it again?" He really didn't want to take on any disciples. Even if it was Long Qie of the Red Destiny Dao, he was not willing to cause trouble. If not for Master's net, it would never have been possible for disciple to come this far. Long Qie unexpectedly knelt down on the spot. See this scene. The Grand Elder grimaced ironically and said, "Xia, since this disciple insists on worshipping you, given the disciplinary rules of the opening ceremony, you can only accept, not reject. And be sure to take it seriously in the future. If you let anyone find out that you are not true to your religious beliefs, you will be expelled from the Long River Sword sect. He very much didn't want to and was happy to see CFA refuse to take on a disciple. However, this door rule was in place when the Changhua Sword sect was founded. Anyway, the rules of the gate are unbreakable. It's done. CFA had no choice but to reluctantly respond, the Grand Elder's lesson is correct. I will keep in mind the rules of the sect and teach my disciples wholeheartedly. But given the unique circumstances of this occasion, why don't we just let Long Chi cultivate in the sect with the others? If there are any problems, or if you need any help, how about coming back to the Sword Pavilion to find me? What he was thinking, naturally, was, A. As soon as I heard that, CFA probably guessed the person who transmitted the voice just now. 8 or 9 times out of 10, it was a certain expert from the Sword Pavilion. Overall, although the Long River Sword sect was a whole, there were still some factions within. A lineage of sword pavilions and a lineage of sword mounds. For this super genius, Long Chie, to be able to enter his faction, it must have been extremely valued. He even went so far as to release the words that if CFA couldn't solve it, he could directly approach them. Things have come to this. It's sort of over. After performing the ritual of worship, Long Chie then made and became the chief great disciple under Xia. Enlightenment Pill 9 PCS can be withdrawn at any time. After taking it, you can enter the state of epiphany, lasting for at least 1 hour. 1,000 years of longevity can be withdrawn at any time. After withdrawal, lifespan can be extended by 1,000 years. When Long Chie successfully worshipped the Long River Sword sect, Xingyao could also become an outer disciple of the Sword sect after. The rebate for the system is finally here. Same as the previous investment in Sword 13. For 4 rebates. But 4 this time. There was no Xiangong similar to the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine chapter. Instead, it's something esoteric. Like the foundation of the way. CFA pressed down his pondering thoughts and brought behind him Long Chie, Xingyao, and Lin Fan to enter the sword sect first. Long Chie and Xingyao, there was no need to say more. The two are childhood friends, and the coke doesn't leave the house. Lin Fan followed me here. Forget it. CFA was a bit helpless, not going to ask what the reason was. Maybe this is what happens when you invest everywhere. After thinking about it, that was the only way to comfort myself. This way. The sword sect disciples who heard the news. They all stopped their feet and looked over curiously. Eyes were basically focused on Long Chie and CFA. Is this the Long Chie who climbed 9,900 steps for the first time ever? Right. That's him. I was there, I saw it clearly, on the ascension stage. That kid was awesome. According to reason, if you've all gone up to the highest of the heaven ascending stage, shouldn't you go to pay homage to the patriarch, or a certain supreme elder who's in latent cultivation? How come they're hanging out with an inner sect elder? This I know, I heard that it was during the first level, that Elder CFA let him pass. Ugh. What's that? Saying? Waste things? What a waste. He'll no regret later. One was the first in this mountain opening ceremony's ascension platform. One was an inner sect elder who was only in the chi practicing realm. This master-disciple combo shouldn't happen in reality any way you look at it or think about it. But it just showed up. This is very confusing to everyone. So many people even made bets on when Long Chie would feel regret. However, these remarks did not affect the 3 Long Chie. As for Sheffield, that's even less likely. Taking the 3 of them to the new entry disciple registration office. After CFA explained some routine words, he left alone. What's with the master and apprentice? I believe that with Long Chie Red's destiny and chi, one just needs to put a little fire. Well, invest in it. Just don't bother with much. This kind of heavenly destiny protagonist-like existence, having a true master would instead become a shackle, and would most likely even turn into a drag. Aha! Now my excuses for being lazy are getting brighter and brighter. Sheffield nodded to himself in satisfaction. Then he drilled into the Sword Pavilion Elder's residence. Since the opening ceremony has just ended, I'll have to go to work at least tomorrow if I'm going to be on the Jiangya side. There's going to be a lot of work on the first floor tomorrow. After all, so many new disciples have come. System, first extract 1,000 years of longevity. After opening the residence spell, CFA murmured to the system in his mind. Shasta. A chaotic and powerful energy surged into the limbs and bones, melting into every inch of flesh and bones. About a little over half an hour. It took all the energy to be completely absorbed into the flesh. When Xiafei opened his eyes, just feel energized all over. Even he had the illusion that a drop of his own blood was feared to be comparable to a treasure elixir. It's not too far wrong though. His body now. With a great Luo sword body, with a tiger devil golden body. Plus the creation of this 1,000-year lifespan. Flesh and blood do contain some special effects. For example, treating mundane diseases, plagues, etc. But that's as far as it goes. Unless there was some sort of qualitative change in his physical body. 1,000 years of lifespan is extracted. Next is the gift of human sword unity. There's not a lot of feeling in this one. Less than a tea break. Xiafei had then stood up and took out his systematic Dharma sword. Swish. Only 2 casual swings were seen. Every move and every stance carried an overpowering killing fury. And incredibly flexible. Wherever the mind wants to go, the sword goes. The Dharma sword seemed to have become a part of his body, as if it was a part of his arm. In my current condition, what will happen if I execute the 9 heavenly sword art? Think about it. Sheffield just couldn't wait to experiment. When the 9 heavenly sword art was once performed, his whole body suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had merged into the sword light, and he was everywhere in this 9 heaven sword realm. Man and sword together. Sword intent. Sword light. Sword mantle. Our Sheffield. It's quite an amazing feeling. But experiment for a while. Xiafei then stopped immediately. If we don't stop, I'm afraid this house will be gone. It's not going to end well when there's a commotion. But just for a little while. All of the existence in the room, all of it, annihilated and silently turned into nothingness. Now, it's the turn of the final foundation of the way. I'd like to see what this thing is good for when the system introduces it in such a mysterious way. Chapter 42. Once again, the sword sect was sensationalized, breaking through the 6th rank of Jindan. When Xiafei chose to extract the foundation of the great Tao, a trembling boom suddenly came from above the 9 heavens. Room. His body was lifted up by an invisible greatness, and the entire dome of the sky was like an ancient scroll that had been torn open, revealing a long river of emptiness with starry debris flowing behind it. Immediately after, countless runes entwined with chaotic chi emerged from the void. These swimming runes were as if they had come to life, and the moment they appeared, they surged into Xiafei's torso. This is... Didn't wait for Xiafei to be surprised. These runes then enveloped his divine soul, blooming with a gentle haze. The originally flat and uneventful divine soul seemed to have been rewoven by a great force. It was actually engraved with strands of great Tao inscriptions. At the same time, clarity arose in Xiafei's heart. It was time for him to make a choice. 3,000 avenues, which one to choose? Without thinking too much, he set the foundation of the great Tao as the way of the sword. Because no matter whether it is the Dala sword body or the 9 heavenly sword art, many things, they are all within the scope of the sword Tao. With so many foundations in place, the best and most appropriate one is just Kendo. And when Sheffield made his choice, clang! 3,000 sword sounds exploded from the depths of the void, and primordial Tao patterns fell like stars. Xiafei had not yet closed his eyes to look within, and his divine soul had already been swept into the long river of the sword Tao. Almost instantly, the aura of the Qinghe sword sect's 100,000-mile radius suddenly rolled backwards. Such a huge commotion. Once again, it caused the entire long river sword sect to shake. The hidden cultivation's Taishan elders all stirred, each one looking uncertainly at the unusual roiling aura. What's going on? It's not clear. This kind of movement seems to be purely a fluctuation of aura. This is heaven and earth in turmoil. No one is breaking through, and no treasures are coming out. Something must exist. Check. Check now. As each and every powerful elder appeared, the entire Long River Sword sect was suddenly in chaos. And for the outside world to move, Xiafei half did not notice, all the mind has fallen on the Great Road. No, now should be called the foundation of the Sword Road. His soul, consciousness, and everything else was wrapped in the inscriptions of the foundation of the sword path. Slowly some sort of qualitative change is occurring. As everything slowly came to a halt, Xiafei's consciousness returned, and the sword chi that erupted from his eyes actually cut through the void. The movement of him slowly rising up triggered the resonance of heaven and earth. A lotus flower of sword intent bloomed with every step that fell. After 9 steps, a world of swords actually surfaced. Boom! In the Long River Sword Sect. The long silent protector formation was suddenly activated, and within a certain mysterious space in the depths of the sword sect, a number of figures that were close to death woke up in unison. What's even more terrifying is in this moment. The sword cultivators of the entire Xuanqi continent suddenly experienced a tremor in their sword hearts. Though only for a brief moment. No one cared, they even thought it was an illusion. And in the Long River Sword Sect, the Dharma swords of countless people were all trembling. Sword Pavilion, Sword Mound and other places, but also erupted violent sword whistle. It was good that Xiafei immediately collected his qi. All the Taoist rhythms were hidden. Once again, he was back in the midst of that mediocrity. It was only after these earth-shattering visions that they slowly subsided. At this point, inside the Sword Pavilion, an elder quietly walked down from the 3rd floor. As if making the rounds, he came to the 2nd floor. Passing place. All the elders of the 2nd floor stopped their feet and saluted. We have met Elder Wu. This Elder Wu was facing the greeting, all with a slight nod of his head and unhurried footsteps, as if he was investigating the 10,000 swords that had just whistled in unison. When he turned around on the 2nd floor, he went out of the Sword Pavilion again and walked through the bamboo forest towards Huayang City. Wait until you get to Huayang City. He was seen heading for the Wind and Moon greenhouse. A few moments later, a man who looked to be in his 30s strutted out. While walking, he also waved his hand behind him in a very contented manner. Master Lu, next time remember to come back to us. Upstairs, several flamboyant women waved handkerchiefs and shouted. The man laughed, that's natural. Ha ha ha. Out of this green street. He ran through a couple more places, stopping for a while. Only then did he turn around and rush back towards the Long River Sword Sect. Wait until you reach the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion. When the surrounding elders saw him return, they joked, Lu Shang, did you go to play again? This mountain opening ceremony has just passed, be careful of Master Wu looking for trouble from you. Which can Lu Shang laughed, I'm combining labor and fun, without eating and playing well, how can I take on the heavy responsibility of the Sword Pavilion? Isn't that the truth, people? Yes, the group of elders immediately laughed. In the past 2 days, the Sword Pavilion was sort of closed because of the mountain opening ceremony. As a result, no one had much to do, so they all gathered together to chat or look at the Dharma swords in their area. Even many elders went directly back to their residences, sleeping or practicing, no one would care. After chatting with everyone for a while about women's girls' homes, Lu Shang then excused himself for still having to register the matter of the Dharma sword and left. Wait until no man's land. He suddenly turned in a different direction, heading towards one of the core areas. There was a core elder of the 2nd floor waiting for him. Young lord. Aha! This will be Lu Shang, where there is still half the appearance of playing with women. The entire person's aura steeply converted to that of a young lord of a large sect. That kind of gesture of life and death, controlling everything, was undoubtedly displayed. When all the swords in the Sword Pavilion were whistling in unison, Kongyu, can you find out why? Lu Shang asked out loud. The 2nd-tier core elder named Kongyu shook his head slightly and said, the root cause was not found. I've heard that this matter has alarmed the 2 major vice pavilion masters. But in the end, even they weren't sure exactly what was going on with Kongyu's report. Lu Shang nodded slightly and did not dwell on being able to find the root cause of the 10,000 swords whistling in unison. It's been a hard time for you people. At that, he couldn't help but sigh. Kongyu immediately smiled, we were all taken care of by the old sect master to be able to be where we are today. All this hard work today is nothing compared to the old sect master's kindness. It's just that you, young lord, have suffered instead. The little elder of the sword court who has to pretend to be a preferred woman day and night, and who grovels to people every day. Speaking of which, Kongyu's voice couldn't help but choke up, and he couldn't keep his words down. Ugh. Lu Shang listened and sighed once again, for the sake of the sect's grand plan, everyone has suffered. It's a good thing these days are almost over. This time, the 10,000 swords whistling in unison allowed me to finally detect a trace of my father's aura. Oh? Konyu was suddenly startled, and then rejoiced. Young master, you found where the old sect master is? Lu Shang nodded and said, not bad. This disturbance has caused the sword pavilion's spell formation to tremble. With my connection to my father, I finally found his location. In a few days, we will be able to bring father out. Words. Konyu couldn't help but say angrily, this damn long river sword sect. Taking advantage of the old sect master's injury, he brought the old sect master back here in the name of eliminating demons and defending the Tao. In the end, he even refined the old sect master into a sword. Damn it! Mentioning this, Lu Sheng's face was also blue, his gaze gloomy to the extreme. Young lord, since you have found the old sect master, I wonder when we'll do it. Need any of us? Konyu asked in a small voice. New Year's Day in January. Lu Sheng said, for the time being, you guys seize the time to recover the power temporarily stored in the spiritual power treasure pearl and restore your realm. One more strength, and we'll have more certainty. Konyu nodded heavily and firmly said, please rest assured young lord, we will do our best. Well, I'll be preparing to restore my original realm in the next few days as well, so now disperse. After Lu Sheng finished speaking, his person had already left. Rumble. CFA's cultivation level at this moment, with the help of the aura pouring in that was induced by the foundation of the sword Tao, had once again broken one realm upwards. The spiritual energy in his body was as thick as the sea. The divine soul spiritual awareness also surged up a notch. Jindan 6th grade. CFA looked internally at his own cultivation level with a hint of delight on his face. If this kind of aura riot comes every day, I guess it won't take more than a month or two for me to possibly reach the 9th grade of Jindan. But he also knew that it was just a fantasy. The phenomenon of aura automatically converging in a radius of 100,000 miles was due to the appearance of the Great Tao Foundation. If it's normal to set up a spirit gathering formation that covered 100,000 miles, how much of a stroke would be needed? Think of the impossibility of realizing it. Wait until the psychic energy has calmed down. CFA then began to calculate his next move. First of all, it's time to raise your cultivation to the 5th grade of Qi cultivation, which is the cultivation level that you have revealed to the public. Without showing some talent, not only would he be sorry for Master Wu's attention, but he might also become an obstacle to advancing to the 3rd tier sword pavilion. The 2nd floor faced the inner disciples. And the 3rd floor would be able to face the elite disciples of the sword sect. Comparatively speaking, the average life path Qi of an elite disciple was definitely stronger than that of an inner sect. And after becoming a sword sect elite elder, one could also go around the inner sect. So promoting to 3rd tier elder, CFA had ideas. Then let's wait for a few days. When the time comes, it's just the right time to find an excuse for a closed door breakthrough. Think about it. CFA then straightened up his elder garb. You can't stay in your room all the time, it's easy to get noticed. Being mediocre, it was natural for him to not intentionally look for that kind of cranky thing to do. But this just went out the door. He then ran head-on into a few 2nd tier core elders who had come over to look for him. After the last birthday of Master Wu, CFA and the elders of the 2nd floor had become quite familiar with each other. Elder Xie, how is your disciple doing? Meeting. Everyone just asked with some curiosity. The fact that CFA had become Long Qi as master was something that others might have only heard about, but as colleagues, they naturally knew all about it. Harm. Don't mention it. CFA immediately cried helplessly, how could I be capable of teaching that kind of talented disciple? All this time, I've let him study under the other elders. Those that came to him were all well-connected elder friends. See this. One of them hurriedly said, you're doing the right thing, since that Long Qi has to worship you as his teacher, then feel free to teach him. If you can't make it in the future, it's not your fault. If you become a genius, it's naturally even higher. Another elder stepped forward and said, why are we all talking about this? We came but invited Elder CFA to have fun. With that, he put his arm around CFA's shoulders. Elder Xia, it's about to be New Year's Day. A few of us are planning to go to Huayang City together to have some fun and get together. On New Year's Day, Huayang City will surely be bustling with activity. New Year's Day? CFA froze, this. See him hesitate. The other elders also spoke out, every major festival, our sword pavilion can be on vacation and rest. CFA, if you don't go, we'll keep it to rack you over. Or do you want to spoil the fun when so many of us come looking for you? Seeing that the word is out, CFA knew he would be a bit insensitive if he refused again. Immediately, he dropped the idea of wanting to take advantage of New Year's Day to visit the misty forest and nodded his head in agreement. Going to work remains the same. As soon as CFA started stepping into the second floor of the sword pavilion, he heard everyone talking about the recent batch of spiritual artifact-grade magic swords that were going to extinguish their spirits one after another. That elder Ri he'd met once. Again, he was setting up the sword extermination mini-conference. And many elders from the second and third tiers were also drawn to go and help. The days after that, CFA had also been called over several times because of his position as a core elder. Elder Ri, who was already impressed with him, became even more familiar with the relationship after a while. Day by day. Near New Year's Day, CFA finally found the opportunity to take a leave of absence for 3 days, allowing his cultivation to rise to the 5th grade of Qi cultivation. Wait for New Year's Day. When the group of elders came in a group, they were all surprised when they realized the change in his cultivation level. I didn't expect Elder Xie to be so talented. I guess it won't be long before in cultivation should catch up with us, right? The one who said this was a core elder of the 6th grade of Qi practicing. Harm. We're not going to talk about cultivation or the sword pavilion today, we're all out to have fun. Right. All hurry up, don't arrive at Huayang City and the fun is over. The group headed out in such a great hurry. Even the youngest among them is over 40 years old. If you look at it by mundane standards, it was a night of partying for a group of seniors. Unfortunately, when everyone had just left the mountain gate and stepped into the bamboo forest, a third-tier junior elder hurriedly chased after them and shouted towards them, "CFA? Where is Elder CFA?" Listen to the situation. It turned out to be that Elder Ri who was holding the sword extermination mini-meeting again. Missing help because of New Year's Day. So he ordered someone to come and shout for CFA. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly said, "Since it's Elder Ri's business, then CFA, you should hurry up and go." Right. Being able to befriend Elder Ri will be of great benefit to you in the future. Have fun whenever you want, go on. CFA was naturally aware of Elder Ri's weight. If he wanted to quickly enter the third layer of the sword pavilion, then Elder Ri was definitely someone who could speak up and help. Maybe it's next to the end of the year, maybe it's for some reason. Or maybe there was a plan in the first place. All in all this time, there was a small meeting of sword extermination hosted by Elder Ri almost every day. More often than not, 2 or 3 times a day. It was also unknown how there were so many Dharma swords that had given birth to spirits that needed to be destroyed. Think about it. Xia sighed somewhat helplessly. After bidding farewell to those elders who were supposed to go play together, he followed the visitor back to the sword pavilion. But this time he wasn't going to the second floor. In the meantime, over at the sword pavilion elder's residence, in a house, Lu Sheng suddenly collected his energy and got up. It's the appointed hour, time to act. Chapter 43 Riot. Lu Sheng finally made his move. Extinguish. The third floor of the sword pavilion. The toad in Elder Ri's hand moved slightly. The sword on the stone platform had been obliterated of its consciousness as the array crushed it. See the situation. Xia hastily stopped his spiritual power output. The sword that was destroyed this time was a fierce sword that almost caused a death on the third floor. The high level of its spiritual wisdom was already comparable to that of a 10-year-old child. However, under the sword extinguishing formation, it still turned into flying dust and its spirit was extinguished. A sword with a spirit is actually just like a human. When a man is sick, he must be cured, and if he cannot be cured, he must die. It's just that the sword is sick, and it's usually a mental illness. This sword is just terminally ill, so we can only wipe out the spirit and retain the spirit's sword body to send to the sword mound. Facing CFA, Elderly seemed to be very patient, mentioning a few words each time. These words don't help much with sword cultivation, strength or anything. But it allows a sword cultivator to increase his understanding of the sword. CFA listened in silence. Instead, Brain thought of the sword from the system rebate. That sword was able to increase in strength along with his own strength, and it also possessed some incredible characteristics, such as being unable to be destroyed, lost, and so on. But so far, it had clearly grown into a spirit weapon. But there was not the slightest sign of the birth of a spirit. That's enough, all of you go back to rest. Holding the spirit sword proper, Elder Ri said to the others. But the words just fell out. the wall suddenly shook. The surrounding spell formations also began to brighten and fade. "It's okay," Elder Re said very bashfully, "this kind of thing happens all the time. It's probably because there's a surge in the Sword Pavilion's earth veins, and those sword fiends are boiling. There's no need to be concerned." After saying that, he also patted CFA's shoulder. "Is there any interest?" The words were not finished. Boom! The ground is starting to shake, too. The sword extermination formation instantly disappeared into thin air, and one of the formation bases shifted its position. No harm done. Elder Re's calmness disappeared, but he still turned to CFA. "This time, it is estimated that a sword fury frenzy has appeared. But it's nothing, a whole sword pavilion is weighing it down. It'll be okay soon." Having said that, he put his spirit sword away and prepared to go out with his things. However, just take a step. Rumble. Another huge commotion. The wall of the third floor of the sword pavilion had even partially collapsed already. Elder Re's entire body stumbled along with him, so close that he didn't fall straight out. "This will." Elder Re's expression changed violently in shock, and he hurriedly shouted, CFA, you quickly go and see what's going on." After running out of the room of the Sword Destroyer's small council, just saw that there was already a panic outside. The entire third floor was filled with elders running around. Some of them seemed to have just arrived from outside and were looking around disheveled. They were all checking their areas to see if any of their magic swords were missing or out of place. The ceiling, the floor, shook almost everywhere, and everything seemed to be collapsing. Elder caught a third-tier ordinary elder inside. "What's the situation? What's all the commotion?" This ordinary elder hurriedly said, "There is a treasure artifact level magic sword up there that has had an accident and is making a scene. Even the suppression spell formation has been shaken. Above? The fourth layer of the..." Elder Re's complexion suddenly changed, and he became much more grave. He immediately barked to his side, "CFA, this time there's really a big problem. Once the great formation on the fourth floor of the sword pavilion breaks open, those spirit swords inside will definitely think about rushing out. Especially since there are a few treasure weapon level Dharma swords inside. Every one of these is a big deal that's going to kill you. You hurry to the second floor of the sword pavilion, or go to the first floor. A layer of spells has been reinforced, it's the safest." When he finished, he looked back. "Where's the shadow of CFA?" Elder Re immediately laughed and cursed out, "This kid is a fast runner, so there should be no need to worry about saving his life in the future." He didn't wait here much longer and immediately turned around with his stuff and ran away. "There's a problem on the fourth floor of the sword pavilion, a treasure artifact level magic sword is going crazy." At this moment, CFA was already standing at the junction of the third and fourth floors. By this time, no one had come to notice if he was a third or fourth tier elder, and no one cared that he shouldn't have appeared here. Standing here, his spiritual sense probed towards the fourth floor. Soon a group of elders were seen gathering. With a wave of his hand, one of the elders scattered countless array materials. Many of them are extremely precious treasures. If CFA didn't know a little bit about formations, I'm afraid that he wouldn't recognize it even if he saw it. Immediately after, that formation elder then began to set it up. All the materials flew one by one into the middle of an area. CFA, see really, this area above the word 9 written. Follow the specifications of the second floor. The larger the area number, the stronger the Dharma sword stored inside. Obviously area number 9 was the core area of the fourth floor, the place where the treasure level magic sword was stored. Next to this formation elder, there were several other faces that CFA had seen before. When he was on the first floor before, he had seen a few elders inside. At that time, when the demon sword compulsion caused the first floor of the sword pavilion to bleed to death, they had also appeared. However, within these elders, the one that caught CFA's attention the most. It was an old man with a white beard. Its hidden cultivation was actually a Jindan expert. At the moment, this white-bearded elder was frowning as he looked towards area number 9, while communicating with that elder who was presiding over the grand formation. After CFA's spiritual sense had observed for a while, he continued to look towards area number 9. Something is wrong with the phalanx at the moment. His spiritual sense saw inside in a flash. A sword. To be precise, it was a sword shrouded in thick black light. The aura on this sword was ferocious to the extreme. The suppressive spell formation shattered inch by inch under its sharpness. But the phalanx quickly repaired itself again. Sheffield observed. Even if this sword erupted with ferocious might, it was estimated that it would be of little use and would ultimately escape being suppressed. And this time the commotion is so big, afterward the probability is that it is going to be extinguished spiritually and sent to the sword mound to go back to the furnace to rebuild. The strength of this sword was a little more powerful than the previous demonic sword, Sword 13. However, it was still in the Jindan realm and hadn't broken through to Yuaning. Even if it finally flushed out, that white-bearded elder outside should be able to handle it as well. And none of those tough elders further up have shown up yet. What kind of a splash can it make? The current thing to watch out for is the other layers of the Dharma swords. If it happens to take advantage of the faltering of the Sword Pavilion spell formation, and the other spell swords break away from the suppression one after another, then it will truly be a swarm of demons. Xia Fei thought, about to prepare to withdraw his spiritual sense. But just the moment he tried to leave, a faint fluctuation came from the 9th area on the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Spiritual awareness immediately paused. Xia Fei looked towards a corner of the 9th area. The first thing that came to light was a constantly undulating magic sword. Fine sensing. It was an existence that only had the body of a spirit weapon, but the spirit inside had disappeared. What about that spirit consciousness inside this sword? Xia Fei thought of something, and his face slightly reappeared. He recalled Jian Xii's abnormality at that meeting. Most likely, the sword's consciousness had left the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Lu Sheng. A figure comes to mind. The one who helped Jin 13 to escape was the young master of Wind and Moon sect, Wang Yan, who was known as Lu Sheng. Associated with this, Xia Fei grabbed the sword out of thin air with his right hand. It was the same growable magic sword that was kept in the system space. At this moment, with the breakthrough in his cultivation, it had changed into a spirit weapon. Kong Yu has met the old sect master. The 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion. In an unoccupied area, Kong Yu, a core elder of the 2nd layer, knelt down on the ground with a face full of excitement. And in front of him, an old man nodded slightly, and his appearance was clearly that of old running head that Xia Fei was familiar with. But at this moment, the old head of the old run, and the usual two different people full of peaceful and serene atmosphere, but in the eyes and with a hand for the clouds, overhand for the reign of the hegemony. Kong Yu, I didn't expect you to age so much after 50 years. Old running head let out a long sigh, his cloudy gaze tinged with a few emotions. Kong Yu's head buried even lower, excitement made him unconsciously shaking. Kong Yu day and night looking forward to, and now can finally welcome the return of the old sect master. Let alone 50 years, or even 500 years, I have no complaints. Speaking of which, he said with old tears in his eyes, 50 years ago, the old sect master was assassinated by Elder Zhua and was seriously injured. After that, I met several sword cultivators who brought you within the Changha sword sect and refined you into a magic sword in the name of eliminating demons and defending the way. By the time we knew, it was too late. At this point, it's all our fault for being ineffective. When we go out, I'll ask the old sect master to punish us severely. Old Ben too shook his head slightly. How can I blame you and the others for this? Shaoan told me that you guys were looking around for me at the time, and not only were you hunted down by the sect, but you also went to war with several large sects of the righteous path, and lost quite a few lives. Kong Yu wiped a handful of tears, nodded heavily and said, indeed, it is a pity that Lanzi and the others. Zhua Donglai has gone too far. Old running head's eyes flashed with a cold aura. I'm not even dead yet and I'm forcing you guys like this. After I go back this time, I'll make sure to detain his divine soul. It's hard to get rid of this hate without torturing it for hundreds of years. An intense killing chance surged through him. Kong Yu immediately rejoiced, with the old sect master here, Wind Moon sect will definitely prosper in the future. The Xuanqi continent will surely resound with the call of the wind and moon again. Just finished. 2 more figures came. When one of them saw old running head, he immediately kneeled down. Sandstone pays homage to sect master. No need to be polite. Old Bentu turned to look at the Lu Sheng who appeared and nodded his head gratefully. Little one, you have arranged this body with an incomplete soul well. This is the physical body of an elder on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, which my son had experimented with before, and only after having a foolproof plan did he dare to make a move to rescue my father. Lu Sheng, no, it was now called Wang Yan who had regained his true appearance and cultivation. He continued, when we get out of this Long River Sword sect and arrive at Wind Moon sect's territory, finding a more suitable carrying body for father again. The old sect master of the Wind Moon sect, who was topping the body of the old running head, nodded his head with a smile. Not bad, my son has grown up. Konyu, on the other hand, got up and asked, young lord, shall we leave now? There's no rush. Wang An smiled bashfully, and then took out an object in his hand. A few people looked at it, and it was actually a black and purple colored elixir. This is the Heavenly Demon Unraveling Pill, which can be taken under Yuaning to dramatically increase strength, ultimately comparable to Yuaning first grade. Wang An finished. The old sect master was instantly surprised. You actually have this thing, son? Although the effect of this Dan is strong, but the side effects are extremely great. Son, you must not swallow this Dan, or else there will be no inch of progress in the future. Father is really knowledgeable, and knows about this rare desperation elixir as well. Wang An laughed, but father is mistaken. This elixir is not for the son to use, but the son intends to give it to someone else. Wang An continued, the Heavenly Demon Unraveling Pill acts on the Divine Soul consciousness. It is pulling the power of the Divine Soul to explode. The son intends to give it to the ferocious sword that is raging at the 4th level. It turns out that the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion is in rebellion against the fierce sword. It was the assassination by Wang An that misplaced his spirit. In the meantime, within the 2 core areas on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, the 3 elders teamed up to rush in and explore. When it came to Area 6, a 2nd-tier core elder spoke out, I'll go in and take a look. If there are spirit swords that are causing trouble, you guys immediately open the 6th area formation outside. I suppressed it inside with the power of the formation. The other 2 elders nodded. It wasn't long until this elder went inside. Sure enough, there was the sound of start the formation. The 2 of them didn't dare to delay, and immediately instilled their spiritual energy to activate the Area 6 formation at full strength. After doing this, the 2 continued on to Area 7. Wait for the place. One of them went in as usual, while the other was outside ready to activate the 7th spell at any time. But just moments after that elder had just entered, a violent scream came out. Then a dead silence. This elder, who was guarding the outside, immediately changed his face drastically. He didn't wait for him to turn on the array in Area 7. The same elder who had entered earlier was seen slowly stepping out. Look at the companion who has reappeared again. A wave of uneasiness welled up in this elder's heart. You. Swish. The sword light flashed. Heads on the ground. And then that elder, as if he was a walking puppet, carried a different kind of spirit sword and headed out. Behind him was the corpse of the elder who had stayed behind to prepare for the opening of the spell formation. Just when this sword puppet was about to leave the 2nd floor, at the entrance and exit, there was suddenly an extra figure. He was seen carrying his sword, his face hidden in the shadows. It was no one else who arrived. It was Xiafei. I recognize you. Xiafei's gaze fell on the spirit sword in the right hand of the sword puppet. You are placed in Area 7, on the 2nd sword rack. The other elders say you are docile and not dangerous. I didn't think the first one to walk out would be you. He originally wanted to come after Lu Shang, but he didn't think that when he arrived, he would run into this. Facing Sheffield's words, the sword puppet was silent. However, the spirit sword in his hand violently erupted with divine thoughts. Kill him. Swish. The sword light lit up again. However, this time, the one whose head landed on the ground was the sword puppet. Dang. This time it was a clash of swords. Then the spirit sword in Area 7 broke on the spot. From start to finish, Xiafei only made 2 swords. But right after he chopped off that spirit sword, the magic sword in his hand actually appeared to tremble slightly. Xiafei looked over with some surprise, only to see that on the broken spirit sword, there were suddenly strands of unseen strange energy surging towards the magic sword in his hand. In the perception of the spirit sense, this strange energy was none other than the soul will of that spirit sword. Could this be? This sword from the system rebate can devour the spirit of other magic swords? When that was discovered, a hint of delight flashed in Xiafei's eyes. I didn't realize there was such a windfall. This time, that broken spirit sword actually issued a wailing fluctuation. Chapter 44 Long River Sword Sect hides deeply, Misty Forest Encounter. The spirit sword that escaped. Unbelievable divine thought fluctuations erupted at this moment. You are not an ordinary 2nd-tier elder. Your strength. The violent fluctuation of divine thoughts was like a heavenly collapse in tsunami. Talkative. Fei frowned and swung his magic sword in his hand. A sword light like a canopy suddenly attacked. The other two of the three immediately stepped forward in an attempt to block it. The person carrying the demonic long sword, on the other hand, immediately retreated. But it was as if this sword light was unstoppable, instantly breaking through the two sword puppets. Then it caught up with the demonic longsword that was trying to run. Swish! The sword light went on without knowing where it ended. Left behind. There were only 3 figures broken into 2 sections, as well as a spirit weapon longsword. The spirit, which had not yet dissipated, hovered around. Upon seeing CFA coming out of the darkness, this spirit suddenly screamed, "It's actually you!" Aha! CFA didn't say much, offering the Dharma sword in his hand and began to absorb it. And the spirit seemed too shocked to even notice that it was gradually being absorbed. It was still shouting, "Aren't you a small elder of the 4th grade of ordinary chi practicing? How did this happen? To correct you, I am now at the 5th rank of chi practicing. What difference does it make?" It fumed. "That sword just now, was it issued by the chi practicing realm? You clearly. Steep." It realized something was wrong. Then it looked over in even more horror. To be precise, it was looking at the magic sword in CFA's hand. Your. Swish. Another sword light flashed. The demonic longsword disconnected once again. Only after accelerating his absorption did CFA turn his head to look behind him. In perception, a few powerful elders arrived. It should be the elders of the upper 3 tiers, with a minimum strength of Jindan 1st grade. It's just right for them to wrap it up. I'll go after that departing Lu Shang. When the absorption is complete. He then flashed his body and instantly disappeared to the 2nd floor. At the moment, Zhou Chang, who was an upper 3rd tier elder, was rushing towards the sword pavilion as gloomy as water. On this New Year's Day, he should have been out visiting friends and having fun. However, he didn't think to pass the notification that there was a disturbance in the sword pavilion, and immediately rushed back. Zhou Qing, who had learned the news, where there was still half a mind to stay, immediately rushed back. On the way, they also met a few other elders who were heading back the same way. It's a tight ride. It's finally here. It's a good thing it wasn't something that happened on the 5th or 6th floor. It shouldn't have been a major disaster if it was on the 4th floor. Zhou Qing took the lead and rushed into the 4th floor of Scourge Source's sword pavilion. There was already an elder waiting at the entrance and exit. Seeing them appear, they immediately came up to salute and report that Tiger Demon Fierce Sword has been suppressed, and the 4 layers of the big formation are all being repaired. About half an hour is needed. Phew! This news caused Zhou Qing and the other elders who had rushed here to breathe a sigh of relief. What happened to that Tiger Demon Sword? Why did it go crazy for a good reason? An elder from the upper 3rd tier asked. It was someone who misplaced its spirit and fed it the heavenly demon disintegration pill halfway through. As soon as I heard that, a group of elders from the upper 3 tiers had their complexions darkened to the extreme. Misplaced spiritual intelligence. There's also the heavenly demon disintegration pill. This Dan is extremely precious and is an untold secret of the evil way. And to be able to make the Dharma sword's spiritual wisdom misplaced is by no means an ordinary means. Who the hell is it? Zhou Qing's gaze was gloomy and murderous. Immediately investigate all those who enter and exit the 4th floor of the sword pavilion. As soon as you notice anything suspicious, report it. Wait until you've investigated the 4th and 3rd floors. Zhou Qing brought a few elders to the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion. But just step into the 2nd floor. It's just a rush of blood that hits you. The entrance and exit places. Even more so, there was a headless body straddling it. Zhou Qing's face suddenly changed and immediately asked the person beside him, "A sword escaped here?" One of the elders on the 2nd floor immediately said, "There are spirit swords escaping from both the 5th and 7th regions. It is someone who has deliberately destroyed the regional array. But it's settled for the moment." Hearing that it has been resolved, Zhou Qing's face slowed down a bit, then he encouraged, "Not bad, you guys on the 2nd floor have done a great job. We dare not take credit for it." That elder on the 2nd floor hurriedly said, "It's really that by the time we arrived, things had already been quelled." Zhou Qing was instantly surprised and hurriedly said, "Who pacified it?" Not you guys? The second-tier elders immediately presented the 2 broken swords, and also brought several sword puppet corpses. Zhou Qing's few Jindan elders faintly sensed it. Just find the amazing sword intent remaining on it. Even their spiritual sense was broken open by this sword intent, as if it wanted to exterminate them. Zhou Qing's face tightened as he felt the sword intent in detail, then violently remembered a certain being. His gaze moved and he reached out to receive the 2 broken spirit swords. Fingertips passed over each break. After true confirmation, Zhou Qing sucked in cold air continuously. This monstrous sword intent. Is that Lord? Outside the Long River Sword Sect. Above the bamboo forest. After witnessing Zhou Qing and the others hurriedly step into the sword pavilion. It was only then that the Wind and Moon sect's group moved slowly, preparing to leave. However, that old sect master seemed to be a bit puzzled. If I remember correctly, in the Changha sword sect 50 years ago, it seemed that the person in charge of the sword pavilion was called Hua Ming. Who was that Zhou Qing just now? At this age, he's already at the 8th level of Jindan. There's a good chance of breaking through to Yuaning in the future. On the side, young Lord Wangan responded, Father has been misinformed all these years, that Hua Ming had already fallen 18 years ago. Fallen? It's only been how many years? How did it happen so quickly? The old sect master was surprised. It was that Hua Ming who led the team to take him down in the first place, so he was extremely impressed. The reason for this is precisely related to the tiger demon sword on that 4th floor. Wangan explained, 18 years ago, a tiger demon of the Jindan 7th grade realm rebelled at Demon Wind Ridge and killed hundreds of thousands of mortals, as well as thousands of cultivators. Demon Wind Ridge is within the boundaries of the Long River Sword sect, and such a big event has naturally alarmed its patriarch. In the end, the patriarch's order came down, and the 2 major factions of the Sword Pavilion and Sword Mound sent experts to each other to suppress them. Among the Sword Pavilion executives who went out at that time, there was Hua Ming. After they took down the tiger demon, they didn't realize that there was a demon Zun Tiger King behind this tiger demon. The Tiger King loves his son so much that he doesn't hesitate to cross 100,000 earths and strike across the sky. In the end, all of Hua Ming and the others were killed, and only one person from the Sword Mound lineage escaped. Words. The old sect master couldn't help but be moved. Transformation God Demon Elder. That tiger demon actually has a demonic father. Exactly. Wangan nodded. But that tiger demon was still refined into a sword and imprisoned in the sword pavilion. The old sect master was once again surprised. It's hard to. What father thinks is good. Wangan continued, rumor has it that the Changha sword sect has a supreme elder who has produced 7 swords. That demon respected the injury and fled into the 100,000 demon mountain, and hasn't moved until now. When the old sect master heard this, he couldn't help but look back at the Long River Sword sect, his gaze grave to the extreme. The Long River Sword sect is hiding very deeply. Nowadays, his strength had already degraded from the Yuaning realm to the 9th grade of Jindan. Inwardly, for the Long River Sword sect, they were naturally jealous to the extreme. Wangan nodded with deep empathy. Father is right, and it is precisely because of this that my son is withholding his plans and does not dare to make a big deal out of it. The old sect master hurriedly said, everyone walk faster. Even though I left that spirit sword body in, if I had a heart I would still realize that I have escaped. Seize the moment and immediately stay away from this Long River Sword sect. The 4 men moved in a hurry. After exiting the bamboo forest, he immediately followed the path towards the nearest large secular city. It's not the same as the usual big sectarian clans. The Wind and Moon sect was established in a large mundane city. As long as they entered Huayang City, they would be able to immediately pass through the Wind Moon sect branch's spell formation and return to the headquarters. Sect Master, in front of us is the misty forest that everyone talks about. I heard that there is a Jindan demon coiled inside. Should we go around and enter the city? Sandstone, who was leading the way, turned and asked. No need, save time and go straight through the forest. The old sect master spoke out blandly, and said. A surge of domineering energy surged out from his body. It was like splitting the sky and cracking the earth, with an overwhelming momentum. New Year's Day is the beginning of the new year and the day when my Wind Moon sect is to prosper. How can I give way because of a mere Jindan demon? Maybe it's been trapped for a long time. Perhaps he wanted to find the dignity that belonged to the Wind and Moon sect master. Anyway, the current old sect master was exploding with infinite aura all over his body. One can't help but worship it. Sect Master Heavenly Might. Our sect will flourish. Kongyu immediately shouted and cried out, his face covered with tears of excitement. Sect Master Father Tianwei! Sandstone and Wangan immediately followed suit and shouted. Facing the three agitated. The old sect master smiled blandly, his powerful demeanor on display. Waiting for the trio to shout some more. When he felt it was almost time, he waved his hand, go. Immediately, he was the first to step into the misty forest. However, when this old sect master of wind and moon sect just entered, the light smile on his face instantly froze. Because in front of him, under the white fog rolled over. A huge three-headed canine demon waited there silently. On the canine demon, there was also a sword-wielding figure standing. Misty and shrouded, he couldn't see his face too well. But those sharp, sword-like gazes were carrying a few complications. I didn't realize that old running heads still couldn't escape this. So that gives me one more reason to kill you all. The figure on the canine demon spoke. The tone was flat, the voice unexpectedly young. The old sect master's complexion was suddenly blue. The three of them, Wangan and Kongyu, who followed him in, rushed forward. What man? How dare you stand in our way, looking for death? Get your ass down here. The one who finally shouted roll was none other than Sandstone, who was in the lowest realm of the several people. But the words had just fallen from his lips. There was a heart-stopping bark. Then a huge dog's head bites. Click. It was too late to even react. The man called Sandstone was instantly eaten by the canine demon. Kongyu, who saw the scene, immediately jumped back a step. This Jindan dog demon, its battle power was a little bit not quite the same, completely unlike other Jindan great demons. The footman drives demons, so he should not be a person of the righteous path. Why did you stop us? Is there a reason? Between that dog demon's chewing, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the old sect master also watched as his gaze jumped, and immediately spoke out. Above the canine demon. Xiafei couldn't help but snort, what? You can't be a decent person if you drive demons? And do you have to have a reason for stopping you? Can't it just be a road trip to get rid of the devil? The words fell. The three-headed canine demon then moved again. Get out of the way. The old sect master immediately shouted, and after sending Wangan and Kongyu, who couldn't retreat in time, flying away, he himself rushed up against the canine demon. Although it wasn't his own body, it still played extremely well in the hands of this old gaffer who had traveled the world for hundreds of years. Only to see his figure constantly flickering in the white mist, beyond the speed one could not even notice where he was going to land next. All of the dog demon's attacks were also dodged by him in 3 or 2 strikes, completely missing. Face the situation. The three-headed canine demon seemed to be a bit angry, directly contracting the mist and bounding towards the old sect master. And so, the old sect master's speed was getting slower and slower, and there was a thick white fog as sticky as mud everywhere around him. And go to this thick fog also has the role of isolation of spiritual sense probing, so that he is difficult to perceive the external environment, even more will not be good to move. Not bad, not bad. Xiafei, who was standing on the back of the canine demon, was not expecting the canine demon to have such a handful of combat strains. You can see that the three-headed dog does have something. At least the combat spirituality piece had surpassed many cultivators. This will. When the old sect master had difficulty moving, the three-headed dog immediately opened its mouth with both heads and spewed out 2 balls of light. The ball of light was about the size of an adult's fist, but the aura was terrifying. A moment of proximity. Even the thick white mist unconsciously dispersed. Sense the energy contained within. The old sect master's gaze was heavy to the extreme. Reverse elemental nascent. With a long whistle, his entire body was seen erupting with a fierce aura, and then a black hole of spiritual energy appeared from his body. Then one by one fusion, become a big black hole, directly after the three-headed dog's 2 balls of light to eat. The attack fell short and simply disappeared. This made the three-headed dog freeze. Ground. Upon eating the 2 balls of light, the old sect master's entire body instantly swelled several times. Then the breath shook beyond measure. Even the white mist around them was shaken out. Very good. I actually forced me to use the reverse elemental technique. In 50 years, you are the first to die at the hands of this feat. The old sect master's gaze was cold and stern, carrying a strong killing intent. His whole body just seemed to have put on 3 pounds. Instead of fat, though, the flesh was filled with massive energy. Chapter 45. Do you know who the person who struck is? It is my sword Pavilion Senior. Reverse Elemental Grand Technique. Surprisingly, it's the Reverse Elemental Grand Technique. It's been more than 50 years, and I've finally seen the sect master's supreme divine skill, the Reverse Elemental Technique, again. No regrets in this life. Kong Yu was snotty and yelled. On the side, the young lord, Wang An, was also flashing with tears. The Reverse Elemental Technique? Xiafei's gaze was stunned, then he looked at the old sect master who had turned fat. Under the spiritual sense perception. Old Running Head's fleshly body contained a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy. You can absorb psychic attacks and turn them into your own psychic power. Xiafei had already seen through the tactics of this Wind Moon sect's old master. Woof! The three-headed dog yelled and was about to unleash its attack again. But he was stopped by Xiafei. This person is somewhat restraining you, it's better for me to do it. The three-headed dog whimpered a few times and wagged his tail in silence. Xiafei's figure flashed and stood in front of the three-headed dog in the air. Then his fingers stretched slightly and gripped on the falchion. Next moment. Sword movement. Swish. Boundless sword intent. The sky is covered and the moon is covered by the sky. The old sect master continuously activated the Reverse Elemental Grand Technique, and countless black holes emerged, sucking in a portion of the spreading sword intent. Buzz. The sound of sword intent vibrating resounded continuously, like the sound of thousands of swords. The old sect master's expression twisted to the extreme. After a while, he just eased up. District sword intent. The old sect master tried to keep himself from spewing out blood, forcing himself to assume an expert stance and spitting out the last two words, just. Although his face was calm, his heart was already heaving. The other party hadn't really put out their swords yet. Just a surge of sword intent. It had already caused such a shocking phenomenon, and it had already nearly caused his Reverse Elemental Grand Technique to collapse. It appeared that he had absorbed the sword intent that had diffused over, but in fact, he had long been seriously injured by the will of the sword Tao contained therein. If the other party actually puts out a sword, can he still block then? The old sect master's heart was in turmoil, and a trace of fear struck his heart. Where the hell did this guy in front of me come from? When did such a powerful sword cultivator appear in the world? Just as this old sect master was shocked, Xiafei was also slightly surprised. Even my sword intent can be absorbed. This reverse elemental technique is not simple. Think about it. He couldn't help but look much more serious. This way. With Sheffield's seriousness. The old sect master instantly sensed a will locking onto him. Shasta. The hairs of sweat stood on end, and an uncontrollable slight tremor appeared all over his body. Staring at Xiafei, who was already preparing to strike his sword, the old sect master's pupils shrunk violently, no longer able to maintain his high-ranking stance, and his face carried an intense fear. Yuan. Yuaning sword. Sword god. Swish. Sword up. Heaven and earth are astonished. It should be that one sword. Inside the sword pavilion. Zhou Qing was very excited. He's the only one at this time. The sword intent was so abundantly appalling. The sword chi was so harsh and domineering. Then in the days to come, who would dare to stand on the head of the sword pavilion's group of elders and... However, just as Zhou Qing was excited, an elder rushed to report in succession. After hearing this news, the excitement and thrill in Zhou Qing's eyes was suddenly gone, replaced by an iron blue visible to the naked eye. That wind and moon evil sword in the ninth area of the fourth floor escaped? Do you know what that is? That's an evil lord of the wind and moon sect. How did he run? How the hell did it run? Zhou Qing's suppressed rage was almost ready to break through the sky. The elder who arrived hurriedly said, according to the results of a thorough investigation, it should be an elder surnamed Wu on the third floor who helped him get out of the trap. Phew! Zhou Qing hastily inhaled deeply, trying to calm the fierce fire. The surrounding group of elders immediately bowed their heads, not daring to speak. An evil lord got out of the trap and left the sword pavilion. With this result, everyone knows that things are big. Why don't you hurry up and go after them? Zhou Qing roared, immediately send a letter to the sword mound, asking them to contribute as well. We must bring back that wind and moon sect evil master. Outside of Huayang City. Misty woods. A sword light tore through heaven and earth. in the old sect master's horrified gaze. This sword. Divide the sun and moon. Setting heaven and earth. Reverse elemental nascent. The old sect master roared repeatedly, his fat body raging furiously, all of his spiritual energy turning into a black hole on one side. Man and whole merge. Sweeping everything. However, the sword light fell. It's like cutting tofu. Split an entire black hole. The chaotic spiritual energy suddenly exploded and swept up countless grasses and trees, but it was intercepted by the white mist. In mid-air, the old sect master split in two and smashed heavily to the ground, his breath completely gone. A sword. The Wind and Moon sect, this reigning evil lord, fell. Xiafei calmly withdrew his sword. Calm eyes looked down. Once the old master of the gate is dead. Wanyan, the young master of the Wind and Moon sect who was still alive, as well as Kongyu, both of them were dumbfounded on the spot. Wanyan, who had recovered his original appearance, stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, as if his soul had been drained away. Father? Dad? Wanyan couldn't even think of it. He joined forces with some of his old subordinates and used all his efforts to infiltrate within the Long River Sword sect's sword pavilion. A group of people have been lurking around for almost 30 years. It was only then that the old gatekeeper's father was brought out. But I didn't think. You just got out of the sword sect and you died in this misty forest? How? How did this happen? Kongyu was also confused. He looked at the two sides of the body on the ground in disbelief. White mist filled the air. Between surges, Sheffield is landing slowly. What he maintained now was the image he had previously appeared in the eyes of Lin Shui and the other Sword Mound elders. It's also the same mediocre worldly man. But this mediocrity fell in the eyes of Wanyan and Kongyu. It was like seeing the most terrifying existence under heaven and earth. The duo's eyes were horrified and there. Who are you? Wanyan trembled as he finally said this. But the words just fell. What greeted him was a sword light. A generation of young masters of the Wind and Moon sect disappeared. Nowadays, there is another person, and that is Kongyu. Noticing Xiafei's gaze gazing over, Kongyu immediately tensed up and his eyes danced wildly. Then he was seen to fall to his knees with a bang. Then he shouted in succession, Sword God. The Sword God is above, please accept a bow from old me. Lord Sword God is formidable. The first person in heaven and underground. To be able to see the Sword God use his sword, I have no more regrets in my life. Kongyu continuously kowtowed and threw himself on the ground. Lord Sword God is generous. I would like to convert to the Sword God's seat. Daggers and mountains of fire, as long as the Sword God gives the order, I will never complain. The heartfelt pleas are moving. Xiafei also froze. But the next moment, sword out. Another big good guy head flying up. Looked absolutely flawless and left no survivors. It was only then that Xiafei left with the three-headed dog. Zhou Qing, is this the sword pavilion you're guarding? In mid-air, several figures were skimming along at a rapid pace. Look at that psychic burst of breath. Each of these was actually a Jindan expert. The one who uttered a sneer was one of the middle-aged men. Zhou Qing didn't respond to the man's mockery and just kept chasing towards the traces. The closest person to him, flying in the air, was a woman with peach blossom eyes. Of the three people, two were Sword Mound elders. They came out in unison for the escaped evil master of the Wind and Moon sect. Alright, that Wind and Moon sect is at least a big evil sect, and it's normal for Zhou Qing to fall prey to calculations. Don't be sarcastic, elderly. The woman with the peachy eyes spoke up to try to ease the situation. But she didn't think it was okay if she didn't make a sound, but this sound even ignited the middle-aged man. Only to hear the man sneer, oh, normal? Zhou Qing is the Taishan elder in charge of all things big and small in the sword pavilion, if not, he wouldn't have been promoted to Taishan by a few old seniors. Now that the Wind and Moon sect's evil master slipped away under his nose, if that's normal, then what's not normal? You, Zheng Shui, are eyeballing this Zhou Qing, don't think I don't know that the two of you have taken up. Even if you're happy to come and help, I don't want to. The middle-aged man's words were like knives poking people. You. The woman with peach blossom eyes was suddenly furious. Still, she took a deep breath before calming down, whatever, it happened. Whether it's the Sword Mound or the Sword Pavilion, both are obligated to bring back that evil lord. Back then, it was also the elders of the two veins who worked together to take him down, and now that something has happened, it is only natural for us to work together. And there's only less than an incense stick of time left for the soul breath to localize, so if we try to show off our tongue here again, then we'll really let him get away. That came out. Instead, it quieted the middle-aged man. A few people hurriedly followed the direction of the soul's localization with all their might and gave full chase. Soon, Zhou Qing, who was at the forefront, slowly stopped. The locator is right up ahead, and it hasn't moved in so long, so it's clear that it thinks it's in a safe place and no one has noticed. We'll go down and approach quietly in order to keep from spooking them. The three landed instantly. Wait until you hit the ground. That middle-aged man couldn't help but speak out. It's easy to find the past, but I guess it's a bit difficult to catch that evil lord again. Back then, the elders of my sword mound went out and mentioned something when Peach Blossom Lady returned. It's fine, we just need to trap it for a while. I've already notified my master in advance, I'm just waiting for my master to arrive. With his old man's Yuaning realm strength, the wind and moon evil lord won't have the slightest chance of escaping. Your master? Elder Guofeng. When Zhou Cheng heard this, a touch appeared on his face. Swear, you. He didn't expect that his own matter would cause Zhang Shui to go out of her way to ask that Elder Guofeng to take action. Humph. Speaking as if anyone's master isn't a Yuaning powerhouse. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. I just sent a message as well, and my master will be arriving at any time as well. With that, he asked, but it's easy to say now, how do we trap that evil lord? Is it hard to stop you, me, and the three of us, one by one, with our lives? Zhou Qing was silent for a while, and then said decisively, I'll go. After all, it was my momentary inattention that allowed it to escape and leave. That's my problem, I'll use all my strength to stop him and wait for Elder Guofeng and the others to arrive. Even with this life, I can. That came out. Zhang Shui couldn't help but look nervous. Yes. The middle-aged man was stunned, then nodded. Indeed, you are the Sword Pavilion Master Elder. I, Li Fei, respect you as a man. Zhou Qing didn't say anything else and was the first one to rush towards the locked location. Zhang Shui and Li Fei hurriedly followed. The three of them arrived at the misty forest at once. Once inside, everywhere there was an unreadable white fog. Look at that! As Zhang Shui gazed over, Zhou Cheng and Li Fei instantly froze. Under the roiling white mist, a vacuum zone actually appeared not far ahead. There's no fog at all. And a lot of white mist diffused over there, and all of a sudden it was as if it was blocked by some kind of cut, and it couldn't penetrate at all. In a white mist, there were also quite a few jackal skeleton mini-demons. One by one, they wandered around, wanting to step into that area, but they were so afraid that they could only keep circling around. Sword intent. What a strong sword intent! Zhang Shui took a step closer, sensing that the area was surging with shocking sword intent, and her expression changed in shock. But soon, her eyes were shocked, as if she had seen some unbelievable scene, and she said in a shocked and shrill, ha ha ha. This smile made Li Fei and Zhang Shui confused. It even startled the contemplative pair. Li Fei immediately scolded, what's gotten into you? Zhou Qing laughed out tears, it's not nerves, do you guys know who made this move? Who? Li Fei and Zhang Shui were both stunned. Me. Sword Pavilion. Senpai. Zhou Qing laughed out loud, his laughter filled with smugness. Chapter 46 Surprise. Fellow Yuaning fights over a man. As soon as I heard that, the two sword mound elders, Zhang Shui and Li Fei, suddenly froze. They all thought of a great event from earlier. That is, within the sword pavilion, a senior broke through to Yuaning, and the aura of heaven and earth stirred up the entire Changha sword sect. At that time, Zhou Cheng stepped forward to indicate that this person was a senior from the sword pavilion. Even at that time, he went so far as to close the sword pavilion for 7 days, not allowing anyone to come close enough to disturb it. Recall the scene of that day. The sword that broke the long dragon of sword fury seems. It is of the same origin as the sword intent of this place. Is it true that the sword pavilion's first-year sword god has stepped in? It's actually that senior. The wind and moon evil lord naturally can't block his sword. Zhang Shui couldn't help but speak out. Li Fei, who was on the side, looked at Zhou Qing's smug smile. Immediately, he sneered, then you should indeed laugh. To think that those Yuaning seniors of your sword pavilion are all unquestioning, letting the bottom make a mess of things. Now there is an expert who has your safety in mind out there. Say this. Li Fei was completely disdainful inside. Wasn't it just an expert who had first entered Yuaning? Do you have to smile like that with your big teeth? Inside his sword mound, there were 3 major Yuaning experts sitting there every year. It's a yearly rotation. Nor did I see them, the sword mound elders, as happy as they were. It's a real fire in the belly to watch. Zhou Chang was not deaf, nor was he a cutie. Of course she could hear Li Fei's sarcasm. But he pressed on, not caring. Hey! I'll be happy. Our newly promoted Yuaning sword god is the bottom of the heart system. When something happens to the sword pavilion, it's an immediate strike. In the end, he even helped to destroy the wind and moon evil lord. Jesus Christ! Where else under the sun can you find such a sweet senior? So what if you're a newborn? Indeed, it is not as strong as all of you in the sword mound. But a first-time Yuaning is not a Yuaning? Zhou Chang was cheerful and completely unfazed. Zhang Shui looked at him like this and only felt the same happiness. Li Fei snorted coldly at once. Whatever. The Wind Moon Evil Lord was dead, and for the 3 of them, there was one less big hidden danger. Think about it. Li Fei was too lazy to take care of the pair of dogs and men around him, and immediately wanted to bring back the corpse on the ground. It's done. Why don't you go back? But just as he picked up half of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord's body, an extremely harsh wave of spiritual sense descended. Buzz! The void shook. It was like the power of heaven and earth, falling on Li Fei in one fell swoop. Li Fei's figure immediately stopped, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. Meta infant! This is the big man of the firstborn. Don't move! A tone as harsh as a sword exploded in Li Fei's mind. Li Fei stuttered and tried to say something, but just as his voice came out, the half of the Wind Moon Evil Lord's corpse in his hand disappeared. I don't know when. There was an extra person in front of the trio. The half of the body that had disappeared was also in his hands. The man was carrying a broadsword. Ordinary features, a simple short shirt and bare feet. Notably, the hair is short and looks otherworldly. But someone so otherworldly and ordinary is everywhere a soul-chilling experience. Li Fei is a Jindan expert. Facing this person actually did not even dare to raise the thought of making a move. Sword God! Yuaning sword god! Li Fei cried out inwardly, his back getting wetter more thoroughly. Master! Just then, a surprised shout came from behind Zhang Shui. Then he saw Zhang Shui rush forward and respectfully salute. Shui pays her respects to Master. Master? The person who came was surprisingly the divine dragon, Grand Elder Guofeng. Li Fei was slightly surprised in his heart. Although he and Zhang Shui were both sword mound elders, they were in different positions. Therefore, for this Grand Elder Guofeng who often traveled outside, he did not know much and had not even met him. Today is the first time I've seen it. At the same time, the big stone inside Li Fei also fell to the ground. It's a self-motivated Yuaning expert, that's fine. This time, Zhou Chang also saluted in a hurry. Li Fei followed suit, greetings Elder Guo. Ran. Whether it was his own disciple, or disciple's good friend Zhou Qing, or Li Fei. None of it made this Grand Elder Guofeng look back. His gaze deadly staring at the corpse of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord. Then he was seen extending 2 fingers and gently resting on them. Shasta! Wisps of sword chi erupted from the corpse. Li Fei, Zhou Qing and the 3 of them hurriedly silenced their voices. Although he didn't know what this Grand Elder Guofeng had in mind, it was clearly not the time to disturb. Ryoko! Guofeng, who was motionless, sighed violently. The human sword is one. The heart of the sword is clear. Such a realm, I'm not as good as him. The trio of dumbfounded caution were taken aback. But not before they reacted. Suddenly see. Another spiritual sense swept above the void. With that, the voice of the visitor resounded through this heaven and earth. Today, I actually heard you utter these words. Rather rare. Zhou Qing's trio only felt a blur before their eyes. Look again when. There was already an additional person stepping on a sword above the void. While this person was still in mid-air, the sword underneath his feet transformed into a long dragon and landed within the cuff of his right hand. See the visitor. Li Fei immediately had a happy face. Disciple Li Fei, kowtow to Master. The man with the sword nodded slightly and smiled gently. To be able to make Guofeng, the first sword god of the sword mound, say so much to himself is rather intriguing. As he spoke, his eyes looked towards the corpse of the Wind Moon Evil Lord. The words were just finished. His gaze suddenly changed. Such overbearing sword intent? Such a strong sword Dao will. In shock, the person with the imperial sword was about to try the sword chi remaining on the corpse. But Guofeng moved his feet, but he didn't let him touch it. The man with the sword immediately chased after him. But what greeted him was a stern sword chi from Guofeng. Bang! The man with the sword similarly sent out sword chi to fend it off. The two of them were just chasing each other for half a body. In the end, he really couldn't get it, and the man with the imperial sword was instantly enraged. Guofeng, you show me what happens to that person's sword Dao? After reading it, you won't give it back to me. Guofeng spoke out icily, seeming to have always been a cold ice cube. Fart. The man with the sword was shaking with anger. Fortunately, Li Fei next to him knew what he was doing and thought of something, and hurriedly ingested the other half of the Wind and Moon Evil Lord's corpse and handed it to his own master. Master, here. Buzz. Almost the instant he handed over the corpse, a cold to the core sword intent blasted over. Li Fei was like falling into an ice cave, and all the spiritual energy in his body immediately stopped flowing. What for what? The man with the imperial sword smiled gently and stopped Guofeng's sword Dao suppression. Then take over that other half of the evil lord of the wind and moon. Well done. Worthy of being my Feng Jian's disciple. When we get back, the master will have a great reward. Thank you, master. Li Fei bowed excitedly. However, when he saw Elder Guofeng's icy cold eyes in the distance, he was immediately jolted and hurriedly moved next to his own master. The man with the imperial sword named Feng Jian would be checking out the wind and moon evil lord in his hand with a smile on his face. This look. The smile tightened. Then there's Young. Then it immediately switched to shock. In the end, he even shouted incredulously, human sword unity, sword gods extreme. Li Fei guaranteed it. He had never seen so many emotions on his own master's face, all at once. The moment. With an incredulous gaze, Feng Jian looked up at Guofeng who was not far away. It seemed to be waiting for the affirmation of this first sword god of the sword mound. In terms of sword Dao, he was not as good as Guofeng. So what you see and read may be misplaced. Guofeng spoke out icily, under the transformation spirit, within the sword Dao, there are no more than 5 people who can be stronger than me. This man is among them. If we're talking about sword Dao, he could be the ultimate sword god. That came out. Feng Jian, the man with the sword, stared with wide eyes as shock surfaced on his face. Who is it? Who was the person who possessed such a swordsmanship? Whose sword is this? Guofeng, who had always been cold and arrogant, asked out loud. Zhang Shui, who was a disciple, immediately responded to her master, yes, it's a Yuaning senior from the Sword Pavilion. That group of people from the Sword Pavilion, they actually gave up their lives? Feng Jian couldn't help but be surprised. Guofeng, who heard his disciple's reply, then suddenly remembered something. Isn't it the one who made a breakthrough in the sword sect last time? Guofeng's gaze lit up as he continued, at that time, I happened to return to the clan, and I came across someone being promoted. That time, when I saw his sword heart cut down the Drake Dragon, I hunted in my heart and gave birth to the idea that I wanted to fight and discuss with him. But thinking about the fact that that person is new to Yuaning, but I am already at the 8th level of Yuaning, it is not proper to exchange blows. Now that I look at it, I was the one who thought too much about it. This person's comprehension of the way of the sword has long since far exceeded mine. Rare. This ice cube elder said so many things. And talking about it. Guofeng's body directly ran with fierce battle intent. I only heard him leap to his feet and say, this time when I go back, I will definitely go to him once. Feng Jian, return the corpse of the Wind Moon Evil Lord to me. I'm going to finally sense his sword Dao for the discourse. Yet this was said. Feng Jian immediately jumped to his feet and cursed, Bull. What give it back to you? Is this your stuff? You've got half of it in your hand, and I'm not going to give it to you here. What do the traces of the sword god's pole strikes mean to us sword cultivators? Means a guiding light above the sword path. It is a precious treasure for sword cultivators. You want mine? Delusional. Feng Jian, who was also a sword cultivator, where would he give away the bright light of the Dao? And Guofeng, who had been spoken to, had a dark complexion. I only saw him say in a cold voice, "This item is extremely important to me, if you don't give it, then don't blame me for doing it." "You who? Still want to fight me?" Feng Jian immediately drew his sword. "Come on then, who's afraid of who? I've been wanting to try something called the first sword god of the sword mound for a long time. I'm a Yuaning 9th grade, would I not be able to get a win over you, a tiny Yuaning 8th grade?" Joke. After some yelling and cursing, the two immediately moved on. In the blink of an eye, the ground was lost to the two figures. Zhou 3 could only hear the constant explosions of various Yuaning big shots sparring against each other in turn back. Thinking about the way he sneered earlier, Li Fei just wanted to drill a hole on the spot and disappear without a trace. Think about it. He only felt his old face flush with embarrassment. Compared to what Li Fei pondered, Zhou Cheng didn't think about that. At this moment, he was filled with excitement and thrill. That pleasure. It was as if inside an ordinary family, one suddenly learns that a relative is the emperor. And this relative took care of himself quite well. What's wrong with being a first-time Yuaning? Do you understand the sword god's pull? Even the two Yuaning bigwigs from the sword mound will come to rob my senior's residual sword intent. Zhou Qing only felt soothed to the extreme. The whole thing is translucent. But just when he was having fun, suddenly, he saw Li Fei and Zhang Shui rushing towards the other two corpses not far away. Those two corpses, one is Wang An's and the other is that Kong Yu's. Bad. Zhou Qing snapped back to his senses. The things left behind by my own predecessor's hand, that's my sword pavilion's off. You guys? Shameless. At the moment, where did he care that in the two men, there was another of his intended? Instantly, he rushed up. The three men were suddenly wrangling over the ownership of the two corpses. And so it was. Sky hit. The ground is also playing. Xia Fei, who would have recovered his original appearance, had already returned to the sword pavilion. The third floor of His Excellency the sword had been cleaned up by now. In the second floor, there were two swords out of the formation, but they had long since been taken out by him, and even their spirits fed into the swords in his hands. It was just that despite this, there were still quite a few deaths and injuries within the second-tier elders. If it wasn't for New Year's Day, a lot of people were out. This number of casualties will only increase more than several times. It was said that the sword pavilion was dangerous except for the first floor. Look at it this way. It's more than dangerous. It's a death-defying job if you're not strong enough. Xia Fei? I didn't realize you were still alive, come on. Master Wu, who was presiding over the general situation on the second floor, hurriedly shouted when he saw Xia Fei appear. There's an evil sword on the fourth floor that has escaped, and the elders over there are drawing in their men. You hurry over there and help. Where did Master Wu and the others, including the current fourth-tier elders, know that the Wind Moon Evil Lord was dead? At this moment, they are still gathering manpower and preparing for a clan-wide search. Chapter 47 Long River Sword Sect is afraid of a great calamity in the near future. Xia Fei knew very well that the person everyone was looking for was long gone. And there are already people collecting bodies at the moment. To have an explanation, he intentionally left the corpse behind and did not use the corpse transformation technique. Just, what took you so long to come back with the body? Obviously, before leaving, he had already sensed the sword sect's elders approaching. By all rights, it should be back by this time as well. But for some reason, there's no letter until now, causing everyone to set out to search for the situation. Though I don't know why. But Sheffield wouldn't go so far as to say there was no need to look for it. Pretending to be completely unaware, he followed a group of elders and started searching everywhere. The main places they go to are centered on the inner and outer gates, and the handyman's office. The two pieces for the elite and core disciples were searched by those elders on the fourth floor. As for the true disciples above the core disciple area, it was a no-brainer. The elders and the great formations there were not vegetarians, and once there was a breeze, it would immediately be detected. The hour is already ugly. At the inner and outer gate chores, many disciples were sleeping or meditating and practicing. After being woken up by a loud shout, each one of them, who would still have a good face, ran out angrily. However, once they saw that there were all elders outside, they immediately lost their anger and helped with the search with a smile. Over here, CFA had just finished searching a few outer disciples' residences. Then he saw an elder next door searching over as well. "Thank you, elder." The person who came was none other than a second-tier core elder named Kong Jian who had invited CFA to play earlier. "Elder Kong this is?" CFA greeted him, clearly seeing that Kong Jian was carrying a bellyful of fire. "Kam your mother." "Elder Xia, what do you think is going on here?" "It's just that it's going to make a mess." Kong was giving money to play hide-and-seek with the girl before he rushed back. Took the spirit stone and gave it out, but the game was not played. This is something that would naturally be full of grievances for anyone else. But he can't just post it yet. It was only when I ran into someone I knew that I dared to swear. "Ugh, no one wants this to come up." Xia Fei spoke out to comfort him. "I understand," Kang Jian said, suddenly sighing long and hard. "After a long time." Only then did he speak again. "Back then, when my master died, he was thinking of sending me to the outer sect to work, not allowing me to follow him in the sword pavilion. At that time, I was dead stubborn, thinking that being some outer sect elder was too wasteful and unfulfilling. The sword pavilion is a heavy place that can sharpen people. Master couldn't argue with me, so he had to let me take his place. After so many years and so many things, I realized the bitterness of my master at that time." Kang Jian said this with a very melancholy tone and a strong sense of longing. "This woe, if I hadn't gone to Huayang City for the festival. I'm only afraid that one of the elders who died in the 7th region will be one of my corpses. But I escaped this time, and if this happens again, will I be able to escape?" These words really made CFA not know how to comfort. But Kong seemed to be talking to himself, and his eyes glanced over when he finished. "Elder Xia, where did you go at that time? Were there any injuries?" CFA smiled. "I was also lucky that this broke out after the sword extermination. At that time, Elder Ri hurriedly told me to go and hide, and by the time I returned, things had calmed down." "That's indeed good." Kang Jian nodded with a smile. "We still have a search mission ahead of us. If the third-tier elders see us gossiping, it won't be easy to explain on Master Wu's side." After that, he left of his own accord. Looking at Kang's far-away figure, Xia Fei couldn't help but sigh slightly. If he did not have the system, would he be like Elder Kong? No. Maybe not as good as Elder Kong was thinking. Several powerful auras suddenly emerged from the senses. Is this the return of those Jindan elders? Xia Fei immediately stopped pretending to search. Wait quietly. Sure enough, it didn't take long. On the 3rd floor, an elder came to call everyone back. Upon hearing that, it was precisely the Wind and Moon Evil Lord who had been found, and everyone didn't need to search anymore. When CFA arrived at the Sword Pavilion, each of them was relieved to find that everyone was completely free of the tension they had felt before. And everyone was talking about the scene where the Wind and Moon Evil Lord was brought back. To summarize, a powerful figure ran out from the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion, and I heard that it was a strong person from the 7 sects of the Evil Dao. Its battle power was almost comparable to that of the Yuaning realm. The 2 great elders of the Sword Mound, plus Elder Zhou Qing of the Sword Pavilion, the 3 great masters joined forces to spar with the devil for 7 to 8,000 jabs before subduing the devil. And in the middle of this incident, the 3 elders had all suffered very serious internal injuries, and without a decade or 8 years of effort, they simply couldn't recuperate. Some people said they witnessed the 3 great elders returning with blood at the corners of their mouths. This showed how strong that 4th-level demon was. Over time, this claim gets more and more outrageous the more it is rumored. But CFA was only a little surprised after hearing it in 7 or 8 different ways. Then wouldn't the Wind and Moon Evil Masters have died long ago? How can an elder of the Sword Pavilion Sword Mound still be injured? Could it be that, after he left, the Wind and Moon sect came to support the experts? This will. Somewhere on the upper 3 floors of the Sword Pavilion, Zhou Qing was hiding from the others who were healing their wounds while cursing under his breath. What a son of a Li Fei! Thanks to the fact that I even gave you a favor before, I ended up hitting me so hard today. Hiss. The pain of his meridians tearing apart made his scalp numb. Immediately, he hastily took another healing pill. But despite the injuries, things are finally settled. The only thing left to do now is the aftermath. Not only did the damaged formations on the lower 3 levels need to be repaired, but the sacrificed elders had to be arranged and compensated accordingly. Sword Mound. Crossing over the countless sword mountains, he reached a certain place in the deepest part of the Sword Mound area. In this place, there was a large hall suspended in the air. Inside the temple, in a room made of bronze, bits of starlight converge, and the faint scent of tea wafts through the air. At the tea table, there were two people sitting at the end of the table. The one on the right, who looked to be around 40 or so, was full of gentle smiles. The one on the left, on the other hand, looks much older, at least 70 or 80 from the looks of his face. Dressed in an old-fashioned tunic, his silver-white whiskers were casually bathed. And on the tea table, in addition to the fragrant tea, there was also a palm-sized piece of jade. Surprisingly, the jade was like amber with something sealed inside. But it's not an animal, and it's not a plant. Instead, there was an unruly, yet clearly visible trail of sword intent. Eldersher, look at this sword intent. Is it the sword god's ultimate of human sword unity? Feng Jian, who was smiling gently, signaled the silver-haired old man to look at the jade. That Guofeng kid said it was, and after studying it for a while, I think it's very likely. But naturally, our eyesight and insight are not as good as your old man's, so I'd like to ask you to help us look around. The silver-haired old man put down his teacup and said without haste, Guofeng is a rare sword Dao wizard of the Long River sword sect for 1,000 years, and is also the #1 sword god of my sword mound. You don't have to come and ask me what even he is sure of. How can that be? It's possible that the kid is just fooling me. Eldersher, just take a look. Feng Jian hurriedly arched his hand and begged. The silver-haired old man glanced helplessly at Jade, then nodded his head slightly and said, the human sword is united, and the heart of the sword is clear. The base seems to be like going for the hegemony sword, and to have this atmospheric majesty, it's probably that crippled Nine Heavens sword art. But there is so much else embedded in it. I see the strange, the feminine. It's strange that so many sword intentions can actually be transformed into one, and even completely opposite ones can be fused into one. Speaking later, the silver-haired old man couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. It's still true. Feng Jian was shaken, then smiled joyfully and said, then the fight I fought with Guofeng really wasn't a mistake. Otherwise I won't be able to get the traces of this sword god's ultimate sword Dao. The silver-haired old man looked on and shook his head in disbelief, then picked up his teacup and took a sip and asked, whose sword is this? It doesn't look like his cultivation level is too high, or else this Puyu of yours wouldn't be able to topographize his sword Dao. Eldersher has extraordinary eyesight. Feng Jian said, this person is none other than a first-time Yuaning expert from the Sword Pavilion. Although his cultivation level is low, his attainments in the way of the sword are such that even Guofeng says he can't compare. Oh? It's actually the Sword Pavilion lineage? I thought it was someone from the scripture collection building. A flash of surprise once again surfaced in the silver-haired old man's eyes. That Sword Pavilion has an extraordinary sword god instead. But come to think of it, the remnants of the Nine Heavens sword art seem to have landed on the Sword Pavilion side. The silver-haired old man continued, the Sword Pavilion lineage has to deal with countless sword spirits on a regular basis, and is often eroded by sword fury. Whether it's the soul, energy, etc., it's tortured, and even the demons of the mind can be much more ferocious than others. It's a good thing to think that a Yuaning sword god can come out now. Feng Jian would be treating the jade like a treasure and carefully storing it away. After making sure again and again that it's placed well and won't cause any hidden problems. Only then did he raise his head and ask, Eldersher, in your opinion, this sword god's pull from the Sword Pavilion, and the two Guofengs, who is more likely to become an emperor? Ahem. The silver-haired old man choked on his tea on the spot. You brat, you can even ask that? Achieving sword emperor? Do you know the difference between a god and an emperor? He raised his pale palm and held up 3 fingers. In all the years I've lived, I've seen 3 Dao emperors. One is the 2nd-generation patriarch of my sword sect, who used the world as a sword and stepped into the sword emperor. One is the Kongdong Shangren of the Linglong Holy Land, who used his sword to enter the Dao and achieve the blade emperor. Lastly, there is a battle demon, titled Fist Emperor. Emperor of the Dao, do you know how many geniuses and demons you've blocked? Not to mention Emperor, but even God's pole, have you heard of anyone in all these years? Just heard about one. Still, I just learned about it today. When Feng Jian heard the silver-haired old man's words, he only felt his head spinning a little. He knew very well what kind of person this Eldersher was. Even his old man had only met 3 Dao emperors. You can see how difficult it is to get involved. The silver-haired old man continued, Guofeng's natural talent in the sword Dao really isn't bad. To be able to be rated as not encountered in 1,000 years even in the Long River sword sect. Going forward, it is indeed very likely that he will step into the sword god's pole. But want to become a sword emperor? The likelihood of that, then, would be infinitely close to zero. As for the sword pavilion, this one who cultivates the 9 heavenly sword art. Speaking of which, the silver-haired old man couldn't help but shake his head. After all, it's a cripple. It's even harder to become an emperor than Guofeng. Naturally, Feng Jian had heard of the 9 heaven sword art. This famous Xiangong, known as the immortal sword, has always been defective. When the sword pavilion obtained this Xiangong back then, it stirred up a lot of super experts who were hidden from the world and their sects. In order to complete this sword art, these super experts partly searched all over the continent and partly painstakingly studied with the intention of renewing it. It's a shame to waste 100 years and get nothing. A few of these researching old-timers came up with a startling fact. That was that the 9 heaven sword art was inherently crippled, and from the very beginning of its birth, there was simply no follow-up. Look at it this way. Elder Sure was right. I'm afraid that's it for the one in the sword pavilion in this life. Feng Jian thought for a moment and then asked, then, Elder Sure, in your opinion, who is most likely to succeed in transforming into a god, me or that kid Guofeng? Boom! The silver-haired old man directly popped him in the head. You think I'd become an immortal? How would I know if any of you could break through to transformation spirit? Got hit a little bit. Feng Jian wasn't annoyed, instead he smiled and said, your old man just likes to be modest. Back then, you only made 7 swords, and you heavily damaged the roots of that demon Zun Tiger King, causing him to hide in the 100,000 Demon Mountain, not daring to venture out until now. If you're not an immortal, who is? Alas! That mouth of yours. The silver-haired old man laughed and shook his head. However, Feng Jian's words brought back memories. The silver-haired old man converged his smile and said with a straight face, that Tiger King. You guys still need to watch the 100,000 Demon Mountainside more. After all, carrying the bloodline of the sacred beast White Tiger, even though it's impure, it can't be underestimated. Back then, when it first entered the god of transformation, I made 7 swords in a row before I heard its foundation, and it also disappeared into the 100,000 Demon Mountain. Plus its favorite son is within the sword court. This enmity is bound to be immortal. Once it has recovered from its injuries and its strength has advanced again, I guess the first thing it will do is come to the Long River Sword sect. At that time, it will be a great calamity. For what the silver-haired old man commanded. Feng Jian didn't take it too seriously. Elder Sure, you like to put pressure. The Long River Sword sect has you and a group of old seniors. Even if that Tiger King came, it would be a delivery of food to the door. Where would there be any cataclysms? After a few days of rest, Sword Court reopened its doors. Since there was a lot less manpower, CFA and the other group of elders were instantly in a busy state. Not only did CFA have to patrol everywhere on the first and second floors to check out the situation, he even had to step up to help where there wasn't enough manpower. To paraphrase a previous life, his current position is a mobile post, miscellaneous post, wherever there is a shortage of people to go. But busy is busy. The benefit compared to before was that CFA could now contact the inner disciples openly and honestly. But before he could get his butt warmed up, a small elder on the second floor rushed over and shouted, Elder CFA, your disciple is here to find you. Apprentice? What apprentice? CFA subconsciously wanted to ask this. But soon he remembered that he really did have an apprentice during the previous mountain opening ceremony. Things had been so busy that he'd almost forgotten about it. Think about it. CFA had no choice but to apologize to the other elders and hurriedly rush towards the entrance and exit of the second floor. After all, it's his own disciple, and he's still listed above. How about a trip over there? Chapter 48, complete version of the 9 heavenly sword art, half-step emperor level. Waiting to meet his only disciple, Long Jie. CFA instantly frowned. Your cultivation. Under his perception, the Long Jie in front of him was actually still an ordinary person. You know, this is the Red Destiny Path's heavenly protagonist. Generally speaking, as long as one could enter the Long River Sword sect and become a disciple, one could have a sense of qi in the first 3 days, and could begin to gulp in spiritual qi. Please note that it is only the qi sense, not the mortal first grade at once. But nowadays, Long Jie didn't have a single trace of aura in his body. Obviously. So many days had passed, and as the protagonist of the Red Destiny Dao, he had actually failed to sense the presence of an aura. Not so much. Master, disciple has also come here because of the matter of cultivation. Long Jie first bowed respectfully. Then he continued, "My disciple has not been able to make an inch of progress in comprehending the everlasting vomiting technique, and after much contemplation, it is difficult to get started. It is in this way that I have come to disturb the master and ask for guidance." Everlasting exhalation Kung Fu. It was one of the several basic cultivation methods in the Long River Sword sect. The original body cultivated this same technique before. Xiafei thought for a moment and tried to use the life path golden pupil on this only disciple. Name, Long Chie. Sex, male. Longevity, 15104. Realm, none. Fate and luck, red. Red destiny. Recent needs, troubled in cultivation, difficult to sense spiritual chi, suggests using physical arts to enter the path, teaching tiger demon bone refining fist, casting the foundation of the immaculate body. But the preceding information can be ignored. The most important thing is, recent demand. After seeing the prompt from the golden pupil of the destiny Tao, Xiafei's heart was instantly enlightened. Then he deliberated and spoke, "There's no need to worry excessively about this matter, there's a special gong method here for the master that can be imparted to you to try." Having said that, he led Long Chie to a deserted place. Then a finger pointed out and landed on its forehead. In an instant, a divine thought interspersed with the tiger demon bone refining fist landed in Long Chie's mind. And after, Long Chie just seemed to be fixed in place, constantly sensing this extra Shen Gong in his brain. Tiger Devil Bone Refining Fist is the system rebate out of the otherworldly refining art. Cultivation of great success can be cast into the Tiger Devil Golden Body. The demons are difficult to block. Such a mastery is naturally subtle and incomparable. The average person would have trouble getting started even with the essence of the Gongfu. While Long Chie treated body refining as if he had a natural affinity for it, he immediately sank into the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. It's a state of epiphany that not many people could ask for. Ryoko. Waiting to come back to his senses. It was already darkness descending, where was Xiafei's figure around him. "Thank you, master, for giving me the law." Long Chie heavily kowtowed 3 major times in the direction of the Sword Pavilion Elder's residence. After that, as he stood up, a tiger's roar suddenly erupted from all 206 bones in his body. The whole person's aura was also vastly different from before. Obviously. With one epiphany, Long Chie had already entered the door on the path of body refining. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being red. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the King's Grade Sword Technique 9 Heavenly Sword Technique 6 to 9 Heavens. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Special Body Refining Art, Bull Demon Power Fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 years of hard training red. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Centennial Longevity Enhancement Pill Heavenly Grade. 9 Heavenly Sword Art 9 Heavens King's item can be withdrawn at any time. This is a mutilated version, only the last 3 realms. With the first and middle realms, it can be a complete version of the 9 Heavenly Sword Art Saint level. Bull Demon Power Fist can be withdrawn at any time. Special technique. No grade. Rumor has it that it comes from an exotic world, and is a perfect technique for refining the body's foundation. It can be paired with the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist to form the double pole of rigidity and flexibility, which specializes in the cultivation of sinews, muscles, and membranes. 10 years of hard cultivation red can be withdrawn at any time, equivalent to 10 years of hard cultivation by a person of the Red Divine Order. 100 years of life enhancement pill Celestial Grade 9 pills can be extracted at any time. Taking it can increase life expectancy by 100 years, without any side effects. As Long Chie gained an understanding of the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. System rebates follow. The Sword Art of the 9 Heavens? The full version has finally come together. Xiafei, who had waited early, only felt as if he had accomplished a great thing at this moment. After the compulsion to extract it, still a picture appeared in the sea of consciousness. Countless images kept coming out. Inside, Xiafei incarnated an ascetic swordsman. One day he would swing his sword above the top of a snowy mountain, and the next he would appear in a sea of fire to practice hard. After that it's all about fighting people. Every time the sword comes out, it was as if heaven and earth had been transformed into a world of swords. All the opponents, all submerged under the terrifying sword intent like a canopy. Wait until the picture falls and the scroll disappears. Xiafei's gaze widened as he merged his right hand and turned his fingers into a sword, drawing out a mysterious sword mark. And almost the instant he struck his sword, the entire room was suddenly enveloped in sword intent. And in this boundless sword intent, his sword heart was like a terrifying sun in the darkness. As soon as the shadow of the sword heart appeared, Xiafei immediately dispersed his sword momentum. All traces were waved away by him in an instant. The Sword Art of the Nine Heavens Special Fusion Edition. Based on the complete Nine Heavens Sword Art, fused with all kinds of offensive and killing arts. Grade, half-step Emperor level. The Xuanqi continent's Gongfu levels are generally categorized into ordinary, inferior, superior, precious, kings, imperial, holy, imperial, and divine. To Sheffield's further surprise, the complete version of the Nine Heavens Sword Art starts at the holy level. And after fusing the Tai Wu Sword Chi and other attacking and killing techniques, he had already touched the threshold of the Emperor level. Imperial level. None of the major holy places have Xiangongs of this grade, let alone this kind of attacking and killing Xiangong that specializes in killing and destroying and doesn't involve any cultivation. Generally speaking, feats like the Emperor level and God level were the stuff of legends. In many cases, these two levels of feats just make everyone feel that there is no end to them and serve as a symbol. After all, from time immemorial, it seemed that none of them had ever heard of the existence of Emperor Extreme or Divine level Xiangongs. Delicately sensing the Nine Heavenly Sword Art that was already at the half-step Emperor level, as got the full version, Xiafei could already summarize this sword art in a clear and concise manner. Do not cultivate aura, do not take in heaven and earth, only the heart of the sword illuminates the great thousand. This is the core tenet of the Nine Heavenly Sword Art. Cutting off the shackles of art and law, reconstructing the world with pure sword intent, each strand of sword intent contains its own Tao rhythm, and when it strikes the sword, it triggers the resonance of heaven and earth. Wherever the sword blade passes, the void creates its own crystallized sword intent. Cultivated to the extreme, one can transform into the infernal sword domain and walk the sword realm of the human world. There are 9 moves at the core of it, the last of which is chopping the Tao and seeing me transcendence. Xiafei muttered under his breath. Inwardly had to sigh, worthy of the existence of the so-called immortal sword. If it wasn't for the system's direct installation, which could instantly comprehend its mysteries, I'm afraid it would take more than a few years to even get started. No wonder he made such a statement. Let's look at the cultivation requirements of the Nine Heavenly Sword Art. The first step is that you must prepare an uninscribed plain sword, 3 feet 9 inches long. After that, every breakthrough needs to recast the body of the sword and incorporate its own blood. The second step is to swing the sword 9,000 times a day for 10 years. Moreover, in order to achieve dominance like the terrifying sun, it is necessary to practice the sword in the desert with eyes closed until the position is recognized as normal by the heat. The third step, each realm breakthrough need to fight alone 9 sword cultivators of the same rank. The victory is the sword will be quenched, the defeat is the sword heart broken. Such an introduction is unheard of and unseen. But perhaps it was this very special that created this immortal sword. Compared to the spirit power drive of ordinary sword techniques, the Nine Heavenly Sword Art is controlled entirely by the sword heart, and spiritual power is only a supplementary means. The stronger the sword heart, the more blazing the sword intent. Moreover, if ordinary sword techniques wanted to attack the opponent, they would be limited by the length of the sword itself, as well as the distance of the sword chi excitation. However, the Nine Heavens Sword Art was that under the shroud of sword intent, any place or angle was the range of attack. That's pretty sick. Go on. Xiafei excitedly began to extract the bull demon power fist. Moment. A scroll appeared and unfolded. Countless images began to present themselves in the middle of the sea of consciousness. In the first painting, Xiafei is sitting on top of a vein of earth. The top of its head revealed the ancient mangy ox that carried the blue sky on its back. One could only see that the mangy bull was immense, its horns topping the sky and its forehooves crushing the underworld. Immediately after the picture came the second one. Xiafei stood on top of a grassland, his mouth constantly emitting a special sound of moo, shaking his muscles and flesh. Then the screen turned and saw a green cow pattern emerge from Xiafei's body. Ryoko. It took Sheffield a moment to come back to his senses. At this moment, all 639 great tendons in his body were quenched. The sinews seemed to form a circulatory system of their own, with inexhaustible strength and never-ending stamina all over their bodies. Phew! The slight exhalation of breath was like a gust of wind that rose up and blew away the tables, chairs, and benches in front of him at once. Immovable as a mountain, when you move, the sky falls apart. CFA carefully sensed the changes in himself. He only felt that although he hadn't intentionally refined his physical body was still completely unimpressive to any physical art experts in this world. There was no need for any spiritual energy or sword techniques. With his physical fists alone, he was able to hard smash a large swath of Jindan at this moment. Compared to the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, which focuses on the bones and marrow, the Ox Demon Power Fist focuses more on the sinews. Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist is an instantaneous burst of penetrating attacks, while Bull Demon Power Fist is a sustained stamina output. One is like a thunderbolt, the other is like an unending river. The two complement each other. Suddenly aware. This Bull Demon Power Fist and Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist were a perfect match made in heaven. Pick up the treasure. This is a real find. The two Xiangongs complemented each other, and it was no longer a matter of 1 + 1 = 2 as such. Rather, 1 + 1 reaches 7, 8, 9, 10. Although I'm not a major body refining practitioner, that disciple Long Jie is clearly a heavenly protagonist on the path of body refining. Wait for some time to find an opportunity, and then pass this Bull Demon Power Fist to him, so that not only can you get another red rebate, but you can also enhance your own disciples. Xiafei is now considered to have touched the investment rebate system of play. He planned to visit that cheap disciple when he had something to do in the future. Look, of course, with the golden pupil of the fateful path. As soon as you see that you can invest, you immediately go up. Think about how long it won't take. You can keep swiping the red rebate scene yourself. Xiafei was all excited. If I'm sure this is going to work, then I'll have to quickly upgrade my strength and raise my job title. When I become an elder at the 3rd or even 4th level of the Sword Pavilion, I'll be able to go around accepting disciples in name only. So much for the daily goat gathering. Ahem, investment. Think about it. Xiafei immediately prepared to extract the 10 years of hard work. Remember, it's 10 years of hard work in the red. He had a vague premonition. After this extraction, it was only likely that he would have to impact the Yuan-ing. The previous rebate had a baby-forming elixir. As long as one's cultivation reached the 9th grade of Jindan, it was completely 100% probability of achieving a Yuan-ing. However, with the previous lesson when breaking through Jindan, this time Sheffield learned his lesson. He left the sword sect in the night and hid in the Thousand Ring Cliffs, which was able to restrict his spiritual sense perception. System. Extract 10 years of hard labor. Deep within the sword mound. Eldersher, do you see what I brought you this time? Fengjian burst into the bronze hall with a smile on his face, a box of pitch-black tea resting on his head. Longquan ancient tea from Longquan Mountain. Shouting for kung fu. He had reached the silver-haired old man. Seeing Fengjian's appearance, the silver-haired old man couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. You brat, you don't have anything to do. Say, what did you come to see me about this time? I wouldn't dare to drink this tea of yours if you don't make it clear. Fengjian could not help but make tea on the spot. While making tea, he smiled and said, Eldersher is perceptive, and there is indeed one thing that disciple would like to ask for advice. It's about the preparations for breaking through to transformation spirit, and I'd like to ask your old man for some advice. The main disciple has also never seen the scene of a transformation spirit breakthrough, and there is always some worry in my heart, and I am afraid that my mind will be blocked under the day and night thoughts. Words. The silver-haired old man nodded his head and said, so it's this, in fact, it's just 4 words, water to water. The only point to watch out for might be the transformation thunderbolt. As he spoke, he picked up the freshly brewed Longquan ancient tea. But just as he was about to drink his tea, snapped. An appalling aura swept over. Aura fluctuations covered the entire Long River Sword sect. On this side of the sword mound, almost all of the aura seemed to have been drained away. Even under the reinforcement of the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual chi inside was pouring out as if it had broken the dike. With this commotion, both Fengjian and the silver-haired old man froze. The two of them looked towards the direction of the aura in succession. His eyes pierced through the bronze hall and landed on the left side of the sword sect. Only to see that piece of heaven and earth on the left, a huge black hole of aura that covered the sky and moon was condensing. For a radius of 10,000 miles, all the auras were ferociously rushing towards that space. Is this the Thousand Refuge cliffside? Fengjian was surprised for a moment. Someone broke through the Jindan at the Thousand Ring Cliff? But seeing that aura black hole getting bigger and bigger, His amazement suddenly turned to surprise. It's not Jin Dan. It's breaking through to Yuaning. So many experts have popped up from our sword sect now? Another one is going to achieve Yuaning? The Thousand Ring Cliffs belonged to the Long River Sword Sect's range and were right next to each other. Those who could break through there were surely only cultivators from their own clans. Feng Jian's words just fell. Chapter 49 Flesh Body Hard Resistance? Heavenly Thunder Rolling. Feng Jian had just finished speaking. It was seen that the aura black hole was still expanding. Not only did it envelop the entire Thousand Ring Cliff, but it also began to spread to the side of the Long River Sword Sect. Even scarier. Above the aura black hole, countless lightning bolts actually appeared. This is... As the silver-haired old man looked at such a sight, his gaze steeply lit up. Thunder tribulation. This isn't a Yuaning breakthrough, it's a god transformation. Ha! Feng Jian almost didn't spill the tea on the table. Unable to care about the spilled tea, he froze as he looked at the constantly flickering thunder in the direction of the Thousand Ring Cliff. There was a strong shock in his eyes. At this point, inside the Long River Sword Sect, on top of the scripture collection building, a young girl in a sarong with a good to perfect figure suddenly frowned. The originally closed eyes opened abruptly. Between his eyes, a touch of Taoism emerged and disappeared. The young girl looked up slightly, her gaze piercing through the layers of barriers. A slight glance was withdrawn. Then a halo of light flowed from his fingertips, transforming into a party of illusory Sinan, suspended in mid-air. Someone is actually breaking through to the god of transformation at this point in time. It shouldn't. The murmur sounded. Immediately afterward, he saw the hovering Sinan and began to operate. The commotion over the Thousand Ring Cliffs had already shaken the Long River Sword Sect again. Compared to earlier when someone from the Sword Pavilion broke through to Yuaning, this one was even more sensational. Especially seeing that the lightning tribulation had enveloped the entire Thousand Ring Cliff, and the black hole of aura had almost spread to cover half of the Long River Sword Sect. A large number of Sword Sect disciples all stared blankly at the top of their heads, and many of those in seclusion were shaken and ran out. The countless experts in the Sword Mound, the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, the Sword Pavilion, and the Sword Sharpening Gorge have been surprised to show up. What's more was the spiritual sense fluctuations of a few old monsters coming from the secret realm. So much for that. The gazes of the entire Long River Sword Sect fell on the Thousand Ring Cliff in the midst of the robbing thunder. I'll go. Inside the Sword Pavilion, Zhou Qing was staring daggers at the massive black hole of aura with a Grand Elder. Especially after seeing that the dark clouds that contained terrifying thunder power had wrapped the Thousand Ring Cliff. Both had disbelief on their faces. A firstborn? No. It's the god of transformation. It's also only the god of transformation that has a thunderbolt descending into the world. Only then can it cause such an appalling heaven and earth anomaly. Zhou Qing froze out. However, he soon asked the elder next to him somewhat speculatively, "Do you think it's possible that this is our Sword Pavilion's predecessor? Why do I have a hunch as if this is it?" That elder reacted and hurriedly said, "Impossible. Elder Zhou, as far as I know, no one in our Sword Pavilion is in the position of a senior who is about to break through the transformation spirit. It's possible for other factions, and it's likely to be one of the seniors from the Tonkin Gorge." The Sword Sharpening Gorge was a place where disciples of the Chinha Sword Sect practiced sword breakthroughs, located in an alien space similar to a secret realm. It was rumored to have been formed by the second-generation master of the Long River Sword Sect, who broke through space with a sword. Its interior contained countless berserk sword intent, making it the most ideal place for sword Dao breakthroughs. This elder put it very bluntly. The main reason was that everyone felt that Zhou Qing, the chief master elder of the Sword Pavilion, had recently become a bit possessed. When the Sword Pavilion had a Yuaning sword god with high attainments in the Dao of the sword, it was assumed that the Sword Pavilion lineage would surely surpass the Hall of Collected Scriptures and the Sword Graveyard, and occupy the greatest authority in the Sword Sect. Family members know their own business. The three major veins of the Sword Sect, the Sword Mound, the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, and the Sword Pavilion were established at almost the same time. Over the centuries, the Sword Pavilion did produce a few powerful experts. However, because of the sword fury entering their bodies and some mental disorganization, these experts could only close their doors and not come out. So while there are strong people present, they can be considered absent because basically none of them will make a move. It was already a great stroke of luck to have a Yuaning sword god pop up some time ago. How could there still be a goddess of transformation expert? Think about what? Those Sword Pavilion seniors who were in seclusion, if they didn't solve their own problems, they wouldn't be able to make any progress in their lives. Therefore, this elder spoke very directly. However, Zhou Qing didn't listen at all and remained excited in anticipation. I don't know what's going on. He just had an intuition that the senior who had broken through to transformation spirit at the Thousand Refuge Cliff nowadays was definitely connected to the Sword Pavilion. No, I'll have to rummage through the directory of successive Sword Pavilion elders. The answer will be found. Zhou Qing thought in his heart that it was most likely one of the hermit seniors of the Sword Pavilion. And seeing him like this, the elders next to him couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Master Zhou is definitely going off the deep end here. I've read all sorts of ancient books, how come none of them mentioned that becoming an infant still requires being struck by lightning? The Red Destiny Dao's 10 years of bitter cultivation was indeed strong, piling up CFA from the 6th grade of Jindan to the 9th grade in one go. After taking the infant formation pill, everything went smoothly into the realm of the 1st grade of Yuaning. In the middle of the Qi, a shrunken version of CFA appeared at the location of the original Jindan. But since it had just been molded, it still looked a bit unreal and fuzzy. Although the breakthrough has been successful. But CFA didn't have the slightest thought of relaxing. It was only because right above his head, a thunderbolt with a terrifying aura was constantly being birthed. Didn't they all say that only transformation gods have lightning tribulation added to their bodies? I just broke through a Yuaning, and I ended up with a heavenly punishment for me? If he remembered correctly, throughout the ages, CFA had never seen anyone encounter a thunderbolt at the time of Yuaning. Is it possible that he has been envied by heaven? Think about it. CFA couldn't be bothered to examine his own situation after the breakthrough and began to set up on the spot. According to the records, the intensity of the thunderbolt would be based on the person who crossed it. With this appalling movement overhead, this thunderbolt of his own was only not an ordinary existence. It's going to be all hands on deck. The essence was highly condensed, and with a flip of the wrist, the system rebate Excalibur was also taken out by CFA. I wonder if this fused version of my 9 heavenly sword art can. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly took the sword back into the system space again. The 9 heavenly sword technique is too flashy and the sword pavilion itself has a crippled version of the 9 heavens sword art 3 heavens. It was easy to be associated with the 9 heavens sword technique if you moved it. I'm afraid that my own true identity is at risk of being exposed as well. After some thought, CFA thought of the bull demon power fist that he had just gotten from the rebate. Ox demon power paired with tiger demon bone refining to refine the body to catch the lightning tribulation. I wonder if it will work. Couldn't care less, and if it doesn't work, we'll just have to try. The big deal is to use the 9 heavenly sword art to pocket the bottom in the end. Immediately after making up his mind, CFA immediately collected his sword heart and wholeheartedly urged the tiger demon bone refining fist as well as the ox demon power fist, the 2 top body refining techniques. These 2 Xiangons were otherworldly masterpieces. Using it will certainly not remind people of themselves. Unexpectedly, CFA, who took the path of sword cultivation, accidentally also embarked on the path of body refining. This time, the thunder on the Thousand Ring Cliff seemed to have bred to the extreme. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light fell with a loud bang. Facing the first thunderbolt's bombardment, CFA immediately drummed his muscles and bones. Thousands of feet under the cliffs, outside the range of the thunderbolt. Swish, swish, swish. Several silhouettes flew down. And more people flew over from the Long River Sword sect. Most of the people who came over were elders from the Sword Mound, the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, the Sword Pavilion, the Sword Sharpening Gorge, and other places. There were Jindan and there were Yuaning experts. However, more of them were from the Foundation establishment and cheap practicing realms. Zhou Qing had also come, and had brought a large group of elders from the upper 3 levels of the Sword Pavilion with him. Everyone didn't break into the range of the thunderbolt, and they didn't even dare to spread their spiritual sense in, only daring to observe and wait outside. Thunderbolts are no joke. But whenever another aura intruded, then it would definitely be regarded as a person of heavenly punishment, and thunder would immediately fall down. Completely unreasonable. I didn't expect to see 2 breakthrough visions in a short period of time. Last time I became an infant, this time I transformed into a god. The one who spoke was the rushing Sword Mound Grand Elder Li Fei. Zhou Qing glanced over and didn't come over after not seeing his old flame, Shuer. And the moment he saw Li Fei, he was furious. Before, in the misty forest, the two had fought over the corpse. But instead of him going over, Li Fei leaned over on his own. Zhou Cheng, this god transformation senior, I guess it's from our sword mound lineage. The tone contained flirtation. Obviously, it was very nagging about Zhou Qing's earlier complacency about having a Yuaning sword god in his family. Bull. Before Zhou Qing could say anything, a group of people came from the other side, led by a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. Only to hear the scar-faced man say loudly, "How did it become your sword mounds people? Those who can cause such powerful visions can only be our predecessors from the Tonkin Gorge. In terms of sword Dao sharpening and underlying roots, it is my sword sharpening gorge that is number one." Bull. Li Fei directly scolded, "Your Tonkin Gorge is a good foundation, but how many Yuaning realm elders are there? And not a single Yuaning 9th grade. Can it be that the Toner Gorge is unique in that a Yuaning 8th rank can break through to transformation? Looking at my sword mound lineage, there are 3 seniors of the 9th rank of Yuaning that are counted alone. Not to mention there are also seniors who dive within the sword grave." Speaking of his own predecessor, Li Fei was standing tall and confident. In the entire Long River Sword sect, in terms of experts at the Yuaning realm, the sword mound was indeed the most numerous. Faced with this fact, the scar-faced man from the Tonkin Gorge wanted to retort, but he couldn't come up with any strong rebuttal. One could only grunt angrily and skim his head away from the situation. The identity of this scar-faced man was the chief master of the Toner Sword Gorge. Usually rarely come out to walk around. But as Li Fei finished, another group came along. There are many seniors of the 9th grade of Yuaning, but it doesn't mean that the ones who break through to the transformation god are your sword mound people. The previous vice master of my hidden scripture hall was already at the half-step transformation god realm a year ago. In that case, it seems that this senior who has ascended to the level of a transformation spirit should be the previous vice palace master of my hidden scripture hall dive. The one who opened his mouth to respond was a young man clad in starlight, with red lips and white teeth. This person was none other than the chief master of the Temple of Hidden Scriptures, although it was not a position such as deputy master or master of the temple. But the position of chief master is equivalent to the actual head of the general overview of large and small affairs. Like the sword mound, the sword pavilion, and the sword sharpening gorge, the Hall of Hidden Scriptures had its own special nature. In addition to collecting all of the sword sect's Xiangong, its hall master was a Taishan elder concurrently. This is not the kind of Zhou Qing, because the sword pavilion does not have any top combatants who can stand out, so the rewards of the virtual position of the Taishan elder. The one in the Hall of Hidden Scriptures is the actual Taishang. After the Starlight Man's words fell, Li Fei still hardened his head and topped it off. "No matter what, this is definitely an elder of my sword mound lineage." "Li Fei, you've lost all your face? If you insist on saying it, it's only right that it's me, Tonkin Gorge, who can cause such a stir." The scar-faced man just couldn't help but make a sound. The Starlight Man just smiled and shook his head at the argument between the two. "Don't argue anymore, it's definitely the one from my hidden scripture hall. It's from my lineage." Just as several people were trying to prove that it was their own seniors. Zhou Qing, who hadn't said anything next to him, suddenly whispered, "Have you guys ever thought about it? It's from my sword court?" The moment those words came out, quiet in the room. Li Fei, Scarface Man, and Starlight Man all looked over in shock. Ahem. Zhou Qing hastily straightened his long shirt and was about to voice his insights. Just see Li Fei's astonishment at them turn into a kind of look at the cutie. Gaze. "Zhou Qing, this is not the time for jokes, you have to score occasions for jokes, and this joke is not funny. At all. Yeah, we're all talking business, what are you suddenly joking about? I know that your sword pavilion is bitter, but you don't have to learn all the skills to be happy in bitterness, right? Well, I admit that it's quite good to be bitter and sweet." Zhou Qing's face collapsed. "I am not joking. Words." Li Fei immediately snorted. "Zhou Qing, you also really dare to think, how come I didn't notice that you liked to dream before? Just tell me that the sword pavilion has been around for over 700 years by now, right? There are only those Yuaning in total, how dare you say that the god of transformation came from the sword pavilion's lineage? Is it hard to believe that just because you guys got an extra Yuaning sword god last time, you're starting to swell up? Are all the experts in your family?" That chief master of the hidden scripture hall also said, "Elder Zhou Qing's ability to tell jokes is getting better and better, and it's no wonder that he was able to abduct the sword mound's grand elder Zhang Shui. As soon as we talk about it." Li Fei's face instantly became quite gloomy. Inside the sword mound, many of the elders were extremely opinionated towards Zhou Qing. The reason for this is that he abducted Zhang Shui without saying a word. A few people, 3 major factions under one speech. Even if Zhou Qing was not thin-skinned, he was somewhat reddened at this moment. Wanted to refute them, but really didn't have any tenable points of my own. Does it mean it's a hunch? If I really said it, I'm afraid I'd only be greeted with even greater ridicule from them. Just as Zhou Qing gritted his teeth. One could only hear the sound of thunder exploding violently from the sky above the Thousand-Ring Cliff. Then a huge beam of blue light blasted down. Such a vast heavenly power. Immediately, the crowd that had rushed to watch the event shivered with fear. Those with slightly lower strength and a timid nature fell to the ground on the spot, not daring to get up. The God Transformation Thunder Tribulation had begun. The 4 of them, Li Fei, the Scar-Faced Man, the Starlight Man, and Zhou Qing, were also out of the mood to argue, and focused their attention on the thunderbolt. All 4 of them carried a wisp of anticipation. I don't know how much thunder will appear in this God Transformation Tribulation. The stronger the heavenly tribulation, the stronger that senior is. I heard that in 10 years the Tai Holy Land produced a 5 thunder transformation god and invited the world to celebrate for a year. Rumble. Xia Fei's entire body was covered in blue lightning. In the blink of an eye. It was as if countless needle tips with thunder were constantly sticking in through all the pores and skin. Is this the taste of the lightning? A little something. Chapter 59 Thunder's Transforming God. Patriarch Special Approval. The lightning is certainly no small thing. It was just that the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist and Ox Demon Power Fist were too strong when stacked on top of each other. The thunderbolt fell and was instantly absorbed by the flesh body in its entirety. The small portion of might that escaped was just a tickling pinprick. And in the midst of the thunderbolt, there was also a different kind of vitality. This vast energy, hidden underneath the destruction, fused into the limbs. In the middle of Xia Fei's Qi, the Yuaning, which was originally somewhat illusory and transparent, suddenly solidified by a few points. The meridians also expanded violently, expanding by a third on top of the original large river. And tougher. In the flesh and bones, there were also more changes. It was only because the strength of the physical body itself was too high, so these changes were relatively less obvious. Up to this point, Xia Fei's breakthrough to Yuaning seemed to be the official start. The previous transformation of the Dan into an infant seemed as if it was an appetizer. The changes in his body, especially this lifelike leap, almost didn't make him cry out in comfort. But the robbing thunder would not give him comfort, as the first blue thunder struck down. Immediately after that, another pillar of thunderous light fell. Compared to the first one, the color of this one was much deeper, already a deep blue. Xia Fei still resisted hard with his physical body, his body was tingling as if he was soaking in a hot water bath. A large amount of vitality surged forth, and the Qi Yuaning became even more solid. 2 robberies were easy for him. It was also that his physical body was too unreasonably strong, and the same fist force that landed on different people naturally felt differently. Weak and probably killed in one punch. Strong, 2 punches down is just a slightly dirty clothesline. The third thunder is already gestating. Xia Fei, however, had a slight more sense about this thing called a thunderbolt at the moment. After experiencing the 2 robberies and thunderbolts firsthand, he already knew it well. This thing may seem to kill you, but once you carry it off, it's an incredible benefit. Could this be the thunderbolt truth? After crossing the threshold, the essence of all life changes? Transfiguration, transfiguration. You can only be a god if you have survived the thunderbolt. No wonder it was called transformation of God only after the thunder tribulation descended. But I'm only a Yuaning. Sheffield didn't understand. Rumble. Heaven and earth were shaken. The third robbing thunderbolt struck down fiercely. This time, the color of the thunder was actually blue with a purple tinge. Ground. Xia Fei sat cross-legged and was hardened into the ground by this robotic thunderbolt. The surrounding terrain was directly erased by as much as a foot. But he still carried it. A little bit of power this time. What had been tingling was now tinged with a slight tingling sensation. Xia Fei looked at the skin on the back of his bare hand, the sweaty hairs on it were all curled up as if they had been burned. The clothes also carried a faint charred black color. Countless residual thunder, transformed into tiny electric snakes, jumped continuously on his body. Phew! Exhaling a breath, it was like the passage of a gale, blowing away those electric arcs on his body at once. Then he saw Xia Fei rise out of thin air and stand in midair. The reason why it doesn't continue on the ground. That's because he feels likely to be struck into the ground by the next thunderbolt. Just as he was waiting for the fourth calamity thunder to fall. The robbery cloud that enveloped the entire thousand-ring cliff violently began to change. Between the churning clouds, all kinds of visions were manifested. There are mountains and rivers, tall buildings, as well as spirits, ghosts, and Buddhas. In the midst of these visions, lightning flashed madly and countless balls of thunder leapt. Boom! An all-purple column of thunder fell violently. With the powerful pressure, it seemed as if the entire thousand-ring cliff shook. Knock! When it landed on CFA's body, it actually emitted a drumming and roaring sound. Originally airborne, he was once again blasted to the ground. Beyond the 1,000-foot cliff. The huddle. Every time they saw the appearance of the robbing thunder, all the people who had rushed to observe would tremble. It's been 4 channels, and there's still no sign of the robbery cloud about to dissipate, and the might of each of them is beyond imagination. Li Fei spoke in a tone of shock, and his eyes were even more expectant. Could it be that my sword mound lineage will give birth to a 5-thunder transformation god? As soon as his words left his mouth, the scar-faced man from the Tonkin Gorge instantly frowned not easily. But after thinking about it, Scarface didn't say anything. It seemed to feel like it wasn't worth arguing with an unreasonable, stupid person like Li Fei. The transformation god realm, in addition to having a division of 1 to 9 grades. There is also the term underpinning roots. The stronger the underlying foundation, the higher the battle power of the same grade, and the greater the future achievements. But how do you measure that underlying root? That's the transformation thunder tribulation. The thunderbolt would produce changes based on the root and talent of the person crossing the tribulation. The more robberies that fell, the stronger the foundation of the person who crossed the robberies. After passing through a lightning bolt, it can be called a lightning that transforms into a god. 2 thunderbolts, naturally, are 2 thunderbolts transforming god. 3. On the Xuanqi continent, 3 thunder transformation gods would already be exceptional. For thunder transformation god, that was definitely an existence that the general forces needed to concentrate their resources on supplying. The words of the 5 thunder transformation god were not rare even in the Holy Land. Every time an existence like the 5 thunder transformation god was born, the Holy Land would celebrate greatly and announce it to the world. And so far, that senior from the 1,000-ring cliff had already carried the 4 thunder impacts peacefully. And before the robbing cloud dissipates, the 5th one is coming in a few moments. What does it mean to be in such a situation? The 5 thunders transformation god, which was rare even in the Holy Land, was about to produce one in his own lineage. Rumble. Under everyone's shocked and excited gaze, the deep purple robotic thunder crashed down. 5 thunders. Immediately after. Under everyone's incredulous gaze. Boom. Purple and gold robbery thunder appeared. 6 thunders. Dumbfounded, the robbery cloud actually hadn't dissipated yet. The 7th way. The 8th way. Rumble. The 9th robbing thunder with a slight reddish glow tore through the heavens and earth. In everyone's dumbfounded view, the robber cloud slowly dissipated only after emitting its 9th thundercloud. The heavens and earth suddenly fell into a dead silence. Ryoko. The crowd erupted in a violent howl of excitement. 9 thunder transformation god. This is the 9 thunder transformation god. Not only are we adding another transformation god, but a 9 thunders transformation god. Long River Sword Sect, hegemony forever. Countless people were shouting and chanting. The elders of the Sword Mound, the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, the Sword Pavilion, the Sword Sharpening Gorge, and other factions are also all excited and exuberant. The strongest members of the Sword Sect who were only observing the situation over here through their spiritual sense also appeared to be shaken. The birth of a transformation god would give the Long River Sword Sect a lot more backbone. Not to mention that the transformation deity that appeared this time was actually a 9 thunders transformation deity. The moral of this. It already goes without saying. The 9 thunder transformation god. In the future maybe the Long River Sword Sect is going to appear a shocking big man. The robotic clouds had dissipated, but the aftermath was still there. Li Fei, the scar-faced man, and that chief master of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures all raised their heads to look up at the 1,000-ring cliff. Several people's gazes were still thick with shock. The 3 looked back at each other almost simultaneously. I wanted to speak, but I sensed that the other man wanted to say something too. Immediately and simultaneously, they shut their mouths again. It was clear to several people that nothing good could come out of the two mouths across from each other. And I'm too lazy to bull with you guys. In the end, it was the scar-faced man from the Toner's Sword Gorge who really couldn't hold back and took the lead to speak. Soon you will be able to witness that this is a senior of my vein. Li Fei laughed coldly, bull after bull. The one from the hidden scripture hall resumed his bashful stance. There is no use for the two of you to argue. My hidden scripture hall lord has long since made a projection. I think the answer is coming at this point. The truth about this senior's origin will soon be revealed. Zhou Qing, who had been sidelined, was eager that this would interject. Earlier when the ninth lightning bolt fell, that instinct of his just got more violent. But the several great elders of the sword pavilion beside him seemed to be too ashamed of him, and kept tugging at him, not allowing him to go over and say. And except for a few of them, the other elders and disciples were also constantly discussing what the identity of the seniors on the Thousand Ring Cliff was. One time. There are many different opinions about this new Nine Thunders senior. But just then, a figure flew from the sword sect. Upon seeing the visitor, everyone was immediately silenced. One of the elders hurriedly greeted towards the visitor, but the patriarch has something important to convey? The visitor was a young elder dressed in linen and gray. This person had accompanied the patriarch for many years, and many times his appearances actually represented the patriarch's intentions. The gray-robed elder smiled faintly, precisely. This time, someone has stepped into the transformation god, and the master of the hidden scripture hall has already reported the results of the projections to the ears of the patriarch. I've come this time to convey the patriarch's commendation. Communicating a commendation? Everyone present was not surprised that the patriarch had been startled. Such a thing as the Nine Thunders transforming god, not to mention the Long River Sword sect. It was a situation that was sensationalizing the entire clan even inside the Holy Land. But who is to be honored? Is that senior finally going to show up? So, wouldn't it be possible to get a glimpse of the senior's true face, and also know if he was an expert of his own lineage? With this in mind, the three parties, the Sword Mound, the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, and the Sword Sharpening Gorge, had their fists rubbing their hands as they waited for the follow-up. The eyes of the gray-robed elder who arrived turned. First, he stopped at Li Fei, Scarface, and Starlight. All three of them were so shaken that they thought it was themselves. Available at. The gray-clothed elder suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhou Qing in the distance. The patriarch said, "Let me congratulate Elder Zhou Qing on his behalf. There is a top combatant among the Sword Pavilion. The sovereign has specially authorized the Sword Pavilion to enjoy 100 years of double monthly salary and double resource supply." The words of the gray-clothed elder were almost inaudible to Zhou Qing. On hearing the previous sentence, his entire body became confused. His sea of consciousness was like a sudden explosion of thunder, and his thoughts instantly stopped. And then a sharp jolt, an involuntary shudder emanated from his body. Zhou Qing was excited. All ideas become one. Surprisingly, it's, like, real. It's really the seniors of my sword court lineage. My instincts were right. It is right. Ha ha ha. Chapter 51. What? Cultivating and being struck by lightning? Not far off to the side. Li Fei, the scar-faced man and a few others, after hearing these words. They were all struck by lightning and backed away. How? Not my pulse seniors? No way. The three men were a bit disoriented. The shock in their gazes was to the point of disbelief, and their faces were in disbelief. Li Fei could not help himself on the spot, and asked in a loud voice towards the gray-clothed elder, "Patriarch. No, the projected art of the master of the hidden scripture hall, is it a mistake? How could that senior be from the Sword Pavilion? Throughout the history of the Sword Pavilion, there hasn't been a single expert of the god transformation realm. Because they can't dissolve the sword fury and spirit after they reach Yuaning." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the gray-robed elder's chiding, unbridled. As a supreme elder, the master of the hidden scripture hall is himself extremely good at projections, so how could he be wrong? Are you questioning her, old man and the patriarch? A somber questioning. It made Li Fei hold his words in. However, he and the scar-faced man, even including the chief master of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures, were still in disbelief. Everyone looked at Zhou Qing dumbfounded. Looking at this honorary supreme elder of the Sword Pavilion who was already excited beyond words. Everyone was confused. It wasn't just the others who were dumbfounded, even the elders on the Sword Pavilion's side had empty heads. The surprise came too fast and furious. They pressed on. Ryoko. Maniacal laughter broke the silence. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qing laughed at the sky, snorting. Deep within the sword mound. Inside the bronze hall. I didn't expect that it would actually be someone from the Sword Pavilion. Feng Jian's gaze pierced through the layers of spell formations and landed on that thousand-ring cliff. His eyes were tinged with disbelief. Aside. The silver-haired old man was also very surprised. Strange thing, inside a sword pavilion, a Yuaning sword god popped up before, and now there's actually a 9 thunder transformation god. 9 robberies of thunder. The Long River Sword sect has been around for over 800 years, and there's only been one 9 thunder transformation god in its history. I didn't think this would appear a second one, and it's still from the Sword Pavilion. Weird. Feng Jian retracted his gaze and subconsciously asked, Eldersher, do you think it could be that the master of the hidden scripture hall was wrong in his projections? The silver-haired old man laughed. Then you're underestimating that female Dalyu Xianwei. What do you think she was able to become Taishang at the age of less than 40 on? In terms of projections, no one in the Long River Sword sect can look up to them. She gets answers that I don't have that ability to question. That came out. Feng Jian couldn't help but be stunned. In that case, it's really a senior of the Sword Pavilion. There was a hint of acceptance in his tone. The silver-haired old man ignored this and instead said, no matter which lineage it is, it represents our Long River Sword sect. It's a good thing to have one more 9 thunder transformation god. It's just not clear who this 9 thunders transformation god, in the end, is. One of those people I know well? At that, his eyes flickered. Next moment. The silver-haired old man disappeared into thin air. Feng Jian was not overly surprised by the disappearance of the person beside him. Instead, he murmured, the god of transformation When will I also be able to cross the lightning tribulation and achieve transformation god? There's no delusion of a 9-fold thunder tribulation, I'll be satisfied with a 2-fold one. Hidden Scripture Hall. The giant Sinan levitated out of thin air. Countless rays of light present themselves on it. These lights continuously formed various star images. The changes were so complex and arcane that those with insufficient cultivation would only be dizzy on the spot if they looked over. The veiled girl stood barefoot, her deep gaze reflecting the changes on Sinan. Strange thing, I can't believe how I can't project that person's true identity. It can only be found in the karmic entanglement that the man has a deep connection to the Sword Pavilion. What's this for? Why is there no sign of him in the sky count? The young girl's feet tapped as she wandered and contemplated. Wait a few steps. She reached out again and a ray of light landed on top of Sinan. Buzz. Sinan spun away once more. The speed at which the various images change is getting faster and faster. In the blink of an eye. Thousands of images flashed by. Soon. The screen paused. The mold was actually a nearly transparent sword. At this moment, the sword was emitting a surfeit of millimeters of light, and its transparent state seemed to have stabilized. A small piece at the center of the sword was even beginning to turn solid. The young girl who saw this image, her eyes first lit up, and then more doubts and surprise surged to her heart. The appearance of the 9 thunder transformation god can indeed increase the clan's chi. But how could there be such a huge reversal? Over the years, the Long River Sword sect has appeared to be calm, but in fact, it has long been in danger. Are rising in all directions, the clan's chi is declining day by day, and within 100 years there will be the scourge of the. And in terms of volume, it's estimated to have improved nearly 100-fold. This discovery startled CFA himself. A qualitative change in spiritual energy was a situation that only occurred during the period of transformation. At that time, spiritual power couldn't be called spiritual power, it should be called mana. Nowadays. He had already shown signs of his spiritual energy to be converted into mana during his Yuaning period. And according to some canonical records, when an average person breaks through to Yuaning, the amount of spiritual energy is at most plucked up by about 7 or 8 times. It can go up to 10 times that for geniuses. So much for counting. He's over everyone else's span by a factor of 10. This should be due to my hard resistance to the thunderbolts, and each one of them all absorbed the creation vitality inside. And everyone else will make use of the existence of external magic treasures and the like to either avoid or disperse the robberies and thunderbolts. Think of it this way. It's reasonable to have the intensity you have now on your own. After all, this matter of crossing the tribulation, CFA didn't speculate half as much. In addition to all of this, the strength of my divine soul has also seen a drastic increase. Nowadays, the range of spiritual sense coverage, with full strength, can only cover a distance of 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles. An ordinary man would have to ride a horse for 2 months. CFA continued to examine himself. The 5 senses and 6 senses also gained tenfold. Certainly most unexpected. It was the magic sword that could increase with his strength. At this moment, it was actually on the verge of evolving into a treasure weapon. It was estimated that when CFA broke through to around the 4th or 5th grade of Yuaning, the sword would completely evolve to the level of a treasure weapon. Every level of magic weapon, spirit weapon, treasure weapon, and Tao weapon represents crushing battle power. If a person in the Qi practicing realm held a treasure artifact level magic treasure, even if one's natural talent was average, they could still exterminate the foundation establishment realm. This was the increase in battle power brought about by a strong magic treasure. However, it was on the verge of becoming a treasure weapon, and the Dharma sword still hadn't appeared spiritually intelligent. It was good that in CFA's senses, the 2 spirit swords from the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion that he had devoured earlier had caused this divine sword that the system had returned out to show some changes. It seems to be breeding. It seems that if we let it devour some more spirit weapons, or even treasure weapons leveled magic treasures, it will most likely conceive a spirit. Spiritual intelligence was vital to a magic treasure. If the magic sword in CFA's hand had a spirit at this moment, then when he was in closed door cultivation, he would only need to swing the sword to his side. Once an enemy approaches, the Dharma sword itself can actively defend and signal the enemy. More than just an extra little helper. And holding a sword against an enemy will also provide a more harmonious battle boost. The inventory is here. CFA then stopped his thoughts of wanting to try out his current strength. After the Qi convergence technique was fully operational, the person disappeared from the after some slow acclimatization. It took him a moment to dispel the feeling. Reaching out to touch his own flesh, there was no actual contact at all. In his Yuaning state, his finger went straight through. Although he didn't touch it, because his flesh contained extremely powerful Qi and blood, it gave him a burning tingling sensation. A metamorphosis is not a substantial existence, but a presentation of spiritual energy. And after getting out of the body, there are quite a few weaknesses. The existence of baneful Qi, demonic Qi, devilish Qi, and so on can all cause damage to the Yuaning, especially the Qi and blood power of a person who refines his body. If this wasn't my own flesh, I'm afraid that the contact just now would have been enough to ignite my entire Yuaning and burn me to silence on the spot. As his mind flowed, CFA's feelings about Yuaning surfaced in his mind. The greatest benefit of the firstborn out of the body. It is the ability to imperil spiritual energy without passing through meridians or physical blockages. The effect of casting the means would far outweigh the physical drive. And the firstborn can be considered a second life. If the physical body is destroyed, one can still vanish with the metamorphosis and wait for an opportunity to be resurrected. If you want to make your Yuaning truly substantial, it should be after you have transformed into a god. After briefly experimenting with the firstborn, CFA then vanished back into his physical body. And then instantly, the flesh opens its eyes. The conscious spirit returned to the body. Get out and see. After getting up and walking out, CFA went straight to the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion. Just walked in the door. 2 elders were heard talking to each other there. Just now it was broad daylight and suddenly it was dark and there was lightning all the time and the thunder was deafening. I was thinking that the sword sect has a formation to change the sky and earth, so how could it suddenly be about to rain heavily, but it turns out that this will stop again. Do you think this is strange? An elder shared there with immense surprise. However, the other elder, after hearing this, looked at him with a cutie pie. Look staring at him, is there something wrong with you? What rain? That damn thing is an expert big shot transiting. Can't you see everyone heading over to the 1,000 refuge cliffs? What do you think the past is for? Like to watch lightning? Want to get struck by lightning? Read more you. The elder who shared the strange incident of rain was stunned. What? We still have to be struck by lightning for practicing? You. Chapter 52 Unaccomplishable Investments, Unexpected Returns. Ignoring the argument between the two, CFA walked straight to the 7th area. After what happened earlier, The spell formation on this side of the core area had been reinforced once more. And the original plain wood paneled partitions. It's now been replaced with a wood-clamped jade as well. Jade is a good thing to have a wide range of carrying roles in the cultivation world. Therefore the enchantment for the spell formation is naturally far more than ordinary wooden boards. At this moment, many elders were not in the sword pavilion and had crowded over at the Thousand Ring Cliff. But there are still a few that are still around. Sword Pavilion has just had a big event in the case, even if how to touch the fish and lazy, it is impossible to all sneak to watch the robbery lively. Noteworthy. Xia Fei saw an unexpected acquaintance within the only remaining elders. Elder Long Fei, who was on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion before. At that time, after the golden calf died, it was this man who came to take his place. The reason why I remember it so well. That was because at that time, this Long Fei was suspecting that the disappearance of the golden calf had something to do with Xia Fei. So 3 or 4 times I came to try. Another point was that this Long Fei had the cultivation of the 4th rank of Qi practicing at that time. To know. Generally speaking, the most powerful outer sect elder was only the 1st grade of Qi practicing. Practicing Qi of the 4th grade was enough to be promoted to inner sect elder. However, Long Fei had become a Sword Pavilion 1st floor elder equivalent to the outer sect. Today's cultivation level is actually already the 5th grade of Qi practicing. Xia Fei glanced at it and wasn't paying attention. However, Long Fei's appearance was a wake-up call for him. It's not just the 2nd-tier elders that are short of people, it's all the 3rd and 4th tiers today. The 3rd level of the Sword Pavilion is equivalent to an elite elder. And it seems that one of the requirements to become an elite elder has to be at least the 7th grade of Qi practicing. Then isn't it time for me to properly boost my external strength? Think about it. Xia Fei secretly adjusted his Qi convergence technique, allowing himself to present his cultivation level of the 7th grade of Qi practicing out. In one fell swoop, he had broken through from the 5th level of Qi cultivation to the 7th level of Qi cultivation. It's bound to attract a lot of attention. But Xia Fei had already thought of an excuse. On the pretext of observing the previous senior's tribulation, he had an epiphany on the spot and broke 2 grades in a row. Just as well as explaining why he couldn't find anyone before. This reason, while seemingly bull, makes perfect sense when you think about it. It's an epiphany. Who can make sense of this stuff? Legend has it that there are people who have had an epiphany and have ascended to the heavens. After turning around and showing his face on the 2nd floor of the Sword Pavilion, Xia Fei then rushed towards the outer gate side. Not for any other reason, but mainly to see the only apprentice. Last time, he had passed on the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, and he had gone to see the effect to come. After all, the Shin Gong that didn't belong to this world, if he didn't watch over it and let his disciple practice it and have an accident, it would be a big loss. Since he discovered that he could use his master's identity to woolgather investment from his disciples, he has obviously been much more attentive. Learning that the master had come to find himself, Long Qie hurriedly changed out of the short shirt he was practicing in and put on a more formal outfit to welcome him. However, when it was said to be formal, it was actually just regular ordinary outer disciple clothes. Disciple greets master. Respectfully kowtowed. Get up, no need to be polite. Xia Fei had a hint of eccentricity on his face after helping Long Qie up. Under his perception, Long Qie still didn't show any signs of gathering aura. However, the power of Qi and blood in its body, however, was exceptionally abundant, as if it was a walking furnace. Still something went wrong. Fei gave a dark voice in. But disciple now has inexhaustible strength every day, and with one punch, even a Dharma sword will be hammered and exploded. 2 days ago, he had gotten into a fight with an outer sect brother over something. The other party initially saw that he had no spiritual power fluctuations and taunted him in 100 ways. But I didn't expect that in the end, he couldn't even carry one of his own punches, and his magic sword was blown up on the spot. Think about it. Long Qie became more and more grateful to his master, Xia Fei. If it wasn't for master, he definitely wouldn't be here today. And that's when Xia Fei had already quietly used his life path golden pupil on his disciple. Name, Long Qie. Immediate needs, want to train hard and make master proud. Proud? This was the first time Xia Fei had seen this type of demand. It makes him want to invest, and he doesn't even know where to start. Master? But disciples' progress is too slow? Seeing that Xiafei didn't speak again and frowned, Long Chia instantly asked nervously. He himself was not an ordinary person from an ordinary background who was familiar with cultivation, plus what he was practicing now was still an otherworldly metaphysical skill. He had no idea what it meant to blow up a Dharma sword with one punch. No. Xiafei shook his head and said, it was Master who was thinking about things. You're doing well, practicing and all. Pick it up later. Having said that, he thought for a moment and added, Master is proud of you. Then. And then there was no then. The system pressed on with no semblance of a message. It seems speculation is not an option. Think about it. Xiafei waved his hand, alright, go back, Master still has to return to the sword pavilion. I came over this time just to see how you were doing. See him going. Long Chia immediately saluted, greetings, Master. All the way back to sword court. Xiafei's mind was all over that need of Long Chia's. Think about it. This thing can't seem to figure out how to complete the investment. She really can't think of a way. And he went ahead and dropped it. Needs all change over time, and the next time you visit, it may not be the same need. After thinking so, Xiafei then threw himself into his proper job as an elder of the sword pavilion. 7 or 8 more days passed in the blink of an eye. There was the matter of the transformation god forefather's tribulation, and it slowly died down. It's already winter season. It also finally snowed heavily around this time. Cold winds wrapped in iron gray flakes crashed into the window panes on the periphery of the sword pavilion, freezing even the last bit of moss between the cracks in the bricks to slush. Frost gradually condensed on the outer walls, each crack looking like a wound carved out by an ice blade. The entire Manhwa sword sect was shrouded in pure white. Xiafei rushed to the second floor of the sword pavilion early as usual. However, he's on his daily muster. I don't know when there was an extra figure. The snow pressed thickly on him, but it didn't move at all. Upon seeing Xiafei appear, the figure immediately stepped forward, Elder Xia. Xiafei stopped to look. It was thought that it was just the disciples of the clan who were practicing hard and didn't care. But this stopping to look, he froze. Xiao Yan? That's right. The visitor was actually that Xiao Yan who had defected from the clan. It was also the first time that Xiafei had invested in the genius of the Golden Destiny Dao. Can't help it. Look at it more closely. After realizing that it was really Xiao Yan, Xiafei couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. It's too much of a change. Today's Xiao Yan, if not for a large amount of scrutiny, one could not really see the shadow of the original. The visitor shook off the snow, wearing a set of red and black leather armor with an aura like an abyss. Xiao Yan, who used to be so careful and like a victim, has completely changed. Thank you, Elder, many thanks. Xiao Yan walked to the front and suddenly fell to his knees in the middle of the snow. Xiafei's spiritual sense hurriedly checked the surroundings, then helped the person up. This is not the place to talk, go to my room. Xiao Yan, after all, carried the name of a traitor to the clan, and if he was seen, the trouble would not be small. Waiting to return to the residence. Xiafei smiled and said, I didn't realize that you had changed quite a bit after not seeing you for this period of time. What? Did you come back this time to settle a score with that childhood friend of yours? Perception. Nowadays, Xiao Yan's realm had already stepped into the Jindan realm. Xiafei did not point it out while secretly smacking his lips. Because on the surface, he could only be at the 7th level of Qi practicing, so how could he possibly see through the cultivation of a Jindan expert? There's that one reason in there, but more than that, I wanted to come and see Elder Xia. It seemed that the storm outside had smoothed out Xiaoyan's emotions. Nowadays, he spoke with an expressionless face, and his tone carried some icy chill. What do I have to look at? Xiafei shook his head, but I suggest that you should not be so exposed in the sword sect. There are countless experts within the sword sect, if but one finds out your identity. Xiao Yan nodded, I understand. Elder Xia, this is a spirit herb I found outside that has the effect of extending 100 years of life. And please accept it as a token of my appreciation. With that, he took out a small wooden box from his arms. Open it. Inside lay a rose like elixir quietly. Only the petals on it were not red, but pure as white snow. See this thing. Sheffield froze for a moment. Heavenly materials that prolonged one's lifespan had always been an extremely precious existence. Normally the appearance of a 10-year life extension elixir would have to break the heads of many contenders. Instead, right in front of him was an elixir that increased his lifespan by 100 years. The value of this has been self-evident. He couldn't help but look up at Xiao Yan. Name, Xiao Yan. Sex, male. Longevity, 1925. Realm, Jindan 1st grade. Natal chakra, gold. Golden legend. It's a wunderkind you won't find in 1,000 years. Immediate need, fusion of the 5 major foreign fires in the body, in order to burn the lifespan of the pursuit of breakthroughs. Now the physical body has been unable to withstand the power of foreign fires, near collapse. Life expectancy is only 6 years? Generally speaking, cultivators in the Jindan realm could live to at least 500. The firstborn is even up to 1,000 years. However, after seeing the recent needs, Xia Fei was instantly enlightened. It turned out to be a quick boost in strength by burning the lifespan. It's a fish out of water. Xia Fei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then he spoke, "This is more important to you than it is to me, so you'd better keep it for yourself." Xiao Yan shook his head slightly. "Please also ask Elder Xia to accept it, otherwise I will be uneasy in my heart for the rest of my life. If it wasn't for Elder Xia's help back then, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be alive today." So? Xia Fei raised his hand and interrupted, "There is no need to talk too much. I do count myself as having studied some medical science and can tell that your body is somewhat abnormal. When you were suffering from the erosion of the foreign fire, you didn't get to this point. Nowadays, I'm only afraid that your fleshly body is on the verge of not being able to support it anymore." That came out. It directly shocked the expressionless Xiao Yan. Xia Elder, how did you see it?" Inwardly he was almost taken aback. Elder Xia was clearly only at the Qi practicing realm. How could he see his problem? Could it be that Elder Xia's research on medical science is so strong? Between the surges of emotions, he even inadvertently leaked a trace of the Jindan realm's aura. Good thing it didn't attract much attention though. Elder Xia's cultivation level was too low to notice this. "I have a method here that might improve your situation." What Xia Fei had in mind was the investment. With those words, he had quietly taken out a jade stone from the system space. "In here I have engraved some techniques for hammering the physical body. You take it. Not by division. Just tuck the jade that had only just been engraved into the wooden box." Then along with the spirit grass in the wooden box, it was returned to Xiao Yan. "Thank you, Elder." Xiao Yan, who was holding the wooden box, didn't know what to say for a moment. Perhaps the only person in this world who was kind to himself was Elder Xia. "Well, I still have to rush to the sword pavilion." Xia Fei prevented the scene of giving red envelopes to pull in the new year in his past life, and immediately showed the intention to leave. "See this." Xiao Yan had no choice but to nod and turn around to leave first. Wait out a good distance. He just snapped to attention, "Something's wrong." Xiao Yan turned around and ran back in a hurry. But what he saw was already the closed door of the room, and Xia Fei had already left. "Just now, the pressure of my Jindan leaked out, although it was just a trace, but how could Elder Xia, a Qi practicing realm, not have half a reaction? One is Jindan. One is practicing Qi. There was a full 2 major realms and 12 minor realms in between. If an ordinary Qi practicing 7th grade was in the room just now, he would have been shivering and sweating coldly. Why are you acting like nothing's wrong? Besides, what kind of medical science can't see through my true condition under the cover of my Qi, can it?" Xiao Yan was able to sneak into the Long River Sword sect without causing anyone to notice. You can see how strong its ability to mask its breath is. But so it is. "Thank you, Elder Fei." A complex color flashed across Xiao Yan's face. Then his eyes went to the wooden box in his hand. To be precise, it was looking towards the piece of jade inside the wooden box. When Xiao Yan picked it up, his divine soul consciousness entered it. Again he froze. This is... In the jade, what Xia Fei put in was having some hammering techniques on the tiger demon bone refining fist as well as the ox demon power fist. Though not the Xian Gong itself. But these techniques, too, were far beyond ordinary body refining techniques. Not to mention that many of these cultivation methods were unheard of and unseen existences in the Xuanxi continent. Chapter 53 Rebate. Win Thunderjack Sword Score. Phoenix Blood. Xia Fei, who had come to the sword pavilion, naturally did not know Xiao Yan's shock after seeing those body refining techniques. This time, he was staying in the 7th area on the 2nd floor, chatting with a group of elders. The conversation was naturally about topics that were not nutritious. Elders of the core area, daily things are not too much. In addition to the ones who cultivate and retreat, many people will chat in a piece, as a way to pass the time. Xiafei was also involved so that he could fit in and thus not attract special attention. The day went by just as easily. After hours. On the way, he didn't meet Xiaoyan again. Should have left. This also made Xiafei unable to help but breathe a sigh of relief. Honestly, Xiaoyan's Jindan realm cultivation was strong, but if he really made a scene in the Changhe sword sect, Jindan was not really enough to look at in the Changhe sword sect. It was also the fact that the Changhe sword sect's external image was too hidden that gave people an illusion. That is, this third-rate sword cultivation sect is not good. Even this illusion was given to the disciples and elders within the sect. That's how the original was tricked. Xiaoyan was only an outer disciple in the sect before, and was still the unappreciated kind. I guess there was no understanding of the true strength of the Long River Sword sect. Adding to the fact that life expectancy was originally not much, Xiafei was worried that he would throw his weight around and die directly because of a woman in the Changhe sword sect. A few days down the road, it seemed to validate Xiafei's guess. Xiaoyan really did disappear and never showed up. And after some time in the making, the investment rebate came on this day. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal chakra being gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the precious Wind and Thunder Robbery sword script. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent Energetic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly treasure Phoenix Blood. Wind and Thunder Robbery Sword Recipe Rare can be withdrawn at any time, using wind as the bone and thunder as the blade. The sky and earth change color when the sword comes out, ranked at the peak of the rare, half a step of the king's qualification. This sword technique combines extreme speed and ferocity. The wind power can break rivers, and the thunderbolt can shatter mountains. Energetic can be extracted at any time. This is a special talent that can be extracted to dramatically increase recovery and have 10 times the energy of a normal person. Phoenix Blood Heavenly Treasure can be extracted at any time. Phoenix Blood is not real Phoenix Blood, it is a precious medicine in the form of blood drops. After taking it, it can repair the flesh body by nirvana. I think Xiaoyan tried those things I carved and had a good effect. The collapse of his flesh has stabilized. Xiafei thought in his mind and began to take stock of this rebate. There are 3. Among them was the Wind and Thunder Robbery Sword Recipe, which contained the 2 energy attributes of Wind and Thunder, which were added to the sword technique. When practiced to a high depth, it can induce a hint of thunderbolt to kill the enemy. Paired with the fact that Xiafei himself had stolen a trace of the power of the robbing thunder, the battle power wouldn't be any worse than that of a king-grade sword technique. However, with the 9 Heavens sword art, he naturally wouldn't be majoring in this precious sword art. Rather, it can be fused into the 9 Heavens sword art. At that time, once the 9 Heavens sword art is performed, wrapped in the power of wind and thunder, as well as the breath of the thunderbolt. It's a little exciting to think about that scene. Xiafei then looked at the other 2 rebates. Energetic is nothing to sneeze at. Mainly Phoenix Blood. Although it wasn't true Phoenix Blood, it could mend the flesh. That would be peculiar. Putting it outside, it was definitely a treasure that body refiners could only dream of. I remember this Phoenix Blood thing. It seems to be a special product of the 100,000 Demon Mountain. There's only one in 100 years, and it never gets out. To a demon, the demon body was vital, even more so than a human was to a physical body. Therefore, the Phoenix Blood was regarded as one of the 10 greatest treasures inside the 100,000 Demon Mountain. System: take the 9 Heavenly Sword Art as the main focus and fuse it with the Wind and Thunderjack sword recipe. Then extract the gift Energize. As Xiafei's intention was given, the bones of his body were suddenly tingling, and subtle changes appeared in his flesh, blood, and sinews. With Energized, he felt a lot fuller and sunnier, and seemed energized no matter what he did. Qifeng Mountain. This is the back mountain of the Long River Sword sect. Because of the special breeding of some demonic beasts, it became a place for many disciples to practice. The entire Changhe sword sect was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with a large bamboo forest under the front. The bamboo forest is preceded by grassy hills where the surrounding villagers graze their animals. The environment is not called much of an earthly paradise, but it is still considered a place out of this world. At this moment in the Qifeng Mountains, On a snowy day, a teenager is wearing a short shirt that exposes his arms and keeps swinging his fists and kicking his legs at the tree air. Each of the teenager's strength was accompanied by a low-sounding tiger whistle. And every step, every movement is extremely rhythmic, and at first glance, I thought there was really a tiger that had become a spirit. It was just strange that the teenager had cultivated so diligently, yet he hadn't induced half a bit of heaven and earth aura. And there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy within its body. All power generation in striking is based on the physical body. Under the surge of chi and blood, the teenager's entire body was constantly rushing with white chi mist. As soon as the vibrating snowflakes came close, they instantly melted away, and in the end, not even half a drop of water fell. Behind the teenager, there was one more person standing. The young man slowly withdrew his energy and turned around to bow respectfully. "Master." Xiafei nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation in his gaze. The current Long Qie had refined his strength quite a bit compared to before. Compared to the very beginning of joining the sect, it could be said to be completely different. With your current strength, it's not even a problem to spar against a chi practicing first grade. Xiafei spoke out. In the outer sect where everyone was still mortal, this only disciple of his own family could already wrestle a cultivator of the first rank of chi practicing. One must know that among the disciples, the first grade of chi practicing was already the strongest group among the inner sect. It's all because Master taught me well. If it wasn't for Master's guidance, it would have been impossible for my disciple to be initiated until now. Long Qie also seemed to have learned that his physique was special and had almost no affinity for aura. Thinking about it nowadays, it was probably because of his own physique that he was unable to carry Reiki that he was able to be looked at by the elders of the Holy Land at that time. But the human sanctuary is with the nature of looking at rare things and wanting to experiment. It is not the same as if the master had been sincere with himself. Think about it. Long Qie was incomparably glad for his decision at that time. Although master's cultivation was not high and the Long River Sword sect was only a third-rate sect. But he felt valued here and found his way. And because of the master, Xingyao had also managed to enter the sect, and was now a mortal fetus first grade, considered to have officially stepped into the path of cultivation. Also because of his master's relationship, he had made a close friend, Lin Fan. Nowadays, Lin Fan had become one of the more outstanding disciples amongst the outer sect, with his cultivation reaching the third grade of mortal fetus. All three had entered the Long River Sword sect because of their master. Naturally, they helped each other more and formed small teams. Is there anything you don't understand about the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist? Xiafei would then open his mouth and ask. Long Qie thought for a moment and respectfully asked for guidance. Whenever I contemplate the body of that Taiku tiger demon, I always feel that I cannot inspire its soul and feel the tiger demon's true intent. May I ask the master to enlighten my disciple as to what this is? This is because you are not thorough enough in your study of the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist, but if you cultivate at the time of Yin, borrowing the chi of the lesser sun in the east, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Xiafei responded. Then he thought for a moment and continued, now that you can't absorb chi into your body, you can try the Tiger Demon Blood Chi mentioned in the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. Shaking the big bones of the whole body with the tiger's roar, so that its blood creation power can be transformed into the Tiger Devil's Blood Chi. If one cultivates to a high level, and one's bones turn into gold, after achieving Tiger Demon Gold, this blood energy will not have to be inferior to spiritual energy. Long Qie noted down every word by heart, then nodded his head heavily. Master's words are like an enlightenment. My disciple has a lot of insight. Well, work hard. Xiafei said, when your Tiger Demon Golden Body is accomplished, Master will pass on another divine skill to you. At that time, your two major Xiangons will complement each other, and no one will be able to stop you on the path of body refining. Long Qie didn't know what body refining was, nor was he sure how big the world was. But his master's words like this still made his blood boil with excitement. Well, practice in peace. Sheffield waved his hand. Long Qie, on the other hand, continued to keep swinging his fists and kicking his feet, drumming the tiger's thunderous sound and hammering his flesh. Looking at the figure of this disciple, Xiafei quietly used his life path golden pupil. After watching for a while, he sighed slightly inwardly, same old same old. During this time, he comes to see this disciple every now and then, but so far, the demand is still the same: train hard and make your master proud. Xiafei also realized that the focus of this demand is not in the second half of the paragraph, but in the hard practice in the front. It was just that he didn't know how long he needed to diligently cultivate before he could be considered to have reached the requirements in Long Qie's own heart. Time flies again. The heavy snow has finally turned into light snow. Xia Fei walked towards the second floor of the sword pavilion as if it was normal. But this time go in. Several elders were heard there in hot debate. Elder worker, do you know that our Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum has seen some big events recently? A lot of names have changed. How can one not know about such things? That second position in the Heavens remarks score is no longer the original Golden Dragon Young, it's become a woman who came out of nowhere. Yes. That woman's name is. Seems to be called Zhou Hongxian. Not bad, this woman's first appearance on the Heaven's Pride spectrum, she directly dominated the second seat, so it can be seen that the terror of her talent. This topic had aroused Xia Fei's interest, and he hurriedly came over to ask several elders, what were you just talking about? Elder Xia, you wouldn't have paid much attention to our Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum, would you? This can't be allowed. If you don't know the world's situation, it's easy to offend people when you go out in the future. The one who spoke in response was none other than that worker elder. This person was not a second-tier core elder, but he seemed to be walking around and was well liked. A few other elders spoke up to explain, Elder Xia, we're chatting about the Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum. This Heaven's Pride spectrum was originally something introduced by the Central Heavenly Domain side, used to count the Central Heavenly Domain's young and outstanding Heaven's Pride generation. Then our side of the Southland followed suit and came out with something like this. There are a total of 99 on the Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum, and those who have ascended to its name are all geniuses who are less than 100 years old. With those words, an elder handed over a thin book. Elder Xia, this is the Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum. Every so often, it's released everywhere. There is a jade version, and there is a bamboo version. My kind is the cheapest transcribed version by others, so I will give it to Elder Xia. Xia Fei took the books and flipped through them. The first few pages are filled with introductions, or mentions of praise from famous bigwigs. Moving forward is the real content of the Heaven's Pride spectrum. Tianjia number 1, MO1. Introduction, 39-year-old MO1, a flamboyant gentleman, is already a Jindan 9th grade at such an age. Battle record. Aha! A 39-year-old Jindan 9th grade was indeed called a person of genius. Xia Fei continued to look down. Heaven's Pride number 2, Red Line of the Week. Introduction, at the age of 22, Zhou Hongxian is already the second most proud warrior in the Southern Realm, and what gives her such a proud title is because her cultivation has already reached the 8th grade of Jindan. Battle record. Here comes an even more genius. 22 on the 8th grade of Jindan. No wonder a group of elders were eagerly discussing it. Continue. Heaven's Pride number 3, Jin Longxiao. Introduction, although the 56-year-old Jin Longxiao is already an old man in the eyes of the world, he is still very young in the cultivation world, and his cultivation has already reached the 6th grade of Jindan. The top 10, Xia Fei went through them all quickly. Secretly, he remembered the 10. I thought that such a heavenly pride could certainly be worth investing in. If he had the chance, he'd like to find them all one by one and check them out. Further back. Xia Fei suddenly froze. Because someone familiar appeared. Tianjia 20th, the War Dragon. Introduction, 13 years of age has been ranked in the top 20 of the Heaven's Pride spectrum. The War Dragon, this little boy's terrible, think already do not need too much recounting. Its cultivation has been the 5th product of foundation building. Battle record. Battle Dragon? A small, fat figure popped up in Xia Fei's mind. I didn't expect that after following his prospective father-in-law out of the Long River Sword sect, this kid had instantly ascended the Heaven's Pride spectrum. But it's normal to think about it. After all, it was an existence of Golden Destiny Dao Qi, so it was understandable to have fast cultivation and high battle power. And with the help of that mysterious father-in-law and wife, it's normal to have this achievement. But further down. Xia Fei saw another familiar person. Heaven's Pride XXI, Lin Shui. Introduction, 20-year-old girl is in her prime. Lin Shui in such a beautiful age, is already the 4th grade of foundation establishment cultivation, its high natural talent, and even got many masters seniors praise. Battle record. Lin Shui was none other than that female elder of the sword mound. Subsequently, because of his master, he left the Long River Sword sect. Didn't get out there first and had another encounter. Xia Fei couldn't help but feel some sense of sighing. If I remember correctly, Lin Shui seems to be a purple life path. Think about it. Xia Fei had some thoughts of going out for a spin. Nothing else. Stare at the people on this southern realm heaven's pride spectrum to find them. Not saying it's 100% investable, but it certainly comes out with several big rebates. After all, the Golden Life Path's Battle Dragon and the Purple Life Path's Linshua didn't manage to squeeze into the top 10. Chapter 54 The Search for the Battle Dragon proceeds. The group of elders in the Sword Pavilion were concerned about the second replacement of the Heaven's Pride spectrum. It can be outside the Sword Court. Many people, however, noticed the 20th ranked Battle Dragon, as well as the 21st Heaven's Pride's Linshua. The latter will be left aside for the time being. Mainly the former. Back then, Battle Dragon had won the title of number 1 in the inner sect, so many. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there was a lot of talk about Battle Dragon from the top to the bottom of the mountain. Especially on the outer sect side, it simply exploded. All the way there. It could be seen that the outer disciples were gathered together, each one beating their chests and telling the past with a face full of remorse. A disciple shouted. When Senior Brother Battle was still a little transparent in the outer sect, he even made a special effort to come and ask me to point out my cultivation. Nay, at that time, the old man's eyes were too high. Another one picked up, Che. Senior Brother Battle even slept with me. We crowded in a broken room to cultivate. Nah, I thought he was a cripple and didn't even look at him once. A skinny disciple next to him also interjected, don't say anything. That time, when Battle Dragon told me that someone was bullying him and robbing him, I stiffly ignored him. Now that I think about it, I'm such an idiot. A crowd of disciples, beating their chests, was inundated with sounds. Why do so many people regret it? Because the Battle Dragon at that time, in the eyes of the outer disciples, is an obscure small role, completely no sense of existence. Who would have thought that he had today? But now it was reversed. The little fat senior brother that they had once looked down upon had actually ascended the Heaven's Pride spectrum. As for them, they were still only outer disciples until now. The gap was simply heaven and earth. One can only lament the fact that some geniuses rise fast. Too fast. Being on the Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum indicates what? It showed that the Battle Dragon was already world famous, and was completely not on the same level as ordinary disciples like them. If there had been any disciple who, back then, had pulled Battle Dragon along and helped him get through the hard times when he was still unchallenged, then he would have made a lot of money by now. Zhanghua. Ahem, this cultivation world not to fight and kill, but the world of human feelings. Not only did the outer gate explode, even the inner gate followed suit. Many of the inner disciples had seen how powerful the Battle Dragon was back then. But even if they had taken the first place in the inner sect, people didn't take it too seriously. After all, there was a first place every time, but it wasn't like the first place was always the first to break through to Foundation establishment. They hadn't paid much attention to the War Dragon's disappearance before, much less inquired about the situation. But it didn't occur to me that when I heard the name again, it had actually become a heavenly pride on the spectrum. Mentioned earlier. What Long Fei did before he became a Sword Pavilion elder was to recruit new recruits for the clan. His master was also the Grand Elder in charge of the nascent soul matters, and his cultivation was at the level of the second grade of Jindan. There was such a heavenly pride level existence among the disciples. As the nascent Grand Elder, he was overjoyed to hear this good news, and his heart was like a flower. Previously, when Battle Dragon was first in the inner sect, he was still the one who presided over the assembly. Immediately, he was so happy that he couldn't sit still and called some of the recruiting elders over, as well as the favorite disciple Long Fei. Then he asked, "Where is this disciple, Battle Dragon, now? This elder will give him a good commendation." The question had just fallen, and in response to him, were the faces of the elders underneath. This Grand Elder of nascent souls suddenly realized that something was wrong and immediately said, "There's a celestial pride within the new disciples, and it's also a celestial pride that doesn't have a master. Once this is reported, you will all get credit for it. Where are the people? Elder Wu, say something." Hearing the displeasure in the Grand Elder's tone, Elder Wu, who was named, immediately responded with a bitter face, "This matter, I'm not too sure." There was a cry in his voice. Not only did he have to keep an eye on many of the newly initiated disciples, but he also had to go out often, looking for good seedlings. It was so busy and dizzying, how could I remember where one of the disciples had run off to? To put it bluntly, who would have thought that this kid, Battle Dragon, would suddenly be so brave? "Dragonfly, are you clear?" Grand Elder Nashin turned his head and shouted at Long Fei, "If I remember correctly, at that time, when Battle Dragon entered the sect, it was you who brought him in." "I did see it. It seems like I went to the disciple registration site for a trip, and I haven't seen it since. Long Fei also did not expect it. If he had expected that the limp little fat man had such a scary talent, he would have run his ass off to mention it. Instructing an existence on the Heaven's Pride score, if this were to be spread out, how face-lengthening it would be. Seeing this, Grand Elder Nazan sighed and looked at the others. Is there not a single one who knows its whereabouts? Now no matter what tricks you think of, you must find out where this disciple of Battle Dragon is as soon as possible. He slapped the desk and his voice rose. Battle Dragon is a genius who has ascended to the heavens remarks spectrum. If we let him become the son of another family, if the patriarch blames him, you will all have to go and be punished. Right at this moment, that Elder Wu suddenly had a flash of insight. Grand Elder, I remember someone. One of the core elders of the second floor of the Sword Pavilion, CFA. At that time, Battle Dragon had just won the title of the #1 inner disciple, and I had thought of going over to ask if there were any difficulties in cultivation. I didn't expect to see him heading in the direction of the Sword Pavilion, and it was Elder CFA who went to the Sword Pavilion Elder's residence to look for him. As soon as I heard that, the nascent elder rose at once. CFA? Then what are we waiting for? Go to the Sword Pavilion. Throwing down these words, he was about to rush off with the elders. But just as he went out the door, this nascent elder looked like he suddenly remembered something. Immediately, he twisted his head. Long Fei, aren't you working in the Sword Pavilion? You should be familiar with CFA, right? Long Fei's face suddenly stiffened, mumbling under his breath. Worked together in the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, barely considered familiar. Success, that I'll leave this matter to you. It's not quite appropriate for me as a Grand Elder to go to an inner sect elder. The nascent sect Grand Elder immediately settled on that. After hearing Elder Wu's words, he felt that Battle Dragon and that Elder CFA should be quite close. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to find CFA to report his joy after he had just captured the first place in the inner sect. If that's the case, there's no mistaking the guess. Then CFA should know where the Battle Dragon is. Right, you guys go to the Disciple Registration Office and ask what Battle Dragon went for at that time. After giving his orders, the nascent elder simply left. Only Long Fei was full of tangled faces in the original spot. What should we do? Should we really go find that CFA? Long Fei had his own arrogance. When he was on the first floor of the Sword Pavilion, he had somewhat looked down on the mixed-up CFA. But now I didn't expect to have to go begging for help. But this is the task that the master has explained down. If it is not completed, then the consequences. Long Fei shivered and hurriedly ran towards the Sword Pavilion. Wait until you get to the Sword Court. He straightened his face and found CFA with a smile in his stride. Elder CA? CFA slowly turned around, then acted as if he was seeing Long Fei for the first time and said in surprise, Elder Long? Why have you come to the second level? Didn't you beat yourself to death to come here in the first place? Long Fei's face carried a few moments of embarrassment, but he still said, it's not out of the question, there's just too much of a shortage of people, so I can only be transferred over. After saying that, he hurriedly changed the topic and said, Elder Xia, at least we worked together for a while back then. What do you do when you ask for help? Then, of course, we'll play the emotional card first. A bit of a rip-off. Only then did Long Fei reveal his intentions. Elder Xia, on account of the friendship between you and I, there is a favor I wonder if you are willing to help? Now that there is a Heavenly Pride disciple in the sect named Battle Dragon, Elder Xia should be very familiar with him, right? Nowadays we can't even find out where the others are, so... Hearing the name Battle Dragon, Xia Fei immediately shook his head, not too familiar. Long Fei for a moment, then hurriedly said, Elder Xia, this matter will be of great benefit to you. Now next to the next work, Elder Long, are you leaving? If you don't, I'll leave. Having said that, he turned and left. One more turn of the eye and the person disappears. Xia Fei wasn't not going to help because he had something against Long Fei. Rather, this was something that, when all was said and done, he really didn't know how to contact Battle Dragon, nor was he sure of its location. What's more, when the Battle Dragon left, it followed the Human King's father-in-law. People have no thoughts of coming back themselves for a while, so why bother? Has the Long River Sword Sect let go of fewer celestial pride? Only ask the War Dragon, where is Lin Shui? Xia Fei couldn't help but shake his head. Day 2. The snow, which has been falling continuously for most of the month, has finally started to slowly stop. Xia Fei rushed to get an early start and was going to take some time off. The main reason was that the snow had stopped, and he wanted to take that Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum around with him. But this opening of the door just saw a snowman standing outside. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly Long Fei. "Elder Long, what are you?" Xia Fei was shocked. The feeling of being squatted by a man this early in the morning was a bit finicky. Seeing that the rightful owner appeared, Long Fei immediately shocked away the ice and snow on his body. "Sincerity has been shown, there is no need to continue this. Too much is not enough. Elder Xia, I was waiting for you." Long paced hurriedly came up and continued, "Is it possible to go inside and talk in detail? Let's talk about what's going on here. I have to rush to the sword pavilion." Xia Fei said with some refusal. He didn't want to waste time on Long Fei, and it was only right to hurry up and take leave to go down the mountain and turn around. See so. Long Fei didn't want his hard work of standing in the wind and snow for a night to go to waste, so he hurriedly arched his hand and said, "Elder Xia, in the past when we worked together on the first floor, I, Long Fei, had offended a lot, so please bear with me. But this time the circumstances were so exceptional that I had to take the liberty of interrupting several times. The matter of this disciple, Battle Dragon, is related to the face and merit of our recruitment lineage. If Elder Xia is willing to help." Saying this, Long Fei turned to spiritual sense transmission. "I can give up my place in the Zhongshuan mystic realm for Elder Xia to participate." This quota was only obtained by Long Fei because he had a relationship with a Grand Elder Master. When he said this, he almost gritted his teeth in his demeanor. A mystical realm of the multiverse that opens once in a century? Xia Fei was slightly stunned. It was something he did hear about, it just didn't have much to do with himself, so he didn't pay a lot of attention to it. He didn't wait for him to think carefully about the news about the mysterious realm of the multitude of metaphysics. Long Fei continued to transmit his voice. "Rumor has it that the Zhongshuan mysterious realm was left by an immortal, and it automatically opens every 60 years to select the inheritor. I don't know how many people's heads are broken every time the secret realm quota is sought. Elder Xia, please still help." If it wasn't for his master's attitude, Long Fei wouldn't have given up his spot anyway. Alas. Xia Fei couldn't help but sigh. "I'm really not sure about Battle Dragon's situation, I only know that he was traveling down the mountain in the first place. As for when you'll be back and if you'll be back, you ask me and I don't know who to ask. Just traveling down the mountain?" Long Fei frowned and thought. Aha! By the time Long Fei wanted to ask again, Xia Fei had long since left. "Any news of the war dragon?" the nascent elder asked out loud. "Back to Master, I've already found Xia Fei to inquire about it, and Battle Dragon is out on a trip." Long Fei briefly described the situation. The Grand Elder couldn't help but quirk up an eyebrow at the other two intersect elders. "What about you guys? What news from the Disciple Registration Office?" Back to the Grand Elder, the Elder of the Registry said the same thing. The one among them, Elder Wu, said, at that time, Battle Dragon had also applied for an outing. Generally speaking, this kind of disciple travels for about a year at most, and returns in a few months if it's quick. Hear that? Only then did the nascent Grand Elder nod in satisfaction. It's good that it's not joining other forces. Recently, the Patriarch has not been too happy with the practices of many elders, not the least of which are several Grand Elders. So we need to be more careful not to leave anything to be attacked or annihilated. Otherwise getting scolded is a small matter, cutting off the supply of resources is a big trouble. You guys don't want to cultivate without pills and spirit materials in the future, right? The group of elders nodded their heads in succession. Alright, all disperse, Long Fei stays. Wait for the other elders to leave. Grand Elder Nashin said to Long Fei, "The opening of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm is around the corner, you should improve your strength more lately, don't disgrace me, okay?" "No, just what?" Long Fei was a bit hesitant. "It's just that my place, I've already given it to CFA. What? Chapter 55. Finally a vision stronger than red. Long Fei had always felt that being a man had kept his promise. Although CFA did not contact the Battle Dragon, he did provide information, which in Long Fei's opinion, was a kind of help. So now that the word is out, the deed must be done. Even if the result was to be properly scolded by his master for an hour, but Long Fei didn't feel any regret. He's just practicing his philosophy of integrity. The heart of his sword is sincerity. Sincerity to the man before sincerity to the sword. You pig brain. Do you know how much I gave out for your spot? The mysteries of the many metaphysical realms are involved in. Let's leave aside for the moment how much Long Fei was scolded. At the moment, this side of the sword pavilion. CFA was planning to go to find Master Wu to ask for leave, but he didn't think to turn around several times without seeing the other person. Kang Jian, who was also a core elder, hurriedly reminded after noticing his actions. Elder Xia, you're looking for Master Wu? Master Wu has gone to the 5th floor to discuss things, you'll have to go there to find him. The 5th floor of the Sword Pavilion? CFA couldn't help but freeze for a moment, then hurriedly took a step to rush over. The idea had been to visit the higher levels to see if there were any disciples worth investing in. It's simply an excuse to deliver the goods, and the bright kind at that. However, when he passed through the spell formation at the entrance and exit of the 2nd floor and arrived at the 5th floor, he was suddenly stunned. A voice, if any, came out, Hair God Sanghua word Taiyuan, Brain God Jingzhen word Madaru. It was the sound of a woman chanting scripture. Xiafei searched for the sound and looked over, his gaze slightly condensing. It's actually passed down from the 6th floor. Each floor of the Sword Pavilion was blocked by a large formation, and it was almost impossible for the sound to penetrate the formation to reach another floor. The reason why I say almost is because there is an exception right now. The woman's voice was very weak. If not for Xiafei's breakthrough now, his 5 senses and 6 senses are more than 10 times stronger than the original. I'm afraid that he would not be able to detect it. Think about it. Xiafei stopped his pace to go into the 5th floor and diverted to the 6th floor. He was really curious as to who this woman chanting scripture was. Definitely not a Sword Pavilion elder. Because the elders are not so bored, and when they are idle, they are either looking for someone to chat and brag, or they are sleeping. Those who could cultivate in seclusion were definitely called models of hard work inside the Sword Pavilion. Ripples appeared in the formation, and after a trace of resistance flowed and disappeared, the person was already standing at the entrance to the 6th floor. Take a step inside. Xiafei couldn't help but be stunned once again. I thought that the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion was still divided into various areas, large and small, just like the 2nd and 3rd floors. Different Dharma swords were stored in each area, and some that needed to be focused on were the core areas, which were manned by the core elders of that tier. But I didn't realize that it wasn't at all in front of me. The 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion was actually a small world. In a small world, there are sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers. The whole world is divided into 2 worlds in the center, with a starry night on the left and a warm sun-shrouded day on the right. And right at the junction of the 2 worlds, a thatched cottage existed very abruptly. Yes. Xiafei was sure he was not mistaken. It's a real thatched roof. There was no austere sword aura, no oppressive and ferocious sword fury. The entire 6th floor was calm and serene, making it seem as if one was in a paradise at a glance. Flowers everywhere. Colorful butterflies dance in the warm sun and pink peach blossoms are in full bloom. In the stars, glittering fireflies dance, and in the bright moonlight is a special blip. For a while, Xiafei was a bit skeptical of his eyes and perception. Is this still the sword court? What level of Dharma swords were stored on the 6th level? And where are the elders of the 6th floor? Thinking of this, he subconsciously released his spiritual sense. Almost instantly, it enveloped the small world. But the instant it was enveloped, it caused a reaction from the spell. Then the spiritual sense was constantly compressed and blocked. But it was such a moment that Xiafei saw the scene inside the hut. It's a woman. The woman was holding a scripture in her hand and chanting it slowly. Serenity. Beautiful. All kinds of warmth coming through. The woman's appearance was not seen, but her cultivation was only. Mortal fetus 1? Xiafei was inwardly shocked. How could it be a mortal 1st grade? To be able to appear at the 6th floor and yet his realm was only mortal fetus 1st grade, this bizarre situation left him a little confused. The spiritual sense had all been blocked back by the spell formation, but after Xiafei's circumference of 10 feet, the power of the spell formation was unable to shake his spiritual sense. See this. Xiafei couldn't help but feel the urge to go to that hut to see what was going on. At least take a look at the woman with the golden pupil of destiny. He had a feeling inside that the woman was absolutely extraordinary. But just then, a silhouette slowly appeared. Accompanying it was a chorus of rebuke. What kind of person trespasses into the 6th floor heavy ground? The silhouette was not fully revealed, blurred as if it were a reflection in the water. From the Jindan 6th grade aura that was recklessly emanating from his body, it was clear that this person's strength was extraordinary. 2nd tier elder Xiafei greets Grand Elder. Xiafei slightly saluted. Those who could be on the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion were all at least great elders of the Jindan realm. When placed in the sect, the great elder could be facing disciples at the level of holy sons and daughters. Second layer? The visitor seemed to frown. What is the second-tier elder doing here? Don't you know that without permission, elders of all tiers are not allowed to enter other places without authorization? Xiafei arched his hand and said, I was looking for the second-floor principal elder, but I didn't realize that the array fluctuated and teleported to the 6th floor. Oh? Fluctuations in the spell formation? The visitor seemed to be in deep thought. The last incident did affect the overall operation of the Sword Pavilion's spell formation. Well, since there are extenuating circumstances, hurry up and leave. Xiafei saw fit to turn around and return to the 5th floor. The thought crossed his mind that he must explore the 6th floor when he had the chance. It's mostly just too wacky. After arriving at the 5th floor, after explaining the situation to the elder guarding the door, he went in without any problems. The layout of the 5th floor is much the same as the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, though the biggest difference from the 2nd floor is this. The elders here were actually still discussing the matter of his breakthrough last time. It's even getting a little more outrageous. Not at all like the 2nd floor, which hardly anyone talks about anymore. All the way there. The elders on the 5th floor were all speculating about the true identity of the 9 Thunder Transformation God Elder. Many of them spoke with a sense of humor, and quite a few of them even took out lists regarding the successive generations of elders in the Sword Pavilion and compared them to each other. Although Xiafei had long since accepted this situation of being talked about and rumored about, he was faced with a group of elders of at least the 7th rank of Foundation establishment, discussing it in a fervent manner there. Still feeling a little weepy. There were some twists and turns about the leave of absence, but in the end, it was approved by Master Wu. The reason for the ups and downs lies in the lack of people on the 2nd floor today. The final point of agreement for Master Wu lies in the fact that Xiafei has moved out of the last epiphany and is still extremely vivid and may still show signs of a breakthrough. For this elder of the Sword Pavilion lineage that he had favored and had the right roots, Master Wu naturally still had more care. If he could produce a Jindan Grand Elder in his own hands, no matter if it was his identity or status, he would follow suit. Going forward with others, they also have something to brag about. And Xiafei, who had gotten a long vacation, didn't stay too long and quietly left the Qinghe Sword sect the next day. The snow has passed and this new year is different. Jade Dew City. It was known as the Starry Heavenly Market, one of the 10 great cities of the Southern Realm. The streets of its city are arranged according to the stars of the week, with 360 suspended jade platforms connected by rainbow bridges. What attracts people from all over the world to come here is the jade chessboard and the suspended pavilion in Jade Dew City. Such a spectacle is most enjoyed by the common people. This is the Jade Dipper city that the original body always wanted to come to, but never did? Looking at the towering walls, Xiafei couldn't help but step inside. It was worthy of being called the top 10 cities of the Southern Realm. There is all sorts of hustle and bustle coming your way. Traders and merchants from all over the world gathered here, and used the Qiankuan dice to determine the price of the day, in accordance with the characteristics of Jade Dipper City. Xiafei stopped and looked at it for a while, only to realize that there was something interesting about it. That so-called Qiankuan dice was actually a kind of magic treasure that was refined to display numbers along with the mind. But judging from the crowds of onlookers, this one worked well. Especially when the Qiankuan dice came up with small numbers, a crowd of cheers could even be heard. Xiafei couldn't help but shake his head and turn around to head down the road. Cross the main street. The first thing you see is a tall, lofty mansion. The mansion was extremely distinguished, with 9 entrances and 9 exits, and a profusion of flowers. Even the stone lion that calms the house is a special quality magic weapon. Yuan Fu. This Yuan Fu is quite big. To be able to have such a family home in Yudo City, where every inch of land is gold. It can be seen that this Yuan family is not small in power. But as powerful as he was, Xiafei only glanced curiously before continuing to wander elsewhere. And just inside the Yuan mansion, a martial arts training ground. Various young boys and girls in white practicing waistcoats were swinging their fists in earnest. In front of them, an instructor was constantly lecturing 9 grades of mortal fetus, 1st grade chi sense, 2nd grade chi nourishment, 3rd grade spirit birth, 4th grade chakra passage, 5th grade. If you can step into the 9th rank, then you are masters. Back in those years, an old ancestor of our Yuan family was a mortal fetus of the 9th grade, who roamed the world. But you should not think that the 9th grade of mortal tire is the end of the line mortal tire, that is still a mortal tire. Our Yuan family was nudged by the Shangxian of the Linglong sacred land back then, and thus knew that there was qi practicing above the mortal fetus. The only way to arrive at practicing qi is to knock on the door of cultivation and become a dragon and phoenix among men. Just as the instructor admonished. In a hidden place, a teenager in handyman's clothing was listening with rapt attention. It was like an eye-opening experience, and I couldn't help myself right away. Mortal fetus, practicing qi. Cultivation road is so wonderful, I Yuanli must use this to get rid of this slave body. The teenager finished his secret oath and quietly retreated. What I've learned today is enough, it's time to go to the old place and consolidate it with some hard work. Xia Fei left after strolling around Jade Dipper City. I didn't realize that in such a big city, only a handful of them would qualify for investment. This trip, besides fulfilling one of the original body's obsessions, was to think about whether there was any possibility of running into some seedlings in the big city. I didn't realize how little effect it would have. There are only 3 white life path boys. After the investment, the rebate came back with some white asceticism and unused spirit gathering pills as well. Nowadays, with CFA's Yuaning realm cultivation, a few years of white hard cultivation could no longer grow much spiritual power. The spirit gathering pill was also a bit of a chicken to him right now. The only consolation is that the trip was somewhat rewarding and I didn't go home empty-handed. Now it's time to go to the old home of the original. Xia Fei took out a map that he had bought temporarily and found a location called Xiejia Village. The distance wasn't much, maybe 200 miles or so. After all, it was a small village that belonged to the jurisdiction of Yudo City, and it wasn't practical to be too far away. Follow the map location. Xia Fei then immediately moved to fly. But just as he was walking through a forest, he suddenly sensed something and stopped immediately. Ha! There's actually a kid practicing? Under the coverage of his spiritual sense, Xia Fei saw a teenager practicing his fists and legs against the trees continuously. In the middle of nowhere, such a scene naturally made people feel a bit strange. Fateful golden pupil, take a look. Originally a subconscious glance, Xia Fei did not take it to heart. However, this time, when the life path golden pupil was used, what he saw was not the usual immediate pop-up message. Instead, it suddenly converted heaven and earth. A bronze portal appeared in view. Almost instantly, the crunching sound of shattering glass came from the heavens. The heavens and the earth seemed to be shattering in a shocking manner. The bronze doorframe, on the other hand, was slowly flowing with shimmering star sand, and on the 2 door panels engraved with chaotic cloud patterns, the 64 innate trigrams were rotating on their own in a way that violated the laws of the circumference. Time and space stand still. Or maybe space and time are frozen around the bronze door. The most ghastly thing is the astral sand on those doorframes. From a distance, it is only magnificent, but when you look closely, you realize that every grain of star sand reflects the life and death of the world. What's this? Sheffield froze. He carefully looked towards the portal, and the word creation was vaguely written on it. The font is not common, but a metaphysical Taoist text. It is clear that you do not recognize the word, yet you can see its meaning very clearly. There was no waiting for Xia Fei to probe deeper. All the visions suddenly disappeared, and heaven and earth were restored to clarity. Then the information about the teenager underneath presented itself. Name, Yuanli. Sex, male. Longevity, 15. Realm, none. Destiny in the way of qi, the sign of the anomaly. If you are not limited by any natural ability, you are an anomaly. All anomalies are caused by nature, reversing the destiny of heaven and breaking everything. This type of existence, the future will certainly go through countless robberies, and finally realize, achieve the future of the past and present. When you become an anomaly, you will not be allowed to invest in. Investment. Invest. Immediate needs, limited by status, it is difficult to find the method of cultivation. The first thing that was strange was how the longevity of this teenager called Yuan Li was a question mark. Secondly, when looking underneath, Xia Fei man was dumbfounded. The sign of the anomaly. An unprecedented ecstasy surged through his heart. Surprisingly, it's an aberration that's 1 layer stronger than the red heavenly fate. And the investment requirements are so simple. Sent. It's really happening. There was no hesitation. He immediately fell. With Xia Fei's cultivation strength, after landing, that teenager didn't even half notice. Bang, bang, bang. The teenager continued to swing and kick at the trunk. One move looked disjointed, almost like two moves that were completely unrelated were combined together by him. Chapter 56 Divine Grade Xian Gong appears. Spiritual Roots of Heaven and Earth, Enlightenment Tea Tree. The reason why the moves are incoherent is really because they were all stolen from Yuan Li. Sometimes you learn half a style, sometimes you get lucky and steal a trick. It's been intermittent, and that's what has created this scene today. Xia Fei did not make a direct sound, but quietly observed. He found out. The 15-year-old in front of him had a tenacity and ruthlessness that no one else had. The knuckles were bleeding, and still he kept swinging at the trunk. On the ground, rustling snow filled the ground and melted to form a pool of water. It is well known that the coldest time of the year is when the snow melts. And just so icy. The thinly dressed teenager was still studying diligently. One day, I will become a human being. While gritting his teeth and practicing hard, the teenager made a cold and stern voice. Only after hearing this did Xia Fei notice that on the teenager's back, there were a few scars. The injuries were all freshly added, and despite a simple bandage, they were still losing blood. Bang! The last punch slammed into the tree trunk with a dull sound. Yuan Li breathed heavily and prepared to turn around and go back. But just as he turned around, he saw a figure that had appeared at some point. Who are you? Yuan Li was startled on the spot, and his entire body instantly stepped back. Xianmen cultivators. Xia Fei smiled and spoke out in response. Although the Long River Sword sect was a sword cultivator, in terms of root source, it also had a Taoist figure. The founder of the school had once realized Taoism, so it is not too much to say Xianmen. So it's supreme immortal. Yuan Li hurriedly arched his hand. Although the teenager was trying his best to appear calm, there was still a hint of panic in his eyes. There's some urbanity, but it's still too juvenile. But coming from a humble background, to be able to behave like this, the heart is commendable. Xia Fei secretly nodded. The reason why he wasted so much time was actually because he wanted to see more of this existence that the system had rated as an anomaly. Why? Why is Yuan Li an anomaly? He wants to find that spot. It was only because among the system's ratings for anomalies, there was a phrase, all anomalies are the result of an acquired nature. I've been exposed to the system for so long and have used the investment so many times. Xia Fei sort of gradually grasped some methods, no longer a budding newcomer who didn't know anything at the beginning. If you can take ownership of your investment, then wouldn't you be able to stop looking around? So, the teenager in front of him became the focus of observation. Think about it. Xia Fei spoke, judging from the clothes you're wearing, you seem to be an underling handyman of a certain rich family? Generally speaking, small people like you will immediately kneel down when they see a cultivator, praying to pay homage and so on. Those kinds of people are those who have no self-knowledge, no qualifications, no outstanding talent. Even if they open their mouths and pray, what they get in return won't be the true scriptures and myriad methods. Yuan Li calmly responded. Hearing this reply, Xia Fei didn't even know whether to say that it was the poor family's children who were early adopters, or that the anomalies just weren't quite the same. You seem to have read books? From the way you talk and behave, you don't look like an illiterate handyman underling. Xia Fei asked. I've studied and read some on my own, and sometimes I follow the young lady of the house to eavesdrop on Mr. Lecture. It's unapologetic and straightforward. And very motivated. Xia Fei continued to ask, which mansion do you work in? The Yuan Mansion within Yudo City. Upon hearing about the Yuan Mansion, Xia Fei instantly remembered the magnificent mansion compound he had seen earlier. He looked at the teenager's injured fist and the welts on that back from being whipped. Just now, I saw you cultivate so diligently, so I guess you are not a person who is willing to be ordinary. But you come from a lowly background, and even if you had the heart to do so, it would be difficult for you to be human. Xia Fei continued, it's like your current cultivation. For an ordinary person to be able to sense aura, wouldn't they need a systematic basic gong method? That first step alone is enough to tie you up. But fortunately I passed by from here today, and seeing that your heart is still good, I can pass you on. The word is out. Sheffield suddenly paused. Then he changed his tone and said, would you like to be my teacher? He had wanted to directly give a cultivation technique. But the thought of becoming an apprentice allowed him or her to try to invest repeatedly and immediately changed his or her mind after being able to observe the cause of the anomaly on a regular basis. If within the Long River Sword sect, since Xia Fei's current status was only that of an inner sect elder, he was not qualified to take on a disciple. The reason why Long Chi-ye became an apprentice was also because of the clan's rules, and he went up to the highest of the heavenly ascension platforms. However, he wasn't in the sword sect now, so CFA didn't have to abide by any sect rules. And hearing that the superior immortal in front of him had taken the initiative to open his mouth about worshipping his master, Yuan Li was instantly overjoyed. Being able to have such an opportunity, how could he, being an underling handyman, not grasp it? Disciple Yuan Li pays his respects to master. Yuan Li kowtowed 9 times on the spot in the snowy water. While the average person kowtows 3, he kowtows 9. Great! CFA smiled and said, "My master is an elder of the Changha sword sect, and as you have become my disciple, you are naturally a disciple of the Changha sword sect as well." Long River Sword Clan. Yuan Li muttered these 4 words as if to memorize them. "I haven't asked for master's name yet?" he asked in a rush. Sheffield. After CFA finished speaking, he took out some spirit-gathering pills from the system space. Just a few though. But there are about 10 bottles. It's all accumulated through rebates, or clan benefits. With the acceleration of his 50 times normal cultivation, using them was not very effective. And many times there was no need for him to gather his own aura, the number of years of hard training among the rebates. This is a spirit elixir that accelerates cultivation, it should be enough for you to achieve practicing Qi. CFA continued, when you have cultivated to the point of practicing Qi, you can come to the Long River Sword Sect. Jade Dipper City was 10,000 miles away from the Long River Sword Sect, and if it wasn't strong enough, it could easily be lost halfway. After all, this world is haunted by demons everywhere. Master, disciple dares to ask what are the realms of this cultivation? Talking about cultivation, Yuan Li immediately came to his mind. Above the mortal fetus are Qi cultivation, foundation building, Jindan, Yuanin, Xinhua, and Dongtian. CFA explained, each great realm is subdivided into 1 to 9 grades, with 9 being the extreme of the Tao. Yuan Li was suddenly short of breath. He hadn't thought that the original Qi practicing upper immortal, who was so high in the eyes of the head teacher, was the second realm on the path. Immediately, CFA then talked about the 2 Gongfu essentials and the core essence. After trying to memorize it, Yuan Li thanked, many thanks to Master for granting the merit. Alright, Master has important matters to attend to, so you can enlighten yourself. If you can find the Long River Sword Sect early, my Master can grant you another creation. The voice drifted like a cloud. By the time Yuan Li raised his head, where was CFA's half-figure in front of him? What kind of cultivation is Master in the end? To come and go without a trace like this, a god is just like that, right? Yuan Li's intuition rejoiced exceptionally. The stronger the master was, the happier he, as a disciple, would naturally be. Collecting the spirit-gathering pills that were all over the ground, Yuan Li then began to comprehend the 2 mastery techniques that his master had just passed on. Although it was not of a high grade, to him, it was already no less than a divine technique. Moreover, Yuan Li didn't know what the grade of a Gongfu was. The world of cultivation was a yearning strangeness to him. Late night. By the time Yuan Li returned to Yuan Mansion, it was almost midnight. Damn it, it's all my fault for being too immersed in Master's Xiangong, I actually forgot the hour all of a sudden. Not what he expected. Just outside the door of the subordinate's room, he saw 3 figures standing at the doorway. Yuan Li fixed his eyes on one of them, and one of them was none other than the underling steward who had bullied him on weekdays. The other 2 are its lapdogs. Yuan Li. Where have you been? Did you feed the young master's horse? The underling steward immediately walked up and chopped his head off. I fed the horse a long time ago, and laid eggs and soybeans in the trough before I went to the outhouse. Yuan Li said. Young master came to use the horse before, how dare you go to the outhouse? Who gave you the guts? The subordinate steward had a condescending attitude, kneel down now. Kneel all the way to the young master's room door and kowtow and apologize. Yuan Li gritted his teeth, I'm not wrong. Why kowtow? You who? You've gotten fat? How dare you talk back? Take him down. With a word from the subordinate steward, the 2 dog legs immediately snapped their hands over. Yuan Li knew that the other party was a mortal fetus first-grade expert, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. But it soon occurred to him that he was not his old self. Why continue to endure the usual bullying now? Thinking about it, he bellowed violently, his eyes suddenly glowing. Swish! 2 stern auras actually shot out from his eyes, instantly piercing through the palms of the 2 dog-legged men. Ah! The two men covered their bloodied right hands and fell to the ground screaming. You! The underling steward was taken aback. I what? Yuan Li straightened up. I'm not at fault in this matter. I've taken care of young master's horse, and I've never withheld half of the horse's food. Looking at the two main dog legs that had fallen to the ground, the mind couldn't help but remember the scenes of them bullying themselves in the past. At this moment, Yuan Li's heart felt a kind of unprecedented smoothness. This is the practice? That's the power. If it wasn't for the master's impartation of divine power, he would certainly be persecuted again tonight. From the servant's room, he knelt all the way to the master's bedchamber. What an insult! Think about it. Yuan Li's heart was filled with gratitude for his master. He'd stand up straighter and harder than anyone else. Your strength. Where did you get the gongfu cultivation? The underling stewards were stunned. He had never expected that a kid who was usually inconspicuous and allowed him to beat and scold him had actually transformed into a person of cultivation. And in a single move, he had resolved the expert that he had gone to great lengths to enlist. What's the situation? What the hell for? Snapped. The subordinate steward had a flash of light and thought of something. Yuan Li. How dare you steal the cultivation within the academy? I'll report this to the authorities. You're dead. Words. Yuan Li's gaze suddenly erupted with killing intent. Want me to die? Then today I'll let you die first. All the past days reappeared in his mind, and he could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart. The void-born killing sword, no phase to cut down all beings. A cold snap. Yuan Li's eyes emitted two sword auras. It was also only a short while after comprehending it, or else once the Tai Wu sword chi was executed, it would be terrifying to be formless and phantomless. However, as he sent out his sword energy, at some point, a figure appeared in front of the subordinate steward. Ding! Ding! The visitor only slightly raised his hand, and Yuan Li's two sword chi were annihilated into nothingness. Such a scene immediately startled Yuan Li. He hastened to look. The visitor was a cool woman dressed in white. Who are you? Yuan Li's heart tightened and his vigilance was raised to an unprecedented level. Greetings, Missy. The subordinate steward came back to his senses, and after seeing the back of the woman in front of him, he fell to his knees on the spot in fear. Take your man and get the hell down. The woman spoke faintly. Yes, yes, yes. The subordinate steward was like an amnesty, immediately dragging the two dog legs and flying away. Where did you learn this eyewitness swordsmanship? The white-clothed woman's gaze fell on Yuan Li. And Yuan Li was already in a bit of a daze at the moment. Nothing else. Simply because this great lady he had heard of her name, but had never seen her. Rumor has it that this woman has been cultivated since she was a child in the Linglong Holy Land. I didn't expect to come back today. No? The woman in white frowned slightly, as if she was about to make a move the next moment. Back to the first miss, this is something I unintentionally obtained in a cave. Yuan Li felt a hint of killing intent, and under a coldness in his body, he hurriedly said. He did not name the master. Because of the thought of the lingering Holy Land behind this great lady. Oh? You can teach yourself to such an extent with the proceeds of a cave? It seems that you have a fair amount of natural talent. The woman in white seemed as if she didn't care whether Yuan Li was lying or not. She continued to speak, her tone carrying an undeniable flavor. In that case, then you will come with me to the Linglong Holy Land to cultivate. Ha! Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. Since the investment object's life path and chi are anomalous signs, the rebate effect is doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level infinite sword codex. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the enlightenment tea tree young. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special power. Sword Dao realization 300 years can be withdrawn at any time. 10,000 years of longevity can be withdrawn at any time. Chapter 57 The Power of the Infinite Sword Dictionary. Xiaoyan hit the sword sect. Xiajia Village. This is a small village situated next to an official road. Because of its location, the area is often passed by many outsiders. The village is also relatively much more prosperous. I'm afraid that in a few years, this place will be called Zijiazan. And the home of the original is here. A small, somewhat deserted courtyard. A low row of plum trees was planted beyond the fallen wooden fence. The trees were almost all hollowed out by insects because they were left unattended. Push the door and step into the small courtyard. All you see are signs of disrepair. This desolate place is where the original body grew up. Before going to the Long River Sword sect, the original body played in the yard every time. With a wave of CFA's big hand, a gust of wind rose of its own accord, sweeping away the gray soil. Across the courtyard are 3 small, connected wooden rooms. Push open the front center door. The entry continues to be a scene that has not been occupied for a long time. Rotten and old wooden beams. White cobwebs hang in the corners. The windows were rotten, too, and the shingles on the top had holes in them. The inside of the home was littered with dead leaves and lots of standing water from melting. On the hearth in the center, the 2 spirit seats fell on their sides. Xiafei reached out and swept away the dirt on it, writing the spirit tablet. On the left side, it reads, Spiritual seat of the oldest member of the Hin Kao Xie Gongyi detail, and on the right side, Spiritual seat of the oldest member of the Hin Mother Xieli. The original body no longer has bloodline elders. His father Xie detail died in an accident early in life, his mother Li later followed the death. Sheffield's back. It was a shot to the surrounding territorial residents. At first, I thought it was a passing traveler or a thief who had broken in, but it turned out that it was actually the only son of the Xie family. One time, many villagers who had some previous friendships had gathered around. After some pleasantries, everyone just slowly dispersed. Into the night, Xiafei sat cross-legged in the middle of the main hall. Start taking stock of what you get from this investment in Yuan Li. God-level cultivation method. A spiritual root of heaven and earth. A strand of the power of creation. There are still 300 years of sword Dao realization as well as 10,000 years of longevity. When he idled down to take a look, Xiafei was instantly a bit shocked. In the end, I can only say visionary investment is really fierce. Take a deep breath. After Xiafei calmed his mind, he hurriedly touched the system with his mind. Extract the Infinite Sword Codex. Shasta. All consciousness is once again silent in the sea of knowledge. Then a picture unfolds. Unlike before. This time the scroll unfolds. The first one was actually a scene of a sword chi deriving everything. In the past, no matter what the scroll was, it was always Xiafei's figure that was presented. This is the first time it's been without Sheffield. But soon, the second image came up. Xiafei felt like he was violently pulled into the painting and became the person in the painting. In the painting, he is meditating and practicing. What appeared overhead was the very scene of the first scroll. Wisps of Tao origin true intent surge down. The third picture appears. Under the support of the true intent of Tao origin, all breakthroughs seemed as if there were no bottlenecks, and the realm surged upward. Beyond the painted figures was a roiling aura stirring. Fourth. Fifth. By the 9th panel, there was only Xiafei in the middle of the entire picture. It didn't seem to be anything special or volatile. However, at the center of his forehead brow, faint golden lines actually emerged. These lines were like Tao diagrams and combined like a sword. Phew! Xiafei opened his eyes and his consciousness returned to his body. At this moment, his eyes carried a strong color of surprise. Should I say that it's worthy of a god-level existence? The Infinite Sword Codex, which seems to be mediocre. However, after actually coming into contact with it, one would realize the strength of this divine skill. If the Nine Heavens sword art was an immortal sword that specialized in killing, then the Infinite Sword Canon is the sword of the Great Tao that specializes in cultivating the broken realm. The general outline is only 8 words long. The sword is the Taoist seed. The Tao diffuses the heavens. From the beginning of practicing this gong, all the energy in the body, whether it is spiritual power, magic power, demonic power, the power of chi and blood, and so on, all of them will be transformed into infinite sword air. A strand of infinite sword air was equivalent to tens of thousands of times this amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, the infinite sword air comes with the characteristic of immaculate, which can wash away dark injuries in the meridians and reshape the foundation of cultivation. What do you mean? In other words, even the least qualified person, as long as they practice the Infinite Sword Canon, their natural talent would reach the highest, or even surpass the highest, after years and years. And Xia could barely even count the characteristics of this divine-grade Xiangong. When one's cultivation has achieved transformation of God, one can condense 9 sword air true source seeds. When the sword weather true source seed falls into another person's body, it not only accelerates their cultivation and refines their Dao, but also feeds back into their own cultivation. The feedback margin is nearly 10%. 1:1. If all of the sword weather true source seeds were planted, under the 90% feedback, there would be no need for any cultivation at all. And Xia recalled the last image. Every time you break through a realm, a sword pattern containing the rhythm of the Dao will coalesce in the center of your brow. The function of the sword pattern is not only to see through illusions and point directly to the origin. Rule changes can also be made. One time, Xia opened his mouth, not even knowing what to say. This is the Infinite Sword Codex. That's God level. In the entire Xuanqi continent, in all of history, one had never heard of a divine-level Xiangong existing. Today, he had finally seen it. Ryoko. It took Xia a moment to get acclimated. At this moment, all of the spiritual energy in his body had disappeared. Replacement. It was the chaotic, somewhat grayish-looking infinite sword air. Even the firstborn appeared to change. In the Dantian, the Yuaning that was originally sitting cross-legged now became standing with a sword. The sword is the sword's heart. The human being was a new Yuaning made up of immeasurable sword air. What also makes a difference is that the genjutsu has shrunk from what it used to be. Looking inward, it was only 1/10 the size of the original. But the power was hundreds of times stronger than the original. Perceive this. While Xia was happy, he couldn't help but feel a bit distressed. In the past, when you exhaled aura once, you were able to turn it into a strand of spiritual energy. Nowadays it's only a matter of exhaling tens of thousands of times to have a trace of infinite sword air. The elevation of realm cultivation felt a hellish difficulty all of a sudden. The good thing is that there is a system rebate that will show up from time to time for repair. Otherwise, if he wanted to break through the spirit of transformation and condense the true source seed of sword weather, he didn't know how long it would take to go. Once again, he calmed down. Sheffield continued to check the second rebate. System, extract the Gnosis tea tree. There's no movement. A small sapling with only 3 tender leaves was presented in Xia's hands. And the sapling looked a bit unreal, very unreal. This isn't going to be malnourished and require me to constantly feed it, is it? When looking at the enlightenment tea tree in his hand, Xia couldn't help but stare. Under psychic perception, the seedling exuded an extremely weak aura. Makes you wonder if the thing would have withered the next moment if you hadn't bothered to feed and nurture it. But the question is, what to raise it with? Xia doesn't feel like drenching it with a little water and planting it in the soil. After searching his entire body, there didn't seem to be anything suitable to give to the enlightenment tea tree. Is it hard to use a potion? Thinking of this, he carefully took out the remaining spirit-gathering pills. As soon as the spirit-gathering pill came close, the seedling roots of the enlightenment tea tree were seen to suddenly move. Roots and whiskers rooted into the elixir. In the blink of an eye. All that's left of a polyjuice elixir is the wrapped wax danskin. See this. Xia was instantly delighted and fed out the entire amount of spirit-gathering pills in one go. After eating so many spirit-gathering pills, this Gnosis tea tree was just barely alive. Pills are fine, but what about heavenly materials? However, when Xia took out the phoenix blood, he hesitantly gave it back. It's a life-saving card when used properly. Can't use it here for the trees. Although there was a life-preserving golden elixir in his hand, who would mind having more than one life-preserving thing? He wouldn't mind anyway. After some more research, Xia then threw the enlightenment tea tree into the system space. In system space, there is no concept of time. Nothing can happen to the seedling if you put it in there. Should it? No, we have to put the phoenix blood and the life-preserving gold elixir farther away for it. Xia was worried that the enlightenment tea tree would eat these two things later in the system space. Being careful is a good thing. Fear not, fear not. Now it's that whatever the power of creation is, extract it and see that it's a greenish-green thing. And although it looks like a stream of air or something, it can actually touch and pull. It's just like green rope, but instead of looking like rope, it's a green wisp of breath. According to the system introduction, this thing was estimated to be of great use only after the cave realm. After CFA threw it into the system space. As a rule, put far away from the Gautama tea tree. The next step is the 300 years of sword Dao realization and those 10,000 years of longevity. And just as Sheffield was withdrawing the rebate, a major event occurred in the Long River Sword sect at this time. How big is it? Is being hit on the clan considered big? Murong Yen. Get thee outta here. Facing the strict formation of the group of elders underneath, Xiao Yan stood in the air and shouted towards the bottom, "Today, I, Xiao Yan, fight on the Changha Sword sect for Murong Yen alone. Hand over Murong Yen and I will leave immediately. If the Changha Sword sect wants to protect her, I will destroy the sect." Around him, 5 clusters of foreign flames blazed. For this moment, he gave everything, even his life. After compensating for the great hidden danger of the collapse of the physical body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's strength had reached an unprecedented peak. The 5 fires came out at the same time, and there was also no pressure. The crowd. A woman walked out. Looking at the figure in the sky, she was shocked beyond words. "Xiao Yan? Not bad. It's me." Xiao Yan spoke out coldly, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth into poverty. The humiliation you gave me in the beginning, today I will return it 100 times over. This statement was made. The man who appeared along with Murong Yen coldly grunted, "Humph. Big talk." The man was no other than Murong Yan's master. A true elder of the Long River Sword sect, at the first rank of Jindan. Having said that, this true elder then flew up and launched his sword towards Xiao Yan. However, his figure was just approaching. A ball of foreign fire then came crashing down. The scorching heat had actually distorted the aura magic sword in its hand. Boom! With a look of disbelief, the true elder was severely injured and smashed to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that it had a spiritual artifact treasure cloth on its body, it would have to fall on the spot. But even so, the spirit sword and spirit clothes in his hands were also completely shattered. The power of Xiao Yan's strike shocked out everyone in the room. That Murong Yen was even more trembling with both of her stocks fighting. "Master!" She cried out in grief, then looked up at Xiao Yan and asked with a tone of disbelief, "How did you become so strong?" Facing Murong Yan's question, Xiao Yan couldn't help but think of the hardships along the way in his mind. Especially since it eventually presented the look of Sheffield. If not for Elder Xia's help. With that in mind, his eyes hurriedly looked downward. Okay. Elder Xia is not here. If this battle was because of himself, he injured Elder Xia, who had twice stepped in to help him. Then Xiao Yan will sink into misery for the rest of his life. Sheffield to him. It has been no less than a regenerative parent. Xiao Yan, it was my mistake. Below. Murong Yen could not help but fall to her knees and cried out with a sobbing voice. Wrong? There is a price to pay for being wrong. Xiao Yan roared, and the 5 clusters of foreign flames carried a heaven-destroying aura as they slammed toward the bottom. He went all out. Not a single regret. But... bang! A figure suddenly landed in front of the crowd. All 5 clusters of foreign flames were blocked by it. Xiao Yan's all-out strike surprisingly didn't even cause half a ripple. Xiao Yan, you were a disciple of the sword sect before, and there was a reason for you to rebel against the sect, so the Changha sword sect can't blame you. But not only are you ungrateful, but now you're fighting on the clan based on your strength. This is a capital offense. The visitor spoke out faintly, as if pronouncing a death sentence. The sky. Xiao Yan froze. And then a flash of horror surfaced. Yuan. Baby. He had never expected that the Long River Sword sect actually had a Yuan-ing elder monster in attendance. What the hell? How could there be a Yuan-ing level powerhouse? Run. After he froze, only one thought crossed his mind. That's a run. Shasta. Xiao Yan's figure flashed and had disappeared. When he said goodbye, the person had already exited the Long River Sword sect and flew wildly in a direction that was desperate. The person who appeared from the Long River Sword sect only glanced lightly before flexing his fingers. A sword chi was like an instantaneous movement and struck the fleeing Xiao Yan. Put. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs gushed out. Xiao Yan's entire body instantly fell down. Go and bring the men back. That Yuaning big brother of the Long River Sword sect, after sending out a sword chi, left without even looking at it. The rest of the ground was filled with dazed elder disciples. 3 days passed. Xiajia village. It's time to leave. After sort of fulfilling some of the original body's long-cherished obsessions, CFA was ready to leave this place. But before you go. Chapter 58. This seat has acted in his life, so why should he need to explain himself to anyone? After double-checking, the entire Jade Du city was devoid of the new disciple Yuan Li sent. Xia Fei was instantly baffled. A man that big, how did he disappear? With that, the range of spiritual awareness expanded further. 1,000 miles. 2,000 miles. No one has been seen until 10,000 miles. How long has it been? People disappeared? Xia Fei landed in the middle of the Yuan mansion with doubts. It took finding a couple of those who also worked as underlings handymen to find out. Yuan Li was actually taken to the Linglong Holy Land by the Yuan family's eldest miss. Lingering Sanctuary. Hearing this name, Xia Fei couldn't help but frown. It was thought that Yuan Li must have been discovered the special features of his body. Forget it, next time there's a chance to take a trip to the Linglong Holy Land to have a look. Xia Fei shook his head, turned around and just left Jade Dipper City. He wasn't too worried about Yuan Li being abducted. If that day ever comes. Cleaning house is 4 words he can still do. Although I didn't meet that Heaven's Remarks Spectrum ranked number 1 MO1 on this trip, but instead, I collected an anomaly disciple. And it also removes the obsession of the original body. It's still more than worth it. The reason why CFA took his leave and came straight to Yudo City. There are actually 2 main reasons. The first one was the Heaven's Remarks Spectrum, which stated that the most recent battle record of the number 1 ranked MO1 was the great destruction of the Heavenly Yuan Pavilion within the Jade Dipper City. As mentioned earlier, the most famous things in Jade Du City are the Jade Chessboard and the Suspended Pavilion. This Tianyuan Pavilion is Jade Chess, all the world's cultivators can enter the challenge, the person who passes can get 100,000 Spirit Stones, Jade Fighting City lifetime guests. Besides looking for this MO man. The second major reason is the original body. The original had a rough childhood, her biological father died unexpectedly when she was a child, and she followed her mother after that. At that time in Siejia village, he often heard the merchants coming and going mention the prosperity of Yudo City. So often the heart yearns for it. Unfortunately, then his mother died, and his original body joined the Long River Sword sect. A childhood dream, so delayed. Flying all the way. Instantaneous. Xiafei's entire body was like a beam of light in the sky, and it was still the silent kind. But just as it approached the Changha Sword sect's 3,000 miles, he jerked to a halt. Xiao Yan? Xiafei's gaze looked downward with a hint of surprise. Little Moon Mountain. Top Little Moon Lake. An old man and a small man crouched quietly among the bushes. It is now nightfall. Both figures' gazes fell on that moonlit lake. Grandpa, is there really a moonfish in Little Moon Lake that cures mother? If there is, why hasn't it come out yet? The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, and although she was a little yellow and thin, the more clean her clothes were. At this moment, she had been squatting for more than an hour, and the little child could not stand it before she asked out loud. Keep your voice down, don't disturb the moonfish. The dry and thin old man in his 50s hastily reminded. The old man then looked up at the bright moon in the sky and continued in a low voice, you see, it's just after a heavy snowfall, and normally there wouldn't be a moon at all in the place. Only on this Little Moon Mountain is moonlight shrouded all year round. The fish in the Little Moon Lake absorb moonlight all year round, so they are naturally distinctive moonfish. Now we just have to wait in peace for that moonfish to come out. If... The old man's words lapsed and he sighed, without the moonfish, your mother's body would only be unable to survive this new year. Mother will definitely get better. The little girl said firmly, I still have to go with mother to find father. Your father. Grandpa tried to say something, but in the end it turned into a long sigh. The little girl wasn't paying attention to any of this. Her mind, and her eyes, were fixed on the lake. Stare, stare, stare. She suddenly saw ripples appear on the surface of the lake. The little girl's eyes lit up and she was about to call out to Grandpa in a hurry. But just as he was happy to turn back, he was stopped in his tracks by Grandpa. That's when the little girl saw it. At some point Grandpa turned his head to stare at the sky behind him. Nighttime. A ball of flame that was intense to the extreme smashed down from afar. The blazing heat ignited the dry trees at once. The whole sky was as bright as day. Boom! On Little Moon Mountain, it instantly became a sea of fire. Run! Without thinking about anything else, Grandpa jumped out of the burning tree with the little girl and ran wildly down the mountain. Crackling sounds kept exploding. The little girl being held couldn't help but look up. Then he saw that huge ball of fire slamming hard into the small moon lake. Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The ice that had not yet melted at the edge of the lake suddenly sputtered and flew into the air, and was completely vaporized while still halfway there. In a split second. Little Moon Lake was hazy, with water misting everywhere. But the splash of the large, massive lake water in turn doused the flames burning around them. This kind of spontaneous combustion because of the heat of the fire, naturally, cannot stop such a large area of water. An old man and a young woman who were escaping were instantly drenched. It was pitch black with traces of charcoal. But they all couldn't be bothered to wipe it off, and they all looked at the small moon lake in a frozen state. Ryoko. Only then did the little girl timidly ask, Grandpa. The old man snapped back to his senses and hurriedly asked, Are there any injuries anywhere? Did you feel uncomfortable anywhere, or? No, Grandpa, it's... Look! The little girl held up her hands. In his hand, he grasped a half-pound greenish-white fish. This just landed in my arms with the splash of the lake. Moonfish! The old man was startled violently, and then he looked ecstatic. Grandpa, should we go over there? No. Can't go. The old man shook his head violently and continued down the mountain with the little girl in his arms. After decades of experience, he already knows that there are some fairy characters and demons among this heaven and earth. The moment. Under the Little Moon Mountain. 3 figures appeared. It was no one else but Zhou Qing, Li Fei, and Zhang Shui. All 3 were Jin Dan experts. However, at this moment, they were all injured and their spiritual energy was disorganized to the extreme. That brat took a blow from the Yuaning Protector Elder and actually managed to force us to this point. Li Fei gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. He really didn't expect that a Jin Dan second grade kid would be so tough. Originally, it was a few core elders of the Foundation establishment realm who stepped in, but who knows that not only did the people not bring back to the clan, but even all of them were seriously injured themselves. Mustn't. It was only the 3 of them who had to join forces to pursue it. Originally thought to be a 10-to-1 situation, but did not expect to chase for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. I can't, this one called Xiao Yan, there's something odd. Zhou Qing coughed out a mouthful of black blood, exuding a bizarre burnt odor. Why don't we turn to Master for help? Zhang Shui would not feel good about this. Looking at the situation at the top of Xiaoyu Mountain, she asked out loud. No shouting. Li Fei immediately raised his head and refused. The 3 of us stepped in, and we couldn't even take down a severely injured Jin Dan second grade. Even had to turn to his old man, the master. When I say it, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold my head up in the future. If you guys are scared, I'll go on my own. Li Fei finished. When the first step was taken towards the top of Little Moon Mountain, the other 2 looked at each other and could only follow along helplessly. Xiao Yan. How much power do you have left after all this? If you surrender with your hands, we will never exterminate you here. Li Fei stood in the air, his mouth emitting a sound like thunder. Want me to be good and wait for death? You're delusional. At the bottom of the dry Little Moon Lake, a figure shrouded in flames rose. It was Xiao Yan at the time of his serious injury. If you penetrate the foreign fire barrier, you will be able to see it. At the moment, his upper body was penetrated through a large hole from back to front. All the blood viscera, charred by the flames, stained the wound. Beyond that, Xiao Yan's entire physical body had been chapped in large areas. Through the black charred flesh and bones of those inside. Such a scene was like a farm field under a great drought on a June day. But despite this, the aura running through his body was still fierce, just like a powder keg about to explode. Very well. Then suffer death. Li Fei suddenly swung his magic sword in his hand. Swish. The sword blade was as cold as water, and it reached Xiao Yan's body in a flash. Good coming. Xiao Yan roared. The flame on his body suddenly flourished, actually transformed into a large hand, crushing towards the sword manes. Rumble. It's like lightning and thunder. The two suddenly touched. Zhou Qing and Zhang Shui, who had rushed over, hurriedly raised their swords to help Li Fei. However, under the joint efforts of the three of them, they were actually shaken out by that big hand of foreign fire. All the attacks were also annihilated in the ferocious foreign fire. 3 people were sent flying. Xiao Yan did not feel good either. The cracks in the body widened once more, so badly that they almost came right off. Can't keep up with them here. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and turned around to fly towards the sky once again. Pust. At the top of Little Moon Mountain, Zhou Qing's 3 men spat out blood in unison. No. Can't. Zhou Qing struggled to stand up, his teeth chattering. Li Fei was even more unable to even stand, and could only rely on his sword to support him from collapsing. Seeing this, Zhang Shui took out an object from his body and a spiritual sense immediately disappeared into it. Noticing her actions, Li Fei couldn't help but smile miserably. That's just it. With that, he did the same. It was both of them informing their own masters to make a move. Ugh. Shout, big deal, get yelled at. After this battle, Li Fei didn't have his old arrogance. It's just too much of a blow. Who wouldn't say a word of genius when they saw them if they could come this far and reach such a level of cultivation? But facing Xiao Yan, a question bubbled up in the minds of all 3. Is there a gap between geniuses? Xiao Yan was flying desperately into the distance at the moment. Damn! I didn't think that a small third-rate sect was hiding a yuaning expert. This time it's only going to be the end. He gritted his teeth, knowing full well that even if he managed to escape this time, with his current injuries, he was afraid that he would be finished in the future. Just. Xiao Yan thought of his impending death, but Morong Yan's revenge, and Elder Xie's favor. I'm just afraid I'll never even be able to pay it back. Think about it. The eyes couldn't help but darken a bit. He's not going to last much longer. Just then, Xiao Yan looked up in the direction of the Long River Sword Sect in consternation. Nighttime. 2 sword awnings that seemed to break through the heavens and earth came roaring in. Danger. Unprecedented danger. The other party's strike this time was even 100 times more ferocious than that yuaning elder in the Long River Sword Sect. The 2 sword awnings seemed to reflect Xiao Yan's shock and fell down like lightning. Just going to die here? Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel despair within his heart. However, just as the sword blade was approaching, pust. It's like Koyoki Mountain before, when the water put out the fire. The 2 sword awns instantly dissipated. This is... Xiao Yan's eyes widened violently, looking with disbelief at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. The visitor had his back to him, facing the 2 major experts of the Long River Sword Sect who had rushed to give chase. And these 2 great masters were no other than Li Fei's master, Feng Jian, and Zhang Shui's master, Guo Feng. A Yuaning 9th grade, about to transform into a god. A Yuaning 8th grade, the first sword god of the sword mound. At this moment, Feng Jian and Guo Feng, a hint of horror came through their eyes, casually blocking both of their attacks. Even though they weren't at full strength, this was a bit scary. Shasta. An identity popped up in the minds of the 2, a transformation god powerhouse. Only masters of the realm of the transfigured god. Only then could he block his own attack so lightly. Why is Senior stopping us? Feng Jian hastily asked out loud. And Guo Feng was already on full alert. Why does this seat need to explain to people when it acts? Xie Fei responded faintly, forcing his way through. That's right. The one who stepped in to block Feng Jian and Guo Feng's attack was none other than Xie Fei, who had been observing from the sky for a. The words came out. Feng Jian and Guo Feng were instantly enraged. Senior is insulting our clan in such a manner. Could it be that you want to be immortal with my Long River Sword Sect? The 2 of them grimaced. Although the 2 of us are not as strong as Senior, we still have the heart to draw our swords. The words fell. With a flash of their bodies, the 2 had disappeared. When they reappeared, they actually attacked towards Xie Fei with 1 left and 1 right. A trivial skill, how dare you show off in front of this seat? Xie Fei shouted, great mighty heavenly dragon. He certainly wouldn't be any Dayway Sky Dragon. It's just a random slogan. Immediately, he saw 2 sword chi shoot out from Xie Fei's eyes. It's not the same as what Yuan Li casts. This sword chi of his was formless and faceless, not even half a breath. Prompted by the infinite sword chi, it suddenly pierced through the attack of Feng Jian and Guo Feng. Dang! Dang! The invisible sword chi struck the two men's magic swords, instantly sending them flying for more than 10 miles. If it wasn't for the emergency, the two of them were aware of it and suddenly returned their swords to protect their bodies. I'm afraid that just now, with that blow, I would have been seriously injured on the spot. So strong. Too strong. Xiaoyan, who was standing behind CFA, took in the scene. It's hard to see exactly what's going on, though. But what he saw was the mysterious powerhouse who had stepped in to help, and without even moving his fingers, the two experts of the Long River Sword sect flew out. How can? This way. The two people who were sent flying by a sword chi only found it unbelievable. Especially Guofeng. As a sword god, he had the most obvious perception. His kendo. Chapter 59 Phoenix Blood used, 9 prison breaking fists. Didn't wait for Guofeng to think carefully. Two invisible sword chi instantly shot out again. Retreat! Fengjian roared, and the two of them quickly flew back towards the back. In their senses, a deadly danger was approaching. Looking at the two people's figures as they flew away and retreated in succession, Xiafei couldn't help but snort, "This is the expert of the Chanha sword sect?" Humph. Nothing more than that. Having said that, he grabbed Xiaoyan, who was already completely confused, with one hand and disappeared. Name, Xiaoyan. Sex, male. Longevity, 1955. Realm, Jindan 2nd grade. Natal chakra, gold. Golden legend. The Wizard of the Millennium. Immediate need, meridians burned, flesh cracked, foundation damaged, urgent need for salvation. Under the mountain of no name. Xiafei looked at Xiaoyan in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "It's a rare thing for you to actually be able to injure yourself to such an extent." Today he does not show his original face. Words. Xiaoyan arched his hand and saluted, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life, it's all a long story." When he said that, he looked like he was having a hard time saying it. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Xiafei instantly thought of something. Then subconsciously asked, "You're not going to fight the Long River Sword sect on your own, are you?" These words caused Xiaoyan to freeze. "Senior seems familiar with me? If you are a stranger, how could you possibly think about this?" Xiafei instantly knew that he had spoken out of turn, and coughed dryly before saying, "Do you recognize Xiafei? He was the one who asked me to step in and save your life." As soon as I heard that, Xiaoyan's body jolted, surprised very much. "Senior, you are actually Elder Xie." For a moment, a strong feeling of emotion lingered in his heart. What virtue and ability do I, Xiaoyan, have to make Elder Xie so hung up on? He knew that to be able to invite this senior in front of him, he would definitely have to pay a great price. With such an expert in the field, would it be that cheap? One thought. Xiaoyan's heart was then filled with guilt and gratitude towards Elder Xie. For this, Xiafei naturally didn't perceive it as he took out the phoenix blood from his system space and threw it over. "Eat it. This is..." Xiaoyan froze again. "The item that Xiafei passed on to you is capable of mending your flesh and allowing you to live." Xiafei finished. People have left. Only Xiaoyan, who was once again stunned in place, was left behind. Harm. On the way back, Xiafei couldn't help but sigh, "Forget it, don't dwell on it. The phoenix blood was obtained from you anyway, and reusing it for yourself is considered a drink in a pack, and has its own destiny?" While he was comforting himself, the system rebate sounded. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal chakra being gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 prisons destruction fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 years of hard training gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 spirit stones. 9 prisons destruction fist king's grade can be withdrawn at any time, with flesh and blood knocking on life and death. Where the fist blade goes, all laws collapse. Pure killing fist art, do not cultivate aura, not enlightenment, only seek the ultimate destruction of physical power. Once a fist master said, "This is not the art of protecting the Tao, but the fist of extermination with the body of a mole cricket to tear the sacred, with the power of chi and blood in exchange for the trembling of all laws." 30 years of suffering gold ready to be withdrawn, the result of 30 years of suffering on the golden path of destiny. 100,000 spirit stones ordinary can be withdrawn at any time, common in the cultivation world of the Xuanxi continent. Stones containing pure spiritual qi can be used for cultivation, can be used for trading. Boxing? Xia Fei froze slightly. I didn't expect that the system would actually return a king grade level fist art. But it's good. Long Qie is now just short of an extreme attack and kill technique on the path of body refining. With this 9 prison breaking fist, it's also a way to make up for this shortcoming. With that, he saw the system rebate of spirit stones. 100,000 pieces. It's definitely not a small amount. It must be known that even the most common healing dispersions, please note, are not pills, but powdered dispersions. It all takes dozens of them. For the average person, if they wanted to save up 100,000 spirit stones, they would only have to struggle hard for hundreds of years before they could hope. But this would remind Sefei of a problem. Right. Can the Enlightenment tea tree draw on the aura inside the spirit stones? We'll have to find a chance to try it when we get back. Long River Sword Sect. The land of the sword mound. By the side of the sword washing pool, a lonesome body sat here, surrounded by tyrannical sword chi. At this point, another figure came in a hurry. Little Moon Hill has been cleared and will not affect the villagers below the hill. But the moon lake at the top of that mountain will only take hundreds of years to recover. And I've already notified the Grand Elder of the Sword Mound to search for those two together with the Sword Pavilion. The person who came was none other than Feng Jin, who was at the 9th level of Yuan Ying. At this moment, he was no longer smiling as before, and his face was full of depression. The one sitting beside the sword washing pool was Guo Feng, the first sword god of the sword mound. Hearing Feng Jin's words, Guo Feng said miserably, "It's been so long, and we still haven't found any traces of that person?" Feng Jin shook his head slightly. What about the master of the hidden scriptures? What did that Taishang say? The hall master has already sent a message over. Feng Jian said, the words say that that person is not an enemy of the sword sect, and that his origins are not to be found. As soon as I heard that, Guo Feng immediately snorted, "Heh! When did my Chanha sword sect's Taishang even learn the way of speaking of that group of vultures from the central heavenly domain? Is this playing Machiavellian with us? Not an enemy of the sword sect, is the Long River sword sect not even able to defeat them, or are they not our enemies? Is the origin unsearchable, can't it be found, or are you unwilling to project it?" Looking at this so-called first sword god of the sword graveyard, and listening to the strange tone, Feng Jian was also at a loss for what to say for a moment. In such a short time, Guo Feng was struck twice in a row, and his sword heart, his pride, was only frustrated not small. You don't have to sink into this, there are an unknown number of experts under the sky. Feng Jian eventually couldn't bear it and tried to comfort. I know that there are many masters in the world, and that my swordsmanship, my cultivation, is not worth mentioning. Guo Feng took a deep breath, but right here in the southern realm, right within the boundaries of my Chanha sword sect, two actually appeared in a row. Two people. Jin Feng, do you know what this concept is? Do I still deserve to sit on this title of the first sword god of the sword mound? Looking at Guo Feng's eyes, Feng Jian couldn't help but feel an inner shock. At this time, Guo Feng's eyes were lifeless, where was the usual hint of arrogance? Seemingly not seeing Feng Jin's shock, Guo Feng added, "I'm going to leave." Gone? Where to? Feng Jian asked in a hurry. Go down the mountain to look for a breakthrough opportunity, and if you don't achieve the sword god's pole, you will never return to the clan. Guo Feng finished standing up. Seeing him like this, Feng Jian couldn't help but subconsciously ask, but the sword god's pole is too difficult, if you fail to break through it, how will you be able to handle yourself? He had gone to ask Elder Shi, so he naturally knew something about the situation. Guo Feng was silent. After looking blankly at the crystal-clear sword washing pool, he sighed. If I don't get a survey, He didn't know what to do with himself. Spirit stones can indeed be absorbed by the Enlightenment tea tree. Xia Fei looked at the spirit stones that were rapidly dissolving in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He had returned to the Sword Pavilion Elder residence. 2 days had also passed since the Xiao Yan incident. The reason it took so long. That was because when he was close to the Long River Sword sect, he didn't fly at full power, but instead switched to the strength of the 8th rank of Qi practicing and walked back. No mistake. Nowadays, his external cultivation level was already at the 8th level of Qi practicing cultivation. After all, the reason for the previous leave was to feel an epiphany. Then it's back, and common sense says it's time for a breakthrough. and it was a little plan laid out by Sheffield. Generally speaking, the 7th grade of Qi practicing was the strongest of the inner sect elders. If you exceeded the 7th grade of Qi practicing, then you should definitely be promoted to elite elder, which meant going to the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion. At this point, the enlightenment tea tree, which had absorbed 80,000 to 90,000 spirit stones, grew more and more green and vibrant. But that's as far as it goes. Nearly 100,000 spirit stones were fed down, and as a result, not a single leaf opened up. Xiafei looked at the bare sapling that still only had 3 small leaves, and his satisfied smile suddenly turned into a bitter smile. The leaves of the Gautama tea tree have a huge role to play. After eating it, not only can it instantly elevate enlightenment, but it also has the effect of condensing the mind and dispelling the obstacles of the mind. As for how high enlightenment can actually be plucked, faced with a seedling with only 3 leaves, he didn't dare to try it now. With such a spiritual root, Xiafei was afraid that a bad one would be raised to death. That would be a real loss. It seems like we have to find some heavenly materials or something more special to feed it. After doing the experiment of spirit stone feeding, he then began withdrawing system rebates. The King Grade Level 9 Prison Breaking Fist instantly transformed Xiafei into an ascetic monk in the middle of the scroll. With the axiom of body as a weapon, fist to subdue the 9 prisons, he constantly turns himself into a killing weapon through all kinds of extreme means. There is something special about this boxing art. Although it wasn't mentioned in the system introduction, Xiafei felt that it shouldn't be a technique from the Xuanqi continent. On the Xuanqi continent, no matter if it was body refining or something else, there was no getting around the point of heaven and earth aura. And the fundamental attack principle of the 9 prison breaking fist was actually not relying on spirit power or demonic power. Instead, it was driven by pure chi and blood, striking the annihilation strength. This annihilation power comes with a broken law. Unless one resisted with the same fleshly body and chi and blood, no matter if it was spiritual energy, mana, etc., it would be annihilated upon collision. That's something. After practicing the 9 prison breaking fist, when a fist smashes down, as long as you don't run, no matter how you block, you'll end up taking my blow hard. The top of the magic treasure came up, and the spiritual energy inside was directly dispersed and reduced to dead matter. The top of the art is even more annihilated and invisible, useless. Then if you keep hitting annihilation power at a person, wouldn't it be possible to knock out the spiritual energy in his body? Alternative to beating down the realm? Thinking of this point, Xiafei froze. Think about it. A cave heaven expert appeared, and given time, he could hammer that cave heaven hard into a transformation spirit or Yuaning. Chapter 60 Promotion to 3rd Tier Elder, New Head Girl. The reason why the hammer doesn't become a Jindan is because breaking through to Yuaning is an essential change in form. Anymore, it could only make the firstborn become shrunken and transparent. This was also the reason why Xiafei had not fallen to Jindan after all the spiritual energy in his body had been transformed into the infinite sword air before. But that's exactly why. Now Xiafei needs to replenish his foundation and enrich the infinite sword air Yuaning. System, extract 30 years of golden austerity. Soon. A huge amount of energy poured down. This time, under Xiafei's careful perception, he realized that this energy was neither spiritual power nor mana that was one level higher than spiritual power. It seems to be some kind of origin power. The ability to transform directly into any power. 30 years of hard cultivation at the golden level was absorbed in less than a tea's worth of work. And the result? Xiafei's Yuaning grew a little bit taller. Aha! Just a little. It was still a long way from breaking through to the 2nd grade of Yuaning. Early the next morning, Xiafei then rushed to the 2nd floor of the sword pavilion to report for pinning. As soon as he arrived, he saw Kang Jian gathered with a few core elders. Several people shook their heads sighing as if they were sorry for something. Seeing Xiafei appear, Kang Jian hurriedly greeted him and said, "Elder Xia, while you were away, some people have been hitting our clan. There's an inner sect elder over in the refining room, you should have seen him before, the one who often sends us magic swords over. Scared to death because of this. Ugh, what a shame. I remember he invited me before, to go to Huayang City's Wind and Moon Alley to play." Xiafei was a bit dumbfounded. Scared to death? How can you die? Wouldn't it be better to use a healing potion to protect your guts? Scared to death is usually an adjective. But looking at Kang Jian and a few of them, they should really be as literally scared out of their wits. But the thing is, even if it were true, what does that have to do with anything? A missing arm or a leg can be cured. It's just a guts. The elders on the alchemy side, and they still can't be cured? Another elder came up and sighed, the problem is that intersect elder, who is known to be full of guts. Sheffield, ? What the hell kind of snide joke is that? You think it's Xiao Zilong? Still full of guts. Are you sure you guys aren't kidding? The other elders nodded heavily, indeed he died just like that, scared out of his wits, and all of us went to the memorial ceremony the day before yesterday. This time, Kang Jian seemed to have discovered something and said in surprise, Elder Xia, you actually broke through again? Only then did the others notice that today's CFA was already at the 8th rank of Qi practicing. One time. The remembrance of an acquaintance turns into a scene of congratulations and inquiries about the experience of cultivation. If the other elders of the Sword Mount Toner Gorge saw it, definitely jaws dropping in surprise. When did the people of the Sword Pavilion work so hard to get ahead? Elder Xia, then you are now at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, so you can go to Master Wu to be promoted to the 3rd level. Kang Jian smiled and said, looking at it this way, you and I will be working together again when the time comes. Words. CFA was a bit surprised, you're also going to the 3rd floor? When was it finalized? Just a few days ago, the 3rd tier elders were short of people and specially drew a few of us. We'll be reporting to the 3rd floor in the next 2 days, so why don't you go talk to Master Wu now, Elder Xia, and we'll go together. Yeah, we all know each other well, so we can take care of each other when we go to the 3rd floor. Several other elders spoke up. These few of them, all of them were actually going to be on duty on the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. And so, in the midst of Master Wu's pleased exhortation, Xiafei followed Kang Jian and his group to the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. But just as the doorway to the 3rd level, there's been a little accident. The birth of man is also endowed with Qi and Taiji, and the movement of the law of heaven and earth. Xiafei actually heard the chanting of that 6th level woman again. The last time I recited was the Huangdi Neijing Jingjing. This time it was replaced with the Grand Cave Sutra of Shangqing. A few elders beside him were asked in a row, including Kang Jian. They all said they didn't hear anything. Could it be that I'm the only one who can hear this sound? Did the woman do it on purpose, or is my perception too sharp? Xiafei's mind couldn't help but recall the scene he had seen on the 6th floor earlier. A small, black and white clear-cut world with a lone thatched hut. As well as the stunningly beautiful woman in the hut who was only a mortal 1st class. Looks like we'll have to find a chance to find out what's going on. Press that doubt for now. Xiafei followed the group and stepped into the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. It wasn't their first time on the 3rd floor. This time, however, the implication is different. From now on, we'll be the elders of the 3rd floor. Call me Elite Elder, please. After becoming an Elite Elder, are we allowed to take on disciples? That's for sure, after taking on a disciple, you'll be able to make the disciple serve him, hee. The congenial group of people were beaming with joy. However, CFA could clearly see the worry and fear hidden in the bottom of each of their eyes. With each level of the Sword Pavilion, the danger increased exponentially. The 2nd level only had a portion of spirit weapon level Dharma swords, while the 3rd level was all spirit weapons with a spirit. Facing these temperamental and very menacing Dharma swords. Without strength, every day can be a walk in the park. A bad one, the loss of one's own life is a small matter, but also particularly easy to cause a big disaster. Alas, I don't know what the point of this Sword Pavilion is. Not only has it become a prison for the sword, it has also become a prison for these elders. Xiafei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. You all must be the elders who came over from the 2nd floor to report, right? At this time, the 3rd floor guide elders greeted them. The master has been waiting for a long time, come with me. As this guiding elder moved forward, the group arrived at a place similar to a council chamber. And CFA also met with the 3rd floor's head elder. Upon seeing what appeared in front of him, a cold beauty with short hair, Kang Jian and the others were dumbfounded. I remember the 3rd floor officiating elder, not. Kang couldn't help but issue a question. The guiding elder hurriedly lowered his voice and said, the previous mastermind fell some time ago due to a Dharma sword riot. This is our new master of ceremonies, surnamed Lu. Speaking of the Dharma sword riot, a few Kang Jian instantly understood what was going on. The cold beauty would then open her mouth, my name is Lu Ying, and I will be your presiding elder from now on. You've all been on duty on the 2nd floor, so I don't think I need to tell you many of the rules. This time today is just a meeting so that you will remember me and I will get to know you. From now on, I'll be in charge of the entire third floor, and anything that happens must be reported up. Otherwise there will be delays, or things will go wrong, and there will be consequences. After a brief lecture, this Master Luing then left. It was obvious that having just taken over the third-tier officiating position, there was a lot going on and a lot to do. On the side of the Sword Pavilion, there were also a few female elders though. But to be honest, it's a bit of a one-liner. Even CFA, at this moment, could not help but feel a hint of anticipation for having to work together with this Master Luing. Not to mention the Kangen guys who go to play regularly. After Master Lu left, each one of them was as if they had picked up 100 spirit stones, so happy that they couldn't see out of their eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that our officiant would actually not be a bad old man anymore. Master Luing is so beautiful, she is simply the goddess of my dreams. Told you so. Wouldn't I have come sooner if I'd said so? Speaking of which, who knows the details of this Ms. Luing? What's her personality like? What does she usually like? I haven't heard of it before, so good looking and cold, in general I wouldn't be unaware of it. Can't it be that it wasn't from our Sword Pavilion before? It's possible. Wait for me to investigate and find out. Looking at his fellow officers who were in a mess, CFA couldn't help but shake his head. Each one of them is dozens of years old, adding up to hundreds of years. I can't believe you act like you've never seen a woman before. At this moment, Kang Jian suddenly became serious. Elder Xia, I intend to always pay attention to my image from now on. From now on, I will never go to a woman of fireworks and wind, and I will read daily and study cultivation. Xia Fei was speechless. Are you not convinced? Kang Jian pulled him aside and whispered, others don't know, but I've heard about it. The name Luing, I have heard people talk about it. The depth of this master's background is beyond your imagination. I really can't imagine it if you don't say it. Xia Fei responded. Alright, then I'll tell you alone, and when you know it, you mustn't tell anyone, so I don't get any more competition. Kang Jian looked around and saw that everyone was eagerly discussing and didn't notice this side of the room before sneaking out. Master Lu is a descendant of a certain Taishang. A descendant of the Supreme Elder? Xia Fei said blandly, in fact, you don't need to be so careful, you can spiritually transmit your voice. After advancing to the third level of the Sword Pavilion, not much has actually changed in life. Everyone briefly familiarized themselves with the third floor and got into the swing of things. The only noticeable change is the Kangen bunch, no more slacking off or just going back to sleep. One is also dressed like a man. Tian hated to just stay on the third floor, and liked to hang out at Master Lu's side a lot. Kang Jian, in particular, held a copy of Exposition of Cultivation every day, like a master of theoretical cultivation. This situation. If it wasn't for the fact that CFA was clear about this group of bosses, he would have just assumed that this was a group of 20-something, youthful and ignorant passionate teenagers. So much for having to sigh a little. Women, especially pretty ones. No matter what world you put it in, it will be the driving force behind the progress of a large portion of the population. And these days, CFA hadn't even formally touched the elite disciples yet. Because I just came over, the things I was responsible for doing were all unimportant, or rather tedious little things that wouldn't go wrong. For example, registering spell swords, checking spell formations, organizing sword racks. And so on. This day. Finally a break. CFA intended to check out the 6th floor. To remain undetected, unless I use my firstborn out of body. Chapter 61 Thatched 9th Shujun, Investing in Chatting to Relieve Boredom. It's night. A figure walked out from CFA's residence. Under the divine soul fluctuation, his figure instantly reached the 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion like a ghost. Even though it's in the state of a Yuaning's out-of-body state, the Sword Pavilion's spell formation still detected my presence. It's fortunate that I belong to the Sword Pavilion elders themselves, otherwise the moment I crossed over just now, I would have been blocked by the spell formation and then the warning notified the others. The figure was none other than CFA. At this moment, he was preparing to go straight through the 3rd floor entrance to the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion. When he arrived at the 6th floor silently, he happened to bump into 2 Jindan 2nd grade grand elders coming out in company. Have you heard all about it? One of the inner sect elders over at the refining room had his head scared off because of that renegade disciple from last time. A joke has to have a head. Can a head be scared off? Does have no head. Can you stop laughing? But speaking of that renegade disciple Xiaoyan, I did hear something. What? Tell me. I heard that our chief master elder Zhou Qing, as well as the two grand elders of the sword mound, all went to track down that disciple and ended up returning with serious injuries. Really? Didn't that Xiaoyan take a blow from our Yuaning protector chief? Even in this situation, he was able to seriously injure Elder Zhou and the others? Yeah. That's why I said that Xiaoyan is a bit strong. I'm only afraid that he's the kind of super genius that can challenge over the levels. Alas, such a genius has ended up sentencing the clan. Xia Fei just stood at the entrance and exit, and the two men passed over him while talking, not even noticing that there was a third person here. For Xiaoyan's matter, a protector elder personally inquired about the law enforcement hall, and then Moro Yan, who caused Xiaoyan to rebel against the sect, along with her master, were punished to contemplate for 10 years at the sword wall. That's so, but I'm not too sure about Xiaoyan and Moro Yan. So let me tell you something about these two. It's so twisted and blown up, when they were supposed to be childhood friends. Conversing, the two disappeared into the middle of the spell. Xia Fei waited a little longer. It was only after he was sure that no one had reappeared that he stepped quietly into the 6 levels of space. The 6 layers of the spell formation immediately caused a slight fluctuation that was not easily detectable. If someone was nearby, with the cultivation of the Jindan realm, they would definitely be able to discover it. But it would be unoccupied, and thus he just came in. A familiar black and white niche. Familiar huts. Standing on the clear demarcation line, Xia Fei had the feeling of walking in the realm of yin and yang. Because of his experience last time, he would not release his spiritual sense out this time. Step by step towards the hut, not even wanting to fly for fear of causing some kind of reaction from the spell again. The space here is filled with a strange floral scent, a synthesis of peach blossoms, and many other flowers. Although he was in the state of Yuaning, Xia Fei was still able to have 5 senses and 6 senses. Until now, he couldn't believe that this could actually be the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion. It's too weird. Oddly enough, it's like there's suddenly a pussy in the midst of the lean and fit hunks. Wait outside the hut yard. Xia Fei walked straight through the small courtyard and wooden gate. And then I saw the stunning woman. Because half of it is in the dark. A perpetual light made of unknown material was lit in the house. The wick of the oil lamp popped, and a warm yellow glow danced across the woman's lowered lashes. A few strands of broken hair fell from the raven green temples, brushed against the tip of his nose by the wind drilling through the window. The bridge of the noseline is like a new bamboo knot under the mountain gate, white with the light pink of early cherry blossoms. You can't trust the sky, you can't trust the fall, you can't trust the man, you can't trust the heart. When she chanted the scriptures, her lips opened and closed, tender as drops of water. The lamp suddenly swayed, illuminating her 10 fingers holding the scroll. The knuckles were slender but not jagged, the caps of the fingers glowing with the aqua color of green jade, and the tiger's mouth stained with traces of pine smoke ink. The most curious thing is that the body-washed white-green cloth shirt, collar patch stitching is as fine as a beehive, but the cuffs of the sleeve folded to reveal half of the red rope, falling a jade talisman rubbed out of the pulp. As she turned the pages of the scroll, pale gold vein lines surfaced on the inside of her wrist bones. This was not the flow of a cultivator's aura, but rather like the imprint of being incense stained from years of copying scriptures. Xia Fei noticed the half-stemmed wooden hairpin stuck crookedly in her bun, and the lotus petals carved on the head of the hairpin were smoothed out at the edges. Destiny's golden pupil. Name, Nine Suk Quan. Sex, female. Longevity, 89,999. Realm, mortal fetus first grade lockdown. Natal chakra, red. Divine destiny protagonist. Gathering great fortunes. Suggests investing immediately. Recent needs, as a princess of the demon race, she is lonely to the core here, and would like someone to talk to her and chat with her, preferably tell her some stories about the outside world. Xia Fei was a bit stunned. He couldn't tell if he was frozen by the woman's aura and appearance, or if he was frozen because he saw the information revealed by the golden pupil of the destiny path. Just in time. The woman suddenly skimmed her head as if sensing something. Yikes. She seemed startled and the scripture in her hand fell on the table. You're not an elder here, what are you? Ninth Shujun asked in a hurried voice. And Xia Fei was also surprised, he was even a bit incredulous. You can detect my presence? No one in the Jindan realm could detect him in the slightest. It didn't occur to him that the woman in front of him, who only had the strength of a mortal fetus first grade, could actually see herself. Ha! Aren't you standing here for good? After Ninth Shujun's panic, she felt strange. Who is this man who came out of nowhere? Obviously people are here, but it's like no one else can notice. Really? She's not blind. Facing the woman's rhetorical question, Xiafei actually couldn't find anything to say in retort. Can we just say that it's worthy of being a demon princess? Seeing that he didn't say anything, the Ninth Shujun couldn't help but ask curiously, are you someone who came in from outside? You'll be living here from now on, too? Me too? Xiafei shook his head, I don't live here, but did come in from outside. As soon as I heard that, Ninth Shujun was instantly happy. That's good, that's good. This room is too small, it's not good for two people. And from a young age, my mother taught that you can't sleep with just anyone. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a sudden surge of phalanx power from outside. Then a voice came in, Your Highness, did something happen? Apparently, the movements of this hut had been listened to. No. I'm a little tired of reading the scriptures, so I'm making up stories and talking to myself. While responding towards the outside, Ninth Shujun signaled Xiafei not to make any noise. So that's how it is. If Your Highness the Princess Cave Spirit True Scripture is finished reading it, you can tell me and I'll send some more scriptures over. After that, the voice disappeared. And hearing this, the Ninth Shujun couldn't help but stomp her foot. Scripture again, I don't want to read scripture. Fuming and beaming. Looks extremely molded. Aha! She's the demoness. Xiafei meditated inwardly, his mind clearing up. By the way, outsider, what is your name? My name is Ninth Shujun. The woman came up to him, her curious eyes looking inward. Cheyenne. Xiafei responded without changing his face. He does have an identity called Xian, but it's inside the system's rebate of life lessons. Thanks to Av. Ninth Shujun bowed her head and pronounced the name a few times. Then he looked up and smiled, Your mother gave you this name, is it because she hopes that you can be peaceful? My mother called me Shujun because she wanted me to be Shidoku with a gentleman. Arigan? Your mother wants you to marry someone? Xiafei was infected and couldn't help but laugh along. Not at all, it's the monarch of monarchs, meaning for me to lead the group from now on. Ninth Shujun huffed and puffed. So that's how it is, but why are you, the king, staying here? Xiafei asked the doubt in his heart. How could a princess of the demon race appear in the Long River Sword sect? And it was still locked in the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion. When did the Changhua Sword sect become so powerful? Even the demon princess can be placed under house arrest. As a part of it, Xiafei was suddenly deeply impressed that he still knew too little about the sword sect. That's because... Just as the words began, they were interrupted by Xiafei's frown. Someone's coming, I'll come over next time I have time. Under the sense of the sixth sense, several people were hurrying towards this direction in the distance. It was none other than the Jindan Grand Elders of the 6th layer. It was presumably because they had discovered that this demon princess had lied, and that was why they rushed over to check the situation. Seeing that Xiafei was about to leave, Ninth Shujun immediately said with some urgency, Be careful, those old grandpas outside are very powerful. And, if you come next time, could you tell me about what's going on out there? No problem. Xiafei waved his hand, and his person had already passed through the hut and disappeared. Sure enough, it didn't complete the investment. It also looks like you have to tell the story of what's going on out there. The entrance and exit of the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Xiafei stood here and waited for a while, and after realizing that he still hadn't waited for the reminder of the rebate, he realized that this investment wasn't just a simple chat. Let's drop the matter for now. He turned his head to survey the entry and exit spells. A thought could not help but pop up in his heart. The 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion was already so different. What about the higher, 7th level? And the 8th and 9th? Think about it. Xiafei couldn't help but be curious. But to be on the safe side, he just separated a part of his spiritual sense to quietly probe toward the 7th floor. Boom! Almost instantly. His entire Yuaning shook violently. Injured. To actually pass through my spiritual sense and injure my own Yuaning? Xiafei was suddenly surprised. If he had not cut off his spiritual sense in a hurry, I'm afraid that it would not be this light injury. It is really possible to have a big problem. And with his strength today, the person who can hurt him is a little bit uncomplicated. Recall the scene you saw in that instant. It's a darkness. The 7th floor was like being forever shrouded in an inextricable black fog. And in the black mist, one could vaguely see countless magic swords without scabbards, sticking directly into the ground. Each handle was tightly wrapped by array chains. The aura saw this, and then it was broken by a force of some kind. And along the spiritual sense, it also injured CFA Yuaning. I didn't expect the upper 3 floors to be so terrifying. Chapter 62 Lost Love, Goddess ran away with someone else. The next day. Work as usual. But CFA had just arrived at the square underneath the sword pavilion. He was then pulled back by Long Fei, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Elder Xia, let's borrow a step. After the 2 men stepped aside, Long Fei said with an anxious face, Elder Xia, you mustn't forget about the Zhongshuan mysterious realm. It's almost time to go. How do you still have the heart to do something? The tone was saturated with an odd emotion. Kind of a hateful kind of thing. Xia Fei was a bit bewildered. He knew a little bit about the secret realm of the many Xian, but he had never wanted to go there. And he thought that last time, Long Fei was just talking about it. As soon as he looked at him like this, Long Fei became even more anxious. You won't forget, right? How important this mysterious realm of the multiverse is. How could you forget about it? Hurry up. Don't do things. Everyone else has been in seclusion lately to improve their strength, so don't waste my spot. Looking at Long Fei, who was so concerned, CFA hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we just give the quota back to you? I don't really want to go to any secret realm, and it's so dangerous with all those people. Mainly, he didn't need to go through any secret realms to increase his strength. Not too keen on going out and wandering around either. Secondly, if Long Fei cared so much, then just let him go by himself. Listen to this. Long Fei froze on the spot. Ryoko. He stammered a bit, CFA, you're not joking? Is the quota really returned to me? The quota for the Zhongshuan mysterious realm was something that his master had wasted a lot of effort to get. During this time, Long Fei was scolded by his master almost every day. I had thought to follow my own sword and give it away and never take it back. But I didn't think the other guy actually returned it. No kidding, seriously. CFA nodded and said, I think that the quota for that Zhongshuan mysterious realm is very important to you, and a gentleman does not take away a person's love. And I definitely don't know the Zhongshuan mysterious realm as well as you do, and I haven't made any preparations, so instead of going there and returning empty-handed, I'd rather hand it over to you. Dragonfly was shocked. He was shocked. This Long River Sword sect, this heaven. This is the age of the weak and the strong, who hate to drink human blood and eat human flesh. There's actually someone like Elder CFA? The treasure mountain was given to him, but he thought that he would not have difficulty in returning it. Silence. Silence is now the Kenkaku. Elder Xia, I misunderstood you much before. Long Fei choked a bit and his voice was hoarse, it's my fault. Going forward. Elder Xia, you are my only close friend of Long Fei. Having said that, he turned and left. The wind blew fine droplets of water, like tears, like moving, but also like a man's stubbornness. Looking at the slightly messy Long Fei when he left, Xia Fei stood in the breeze, a bit messy. Well. He shook his head, not caring about any crowd Xian mysteries, and stepped into the middle of the sword pavilion's spell formation. When coming to the 3rd level, the first thing you see is the wellness. Unlike the previous days, Kang Jian will be demoralized, and no longer look as spirited and positive as before. It wasn't just Kang Jian, the rest of the few elders were the same. Just hear them sighing there. Kang Jian, in particular, actually started reciting poetry. The dry well has no waves and the heart becomes ice, the broken lamp burns out and the hatred is not yet embers. Xia Fei was confused. He rushed forward and asked, what's wrong with you guys? Ugh. Love lost. Ugh. No more love. Alas. The goddess ran away with someone else. A series of sighs, a series of wailing responses. What's the situation this is? Xia Fei looked at Kang Jian, you all lost your love? No. Are you guys in love? How come I didn't know? And one by one all at the same time. Out of love? Kang Jian's eyes were lifeless as he stood up shakily, Elder Xia, you don't know anything. It turned out to be that they came in early this morning and saw a man coming to see Luing in charge. I inquire only to know, this man is not someone else, is with Luing childhood fiancé for marriage. This time, the goddess dream was shattered on the spot. It's all broken. CFA was in tears. Do you know the details of that man? Why don't you think about it, go up and spar with him one by one, and beat him up in a round battle to get rid of his anger. The words came out. A few people had a harder time with it. Kang Jian said sadly, Elder Xia, you don't know. He's already at the 9th level of Jin Dan, a senior of the Linglong Holy Land. Kang Jian, if you are at the 7th level of Qi cultivation, if they went to someone else. It wouldn't be a wheelbarrow fight, it would be giving away food and pussy material, pretend material. Well. Then this CFA can't do anything about it. He couldn't go and help beat someone up for this kind of. Well, they're all a bunch of 40 to 50-year-old men, why be sad over a little woman here? CFA clapped his hands, pulling one's attention back. It's almost the end of the year, big deal. I'll invite you guys to play in the spring festival, so all have fun. Not much of a friend on a regular basis. It didn't matter if these fellow officers, who had worked together up from the 2nd floor, had an occasional treat. Is that true? It's not simple to make Elder Xia, the Iron Rooster, pluck his feathers. Not only on weekdays, Elder Xia doesn't go out the door, doesn't step out the door. Those who don't know still think that our sword pavilion has a showgirl who likes to sit in the boudoir. Yeah, it's rare that you don't go out with us on weekdays. As soon as they heard that someone was treating them to a playdate, a group of people gathered around with gusto. Xia Fei didn't care about everyone's flirting. But as they spoke, Kang Jian and the others suddenly stopped talking. Looking back. At some point, Master Luing stood behind him. Greetings, Master Lu. Xia Fei immediately saluted. The others hurriedly followed suit and shouted. Your name is Sheffield? Luing waved her hand and asked. Xia Fei was stunned, then hurriedly said, exactly. Very well. I'll remember you. Having said that, Luing then turned and walked away. The crowd froze for a moment, then exploded. I didn't expect, you thick-browed CFA, you're actually the first man to be noticed by my goddess. Finished. The goddess even only remembers your name. Aha. Elder Xia, I don't share the same fate as you. This spring festival, you must order me 2 girls. Otherwise it will be the hatred of taking my wife and blood feud. Several elders immediately jumped out with a pained look. Although he himself couldn't get the goddess, but if his brother got it, it would be even more upset. Only wellness. He frowned and spoke out, that said, did any of you notice when Master Lu came? In case Master Lu comes for a good while, and here's what Elder Xia said earlier about beating her fiancé. She's remembering Elder Xia here, it's inevitable that she's trying to put small shoes on Elder Xia. The words came out. Once again, everyone froze. It was as if no one noticed when Master Lu arrived. Think about it. Kong has a point. One time. Everyone looked at CFA with sympathetic gazes. Thank you, Elder, help yourself. Thank you, Elder, I'll go and get busy first. Elder Xia, don't forget my girl. One by one, they patted CFA's shoulder and left to go to work. You guys? CFA felt speechless. Old men really are fickle. Busy at Sword Court until the afternoon. After seeing nothing, CFA then went out the door and went to Chifeng Mountain to look for his own great disciple. After seeing that Long Chiye was still there constantly practicing hard, he, who was a master, couldn't help but inwardly sigh, the later generations are fearful. At the same time, the first time, he opened the golden pupil of the destiny path. But it's the same old thing. Wanting to reach an investment was not up to him, but to Long Chiye's own thoughts and feelings. My disciple has met master. Seeing CFA appear, Long Chiye hurriedly stopped and respectfully saluted. Not bad, you can already fight the 9th rank of Qi practicing alone now. Noticing the magnitude of this great disciple's strength refinement, even CFA had to be surprised for a moment. It's all because master taught me well. Long Chiye said very seriously. But the more serious he was, the more CFA felt his face getting a little hot and red. If he didn't know this disciple's nature, he would definitely think that this was a taunt. Alright, there's no need to be so formal between you and me, master and disciple. In addition to observing your progress this time over, I also intend to pass on an attacking and killing fist technique to you. With that, CFA directly explained the 9 prison breaking fist. This gong specializes in attack and kill, ranking as a king's item in an extreme manner. If we talk about killing battle power, even imperial level Shen Gong may not be as rigid as it. Long Jie was quite perceptive, otherwise it would not have been possible for him to cultivate the tiger demon bone refining fist to the current realm all by himself. It's just a simple explanation, and he can almost pick up on it. And after the explanation, CFA pointed another finger on his forehead at the center of his eyebrows. Under the fluctuation of divine thoughts, the 9 prison breaking fist was completely engraved in Long Jie's mind. Thank you, Master, for giving me credit. Even though CFA had emphasized many times that there was no need to be polite or formal, Long Jie still bowed respectfully. Practice well. Looking at the eldest disciple in front of him, CFA couldn't help but think of his new disciple Yuan Li. I don't know how he ran away to Linglong Holy Land. Was he abducted by a woman? He couldn't help but mutter a little. Master, what are you talking about? Long Jie asked curiously. Nothing, it's just that you have a mentor. Lingering sanctuary. A dense forest. Ding ding ding. Behind them, 2 people were practicing swordplay against each other. Yuan Li, however, looked up to the south, a little out of breath. Yuan Li, what are you doing? Thinking about that inexplicable master of yours again? The 2 men behind him put away their swords, and one of them, a young girl in red, approached and asked. Another man in brocade clothes, with a disdainful face, said, What is there to hang on to about that master of yours? A mere book of ordinary vomiting techniques and an inferior sword technique, what is that? If you think about our Holy Land, entry is the superior cultivation path, and becoming an inner sect even allows you to cultivate the precious method. If you ask me, how about that master of yours isn't much more powerful, just from the gongfu he passed on to you? Shut up! Yuan Li shouted violently, if not for Master, would I, Yuan Li, have been seen? Without Master, how could I have entered this lingering Holy Land? He took a deep breath, and his aura turned helpless again. It's a pity that I was brought here by force and didn't get to speak clearly with my master, and I don't know what my master would think if he couldn't wait for me to be bitter. The red-robed girl made a suggestion, Yuan Li, I've checked the information of the Long River Sword sect for you. Although it's only a third-rate sword cultivation sect, this time when the Southern Realm's Zhongshuan Mysterious Realm opens, they have 6 spots. If you go this time, even if you don't meet your master, you'll still be able to run into someone from the Long River Sword sect, and then relay the message on your behalf. Yuan Li nodded, it can only be so. Chapter 63 Earthly Fury Formation Set. Master is a hermit Highlander. Listen to the master. It was only then that Long Jie realized that he actually had an additional senior brother. Now that I've been promoted to elite elder, I'm on duty on the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, so if you come looking for me, remember not to run off on the wrong foot. As he was leaving, CFA purposely reminded him. As soon as I heard that, Long Jie's eyes immediately lit up before he directly knelt down in front of CFA. My disciple congratulates Master on his high rank first. Secondly, the apprentice has an ungrateful request, and I would like to ask the Master to listen to it. Oh? Tell me. CFA hurriedly helped the person up. In front of me, there is no need to kneel without moving. Know that there is gold in a man's knees. Long Jie nodded heavily. Master, disciple is trying to say, can we take Lin Fan? Although some elders in the clan wanted to take him as a disciple, Lin Fan has always been grateful for his master's kindness. But he's introverted and doesn't want to open up to people. It is only because I am taking advantage of the joy of Master's exaltation that I have the audacity to bring this matter up, and I hope that Master will consider it. Hearing the name Lin Fan, CFA couldn't help but stare, then slammed his head. I almost forgot if you didn't say it. It just so happens that I can now accept disciples openly. You call Lin Fan here, if he is willing, I will accept him as a disciple. After Long Jie answered, he happily ran away. It didn't take long. 3 figures came running in a hurry. Then they all knelt down in front of CFA. Master. Greetings, Elder Xie. This latter sentence was said by both Lin Fan and Ching Yao. Watching the duo appear, CFA couldn't help but use his life path golden pupil. Name, Lin Fan. Sex, male. Longevity, 1380. Realm, mortal fetus 4. Natal chakra, gold. Golden wizards. Immediate needs, I would like to worship Elder Xie, who has been so gracious, and do my filial duty as a disciple. Name, Cheng Yao. Sex, female. Longevity, 14101. Realm, mortal fetus, 2nd grade. Natal chakra, blue. Blue superior fate road. Immediate needs, I hope to gain the attention of Elder CFA and become his disciple. Nice guy. Both want to worship themselves? CFA couldn't help but feel a hint of smugness within him. One must know that his external cultivation level was not high, and up until now he was only practicing chi at the 8th rank. In the Long River Sword sect, such elders were too common in a handful of cases. The only one that might be better. It was he, CFA, who had a bit of a reputation in the inner and outer sects, as well as among the miscellaneous disciples. After all, having invested in so many people along the way, everyone carries a strong sense of appreciation for him. But that's simply not enough of a point for the master. Once a teacher, always a father. Choosing a master is no casual joke. Yet even so, Lin Fan, a genius of the Golden Destiny Dao, as well as Qing Yao, a blue upper-class talent, were still willing to worship him. Lin Fan, would you like to become my disciple? Pressing down the throbbing inside, CFA took a deep breath and asked directly. Disciple. Disciple is willing. Lin Fan fell to his knees and buried his head deep into the weeds of Qifeng Mountain. Excitement. Shudder. He didn't dare to look up for fear of being seen in tears at the moment. Qing Yao, who was on the side, immediately revealed a look of envy when she saw this scene. And Long Chia looked at this childhood friend of his, and then looked at his master with anticipation. Alright, Qing Yao I will also take as a disciple. CFA couldn't help but shake his head and laugh before looking at Qing Yao. You're the first disciple I've licensed to pass. Now, would you like to be my disciple? Counting, Long Chia is the eldest senior brother, there is a second senior brother who is far away, and you are the third senior sister. Lin Fan is younger than you, and is the youngest senior. How could Qing Yao not agree, immediately kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times? Master. It's right here on Qifeng Mountain. Simple kowtowing and worship. Everything. Sort of a done deal. Ding. Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal chakra being gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a year of hard training gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation talent purple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the earthbending formation set spiritual artifact. Ding. Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the blue color of the investment target's fate Dao Chi luck. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wind Blast Steps lower level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the detailed explanation of Dan Poison. CFA didn't bother to check the system's rebate. Instead, he said to the 2 newly accepted disciples, Master doesn't have much of a gift to meet. Lin Fan, this is the Easy Fan, a spiritual artifact level magic treasure that can be used for offense and defense, it's yours. This fan was originally used by CFA for camouflage. However, due to the fact that Mo Ming had embarked on the path of body refining, when pretending to be someone else, he could already dispense with the need to use this spiritual artifact FA fan. Mainly because there was nothing really appropriate on it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken this out. Gave Lin Fan a meet and greet gift. Naturally, you can't favor one over the other. Qing Yao, your talent is slightly inferior compared to your eldest senior brother and junior senior brother. I have an earth grade pill here that improves your natural talent. I'll give it to you as a meet and greet gift, take it. CFA took out the cultivation heavenly talent pill. This was something he had initially thought of using for Lin Fan, but it turned out that he didn't expect it to end up being used on Qing Yao. Let's just say that things changed so unpredictably. Thank you, Master. The 2 took it with both hands. When Qing Yao took the cultivation heavenly talent pill, CFA noticed some changes. Especially in the golden pupil of destiny. Qing Yao's fateful chi actually turned purple all of a sudden. It seems that this fateful Dao of Qi is not set in stone, so does the batch creation of an anomaly like Yuan Li mean that there is hope? Think about it. The heart was happy, but it was still a bit puzzling. How do you change each person's life path Qi? There is no practical solution yet. You have all entered the door of cultivation, although it is still difficult to penetrate two profound cultivation methods, but Master here has a superior cultivation method. It's called the shocking change. Although it can't be called top-notch, it's still better than the ordinary longevity exhalation method. Now the Master passes it on to you. Xia Fei pointed out with a finger. The divine thought split into two and landed into Lin Fan and Qing Yao's eyebrows. Moment. This superior Dharma school, sent by the War Dragon, was passed on to the two major disciples. After that, Xia Fei gave another 100 spirit stones to each person, including Long Qia, and left. Say, why do I get the feeling that there's something strange about Master? After Xia Fei left, Qing Yao couldn't help but speak out. Earth-grade pills are taken when they say so, spiritual artifacts and magic treasures are given when they say so, and out of the blue, they are superior Dharma sect. Is this an ordinary elite elder? Her doubts immediately caused Long Qia and Lin Fan to ponder. Hiss. Qing Yao, you are so right. Long Qia exclaimed in shock as if waking up from a dream. It really seems like it. Lin Fan was also surprised. Of the three, Qing Yao, who was a girl, naturally had a more delicate and sensitive mind. Thus the first realization that something was wrong. In that case, is Master a hermit and a high priest? Long Qia recalled the methods he had practiced, all of which were unimaginable Shen Gong. And so it was impossible not to voice this conjecture. I don't think so. If they were hermits and masters, wouldn't they be so young? Shouldn't they all be old grandpa figures? Lin Fan was still young and his knowledge of the world was still stuck in some talkative stories. Chapter 64 Phantom Sword. Nebula Treasure Cloth. The shame of getting married. Sheffield doesn't know it yet. He had already revealed himself to the three disciples. At the moment he is. It had already returned to the elder's residence and started to study the rewards returned by the system. 1 aeon of asceticism gold, 60 years of gold level asceticism. Cultivation talent purple. Cultivation talent can be categorized into, of which purple is 100 times cultivation increase. Earthly Fury Formation set spiritual artifact. This is the formation base for the 72 Earthly Fury Formation, but the formation base alone is not enough, the 72 Earthly Fury flags are also needed. When the 72 Earthly Fury Formation is set up, it can disrupt the light of the sky, set the sun and the moon, and create a world of its own. Gust of wind steps lower level, treading the wind without a trace, the body is like a stream of clouds, the ultimate agile art in the lower level of body techniques. Specializing in speedy dodging and short-range bursts, he uses his mortal body to harness the wind's power. Dan poisoning. Detailed explanation. Knowledge and experience. Anyone who takes Dan will be poisoned by it. This is the antidote to the poison. The first is the purple cultivation talent extraction. It's been given a blue rating before. Now pull up another level. It directly becomes a 100x cultivation increase. Then came the detailed explanation of Dan poisoning. After extracting it, Xia Fei instantly understood the medicinal properties of the Dan to an unimaginable level. If he were to talk about the way of Dan poison, right now in the entire Changha sword sect, as long as he dared to say second, no one would be able to claim first. Not to mention the Changha sword sect, even looking at the southern realm, it was a top pharmacology sect master. System, extract the blast step. There was no need to extract the earthquake formation set, it was directly in the system space. 1 armor of bitter cultivation, Xia Fei intended to use it last. Shasta. The mind is silent in the sea of consciousness. Then the familiar picture unfolds. Xia Fei became a man in a painting and began to induce airflow through breathing techniques to reduce his body weight. Then he began to walk in order to darken the 8 trigrams and weave between the different enemy attacks. To the end. Without using any other means, he traveled through the torrential rain without getting a drop of water. Although it was only an inferior Xiangong, it was a rare body technique. System, the upper body technique 1 reed crossing the river is the main focus, fused with blistering wind steps. Sheffield has gotten 1 reed crossing before. Now that the two are combined, not only is there a long-distance pursuit against the enemy, but there is also a close-range burst of vacillation. There is a real mystery in the genus. After briefly inspecting the new 1 reed crossing the river, Xia Fei immediately extracted 60 years of golden austerity. Boom! A huge amount of energy went through the whole body in an instant. And under the onslaught of this energy, the sword weather elemental infant was pulling itself up. It's just a little slow to pull up. It ended up growing 2 points taller. Of these two rebates, the most valuable is that 72 geomantic formation base. The second thing is the Dan poison detailed explanation. It's a pity that the former still needs 72 formation flags if it wants to display its power. It seems to be a case of getting it together when the opportunity arises. After obtaining the earth-bending formation set, it came with the method on how to refine the formation base and the formation flag. CFA, who already had a foundation in refining weapons, naturally understood it at a glance. The only thing missing was the formation flag material. That thing takes a lot of jade. After taking stock of this haul, Sheffield hadn't forgotten that there was a big guy waiting for him. Immediately, the firstborn baby came out of the body. Straight to the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion. With 2 experiences. Naturally, he made light work of it and went straight to the hut. Shy in. When she saw CFA appear, 9th Shujun was so excited that she almost didn't jump up. You promised me last time, tell me about what's going on out there, I'm suffocating. There's no rush first. CFA waved his hand, tell us why you're trapped here. The reason, huh? 9th Shujun looked like she was full of concern. Father said I was sick and then sent me here. I need to stay here long enough for 100 years to get well. Sick? What kind of sickness? CFA couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The 9th Shujun shook her head, Father never mentioned this to me, and when I went to ask Mother was not willing to tell me either. Saying that, she changed her words, by the way, Xian, what do you do out there ah? I was in such a hurry last time that I didn't even ask you much. Have you gotten married? I've heard that all men like you have to take a wife and get married after the right age. Say, what's it like to be married? Is it ever nice? And also, I used to read that you all have to do shy things when you get married. May I ask what is that thing? Why is it called shy? As soon as she talked about this, she went on and on, not giving CFA a chance to interject at all. Perhaps he realized that he had been talking and not getting a response. Only then did the 9th Shujun stop with a somewhat sarcastic smile. I'm really sorry, I usually seldom run into outsiders like you, Xian, and rarely have the chance to talk to anyone. That's okay. CFA decided it was better to take the initiative of the chat himself. Otherwise, hell knows how long this demon princess would be chatting about other things. Ahem. This time I'll tell you a story that has a story about demon monkeys. One listen has a story to tell. The 9th Shujun was quiet at once. Especially when he heard the words demon monkeys, he was even more excited. CFA, who noticed this, nodded with satisfaction in his heart. As the saying goes, the right medicine is needed in order to ensure the successful completion of the investment. He had deliberately and carefully chosen this story to give this demon princess a sense of agency. It is said that on a distant continent, there is a mountain of flowers and fruits. Mouthfuls. Smallpox. Dry mouth. The moon is hidden and the sun is rising. After spending the night, CFA finally got away and left the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Should have left a long time ago. Niha this demon princess generation into too deep, hard to pester him to tell a little more about Chi Tian de Sheng Monkey King. So had to mess around all night. Don't ask how. All in all it's exhausting. If I had known I was going to talk about the Monkey King, wouldn't it have been better to talk about Liuozhai? Back at his residence, CFA couldn't help but slap himself. Missed the boat. He had underestimated the great sage's charm and that princess stalker. But it was good to receive a system rebate while washing up. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being red. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Grade Sword Technique, Mirage Light Sword Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Protective Treasure Nebula Cloth Treasure Weapon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special 10,000 Demons Catalog. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 years of cultivation red. Mirage Light Sword Technique Imperial Grade, an Imperial Grade Mirage Sword Technique that transforms emptiness into reality, using light as a blade. The moment is eternity, the virtual light cuts down the true soul. Nebula Clothing Treasure, refined from the spitting silk of cloudworms from the 9 layers of the Big Dipper, paired with the kernel of a fallen star. When enough star power is absorbed, it can offset 30% of a powerful attack, as well as transform into a cloud to avoid locking, and when the physical body is on the verge of death, it can consume all of its star power to heal the wearer. 10,000 Demons Atlas Special can open the legendary demon realm, but it needs to be used with 10,000 demon blood. 30 years of training red, 30 years of red level suffering. The familiar picture unfolds. Xia Fei began to sink into the painting and practiced the Mirage Lightsword technique. This is a rare sword art. I can't believe I'm using illusions as an attack method. The only purpose of the sword is to cut off the light and shadow and create a Mirage Sword field, so that the person who is enveloped in it can step into the world of the Mirage Sword. It's kind of interesting that it can be fused into the Nine Heavens sword art. The two are fused. The Nine Heavens sword art formally metamorphosed and was promoted to an emperor-level Xiangong. 30 years of red cultivation extraction. Xia Fei slightly closed his eyes, and the sound of a great river erupting resounded within his body. Only 30 years though. The effect that can be caused is so much stronger than the previous 60 years of gold color. His sword Air Yuaning was almost instantly pulled up. If you do it twice more, you can definitely get back to your original state. That is, to make up for all the deficits. After being the first to withdraw both rebates, it was only then that Xia Fei looked at the treasure artifact grade nebula cloth. The dress is a silver and white robe. The bodice is embroidered with a dark gold Star Trek pattern. Liquid starlight flowed from the cuffs of his sleeves, and the hem of his coat was slowly gathering and dispersing like a cloud. What a treasure! At a glance of this thing, even a little cutie. All can detect the unusual. It's not just the look. According to the system's introduction, this thing also definitely deserved the word treasure. No wonder they all say treasure weapon, so it's really a treasure. Xia Fei couldn't wait to drop blood on it, and then his divine thoughts wandered along the main spell formation to inscribe it. This is the more rigorous method of recognizing God in blood. The usual blood drop is the ordinary form. After doing this, he then put it on in a hurry. Then a voice was heard, "Are you the master of the Star-Lord?" Xia Fei's mind turned, and he immediately saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy presenting himself in his sea of consciousness. It was a silvery-haired, blue-pupiled silhouette. He was also clad in a scaled-down version of the nebula suit, and his feet rippled with starlight. "You're the nebula clothes artifact spirit?" Xia Fei was somewhat stunned. This was the first time he had seen what an artifact spirit looked like. The last time, that spiritual artifact Easy Fan, he hadn't taken it out and used it since he got it. Naturally, he didn't know what was going on with the artifact spirit in the middle of it. If this Star-Lord is not, someone else can be. The Nebula artifact spirit seems to be a lively character. Since you are this Star Sovereign's person, there is something I need to tell you. Xia Fei only found it interesting and was all ears. Listen up. The Nebula artifact spirit acted like an adult. In the future, fight with someone. Remember to run if you can't beat them. This Star-Lord doesn't want to change masters every day. Makes sense. Xia Fei agreed. Seeing that he had a rather recognizable look, the Nebula artifact spirit nodded with satisfaction. Alright then, this Star-Lord will leave first, and call out again if anything happens. After saying that, the silhouette dissipated. Xia Fei returned to his senses and lowered his head to continue surveying the nebula clothes on his body for a long time after. A thought. The original appearance of this dress was then hidden, and the style then became the Sword Court Elder dress. Do all that. He just opened the door to rush back to work at Sword Court. As for the 10,000 Demons Atlas, the 10,000 Demons blood that I have never heard of is still needed in the system introduction. He wouldn't have much interest in studying it. As the Chinese New Year approached, many disciples went down to the mountains. Even if there was still a portion left, it would rarely come over to the Sword Pavilion side. Thus the next few days. Very boring. But just when the day was boring, Xia Fei and a group of other elders received the message to go and gather at the Sword Sect's main square. Elder Xie. Big deal. Kang Jian ran over and greeted, the Zhongshuan mysterious realm is open. Chapter 65 Elder Xie. How could it be you? The three masters of the Sword Pavilion lineage of Long River Sword Sect. On the main square. The disciples and elders all started from the inner sect and ended at the True Chuan, all standing in formation. By the time Xia Fei and the others arrived, the entire field had been filled with tens of thousands of people in unison. Seeing that Xia Fei seemed to be shocked into silence, Kang Jian couldn't help but say smugly, as far as I know, right now our sword sect has at least 40,000 people up and down, combined. That much? Sheffield echoed in response. He was not surprised by the crowd when he wandered off. Instead, they're thinking about how to go about investing in people after they've fallen apart. It was so hard to be able to reach so many disciples at once, so one had to take advantage of the opportunity. Kang Jian held his head high. That's natural. However, although our Changha sword sect has developed grandly over the years, we are still no match for those first-rate great sects in old holy places. I've heard that the Linglong Holy Land nearest to us has over 100,000 disciples alone, and more elders than we can count. Said. He turned his words around. This sudden gathering, if I anticipate well, it must be the opening of the Xin mysterious realm. Judah remembers the last time this happened, 60 years ago. Xia Fei couldn't help but look back at him. I remember you're only 43, right? You weren't even born 60 years ago. I may not be born, but my master is. Speaking of his master, a trace of imperceptible bloom flashed in Kang Jian's eyes. According to my master, the quota for the Zhongshuan mysterious realm is split in half between disciples and elders. 60 years ago we only had 4 spots, this time we have 6. Hearing this, CFA couldn't help but wonder, since there are so few spots, and the candidates to go have been determined long ago, how come they're asking everyone to come over and gather again? There are already quite a few spots. Kang Jian said, how many clans are there in the entire southern realm? If not 1,000, there must be 800. For a third-rate small sect like ours to have 6 places is already considered to be blessed by our ancestors. As for the call for everyone to come here, that's because out of the 6 slots, a disciple and elder will be vacated, and then the master of the scripture hidden hall will designate the candidates. It is said that this sword sect's youngest Taishang is the most adept at the art of recognizing and observing people, and every time something similar to the secret realm happens, the patriarch will let her set a few people. As soon as I heard that, the vigilance in CFA's heart was immediately pulled up. The best people watcher? He immediately took a few steps back and stood directly at the very edge of the crowd. As the crowd slowly arrived on the high platform in front, the patriarch appeared to speak briefly. The words were nothing more than the history of the Long River Sword Sect's founding, remembering the few ancestors who were not there and whatnot, and then encouraging the current disciples and elders. Finally, a man shrouded in white light stepped out. It seemed to look at the crowd underneath, then 2 rays of light flew out from his body. The first course fell on a disciple. Everyone looked over. It's Zhou Qianli, one of the core 10 disciples. It's him. That does make more sense. I heard that it's already a foundation establishment first-grade cultivation, worthy of being a core 10 disciple. For the first disciple to be chosen, many people still said that although it was unexpected, it made sense. It's all understandable. But the second light actually flew straight towards the back of the crowd. It landed over CFA's head without half a turn in hesitation. CFA didn't move half a step away. The light moved with it. Wherever he goes, he follows. After seeing this scene, everyone froze. Those who knew CFA were even more directly dumbfounded. Kang Jian, who was next to him, burst out directly. The crowd of fellow Sword Pavilion members also stared in disbelief. Elder Xia, how come it's you? Thank you, Elder. CFA, you have to treat me 3 girls this time. This time, the elder slots are all from our Sword Pavilion, a lineage of 3 masters. There was no chance at all for CFA to refuse or prepare. The next episode was when he was surrounded by many Sword Pavilion elders and went up to the stage with the core disciple named Zhou Qianli. In the face of the crowds underneath, as well as miscellaneous comments, CFA always wore a stiff smile and just the right amount of surprised look. No, where did this elder come from? What right does he have? Right. A tiny 8th rank of Qi practicing can actually be chosen by the master of the scripture collection hall? Did the Taishang make a mistake? We, the elders of the Sword Toning Gorge, all of us have extraordinary battle prowess, why didn't you pick us? Isn't our Dan Pill Hall Elder Feng better than this Sword Pavilion Elder Xie? Looking at the southern realm, our Elder Feng's Dan Qing Wei is also a famous existence. That said, how come all the candidates for Elder this time are from the Sword Pavilion? It was many elders from other factions, chiming in from underneath. Because it involved the matter of the elders, there was not much discussion about it among the disciples. However, there were quite a few disciples in the elite core area who were shouting for their masters. But all the noise didn't affect the stage. The patriarch has left. That mysterious master of the hidden scriptures also disappeared after looking at all the 6 people who were going to be there. There was only a Jindan 8th grade Grand Elder who was speaking to CFA and the others. This Zhongshuan mysterious realm is opened, and there are thousands of participants. Since you represent our Changha sword sect, then don't disgrace the sect outside. Rambling for half a day. After listening for a while, CFA noticed that of the elders who participated in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm this time. Except for Long Fei, who was still in a daze. Surprisingly, there's Luing. It seemed that at the moment she hadn't reacted and looked at CFA with some surprise. If this not the time to talk. He had originally felt a bit guilty, thinking about how to compensate Elder CFA after he returned from the Zhongshuan mysterious realm. But it didn't occur to me that there was no need to compensate for anything at all, and people were offered places. This time, that Grand Elder had turned over and announced, "Depart." The Grand Elder's name was Li Xinping, and he was the leader of this Zhongshuan mysterious realm. The group rode in his flying boat Magic Treasure, and they headed straight to Zhongshuan Mountain. Zhongshuan Mountain was originally a nameless bald mountain. There wasn't much attention. But it didn't occur to me that the entrance to the Zhongshuan mysterious realm was here, so all of a sudden it became known as Zhongshuan Mountain. Wait for CFA and the others to arrive. On Zhongshuan Mountain, it was almost full of people. Many of those who couldn't stand up, and they didn't hesitate to expend their spiritual energy to rise up in the air. Right at the top of the hill, an extra swirling portal appeared out of thin air. For those who want to enter the secret realm, this is the only entrance. The group of people on top of the mountain is the Linglong Holy Land. Further down are the 5 first-class sects of the southern realm, with the Purple Chi Palace at the head of them. On the mountainside are the 28 second-rate sects of the southern realm. And we're at the bottom of the hill. Grand Elder Li Xinping introduced the 6 CFA people. With their position in the Changha sword sect, they could only stay at the foot of this mountain, not daring to go beyond. Standing here, trying to look up to see what's going on up there is almost impossible. Unless one uses their spiritual sense to probe. But this would be a time when many experts had come from the various clans, so if they used their spiritual sense at will, they would probably be discovered. Therefore CFA stood honestly in the middle of the crowd. With his cultivation of the 8th grade of Qi practicing, no one would even pay special attention over. Next to them were several other third-rate clans. Only a quiet murmur was heard. Last time, there were 2 great holy places confronting each other at the top of the mountain, but it's a pity that we won't be able to see them this time. Yes, nowadays, we only have Linglong Sacred Land left in the southern realm, and the Departing Flame Sacred Land has been destroyed by demons. That said, there's also an Eastern Wasteland Tai Holy Land. They're right next to our southern realm. Bull, even if it's close, the mysterious realm of Xian is also a matter of our south realm. How dare the Tai Holy Land intervene? Not afraid of our southern realm's wrath? CFA twisted his head to look and realized that the overall strength of these other people who came from these third-rate sects was simply not comparable to the Changha sword sect. One could even see disciples from the mortal fetus realm coming over to participate. And on the side of the Long River sword sect, even the weakest of them had Qi practicing realm cultivation. Next, CFA secretly used the fateful Dao golden pupil a few more times. As a result, it turned out that in these third-rate sects around them, it was all gray and white as far as the eye could see. Not even one worth investing in. This made CFA burst into tears. It seems that in the vast majority of cases, the good seedlings are snatched away by the top-tier great sects, and third-rate small sects like this, or even those that are not in the top tier, are unwanted existences. If he remembered correctly, there were more than 300 third-rate sects on this side of the southern realm. The ones that don't make the cut are even more numerous. After looking around, CFA's gaze fell on the 3 disciples around him. All of them were elites selected from their own clans. It shouldn't be too bad, right? Destiny's golden pupil, activated. Name, Mun. Sex, male. Longevity, 19,150. Realm, Foundation Establishment 7th grade. Natal chakra, white. White normal life path. Can be invested in. Immediate needs, want to make a name for yourself in the southern realm and the mysterious realm of the crowd of Xian, become a hot genius, and ascend to the southern realm of Heaven's Pride spectrum. Name, Huamin. Sex, female. Longevity, 1799. Realm, 6th level of Qi cultivation. Natal chakra, green. Green unusual. Immediate need, want to get out of the mysterious realm of the many metaphysics alive. Man was a true disciple of his own sword sect with a fair cultivation level. It's just also the white life path. And the investment requirements are a bit cumbersome. Sheffield selectively ignored it. The latter, Huamin, is an elite disciple, practicing the 6th grade of Qi, although it is not considered the top of the elite, but the life path Qi is green. And the investment requirements are not that difficult. CFA left his mind open. If this female disciple encountered any danger in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm, he would make a move to save her if he could. With that, he looked to the last one. It was also the core disciple who had been chosen by the master of the hidden scripture hall. Name, Zhou Qianli. Sex, male. Longevity, 18134. Realm, Foundation Establishment 1st grade. Natal chakra, purple. Purple Genius Fate Road. Suggests investing quickly. Recent demand, I wanted to practice in seclusion in the Changha Sword sect, but I didn't want to be chosen to come to the mysterious realm of Zhongshuan, and I intend to find a place to practice in seclusion as soon as I enter the realm, and I hope that I won't be disturbed. Chapter 66, directly pointing to the origin, modifying the laws of the secret realm. Upon seeing Zhou Qianli's message, Sheffield froze for a moment. Feeling like this guy is a cultivation freak. This time, somewhat bored, Dragonfly leaned over. Seeing this, Luing also moved a little closer towards this side. All three belonged to the Sword Pavilion lineage, so naturally, they were a bit more intimate than the others. They chatted with each other about unnutritious things, mostly Long Fei talking, CFA responding, and Luing occasionally interjecting. Half a day went by. Then it waited until movement came from the front. Those of them can go up the mountain and enter the secret realm. Take this sign. Grand Elder Li Xinping handed out 6 cloud-patterned wooden medals to everyone. Without this, you cannot enter the secret realm. When we pass the test, all the cards will be turned in to the Secret Management Council. This will only be given to the great clans again when the next quota is determined. This Grand Elder of the 8th grade of Jindan should be leading a group out of the sword sect for the first time. A few of CFA's people could clearly see that he was a bit nervous. All the way to the top, you'll see the so-called secret society. With the Linglong Holy Land as the core, the 5 first-class sects, as well as the 28 second-class sects jointly dispatched elders to form the group. Specialized in dealing with the affairs of the secret realm on this side of the southern realm. Greetings, elders. Facing the Secret Control Council, even as the Grand Elder of the Long River Sword sect, Li Xinping didn't dare to be half-hearted. The courtesy can be given and the attitude put low enough. It made CFA, who saw all this, wonder. He could sense it. Right now, the highest strength of these people from the Secret Control Council was only the 9th grade of Jindan. And while waiting at the foot of the mountain earlier, neither did they perceive the presence of many genjutsu. The few that were there were spread out at the top of the mountain and where the first-class large sects were. What does that mean? It meant that at least on this side of the southern realm, Yuaning experts weren't in a situation where they were all over the place. Then as the Changha sword sect that has many Yuaning powerhouses. Why be so low? And why should they keep hiding their underpinnings and become a small third-rate sect that no one else would care about? Without waiting for CFA to think about it carefully, the elders of the Secret Control Council over there began to check their wooden tags. Pass one and let one step through the vortex door. Grand Elder Li Xinping admonished afterward, remember all of them. Don't be impulsive in everything, and put your own safety first. This was his first time leading a team, and he didn't want any casualties. When CFA lined up to step into the door of the vortex, the entire person was violently shaken by something, and then a momentary trance appeared in the consciousness God's soul. Wait for the reaction. The view suddenly brightened. Immediately, he saw a dripping halo of light that stopped him. What do you mean? Sheffield froze. Wanting to break through this halo, he realized that the other party was like Play-Doh. No matter which direction he went or how hard he tried, he could not break free from this halo. Is it hard for me to be stopped? Not allowed in? For a moment, CFA was somewhat stunned. Hey! If you won't let me in, then I'll go in. After all this time and some trial and error, he was coming to a temper. With a flip of his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand. Then he was seen erecting his sword before his brow. 9 heavenly sword art, open heaven. A sword light suddenly erupted, impacting in a vertical chop. The terrifying sword intent was like a great sun over the sky. The sudden silence of all things. However, Under such a supremely rigid and strong sword power, this halo just swelled violently for a moment, and then it's back to the way it was. This scene caused CFA to immediately put away his underestimation. Just now, although he had only used the simplest move of the 9 heavenly sword art. But it's the full force of the moment. It turned out that it didn't shake the halo in the slightest. Kinda funny, just the thing to try that trick on you. Slightly closed eyes. When CFA opened his eyes again, a flash of golden light. Then it was seen that Tao gold patterns emerged from his brow, like Tao diagrams, like sword lotuses blooming. Now, it's like a golden tum law. Suddenly, the halo dispersed, showing wispy lines. Each line is then very illusory, and when the intentional spiritual sense falls on it, it will be realized that it is actually the rules of the mysterious realm of the multitude of Shen. The moment. Blood had spilled from the corner of CFA's mouth. This was caused by forcibly utilizing the ability of the infinite sword cannon. Cultivating the infinite sword cannon would result in the condensation of the infinite sword pattern with each. As she turned in place, the compass began to change. Eventually the needle stopped in the north. But before she could rush towards the north, a sudden fluctuation came from the sky above her. Then a figure dropped down with a swift, booming thud. That said, after Sheffield changed the rules, the entire person instantly appeared as if they had entered a teleportation formation, and there was a brief moment of disorientation. And then it just fell straight down. Ouch. CFA had also done a good job of wrestling posture, ouch, all shouted out beforehand. I didn't expect anything to happen at all. It's not alright, it looks like it's crushing something? He looked down in a hurry. How can you help? Luing wiped away her tears and took a deep breath. She was not a weak woman, and seeing that things were irreparable, she immediately reorganized her mind. I really don't know how to help until you say so. CFA smiled sarcastically. Master Lu, don't you mean like me? Compasses are usually used for positioning. Are you looking for something? If that's true, I might be able to help. When he was stopped by the Zhongshuan mysterious realm, he spent 100 years of his lifespan dissecting the entire law of the mysterious realm. It could be said that unless the owner of the secret realm came otherwise, there was absolutely no one who knew more about this Zhongshuan secret realm than him right now. Of course. It is limited to the rules in the middle of the secret world. I'm looking for the lust flower. Luing looked up, and although she had regained her composure, there was still a share of anger and disgust for CFA in her gaze. Lust flower? If I remember correctly, this thing is a poisonous flower used to cause lust in people, right? CFA pretended not to see it and continued, the medicinal power of this flower is extraordinary, even a cave heaven expert will be struck. The system returned the Dan poison detailed explanation, with the help of which, he was extremely knowledgeable about the medicinal power of various kinds of spiritual medicines and precious materials. This lust flower don't look like a common and simple name. But the effect is exaggerated. It's said that even immortals can't carry the power of this thing. Of course, that's just the rumor. There are several accounts that it is the cave realm that are tainted by the lust flower. That's exactly why it's all the more important for me to find it. Luing said, heading towards the north. Seeing this, CFA hurriedly followed. Seeing him come over, Luing had to add, I have a sister named Lu Su. Ever since she was a child she's been very eccentric, which is why I thought that maybe using the lust flower would cure her. Simple words, but they made CFA think a little. Eccentricity? You want to use the lust flower? Hardly a stone woman. Ahem. CFA hastily stopped his drifting thoughts. Blame the system too. What rebate is bad, rebate of pharmacology-related knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have associated it with the effects of the lust flower. I still have to blame Kong and the others, they talk about all the time and it makes me unconsciously associate myself with it. He thought about it in his mind. That feeling of contempt for himself diminished considerably. The two of them just kept flying towards the north together. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. 2 hours passed. Luing was still flying continuously towards the north. And the spiritual sense was always on, constantly scanning the situation of the passing land below. But wherever there was something a little special, she descended to look for it carefully. CFA, who was following behind, voiced out at this time, Master Lu, what do you see there? A meandering stream. CFA, who had already read the rules of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm. Of course he knew what was in here. There's a special teleportation array here. It could be transmitted directly to where the secret spirit medicine fields were. Although he didn't know where the lust flower was, CFA thought about it and figured that it would be in the elixir field. Chapter 67. It's the Immortals. What? Luing looked over along with the words, and after realizing that it was just an ordinary creek, she turned back in confusion. Look at it more closely, with your spiritual sense. CFA reminded. Then. How? Luing was shocked. My spiritual sense actually can't penetrate that water current. That's why I'm showing you. Come on, let's go down. The two landed in a hurry. Then Luing reached out to touch the strange stream. Take advantage of this moment. CFA struck an infinite sword air into the water. Gollum. Almost instantly, the stream suddenly boiled. Then before Luing could react, the water flowed down her arm and wrapped it completely. In the blink of an eye, the person disappeared. CFA, on the other hand, hurriedly jumped into the stream and followed along. The heavens and the earth rotate. Wait until Luing comes to her senses. She found herself in the middle of a vast field of medicine. Upon seeing that there were elixirs everywhere in this place, Luing froze. Well, you're rich, aren't you? Find out if there are any lust flowers? Not far. CFA said to Luing, who was still in a daze, while furiously picking spiritual herbs. At the same time he marveled while doing so. 800 years of He Shou Wu, good stuff. 500 years of dragon's blood grass, good stuff. Hiss. 1,000-year-old red blood ginseng. Good treasure. A mouthful of good stuff and good treasures, seeing Lu Ying's face darken. There is a limit to the number of things that can be found in the mysterious realm of. How about it, Master Lu? Have you found the lust flower yet? Long ago busy CFA, at this moment raised his hand to greet, heart that called a happy bloom. The secret world is good. The secret world got it. You, Luing froze solidly. I've seen greed before, but I've never seen such greed. Knowing that only 10 things could be taken away in the end, it turned out to be hard to glean all the elixirs that were more than 100 years old. Between the emotional upheaval, she didn't even bother to think about where CFA had put so many spirit medicines. No luck? CFA couldn't help but put away his smile and frown slightly. Seeing Luing like this, he knew that the lust flower wasn't ing like this. CFA's words just came out. Lu Ying's face went cold. That place can't be entered. The Zhongshuan mysterious realm has been opened a total of 10 times, and a rough count of 50,000 to 60,000 cultivators have come in. But no one has ever reached the so-called secret core. Many people have even speculated that there is no core at all in the mysterious realm of the multiverse. CFA smiled. Just because they can't find it doesn't mean we can't find it either. What if? What do you say, Master Lu? You'd better think about how to get out. Don't get to the point where you still have to come back and return the elixir before the secret realm will let you leave. Luing turned around, ready to look for the exit. Regarding CFA's words, she didn't pay any attention to them at all and only felt that she was dreaming. By the way, how did you know that there are lust flowers in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm? CFA followed and asked curiously. Taishang Xuangue projected it, and if it wasn't for Taishang Xuangue's help, there's no way I would have known that lust flowers would actually appear in the southern realm. Luing responded, her temperament turning back to that rejecting look. Xuangue Taishang is? You don't know? The master of the Hall of Hidden Scriptures is Taishang Xuangue. Oh. CFA chatted one way or the other, guiding Luing to a place above a hidden formation. Then quietly sent out a sword air. Buzz. What's going on? Luing was instantly shocked. The two were then enveloped in light and disappeared into the elixir field. Perception is restored again when CFA was heard shouting very exaggeratedly from the side, look. What did I say, isn't this the core of the mysterious realm of the multiverse? His heart, however, was calm. Pretending to be a cutie. So tired. And hearing this, Luing hurriedly looked over. Only to see that the two of them were standing outside of a large, ancient hall. Above the main hall, the door plaque had 4 words written on it, Mysterious Realm of the Many Shen. Dragons and tigers swallow the 3,000 realms, and stars and buckets hang in coffins to bury the Taoist lines. The Dan furnace boils 5 colored clouds, and the sword quenches 100,000 pounds. Lu Ying muttered the couplets to the left and right of the gate of the Great Hall. Then his heart shook violently. This place has never been recorded by anyone. Could it really be the core of the mysterious realm of all Shin? The moment. Xiafei's spiritual sense had already unfolded. It was impossible to enter within the Great Hall, but the surrounding situation was unobstructed. Soon, he noticed something special. Master Lu, look to the left, there are so many flowers there. Lu Ying, who was still shocked at the Great Hall of Zhongshuan, hurriedly turned his head to look. Then there was a sea of fiery red flowers. Within the crowd of fiery red flowers, in the center, there was a single plant that was emitting a hazy yet enchanting shimmering light. Lust flower. Lu Ying instantly flashed and flew towards the sea of flowers. Xiafei, on the other hand, after the reminder, dropped his attention to the Great Hall. The psychic probe just now. Only this Great Hall kept him from entering. There should be a bigger treasure in the head here. Think about it. Xiafei stepped in. When he went in, the first thing you see is a person. To be precise, it was a dead man sitting on the steps of the Great Hall in a very wanton posture. What surprised Xiafei a bit was, even though this person had been dead for an unknown period of time, the place where the torso was located had actually stopped even the flow of space and time. A corpse suppressing space and time? Xiafei was stunned. The cave heaven realm can then comprehend some spatial laws, but if you want to comprehend time, you'll need to be at least in the Aegis light realm. Just a corpse can produce such an effect. Could it be that this person's cultivation is above the Aegis realm? It clearly didn't give off any kind of intimidation. However, Xiafei, who had extremely strong perception, sensed the horror of this corpse. If an unknown person goes and touches it, it would definitely be instantly crushed by the stagnant spacetime around the corpse, and eventually die. Even Xiafei couldn't carry this kind of terrifying attack nowadays. He couldn't help but step forward cautiously. Stopped about a foot from the body. This isn't some kind of cultivator, this is a immortal. After getting close enough, it was only then that Xiafei realized that there was actually a residual flow of energy in this corpse. This energy was not spiritual power, nor was it mana. Instead, it's a mortal element. What flowed within Xiafei's own body was not spiritual energy, but the infinite sword air that was 10,000 times more powerful than spiritual energy. As a result, it is extremely sensitive to energies that can be as strong as his. There was only one thing that could rival the infinite sword air. That's the immortal element. When that was discovered, he lost his temper and exploded on the spot. Legends really aren't legends. The Zhongshuan mysterious realm was really left behind by immortals. How can I live with the corpse of an immortal in front of me? Sheffield thought about it. Prepare to offer the corpse transformation technique. This immortal corpse is a treasure, nay I can't move it, so let alone directly sacrificing it to kill the enemy. The only way to do that is to turn it into corpse water. The water of the immortal corpse is definitely the most poisonous thing in the world. He, who was quite knowledgeable about the pharmacology of Dan poisons, immediately had an idea. This immortal, please don't be offended. I don't know how you died, but it was a waste to put you here. In a few tens of thousands of years, 100,000 years, I guess you'll turn to dirt, too. Instead of that, why don't we utilize some of our remaining power and bless the future generations of cultivators like us for 10,000 years? Finish speaking to the body. Sheffield first ran off to rummage elsewhere. He doesn't look closely either. Whatever you can take, put it all into the system space. We'll take stock of some of it when we get out. Today's system space was already tens of thousands of miles in size. Not to mention putting this stuff in, 10 times more would be more than enough. When the sweep is finished all after. Only then did Xiafei come back to the main hall and prepare to refine the immortal corpse water. This way. Lu Ying bitterly resisted the light of the lust flower, slowly approaching step by step. It took a long time. It was only then that she finally grabbed it in one hand and folded it down. Finally got it, my sister will be saved from now on. Sheffield? Xiafei. She looked back, where was Xiafei's figure? It's not breaking into the Great Hall, is it? Lu Ying was instantly startled, fearing that greedy ghost would make some kind of accident. She immediately ran towards the main hall. But run and run. How hot it is. At this moment, Lu Ying's face was flushed and her skin carried a different kind of redness. By the time she realized something was wrong, it was a little too late. Not by choice. She began to undress. Sheffield. Chapter 68. After condensing the essence of 40 years, a breakthrough was made. Yuaning's second grade. Lu Ying's footsteps were light but with a hint of disorder. She slowly walked towards the center of the hall while removing her outer shirt. The shirt slipped off her shoulders, revealing a patch of glistening white skin that glowed softly in the dim light. She didn't notice that she was different, she only felt as if there was a blazing fire burning inside her body, and taking off her clothes was just a move to follow her instincts. Sheffield, what are you doing? Her voice took on a softness that had never been there before, with a hint of titillation. Deep within the hall, Xiafei was sitting cross-legged with his eyes tightly closed, fully concentrating on refining the immortal corpse in front of him. A vague temporal storm surrounded the immortal corpse, and violent energies whistled past him. He had to find the delicate balance with precision. The slightest distraction and the fall in time and space could trigger disastrous consequences. At this moment, he was like a statue, not moving at all, as the infinite amount of sword air flowed unceasingly within his body. Lu Ying's intrusion did not attract much attention from him at first. He thought that with this Master Lu's intelligence, seeing his current state, he would knowingly retreat. However, things did not go as he expected. Sheffield, I'm so hot. Lu Ying's voice came again, low and soft with a hint of urgency. She had walked in front of Xiafei, her thin blasphemy hanging loosely from her body, and was about to slip off into thin air. Sheffield's eyes snapped open. What are you doing? However, it was as if Lu Ying was deaf and did not react to his words. Those hazel water-like eyes narrowed slightly, a light trembling gasp escaped from between her thin lips, and her petite body exuded an unspeakably seductive aura. Xiafei instantly thought of something. Master Lu. You wouldn't have been poisoned by lust, would you? Sheffield. Helped me. Lu Ying's voice grew weaker and weaker as she reached out her hand, her slender fingers almost touching the corner of Xiafei's coat. Don't you come any closer. Xiafei hurriedly tried to retreat, but just as he moved he stirred the spacetime around him. The flow then creates an impact with the stagnation around the immortal corpse. Boom! It exploded violently. Luckily, the nebula clothes were there, and coupled with his strong physical body, he was able to preserve himself in this temporal storm. The voice of the nebula clothes artifact spirit was immediately heard in his head. So close, it's lucky that this star sovereign has accumulated a little bit of star power, or else you, Master, would have been swept into the middle of the chaotic time and space. Now you're going to have to pay attention, so if you really can't, don't ask for this, right? It's halfway there anyway. At this moment, the entire immortal corpse had been melted off the upper half of its body, and a ball of grayish-black liquid floated out of thin air. Xiafei hurriedly put away the immortal corpse water into the system space, not even daring to touch it. And the temporal storm that had just been set off had caused all of Lu Ying's clothes that she had taken off as well as the blasphemous clothes on her body to be reduced to pieces. Her figure was hidden in the shimmering light, like a blossoming blossom, and her beauty was palpitating. Sheffield. Her voice was low and soft, with a hint of unconscious seduction. Lu Ying. Xiafei let out a violent shout and used the sound wave technique of dang dang. Calm down, I'll try to help you get rid of the lust poison. Seeing that the headbutt didn't have much use, he immediately stepped forward and lightly held Lu Ying's wrist, preparing to use the strength of the infinite sword air to melt away the lust poison for her. The first sensation in her hand was that her skin was hot as fire. Xiafei took a deep breath and slowly injected the sword air into her meridians in an attempt to draw out the lust poison. However, right at this moment, he detected an extremely strong floral fragrance that was coming from the clothes Lu Ying had taken off. Xiafei hurriedly looked at it, and was then startled. Lust flower. You could at least get a box for it. It's going down. He wanted to draw back and immediately fly back, but it was too late. It was rumored that the lust flower couldn't even be stopped by an immortal, and even if he was strong, he wasn't yet at the point where he was comparable to an immortal. It couldn't even compare to the cave realm. Almost as soon as Xiafei smelled the fragrance of the flowers, he was already poisoned. In a split second. The poison of lust was intertwined with the infinite sword air in his body. Sword air did not regard this thing as enemy at all, and even put on a welcome gesture with great joy. A fierce heat flowed straight to the top of his head. Xiafei only felt his heart and mind swirling, his body's desire surging up like a flood, his sanity wavering. Xiafei. Lu Ying murmured, her hands climbing onto his shoulders, her soft body close to his chest. Her cheek rested against the side of his neck, and her warm exhale brushed his ear with a hint of warmth. Yikes! This is not something for a child like this Star-Lord to see. Get out of the way. Only the nebula artifact spirit let out a shocked sound, then instantly disappeared. Xiafei clenched his teeth and tried to suppress the toxicity with the infinite sword chi. However, he found that the sword air was as hungry as it had been for a long time, constantly devouring and absorbing more of the poison of lust. In the blink of an eye, the heat flow turned into a heat wave that was pounding away. It's going to break the dike. At this time, Lu Ying's lips gently brushed the side of his neck, and the soft touch ran through his body like an electric current. The dam of reason collapsed, and Xiafei could no longer resist. He let out a low roar. The flower of lust, dissolving. Sweat mingled with body heat to create a raw and fiery score in this great hall. Time seemed to stand still, with only the heartbeat and breathing echoing in his ears. I don't know how much time has passed. When Lu Ying awoke, the sky of the secret realm turned into night. She just felt paralyzed, her head swelled, and she was breathless and completely unsupportive. Spiritual energy ran through his body before he regained his energy. Then Lu Ying sensed something strange. First up, how has my spiritual energy grown so much? And my realm, I actually broke through to the 3rd grade of Jindan. Immediately following. Aha! Looking at the piece of herself that wasn't covered in strands, and the pain that kept coming, made Lu Ying shriek. As a woman, she naturally knew what was going on. Especially after becoming conscious, bits and pieces started to come up. Immediately, it gave Lu Ying a sense of death that was all-consuming. Okay, stop screaming. A familiar manly voice came. It was no one else but the very helpless Xiafei. You're still looking. Close your eyes. Lu Ying saw Xiafei gaze over and hurriedly covered her body with her hands. Fine, I'll turn around. Xiafei was even more helpless. Is this Master Lu stupid? Cultivators have spiritual awareness. Is it useful to close your eyes? Still, he turned away honestly, not bothering to deliberately provoke the other man's anger. The moment. Lu Ying was filled with despair inside. An unspeakable aggravation clogged her throat, making her almost choke. What's going on? Blame it on Sheffield? People sort of saved their lives and are still implicated by them. At this moment, Lu Ying thought a lot, but then seemed to think of nothing, her brain chaotic and blank. Ryoko. Just as Xiafei couldn't help but make a sound. A small mumble came from behind him. Xiafei, do you have any clothes? For something like clothes, Xiafei had hundreds of sets prepared in the system space. Just to play different people in different situations. Nah, here you go, but I'm all about men's clothes. After throwing a set of clothes over. Then I heard a rustling sound of dressing. By the way, there's something I need to remind you of. Xiafei opened his mouth with his back turned. The lust flower is gone, the utility of this thing is only once. And the poison of lust, it says it's some kind of poison, but after this I'd been sure. It's supposed to be a catalyst for powers such as spiritual energy, thought you should notice how much your cultivation has pulled up. It is also for this reason that the lust flower is consumed. If you want to save your sister, I'm afraid you'll have to go back to the drawing board. Silence. The lust flower is a strange flower in this world, and after so many years, I have only found this one plant in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm. Lu Ying's voice came out, Xiafei, this time, you and I will pretend that it never happened. If I hear the slightest rumor outside, I will kill you. Having said that, she then left straight away. Cam. It's obviously not my fault, why do I keep getting a feeling of weakness? The unoccupied Great Hall. Xiafei couldn't help but curse. Somehow, he felt a little shortchanged. The original was saved for the first time in 44 years. Such a precious thing was actually squandered by himself just today. But it's good to have something to show for it. Actually, Xiafei had lied to Lu Ying with one sentence. If it's normal, the erotic flowers don't go away. Nay, his yuaning was too deficient, and the infinite sword chi spontaneously kept devouring the poison of lust. It was also coupled with the fact that the infinite sword chi energy level was too high. So much so that it caused the lust flower to be sucked straight dry. The benefit of consuming a lust flower lay in the fact that his current yuaning had completely made up for. We'll directly rush all the way towards the volcano, and I think we'll all wait for the people from the Long River Sword sect. The girl in red responded. Yuan Li nodded, in that case, let's rendezvous with the others first, and then we'll be together. The words were not finished. He seemed to have stepped on something under his feet. The yellow sand flowed instantly, forming a vortex that swallowed the two. Wait to wake up. Found out it was already in a different place. This is... The red-clothed girl looked at the large hall in front of her, a little confused. Yuan Li had settled down after the initial panic. Dragons and tigers swallow the 3,000 realms. He softly recited the couplets to the left and right of the gate, then said to the girl in red, just now, it should have triggered some kind of teleportation rule of the secret realm. This place has never appeared before, so according to my guess, it should be the core of that legendary mysterious realm of the many Xian. Speaking of which, his face was full of exhilaration. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 69 Helpful Men, Women Who Buy Drunks Alone. Strange. This great hall should be the core of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm to be sure. But why nothing? The two searched for nearly half an hour. After finding nothing, the girl in red was a little less understanding. Normal. Yuan Li spoke, because this place has been ransacked. What? The girl in red was shocked. How is that possible? There's nothing impossible. If we can get in, others can naturally get in too. It's just... Yuan Li's face was puzzled. It's just that I detected a familiar aura that seems to be... He tried to think back, trying to find the source of this familiarity. Soon, a figure snapped to mind. Master. Master? No way. Yuan Li was dumbfounded. This is the refining area where the magic treasures are stored? Xia Fei looked at the fiery red magma underneath and only felt that this was a joke. But the spiritual sense probed down. It was indeed discovered that there were quite a few magical and spiritual artifacts inside the magma. I don't know if that immortal didn't leave behind any strong magic treasures, or if the powerful things were all taken away by those in the past. All in all, the strongest would be the spirit weapon. On the principle that if you've come, you can't go back empty-handed. Xia Fei took all the magic treasures within the magma and put them all into the system space. Of course. He still left a little bit of the spell in there and didn't goose it. What now? Go out? No, no, no. With so many disciples from so many sects here in the southern realm, how can we not go and invest? Wu Jun was a disciple of the Green Cloud sect, a second-rate sect in the southern realm. 18 this year. Growing up as an orphan, he wandered around begging for a living. At a young age, he had already suffered from hunger and cold and the stares of the world. With an unyielding tenacity, he was accepted as a disciple of the Green Cloud sect by chance. His master, one of the elite elders of the Green Cloud sect, had a discerning eye and had high hopes for this youngster from a humble background. Not only did he teach him everything, but he also made every effort to recommend him to enter the Zhongshuan mysterious realm, where only the elite of the sect could dabble. For the Wu army, it is a mysterious place full of opportunities and dangers. Filled with longing, with gratitude to his master and hope for the future, he stepped into the mysterious realm of the crowd of Xian. However, reality hit him hard. His luck seemed to be as bad as it could get from the moment he came in. It was so hard to find a precious purple spirit grass, but I didn't expect to step on the tail of a sleeping demonic beast when I ran over to it. It was a black bear whose strength was comparable to that of a foundation establishment, roaring angrily as it chased him for 3 whole hours. Wu Jun tried his best to escape with his life, and naturally, he didn't get his hands on the purple spirit grass. After that, he discovered another hidden cave, which hid an ancient sword that emitted spiritual light. He was just about to reach for it when he was surrounded by a group of disciples from a first-class sect. The other side is crowded. Wu Jun can only watch the ancient sword was snatched. He was also ridiculed as a hick. Then, Wu Jun had found a spiritual spring. Just as he attempted to take the opportunity to cultivate and enhance his strength, a sudden aura storm swept over him. The result was that it almost sent him over the edge. It was so hard to stabilize his breath, but his strength was retreating instead of advancing, and his meridians were damaged, making it difficult for him to use his spiritual energy. One setback after another made Wu Jun wonder about himself. Was I born a waste? Master has worked so hard to cultivate me, yet I can't even produce a single achievement. I failed him and I failed myself for all these years of suffering. Wu Jun hid in a dark cave, curled up alone, covered in scars and with empty eyes. He recalled his master's expectant gaze and the promise he swore before entering the secret realm, and he couldn't stop the tears from flowing down his face. He muttered, I don't even deserve to be here. I'm a joke. Despair and low self-esteem overwhelmed him like a tidal wave, and he even began to wonder if he should just give up everything. However, Just when Wu Jun was at the lowest point of his life, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. It was a man dressed in a gray robe with an extraordinary demeanor. The gaze was deep, as if it could see through everything. "Little friend, do you need help?" Wu Jun froze and raised his head, looking at the man who suddenly appeared with a blank face. "I observe that your meridians are damaged and your spiritual energy is disorganized." The man took out an object. "This is a 150-year portion of yellow yuan grass. After taking it, it can repair the injuries of the meridians and calm down the riot of spiritual energy." After giving the elixir, the man turned his words around and said, "Do you feel unlucky and feel that you have failed your master? But have you ever thought that frustration is something everyone has to deal with? Your master didn't put you here so that you could have a smooth ride, but he wanted you to get up after you fell. Luck is God-given, effort is your own. Crying won't solve the problem, but getting up and fighting again might just change everything." This enlightenment was like a ray of light that pierced the haze within Wu Jun. He wiped away his tears, stood up, and bowed deeply to the man in front of him. "Elder, I don't know who you are, but your words have given me renewed hope. I will definitely work hard to live up to my master and your kindness today." The man just smiled faintly and turned around to disappear into the cave. All that was left for the Wu army was a lofty backstory. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the blue color of the investment target's fate Dao Chi luck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent Life Mentor Blue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 Spirit Stones Normal. Life Coach Gift Blue. When you speak the voice of reason, it tends to add to the conviction of the listener and has a chance to sensitize the listener. 1000 Spirit Stones Common. The man is no other than CFA, who was looking around for someone to invest in. At the moment, he was hoofing it to other places. In the middle of a primitive jungle, two women are struggling. In front of them, a huge snake demon was constantly attacking. It looked like both of them were going to die in the snake's mouth. A ray of light fell. "Little friend, do you need help?" Under the two men and a demon's dumbfounded eyes, a sword on flashed by. Then the snake demon fell to the ground in response. The man seized the snake's bile and floated away. "Thank you, senior, for your help. The favor of saving me is unforgettable." The two women knelt down in unison and shouted out at the departing back. Ding! Host's investment is successful. The rebate effect is normal due to the green color of the investment target's destiny path chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 years of cultivation green. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spirit stones normal. On top of a barren mountain, a man was spitting blood and dying of serious injuries. If I hadn't been assassinated by my enemies, how could I have ended up in this situation? He shouted to the sky, his voice containing extreme unwillingness. Rand finished shouting. A voice suddenly came from right beside him. "Little friend, but do you need help?" And so, soon throughout the entire Zhongshuan mysterious realm, it was rumored that there was a helpful senior's deeds. Countless people who had been helped had shown that the grace of their predecessors was as great as a gift. Upon realizing that the other party was also someone who had been taken care of by their predecessors, one by one they hugged each other with gratitude. And that's all. Luing doesn't know anymore. Not that she's dead, of course. Rather, she had left the crowd of Xian mysteries early. The reason why Luing had come here was not because of spirit medicine treasures or because he wanted to obtain any immortal inheritance. Instead, he wanted to find the lust flower to cure his sister. Now the flowers are gone. She no longer had half a reason to stay. After greeting the Grand Elder leading the group, Li Xinping, Luing left alone. But almost to the Long River Sword sect. Instead, she suddenly turned to Huayang City and entered a large 5-story restaurant. Somehow, Luing especially wanted to get drunk as mortals do for once now. Xiao Air, serve the wine. Serve your best and strongest wine. With a big wave of her hand, a spirit stone landed on the counter. As soon as the shopkeeper saw this, the creases on his face burst into smiles. Then altar after altar of good wine was carried up to the elegant room by a couple of junior staff. Actually, it says it's an elegant room. It was also just a small partitioned room on the second floor with no door. Luing picked up an altar, and with a slap of her hand on the seal of the altar, she held it up and drank. Such a situation, with the handsome chivalrous costume she was wearing. An air of bravado came over him. And just then, on the wooden stairs, came the sound of someone coming down the stairs. A pair of legs in a skirt, slender as jade, stepped down gently. These legs were slender and well proportioned, and the skin was as white as congealed fat, revealing a kind of untainted purity. On his feet, he wore a pair of bow shoes embroidered with flying clouds, with some modifications made to the style, not quite the same as normal bow shoes. And there are 2 straps that delicately wrap around the ankles. This time it accentuates the perfect curve of the calf. It's like a carefully sculpted work of art that you can't help but stare at with bated breath. With her step down, what you see again is green silk pouring down like a waterfall. It brushed her shoulders and stuck to her waist, reflecting her delicate figure. Her figure was well proportioned and elegant, with a slender waist and smooth curves, as if she were a graceful lady in a classical painting, or an elusive fairy in the sky. Exudes an innate spirituality and nobility in the way she holds her hands and feet. Her temperament was as warm as jade, yet she carried a hint of coldness that rejected people, making people want to get close but not dare to approach easily. It was as if the whole world went silent when her face was fully revealed. Her features are exquisite to almost perfect, eyebrows like faraway mountains with Diane, nose like hanging gull, lips like cherries point Jiang. Every place is like a masterpiece carefully carved by the heavens, cannot find a trace of flaws. Especially those eyes, as deep as the stars in the night sky, and like the ice tears on the top of the holy mountain, pure and noble, revealing an innate majesty and mystery. Her gaze was calm and indifferent, as if it could penetrate all things in the world, yet it did not carry a single fluctuation of emotion, making people look away and not dare to look directly at her. There was no expression on her face, calm as a deep, bottomless lake, no joy, no sorrow, no happiness. Cold, mysterious, and transcendent. Her presence seemed like an insurmountable barrier, causing everyone to feel an invisible sense of alienation. Lu Ying, who was drinking, was stunned when she saw this woman appear. Letting the wine spill down the corners of his mouth and into his lapel. "Sis, did you run into your brother-in-law?" The woman spoke out softly, like pearls falling from a plate. Chapter 70 The 6 Forces joining forces in pursuit, the might of the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying was confused. "Sh. What brother-in-law? That Wang Jun is just 2 parties of parents to summarize, hard with me as a matchmaker." Lu Ying thought that her sister was talking about the nominal fiancé, so she put down the wine and said in a bad mood, "By the way, why are you here?" The woman who appeared was none other than Lu Ying's 18-year-old sister, Lu Su. "I was passing through here with a caravan." Lu Su operated a merchant house, something Lu Ying, who was her sister, naturally knew. She had experienced her sister's demonic nature countless times since she was a child. So for similar things, Lu Ying had long been accustomed to them. "Sis, you're not wearing your own clothes." Lu Su looked at Lu Ying's men's chivalrous costume and spoke out to remind him. Words. Lu Ying was instantly shocked. She'd forgotten about that. Cannot let Lu Su found himself wearing CFA's clothes. After all, their own nominal already have a fiancé, but if not careful to pass out. Dad and Mom are absolutely furious. It's always been about face and their family. How is it not your own clothes? Can't I try out men's attire these days? And I already have short hair, and with this outfit, don't you think I'm a knockout? Lu Ying asked back with a stiff, strained neck. Looking at her sister's sophistry, Lu Su did not respond. Lu Ying felt sheepish and skimmed her head. Mainly because Lu Su stared at her without making a sound, and with that expressionless look, it was hard not to feel a sense of weakness. Ahem. Lu Ying hurriedly changed the topic, that, your Chamber of Commerce is developing quite well, the business has reached Huayang City. The topic, however, was brought back. Sis, that's your brother-in-law's dress, isn't it? I told you it wasn't Wang Jun. I didn't say Wang Jun. Lu Ying froze, but quickly responded, I really bought this dress myself. Bought it. Her tone was aggravated, emphasizing the fact that she had bought it herself. Lu Ying decided. How about she won't confess to the affair with CFA? Oh. Seeing that Lu Su didn't open his mouth to inquire again, Lu Ying couldn't help but feel relieved inside. That, I still have to go back to the Long River Sword sect for something, so you go ahead and get busy, sis will leave first. Lu Ying didn't dare to stay any longer, and didn't even care about the good wine on the table, and directly ran away. Have the two met already? Looking at Lu Ying's panicked back, Lu Su made a slight sound. So, I'll see my brother-in-law soon? Surprisingly, there was a hint of levity in her tone. If Lu Ling was still here, he would be extremely shocked. The mysterious realm of the crowd's metaphysics. As CFA continued to appear, his reputation had spread throughout the entire secret realm. Countless people have recognized him as a lifesaver. But there are some who think differently. It's like this moment. A group of people gathered on a grassy flat. Each and every one of these people were experts at the Jindan realm. Looking at the way they were dressed, it seemed that several large factions had joined together. After so many years, I didn't expect that the Zhongshuan mysterious realm would finally come out with a change. A middle-aged man wearing the bright moon armor said with some excitement as he looked at the people around him. This person's name was Wang Jijie, a true elder of the Purple Chi Palace. As the head of a first-rate great sect, the overall strength of the Purple Chi Palace was far beyond that of any ordinary third-rate sect. Thus, this true elder's aura was as unpredictable as an abyss. Yes, the mysterious realm of Zhongshuan was refined by a void immortal back then, and its purpose was to be used as a testing ground for disciples. The reason why this place is sealed with a large number of demonic beasts and low to medium-grade spirit medicines and magic treasures is also for this reason. Beside Wang Jijie stood an arrogant teenager with one hand behind his back. From this person's attire, it could be seen that he was a disciple of the Linglong Holy Land. At this moment, the teenager was looking into the distance. The experts who participated in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm have a roster record. This time, that so-called life-saving senior is not on the list. It must be that the demonic beasts in this place have obtained the chance of that virtual immortal, and are able to take the form of human beings. And judging from the signs of its divine presence, it must have grasped the core of the secret realm and be able to utilize the hidden spell formations at will. Unfortunately, due to the rules customized by the Void Immortals, it must help the disciples who come to the trials. We can't wait for this secret trial to end, or it will inevitably disappear with the secrets of this place after all the disciples exit. It will be hard to find it then. Wang Jijie nodded his head as he listened, then looked down at the others and transmitted his voice. The secret realm of Zhongshuan concerns the secrets of a Void Immortal. The stakes are very high. Why would the Holy Land even call on the other four great sects? It's enough to have my Purple Chi Palace, the head of the first-class great sects. At that time, Linglong Holy Land enjoys 70% of the authority of the mysterious realm, and my Purple Chi Palace only needs 30%, wouldn't that be better? The young man glanced at him faintly and similarly transmitted, "You're wrong, it's me, Linglong Holy Land, who takes 90%, and you guys take 10% at most." Then he continued, "The mysterious realm of the multiverse involves a void immortal after all, and no one knows what means this great man will leave behind when he encounters him. If it wasn't for these four first-class sects topping the cushion, the casualties would have been your Violet Chi Palace. I, Linglong Holy Land, told them to act together also for the sake of your Violet Chi Palace, otherwise wouldn't it be like this? Furthermore, it will soon be the once-in-a-century Southern Realm Sect Evaluation Conference. If we don't take the opportunity to weaken their strength base, by then, it's not certain if your Purple Chi Palace will still be able to sit at the top of this first class." Yes. It's still the Linglong Holy Land's elder who is considerate. Wang Jijie immediately wore a delighted look on his face as he nodded his head repeatedly to accept this great benefit. In front of him was Mao Yu, one of the 100 great true legends of Linglong Holy Land. 10 years ago, the Southern Realm Heaven's Pride Spectrum wanted to rank his existence, but was rejected outright. No one would ever underestimate a true heir of a Holy Land. The entire crowd, divided into 6 camps. At the head of the group was none other than the Linglong Holy Land led by Mao Yu. Next was the people of the Purple Chi Palace led by Wang Jijie. The other 4 were people from the Great Sun Sect, Starlight Fortress, Flame Sect, and Moon Slashing Blade Sect. Together with the Purple Chi Palace, it was precisely the 5 first-class sects of the Southern Realm. Although the 5 first-class masters are numerous and all have their own masterpieces, they are simply not as good as the Linglong Holy Land. Previously, when the Sacred Land of Departing Fire was still around, the Linglong Sacred Land wasn't this powerful. However, ever since the destruction of the Sacred Land of Departing Fire and Linglong's annexation of the remnants of Departing Fire, she had the ambition to unify the Southern Realm and compete with the Central Heavenly Domain. A man wearing the elder clothing of the Moon Slashing Blade Sect looked at the people at the very front and was shocked beyond words. "I didn't expect that Linglong Sacred Ground would actually send out 10 Jindan 9 ranks. If it weren't for the limitations of the rules, I'm afraid it's only possible to come as a Yuaning." Just as they converged, the demonic beasts on the grassland, which seemed to have sensed that there were many of them, immediately converged together and impacted towards them as well. This was the rule of the trial in the mysterious realm of the many Xian. If the trialists gathered in one place and wanted to join forces to resist, then the demonic beasts here would follow suit and converge. If not, how can it serve as a trial? One can only say. The means of the immortals are unpredictable. All pay attention, this group of demonic beasts is very strong, all appearing according to our strength. All of you set up your formations at once, making sure not to be swept out of formation. The leaders of the 4 great sects, including the Great Sun sect, greeted the experts under their sects and began to set up their formations. Upon seeing that none of the people from Linglong Holy Land reacted, they immediately laughed coldly inwardly. The Southland has suffered from the Holy Land for a long time. No one wants to see a transcendent power over their head, and that transcendent power likes to tell them what to do. Including the purple chi palace that had been following Linglong Holy Land, at this moment, they were also very eager to see the people of this Holy Land suffer. Even though I know it won't work, I just can't help but feel good inside. However, just as the 5 major factions were waiting to see the joke, that Linglong Holy Land's Maoyu waved his big hand. Suddenly, the 10 Jindan 9th grades struck out in unison, and the 10 people's spiritual energy penetrated as one, erupting into a singular move. Rumble! The void violently sent out a tremor. The earth cracked and the mountains crumbled. The whole picture is a complete figment of the sky falling apart. Suddenly, dark clouds covered the sky, emanating a haunting aura. The entire heavens and earth, as if heavenly punishment had descended, the robber's thunder opened his eyes. The Eye of Thunderjack. This is the Eye of Thunderjack. It's really this trick. One of Linglong's supreme extermination techniques, the Eye of Thunderbolt. Legend has it that when the Eye of the Thunderbolt appears, the void shakes, the earth crumbles, and all existence will be obliterated. This move can only be issued when one cultivates at least the Cave Heaven realm, but I didn't think that the top 10 Jindan 9th grades could also. Other than the Violet Chi Palace, within the other 4 great sects, some people with great insight erupted in shock. No one expected that. Linglong Holy Land, this thunderbolt eye that shocked invincibility in the world, would actually appear here. Rumble! As soon as the Eye of the Thunderbolt appeared, the demonic beasts that came crashing in like a sea of mountains couldn't even react in time, and were shattered by the roiling thunder on the spot. The demon's blood chi, transformed into pure energy, rose into the air. Then it fed back to Maoyu and the 10 of them, causing their breath to suddenly rise and their strength to seem even stronger. Good. The demonic beasts bred in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm don't contain a trace of fury and are the most nourishing. That demonic beast that has obtained the inheritance of a void immortal had better have grown to the level of a Yuaning, only then will we be able to have a great harvest. The benefits of a Yuaning demonic beast are no less than an earth-grade spirit pill. Now that we've combined our efforts to inspire the Eye of the Lightning Tribulation, even if a Yuaning appears, we'll be able to kill it on the spot. Go! Let's keep moving forward, and under 3 feet of digging, we'll definitely find the demonic beast that got the core of the secret realm. The 10 Jindan 9th grade from the Linglong Holy Land let out loud laughter after feeling their benefits. Just as the people of Linglong Holy Land were staring at CFA. He himself was flying without purpose at the moment. There are fewer and fewer that are eligible for investment. It's 5 days down. The exact number of people invested, CFA has been somewhat unable to remember. The only proof of this is the system's endless string of unattainable rebates. When we get out, I guess it will take days just to inventory the harvest. Mental note. CFA plans to stop looking around for people to invest in. The vast majority of the major secret areas that could be invested in had already passed through his hands. The second thing is that as his reputation spreads, countless people who don't qualify for the investment are also looking around for him. The last 2 times I showed up, I was surrounded by kowtows and could barely walk away. He didn't consider himself a bad person or a hard heart. But it's extremely uncomfortable to give favors just like that for no reason at all. So when I saw that it was almost time, I simply didn't go in front of people. Why don't we just leave early and forget about it? Was thinking of running away. A rushing breath suddenly erupted in front of them. The aura seemed to have locked onto his location and was continuously running towards him. What's this? A demonic beast? CFA froze for a moment, sensing that the aura was actually a demonic presence. And it was still a great demon of the Yuaning realm. Chapter 71 2000 Experts. What to do? Wait online, urgent. What Sheffield doesn't know is this. This great demon had been staring at him for a long time. Previously, he kept running around through hidden teleportation formations, and this great demon followed him around. Now that he had finally stopped, the great demon immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, the great demon's bloodshot gaze arrived before him. It's actually a black bear? Xiafei saw the large demon clearly. It was a huge bear. This thing that stood up as tall as a small mountain was shrouded in a black demonic aura. Surprisingly, this black fury chi was not tyrannical, but instead carried a calm and serene undertone. Trialist, how on earth did you break in here? The black bear actually opened its mouth and spat out human words. As if it was well aware of Xiafei's true cultivation, it continued, if you leave immediately, I will not strike at you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. How? Xiafei laughed, you think you can beat me to death? Or? He suddenly thought of the lonely three-headed dog Xiaobai outside of Huayang City. If we throw this black bear over there, will the two have company? Between the turns of the mind. Just quietly move in and get ready to squash it. Ha! You trialists actually dared to provoke me? Well well well. The black bear laughed on the spot, his body vibrating with black fury, about to explode. However, he didn't notice that the aura behind him appeared to stir. Snapped. A sword light erupted. Boom! The black bear did not expect this trialist in front of him to be cunning to such a degree, not even greeting, directly sneak attack. It immediately roared repeatedly, and a pair of bear paws blatantly slapped out, blocking the sneak attacking sword. But although resisted. But the surrounding heaven and earth had changed color. Sword! There are swords everywhere! This was a side of the sword realm world. This realm was the first grade of Yuaning, and its battle power was comparable to a black bear of the third grade of Yuaning. In just a single glance, he was fixed in place by countless sword chi. Then, Miku! Xiafei detached a divine thought and executed the Taishu Imperial Demon Divine Chapter. Just as he was refining this Yuaning realm black bear. The other side of the world. Rumble! Thunder continuously bombarded down, and countless demonic beasts exploded into blood mist before turning into pure energy, all of which was fed back to the 10 people. Some of them escaped, and all 10 of them were distributed to the other disciples of Linglong Holy Land. Senior Brother Mao, how did so many demonic beasts suddenly appear in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm? I'm afraid that the previous 10 trials, combined, didn't even reach this number, right? A Linglong Holy Land's Jindan 9th grade expert stared at the completely uncountable swarm of demonic beasts in front of him. Even if he was superbly strong, it was inevitable that he would be a little frightened. The scene at hand. It was the same as running to the 100,000 Demon Mountain, and as far as the eye could see, it was full of demonic beasts. This is the rule of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm. The only goal of the demonic beasts that were bred here is to serve as a whetstone for the trialists, and the previous waves were all blocked by us, and so this happened. Mao Yu explained casually. What a strong complement of demonic power. Among the disciples of the Linglong Holy Land, Yuan Li is staying with the girl in red. Just the energy that escaped over was shocking to the young girl. Of course it's strong, it's the energy of an unknown number of demonic beasts aggregated. A single head is definitely insignificant. After Yuan Li responded, he concentrated on devouring the demonic energy scattered over with all his might. The demonic beasts in the mysterious realm of Zhongshuan are not contaminated with the killing of the outside world, and their demonic power can be said to be incomparably pure, and is most suitable for absorption and cultivation. Just then, those 10 great Jindan 9th grade true masters in front of them. With Mao Yu at the head, each one of them began to furiously rise in breath. Ha ha ha! I've stepped into Yuaning. Good good good! It really wasn't a mistake to come to this mysterious realm of the multiverse. Guys! Go on! Surprisingly, in the secret realm, with the help of the power of this roaming demonic beast, all 10 of them broke through to the first grade of Yuaning. As their cultivation skyrocketed, the eye-like thundercloud in the sky instantly expanded tenfold. Each thunderbolt that fell was even thicker than a water bucket. The aura of destruction became more and more severe. Actually, all of them have broken through to Yuaning. The people of this Linglong Holy Land are too deep. 10 great Yuaning experts jointly casting the eye of thunder tribulation. Who can stop this might? Damn it! The energy of the demonic beasts was all absorbed by them. We got nothing. When the experts in the 5 great sects saw this, they were all shocked and furious. The people from the Purple Chi Palace didn't dare to say anything. However, these people from the Great Sun Sect, Starlight Fortress, and the other 4 great sects were talking back and forth. And at the moment, Mao Yu, whose strength had jumped, combined with the power of the other 9 experts, suddenly detected a fluctuation. This unusual movement instantly reminded him of something. That demonic beast that holds the core of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm has appeared. Just to the northwest. Everyone, follow me in that direction. A command. Despite the many grievances, all of the people from the 5 great clans followed the convergence towards the northwestern movement. The group was vast, at least 2,000 people at a glance. And it included almost all of the top experts in the current secret realm. Compared to this amount, the quota for the Qinghe sword sect to enter the Zhongshuan mysterious realm was 6 people. And it was still luck this time, otherwise, third-rate clans usually had about 4 people. And now the 5 great sects plus Linglong Holy Land actually had more than 2,000 entry slots. This bunch of people gathered together, and the aura that erupted was completely described as earth-shattering. All of them rushed towards the northwest in a combined effort, and even this swarm of demonic beasts that filled the heavens and earth could not be stopped at all. Xiafei just happened to have normalized the black bear monster. It was recognized by the system and thrown into the system space under the name of Pet. Having done this, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he sensed a heaven-shattering aura in the distance, like a wildly surging wave coming in. This is Linglong Holy Land and the people of the 5 great clans? Xiafei's spiritual sense swept, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. He hastily executed the 1,000 Faces spiritual transformation technique and changed into another person on the spot. Even the pants and shoes and other things were all changed, and the nebula clothes shifted with the mind. In a split second, a gnarled man in a short shirt, shorts, and straw shoes presented himself. Just as he finished dressing, the 2,000 or so people had already arrived in front of them and surrounded them. Who's this? Not the one who goes around helping? Why a strange big man? Upon seeing how Xiafei looks today, many people were taken aback. The leader, Mao Yu, turned around and asked, "Does anyone know which clan this is from?" At once we all looked up each other's memories. Among the Linglong disciples, only Yuan Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and his mouth muttered in a low voice, "It's really Master." Why did he recognize Sheffield? That was because he himself was sensitive to breath, and the sword intent that hadn't dissipated around him was the best proof for him. This should be the Master transforming his appearance. Just how can I help Master? Nowadays, Yuan Li already understood that what that true transmission Mao Yu was looking for was his own Master. He looked up and around, and a few moments of urgency grew within him. There's too many high rollers. Since Master was able to enter the Zhongshuan mysterious realm, his cultivation would definitely not be more than Jindan 9th grade. And now, even if we put aside the 5 great clans, there were 10 freshly broken through Yuaning true successors on the Linglong Holy Land side. What to do? Just as Yuan Li was anxiously trying to figure out what to do, the hairy feather in front of him had been responded to. All the clans that stepped into the Zhongshuan mysterious realm this time have not found this person. As soon as I heard that, Mao Yu immediately laughed out loud. I didn't think that you demonic beast actually knew the art of transformation. Good, very good. Such a subtle transformation technique, even the aura of the soul has changed into a different person. It should be obtained from my Linglong Holy Land. Xiafei didn't make a sound and just quietly listened to the crowd's discussion. After roughly sorting out the situation, the heart burst into tears. It seems that I acted too high profile to cause this kind of thing to appear. I'll have to keep that in mind in the future. It's better to keep a low profile. It was a good thing that the previous frequent appearances of the investment did not remind everyone of CFA of the Long River Sword sect. Though very similar in terms of a number of people's descriptions, even the portraits are almost identical. But that aura of a former senior was completely different from the one he had in the Long River Sword sect. Not to mention other unfamiliar people, even the Qinghe Sword sect itself, even Long Fei, who was familiar with it, didn't associate it with CFA after seeing the portrait of the life-saving senior. At most, he said, Elder Xia looks similar to this senior. One was an insignificant little elder in a third-rate sect. One was a former senior who had helped many people of the secret realm. As long as your brain is okay, you won't associate the two together. At this point, Mao Yu took a step forward and said with a smug smile, "Are you going to directly tie your hands and return to Linglong Holy Land with me, or are you going to let us beat you back to your original form and scatter your soul?" Xiafei laughed as well and said with the rough voice of a brown man, "Want to kill me? Then you can come and try." He swept his eyes, skimming over the crowds before adding, "What? As the number one holy land in the southern realm, you want to bully the few with the many? Is this the way Linglong Holy Land acts? Or is it that you Holy Land disciples are afraid of me and don't dare to face me?" Noteworthy. When meeting his gaze, many of the 2,000 bowed their heads in shame. And at the same time, CFA's eyes also lingered imperceptibly in A. Wang Jijie was naturally not a vegetarian. A big hand. The void then sprang forth with 9 rays of light forming a long whip. Wait for the light to dissipate and realize. These are the 9 segments of the long whip. Each section had a different blood-colored pattern on it, with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, natural wonders tattooed with the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers, and more densely packed in unknown existences. Moreover, around each pattern, there were also various alien characters that looked as if they were some kind of special scriptures. The most surprising thing is, at the end of this 9-section whip, a special official seal was actually inlaid. The official seal is engraved with the small letters, Judge of the Underworld. On top of that, 36 transparent spikes constantly loomed at the seams of each section. Moreover, the entire surface of the 9-section whip was flowing with blood-colored energy threads. The ones with strong senses had their faces startled. This is clearly karma fire compressed to a liquid state. As soon as the 9 sections whip appeared, it transformed into 9 channels, enveloping CFA in it like a star trajectory. 9 sections of uncanny lead. A formation supreme treasure made of 9 top-grade spiritual weapons, constructed through each other. This is a treasure passed down by the ancient criminal immortals, and it is said that it is necessary to take 9,000-year-old 9 Hell's Veins worms and soak them in the blood of 99 kinds of evil people, and then you also have to imprint the Great Extinction scripture with your spiritual power at the time of a solar eclipse to attract the heavenly punishment to add to your body. Although it hasn't been promoted to a treasure weapon yet, each of the 9 sections is a top-notch spirit weapon. With the formation leading into one piece, it's enough for Elder Wang to shake the Yuaning. So strong. Worthy of being a true elder of the Violet Chi Palace, to be able to possess such a marvelous treasure as the 9 sections of impermanent lead. Other than the Violet Chi Palace, the people of the other 4 great sects were all shocked. None of them expected Wang Jijie to have such a magic treasure. Now it's not strange how this elder Wang dared to go up and deal with this demonic beast. I was thinking at first that he might not be able to handle it. After all, this is a demonic beast that has received the inheritance of a void immortal. Its strength must be extraordinary. I didn't think that this elder Wang actually hid such a hand. A Linglong Holy Land true disciple beside Mao Yu spoke out. 9 sections of impermanent lead is the ancient period of criminal immortal skeleton true gentleman refining treasure. Wang Jijie coincidence under the refining method of this magic treasure, spend a lot of manpower and financial resources, only to refine it out. If he were to give him some more time, perhaps this 9 sections of impermanent leader could be refined into a treasure weapon by him. If the 9 great treasure weapons were to merge together, it would certainly be powerful and unrivaled in the world. At the moment, although this 9-section changeless lead is only a spiritual weapon, after utilizing the principle of formation to converge, it is just as strong as it is outrageous. By relying on this treasure alone, Wang Jijie was able to battle the 9th rank with the 8th rank of Jindan. Even the firstborn can be touched. It seems that even if we can't kill this demon, we'll be able to cause it to suffer heavy injuries. Mao Yu nodded his head slightly, obviously confident from seeing Wang Jijie offer this treasure. This time, center of the field. Wang Jijie stood in the air and said to CFA, "Now that you're begging for forgiveness, it's not too late. As long as you're willing to hand over the void immortal inheritance of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm, it's not a problem to give you a way out. Otherwise, even if you have great skill, it's hard to escape death." He said that he would give a living, but his hands were not slow. The 9 sections of impermanent leader suddenly operated, unfolding to form 9 layers of nested Dharma realms at once. Ha! Xiafei laughed coldly and suddenly erupted his body's qi and blood. He was going to use the might of his refining body to break this 9 sections of impermanent lead. A large hand with qi and blood like a rainbow fiercely slapped down towards the 9 sections of impermanent lead. Boom! The ground underneath sank violently. The 9 knuckle bones first came to a sudden halt, and then exploded like an explosion. The might of the Ox Demon Power Fist coupled with the Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist was appalling when it erupted. Although the 9 sections uncanny lead is grand in name, but Wang Jijie said is still only a spiritual weapon, and it can't lock CFA at all. This is body refining? Ha! This demon has actually embarked on the path of body refining, it's strong. In the crowd, those who knew what was going on shrieked. Mao Yu and the other 9 true transmitters of the Linglong Holy Land also had sudden changes in their expressions. Wang Jijie spat out blood from his mouth and could no longer care about the shock. He frantically surged his spiritual energy, wanting to forcefully pull back the flying out 9 sections of impermanent lead. But Xia Fei threw a punch. Bang bang bang. The air instantly exploded in quick succession. Just a punch. He hit the Jindan 8th grade Wang Jijie to the point that his protective vestments burst into pieces and he fainted on the spot. If it were not for the fact that the strength is still there, the key moment to pull back 3 sections of the changeless-sided blocking. I'm only afraid that this true elder of the Purple Chi Palace would have to be blown up on the spot. Xia Fei opened his hand, and the 9 sections of impermanent leads that Wang Jijie had worked so hard to refine for his entire life was instantly sucked away by him, and then backhandedly thrown into the system space. It all happened so fast. So fast that hardly anyone reacted. Wait for everyone to come back to their senses. It was then that Wang Jijie was seen to have fainted. And not only was the heavy treasure taken, even his life was going to be in jeopardy at this moment. It was then that Xia Fei threw another punch, targeting the unconscious Wang Jijie. Good guts. To actually dare to come and kill the Violet Chi Palace elder in front of everyone. Seeing that Wang Jijie was going to perish, the foremost Mao Yu immediately made his move. This high disciple of the Linglong Holy Land had just broken through to the 1st grade of Yuaning again, and this strike was naturally extraordinary. The heavens and the earth darkened violently. A red-colored light bloomed out and blocked Xia Fei's fist. Come to die. Mao Yu bellowed, and the 5 fingers of his right hand opened up, erupting with more red-colored light. These rays of light were as if they had a spirit, wrapping around Xia Fei at once, intending to drag and grind. However, with this parcel, Mao Yu sensed that something was wrong. It was because he actually couldn't even break Xia Fei's skin with this winning tactic. Crunch. The red light was completely overwhelmed. Scatter. He tried to disperse the crimson light, but it was already too late. Xia Fei's entire person killed blatantly, without any magical treasures in his hands, nor did he use any tricks. All by the power of flesh and blood. Boom! Like a mountain collapsing and an ocean capsizing. Then everyone saw that it was raining from the sky. It's blood rain. Mao Yu's and Wang Jijie's physical bodies were directly smashed. One Yuaning 1st grade, one Jindan 8th grade. One was a true heavenly pride from the Linglong Holy Land, and the other was a true elder from the Violet Chi Palace. He died on the spot. Even the Yuaning and Jindan within the 2 of them were transformed into 2 violent spiritual energy storms swirling in the sky. With a wave of Xia Fei's big hand, the infinite sword air wrapped these 2 clusters of pure spiritual energy and poured them into the enlightenment tea tree in the system space. Wow! The sapling-like enlightenment tea tree suddenly grew a point taller, and a 4th leaf bloomed. And on the outside, the scene of over 2,000 people from the 6 major powers had completely fallen into dead silence. The situation before us was too shocking and unbelievable. Not a single person would think this was true even if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. A demonic beast. Is it actually that strong? Yuan Li was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect his master to be so raw. That's a Yuaning that came out of the Holy Land, that's an elder of the Purple Chi Palace. Killing this kind of existence was actually as simple as drinking water? This great demon, it's remarkable. No wonder it can obtain the void immortal inheritance, no wonder it can have exclusive access to the mysterious realm of the multiverse. Suddenly, a man let out a cry of alarm as if he had gone mad. Humph! High above. Xia Fei snorted out coldly, thinking that a large number of people can detain me? Delusional fellow. Death is not enough. In the past, although he knew that his fleshly body was strong, he could carry even a thunderbolt. But now after this battle, Xia Fei had a perception of the strength of his refined body. Normal Yuaning 1st or 2nd grade, randomly exploding hammers. This time. It was only when the Linglong Holy Land's group of elder disciples each came back to their senses. The eyes weren't dreaming, they were real. Mao Yu and Wang Jijie really perished, not even the Yuaning and Jindan in their bodies were saved. Aha! The remaining 9 true legends of the Linglong Holy Land, as well as most of the disciple elders, let out angry shouts. Since stepping into the Linglong Holy Land, he had never been subjected to something so humiliating. Mao Yu, who was a powerful figure of the true transmission, was actually thwarted in front of them. How can it be tolerated? You sinful animal! You actually dared to exterminate my sacred ground's true successor. From now on, you shall die. You will die. The entire southern realm, the entire Xuanqi continent, no one will be able to stop us. Even if an immortal descends, you will surely die. The 9 true legends of the Holy Land took a step forward. I've carved down your divine soul breath and sent it back to the Holy Land. In the future, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will find you out. Xiafei only wanted to laugh at that. What? Planning to go together? At this point, in the midst of the crowded Linglong Holy Land, Yuanli suddenly jumped out and said to all of them, fellow brothers, sisters and elders, now that things have gotten so big, we mustn't get carried away. Already lost a heavenly pride senior brother, do we need to lose more? He didn't expect his master to be so fierce, but even if he was even more fierce, at the top of the day, he would only be at the 9th level of Jindan, or if he had gained benefits in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm and broke through to Yuaning. Faced with so many experts surrounding him, he would definitely be outmatched. In his haste, Yuanli couldn't care less and jumped out on the spot, wanting to stop it. But he was clear-headed enough to find a legitimate excuse at a time like this. But he jumped out with this and instantly deflected the anger of the crowd. Who are you? As a disciple of my Linglong Holy Land, you could actually help an outsider? Who are you to stop us? Yuanli immediately took out a token. The people of the Linglong Holy Land looked at them, and one of them couldn't help but stare. Even those 9 true transmitters were stunned in place. The head of the true tradition, senior sister Yuan Yu's warrant. Yuanli exclaimed. I didn't expect you to actually be senior sister Yuan Yu's person, but even so, are you really going to stop us with this? Senior brother Ma Yu walked away in front of us, his corpse and bones gone. This is an unprecedented disgrace for us. It's fine for you to suppress us with the order of the head of the true Chuan. But don't blame us for being rude to you in the future. So, you've got to think this through. Warrant or not. In the 9 great true transmissions, one person walked out and said sternly. This senior brother, could it be that you don't want to honor senior sister Yuan Yu's order? Yuanli raised the sign and directly topped it in front of this true disciple's eyes. No. Dare. This true transmitter could only force down his anger and grit his teeth to speak out. Ha! Could it be that you think you can kill me just because there are more of you? At this time, CFA spoke out, to tell a possibly cruel truth, that is, as long as I want to leave, no one can stop me here. Humph. Who doesn't know how to talk big? That true transmission coldly grunted, you great demon are also complacent right now, but don't forget. Even if you can escape today, that won't get you through tomorrow. You killed our senior brother Mao Yu, no one under the sky can save you. Just then, the person on the side of the purple chi palace took a violent step forward. Linglong Holy Land doesn't dare to touch you, but we do. The person in the lead was also a true elder of the Jindan realm, but his cultivation was a little lower than Wang Jijia's, only at the 7th level of Jindan. This 7th grade elder looked at Yuanli, this Holy Land disciple, we are not from your Holy Land, so naturally we don't need to abide by your chief order of true transmission. This demon killed our elder Wang and even took the secret treasure that elder Wang refined. Such an enmity is not shared. He certainly wasn't out to avenge Wang Jijia. Rather, the situation at hand was that if the Linglong Holy Land did not make a move, then they would have a chance to obtain the void immortal inheritance of this Zhongshuan mysterious realm. At that time, the Purple Chi Palace would have exclusive access to the mysterious realm of the many Xian. What kind of a heyday would that be? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how about taking advantage of it? There's another point. That was Wang Jijia's piece of the 9 sections of impermanent lead, which the 7th grade elder naturally wanted. As soon as I heard that, a trace of anxiety immediately flashed under Yuanli's eyes, and he couldn't help but look up at Xiafei. Ran. Xiafei didn't look at him, but instead laughed at the Purple Chi Palace crowd. Even your Jindan 8th grade elders are dead, do you think he'll succeed in taking me down? We are naturally inferior to you in terms of individual strength, but, that 7th grade elder smiled blandly, the people of the Purple Chi Palace listened to the order. Form the Purple Chi Great Luo formation. Yes. A united voice shakes the sky. Then between swish and swish, all 400 people from the Purple Chi Palace surrounded CFA. The surrounding aura was immediately stirred. Immediately after, all the auras converged on each and every person in the Purple Chi Palace. The momentum is climbing. Cultivation is skyrocketing. In less than 3 breaths, the breath of these 400 people was as one. And it really condensed an illusory giant figure. This giant's cultivation. It was actually a Yuaning 5th grade. Haha, sinful animal, see how this purple chi dalu of mine is? That 7th grade elder was perched on the giant's brain and let out a rampant laugh. In the face of such might, Xiafei bristled with disdain, unbearable. Words. Punch out. The aura gathered by the 400 people of the Purple Chi Palace suddenly began to shake like a tall building encountering a storm. The 9 prisons are broken. Avalanche star. Xiafei used the 9 prison breaking fist. The fist energy was transmitted through the body, and within a 10-mile radius, it was like the ground exploding into the sky, creating a shocking explosion. Rumble. The earth trembled, then burst right through. Countless magma spurted up, turning into a sea of fire. That refining volcano in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm actually had a branch vein induced. Such an appalling sight. It caused that aura skyscraper to crumble. The giant disintegrated. 400 people from the Purple Chi Palace were left with less than 40 on the spot. Chapter 73 Southern Realm Sects, with immediate effect, exterminate this demon. For 10 miles around, the earth is on fire. Liquid flames sputtered dozens of feet high. The flames that could become the land of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm for refining weapons were naturally not any mundane universal fire. The slightest bit of contamination can burn the flesh in an instant. Faced with such a situation, the others couldn't care less about the situation in the Purple Chi Palace, and they were all fleeing out. Those who have the strength to directly offer protective magic treasures and hold up spiritual power shields, and those who don't have the strength to do so can only fly wildly as if they were fleeing for their lives. The Linglong Holy Land side of the situation was a little better, but facing the power of the earth fire of this secret realm, the vast majority of the disciples and elders couldn't hold their own. The 9 true transmitters could only grit their teeth and lead a group of fellow disciples to retreat outward. With their cultivation at the Yuaning realm, it was still not a problem to protect 800 people. Rumble. The earth roars and the sky trembles. Xiafei's pair of large hands grabbed in vain, and the spiritual energy generated by the destruction of the 360 Purple Chi Palace people was all sent into the Enlightenment Tea Tree by him in succession. In the vibrating void, there were also many magic treasures that shone with spiritual light. He didn't leave it behind, he took it all. When this is done, he took one step forward. When he showed up again, he had already arrived near a few people from the Long River Sword sect. What's going on? The sky is falling? Run! Something's wrong with the Zhongshuan secret realm. A message came from outside telling us to rendezvous and prepare to leave immediately. Xiafei wasn't there, Luing went out early. The only one present to officiate was naturally Long Fei, an elder. He immediately greeted true disciple Min, and elite disciple Huo Min both. Where's Cho Chi and Li? Long Fei asked toward the two, where is he? Xiafei immediately recovered and walked out. I know where Zhou Qianli is. Of course he knew, because Zhou Qianli had found a cave to cultivate there as soon as he came in. In order to complete the investment, after discovering Zhou Qianli, he directly set up a formation. As a result, no one had been able to disturb this core disciple until now. Thank you, Elder. As soon as he saw him appear, Long Fei was pleasantly surprised. No other reason, from the time they came in until now, the few of them had never seen Xiafei. Long Fei had thought that there had been some kind of accident, and for that reason he was still a little sad in his heart. After all, they were all colleagues who had worked together for so long, and Elder Xia was one of the few virtuous people in the cultivation world. Now that he saw that the person was fine, Long Fei immediately came up and waxed Xiafei. It's great that you're alive. Of course I'm alive, go get Zhou Qianli and get ready to go out. Wait until the people of the Xian mysterious realm come out. As soon as the story spreads, the outside world exploded. Especially the leading elders of Linglong Holy Land and Violet Chi Palace, each of their faces turned green. Immediately, they sent out transmission messages in succession to notify their own back sects. For all of this, as a third-rate small sect, the Qinghe Sword sect was not quite sure what had happened. The leading Grand Elder, Li Xinping, after seeing Min's few people come out safely, he hurriedly said, I heard that something heavily has happened in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm, and now the entire Zhongshuan mountain is in chaos. It's not advisable to stay here for long, let's return to the Long River Sword sect now. Li Xinping didn't stay curiously, let alone go around to inquire. As soon as he received his own family, he immediately offered that flying boat magic treasure and flashed away. after entering the flying boat. It was only then that Li Xinping pulled them into a conversation about what exactly happened in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm. But Long Fei a few people and not at the scene, only words cannot say a reason. Naturally, Xia Fei wouldn't say anything more, and after finding an excuse to be tired, he stayed alone in the corner. It looked like he was resting his eyes, but in reality, he was checking out the situation of the Enlightenment tea tree in the system space. Previously, that Linglong Sacred Land's True Chuan and the Violet Chi Palace's elder had made the sapling grow a little bit, and a fourth tender leaf had appeared. Now it had absorbed the spiritual energy of 360 people. It instantly skyrocketed to a height of 2 feet at once. The leaves bloomed again in 2. Now counting, there are already 6 pieces of Enlightenment tea leaves. Beyond that. And change. Xia Fei clearly sensed that the 2-foot-tall Enlightenment tea tree had begun to emit an extremely strong Tao rhythm. This is a kind of Taoist rhythm that plucks up enlightenment, very mysterious and magical. Hiss. If I were to sit next to this Enlightenment tea tree while receiving the system rebate, would there be some sort of change? For a moment, Xia Fei's aura flashed as if he had caught the correct usage of the Enlightenment tea tree. But you can't try it now, when you go back. No, you can't go back either, you have to find another place to try it. With the experience of the first 2 breakthroughs, Xia Fei was now preferring to be a bit more troublesome rather than making a commotion in the Qinghe sword sect. It was mainly because he had remembered Lu Ying's words that there was a Taishang in the sect who was good at projections. This time he was able to be inexplicably chosen to participate in the crowded Xian mysteries. Xia Fei very much suspected that Xian Gue Taishan was afraid that he had already detected his catfight. Whether or not I'm spotted, it's never a problem to play it safe. Think about it. He decided to find an excuse to disembark at Huayang City later and then borrow a route to the Misty Forest. One was to throw that Yuaning Black Bear over to be a companion to Little White. The second is to use the Misty Forest as a cover to facilitate experimentation on whether the Gautama tea tree can be combined with system rebates. Make a good decision. Xia Fei then began to look through the rest of the system space's harvest. First of all, there is the much talked about 9 sections of the Uncanny Leader. After taking a closer look in the system space, Xia Fei realized that this magic treasure did have some tricks up its sleeve. 9 sections of Impermanent Leader, a magic treasure refined by the principle of formation, can be divided into 9 and can be united. The 36 phantom soul nails on it would be the foundation of the formation, connecting the 9 spiritual treasures. After the unity grows the whip, it can be attacked or defended. There's not much to say about this one. The important thing was that after splitting into 9, one could set up 9 legal boundaries and use them to suppress and trap the enemy. The outer 3 layers of the Dharma boundary can cause the gravitational force to be reversed and isolate the aura of heaven and earth. The middle 3 levels of the Dharma realm can affect time and deprive the 5 senses and 6 senses. The inner 3 levels of the Dharma realm, Karma Fire Burning Silence, burns the flesh and thwarts the soul. Xia Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the subtlety of it. Nay, the strength of that Violet Chi Palace elder was indeed a bit low, coupled with the fact that the grade of this set of magic treasures had not yet been promoted to treasure weapons. Otherwise, it would definitely cause him some trouble. It must be known that the Xia Fei of that meeting hadn't used half of his spiritual power, relying solely on his physical body and chi and blood. This alone was already equivalent to abolishing the outer 3 layers of the Dharma realm. With such an advantage, he all thought that if this 9 sections of Impermanent Leader was a treasure weapon and then it was in the hands of that Linglong Holy Land true successor, he himself would have suffered a loss. It was evident that this magic treasure still had some potential in it. After checking the 9 sections of the Uncanny Leader, Sheffield then looked to something else. The first thing that caught my eye was a small cloth bag filled with patterns and the word Linglong written on it. This thing fell out from the body of that Linglong Holy Land's dead true legend, and it wasn't even damaged under that kind of impact, so it was naturally a treasure. So Xia Fei immediately took it. Now this look. It's actually a standardized storage bag. Xia Fei was a little surprised at Linglong Holy Land's big spending. A rare thing like a storage bag was actually distributed to the disciples below in a standardized manner. To know that in the entire Long River Sword sect, he hadn't seen anyone with this on them so far. If you want to make a storage bag or a storage ring, which is a magic treasure with the nature of a different space, you will need to use a special thing called space stone. On top of that, the person refining it had to be at least in the Aegis realm. Because of the cave realm, comprehends space. Zeus comprehends time. There has to be a combination of time and space for something like this to occur. Xia then tried to open this storage bag. The patterns on it were actually many formations, and they were all extremely ingenious. If one were to directly force it open, the space inside would be induced by the formation on the spot and collapse. Under the collapse of spacetime, what was placed inside was naturally gone. Xia certainly didn't want to destroy it, so he slowly invoked the power of the 9 prison breaking fist, the nemesis of aura spirituality. Soon, all phalanx operations were interrupted and the mouth of the bag opened. After his spiritual sense drilled in, Xia was slightly stunned. The place is a bit too small, isn't it? The whole storage bag was just a small bedroom place. Switching to a previous life's calculations, it was estimated to be about 10 square feet. Although putting some personal items or important things is enough, but compared to the system space, that is like heaven and earth, forget it, there is no comparison. In the storage bag, there was a bunch of spirit stones, around a few thousand or so. After turning out those spirit stones, there was also a large altar that took up a full third of the place. Beyond that, nothing. Xia took a look and what was inside was actually dirt. Is this yin yang spiritual earth? He was a little unsure. The reason why it felt familiar was because after familiarizing himself with pharmacology, he had knowledge of the growing environment of many spirit medicines. Many high-level and top-level spiritual medicines had to be planted amongst the spiritual soil. And of the spirit earths, the better ones are the yin and yang spirit earth, the 7-colored spirit earth, and so on. But none have been seen, so one can only guess. Why don't we try giving the Gnosis tea tree? The infinite sword air surged and instantly grabbed these clays out. Then plant the Gautama tea tree. With soil. The enlightenment tea tree swayed all of a sudden, as if expressing happy joy. It seems to be working. Put away that storage bag. Sheffield continued to look at the others. The rest was something for the 300 or so people of that purple chi palace. Anyone who could preserve themselves under the 9 prison breaking fists was at least at the level of a top spirit weapon. Not many though, only 20 or so. After all, if all the hands had a top-grade spirit weapon, then the purple chi palace would have turned over a long time ago. Why would it follow Linglong's sacred land's ass every day? These 20-odd spirit weapons were simply no match for that 9 sections of impermanent lead. Therefore Xia was lacking in interest and didn't bother to study it after taking an inventory. But there's also a storage bag, which is a bit of a surprise. Open it. The place inside was even smaller, the size of a single bed. Because of the protection of the storage bag, several magic weapons and ordinary spirit weapons inside were preserved. On top of that, there were nearly 100 human-grade spirit-gathering pills. This elixir, Xia had no use for holding it, and directly fed it all to the enlightenment tea tree. And just as he was taking stock of his harvest. At this point, the Zhongshuan mountain had been completely blocked off with great magical power. The one who could use mana was naturally in existence of the transformation god realm. A mere demonic beast that has gained the inheritance actually dares to exterminate my sacred ground's true successor. It's simply living out of patience. The earth-shaking sound resounded through the mountain range. Some of the small third-rate sects that hadn't left in time immediately became a bit alarmed. Finished? What in the world has happened? It actually attracted the Linglong Holy Land's god transformation powerhouse. You guys look. There are so many experts coming from Linglong Holy Land. And the Violet Chi Palace, the palace master of the Violet Chi Palace is actually here. What the hell is going on? This would be the Zhongshuan Mountain, which had been sealed off by countless groups of experts. No one is allowed to come and go as they please. Above the void, a golden light appeared, revealing a figure filled with powerful pressure. Everyone's hearts sank as they subconsciously bent over and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. This person was none other than the transformation god expert from the Linglong Holy Land. The moment he appeared, he was the one who pressured the entire Zhongshuan mountain. Plow through the entire mystical realm of the multitude of mysteries. There will be no more mass Shin trials in the future. As soon as this transformation god powerhouse appeared, he directly announced the destruction of the Zhongshuan mysterious realm. But whether it was actually destroyed or secretly left to Linglong Holy Land for private use, no one present dared to ask, and no one would mention it at this juncture. Obviously. This time Linglong Holy Land was furious. All Southern Realm clans listen up. That transformation god powerhouse spoke out again, effective immediately. An extermination order is issued for this demon. If I don't kill this demon, I, Linglong Holy Land, will never stop. As the majestic voice fell, all of the people from the clan present had a gnarled man with a short shirt, short pants, and straw shoes floating in their heads. And even the soul breath was incredibly precise. One time, everyone was amazed at this transformation god powerhouse's methods. With the call of Linglong Holy Land, predictably, it's the whole Southland that's going to get windy. The people from the other clans present at Zhongshuan Mountain had thought that things should be over by this point. Unexpectedly, the people from the Purple Chi Palace began to line up one by one. However, anyone who was a bit suspicious or out of place, no matter what clan they were from, other than those from the Linglong Holy Land, all of them were taken down on the spot. And a lot of clean people can't get away with it. One must surrender the treasures gained from the mysterious realm of Zhongshuan in order to be let go. There were a few that were so unlucky that they didn't get anything in the secret realm and had to bite the bullet and give something from their own bodies. This scene. If Grand Elder Li Xinping had known, he would have been pleased with his own resourcefulness. But the fact that there were fewer people from the Long River Sword sect had been remembered by some people from the Purple Chi Palace. As the saying goes, who paid for the life, don't quite remember. But if anyone didn't give it, that's something to keep in mind. Where did Cefe know now that Zhongshuan Mountain had made such a big commotion that it would most likely even change the entire southern realm pattern? He had now disembarked from Grand Elder Li Xinping's flying boat and landed in Huayang City. After casually finding a lofty-looking mundane restaurant, CFA opened a guest room on the 4th floor and stayed in. Now, let me see what the system rebates are all about. While in the mystical realm of the multitude of metaphysics, he was so busy going around and investing that he didn't have much time to pay attention to exactly what was being rebated. Now open a guest room and sort it out. For the Kung Fu category, all of them are reserved for tomorrow when we go to the Misty Forest and try the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Others are extracted on the spot. Just then, it should be the Grand Elder who brought Long Fei and the others to the Long River Sword sect. The system has rebates appearing about Hua Min and Zhou Qianli. Ding! Host's investment is successful. The rebate effect is normal due to the green color of the investment target's destiny path chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining formations from spirit patterns to potential domains. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 spirit stones normal. Ding! Host's investment is successful. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being purple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent Flying Man. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 years of cultivation purple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reshaping pill. Chapter 74 5 Elements Control. Mighty Reborn, Systems Warning. Formation from spiritual patterns to potential domains, an advanced version of the way of formation, analyzing the underlying logic of formation symbols and aura flow. The man who can fly talent grants the possessor the special ability to fly, permanently increasing flight speed by 2 times and having consumption. Remodeling pill Earth grade. After taking it, you can remodel your bone age flesh and return to the peak of 20 years old again. Warm reminder, the grade of the elixir is mortal grade, human grade, earth grade, heaven grade, immortal grade. Xia Fei extracted all of these after a brief look. After the reshaping Dan was taken, his life potential showed a subtle change, and his bone age returned to the state of 20. The advanced version of the way of formation has allowed me to deepen my understanding of formations again. Looking at the densely packed small formations on that storage bag now, Xia Fei realized that many of them could be deconstructed by himself. If he was now allowed to open someone else's storage bag again, it was already possible to break it without the power of the 9 prison breaking fist by directly utilizing what he had learned. Next, Xia Fei was then completely immersed in rummaging through the system rebates. The first thing was the cultivation rebate. Purple level asceticism had 30 years, blue asceticism had 60 years, green had 80 years, and white had the most. A full 300 years. Next was the Xiangong type of rebate, 1 Xiangong of the king grade, 3 of the precious grade, there were 5 of the upper grade, 10 of the lower grade, and as many as 20 Xiangongs of the ordinary grade. Don't look at the ordinary and inferior, these Xiangongs are not good, but CFA confused Xiangongs ah. Thus, as long as there were more Xiangongs, the stronger his main cultivation class Xiangongs would be. Finally, there are other rebates. There are 3 magic treasures, 7 types of talent classes, 400 years of sword enlightenment combined, thousands of pills, more than 2,000 lifespans, more than 30,000 ordinary spirit stones. and so on. It is worth mentioning that in the CFA summarized other rebates, there are several more special. One is alchemy from mundane iron to psychic, and the other is alchemy from knowing medicine to becoming a Dan. All are advanced versions of the refining and alchemy aspects. Previously, CFA had gotten the three major foundations of alchemy, artifact refining, and array formation, and now he was once again getting a new step of advancement. Except for the Xiangong category. He extracted it all straight away. Without distinguishing between grades, a total of 470 years of cultivation was instantly piled up to the third grade of Yuaning. The sword air elemental baby in his body became more and more solid and terrifying. As early as the second grade of Yuaning, I could already be invincible under the god of transformation. Now that Yuaning is of the third grade, I don't know if I can touch a transformation god expert who possesses magic power. After thinking about it, CFA still resisted the death-defying thought of going to a transformation god to cut a deal. Nothing else, even if he could actually touch it, it wouldn't work. Behind every transformation god powerhouse was a behemoth-like force. Once touched, he could not afford to fight alone. And it's just not his style to go looking for trouble for no reason. The three magic treasures are all at the level of magic weapons, so don't bother. Rather, these 7 talents are a bit interesting. 5 of them are actually a set. The 7 major talents returned by the system are Master of Gold, Master of Wood, Master of Water, Master of Fire, Master of Earth, Healing Talent, and Concealer. 5 Elements Controller Talent, the ability to strengthen the affinity for the 5 elements, thus enhancing the corresponding battle power and other aspects. Healing Talent Gift, born with the ability to transform healing light, able to heal themselves and others. The degree of healing depends on their cultivation level. The Hidden One Talent, if you do not actively show yourself, any behavior will take on the nature of concealment, reducing the sense of one's own presence. After extracting these 7 gifts, CFA first casually a move, next to the 8 immortal table on the candle flame, actually a fierce crazy up. The special candle, which was strong enough to burn all day and night, melted instantly. This is 5 elements control? Invoking the 5 elemental attributes at will and making them explode or use them for yourself? He proceeded to test it a few more times. He only stopped in a huff when he finally almost had the entire restaurant running on its own long legs. That level of control is a bit strong. Is it because of my high cultivation level? The big 5-story tall restaurant to stand up and run away was the result of CFA's experimentation with the wood mastery just now. Next, tried the healing talent as a gift again. He found that the healing light transformed through the infinite sword air. I don't suppose we can call this light? Look at the room as if a small sun had appeared. CFA was in deep thought. Never mind, no one's hurt, it's not very good to try the effects. Look at the cloaked man. After waving his hand to disperse this healing sun, he got up and opened the door and headed out. Invisible man mode activated. At this point, the entire restaurant had a burst of clamor because of the commotion just now. A lot of people were crowded into the first floor lobby in a bit of a panic. Did the Earth Dragon just roll over? Fart. There's no such thing as an dragon in. It's not like these people are going to react much. Where's my stuff? Where's my money? However, these were all ordinary people, and even if they had cultivation, they were all in the mortal realm. Although CFA was having fun, he knew that he couldn't measure the real situation of the Hidden One. After a bit of weaving, he then, somewhat meaninglessly, returned all the things he had robbed and the money. Just as he was going up to the 4th floor to go back to his room. It was also on the 2nd floor that he saw a woman coming in style. CFA was stunned. It's not that he's never seen a woman, it's just that the woman in front of him. Hiss. Kind of nice. For a while, CFA couldn't find any adjectives, and could only inwardly lament a good looking. Unlike the innocence of the 9th Shujun, the princess of the demon race, this one in front of me is just like. Well. Good looking. Brother-in-law? The first sentence of the woman's clear and cold opening, taking CFA, who was still a bit stunned, by surprise. What did the woman at hand, who had no mood swings whatsoever, call out to him? Brother-in-law? You are? CFA was shocked. Thinking to myself, when did I know someone's sister? And a human brother-in-law. Could it be the original? That original self didn't leave any relevant memories, either. Brother-in-law, my sister is Luing. The woman spoke up at the right time to explain. Lu Ying? Master Lu. Xiafei couldn't help but be shocked. Lu Ying told someone so quickly? She also urged me not to spread it around, but it turns out. But come to think of it, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with a sister telling her sister about it. It turned out that the woman in front of her, who was too good to be true, was the Lu Su who needed the lust flower treatment? Looking at Xiafei in shock and dismay, Lu Su just blinked. She didn't open her mouth to say that her sister hadn't actually told her. That. Why don't we take a walk? Facing Lu Ying's family, Xiafei felt another unexplained pang of weakness. Could be. Take advantage of this. Xiafei quietly used the golden pupil of the life path. This time he wasn't looking for investment, but he wanted to try and see if he could show what was wrong with this Lu Su. Name, Lu Su Eternal. Sex, female. Longevity, 18. Realm, none special. Natal chakra, white special. Attention! This person is suspected to be a rebirth of a great power. Attention! This person is suspected to be the body of a past disaster. Please be careful. Be careful, don't use common sense. Immediate need, to meet my brother-in-law. Xiafei was once again stunned on the spot. The news that the fateful golden pupil saw was actually, to put it bluntly, provided by the system. It was the first time he had seen it, and the system said attention 3 times in a row. And the message that comes through. It was also a shock to Xiafei's insides. Mighty rebirth? The body of the calendar? Even the life path chi is labeled special. What's going on here? The only thing that seems to be good news is that the investment requirements are relatively simple. I think my brother-in-law is talking about himself. The reason why Xiafei was a little less certain was because of the association to the identity of the woman in front of him. What kind of virtue is it to be the brother-in-law of a mighty giant? Lu Su didn't speak, seeming to be naturally more reticent. Sheffield didn't say anything either, he was silenced. The two just left the restaurant together. Walked on the busy streets of Huayang City. Well. That, and your sister and I were an accident. Feeling that it was better to say something, Xiafei carefully explained. He couldn't fathom the purpose of the woman in front of him. The systems are repeatedly warned to be careful and are specifically labeled caution. He certainly wasn't going to develop a backbone against the system. Sometimes what seems like an accident is actually long predestined. Lu Su spoke blandly. With that, she looked back over, brother-in-law, what's the plan after that? Want to go meet my parents? Huh? Xiafei was a bit dumbfounded. He had heard that Lu Ying had a fiancé. Not only did you cut them off halfway, but you also had to punch them in the face like that? Isn't that a little... not very nice? Brother-in-law doesn't have to think too much. My sister has no feelings for that so-called fiancé Wang Jun. The two of them are just a play on the finger for marriage after the two parents have made friends. If brother-in-law decides to come over, our house is in Plum Blossom Hills. After Lu Su finished speaking, he continued on his way. Xiafei followed, only to find Plum Blossom Villa somewhat familiar. It took a moment of careful thought to respond. Isn't this one of the biggest loose cultivator forces in the Southern Realm? The entire Southern Realm, besides the Linglong Sacred Land, the 5 major sects, and these sects, there were also some more famous casual cultivator forces. Among them, Beacon House and Plum Blossom Villa were at the top of the scattered cultivators. Just as Xiafei was recalling the information there was about the Plum Blossom Villa, a well-behaved boy came out from the side of the street. It looks to be about 10 years old. I only saw the boy shouting at the two men, "You two honored guests, it's going to be New Year's Eve soon, do you want to buy a pair of couplets to go back? When you buy a couplet now, we're giving away camellias for couples. This is the season when camellias are in full bloom. Many people use it for Chinese New Year decorations because of its colorfulness and modesty. But what is also not clear to many is this. Camellias actually symbolize resilience and fidelity in love. Some have even compared the way its petals fall and fade to careful love. As soon as I heard the boy's words, Lu Su hadn't indicated anything yet. Xiafei began to break into a cold sweat on the spot. Don't mess around, this is a mighty reborn. Chapter 75. The Enlightenment Tea Tree was really effective. One extraction is a great circle. Can this be said of a couple? Sheffield began to sweat. The kid started again. You two guests look like you've just gotten married, don't you? The groom is talented, and the bride's sister is even more of a fairy. I think this couplet is particularly appropriate for you two. Said. He pulled 3 strips of red paper from his booth. Upper couplet, flowers sprout from the west wing and perfume the house. The next couplet, swallows return to the east pavilion to speak and stay in spring. The horizontal scrolls, the piano and the music. I'm with nary you head. The child immediately took out a handful of camellias. Your Honor, please see, these are the camellias we picked this morning. Look at the petals cascading over each other, it's the very thing that symbolizes the endurance and depth of love. Look at their character in defying the cold, precisely as you two do in your persistent pursuit of each other. Speaking of which, he directly handed the flowers to Lu Su's hands. Very honored guest, don't you think so? No. Xia Fei couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stepped forward to pull the child away. Who taught you to say these things? Some of his exasperated looks immediately startled the child, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu Su touched an ingot of worldly silver from his body. We'll buy it. Seeing this, Xia Fei had no choice but to take that spring scroll. It wasn't like he was really mad at the kid, he was just worried about offending the rightful owner in front of him. Since the people had taken a stand to buy it, he took advantage of the situation. Thank you, Sister Fairy. Once again, I wish the 2 honored guests a happy wedding and a white head. The child picked up the silver, face all smiles, which has just half a point of aggression crying. Xia Fei hastily stole a glance at Lu Su next to him, and after seeing that she didn't have any reaction, he quietly sighed in relief. Still, he smiled and said, there's nothing to see in that camellia, and this couplet, throw it away altogether. Go back and talk about it. Lu Su took the flowers and continued to move his feet. Seeing this, Xia Fei had no choice but to follow. The two were walking. There was a sudden commotion up ahead. Then a group of people who looked like soldiers were seen approaching. The man at the head of the group was a young expert whose cultivation was at the 3rd level of Jindan. Lu Su, so you came out? I thought you would stay in your room again today. Seeing Lu Su, the young expert's eyes immediately lit up and he greeted him with a delighted look. The man was a dignified-looking man, with the tough and handsome look of a soldier. But perhaps because he hadn't experienced much frustration growing up, or was still too young, the whole thing seemed frazzled. Judging from the way he saw Lu Su's behavior, this man should be especially devoted to Lu Su. Lu Su didn't look at the man who came over, but said to Xia Fei, brother-in-law, should we go? The kind of woman that Master Lu was, really wasn't his cup of tea. Special? The young man's gaze was suddenly grim. You are Lu Su's secret Taoist? Lu Su has repeatedly rejected me, so I guessed that someone like you existed. I didn't think today validated my thoughts. You. Do you dare to fight me? If I don't beat you up, it's hard to get rid of my hatred. Seeing this teenager's jumping face, Xia Fei only felt like laughing. This time, Lu Su spoke up, he is my sister's Taoist partner. Ha? The teenager was stunned, then hastily bowed with an apology, so that was the situation. It is I who have taken the liberty. Please also pardon my rashness. I am Zhang Qian, the young master of Beacon House, in the future if you... It's okay. Lu Su interrupted, we're going back. Simple words that didn't hold much emotion or expression. However, the young master who came from the Beacon House immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. All the way back to the tavern. Xia Fei was about to go back to his room when Lu Su said, brother-in-law, if you can't use that spring couplet, can you give it to me? Throw it all together for you? Just as well, it's for you then. Xia Fei didn't think much of it. After handing over the couplet, he went into his room. Lu Su lived on the 5th floor, room 1 of the heavenly character. Waiting to get into the room. She then placed the camellias on the desk and the couplets neatly folded next to them. Seemingly hearing the commotion, a maiden dressed as a maid came out of the small room next door. As soon as the young girl came over, her eyes noticed the more prominent camellias. Miss! She exclaimed out, you're looking for a Taoist? Not looking. So this camellia. The young girl pointed to the table, the shock on her face obvious to anyone. What's wrong? Lu Su began flipping through the merchant fleet ledger and responded flatly. Miss, do you know the significance of the camellia? The young girl hurriedly came up and whispered, who gave this to the lady? Lu Su was calm and incomparable. Sha Yun, What are you asking so much for? Miss. Xiaoyun immediately arched over Lu Su. Who the hell is it? But Lu Su remained unmoved. See this. Xiaoyun asked again with slow curiosity, Miss, is it a man? Does that man want to marry you? Yay for camellias. It shows the love of a steadfast Taoist couple. Lu Su ignored it. Reading a page of entries in the ledger before speaking, don't think much of it, he won't have that kind of affection for me. Lu Su added, let you preside over this Huayang City commercial goods trading, can it be completed as scheduled? It's all done. Xiaoyun said, taking out a new account book from behind her back, look, miss. Lu Su took it and flipped through it. Miss, there aren't any scarce and good selling goods here in Huayang City, why did you decide to come then? No reason. So after this run, have you thought about our next location, miss? Let's not go anywhere else first, everyone rest for a while and we'll go back to Plum Blossom Villa. Huh? Why? Sayumi didn't understand. Lu Su faintly said, no reason, homesick. Room. Xiafei listened to the system rebate beep without paying much attention to it. White rebates are really optional mosquito legs for him. System, extract the rebated longevity. Boom. An instinctive vitality merged into the limbs and bones. The portion that had fallen short in the mysterious realm of the crowd of mysteries was instantly replenished, and not only that, it was also a lot more. Once his body calmed down, Xiafei continued to withdraw other rebates. However, he had saved his Xian Gong in 400 years of Sword Dao realization for his trip to the Misty Forest. The time just went by so quickly. Early the next morning, Xiafei went downstairs and retired to the fourth-floor guest room. Misty Woods. Just as he arrived, Little White sensed the scent and hurriedly ran over with his tail wagging. Okay, know you're lonely and bored here. Xiafei rubbed his head while releasing the black bear with Yuaning cultivation. Look! Now you both have company. There was some tentative contact, then a slow approach, and finally a dog and a bear spread out and left in a companionable manner. Xiafei didn't care about these two goods, and when he walked to the deepest zone of the Misty Forest, he began to set up formations with spirit stones. After getting it done, he jumped in and took out the Enlightenment tea tree from the system space. At this point, it's not the same lonely sapling as before. Instead, it appeared together with the spiritual soil. As the Enlightenment tea tree appeared, that unique Tao rhythm suddenly appeared in a 10-foot radius. Now let's see if my guess was right. Xiafei took a deep breath and sat directly beside the Enlightenment tea tree, his consciousness sinking into the sea of consciousness. And the appearance of the Enlightenment tea tree caused Little White, who was the lord of the Misty Forest, to stop playing around all of a sudden. Immediately after, it then took the black bear with it and ran in a hurry. The two goods just leaned against the edge of the large formation that Xiafei had set up and began to cultivate. System, extract the Tianqi Cloud Seal Scripture. This is the only king-level Shengong among the investment rebates of the Xian mysterious realm. The scroll unfolds. Xiafei was seen meditating on the top of a high mountain every time late at night when the stars were in full bloom, drawing the corresponding star power into his body. More than 360 acupoints all over the body have been incorporated into these star power. Wait until Xiafei awakens. The first thing that was exclaimed was, this Tianqi Cloud Seal Scripture seems to be very suitable for the Nebula Clothes Artifact Spirit to cultivate. Every day and every night, the Nebula Artifact Spirit was to constantly absorb star power and store it in the Nebula Cloth's great formation. Unfortunately, for a magic treasure to be cultivated, it had to be at least a Dao weapon with a spirit that was comparable to an adult's. After letting out his feelings, Xiafei began to check how far he had comprehended the Tianqi Cloud Seal Scripture. The system infused, although it could immediately be skillful, it still wasn't a great circle kind of thing. In order to reach the great perfection, one must subsequently cultivate hard on one's own. It really works. Upon noticing that he had almost completely mastered the Heavenly Gaki Cloud Seal Scripture, Xiafei slammed his hands together in excitement. Immediately after, without stopping, he continued to extract those three precious feats. The Green Emperor's Secret of Eternal Life. The Book of the Congealed Truth of Xian Yuan. The Red Obsidian Tenshi. Chapter 76. A Sword Breaks the Mountain. Today, ascend to the Sword Emperor. The three precious Xiangons all had different focuses. The Green Emperor's secret of everlasting life is to mold an indestructible body by melting the essence of grass and trees, and to take charge of the vitality of the rotation of the four seasons. The central point is that 1,000 leaves testify to the way of life, and a leaf is a spring and an autumn. It focuses more on the physical body's vitality and long lifespan, and can be described as body refining in the mana system. But again, it didn't extract the same kind of humongous battle power that refining the body did. The Shen Yuan condensed truth record is to take the cold marrow of the 9 ghosts to quench the ice prana and Taoist foundation, and to pass the changes of yin and yang. The core lies in the fact that the mysterious underworld is not a place of death, and the condensed spring springs back to life. Cultivating this skill will gradually build oneself into a kind of physique called Ice Spirit Taoist Foundation, which has the characteristics of water and ice, and can reverse yin and yang and transform the power of thunder and fire when it is fully accomplished. The Red Obsidian patrolling heavenly strategies is a body-refining metaphysical skill that accommodates the fire of the great sun to forge a glazed martial vein and to use light as a weapon. The core point is patrolling the sky for 80,000 revolutions. The red observer shines flawlessly. It focuses more on the use and absorption of the light of the great sun, and less on the pursuit of the aura of heaven and earth. Once the Liuli martial vein is completed, it comes with the effect of pure flame, which is the nemesis of demons and evil spirits, and it can also store the golden crow flame, which is enough to burn the city and boil the sea. 3 treasured metaphysical skills. Xiafei was able to achieve full grand completion with the help of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Ra! It's the middle of winter now, and the snow has just passed. The misty forest is a depressed and bare landscape everywhere. As Xiafei pointed out with a finger, the infinite sword air transformed the energy of the Green Emperor's longevity skill and landed on the broken dead branch next to him. Wow! The withered branches bloomed violently into life, producing shoots and green leaves, swaying in the wind with a subtle sound. This is not the healing light of a gifted healing talent. The light of healing could only heal living things, it could not bring dead things to life, but the Green Emperor's skill of eternal life could do so. The essential difference between the two is kinda big. Xiafei thought about it and gave the vitality to the Enlightenment Tea Tree. However, this heaven and earth spiritual root only shook a few leaves, and then there was no change. Seeing this, he continued to experiment with the other 2 xiangongs. Wait until it's probably clear about its power and characteristics. Just go ahead and call the system to extract the other feats. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye it was another day and night. Coiled at the edge of the big formation dog bear 2 goods, at this moment is undergoing some kind of special changes. The elevation of their enlightenment instantly transformed them into cultivation masters of the demon race. The various hidden secrets in the bloodline inheritance could be understood with a single point. In ancient times, there were people who were born to know, but today there are demons who have become enlightened in heaven. Woof! Roar! A dog and a bear, growling. Then the 2 cargos jerked their breath up. One stepped into the 4th grade of Jindan and broke 3 realms in a row. One broke through to the 2nd grade of Yuaning. That's not all. They continued to cultivate, and they continued to comprehend the inheritance contained in their bloodline. Casually laid within the formation. Xiafei had already rushed all 39 large and small xiangongs to the great perfection with the power of the Enlightenment Tea Tree and the system. Next is that 400 years of sword realization. I wonder what kind of changes will occur under the influence of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Take a deep breath and slowly close your eyes. Xiafei sank down and smelled the faint fragrance emanating from beside him. It is the scent of the Gautama tea tree. And a soft white light overflowed from the tree, slowly enveloping his entire body. Shasta. A cool breath poured in from the heavenly soul cap and went straight to the bottom of the heart, as if the earthly distractions were washed away in an instant. His mind became crystal clear, and an unprecedented sense of permeability made him feel that the entire world had become clear. It feels like it's time. System, extract 400 years of Sword Dao realization. Boom! This 400 years of accumulated realization surged into his sea of consciousness like a vast torrent. Xiafei's body trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, it was as if his divine soul was pulled into an infinite world of Sword Dao. In this world, sword chi crisscrossed the world, and sword light flashed like a river of stars. Countless sword shadows danced in the air, interweaving a magnificent picture. It was as if he was in a universe made up of swords, each sword contained profound truths, and each move spoke of the essence of the way of the sword. Xiafei saw the evolution of the sword technique. From the most basic starting stance, to the powerful sword stance, to the ethereal sword intent. Eventually sublimated into pure sword heart. His mind was completely immersed in it, as if he was one with these sword techniques. Every swing of the sword was as if he had cast it with his own hands, and every comprehension of sword intent was engraved into his soul. Time lost its meaning in this moment. The 400 years of sword Dao realization seemed like just a moment in his mind, yet it was like an eternity. He felt the essence of the sword. The sword is not only a weapon, but also an extension of the heart and the will. He comprehended the extreme of sword intent, which could cut through the void and break through chaos. The purity of a sword's heart can transcend life and death and reach immortality. As the realization deepened, Xiafei's body began to emit a faint sword aura. This sword energy is an unconscious behavior. At first, it was only faintly visible, and then it gradually solidified, turning into a sword aura surrounding his body. The white mist of the misty forest was stirred by this sword chi, forming a huge vortex, as if the heavens and earth were resonating for his promotion. The mountains and rocks tremble. The aura stirred. If it wasn't for the formation masking the aura, I'm afraid that this rushing sword aura would have attracted the attention of many people. Suddenly, Xiafei violently opened his eyes, and a blazing sword light shot out from his pupils and shot straight up into the clouds, piercing through the canopy. The entire misty forest shook and the wind and clouds changed. He stood up slowly, his temperament changed radically. The eyes, like a sea of stars, carried an unprecedented indifference and depth. The entire person exuded a coldness like a sword. It was as if waving his hand at will could inspire sword intent to pierce through any existence. Xiafei stretched out his palm, and a long sword condensed from sword chi appeared out of thin air. The body of the sword flowed with 7-colored light, emitting a palpitating pressure. He didn't hold back and flicked his hand towards the large mountain in the distance. The sword chi longsword flew out instantly. Rumble! The mountain peak, which was already over 200 feet in height, was split in two. The incision is smooth as a mirror. This casual sword chi seemed as if even the heavens and earth had been cut open by him. The moment. With the boost from the great Luo sword body, the enlightenment tea tree, and the 400 years of sword Dao realization. On the sword path, Xiafei took a step into the realm of the sword emperor. His sword intent was enough to shake the heavens and earth, and his sword heart was able to see into all things. Such a huge commotion. It naturally caught the attention of many cultivators in Huayang City. Countless experts flew up into the clouds, looking out at the great mountains that were separated in the distance. Who did this? What a strong sword intent! This is the sword of a sword emperor. The southern realm has actually produced a sword emperor. Could it be whichever shut in Taishan from the Long River Sword sect? Everyone started looking. However, because of Xiaobai's misty cover, coupled with the array to conceal it, no one was able to discover Xiafei's trail. But there is a special case. Brother-in-law. Misty Woods. It was as if the one who had just issued that sword was not himself at all. Xiafei put away all of his indifference and had a smile on his face that had some human flavor. I knew this enlightenment tea tree worked. In his mind, he had already started planning how to feed the Gnosis tea tree as soon as possible. After storing the tree along with the spirit soil into the system space, Xiafei dispersed the formation. Looking back, a bear and a dog are slowly awakening. Upon taking a look at the cultivation level of these two goods, Xiafei was immediately surprised. You guys are smart enough to know to utilize the enlightenment tea tree to enroll in the bloodline inheritance. Nowadays, Xiaobai's cultivation had already crossed into the 7th grade of Jindan. The black bear had also reached the Yuaning 3rd grade realm. This time not only Xiafei's harvest is good, these two guys are even more full of harvest. Seeing Xiafei appear, Xiaobai immediately wagged his tail and came up. The black bear, on the other hand, stood his ground honestly. Might as well give you a name that goes right along with white. No matter what this honest black bear thinks, Xiafei forced to give a small black name. A few more admonitions followed. Xiafei then drifted away from the misty forest and returned to the Long River Sword sect. Elder Xie. You're finally back. Once you enter the sword court. Kang Jian then blocked up with a group of his colleagues, wiping a handful of tears and snot on Xiafei. You don't even know how sad and upset we were when we saw Long Fei and the others and then couldn't find you anywhere. Yeah. If it weren't for Long Fei pulling the strings, we'd almost have to hold a memorial service for you and lay out a grave for your clothes. Luckily Elder Xie returned safely, otherwise my 3 girls would have been left without a place to live. Upon hearing about the 3 girls, Xiafei was shaken. After using the momentum to force the crowd away, He exclaimed, for the sake of Elder Huang's lower body sexual well-being, I have to crawl back even if I have to crawl. The elder who had always wanted the girl was none other than the 51-year-old Huang Yong. Lower your voice, Elder Xia. Huang Yong hurriedly looked to his left and right, when he realized that quite a few passing elders and disciples on the third floor were looking over. His old face reddened on the spot. After some more snark, Xia Fei pretended to ask without thinking, where is Master Lu? Upon hearing the mention of Lu Ying, Kang Jian and the others suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed. Ugh! Sighs of relief followed. What's wrong with this again? Xia Fei was uncertain. Elder Xia, you don't know. Kang Jian mourned, Master Lu came back before you, and we thought we'd know more about your situation in the secret realm, Elder Xia, so we all went to ask her. And guess what? Master Lu actually kicked us out. Huang Yong was also saddened beyond words. From this, we can see how much Master Lu hates us. Ugh. So sad, I'm going to order one more girl for this trip to soothe my broken heart. The corner of Xia Fei's mouth twitched, only to realize that this Elder Huang's sadness was fake, and taking the opportunity to order the girl was real. The other few elders sighed once again. I don't know which man's hands will end up in the hands of such a perfect goddess like Master Lu. It's pretty sad to think about. It should be someone's fiancé. Xia Fei was a bit vain. Bull fiancé, I don't think that brat from Linglong Holy Land is worthy of being my goddess's man. Kang broke into a fit of rage on the spot. Huang Yong and the other elders nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Xia Fei immediately changed the topic a bit. What happened after that? You guys got kicked out and didn't go back? There you go again. Chapter 77. It's the 30th of the year. Time to go play. Ken Kong rightfully said, we went back there 3 more times. It is well said in the books that in order to move a goddess, we must make her feel our sincerity. It's just that these last 3 times, Master Lu has been more ruthless than ever, and in the end we've all taken a beating. As soon as I heard that, it was only then that Xia Fei noticed that there were a few elders' faces that still had vague bruises. All of them can hit people with their hands. It seems like Lu Ying shouldn't be in any serious trouble. Think about it. Xia Fei couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart, then asked, what books did you read? It makes you guys learn such crooked theories. Nah, the Dao couple's book, you have to give it back to me after reading it, that's the only one we have. Kang Kin fished out a thin yellow booklet from his body. Take a look. There are many kinds of after reading written on it, with different handwriting, which seems to be from different people. Obviously, these different people were the elders in front of them, such as Kang Jin Huang Yong. Quickly flipped to the back. Just seeing the author's name, it was actually the great name of Zhou Qing, the supreme elder of the Sword Pavilion. Xia Fei didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this the original culture of Jiang'a, from top to bottom? It's true that I still know too little about the Sword Pavilion. With a sigh of emotion, he returned this Dao couple's treasure code to Kang Jian. Elder Xia, don't you want to take it back and study it carefully? Kang and the others were staggered. I would read such a book. I read Spring and Autumn. Sheffield walked towards work with his head held high. Because of the trip to the mysterious realm of the many metaphysics, some backlogs of work are normal. 2 busy days in a row. It was only then that Xia Fei had the time to look at his own 3 disciples. Each and every one of them has improved their cultivation. Among them, Long Qiye and Lin Fan were already meeting the requirements to enter the inner sect. Thus, Xia Fei gave another voucher for the duo to go for the inner sect examination after the year. After finally leaving behind a new batch of pills and spirit stones, Xia Fei then went back to the Sword Pavilion elder residence. Lin Fan and Qing Yao have no demand, and Long Qiye's investment conditions are the same as always. Is there a reason for this? Thinking back to the information seen by the faithful Dao golden pupil after meeting the 3 disciples, Xia Fei fell into deep thought. The terms of the investment are generally the heartfelt desires of the investee. And wanting to create cravings. The word predicament suddenly came to him. Hiss. Right. Xia Fei tapped his head. He came to his senses. Gotta be in trouble, to need help. It seemed that when Long Qiye and Lin Fan became inner disciples, they would have to arrange for the 3 of them to go down the mountain to practice. Otherwise, where would the predicament come from if you stayed in the Long River Sword sect every day? The thought of an apprentice. Xia Fei couldn't help but think of that anomalous second disciple again. How did that kid Yuan Li get mixed up in Linglong Holy Land? He had noticed Yuan Li's figure earlier when he had confronted the 5 great sects in the Holy Land. But so as not to lead to trouble, he did not speak out in recognition. To be able to stop a group of people from the Holy Land, I think this kid should have a big backer. Next time, if you have the chance, go to the Linglong Holy Land. Definitely can't go there now. Although his own strength was still passable, CFA wasn't arrogant enough to break into the Holy Land alone. If he didn't break in, it didn't matter if it was in his capacity as a casual expert or in his capacity as an elder of the Changhua Sword sect, a small third-rate sect. For the Linglong Holy Land, which was now a dominant family, it was disdainful. At this point, the second disciple who was being chanted by CFA had already been punished for facing the wall. Watch him. Don't let him take half a step out of this place. Holding a group of elder disciples hostage with my token is simply audacious. A woman's pretty face chilled slightly as she spoke to one of the maidservants. Yes. Missy. The female servant immediately arched her hand, and then stood by Yuan Li's side in death, not moving an inch. See this. The woman turned around and walked out, saying to the red-clothed maiden waiting outside, "Tell me about the situation in the Zhongshuan mysterious realm." Yes. Senior sister Yuan Yu. The girl in red immediately told the things one by one. After listening, the woman was slightly out of breath. I didn't realize that so many great things had happened since I was in seclusion. Seeing this, the red-robed girl couldn't help but plead for Yuan Li, "Senior sister Yuan Yu, Yuan Li is only thinking about not adding more casualties to Linglong Holy Land. Please ask senior sister to be gracious and forgive him for using the order of the true transmission chief." You think I'm chastising him? The woman glanced bashfully at the girl in red. "I'm protecting him." Having said that, she beckoned a servant, "Go, check all the sword cultivators in the southern realm. Summarize the news and send it all together to my chambers." It's night. Xiafei's Yuaning exited his body and headed towards the 6th floor of the sword pavilion. He hadn't forgotten about that red heavenly ordained demon princess. But this time, Xiafei didn't enter the hut first. Instead, he looked outside with the golden pupil of the life path. Name, 9 Suk Quan. Natal chakra, red. Recent needs, loneliness has been relieved, and at this moment, she wants to go out for a walk. It seems that no matter if it's a human or a demon, this need rises miserably after it's satisfied. Xiafei was about to turn around and leave immediately. Just kidding. How could he possibly take this demon princess out? But just as Xiafei turned around and was about to leave, the woman in the hut jerked up. As if sensing his scent, and as if in pure longing, he made a slight sound. Cheyenne. Hearing the name shouted from the mouth of this demon princess, Sheffield paused. Through the wall. Looking back. Eventually. He left anyway. Time is not fast. But it's slowly getting to the 30th of the year. This day, the entire Changhua Sword sect was shrouded in a joyous celebration. From day to night, the fervor has continued. Every year at this time, the Sword sect would issue red clothing representing festivity for all the elders and disciples. Everyone changes without fail and the meeting is all red hot. Hurry up! Don't dawdle, Elder Xie. Elder Xie, if you delay any longer, you'll be in the way of me pursuing my true love. Kang Jian, Huang Yon, and the rest of the elders had all crowded into Xiafei's residence. Everyone was impatient. Just waiting for him, the big money man, to depart. Well. Xiafei took off his red clothes and led the crowd towards Huayang City. All went to play. Naturally, it was not very convenient to wear clothes with the logo of the Long River Sword sect. Guys! Where to first? On the way, Xiafei waved his hand and a big money aura erupted. The spring breeze does not pass through the Jade Gate, but the canopy door is now open for you. To Spring House, of course. Huang Yong roared. Please note that the human pass here is not the human pass. After going to Spring House? Then we'll go to the Lantern Street that's open until the New Year's Eve. I'm going to enjoy the lanterns, guess the riddles, and find true love. A bunch of old men. To the Spring House. Xiafei flung out hundreds of spirit stones in one hand. Bring out all the best girls you have here and keep these brothers of mine company with good food and drink. At the sight of so many spirit stones, the pimp's face powdered down happily. Good Lou. Hurry up and invite the masters to the best elegant room. The warblers gathered around. A few of Kang Jian and Huang Yong, who were so happy that they couldn't keep their mouths shut, flocked up the stairs. Xia Fei followed at the end, politely refusing the women's assistance and hanging on. Just as they were having fun. 3 streets away from each other in South Place. Beautiful lanterns have been hung everywhere at the moment. Some of them are made by the government of Huayang City. But more than that, it's the vendors who set up stalls to get the lantern riddles on. Many men and women had gathered in the South Square Market. Some of them are single. Some are already in love with each other and take this opportunity to show their feelings. There are also a lot of pairs that come out to play together to enhance their relationship. Lantern Festival. It was set up from the New Year's Eve until the New Year's Eve. Here, countless people are in pursuit of true love. Wang Jun was one of these countless people. Inger, I purposely came from the Linglong Holy Land just to spend this year with you. Look how passionate these lanterns are, just like my feelings for you. Wang Jun said to the short-haired woman beside him. Even though the woman kept her distance from him and wouldn't let him get close, his eyes were still full of love. It's not like I don't have a name, call me by my full name, please? Lu Ying said helplessly. If it is not this Wang Jun holding up the name of parents, how she will not agree to come out to enjoy the lanterns. Hear that. Wang Jun was suddenly a little silent. This caused Lu Ying to look at it in surprise. Ying Er, do you have someone in your heart? After the silence, Wang Jun suddenly asked. What someone? Lu Ying froze for a moment. Wang Jun squeezed out a hint of a smile. I've come to you before, and although you would stay away from me, this time it's an inch more than before. Doesn't this 1 inch represent the embodiment of the fact that you already have someone in mind? Lu Ying was a bit stunned. No. Wang Jun knew. I was just about to say if I got carried away with my practice and hurt my brain, what's this about? Wang Jun then interrupted, this is what I read from a book, and now that I have corroborated it, it feels like that book was right. What are you reading if you don't cultivate properly? Lu Ying didn't know what to say for a moment. The Dao couples. Should a little bit. Xiaoyun gathered her courage and said, it's not just a question and then an answer. With that, she asked curiously, would you, miss? No. Sayumi, ? Spring house. The spring breeze in the building can't be suppressed. Xia Fei sat in the elegant room, surrounded by Kang Jian and the others with their arms around the girl and laughing. The atmosphere was buzzing with drinkers. I heard your sisters call you, called Lily? Xia Fei turned his head and smiled at a girl beside him. Lily was slightly stunned, then she hit her lips and smiled lightly, nodding her head, Your Excellency has good ears, my slave is none other than Lily. Her voice was soft and melodious, but a trace of imperceptible color flashed in her eyes. Xia Fei still kept a smile on his face, but his heart was already suspicious. This woman, she's not human. Under his perception, the girl called Lily in front of him had been lingering with an alternative aura if anything. This kind of aura is a bit like the devil among the demons. And it is extremely well hidden. Today, if it is not Xia Fei, I am afraid that even if an expert is present, he will not notice the difference in this Lily. The golden pupil of the destiny path opens. Name, Lily Magic. Gender, none. Longevity, 289-4566. Realm, Foundation 9th grade. Natal chakra, white. White normal life path. Immediate needs, wants to devour the flesh, blood, and souls of more cultivators to strengthen itself. Nearly 300 years old, soft and delicate, it's no wonder she's one of the headliners when placed in this spring house. Think about it. Xia Fei slowly got up and said to the woman beside him, Miss Lily, I've heard that there's a lantern festival in the city tonight, it's very lively, why don't we go and enjoy the lanterns together? It was said naturally, as if it were just an invitation on the spur of the moment. A trace of surprise flashed in Lily's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded her head with a smile. If your excellency has such an elegant pleasure, my slave will accompany you. Naturally, she couldn't wait to be able to be alone with a human cultivator. Xia Fei turned around and arched his hand at Kang Jian and the others. Everyone, I have an important matter to go out with Miss Lily and will return later. As soon as the words fell, an uproar sounded in the elegant room. Elder brother Xia is really in a hurry. The beauty of Spring Wind House is really interesting, even our old brother Xia can't hold it. Go go go. Remember the soundproofing. Kang Jian, Huang Yong and the others laughed and thought that Xia Fei was just pressing on to go to the small room with Lily to officer. facing their lustful looks. Xia Fei pulled Lily straight out of the elegant room. This small hand pull instantly drew an even bigger uproar behind him, and Xia Fei couldn't help but shake his head and walk down the stairs with a smile. And to see him going out with the girl. The Spring Wind Mansion pimp rushed up and stopped. The rules of Spring Wind Mansion: the girls can't go out as they please, this master please abide by it. Although there was a pleasing smile on his face, his tone was resolute. Even resolute enough to carry a threat in it. Visible this Spring Breeze building business to do so big, behind is bound to have forces in support. Otherwise, one wouldn't speak like this to a cultivator who casually took out 100 spirit stones. Xia Fei didn't care about that. However, in order not to disturb Kong Jians and their pleasure, a sword chi escaped from his fingertips. This old pimp is naturally not immortal, in terms of cultivation even above Kong Jian and others, is the Foundation Establishment realm experts. This sword chi, which was undetectable to onlookers, just fell into her body. A violent panic struck his mind instantly. The pimp only felt his scalp numb. Life and death is in front of the noble guest's thought. The pimp tried to say something. But Xia Fei smiled faintly and took out a prepared bag of spirit stones when he handed it to the pimp. He spoke, and please be accommodating. I've known Miss Lily since we first met, and since it's the time of the Huayang City Lantern Festival, I wanted to invite Lily to enjoy the lanterns with us. We'll be back soon. Pimps deal with silver and spirit stones every day, and this hand weighs it to know that there is another 100 in the bag. Let alone taking the girl out, this price is enough even to ransom her. But Lily is the headliner. However, as soon as he thought of that sword chi just now, the pimp immediately didn't care if it was a headliner or not. At that moment, the old face smiled and said in a very humble and respectful manner, this year's lanterns were indeed organized a bit more lively than previous years. I heard that in the center of South Place, the officials have built a huge light wheel. Since Master appreciates Lily and is willing to take her on a tour of the Lantern Festival. Speaking of which, the pimp turned her head to Lily. Remember, serve this master well. If you make him unhappy, don't blame Mom for scolding you when you come back. Yes, Mom, Lily answered down in a hurry. Xia Fei nodded slightly and led the people just like that out of Spring Wind House and into the prosperity. The outside world at this time. The night was deepening and the streets were crowded with people. Tonight, Huayang City was brightly lit, and everywhere was a festive scene. The two of them just walked all the way to the edge of the South Square Market. But just then, suddenly turned in the right direction. Lily followed beside Xia Fei and asked in a delicate voice, "My lord, aren't we going to South Square City to see the lanterns?" As she spoke, she looked around curiously, only to realize that Xia Fei had turned into a dimly lit, deserted alley with her. Xia Fei turned to look at her, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "The lanterns aren't as pretty as you." He reached up and gently picked Lily's chin, a playful glint in his eyes. Lily let out a petulant laugh. The cultivator in front of her was horny, but instead, it was exactly what she wanted. She obediently snuggled into Xia Fei's arms and softly said, "Gongzi is really good at talking, slaves can't afford such compliments." Talking. Lily was secretly building up her strength, ready to wait for an opportunity. But what she didn't notice was this. Xia Fei's eyes, however, were always clear, harboring a deep chill. "Do you know that your slave has fallen in love with you, my lord?" While walking towards the depths of the alley, Lily pretended to be shy and her pretty eyes were charming. "Oh? I wouldn't dare love you then." After noticing that there was no one left, Xia Fei suddenly stopped in his tracks. Sensing something wrong with his tone, Lily couldn't help but froze. "Gongzi you." Buzz. Just as the words left her mouth, a sword chi instantly pierced through her chest. "Ah!" Lily let out a mournful scream as her body fell heavily against the wall. Her eyes were filled with panic and disbelief, and channels of demonic chi that glowed with a blackish-purple color continued to escape from the wounds. How could she not have expected this human man, who seemed so addicted to her, to suddenly lash out? What was even less expected was how this man, who was clearly only at the 8th rank of chi practicing, could deliver such a powerful strike. "Could it be that you saw through me long ago?" As she was dying, Lily asked incredulously. With his methods, not to mention practicing chi, even the Yuaning realm wouldn't be able to detect his disguise. At the end of the dissipation of consciousness, Lily couldn't even think of these reasons. "This is the devil?" Xia Fei crouched down to look at Lily's body. Under the erosion of that demonic aura, the entire physical body was dissolved into nothingness. A big hand. Only after annihilating these black and purple demonic chi did Sefei turn around and leave. Out of the alley. People were coming and going outside, and it seemed like the whole city, all of them, were scrambling to get to this side. Sefei stood at the mouth of the alley. One step to the right was the bustling South Square Market. To the left is the trip to Spring House. Just as he was about to leave towards the left, a clear voice suddenly came from the crowd behind them. Brother-in-law? It was a question, but it was full of certainty. Suddenly looking back, among the millions of lights, a figure that stood silently not far away. Sefei froze. Lu Su? Why are you here? Lu Su walked over. It's rare to come across such a grand lantern festival, so I thought I'd come out to take a look. This year's Huayang City lanterns are indeed more lively, Sefei said with realization. Is brother-in-law here to see the lanterns too? Lu Su blinked. Yeah, right. In front of this Lu Su, Sefei was a bit less daring to tell the truth. Then why don't you go inside? Enter. Why don't you enter? Sefei walked into the South Square Market with a stiff upper lip. I was just. People have 3 urges, you know? Understood. The two just wandered through the Lantern Festival together. In the midst of the crowd, all sorts of chaotic and noisy sounds came in. Make way. Play the riddle, come and play the riddle. Come on. Let's go see the Wheel of Lights, they say it's extraordinarily beautiful this year. There's a reward for guessing the right riddle. This gentleman, do you want to buy this lantern mask? Sefei gazed at the vendors on both sides. Most of the lanterns on the Huayang City side of the southern realm are made of fine bamboo silk as the bones and glued with dyed silk. Various landscape figures will be painted on it, and jade pendant tassels are also draped under the lanterns. Walking down this street, there is a difference between almost every type of lantern. Some are stylized differently and some are different characters. All in all, it was kind of an eye-opener. I didn't realize that there were so many styles and ways to play with a lantern. Sefei couldn't help but feel emotional as he watched. Does brother-in-law know how to guess lantern riddles? Lu Su asked as she walked beside him. I don't know anything like that. Sefei shook his head. If he was allowed to pretend to recite poems from his past life, he could still come up with a couple of lines. But asking him to guess a lantern riddle, that's a bit of a hard sell. Without realizing it, the two had walked to the center of the place. And then you see what many people refer to as the Wheel of Light. It's called a wheel, but it's actually a huge tree of lights. How huge? Over 20 feet. Adorned with gold and silver foil, it is densely hung with absolutely beautiful lanterns. I heard that the government burned 80,000 lamps this time. What a big deal. 80,000 lanterns hanging into trees, tsk. It's not a wasted trip. Look at the shadow of that lamp. Under the drive of the organ, the characters and landscapes are vividly realized, truly wonderful. This place has been the most crowded since. Standing under the huge tree of lights, the people around them kept making sounds of amazement. Sefei was also shocked by the lighted tree for a moment. It must be known that this is not an immortal technique, but ordinary mortals build it up. It's this ordinariness that makes it so shocking. Just as the two were admiring the lighted trees, a woman squeezed in next to her. It's no one else. It was Lu Ying. All 3 of them froze at once. Sefei was a bit dumbfounded. It seemed like Master Lu had been avoiding him all this time and had never met him. And now at first sight, it's actually in this scenario. It's not so much the lanterns, it's mostly Sefei. Lu Ying snapped back to her senses, then rushed over to block Lu Su behind her. What are you trying to do to my sister? Watch. That's why. Sefei rubbed his nose, feeling only a little embarrassed. If I say it's a coincidence, do you believe me? Coincidence? Coincidence enough to stroll around the lanterns and look at the lighted trees together? Lu Ying was truly furious. She can accept being aggravated and hurt, but just can't accept anything happening to his sister Lu Su. If it was another man standing next to my sister right now, Lu Ying would definitely not say anything and would even congratulate Happy. But the man was replaced with Sefei. How could Lu Ying, who was her sister, not be angry and furious? Master Lu, calm yourself first. Xiafei hurriedly pacified, really, it is indeed a coincidence. I ran into Lu Su on my way in, so. This time. Lu Su also spoke out, sister, I came by myself. Lu Ying didn't doubt her sister, twisting her head to stare at Xiafei, I misjudged you? Aha! Xiafei nodded heavily. Then explain how you know she's my sister? Lu Ying's anger didn't go down at all. When did you two meet? And when did you meet? This. Xiafei looked at Lu Su. Lu Su said flatly, brother-in-law lived in an inn before, and met him once by chance. One inn was that 5-story restaurant that was the best in Huayang City. Sis. Brother-in-law? Upon hearing this title, Lu Ying exploded on the spot. Sheffield. She grabbed Xiafei by the collar and yanked and rushed to the side. I can't believe you told my sister about us. I didn't. Isn't that what you said? How could I possibly tell her something like that? It had to be you. Lu Ying was so furious that he was called a Buddha. It really wasn't me, unjustly. And sophistry. Saying that, Lu Ying was about to take out her magic weapon to punch someone. Sis, what are you doing? Hearing her sister's voice coming from her, Lu Ying hurriedly took out another half-exploded magic treasure and stuffed it back in. Xiafei noticed that it was a storage bag placed at the chest position. How come we didn't find out last time? He couldn't help but think in his head. Lu Ying pulled Xiafei back. There was a quick whispered threat on the way, stay away from my sister from now on, you hear me? Sheffield. In fact, he was tempted to say that he'd never gotten close. So where is Farpoint? But really afraid of this Lu Master to die of anger, thought about it and closed his mouth, did not return. I also don't know if this Lu Ying knows that this sister of his own family is coming. It should be unclear. If I had known, I'm sure I wouldn't have been so protective. Was thinking. One man pushed his way through the crowd. Inger, why did you come to see the light wheel alone? Didn't wait for me either. The visitor was none other than Lu Ying's fiancée, Wang Jun. Ha? Su, you're here too? When did you come to Huayang City? And don't talk to me. It stopped abruptly. Because he saw Xiafei beside Lu Ying. And after the fierce fight just now, both of them are a little bit disheveled. Chapter 79. The big guy actually stood up for me. That's the way the situation is. Anyway. The four men had stood still. The scene was once again awkward. Wang Jun's heart was in turmoil, thinking, who is this 8th grade chi practicing man? How come Inger is all undressed with him, what is going on? Lu Ying, on the other hand, thought about what had happened between herself and Xiafei, and once Wang Jun knew about it, it would be the same as if her parents knew about it. Consequences. Xiafei, on the other hand, was a bit at a loss as to what to say. Right now out of nowhere this guy pops up. Needless to say, it should be that Master Lu's fiancé. What's with the inexplicable feeling of being the third party? As for Lu Su, Xiafei felt that it should be a character flaw, coupled with the status of a big brother, so it was not good to speculate on what she was thinking. Ryoko. Wang Jun took the lead and pointed at Xiafei. Inger, who is this? My fellow elders in the Long River Sword sect, the elders who worked together. Lu Ying responded in a superficially calm manner. At the same time she subconsciously re-emphasized, please don't call me Inger, you can call me by my full name. Just fellow officers? Wang Jun ignored the latter sentence and stared up and down at Xiafei very suspiciously. Just fellow officers. Lu Ying gritted her teeth, her voice resounding. Just then. Another one popped up. Miss. There are too many people here, I'm having a hard time finding you. The visitor was no one else but Lu Su's maid, Xiao Yun. When the young girl appears. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiafei's eyes, it's actually Yuaning first-grade cultivation. Although this young girl had concealed herself well, her appearance exhibiting only a foundation establishment first grade. But it still didn't manage to hide from Xiafei's perception. He didn't move to look at Lu Su. The random maidservant at his side had such strength. Not bad for a big man. Xiao Yun then saw Lu Ying and Wang Jun. At once, he greeted politely, greetings, Mr. Wang. Greetings, Missy. When facing Lu Ying, Xiao Yun was obviously quite restrained and careful. She also didn't ask Wang Jun and Lu Ying how they appeared here. After greeting him, he stood timidly behind Lu Su. Being interrupted by Xiaoyun like that. The awkwardness between the four men eased considerably. However, CFA could still detect that Wang Jun's inexplicable hostility towards himself. Obviously. Lu Ying's explanation didn't let the man completely put his heart down. It just so happens that there's the biggest lantern riddle event in the whole of the square here at the Wheel of Lights. It's not easy for everyone to get together. Why don't we go have some fun together? Wang Jun offered with a smile. Having said that, he also made it a point to look at CFA, this elder of the Long River Sword sect. He should know how to play lantern riddles, right? There was a childish provocation in his tone. Wang Jun practiced hard on the lantern riddle for 3 months just to perform in front of Lu Ying today. Now that he had encountered CFA, he didn't mind pulling a stump, thus raising his own image even more. Then go have some fun. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. As long as you don't let Wang Jun explore CFA's identity, go ahead and guess the lantern riddle. You want to play? Probably because Wang Jun was present, Lu Su did not call out to CFA brother-in-law. The maid next to him, Xiaoyun, had a look of eagerness on her face and was eager to get together for this rare event. I don't care, just watch the fun. CFA pressed the idea of competing with this Wang Jun in any kind of lantern riddle. None other. It's so childish. Seeing that he didn't object, Wang Jun immediately and cheerfully headed towards the bottom of the lighted wheel. Young masters and ladies, do you want to play lantern riddles? We are organized by the official government of Huayang City here, not to mention the low price. If you guess 5 correctly, there will be a special prize. A few of the officials smiled and got up. As CFA looked around, these petty officials were all mortals with little cultivation. The one in the lead, although he had some strength, was only at the mortal fetus realm. Snap! Wang Jun threw a bag of spirit stones on the table. Bring up all the hardest lantern riddles you have here. Good vibes. Several petty officials looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. This bag of spirit stones was enough to allow them to complete this lantern riddle mission in advance. Think about it. They rushed to remove the lanterns from the Wheel of Lights. Look, young ladies, this is a nature puzzle. Wang Jun took it over and read softly. The round fireball hangs in the sky, hiding from the cat night after night without seeing the light. Type a natural phenomenon. Finish reading. He pondered in place for a moment, and then looked as if he knew what he was doing. However, Wang Jun didn't say the answer to the riddle the first time, but instead looked at CFA with great complacency. This elder, do you have any thoughts? Not much to think about? CFA knew he didn't know anything about playing lantern riddles, so he hardly even listened to the riddles. Ha ha ha. It's the big day. Wang Jun proudly pointed to the sky. Fireball refers to the shape and high temperature of the great sun, and hiding from cats night after night precisely corresponds to the alternation of day and night. It's so simple, you don't even know, alas. Feigning a sigh of regret, he actually secretly observed Lu Ying's expression. But to Wang Jun's dismay, Lu Ying had no expression at all. Just kidding. This is the Xuanqi continent, not a girl lovers meeting in a talking book novel. What's the point of playing lantern riddles, even if you're good at it? One could only say that Wang Jun, who was counting on this to perform in front of Lu Ying, was on the wrong path to begin with. Mostly, I also had little experience and nothing worthwhile to show for it, and thus dug in my heels and came up with such a method. Miss, this Wang Gongzi is only destined to be disappointed tonight. The maid, Xiaoyun, sneaked behind Lu Su's back and murmured. Lu Su didn't respond. Over there. Wang Jun has taken the lantern. Then he yelled at the official, this lantern riddle is too simple. Is there a harder one? This doesn't even reflect my level. The official laughed, and then picked one from a high place. At the hour of the sun, there is no sign of the rat, but at the hour, there is the sound of the dragon's roar. Hit a daily behavior? The difficulty of the riddle did go up quite a bit this time, causing Wang Jun to take a lot longer to think about it than before. But a hard march is not a useless exercise. Only once again did he show a look of realization. Then once again, he turned to CFA and said, has the elder figured out the cause? If one's own talents fail, one can ask for help. Ha ha ha. This smug, arrogant look. It's really underplayed. CFA frowned. This detail was noticed by someone. At this point, Wang Jun said with immense smugness, forget it, I won't be difficult for you as a tiny elder, I'll tell you. The riddle is cooking porridge. He explained, the mouse hidden at the time of the sun corresponds to the very sun going to the mouse leaving the M. Cinnabar dragon chanting is harmonizing the sound of boiling when cooking kanji. In that case, the riddle is cooking porridge. Do you understand? Just as he was rejoicing in himself, a voice came from beside CFA. Wrong. The person who spoke was none other than Lu Su. And she made a sudden outburst. It froze everyone in their tracks. It contained CFA and Lu Ying. Wang Jun's smile froze on his face. Su, what did you say? I say you're wrong. Lu Su continued, the correct riddle should be playing the night watch. The Z time through the rat time is a morgong. The hour of the Eon passes through the hour of the dragon, and it is the fifth night. The riddle conceals the hourly drums of the night, and the riddle is the beating of the night. Wang Jun couldn't help but look at the officials. The lady is right. The riddle is indeed the beating of the night. As soon as I heard that. Before Wang Jun could say anything, the maid Xiao Yun exclaimed, Miss! You still say you don't know how to play lantern riddles? Lu Su did not respond to Xiao Yun, but instead stared at Wang Jun with an expressionless face. Just now, you said that CFA could get others to help. This time, can he be considered to have one? Winning. Winning? Wang Jun hadn't reacted yet. Waiting to come back to his senses. He quickly said, it's only one game. At most, it can only be considered a draw. Again. Wang Jun was really unwilling to accept losing face in front of Lu Ying. Thus the official was immediately urged to bring another difficult lantern. This time the riddle is, white jade carved into 12 buildings, night and day climbing up to see no sorrow. Another lampoon puzzle about natural phenomena. It's frostbite. Wang Jun said with great certainty, splitting white and jade is 4 emperor. This precisely represents the 12th month of the imperial calendar. Night and day ascent means that frost condenses downward from high places such as eaves and branches. The absence of sorrow is more indicative of the pure white color of the frost and the absence of any emotional ripples. It seems to be in order to corroborate that he is right. He added at the end, that's right. The 12th floor also alludes to the 7th day of the month in the lunar calendar, when the frosty splendor is at its peak. The words just fell out. You're wrong again. Lu Su faintly said, the correct riddle should be the moon. The riddle uses the jade building as a metaphor for the cycle of the moon, and the 12 buildings are the phases of the moon. Suspended at night but without sorrow or joy, alluding to the eternal law of the rising and setting of the moon. Wang Jun froze. He looked to the official. Or Miss answered correctly. Wang Jun was dumbfounded. He looked to Lu Su. Then he looked at CFA. Am I mistaken? This guy and Su are the only ones. Equally dull. And Lu Ying. No? When did this sister of mine stand up for a man? More clueless. Naturally, it belongs to CFA. What do you mean? The big man forcibly punched me in the face? Only the maid, Xiao Yun. She was still exclaiming, Miss. When did you study playing lantern riddles? Just now. Thank goodness the lady finally hitched a ride. Lu Su looked at Wang Jun again, this time, can we consider CFA to have one? He won. Wang Jun hung his head a little. Conscious that he had no face to stay, he said to Lu Ying, Inger, I'll leave first. On the way out. Wang Jun suddenly stopped again and turned to CFA, this elder, it was me who misunderstood you. I didn't realize that you and Susu were the pair. From now on, you and I will be brothers in arms, and I'll be sure to have a good drink with you the next time we meet. Having said that, he disappeared into the crowd. No, sick. Lu Ying was infuriated by this latter statement and cursed on the spot. At this point, Lu Su spoke, Sister, brother-in-law, my merchant team still has some things to take care of, so I'll go back first. Good. Lu Ying nodded. Upon seeing that Little Cloud was about to follow suit and leave, he hurriedly added, Little Cloud, wait a moment. Xiao Yun instantly looked at Lu Su. Then you'll be back later. Yes, ma'am. Wait for Lu Su to leave. Lu Ying then hurriedly caught Xiao Yun and asked, Su is a bit abnormal, what's wrong with her lately? No, nothing's wrong with the lady. Facing Missy's inquiry, Xiao Yun stammered a bit. Really? Lu Ying's gaze took on an interrogative nature. Xiao Yun was instantly defeated and hurriedly said, Miss is really nothing. Just say. That is, there are camellias on the ladies' table. Xiaoyun's voice was low and inaudible. It's the season when camellias bloom, what's so strange about that? Xia Fei spoke out. Lu Ying also listened and nodded, right. Moreover, Su Su runs a merchant caravan on weekdays, and many people will prepare something for her. Or to adore, or to curry favor, or for gain. Indeed, but in the past, when this happened, the lady would have thrown it or given it to us. Xiaoyun said, this time is different. The lady has put flowers on the table. You mean? Lu Ying's face instantly tightened. Do you know where that camellia came from? I'm not sure, Miss doesn't want to talk about it. Xiaoyun responded helplessly. And just as Lu Ying was interrogating Xiaoyun, Lu Su, who went back to their inn alone, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Still coming to spy on your brother-in-law? She looked up into the void and flicked a single finger. Buzz. The void shook. Long River Sword Sect. Inside the Great Hall of Hidden Scriptures, a stunningly beautiful woman violently spat out a mouthful of blood. After releasing Saomi to leave, Xia Fei and Lu Ying went a bit silent. Both of them were a little twisted in their minds. Halftime. Lu Yingkai proposed, how about returning to the Changhua Sword Sect? Exactly. Sheffield nodded. That lily was already dead, so naturally it was not good for him to go back to Spring House. Silence all the way again. That. Lu Ying seemed to want to explain something. I actually have nothing to do with that Wang Jun. It's just that my parents want me to marry him. After all, my family has been friends with Wang Jun's family for 8 generations, and he hasn't been very bad. Most importantly, the Wang family didn't dislike my low qualifications, so. What's wrong with having low qualifications? Xia Fei couldn't help but say, should people be trampled underfoot if their natural talent is not good? The gift life coach is automatically activated. Lu Ying instantly resumed her usual dry style. Xia Fei, you are right. So what if your innate qualifications are not good? Throughout history, how many experts have come from origins that were not geniuses? Speaking of which, she seemed to have remembered something, and then hurriedly said, the reason I'm telling you this is not to indicate anything, don't get me wrong. I understand. Sheffield smiled. For this Master Lu at the moment, he really didn't have any thoughts of being a Taoist couple. Thus it doesn't mind a lot of things. Like Wang Jun's childish provocation. To the Long River Sword Sect. The two then separated from each other. Early the next morning, when Xia Fei hadn't even gotten up yet, the wooden door of his residence was knocked on by a group of people. Open the door. If it's not Kang Jian, Huang Yong and the others, who else could it be? Elder Xie. This is so unorthodox of you to sneak back alone. Didn't even drink with us. Elder Xie, how was the taste of Lily, the headliner of that spring wind house last night? Hey. Then there's no need to say? Our Elder Xia is naturally cool. One time. Everyone snickered. Xia Fei helplessly followed the conversation for a while before saying, you guys came over this early in the morning, it wouldn't be just to come and complain about me, right? Elder Xia, have you forgotten? Kang Jian reminded, today is the first day of the Lunar New Year. To pay homage to our Taishang Zhou Qing. Chapter 80 Yu Xianwei. Taishang has an affair. Speaking of this Taishang Zhou Qing, that's a legendary figure in our sword pavilion. To be able to win the appreciation of the patriarch and several Taishangs with the Jindan realm, and become the only Taishang elder in our sword pavilion. All the way around. Kang Jian then began to introduce himself to Xia Fei. Next to them, Huang Yong and the others even shouted in awe, the most important thing. It's our Taishang who scourged the sword mound's most beautiful elder Zhang. What scourge? Can you speak? That's called a love match. Yeah. The group just went straight to the sword pavilion. Originally, Xia Fei was still a bit curious if he was going to the upper 3 floors of the sword pavilion. At that time he could just see what the upper 3 floors were really like. As a result, that Zhou Qing actually stayed in the square outside the sword pavilion, seemingly waiting for everyone to come over on purpose. Greetings, Elder Zhou. Kang Jian and the others rushed forward to salute. Well. Zhou Qing was dressed in a big red coat and seemed extremely happy. Patriarch specially authorized our sword pavilion to enjoy 100 years of double salary, you and others can work harder is. After some scenes stealing encouragement, Zhou Cheng added, "For the new year, I've prepared a gift for you all, so you can each go to your own principal later to receive it." As soon as I heard there was a New Year's gift, everyone got excited. Kang Jian and the others rushed to the third floor of the Sword Pavilion in a hurry. Transmission stone. It's actually a sound transmission stone. As soon as they entered, they heard the elders who had already received their New Year's gifts exclaim. And then Lu Ying's voice came. For the sake of everyone's safety and security, Chief Master Elder Zhou specially spent a heavy amount of money to have the refinery room side create these sound transmission stones. With these sound transmitting stones, when everyone encounters another spirit sword riot, they will be able to directly transmit their voices to me. Range within 50,000 miles. Xiafei followed the crowd and also received a sound transmission stone. The thing looked ordinary, the appearance of a small round stone that could be held directly in the palm of your hand. The only thing that made it more special was that the small stone had a lot of densely packed tiny holes in it. Under the invocation of spiritual power and mana, one could communicate with people in distant places. Naturally, Xiafei didn't have much interest in this thing. It was simply looked at and dropped into the system space. Kang and the others, on the other hand, grabbed their studies in quick succession. Mutual also engraved each other's voice transmission seals so that they could communicate over long distances. What they had in their hands was the transmission substone, while the mother stone was in Lu Ying's hands. There is no need for engraved markers between the daughter stones to allow direct contact. It's because it's Chinese New Year. The next few days were very laid back. It was even fine for many elders not to go to the Sword Pavilion, as long as they made sure there was one person in each area. Xiafei was also not in the Sword Pavilion at the moment. But he wasn't going back to his residence to sleep. Instead, he called up his 3 disciples and came to Chifeng Mountain. It's just right to take advantage of your free time to instruct you in your cultivation. As soon as I heard that, the 3 major disciples, Long Jie, Lin Fan, and Xing Yao, hurriedly spoke about the cultivation doubts they had encountered during this period of time. Lin Fan's and Xing Yao's questions were almost substantially different, and both of them gained from one explanation. Long Jie, on the other hand, could only be heard by him alone. The path this great disciple took, said to be body refining, was actually still very different from the body refining of the Xuanqi continent. Thus, Lin Fan, Xing Yao and the 2 of them, not only did they not understand, but if they were curious to try, they were also prone to the danger of conflict. Wait until their doubts are explained. It was already half a day past. Master, I feel that I am too lacking in experience in facing the enemy in battle, so I want to go down the mountain to exercise and work out, and it is best to find some demons. Long Jie hadn't finished speaking. Xing Yao also said, Master, I also want to go with senior brother 7 nights. The introverted Lin Fan didn't say anything, but his eager eyes were also staring at Xiafei. The 3 men's lives. Sheffield also knows something about it. Knowing that they were all persecuted by demons, they hated demons far more than others. Very well. It is gratifying for the master that you all have such boldness. Xiafei nodded and said, even if you guys don't say anything, after 7 nights and Xiaofan are promoted to the inner sect, master will let you guys go down to the mountain for training. See that the master agrees. The 3 of them were instantly grateful. Thank you, master, for making it possible. After the Lantern Festival, there will be the matter of disciple promotion. There are still 10 or so days left, so make more preparations yourselves. Xiafei finished. The 3 nodded in agreement. That's right, master. When Long Jie saw Lin Fan, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, just yesterday, news came from 3rd senior brother's family. Oh? Little Fan, you still have family members surviving in the world? Xiafei was surprised. Lin Fan was a fisherman by birth and grew up by the sea. Due to persecution by a great demon, the entire village was reduced to nothing. Only he and an uncle were left to escape. Eventually that uncle died seeking immortality. Back to master, that cousin of mine is still alive. Lin Fan respectfully said, yesterday, my cousin uncle sent a letter to me, asking me to go to Yudo City to meet him. He then added, cousin uncle was blessed by a misfortune and entered the path of ghosts. He sent a little ghost to search all the way along the disciples' trail. And there is no doubt that the handwriting and breath on the letter is indeed that of a cousin's uncle. Talking. He had taken the letter from his bosom and presented it. Nephew Lin Fan, are you well? Xiafei looked at it, and the aura deliberately left on it was indeed a rare ghost aura. Nothing broken or questionable. Since this cousin of yours already has strength, why did he ask you to meet him in Jade Dipper City, which is 10,000 miles away? After CFA returned the letter to the disciple, he continued, since he's looking for you, let him come to the Long River Sword sect. Long Chia nodded, master is right. You should be more cautious, senior brother Lin. Who knows if this could be a demonic tactic? Call this uncle of yours to the Long River Sword sect, with master and the other elders in attendance, even if there is a problem, it won't cause trouble. Hearing this, Lin Fan had no choice but to say, then I'll fix a letter now and have it sent. Having said that, he then brought pen, ink, and paper and began to write a letter. And at that point, CFA detected a vibration in the sound transmission stone within the system space. Take it out. It was Elder Huang Yong's voice transmission. Kang Jian and the rest of them went out to play. Huang Yong was staying in Jenga. An infinite amount of sword air was infused into it. Huang Yong's voice immediately appeared in his mind. Elder Xia, where are you? Hurry back. There's a big man looking for you. As soon as I heard that someone was looking for it, and it was the big guy, Sheffield just froze for a moment. Who's coming for me? He's just a little transparent in Jenga. And of the people you know, other than Lu Su, which one can be called a big brother? But Huang Yong's tone was urgent and shocked. Think about it. CFA said something to the three disciples and left. Wait until you reach the third floor of the sword pavilion. Huang Yong, who was waiting at the door, immediately led CFA to a room. This was not an area for storing Dharma swords, but a place to receive the other elders of the sect. What's going on? Who's coming for me? All the way. CFA asked curiously. Hidden Scripture Hall. Huang Yong looked over with a gaze that was both curious and shocked as 3 words spat out of his mouth. Without waiting for CFA to ask again, he had already reached the door of the room. Push the door and go inside. A barefoot girl was seen sitting inside. The young girl sat quietly, her veil as light as mist, wrapping around her arguably perfect figure. Slim waist, slender and straight legs, just the right curvature of the chest. Everything seemed like a masterpiece that the creator had poured his heart and soul into carving. In the appearance of a young girl, her gaze was deep and wise like the stars and the universe. This elder, labor please go out, I'll have a chat with this elder CFA. The young girl's gaze was bland and she spoke slightly. By the decree of Taishang Xianwei. Huang Yong hurriedly retreated and brought the door with him. Under his special reminder, CFA finally realized the identity of the young girl in front of him. Master of the Hidden Scriptures. Taishan Elder. Yu Xian Gue. In the entire room, only CFA and her remained. Yu Xuanqi did not speak again. CFA didn't say anything either. Mainly he didn't know the purpose of this Mrs. Xian Gue coming to see him. Is it really exposed? Recalling the scene when he went to the Crowd Xian mysterious realm, he was chosen by this supreme elder. Think about it. CFA had to open his mouth tentatively. I've met the Xian Gue Hall Master. I don't know that the Hall Master has come to the Sword Pavilion. In a big way. Yu Xuanqi interrupted, Elder CFA, your true strength isn't the 8th rank of Qi practicing, is it? Here we go. CFA's heart and mind lurched. Now that it's been detected, there's nothing more to say. But just when he thought he was exposed, Yu Xian Gue added, what exactly happened between you and Luing in the Zhongchuan mysterious realm? CFA was stunned. I had thought that the other party had come over with great fanfare because they had seen through their true strength. Turned around and asked about Luing? It looks like something is really going on. Yu Xuanqi seemed to have gotten her answer. I don't know what the Hall Master said, please clarify. CFA collected his thoughts and asked archly. Yu Xuanqi didn't respond. Instead, he took out an item before speaking, Lu Ying's matter concerns my chance of becoming a Taoist. Your fate is unpredictable, don't touch her. That's what I want to tell you today. After a few condescending words, people have disappeared. Only what's left on the table. Nice guy. A treasure weapon? CFA rubbed his nose and looked towards the magic treasure left behind by Yu Xianwei. It was a treasure-grade magic sword. The body was turquoise, like a spiritual snake. On the hilt of the sword are the words green snake. At the same time he was a little surprised. This is the 3rd floor of the sword pavilion, there are spell formations everywhere. Even if it was CFA himself, he definitely couldn't do such a silent departure. It seems that this Xian Gui Taishang is not only a bit strong, but also has a bit of a story with that Luing. Thinking back to what Kong and the others said at the beginning. Now that I look back on it, it's not really an empty claim. But the opportunity to become a Taoist? Xia Fei shook his head and put away that green snake sword. One out the door. Huang Yong then came up impatiently. I'll go. Elder Xia, when did you know Taishang Xiangui? Tell me quickly, what did Taishang Xianwei tell you in there? Facing Huang Yong's extreme curiosity, Xia Fei spread his hands. Can I say I didn't understand? Really? Huang Yong was first stunned, then said, but thinking about it, it's right. What kind of person is Taishang Xiangui? The words he said must be full of cultivation principles. It's normal for my realm not to understand. Said. He stared back at Xia Fei and said in a rare moment without joking, it seems that you, Elder Xia, have entered the vision of the higher echelons of this sect. Elder Xia had better remember the words of Taishang Xuanji. I guess those words must have been extraordinary to get this big man to come out in person. Aha! Sheffield nodded perfunctorily. Remember what? Remember not to touch Luing? Even if that Yu Xuanqi didn't say anything, he wouldn't have nothing to do with touching people. Just kidding. As per a previous life, this was an accidental one-night stand. It's not like it's really emotional. Elder Huang Yong still had to stay at the Sword Pavilion, so after chatting a few more times, he went back to his post. After Xia Fei stood in place and thought about it, he turned around and took out a sound transmission stone to ask Luing where she was. It didn't take long. The transmission stone vibrated. I'm in Huayang City, I just sent my sister and the girls away, what's wrong? Wait to see Luing. Xia Fei handed over that green snake sword. This is a magic treasure that Taishang Xiangui dropped, and I just happened to pick it up. I heard that you are acquainted with this Taishang, so this will be passed on to her by you. A handout from on high? He, Xia Fei, wasn't down to this level. Having said that, then he turned and left, leaving behind Luing, who had waited in place for nearly an hour, now holding the green snake sword in his hand with a confused look on his face. When we returned to the Long River Sword Sect, Xia Fei couldn't help but feel a little regret again. A treasure weapon, even if I don't use it myself, it would be good to give it to a few disciples. Ugh. Blame it on the man's damned pride. Wave. It's better to go check on that demon princess, I hope she doesn't think about running out lately. When Xia Fei Yuaning reached the 6th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Just go to see. The 9th Shujun was being held up by a group of elders and brought back to the hut. This demon princess was also carrying a small package on her back. Let go of me. You guys get off me. Ouch. My Highness, don't even think about running, you won't be able to get out. No way. I'm going out. I'm going to find the Monkey King. I want to be like the great sage of Qi Tian. What Monkey King? What Qi Tian de Shang? Your Highness, stop it. Seeing this scene, Xia Fei's entire body was confused. It's been a while. This demon princess has started planning her escape? And listen to their conversation. The reason seems to be because of the monkey story he told. Monkey's thing of dying rather than giving in and fighting up to the southern heavenly gate had caused this demon princess to metamorphose? Somehow. Xia Fei sensed that he seemed to have done something troublesome. But with so many Jindan elders guarding her, she shouldn't be able to run out, right? Settle down a little. Xia Fei turned away in a hurry. As for the matter of using the golden pupil of the life path to check it out. You want to see this? It's so obvious that there is no need to look at the need at all. The next day. The 3rd floor of the Sword Pavilion. It's still the same room. Xia Fei looked at the barefoot girl in front of him. Silence. Ryoko. Xia Fei really couldn't help but say, Hallmaster Xiangui, I'm actually very busy. The young girl was no one else. It was none other than Yu Xiangui. Many disciples have been absent from the sect recently, what is the Sword Pavilion busy with? Yu Xuanqi asked flatly. I am busy. Not. And what did you call me here for? Xia Fei didn't bother to beat around the bush and asked directly. That green snake sword from yesterday, Luing returned it to me. Yu Xuanqi said, do you know what this means? Chapter 81 Elders Strike. Meeting Lin Shui halfway. What do you mean? CFA's attitude also flattened out. After I spoke with you yesterday, you went to see Luing again and gave her the green snake sword. Yu Xuanqi said in a cold voice. And please don't forget, Master Hidden Scripture Hall, that Luing is my principal. CFA said without any good humor, if it's just a meeting, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint your highness, we run into each other on a daily basis. This time. He got up first and left the room. 3 days going forward. This Hidden Scripture Hall master finally didn't appear in the Sword Pavilion range anymore. While CFA was happy to be free, the other elders were also relieved. Every time a person comes over, the entire third floor has to be on standby, as if a leader is visiting. Coming to CFA so thrice, people didn't spread rumors about the two of them. The first one is afraid to. The second is impossible. A clan Taishang, master of the hidden scriptures. A chi practitioner of the 8th grade, just a Sword Pavilion junior elder. Think about how that rubbed off. That's impossible. Instead, there were many less familiar ones, including the elders of the 4th and 5th levels. After hearing about this, they were all very polite to CFA. To be able to get the attention of a great Taishang master, this son is not to be limited. Even in order to befriend CFA, some of them would purposely pass by his residence or wait underneath the Sword Pavilion every day. Just to say hello and make a good impression. Thank you, Elder. Hello, Elder Xie. Greetings, Elder Xie. Along the way, CFA didn't know how many of his colleagues he nodded and waved to. Waiting to get into the third floor. Luing took the rare step of calling people together at the beginning of the year. I need to go back for a while because of a family matter. During my absence, for the time being, Elder Fong will preside on my behalf. So that was the announcement. Elder Fong is an old man on the third floor. A lot of things are handled very skillfully, so letting it temporarily take over as the head of affairs will not cause any chaos. And there wasn't much going on in the meantime. After a small interlude, the third level is back to its choppy, leisurely days. But on the second day, as soon as CFA opened the door, he saw 3 people standing outside. It was none other than the 3 disciples of his own family in the clan. Among them, Lin Fan was kneeling while Long Chie and Qingyao stood on either side. What's wrong? CFA asked in disbelief. Master Lin wants to go down the mountain. Once he heard Long Chie's explanation, he learned. It turned out that just in the wee hours of the morning, Lin Fan received a letter back from his cousin's uncle. When their fishing village was overthrown by the great demon, it was not by chance, but someone was calculating behind the scenes. That cousin's uncle chose to meet in Jade Du City because he was tracking those behind the scenes. Couldn't get away to come. According to the letter, the power of the person behind that curtain was the Zang family of Lugu City. The fishing village that Lin Fan was in was a subordinate village of Lugu City. This Zang family is the top family in Lugu City. The reason why it was so powerful was because behind it stood the Purple Chi Palace, the leader of the first-class sects in the southern realm. With such a head, it was simply not too easy to overthrow a fishing village. The blood feud between his family and the whole village was thought to be just the work of a great demon of the deep sea. As a result, it now sounds like it was actually caused by a deliberate drive by someone behind the scenes. How could this not make Lin Fan anxious? How can you not want to take revenge? Purple Chi Palace? CFA couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect to hear that name here today. He looked at Lin Fan. If that Zhang family is indeed a force supported by the Purple Chi Palace, with your current cultivation, it is simply impossible for you to succeed in your revenge. Think about it. CFA added, later on, Master will ask a senior to come out and go with you. Where are the seniors? It's just a change of identity. After all, it was his own disciple, involved in such a big event, how he would go to watch a little. Master. Lin Fan fell to his knees in gratitude. Master, we're going too. Long Chie and Qingyao shouted. You guys stay in the Changha sword sect and wait for Lin Fan to come back, then go down to the mountains together to practice. CFA directly rejected the 2 disciples. It's not like we're going on a cruise, and in case something does happen, it's easier to watch 1 than 3. All along, he was a man who was very afraid of trouble. Get up. Pack up and leave tomorrow. After speaking to the kneeling Lin Fan, CFA headed for the Sword Pavilion. To go down the mountain, naturally, he first had to take a leave of absence from that Elder Fong who was temporarily in charge. the following day at noon. Outside of Huayang City. According to the agreed hour, Lin Fan waited alone on the official road. Just waited a short time. A middle-aged man dressed in black and carrying an ordinary magic sword walked over. "You are Lin Fan?" "Ah. Senior is Yen 13? Lin Fan immediately saluted and said respectfully. The aura of this senior Yen 13 in front of him, who had been invited by his master without the slightest concealment, was enough to make one's soul tremble. "I'm only afraid that they are all at least in the Jindan realm." Lin Fan was inwardly shocked. "I didn't think that master could actually recognize such an existence." "Nice. Yen 13, or CFA, nodded slightly. "Let's go." The Dharma sword in his hand was thrown. It rises when it meets the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge suspended sword, big enough for 5 or 6 people to stand on it. CFA nodded on one foot and landed on the sword in one step. When Lin Fan had the decency to come up as well, he pointed his finger. Swish! The giant sword flew and cut through the sky. "Senior Yen, please also head directly to Lugu City. Last night, my cousin's uncle sent a letter that the young master of the Zang family that he was following has returned to Lugu City on a teleportation array at this moment. I heard that the outstanding youth conference is being held within Lugu City, and that young man of the Zang family is going to rush over there to participate." In the midst of flying with his sword, Lin Fan hurriedly reported to CFA. "Good." CFA didn't say much and continued to fly with his sword. The direction of Yudo City and Ryuj City is the same. However, Lugu City was probably about 20,000 to 30,000 miles farther away. Not only was the distance farther than Yudo City, the scale and prosperity was also inferior to Yudo City. Thus, it is not one of the 10 great cities of the southern realm. However, in terms of fame, Lugu City was not weaker than the 10 great cities in the slightest. Mainly because Ryuko Castle is full of songstresses. On the Xuanqi continent, it may be difficult to have a uniform answer on which artiste girl sings the best. However, at least 70% of the top 100 songstresses that can be counted are from Ryukyu City. The remaining 30% were also mostly related to Ryukyu City, either their masters were Ryukyu artisans, or they had studied and learned in Ryukyu City. Past Jade-do City. Changes in the topography of the landscape then began to occur. It's mostly thick mountains and raging streams with bad water. There were demons hovering over almost all of the many places passed by. And there were many masters occupying the mountains beside some of the official roads. The familiar terrain flashed below. It made Lin Fan, who was standing on the giant sword, feel infinite emotions in his heart. Back then, he and his cousin uncle climbed out of this poor mountain. Along the way, not only did they have to avoid the attacks of fierce beasts, but they also had to keep an eye on the movements of the demons. You even have to watch out for bandits who take over the mountains. To be able to survive and reach the Long River Sword sect, Lin Fan had truly experienced 9 deaths. But now it's completely different. Under the senior Yan's leadership, there was no need to trek through the mountains at all. And the way to those dangerous places, directly, is just flying through. One time, Lin Fan could not help but feel a desire to become stronger within his heart. Stronger. When the same is true. That's someone flying with a sword. What speed! What a strong aura! CFA's undisguised might was let loose and instantly drew the attention of many cultivators underneath. This might, I'm only afraid it's already a Jindan, right? This is the first time I've seen a Jindan level powerhouse. Everyone looked up, shocked as they looked at the huge sword that broke through the air. After this treacherous stretch of poor mountains, it is the rolling hills. It's generally a lot safer when you get here. At least there aren't many demons entrenched. When something goes wrong, there is also a high probability that it is man-made, such as robbers, bandits, and so on. Just then, CFA, who was standing at the front, suddenly sensed something and his gaze turned to a valley below. Lindsay? Why is she here? In the middle of the valley at the moment. It was staging a scene that was often seen in the Xuanqi continent as a sparring match. The 2 women were being surrounded by a group of experts. One of the women was none other than Elder Lin Shui of the previous Long River Sword sect. Later, because of his master, he defected. There was some chance to ascend to the 21st place in the South Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum outside. CFA didn't expect to actually run into this woman here. Name, Lin Shui. Sex, female. Longevity, 21,200. Realm, Foundation 5. Natal Chakra, Purple. Genius Destiny. Recent demand, being surrounded by the great elder of the Zang family of Lugu City, who was unwilling to be brought back with serious injuries, in the midst of a desperate resistance. This would be extremely unpleasant for Lin Shui. His clothes were already soaked with blood, and the magic sword in his hand was nearly broken. The gap between them and the group of experts that attacked and killed them was too great. There was no room for escape. The other middle-aged woman was a foundation establishment 6th grade. Lin Shui was also only a foundation establishment 5th grade today. This kind of cultivation, at her age of 21, was indeed enough to be called a genius. It wasn't without reason that it could be on the Southern Realm Heaven's Pride spectrum. However, the 8 men who surrounded them, even the one with the worst cultivation, was at the 4th level of foundation establishment. Most of them were Foundation 5. The ones leading the group were even at the 7th level of foundation establishment cultivation. Senior sister, I'm sorry for dragging you down. Lin Shui sobbed in her heart and said guiltily to the young woman next to her. You and I are sisters, why do you have to say such things? The young woman resisted while saying in a hateful voice, it's a pity that master is not here, or else I will surely flay all these thieves. Facing such a group of masters, the two were able to carry on until now, and it had to be said that they still had a few skills. But it's too much to carry now. Despair struck them. Ha ha ha. Don't ever maim, leave a whole body to go back and let the young lord have a good time. That great elder of the Zang family spoke out. Those under their hands immediately revealed lewd smiles. What the grand elder said is true. When the young lord gets tired of playing with us, he will definitely reward us again at that time. This a young woman, an untouched virgin. TSK TSK TSK. That flavor, I'm drooling just thinking about it. One listened to these voices. The 2 women became even more desperate. But just then, buzz. The void shook. A sword whistle that shook heaven and earth came. What? That great elder of the Zang clan suddenly looked up. Upon seeing a huge sword sweeping across, especially after the might wrapped around it, his whole body was stunned. The rest of the Zang clan's experts were also suppressed and stopped their hands. Intimidation. An extreme pressure so strong that it was able to stagnate the flow of spiritual energy within their bodies. Swish. The ordinary magic weapon giant sword swept across. The Zang family's group of experts, along with that grand elder, were all cut off on the spot. Boom. The giant sword disappeared, and the mighty pressure was gone. The suppressed spiritual energy suddenly gushed out. When the spiritual energy of 8 foundation establishment realms converged together, the resulting explosive power was naturally appalling. At least that was the case for the 2 Lin Shui girls. It was right in front of him, and it was too late to dodge. But a large hand fell violently. All the spiritual energy that erupted out was all taken away by it. For all of this, the 2 girls, Lin Shui, who hadn't even reacted yet, were directly confused. Waiting to come back to his senses. Noticing 2 figures standing in front of him at some point. One in front, one respectfully behind. The respectful one was Since Lin Fan, who had witnessed everything. Seeing this Yin 13 senior striking out is so shocking and earth-shattering. He too, to this day, is still in a state of confusion. Lin Fan? Unexpectedly, Lin Shui seemed to recognize Lin Fan and immediately called out in surprise. You are? Lin Fan came back to his senses and looked at Lin Shui with some surprise. Look so closely. He seemed to have thought of something and shuddered. Sister Lin Shui? Xia Fei looked at the 2. He also didn't expect that these 2 beings, who couldn't be connected to each other, would actually know each other. It's me. It's really you, Sister Lin Shui. Lin Fan rushed forward and said with tears in his eyes, I didn't expect to see you after so many years. I didn't expect to run into here either. The 2 then chatted for a while. After listening, it took Sheffield a moment to realize. It turns out that Lin Shui and Lin Fan are from the same village, and the 2 families have a bit of a blood relationship when all is said and done. Great siblings who used to play together as kids. But when Lin Fan was 5 years old, that is, when Lin Shui was 12 years old, she was taken away by the Grand Elder Wang Jun of the Sword Mound. This disappearance was 7 years long. Now that Lin Fan was also 14, when he saw this cousin, who had long been without a family, he was naturally ecstatic. The woman next to Lin Shui, after listening for such a while, was probably clear that this was Lin Shui's family. Thus nothing was said to interrupt the conversation between the two. I haven't seen you for so many years, but I didn't think that you were already a Foundation Establishment realm expert, Sister Lin Shui. I also didn't expect that Lin Fan you actually worshipped the Long River Sword sect and... Speaking of which, Lin Shui asked about CFA's existence. Little Fan, who is this senior? Regarding CFA's strike just now, until now Lin Shui felt extremely shocked. And since CFA used a new face this time, it was no longer the Yuaning sword god from the Misty Forest. So Lin Shui couldn't recognize it either. This senior Yen 13 is a high-ranking person that my master knows, and was specially invited to help me get to Lugu City. Lin Fan respectfully introduced CFA. Your master is? Lin Shui was instantly curious. To be able to know such a powerful person, one would think that Little Fan's master must be extraordinary. She had also been in the Long River Sword sect for many years, so she might know of this person's existence. It's a good time to take this opportunity to mention this cousin. When the time comes to please the master a little more, the proceeds will definitely be more than an ordinary disciple. My master is Sword Pavilion Elder CFA. Speaking of his own master, Lin Fan held his head high and was very proud. Who? CFA? Or the Sword Pavilion? Lin Shui froze, with an odd expression on her face. Chapter 82 Giving Dawn, Transmitting Feats, Yuaning experts were fleeing. How did you come to worship the Sword Pavilion Elder? Lin Shui was surprised and uttered, do you know that you don't know where the Sword Pavilion is? Lin Fan froze. Next to him, CFA was also stunned, and then he also listened. He would like to learn about the Sword Pavilion from the mouth of this former Sword Mound Elder. The Sword Pavilion is originally a place that shouldn't exist in the Long River Sword sect. The reason why the Sword Pavilion will be needed is because of the need to suppress the Fury Dragon. Lin Shui revealed the hidden secrets of the Sword Pavilion. Within the earth veins of the Changha Sword sect, a dragon of sword fury has always been suppressed. The location of the dragon's head is exactly where the Sword Pavilion is. Under the influence of the Fury Dragon, all cultivators within the Sword Pavilion, including the Dharma sword that gave birth to a spirit, will have problems. As soon as I heard that, Lin Fan became anxious on the spot. How could this be? Wouldn't Master be in danger then? You'd better care more about yourself. Lin Shui didn't have the heart to say, I don't know that CFA, but someone I don't even know. I don't think he has a high status in the Sword Pavilion. Cultivation is naturally not strong. In such a situation, how can one still block the Fury Dragon erosion? I'm only afraid that the spiritual will would have gone out long ago. Ha! Lin Fan froze on the spot. Master. Could it have been? Sister Lin Shui. Is there a remedy for this? Lin Fan bowed extremely solemnly to Lin Shui and pleaded. Ha? You didn't realize? Lin Shui said, Sword Pavilion that Taishang is studying studying most of his life, and finally came up with a book called What Comes. Right. The Tao couple's treasure code. Use the love of a man and a woman to fight against the encroachment of the fatal dragon. The words came out. CFA was dumbfounded. Feelings? Is there such a layer to the argument that Kong and the others like to go to greenhouses? Lin Fan was even more stunned, then snapped, then when I go back, I'll talk to senior brother Long and senior sister Qingyao, and then I'll find a search for a senior mistress for master. This matter concerns the master. He was as serious as he had ever been. That kind of determination, even that young woman, who was an outsider, looked moved. This kid, he's a good disciple. The young woman couldn't help but feel. Sheffield, on the other hand, says it's not necessary. This is done. Lin Shui chatted again about why he was besieged by the people of the Zang family. The reason for this. It made the two men suddenly sentimental. It turned out that Lin Shui had gone back to her hometown last year after leaving the Long River Sword sect. It was also the fishing village where Lin Fan was. But I didn't expect to wait until I got to the place and see a mess and ruins. The whole village was slaughtered. To track down the killer. Lin Shui turned around before she finally found any clues about the Zhang family. Among them, he also ran into Lin Fan's cousin, Ding Pang. It was also from Lin Shui's mouth that Ding Pang learned the truth about the destruction of the fishing village. This time, when they were besieged by the Zhang family, it was because Lin Shui had infiltrated Lugu City with the intention of attacking and killing that culprit, the Zhang family's young master. Noteworthy. For revenge. Lin Shui and Ding Peng had purposely supported a small force in Lugu City. Now cousin Uncle Ding Peng was precisely waiting for them in Lugu City. By the way, I'll introduce you. Lin Shui pulled the young woman and said to Lin Fan, "This is my senior sister. Last month, I have joined the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect and became the personal heir of one of the Heavenly Sect's supreme elders." The Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect was a second-rate sect in the Southern Realm. It's not far from the Long River Sword Sect, so it's considered a neighbor. Its clan is not small, the patriarch is recognized by many people, within 100 years will ascend to the existence of Yuaning. Chatting away. A few people took off again. Ding. Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal path chi luck being purple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 years of hard training purple. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation enhancement pill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the treasured sword art, instant light surprise. 10 years of hard work purple, 10 years of cultivation at the purple level. Cultivation enhancement pill earth grade, taking it can increase one's cultivation without any side effects. Ground grade is a white grade for 60 years. Instant light surprise rare, a rare explosive sword art that cuts light and superimposes potential, and kills with 9 breaths of desperation. The sword rises up and passes away, the light opens up and withers 10,000 bones, each sword can superimpose the sword potential, up to 9. When it explodes, it can kill the enemy in an instant. The rebate to go out and save Lin Shui has finally arrived. CFA did not move and took out the cultivation enhancement Dan. Lin Fan, this is what your master left for you. With your current cultivation level of mortal fetus 9th grade, swallowing it should be enough to break through to Chi practitioner. This cultivation enhancement Dan containing 60 years of white cultivation, for CFA, it is not as good as the 10 years of purple cultivation. Thus, after listening to the system's introduction, he bestowed this Dan to Lin Fan. Many thanks, Elder Yen. Thank you, Master. It was about going forward to take revenge, so Lin Fan did not excuse himself and took the cultivation enhancement pill on the spot. Then he began to sit on his knees on the giant sword. The medicine was absorbed quickly. Less than half an hour. The person had then opened his eyes. Name, Lin Fan. Sex, male. Longevity, 14,120. Realm, Chi practicing 3rd grade. Natal chakra, gold. Golden wizards. Immediate needs. After learning that my folks were viciously murdered by the young master of the Zang family, I was bent on killing my enemy to console my family's souls in heaven. When he saw that Lin Fan's cultivation had directly reached the 3rd level of Chi practicing, CFA then knew that he had made a slight mistake in his estimation. Because of the fact that he himself was the infinite sword heir, he was somewhat unable to estimate the size of the energy of the spiritual power after a long period of time. One comparison always subconsciously elevates the other. This is tantamount to being an expert for a long time and thinking that every family has a mansion and a luxury car, and failing to appreciate what it was like to go out from the mountain nest to pursue education. Since you have already broken through to practicing Qi, these 2 arcane arts that your master asked me to keep safe, then I can pass them on to you. In order to uplift Lin Fan's battle power, CFA did not mince words. Just rest here for a day. Having said that, he then controlled the giant sword to land on a small town. The instant light surprise is undoubtedly a powerful discipline that can kill enemies over the level. Coupled with the lower multiplication Dharma discipline, Tai Wu Sword Chi, it was thought that it would be enough for Lin Fan to go and behead that Zhang family's young master. Find an inn at random. A few people checked in afterward. CFA then shouted Lin Fan out into the wild. The formation was laid. With CFA's array means now, even if it is just a hand-laid array, it is unbreakable by a non-Huashan. Now on behalf of your master, I will teach you an inferior top sword art, Tai Wu Sword Chi. Meditation. Concentrate. CFA pointed out with a finger. Buzz. A sword air blast landed on Lin Fan's brow. Shasta. Countless points that had to do with the cultivation of the Tai Wu Sword Chi were presented. Lin Fan immediately concentrated on receiving it and tried to digest and understand it. And while the disciple was in the midst of his senses, CFA took out the enlightenment tea tree. A subtle Taoist rhythm flowed through the formation. He himself took this opportunity to extract the system rebate of instant light surprise. Picture scroll. It still becomes a picture. A few moments later. By the time CFA opened his eyes, it so happened that his disciple Lin Fan had also slowly finished comprehending. Enhanced by the Gautama tea tree. Lin Fan had pushed his way to the realm of denizenship with the Tai Wu sword chi almost at once. Very well. Now pass on your final discipline, instant light surprise. CFA opened his mouth while transmitting the main points through his sword air. This attacking and killing sword art is best suited for fighting across levels. Blameless and lightless, sword power is purely honored by killing efficiency. As long as the opponent gives you time, you can stack up 9 layers of sword power, thus erupting into a strike that is no less than a king's great stance. The first stance of instant light surprise is called Lonely Hunger Surge, which allows you to quickly close in on your enemy. The second style is Thousand Rivers and Moon, which can instantly erupt 9 sword chi, like the bright moon on a river, sweeping across the opponent in front of you. The third style is Instant Light Break, where the whole body and mind converge in the sword and explode in a single point, specializing in opponents with strong protective abilities. The last move, Returning to Hong's Silence. It is the strongest sword after stacking the 9 momentums. End of lecture. All the points had been poured into Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. Half an hour later. With the help of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, Lin Fan had already mastered the 2 major offensive sword arts. But after mastery, he drew the Long River Sword Sect's standard disciple Dharma sword again and began practicing in place. See this. CFA didn't disturb, and after collecting the Enlightenment Tea Tree, he quietly left. And before he left, he deliberately moved the formation. When Lin Fan went out, this grand formation would disintegrate on its own and become invisible. Lin Fan, who was fully immersed in the 2 Shin Gongs, didn't even notice that CFA had left. Even from the beginning, the existence of the Enlightenment Tea Tree was never discovered. Itong Town. It is the name of this small town where CFA landed. It was just before nightfall. There were not many people coming and going in the small town, so in terms of prosperity, it was naturally no match for Huayang City. And it seems that because of the remoteness, the security is still very bad. It's a long way to go. CFA looked at it and lost interest, intending to return to the inn. But just then, a riotous heckling came from a nearby alley. This big brother, don't blame us for not reminding you, hand over the spirit stones now and you can still suffer less, otherwise. Hurry up. Don't make us do it. A bunch of people heckling. Immediately after that came the voice of a middle-aged man, can a few little brothers be accommodating? I ran out from my home with just this much spirit stone, if I gave it to you guys, wouldn't my trip be in vain? Xiafei's feet moved slightly and he stood at the entrance of the alley to see what was going on. Name, Lu Chengfeng. Sex, male. Longevity, 59,300. Realm, 9th level of Qi cultivation. Fate and fortune, white. White regular. Recent needs, taking advantage of the reunion of his wife and daughter, he sneaked out to have fun, but he didn't realize that he had already been targeted, and is now in critical condition. Then look at those 4 people who surrounded Lu Chengfeng. CFA couldn't help but stare. What exactly is the identity of this Lu? To be actually targeted by a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. If it was just a simple robbery of spirit stones, dealing with a Qi practicing 9th grade, it really wouldn't be necessary to use 4 Foundation establishment experts. Then it's worth playing around in this. Especially when paired with the message seen by the golden pupil of the destiny path, CFA instantly felt that there was something going on here. It's just a white life path though. He thought about it, but pressed his curiosity and prepared to turn away. If this friend is here, why should he leave? A turn. He ran into a purple-robed old man head-on. The hoarse voice carried an extremely appalling pressure. At least the few in the alley held their breath in quick succession. Third Master. Those 4 Foundation establishment cultivators immediately dragged Lu Chengfeng out. The 4 looked at CFA, and then said respectfully to the purple-robed old man, Third Master, is this the fish? Whether it is or not, anyone who dares to come over here to explore will have to die. The purple-robed old man snorted coldly, his killing intent appearing. You're a Yuaning realm powerhouse. That Lu Chengfeng, who was used as bait, exclaimed to the purple-robed old man. This will. He also realized something was wrong. Some small spirit stones that could attract Foundation establishment realm cultivators would be incredible. I didn't realize that nowadays there were also Yuaning experts. Now even if it was a little cutie. he should also understand that it's not for the spirit stones. It's Punchman. Lu Chengfeng really didn't guess wrong. Under Xiafei's perception, the purple-robed old man in front of him was precisely at the cultivation level of Yuaning 5th grade. No wonder they are so emboldened to fish. Xiafei smiled and turned away without paying attention. Seeing him in such an oblivious manner, that purple-robed old man struck out at once. Boom! Like a stone, a walking stick kills out of the darkness. Then, Xiafei merely extended 2 fingers and clamped the spirit weapon-grade magic treasure hard. What? The purple-robed old man was able to live until now, so he was naturally not an idiot. While vibrating incomparably within, he immediately offered up a talisman. Snap! The talisman burst open and a light smoke enveloped its body. Then, not even caring about the crutches, the whole person was instantly like lightning in the darkness of the night, running wildly towards the outskirts of the city to escape. Just kidding. That strike just now seemed to be sparse, but in fact, he had already used all of his strength. This was also the usual practice of the purple-robed old man. If you don't make a move, you will make a move with all your strength, and you won't give anyone any chance to catch their breath and strain. But without thinking of occupying the convenience of a sneak attack, he was violently caught by 2 fingers. What kind of strength is this? The purple-robed old man didn't know. But his years of experience made only one thing clear to him. That is, this kid who came out of nowhere was not an existence that he could deal with. The talisman, on the other hand, was the purple-robed old man's escape card. In order to get this, he slaughtered a family of more than 80 people to get his hands on this ancestral artifact. Once the talisman was used, the purple-robed old man's speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he had swept up to the city gates. And this undisguised chi fluctuation immediately drew the attention of the cultivators within the city. Especially inside the inn. Lin Fan, who had just returned, was with Lin Shui and the young woman, and had jumped onto the roof to see what had happened. In the Yitong town hall, the mayor, who was eating salted vegetables rolled in tofu, jerked his head up to look into the distance. There was a human-shaped lightning bolt that crossed. Who is this Yuaning expert? The town mayor didn't have the slightest reaction to the boiling hot tofu falling on his crotch, but instead stared in shock and disbelief at the Yuaning powerhouse that was heading towards the city gates. Even more surprising to this mayor, not the speed and cultivation of this human lightning. Rather, what presented itself, in that lightning, was an old face fleeing in panic. This left the mayor completely baffled. A Yuaning realm powerhouse was actually fleeing at this moment. And it was about to fly out of the city gates and leave the town of Yitong. But just at this moment, the few cultivators in the town saw a shocking scene that would never be forgotten. A large, translucent hand grasped toward the fleeing Yuaning expert. Chapter 83. Still too conservative, looking at the whole city, who can rival? This large hand that emitted a powerful pressure shrouded the sky and moon. No other house crowds are harmed. It only targeted the Yuaning expert, who fled with his head in his hands. The purple-robed old man seemed to have sensed something and looked back. The people were all pissed off. This look. The old man then realized it was going to be the end. Escape? Where are you going? The hand covered almost every bearing around it that could be left. Rumble. In the midst of the countless cultivators' shock, the large hand lightly fell down, but caused a skyward spirit explosion. That was the spiritual energy within the purple-robed old man. But just as it exploded, it was all taken in by that big hand and dissolved into nothingness. The sound of spirit explosions shook the heavens and moved the earth. This shocked all the cultivators within the town to no end. A Yuaning realm powerhouse, a superpower that had already topped the heavens in their opinion. But, like a mole cricket, he was killed with a single move. The moment. Countless people began to doubt what they were seeing in their own 3 views. A Yuaning powerhouse, and that's all there is to it? Who is the man who struck? Good strong. Could it be that a giant of the god transformation realm has appeared? That should be it, it's the Transfiguration Highlander. Some of the experts who knew the realm ahead were instantly certain beyond measure. To be able to kill a Yuaning with a single move, they really couldn't think of what other realm it would be other than Transformation God. At the thought of being right inside the city, there was a god of transformation present. They then took a breath of cold air. On the roof of the inn, Lin Shui's few happened to see the scene of the purple-robed old man's body falling. The three of them immediately stared with wide eyes, shocked to the point of no return. Especially Lin Shui. She only felt a great shock to her soul. It was even more shocking than seeing that Sword God Senior strike when he was in the Misty Forest before. One must know that in her limited life, the strongest person she had ever seen was only the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect's Supreme Master. And her master, who was only a Yuaning 6th grade, would likewise be killed in seconds by the person who struck. This sent. It's Senior Yen 13. At this time, Lin Fan exclaimed violently. Previously, he only knew that this Senior Yen that his master had invited over was strong, but just how strong was he? He doesn't know. But now, know this. Strong as that Yuaning realm's purple-robed old man, he was unbeatable in front of this Yen Senior Ah. What did you say? It's that elder Yen. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lin Shui and her senior sister were instantly dumbfounded. The shock in the center of his heart was even more violent than before. Alleyway entrance. After easily exterminating a Yuaning expert, CFA turned around to look at the few people dressed as punks. Swish! The four men turned around and ran their asses off. But only a few steps out. The person was no longer alive. From the beginning to the end, Lu Chengfeng, who was on the sidelines, did not see how CFA struck. Many thanks to Senior for the favor of coming to the rescue. He took a half step back and bowed in thanks. Waiting to look up. Only to realize that the figure was long gone from sight. Indeed, it is a senior high-ranking person who comes and goes without a trace. Seeing this situation, Lu Chengfeng could not help but feel some emotion. Right. I haven't had time to ask this senior his name yet. How can I repay him in the future for this? Think about it. He then reached into his arms and pulled out an object. It was a specially constructed sound transmission stone. However, after looking at the sound transmission stone, Lu Chengfeng still gritted his teeth and put it back. It's better not to tell Xiao Mei. Otherwise it will be harder to get out next time. Ding! Host's investment is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is normal due to the investment target's life path G being white. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 years of longevity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 spirit stones normal. Daybreak. Xiafei then set off with the crowd. As for that Lu Chengfeng, it wasn't on his mind. And because of what happened last night, it made Lin Shui and the others, for Xiafei's, rise to another level. Standing on a giant sword. All three were very formal and not as relaxed as they had been at the beginning. Only Lin Fan occasionally dared to come up and ask. Lin Shui and the other young woman who was a teacher's wife didn't dare to open their mouths at all. It was very careful to even move. Xiafei also noticed the situation, but he was indifferent. Because we're almost there. Below is the city of Ryuko. Look toward the bottom. It is a complex of glazed tile buildings in patches. This is a specialty of Ryukyu City, which is full of glazes and songstresses. Before he was even high in the air, Xiafei could already hear the intermittent sound of a beautiful song. These songs, not raunchy or fawning. It's quite elegant. This city lord is quite good at what he does, especially arranging formations to amplify the singing within the city to attract the attention of the incoming merchants. At this point, inside the city of Lugu, a hidden mansion house, Ding Peng was constantly walking in the lobby, his face full of anxiety. On the wooden chairs around the area, a portion of the group was still seated. Here, it was the very force that Ding Peng and Lin Shui had established and used to deal with the Zang family. The atmosphere of the entire lobby was oppressive to the extreme. No news of Miss Lin Shui yet? Ding Peng didn't know how many times he had asked. But every time I get a response, it's always that Ms. Lin's whereabouts are unknown and she can't be contacted. Just then, a man suddenly rushed in from outside the lobby. Rolling and crawling, he shouted, "Sect leader! The vice preceptor is here! The vice preceptor is back!" As soon as I heard that, Ding Peng led a group of horses to rush out. Then I saw 4 men coming this way. Ding Peng skipped over the others and landed on Lin Shui at once. After seeing that Lin Shui was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief before he saw Lin Fan, who was shorter and standing at the back. Fan! Uncle cousin! The 2 uncles and nephews hugged each other. Excited hearts, trembling hands. Unmistakably show the love between the two. Little fan, you've now worshipped the Changha sword sect and become an immortal sect's child? Ding Pang asked with incomparable excitement. Humph. Lin Fan nodded heavily. Not only that, but I also have a master of my own, a master who specializes in teaching. That's good. That's good. Ding Pang had a look of old-fashioned relief. The surrounding senior members of the congregation, on the other hand, each looked at Lin Fan in surprise. This teenager. You're already a member of the immortal sect? All of them, their strengths were not high, their cultivation levels were generally around the 3rd or 4th rank of the mortal fetus. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for Ding Pang and the others to be pulled up into the religion. For the strength of sect leader Ding Pang, and vice-sect leader Lin Shui, it was already astonishing. Not to mention an immortal sect disciple like Lin Fan. To these ordinary people, a cultivation sect, even if it was not in the top tier, it was an existence that they looked up to. By the way, Uncle Cousin, this is my master's good friend, Senior Yin 13. After the initial excitement, Lin Fan hurriedly introduced CFA. Master couldn't get away to deal with things at the sect, so he asked Senior Yin to come and help me. Put it this way. It was only then that everyone made a point of looking at CFA, who was standing at the very back. I had thought that this was just someone the vice priest had brought with him. But he didn't think that he was actually a friend of the immortal sect elder, and he was also a senior. So it's Senior Yin 13, my eyes are clumsy, please forgive me Senior Yin. Ding Pang hurriedly greeted him with a very humble attitude. Name, Ding Pang. Sex, male. Longevity, 32-113. Realm, 1st grade of Qi practicing. Fate and fortune, green. Green uncommon destiny. Recent demand, the death of his entire family and the destruction of the entire village, so that he could not forget even in death. After getting the inheritance of the Ghost Road, he was determined to overthrow the Zang family, in order to eliminate this revenge. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, CFA went ahead and led Lin Fan away. Not that the two uncles and nephews weren't allowed to catch up. Rather, in order to allow Lin Fan to kill his enemy, he intended to raise Lin Fan's combat power as much as possible. So far, it still feels, In Lin Fan's absence, some of the higher echelons within the sect began to ask to Lin Shui. That came out. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the strength of this friendly force that had appeared. Including Ding Pang, who also looked over. If you're strong, you'll have more control this time. You can imagine it for a moment. Lin Shui sold it, her tone tinged with eccentricity. Foundation Establishment Realm? Ding Pang couldn't help but guess out loud. To him, the Foundation Establishment Realm was already an outstanding expert. Lin Shui shook her head slightly. It's low. Could it be? Ding Pang stared with wide eyes, breathing sharply and incomparably. Is a Jindan expert? Others held their breath. The Jindan realm, ah. When did they have access to such a great man? However, Jindan actually isn't either. Because Lin Shui shook her head again. That Senior Yin, it can't possibly be a Yuaning. A senior member of the congregation shouted in alarm. Put it this way. Lin Shui raised her head and chest as she faintly said, right in Yitong Town, that Senior Yin made a move once. One move. Kill the firstborn. Quiet. Deadly silence. Lin Shui clearly heard everyone swallowing their saliva. The people of the little ghost sect, all of them stared at her with a look of disbelief. Killing a Yuaning with one move? Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ding Pang even felt only a lack of oxygen in his head and some dizziness. To put it mildly. Not to mention Yuaning powerhouses, even Jindan experts showed up. All the people present in the kid cult had to immediately kneel down and tremble. But now the Yuaning, which was countless times stronger than a Jindan, had actually been killed by that Yin senior with a single move. What kind of concept is that? None of them had any concept of what was above Yuaning, and they could no longer visualize an existence like that. The Sangs are great? Even if it was more powerful, there was only one Jindan realm ancestor sitting there. If they could carry that elder Yin blowing his breath, they would be considered to have lost. Upon hearing what Lin Shui said, even though many people were already imagining that that senior's cultivation was nearly celestial, but it's still too conservative. Yes. Their imaginations, too conservative. Such a strong man. Looking at the entire Lugu city, who could be the enemy? Time is like water. The so-called Outstanding Junior Convention held in Ryukyu City will be held soon. The whole town is full of talk about such things. A lot of people are rubbing their hands together, hoping to make a name for themselves with this. This day. Not far outside the city on a barren mountain. Elder. I've been promoted to the 4th rank of chi practicing. Lin Fan, who was sitting cross-legged, shouted with immense joy. A few short days. Under CFA's tutelage, he even utilized the infinite sword chi to unblock his meridians. Now that he has finally made another breakthrough, his strength has been advanced. Great. Beside him, CFA nodded his head indifferently. With your cultivation of the 4th rank of chi practicing, coupled with those 2 sword arts, it should be enough for you to deal with that Zang family's young master. Now is the right time. Go within the city of Lugu. That distinguished youngster assembly will be held soon. The reason for the repeated references to this junior assembly. That's because the young master of that Zang family will be attending. Wait until you get to the city. It was seen that Ding Pang and the others had long been ready. Upon seeing Lin Fan appear, he was still uneasy as he asked, "Little Fan, do you really want to participate in this outstanding teenager conference?" "Uncle Cousin, I'm sure." Lin Fan said very seriously, "I'm going to take this opportunity to expose the true colors of the Zang family in front of everyone, and at the same time behead that culprit, the Zang family's young master." Seeing that his mind is made up, Ding Pang wasn't persuading anything and greeted the crowd as he headed towards the point where that conference was being held. The main reason was that there was that senior beside Lin Fan, thus giving Ding Pang a great bottom line. The previous plan has been directly replaced by the current open and honest. Speaking of this distinguished junior conference. In fact, it is the Junior Cultivation Conference that is specially organized once every 2 years by Lugu City in order to increase its prosperity and economy. Those attending the convention must be under the age of 20. Rather, it doesn't distinguish between outsiders and locals. Those who were able to make a name for themselves at the conference were very likely to be favored by the city's families and become the inductees of the great clans. If they are not valued, the city lord's office will also arrange positions for them. Not only does it drive consumption and prosperity, but it also gets itself talent. The Distinguished Junior Conference is a great deal of fun. When CFA and the others arrived at the location, the place has been crowded for a long time. It can be a spectacle for thousands of people. The reason that could cause such a sensation was that the young master of the Zang family, who worshipped the first-class sect leader, would be on stage. And he would also bring the elder master of the Purple Chi Palace to Lugu City to select a few talented teenagers to enter the palace as children. If there was anyone present who could be picked, it would definitely be the point where their ancestors' graves would be on fire. With such a layer of reasons in place, it is what makes this distinguished junior conference so highly regarded. Over time, the crowd suddenly erupted into a violent roar. Then 2 figures were seen falling violently from the sky. One of them was younger, and it was none other than the young master of that Zang family. The other was this young master's master, an elder of the Purple Chi Palace. Seeing the young master of the Zang family showing up, Lin Fan and Ding Pang, as well as Lin Shui, had their finger bones crunching. A light called hatred erupted from their gazes. The others focused their attention more on that Violet Chi Palace elder. This elder's strength was extraordinary, and his cultivation was actually as well as being at the Yuaning first-grade realm. Hear the information presented on stage. Everyone erupted in cheers and shock. Ah, the firstborn. I've never seen such a high level of mastery in my life. That's the Zang family's reliance, the Violet Chi Palace's Yuaning elder. Another family in Lugu City, the Kong family head, murmured out. A cloud of unrelenting sadness could be seen on his face. The Zang family was already powerful. Now add another Violet Chi Palace elder. I'm afraid that in the future, the entire Lugu City will be under the Zang family's control. Chapter 84 Yuaning Realm? Kill it with one sword. After a great songstress ball, the Distinguished Junior Conference then began. Countless people have taken to the stage. Compete with each other. When it's almost time and there are only 7 or 8 people on stage. Quick look. The young master of the Zang family, Zhang Shang, is going up. I didn't expect this Zhang Shang to actually choose this time. I thought he would take the stage tomorrow. Let's see what this Zhang Shang who worshipped the Purple Chi Palace has up his sleeve. Under everyone's heated discussion, a figure stood proudly on the high platform. The person who appeared was none other than the young master of the Zang family, Zhang Shang. There's no need to wait until tomorrow, I'm in a hurry, so I'll exterminate all of you today. Zhang Shang's words immediately caused the entire room to explode. It's so arrogant. The flare is just too arrogant. Do you really think that you have such arrogant capital just because you worship the Purple Chi Palace? One must know that the previous Zhang Shang was the existence of the bottom of the young generation in Lugu City. Now that it's only been 2 years, how dare you make such arrogant and cocky remarks? This will. The teenage experts from the other lineages who heard this couldn't sit still. What is a teenager? Blood and courage is a teenager. Immediately, the Kong family jumped up one person. It's Kong Ming. Kong Ming, an extremely outstanding pride among the Kong family's young generation. In the last outstanding junior competition, it was this person who won the top prize. In today's Lugu City, Kong Ming was undoubtedly the strongest teenager. Zhang Shang. Don't think that having a master makes you so wild. I wanted to teach you a lesson tomorrow, but I didn't think you'd jump out today. Good. Then I'll show you what it means to have a gap. Having said that, Kong Ming's body flashed on the spot, and he struck out towards Zhang Shang at once. Ha! A gap? The gap between you and me today is heaven and earth. In response to Kong Ming's attack, Zhang Shang smiled contemptuously. Then, just as he saw his 5 fingers open, a cohesive ball of light erupted out. Boom! Kong Ming, who had rushed over, didn't even block a single move and was directly blown away. Snap! Slammed onto the stage. When I went to look again, the person had passed out. Seeing this, countless people felt shuddering. How can it be so strong? This is a move from the Purple Chi Palace? 2 years ago, Zhang Sheng couldn't even catch 2 moves from Kong Ming, and now he actually defeated him in one go. This scene was too much of a shock for the crowd watching from below. I must know that the last outstanding youth conference, Kong Ming did not even look at Zhang Sheng's eyes, but now he was directly knocked away by a blow. Kong Ming's cultivation was not weak, it was the 2nd grade of Qi practicing, otherwise it would not have been possible for him to become the strongest teenage generation in Lugu City. Such a cultivation but ended up fainting and dying. That Zhang Sheng on the stage, what exactly is his cultivation realm? Even the 3rd rank of Qi cultivation couldn't achieve such an effect, right? The Purple Qi Palace. Is the teaching of the Purple Qi Palace Quite a few people responded. Zhang Sheng was strong now, but the division behind him was even stronger. The reason why this great young man of the Zhang family could achieve such amazing results in just 2 years. It must be because of the Purple Qi Palace. There were many people on the spot, with fiery gazes looking towards the Violet Qi Palace elder behind the stage, on that high ladder seat. Everyone thought that it would be great if they could enter the Purple Qi Palace. Who else? Standing on the stage, Zhang Sheng shouted condescendingly towards everyone. Countless ones that were supposed to go on stage have all lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. Just kidding. The leader of the last distinguished youth conference was beaten until he fainted. How dare they get on? It's not going to get you killed. The people on the Kong family's side were even more embarrassed. If it were 2 years ago. If Zhang Sheng dared to scream like that, several people would jump out on the spot to teach him a lesson. But today, those teenage experts of the Kong family could only endure the stifled anger in their hearts. The current Zhang Sheng had long since ceased to be the Zhang family's foppish young man back then. Me. Just then, a cold voice came from the crowd underneath. Who else could it be if not Lin Fan who spoke out? Only to see him jump straight onto the stage, Zhang Sheng. Do you remember Fishing Newport? On first hearing the name, Zhang Sheng froze. And then he carefully sized up Lin Fan before he laughed out loud. So you're the remnant of that small fishing village? Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud. Your village is blocking me from traveling to the sea, and I'm not willing to ask you to move, so I'll just have to step on it. The tone was full of disbelief. The crowd of onlookers at the bottom didn't have much of a reaction when they heard it. Because for this Zhang family's great young man, overthrowing a small village was too commonplace. The people in Lugu City, but those who had heard something about this foppish young man's deeds, all felt that it was too normal. It's also that he's worshipped in the Purple Qi Palace for the past 2 years and hasn't made much of a fuss about it. All those years ahead. Almost every month, this great young man Sang did something ridiculous. Well. Lin Fan was enraged to the extreme. Zhang Sheng. I will kill you today. As soon as I heard that. And the whole room moved. Everyone immediately looked at Lin Fan with some disbelief. It would have been a surprise that a kid would dare to jump on it. But what I didn't expect was to say something like kill you. Is this insanity? That Kong Ming, who was at the second level of qi practicing, was all beaten by Zhang Sheng to the point where he directly fainted to death. You're a half-grown boy, and you're talking out of your ass? It's supposed to be crazy. Probably blinded by hate. Poor thing. At such a young age, you're carrying a blood feud. But Lin Fan drew his sword. The sword was an ordinary magic sword, but the person was not ordinary. Swish. The sword light flashed and various halos suddenly erupted. 9 swords. Lin Fan struck out 9 swords in a flash. The light instantly intertwined and exploded. Wait for those sword lights to extend over. The scorn on Zhang Sheng's face froze. He didn't think at first that the fishing village boy in front of him would have any kind of means. But wait until the seemingly slow sword light enveloped down. It took him a moment to realize something was wrong. He himself was actually surrounded by these sword lights, enveloped in such a way that he couldn't dodge at all. Zhang Sheng was shocked and could not think of anything else. He hurriedly pushed his body's spiritual energy in a desperate manner. Ah! Break it for me! Zhang Sheng yelled repeatedly in his heart, but the spiritual energy that erupted out could not shake these sword lights at all. Moment! He just realized. That fishing village boy was truly capable of killing himself. What kind of trick is this? And what is the cultivation level? After worshipping in the Purple Chi Palace, it wasn't that Zhang Sheng hadn't fought against powerful senior siblings. But even if it's the 9th grade of Chi practicing, nor could it erupt into such a terrifying offense. The Zhang Sheng at this moment could no longer imagine Lin Fan's battle power. Full of one thought. That is to live. Yes. Live. Zhang Sheng felt an unprecedented killing intent from the sword light that enveloped him. Oh? It's actually a sword art that is comparable to a king's item? On the big chair on the high platform, that Violet Chi Palace Elder had extraordinary insight and instantly discovered the marvelousness of the moves used by Lin Fan. This sword goes down. Not to mention Zhang Sheng's 4th grade of Chi cultivation, even if a 9th grade came over, he would have to drink his heart out. But killing in front of this elder? Bold. On the high stage of the conference competition, Zhang Sheng originally thought that he was going to be beheaded when a loud shout suddenly came. There was an invisible force in the chiding voice. All of them bombarded the sword light at once. Boom! Lin Fan's superimposed 9-fold sword momentum collapsed. Along with himself, he was also shaken by the bizarre sound wave, causing him to spit out blood. Instant light surprise is awesome though. But even if it was powerful, it was still cast by a 4th grade cultivator of Qi practicing. Naturally, he couldn't stop a Violet Qi Palace Elder at the Yuaning realm. Between the two, the gap between heaven and earth was no longer something that could be compensated for by any moves of Xian Gong. At such a young age, he strikes so viciously, and in the future, I'm afraid he'll be a major scourge in the southern realm. Now I will step in and obliterate you, getting rid of a sword demon for the future. That Violet Qi Palace Elder took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already on the stage. Then a finger was pointed out at Lin Fan. The winds and clouds are changing and the winds are blowing. Such an appalling sight caused everyone to be forced back in succession. The Yuaning realm's Violet Qi Palace Elder suddenly struck out, causing the crowd present to be taken by surprise. Before they could even react, the people had already been shaken back by the aftershocks and were unable to get close. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that the fishing village boy would surely die, a terrifying aura descended with a bang. The finger pointed out by the elder of the Violet Qi Palace suddenly changed color after sensing this mountain-like aura. He stepped back on the spot, looking around in disbelief. The killing machine dissipated. Lin Fan couldn't help but gasp for air, while his lifted heart was put back. He understood that this was his master's close friend, Senior Yen, striking out. Bullying the small with the big? You're also worthy of being an elder of the Purple Qi Palace? Above the void, CFA's voice was heard. It caused numerous disturbances. What's the situation with this appalling aura? In the crowd, those of the 3rd or 4th rank of the mortal fetus were almost about to kneel down. Those without cultivation in 1st or 2nd grade kneeled directly without reason. Everyone was in a state of panic. Just the exhibition of breath alone caused such a great oppression? Being enveloped within this aura, everyone felt their feet slowing down, making it difficult to move. If that Violet Chi Palace elder made a move, it was the aftermath that forced people back. Then this mysterious strong man, even more so, didn't even put out his hand, just his breath made everyone kneel down. Such a contrast. It's like the difference between a firefly and a white moon. On stage, the Violet Chi Palace elder finally locked onto someone who stood behind Lin Fan. This kind of fierce and appalling aura was something he had only seen a few times on his own palace master. But who is the master of the Purple Chi Palace? It is the god of transformation. Put it this way. The middle-aged man in front of me who appeared out of nowhere. Surprisingly. Transformation. The Violet Chi Palace elder's gaze was horrified, only feeling an incomparable chill on his back. Behind that fishing village kid actually stood a god transformation Highlander. One thought. This Violet Chi Palace elder snapped back to look at the panicked Zhang Shang. He had only one thing on his mind at the moment. Is it too late to beat this rebel to death then? For good reason, for no reason at all, he actually went to mess with the transformation god. How many lives do you have? Ha! Should have known. Even if that Zhang family promised more benefits, he would never accept Zhang Shang as his disciple. Much less come to this Lugu city. Former. I can explain. The Violet Chi Palace elder only felt his body go limp as he trembled. But the words were not finished. Xia Fei just snorted coldly, then dropped his sword. The sword is an ordinary sword. The moves, too, are ordinary moves. But the Violet Chi Palace elder was as if an ordinary person had seen a ghost, so frightened that he directly knelt down. I'm an elder of the first-class sect Purple Chi Palace, don't kill me. Swish. The sword light flickered. One sword is like 1,000. This Violet Chi Palace elder was instantly split into countless pieces. Even the yuaning in his body was too late to escape. Died on the spot. With a wave of his hand, Xia Fei ingested the entire spiritual energy of this yuaning first grade into the spiritual soil of the Enlightenment tea tree. Having been replenished twice by the yuaning spiritual energy, coupled with those spirit stone elixirs fed by Xia Fei earlier, today's Enlightenment tea tree actually showed a hint of flowing light, as if it was about to produce some kind of change. Xia Fei pushed down the idea of checking it out for now. Turning his head to Lin Fan, he said, now that the culprit who exterminated your entire family and slaughtered your village is here, why don't you make your move? Lin Fan, who was feeling Xia Fei's strike from a close distance, snapped back to his senses. Zhang Shang. Die for me. The sword moves with you. He stabbed the Zhang family's great young man to death on the spot. With his great revenge avenged, Lin Fan laughed on the spot to the sky. Xia Fei, on the other hand, said indifferently to the crowd, from now on, there will no longer be the name of the Zhang family in Lugu City. Bottom line. It's a straight-up afterthought. All of the people of the Zhang family, from being complacent at the beginning, turned as if they were dead in the face. How could they not expect that it would lead to a killing today? And the crowd on stage. Then one of them seems to be dreaming. From the beginning when Lin Fan appeared, then Zhang Shang was undefeated. Immediately after that, the elder of the Violet Breath Palace personally made a move. Then another mysterious strong man came and killed the Yuaning realm elders with one move. A series of processes. All of it exploded in that short period of time. Wait until they react. That elder of the Purple Chi Palace that everyone feared and all wanted to worship and curry favor with. Dead. Perceive this. Countless people just thought, what the hell is wrong with this day? That's an invincible big brother of the Yuaning realm. The result is a blink of an eye. The person is gone. Everyone looked up at Xia Fei. Bewildered. Awe. Fear. All sorts of emotions came up instantly. That night, the entire Zhang family of Lugu City was wiped out. The one who struck out was not Xia Fei, nor was it the little ghost sect that Lin Shui was a part of. Instead, it was the Kong family that joined forces with the city lord's office as well as other forces to bury the entire Zhang family. The reason for this? It lies in the words that Sheffield said during the day. There will be no more Zhang family in Lugu City, and no more young ladies or young men who run amok and don't take people's lives seriously. The Zhang family's business, Zhang Shang's business. It was enough to make the entire power of Lugu City begin to sternly warn and teach the younger generation of their own families. The next day, at the repeated retention of Ding Pang and the others, Xia Fei and Lin Fan planned to stay here for 2 more days. Lin Fan is because of kinship. Xia Fei, on the other hand, did so because he wanted to find a place to see the changes in the Enlightenment tea tree. So outside the city. It's still there in the barren mountains. What's this? The Enlightenment tea tree has blossomed? Chapter 85 Heavenly Market Star Drawing Skill. Xianin Soul Nurturing Scripture. Elegant art. The Gautama tea tree is actually blooming. Xia Fei looked at the sapling that only had a few leaves and began to contemplate why. Could it be because it's been given too much stuff lately? This has blossomed, could it be that it will bear fruit later? Think about this point. He then intentionally wanted to experiment. The main thing is that this fruit of enlightenment really have never seen a. Immediately, he fed all that he could to the Gnosis tea tree in the system space. Spiritual elixirs, spiritual herbs, spiritual stones. Except for the ones you can't feed. Xia Fei almost all to the enlightenment tea tree eat off. The stock was immediately depleted. In exchange for the Gautama tea tree grows to 3 feet 1 meter. The tree has gained a few more leaves and now has 9 leaves. Then the lone flower bone, on which the light had receded, became a white fruit the size of a baby's fist. Xia Fei carefully picked it off and after looking left and right, put it in his mouth. Why, it's just like the tea buds I ate as a kid. The fruit has only 1 layer of skin and the inside is all flocculent and empty. It tastes sweet without a hint of tartness. After eating, it doesn't feel like much has changed. Xia Fei checked himself and indeed nothing had changed. But the thoughts were clearer and more lucid than before. Kind of like enlightenment? Ryoko. After much research, he always had some guesses. The fruit of the enlightenment tea tree should also be related to enlightenment. This tea bud reckons it's a permanent boost to enlightenment. The previous Budo tea tree. The only way to have enlightenment is to be next to it. Another way is to pick its leaves and make tea or eat them, which will last for a period of time to pull up enlightenment. But this method, because there are not many leaves on the tree, Sheffield has not been able to shed. These are situations that are short-lived or limited. The only thing that can directly and permanently increase enlightenment is this teapot, as long as it is eaten. The boost is small though. But this permanent feature alone trumps all. If only I were sitting on a spirit vein mine right now. Xia Fei couldn't help but think. If you have a mine at home, you can feed this enlightenment tea tree like crazy. At that time, even a fool can, under the accumulation of countless tea buds, become a person of heavenly enlightenment who understands any Xiangong and mythical methods at a single point. For the study of the Gautama tea tree. That's all for now. The next step is the investment rebate moment. As early as last night after the destruction of the Zang family, Xia Fei had already received a reminder of the system rebate. Ding! Host's investment in Lin Fan is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. The rebate effect is doubled due to the investment target's natal chakra being gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Grade Xiangong Heavenly Market Star Drawing Technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a year of hard training gold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10,000 years of longevity. The Heavenly Ruin Star Drawing Technique Imperial Grade, using the stars and buckets of the weekly sky as veins, transforming the clear chi of the universe into blades. The body is the heavenly market, and the stars are the bridge with one thought of 10,000 swords, all evils are easily dispelled. 1 aeon of hard cultivation gold, 60 years of gold level cultivation. 10,000 years of longevity, life expectancy increased by 10,000 years without any side effects. Ding! Host's investment in Ding Pang is successful. Congratulations, host, on the rebate. Due to the investment target's life path chi is green, the rebate is normal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 years of cultivation green. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the lower Xiangong Xianin Soul Nurturing Sutra. 5 years of training green, 5 years of training at the green level. The Xianin Soul Nurturing Sutra lower, feeding the spirit with the soul, transforming yin into yang. Yin soul is not evil, spirituality is self-generated, nurturing ghosts is like nurturing God, refining the soul is refining the heart. This is the basic method of ghost cultivation. If you enter the path of ghosts, you will live forever. Good. 2 Xiangans at once. Xiafei was a little surprised. The heavenly ruin star drawing technique was a dual sword in cultivation method, not a purely offensive killing technique. Now that he was majoring in the divine level Xiangong infinite sword cannon, he naturally wouldn't bother switching to this gong. Instead, it was possible to fuse the heavenly ruin star drawing skill into the 9 heavens sword art that was still at the emperor level. Among them, the characteristic of one thought, 10,000 swords fit extremely well with the 9 heavens sword art. When the sword realm opened at that time, the sword chi would be pervasive, and any existence would only be annihilated in it. As for that Xianin soul nurturing sutra. After thinking about it, Xiafei did feel that he was able to fuse with the Taishu Imperial Demon God chapter. At that time, the 3 characteristics of ghost, demon, and devil will be united. Now I'm not only a sword cultivator, I'm also an individual cultivator, and an imperial cultivator? Turn back. When Xiafei thought about himself, he realized that it seemed like he had dabbled in every cultivation path. If you go by character, he can play the big 3. At the thought of it. And for some reason, a little snicker. Well, the sword cultivator is me, and the body cultivator is the secret realm great demon. Going forward this imperial repair. Cheyenne? If it did, and all of them made a name for themselves in the Xuanqi continent. At the end of the day everyone realizes that 3 is 1. That's seen. TSK. Xiafei's little snicker turned into a big snicker. But this stuff is just something to think about and have a good time on your own. It would take too much time, not to mention traveling all over the world. It really didn't fit his weary nature. What is the role of the system? It's the ability to get lazy. Aha! That's how Sheffield felt. Back to the main topic. Xiafei first extracted the longevity, including that white rebate from before. Then came the cultivation. With a gold level of 1 ace, and a green one of 5 years. His cultivation today has once again taken a small step forward. There was still a large distance to go before breaking through to the 4th grade of Yuaning. Almost forgot. This time, Xiafei remembered something and hurriedly pulled out a storage ring. This is the very thing that purple Chi Palace Elder dropped. The time to take in its spiritual energy, it was given away altogether. After utilizing his own understanding of formations, he truncated the operation of the formation power above. The ring's prohibition then opened of its own accord. Spiritual sense probed in. The entire space is about the size of a 3-story, 3-bedroom house. More than 80,000 spirit stones, more than a dozen types of human-grade spirit pills, and several spirit weapons. A brief inventory. Spirit stones and spirit pills, Xiafei threw them all to the Enlightenment tea tree. Spiritual weapons that can't be used are kept to give to apprentices when the time comes, or to invest in. Most of the things in that Violet Chi Palace Elder's storage ring were sparse. Still, there are 2 that make for a delightful presence. Such a big piece of jade? There's also a treasure-grade magic sword. Xiafei took the stuff out. A huge intact piece of jade roughly 10 feet tall. And inlaid with countless jewels, it looked like a decorative ceremonial weapon, yet it was a real treasure Dharma sword. With this jade, I'll be able to set up that 72 earthly demons grand formation. Xiafei had obtained a set of formation bases earlier, but he had never had a suitable formation flag, and thus had kept it on the shelf. Now that there is such a large piece of jade, the formation flag is not coming. But to turn it into 72 array flags and to carve pivotal arrays on it, it will take at least 10 days and half a month to go. We'll just have to wait to go back and try. As for that treasure magic sword, it couldn't be used left and right, so Xiafei decided to keep it on hand for his disciple. With his current sword Dao realm, a normal opponent's ordinary magic sword would suffice, or even a wooden stick. If the opponent was strong, then naturally there would be that divine sword that would not be damaged or lost. When Xiafei returned to Lugu City, it was getting late. Stroll through the streets of the city. To the ears, all the beautiful songs. This Ryukyu city is indeed a bit interesting. Listening to these voices, Xiafei felt his mind relax. Obviously there was no lying down and no one was massaging, but there was just something about it that was enjoyable. The music chanted by such songstresses is very different from the kind of modernized music of the last life. It's as if the goddess is singing about nature. Obviously there are no lyrics, but the mind just goes and spontaneously imagines that beautiful view of heaven and earth. Seniors? Just then, a slightly familiar voice came from behind. Xia Fei couldn't help but look back. It's actually that Lu Chengfeng in Yitong Town. What a senior! Lu Chengfeng's face was delighted as he hurriedly walked over and said, "Last time I had a hasty goodbye with Senior, I have not yet had the chance to repay Senior for saving me. I didn't think I'd run into it again here. Karma. It's really fate," said. He seemed to have sensed something and added, "Was Senior listening to the sound of the songstresses in the Curved Cloud Curve Saloon just now? Curbing the clouds and curling up the pavilion?" Xia Fei looked up. It was discovered that the song was coming from a brightly lit building next door. The plaque on the upper floor of the building, written in 4 big words, "Curbing the clouds and curving the pavilion." The Curved Cloud Song Salon is one of the best songhouses in Lugu City. Lu Chengfeng smiled and introduced himself, "Like Senior, I came here precisely to listen to the songs of the Curved Cloud Curve Shelter." "Go! Elder, let's go in. All spending is on me." Without being told, they flanked Xia Fei towards the Curved Cloud Curve Salon. Due to the song just now, Xia Fei did have some curiosity about the opera house. Seeing this situation also went in with a piece. This one came in. Just see an elegant and dusty lobby. All furnishings, including columns, floors, etc., have been carefully designed. "Welcome to singers." A host of dainty voices rang out. Only 2 rows of pretty women standing straight were wearing translucent veils with translucent veils, a snowy white. In terms of voluptuousness, it was all at a level where one could be selected as a palace concubine. In terms of stature, it was all in the realm of being able to charm the civil and military officials. In terms of grooming, it was all at a level that would put a big girl to shame. Yeah. It's really elegant. Lu Chengfeng, who was 60 immediately, looked at the 2 rows of girls, especially the Judas Pipa. It really makes him a little unchanged. Ahem. Noticing Xia Fei's gaze looking over, Lu Chengfeng hurriedly blushed and coughed. "Don't worry, Senior, we'll just listen to the song normally this time, and we won't touch anything else." Hear that? Xia Fei only felt a little amused. "Oh? You still know that there are others in this Curved Cloud Curve Salon?" Lu Chengfeng smiled sarcastically. He. Traveled around a lot, heard about some of it, yeah. Just heard some. Said. He rushed to what looked like a counter in front of him. When Xia Fei arrived slowly, he directly received a number plate. "This way, Senior." Lu Chengfeng had already booked a place and immediately led Xia Fei into an elegant room. The elegant rooms of this Curved Cloud Curve Salon were also somewhat interesting, each with a different name. They're in a place called Rhyme. And the elegant room had a screen tent, and 2 queen-sized beds and baths. How does this look? It's a bit indecent, isn't it? Do you need a shower and a bed to listen to the songs? Without waiting for Xia Fei to think about it carefully, he heard 2 songstresses knocking on the door. "You 2 singers, I wonder what kind of tunes you'd like to hear." The singer-songwriter was really good-looking and dressed very boldly, wearing loose blasphemous pants, revealing her belly button and leaking her shoulders. Even half of the big buds showed up. Perhaps seeing Xia Fei was a bit confusing. Lu Chengfeng, who had long since laid down on the bed, said, "Don't worry, Senior, they are the normal dress code of the Curved Cloud Curve Shelter, just get used to it." The 2 songstresses also smiled, because some songs need to be performed with the dance in order to be beautiful and melodious. We're also dressed this way to make it easier for the 2 singers to dance. When Xia Fei thought about those dancers in his previous life, it seemed that they did like to wear some similar outfits, or else some particularly tight-fitting clothes and pants. Look at it this way. Turns out it's not thinking about selling meat. It makes sense. Does Senior have a song he would like to hear? Lu Chengfeng asked. Let them sing whatever they want. Xia Fei also lay down. I had not touched the bed for many days, and this lie down was very comfortable indeed. Obviously. This curved cloud curved salute everywhere is a delicate, just this bed is designed extremely uncomplicated. Under the senses, it even contained 14 small special spell formations. No wonder it's so soothing. Not only that. After discovering this, Xia Fei explored the rest of the place. The entire elegant room seemed to be enveloped by a special formation. There was nothing offensive about these formations. The only thing it does is that the combination is enough to relax to the max. A few of your best tracks, then. Lu Chengfeng waved his hand, signaling the two songstresses to begin. Blue sky. White clouds. Chasing and playing in the countryside rice paddies. The song coming from his ears made CFA feel as if he had returned to the carefree days of his childhood. A body of fatigue was washed down. Full of sorrow, washed away. The whole thing just felt like letting go of everything and relaxing. There's one to say. This singer of the curved cloud curve shelter is truly two-timing. Or maybe the songstresses of Ryukyu City are really living up to their name. In a moving song. CFA couldn't help but slowly fall asleep. And the moment he relaxed and fell asleep, the infinite stored air in his body spontaneously operated. At the first sign of any danger or wrongdoing, he could wake up instantly. As for that Lu Chengfeng. Long ago I don't know how far I slept, and my harlotry flowed all over the bed. Little by little, time passed. Wait until Sheffield wakes up from his nap. It was already sunrise outside. What? What day, you ask? Ah, the great day. Seeing Lu Chengfeng still sleeping there, I don't know what he dreamed about, and his folds are laughing out. Like an old daisy. Wake up! CFA made a slight sound. It fell into Lu Chengfeng's ears, but it was like explosive thunder. What's wrong, what's wrong? Thunder is this? Lu Chengfeng jolted awake and looked around in some panic. However, when he saw the smiling CFA, he remembered where he was with a slap of his head. Elder, forgive me, it's really because that songstress is too powerful. Hurriedly, he straightened up his appearance. No more bathing either. Lu Chengfeng then led CFA towards the lobby. But when the number plates were returned and the checkout was ready to be paid for the spirit stones. Does that senior have any spirit stones? CFA, who was looking around at the layout of the lobby of the curved cloud curve salon, looked back with some surprise. I only saw Lu Chengfeng's face full of shame and helplessness. I forgot that I had already spent all the spirit stones I brought out yesterday. Seniors. You. I don't have any spirit stones left either. CFA shook his head. All of his spirit stones were fed to the Enlightenment tea tree. Plum Blossom Villa. Lu Ying is catching up with her mother, Li Xiaomei. The two of them hadn't seen each other for many days, and they had been close for a while. But just then, Li Xiaomei's transmitting stone vibrated. Chapter 86. It's over. Identity exposed. The reason Lu Ying went home. It is because I was ordered by my parents. In the last few days, Lu's mother, Li Xiaomei, almost always centered on the topic, who is that man? Who is that man? Wang Jun came to pay his respects some time ago and talked about seeing a man with Susu in Huayang City. Li Xiaomei stared at Lu Ying's eyes and continued, but I know my own daughter, and I know Susu even better. She's too physically ill to be getting close to a man. You can hide it from Wang Jun, but you can't hide it from me as a mother. As soon as I heard that, Lu Ying felt a bit flustered inside. At home, a lot of things are up to the mother. The owner of Plum Blossom Villa is ostensibly his father, Lu Chengfeng. In fact, everyone knows that the one who is in charge is the owner's wife, Li Xiaomei. After all, no one would take the Zhuang master of the number one power of the scattered cultivators, a man with the 9th grade cultivation of qi practicing, seriously. The one who could give Plum Blossom Villa its present status was none other than Madame Li Xiaomei. What? Nothing to say? Li Xiaomei continued, a few days ago your sister came back and I asked her. Guess what she called that man? Brother-in-law. Not a harsh tone, but it made Lu Ying tremble. The sky was falling. That dead girl. It's not even if you usually shout randomly, why did you call CFA your brother-in-law even in front of your parents? Come on, don't make excuses to weasel out of it either. Li Xiaomei said, go back tomorrow and bring that man to the house. The words were not finished. The sound transmission stone on his body suddenly vibrated. As soon as I saw such a situation, Lu Ying couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she saw that her mother was puzzled at first. Then after listening to the contents of the transmission stone, his face suddenly changed. Ironclad. Come with me to the city of Lugu and meet your old dad who wants to be there. The Plum Blossom Villa was not too far away from Lugu City. It's just 1,000,000 miles or so. With Li Xiaomei's full speed, it was soon there. Then about half an hour passed again. It was only then that Lu Chengfeng and CFA walked out from the curved cloud quartet salon. Seeing the two standing in the doorway, especially the woman among them with a face like black charcoal, Lu Chengfeng was so frightened that both of his strands trembled. CFA, on the other hand, was a bit surprised, because he saw Lu Ying. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lu Chengfeng beside him, then looked at Lu Ying oddly. Hiss. This won't be. Dad. Not going yet? Lu Ying, who knew that her mother was suppressing her anger, hurriedly greeted Lu Chengfeng and left first. She was truly afraid that her own mother would slap her old man to death here. Since CFA was not in his original appearance at the moment, he was not worried about being recognized by Lu Ying. Turned around and was about to get ready to leave. Senpai. Wait for me. Lu Chengfeng hurriedly followed, trying to use this to slip away. But just as he took a step, the person was already locked by a fierce aura. At the same time, Li Xiaomei spoke to CFA, since this fellow Taoist is a friend of Chengfeng, why don't we go to the Plum Blossom Villa together, or let us do our best in hospitality? CFA didn't know what this meant. Turning to look at Lu Chengfeng, the latter's face had turned into a bitter melon and was frantically squeezing his eyes. Elder, please help again. If we let the late generation go back just like that, I'm afraid that the late generation will not be able to see tomorrow's sun. If the seniors are together, this virtuous wife of the late generation may not do anything to me. Please still ask senior to save your life. Lu Chengfeng kept transmitting his voice. I don't blame him for being anxious, he was just a little too scared. The only chance of survival was to pull Sheffield along for the ride. Wanted to come back to Plum Blossom Lodge. For the sake of having outsiders present, one should not be guilty of the crime. CFA had the presence of mind to leave. After all, this thing bar is really a little bit not good to get involved. But seeing Lu Chengfeng's pitiful look, how about going anyway? Just to see that big guy Lu Su? It wasn't so much that he was salivating over the big man's beauty, but mainly because he was just a little curious about the big man. In his own shoes, he certainly wouldn't have been so affable with a stranger. Even if the stranger is called CFA. Consider it payback for the last time the big man helped out. Think about it. CFA nodded slightly. At first sight, Lu Chengfeng burst into tears of joy, and his eyes erupted with a strong sense of gratitude. This all almost made CFA suspect that this old Lu wouldn't really be doing anything in the elegant room, right? Otherwise it's just a matter of listening to a song. Is that necessary? That's all. The four of them rushed to Plum Blossom Villa without a word. Originally on the way, Lu Ying wanted to say something to her own father, but stopped when she saw that there were outsiders. So did Li Xiaomei, thus creating such a bizarre scene. The Plum Blossom Villa has a huge sphere of influence. Almost an entire mountain range. When the morning mist first clears, the whole mountain range looks as if it has been sprinkled with vermilion sand in frost. 3,600 acres of mountains are wrapped in rolling plum forests, scarlet overlapping white. What floated between the branches was not the mundane plum fragrance, but a light green aura that had condensed into substance. These auras flowed down the ridge and gully into 9 sinuous bands of light, and eventually converged at the top of the mountain in the hovering complex cast in basalt iron. There is the Plum Blossom Villa, which is known as Plum Hill does not worship heaven, but opens its own path into the manor. Lu Chengfeng somewhat couldn't help but say, Xiaomei, I know I'm wrong. Shut up. Li Xiaomei said in a cold voice with a dark face. Seeing her like this, Lu Chengfeng was too scared to make a sound. Ying, where is your sister? Li Xiaomei looked around and realized that Lu Su was not there. I think I'm reading a book at the Tengue house. Lu Ying responded. There are 7 main buildings at Plum Blossom Lodge. They are Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, Tianquan, Yuhang, Kaiyang and Yaoguang. Named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Call your sister. Li Xiaomei had just finished speaking. Lu Su, who wore a long skirt and was plainly dressed but still like a fairy, walked over from another attic. See the big man again. CFA was still a little afraid to look directly at the other party's appearance. It always felt like a sacrilege to stare at Lu Su. But as Big Brother approaches. You're here, brother-in-law? When she saw CFA, Lu Su was first slightly stunned, then she spoke out a greeting. Sheffield froze. Lu Ying also froze. The two couples, Li Xiaomei and Lu Changfeng, were also completely dumbfounded after hearing Lu Su's words. The reason why CFA froze was that his changed appearance was actually seen through at a glance. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The reason for Lu Ying and Lu's father and mother is needless to say. Everyone. The eyes stared over instantly. CFA. Lu Ying shouted in shock. CFA touched his nose and smiled somewhat helplessly and bitterly. Lu Su was beside him, so he couldn't deny it. But it's not quite right to just admit it. But this look of his, in the eyes of the others, was just like acquiescence. X. Lu Chengfeng shouted stupidly. A reaction ensued. So you're that Inger guy. Shut up. Li Xiaomei suddenly bellowed. You. Go to the Earth Fire Hall and carve 100,000 times I was wrong. As soon as I heard that, Lu Chengfeng hurriedly said, Xiaomei, the Earth Fire Hall is hard, and it will be restored to its original state in 12 hours, I am. Here. Then finish carving 100,000 times I was wrong in 12 hours. Didn't give a chance to keep up the sophistry. With a wave of Li Xiaomei's big hand, Lu Chengfeng was instantly transferred and disappeared. Do it all. She couldn't help but look at CFA. But it's surprising. Li Xiaomei didn't say anything, but turned around and entered an attic. As soon as the mother leaves, the first one to breathe a sigh of relief was naturally Lu Ying. CFA, why are you here? And going to a place like that with my father? Now that the identity has been revealed. CFA simply changed back to his original form and spread his hands. Master Lu, do you believe me when I say that it was your father who brought me there? And what do you mean by that kind of place? That's just a place to listen to songs, not a greenhouse as you might think. I believe your ass. Lu Ying didn't even listen to the second half of the sentence and directly said, how could my father take you to a place like that? On weekdays in the Sword Pavilion, I've seen you go to the greenhouses with Kong Jian and the others. It's come to this, and you're still sophomoric? What am I sophomoric about? Just stating the facts, CFA said helplessly. Still? Go and stay in the Earth Fire Hall with my father for a piece. Whenever my father comes out, you can come out. Lu Ying huffed, it's fine if you don't want to go. When we get back I'll spread this about you everywhere, so that the entire Long River Sword sect will know what kind of elder you are. CFA thought about it and still followed Lu Qingfeng's scent and left. Mainly, I guess, he's a teacher of men now. If a few disciples knew about this, it would inevitably be a bit of a loss of master's dignity. And it's not a big deal. It was just as well that I didn't have to figure out how to face that angry mother Lu. But on the way out, he looked at Lu Su rather grudgingly. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Lu Su was sorry to say, in my eyes any disguise will show the original face, so I thought it was you who came, not thinking that you are. A bigot is a bigot. That's such an understatement and very damning. That was a special Shengon that even changed the breath of the divine soul. But in Lu Su's eyes, it was still of little use. The two culprits are not there. Only then did Lu Ying carefully enter the attic. Then he saw his mother, Li Xiaomei, sitting there with a long sigh. What a disgrace. Mother, this thing must be that CFA taking father there, don't be angry with father. Lu Ying rushed forward and pounded her mother's shoulders. Li Xiaomei glanced at her, what is your father's temperament, I still don't know after so many years. Just don't even think about letting someone else take the fall. Speaking of which. She paused, and her words turned to CFA, it's because of this what's at CFA that you're unwilling to become a Taoist couple with Wang Jun? Mother, no. Lu Ying helplessly said, I'm really not because of him, mainly. I don't want to have more contact with Wang Jun myself. Alas. Li Xiaomei sighed again, Wang Jun we've kind of seen since we were kids, that kid's talent isn't bad, and he's not a bad person, you guys are actually quite suitable. Lu Ying bowed her head without responding. Seeing her like this, Li Xiaomei squeezed out a hint of a smile, forget it, let's not talk about it, didn't you say you found something to cure Susu? How is the situation? There's been an accident. Lu Ying was thinking about how to explain. Sister Lu Su this time but walked in. The Earth Fire Hall side is a bit cleaner, do you want to send some food and drink to your brother-in-law? Words. Lu Ying instantly said in a bad mood, he's not your brother-in-law. Also, Susu, when have you been so nice to a man? Sis, are you jealous? His mouth was clearly saying snide words, but Lu Su's face was expressionless, and even his tone was very flat. Such a scenario gave people an extremely strange feeling. But Luang, who had long been accustomed to her sister being so, almost gave a jump on the spot. Nonsense. The Hall of Earth and Fire. It was the Great Hall of the Plum Blossom Villa that induced the Earth's fire. As a result, special materials and spell formations were used in this place, which were not only incredibly sturdy, but would also automatically repair the traces every day to prevent any damage. And right in the center of the Great Hall, two men, being wide-eyed. Formerly. Ahem. Xiafei, when did you hook up with my daughter? Lu Chengfeng wanted to take out the air of an old husband, but when he thought of his previous experience, he couldn't keep it up. What hookup? Xiafei shook his head. I have nothing to do with whichever daughter you have. Who believes that? Lu Chengfeng immediately exclaimed, Susu has called you brother-in-law. Inger also rejected her marriage to the Wang family boy because of you. Is it possible that Lu Ying isn't because of me? Just simply unwilling to be a Taoist couple with Wan Jun? Xiafei touched his nose and said. He couldn't explain what Lu Su had called him. But the latter one, he could have sworn a heavenly oath, never because of himself. Say, you're still so flirtatious at your old age. I can't believe I'm messing with a songstress. That came out. Lu Chengfeng subconsciously said, fart. I just touched it, I didn't do anything. The words just came out. He then realized he had blurted it out. Nah. You didn't hear anything just now, remember? Xiafei smiled. Just because of listening to a song, it made you stay old in this Earth Fire Hall. If Mrs. Plum knew you still touched people. Poof. Lu Chengfeng knelt down. Before. Big brother, you do good, give me a way to live. You don't say anything about me, I won't say anything about you. Xiafei put away his smile and continued, especially if there's something about my strength. Only then did Lu Chengfeng notice that the Xiafei in front of him only had a cultivation level of the 8th grade of Qi practicing. But is it really the 8th grade of Qi cultivation? To think that this young man, one hand overthrew a Yuaning. He winced. Almost forgot. This kid is a tough one. It's a deal. Lu Chengfeng immediately said. That said, Lord Lu Zhuang, very afraid of the lady? Seeing the hidden danger lifted, Xiafei couldn't help but ask. It's not fear, it's love. Lu Chengfeng deadpanned, if it wasn't for Xiaomei, where would there be Plum Blossom Villa? Xiaomei has outstanding natural talent and high cultivation, and she also has to deal with matters large and small in the mountain villa every day. It's only natural that I should love her more. Aha! Good point. If I hadn't seen Lu Chengfeng shivering in the face of Li Xiaomei. Xiafei almost believed it. Say, how did your boy come to knowing air? Lu Chengfeng was curious. Then he pursued, what's even more unbelievable is that even Susu was willing to call you brother-in-law, acknowledging your existence. Chapter 87 Big Brother and I are divine. Actually, I am an elder of the Long River Sword sect, and Lu Ying is my superior. Sheffield responded. You're also from the Long River Sword sect? Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but be surprised. Right. After Xiafei nodded his head, he asked curiously, logically speaking, the Plum Blossom Villa is quite a bit stronger than the Qinghe Sword sect, so why didn't Lu Ying stay at home and go to the Qinghe Sword sect instead? Alas. Speaking of this, Lu Chengfeng suddenly sighed, do you know that my youngest daughter Susu has a problem? Xiafei froze, you mean? Could it be that this unimpressive Lu Chengfeng actually knew that his daughter was reborn as a great power? But the next words let him know that he had gotten the wrong idea. Soso has suffered from a rare disease since she was a child. This disease has caused her to lack emotion since birth. Xiaomei took me in her, looking around for a master, but the conclusion was that there was no cure. Later, Lu Chengfeng narrated the past of Lu Su. The couple took their young daughter on a trek through the 5 realms, and eventually found a hermit senior in the northern cold lands. From him, he learned that perhaps the world's strange flower lust can inspire the awakening of Lu Su's lost emotions. And so, over the past 10 years, Plum Blossom Villa has utilized all of its capabilities to begin the search for the flower of lust. But since they are called the world's strange flowers, how can they be easy to find? 10 years of drinking ice is hardly enough to cool the heart of a loving daughter. With the couple not giving up, they eventually got a little clue. That's the one line of heaven that disappeared 1,000 years ago, and there are traces of the lust flower. A line of heaven was a place and a party of power. A line of heaven people are extremely good at the art of projection, known as 1,000 deaths to open an eye, the scap for the world. Knowing that the first line of heaven had disappeared 1,000 years ago, the couple decisively prepared to go in search of the heir to the first line of heaven. Right then and there, a man suddenly came to Plum Blossom Villa. It's no one else. It was none other than the only heir of the first line heaven and the current master of the Long River Sword Sect's hidden scripture hall. Yu Xiangue. As soon as Yu Xiangue appeared, she said she knew the whereabouts of the lust flower, but her request was to let their eldest daughter Luing go to the Changhua Sword Sect. For the sake of my sister. Luing naturally agreed. Thus came the identity of the Sword Pavilion's third-floor officiating elder. The back matter. Lu Chengfeng didn't know, but CFA did. However, he naturally wasn't in a position to say it, and just nodded after listening. So, you guys have had a rough ride as well. Who says it isn't? LOL. Lu Chengfeng once again let out a long sigh. Perhaps it's because of me that neither of my two daughters' cultivation aptitude is very good. Ing Er is fine, inherited a little more from her mother. Susu, on the other hand, doesn't have any natural talent at all, and to this day is still just a mortal. For this reason we had to raise an expert from a young age to accompany her and protect her. This expert CFA probably understood that it should be the maid beside Lu Su. I can see that. The two women had grown up together and had a good relationship, and there was no longer any distinction between master and servant. But hear this. CFA wanted to spit out a sentence. You always really underestimate this little girl of yours. He was naturally not stupid. How could a big shot who could be warned by the system repeatedly be a mere mortal? And after all is said and done. Lu Chengfeng suddenly got up and bowed deeply. CFA was unsure, but he also got up in a hurry to hold the person up. And I don't know if I should call you Sheffield. Lu Chengfeng's tone carries a plea. I know that your strength is unfathomable, so I want to ask you to do what you can within your power. Help watch over your little girl and protect her for the rest of her life. Please don't worry, I will keep my promise and won't leak out your true cultivation. Words are heavy. CFA let out a bitter smile. It's not certain who protects who. But there were things about Big Brother that he naturally wouldn't freely disclose. Thanks a lot. Lu Chengfeng arched his hand, and then he began to carve words on the ground. It's already afternoon. If he doesn't hurry, he won't finish carving. I was wrong 100,000 times today. Let me help you. Seeing this, CFA waved his hand. Under the surge of the immeasurable sword air, it transformed into thousands of strands and began to automatically inscribe words on the stone slabs and walls of the Earth Fire Hall. Seeing such a situation, Lu Chengfeng rejoiced. Eunuch! Please accept my obeisance. Joyfully, he bowed again. It's just nightfall. Lu Chengfeng then led CFA out of the Earth Fire Hall. If it weren't for the fear of being suspected. Two people who should have been out a long time ago. And so on through a host of long corridors. It's right up to the hub of heaven. Once inside, the first thing he saw was the welcoming Lu Su. Lu Chengfeng froze for a moment. Because usually this little daughter rarely comes out and walks around, especially when there are outsiders present, she will disappear. Not only did he show up today, but he came over of his own accord. Brother-in-law. With a soft greeting, Lu Su handed up a cup of water. Lu Chengfeng, as the old father, once again froze. Susu, what about me? Dad, you can pour it yourself. Ha? Lu Chengfeng looked at CFA, then at Lu Su. He was a bit puzzled. It's too weird. This feeling. Lu Su calmly voiced out, Father, you sneak out to order singers to listen to songs, and you still don't have the spirit stone to pay the bill. Spreading out the face of the Plum Blossom Villa has been disgraced. If I were like you, I would have lost my face by now. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. Said by my daughter. It's really a bit bashful. But he immediately came back to his senses and pointed at CFA, isn't he there too? Why are you just pouring water for him? You're the one who invited your brother-in-law to play, don't think we don't know. Lu Su said, you don't have money and you still have the nerve to invite people? Lu Chengfeng was speechless. He only felt that his daughter was right, and he actually had nothing to say to refute it. CFA did notice what Lu Su said about treating. He didn't even talk to Lu Chengfeng. How did he know? But think about it. Again, it feels normal. It should be the news that Mother Lu learned when she was helping to give spirit stones at the Curved Cloud Curve shelter. This will. Li Xiaomei and Lu Ying, who were sitting inside, couldn't help but glance at each other when they heard the situation over here. Mother, why do I feel so weird? Lu Ying couldn't help but make a sound. Blaine what? Li Xiaomei sipped her tea and asked. Su is being perverse again today. Lu Ying stared outside. Also, she actually only poured water for CFA and not for Dad? No surprise, your father did something wrong and you poured water on him? It's a good thing he didn't give him a beating. Li Xiaomei didn't have the good sense to say. Is that what I'm talking about? I'm clearly talking about my sister's strange behavior. Lu Ying only felt helpless. Was this old lady always angry and didn't even pay attention to this point? Didn't wait for her to continue reminding. Lu Chengfeng had come in. Xiaomei, I was wrong. Once you're here, you'll be a good boy and admit you're wrong. And then what? Li Xiaomei didn't even look at him. Then, Lu Chengfeng glanced at CFA with his afterglow and immediately wisely changed the topic. Xiaomei, this kid is a guest from afar. Why don't I take him to rest first? As soon as I heard that, Li Xiaomei's face eased a little. Come to think of it, what kind of guest would be locked up in an earth fire hall? Only Lu Ying could do such a thing. Take him to the Yaoguang house. Each of the 7 main buildings of Plum Blossom Villa has a different character. The Yaoguang building is generally used to entertain honored guests and for guests to rest and settle down. Inside it, alchemy, weaponry, and cultivation chambers were all available. It's better for me to take my brother-in-law there, just as I'm going to Tiangue Lu. Lu Su spoke out. Aha! Li Xiaomei nodded in response. Lu Chengfeng, on the other hand, has once again failed in his calculations. I was thinking of taking this opportunity to stay with CFA for a few days. Come back when Li Xiaomei's anger has completely subsided. Not thinking. Watching the backs of the 2 men as they left. Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but say, that being said, wouldn't Su have some sort of special feelings for CFA? Of course he didn't think so, it was just a diversionary technique to keep Li Xiaomei from involving herself. Ha! But when these words came out, the first person to be shocked was Lu Ying. What are you babbling about? Li Xiaomei immediately glared angrily. What do you think your daughter is? Su is the one who calls her brother-in-law. My bad. Lu Chengfeng wanted to cry. He was thinking of sparking a discussion about his youngest daughter, but he didn't think of lifting a stone and breaking his own foot. On the way to Yaoguang house. The moon is clear and the stars are sparse. A good man becomes a shadow. Does that? You have something to say? Xiafei thought about it but asked. Once he came out, he saw Lu Su several times wanting to speak. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry for causing you trouble today. Lu Su said. It's okay. Xiafei shook his head and laughed. Since it's a disguised identity, it will be exposed sooner or later. There is really no difference in essence between exposing today and exposing later. Lu Su looked at him seriously. Only after seeing that he really didn't mind did he add, brother-in-law, I've been meaning to ask you a question. Go ahead. What is love? Aha! Xiafei only felt a little chill on his back. What does Biggie mean when he asks that? Why do you have this problem? He asked back without moving. Mainly. Lu Su lowered her head, a little on her toes. I don't know what love is, everyone says I'm sick. But I know I'm fine with it, but it's just. Xiafei pondered for a moment. The love you speak of, is it the love between relatives? Or the love of a man and a woman? Or the love of self? Lu Su thought very seriously for a while, should be more interested in knowing about the love of men and women. Cloud said I probably haven't seen many men and that's why I can't appreciate it. Xiafei laughed. That maid of yours talks as if she's seen a lot, what can she know about love? Lu Su looked up. Moonlight. The river of stars enters the eye. Eyes like stars. Xiafei skimmed his head and muttered, you want to know if you're normal? Right. Then wait for me for a moment. Having said that, he ran to the side. After tinkering for a while, he handed over a jade tablet. The jade was cut by him from the small jade mountain that belonged to the elder of the Purple Chi Palace. This. Lu Su was a bit puzzled as he held the palm-sized jade plate. When you get back, You'll get the answer when you meditate and gaze and touch it with your fingers. Xia smiled. Aha! Lu Su put the jade slab away carefully. The two gradually walked to the front of Yaoguang building. There were already a few maids waiting at the moment. Miss. After giving a bow to Lu Su, the maids looked at Xia again and respectfully said, "The room has been packed, please come with us, honored guest." Xia raised his foot and just took a step. A voice came from behind him. "Brother-in-law, do you have a sound transmission stone?" Late night. In a large, unique and luxurious room in the heavenly pivot building. The two sisters had gotten into their separate beds. Lu Su sidled up and took out the jade slab that Xia had given him. Just as I was about to put my meditation and put my finger on it. Over there, Lu Ying, who was practicing on her bed with her knees crossed, suddenly opened her eyes and looked over. "Susu, what are you doing?" The sudden outburst caused Lu Su to be a bit startled. The jade slab was almost about to slip its hand and fall under the bed. Lu Ying's figure flashed as he grabbed the jade plate. After a few very suspicious glances, "What's this? Who gave it to you?" "Brother-in-law." Lu Su returned. Upon hearing that it was given by Xia, Lu Ying instantly rolled her eyes. "What's the point of giving you one of these for a good reason? Is it hiding something?" She picked it up and swept it with her spiritual sense before injecting it with her spiritual energy. A few research mashes. Neither responded much. From what I know of him, he often goes to greenhouses with Kong Jian and the others to fool around. This is definitely not a good thing. Probably feeling that she couldn't even see the cause of this thing herself, Lu Ying was a bit angry and said, "Just kidding." She was now a great Jindan cultivator. My brother-in-law said to meditate and concentrate. Lu Su took the jade plate and gently traced his fingers on it. Then a curtain of light presented itself. Phew! Xia still knows about formations? Lu Ying took a look at it and instantly realized that the jade slab had a spell formation imprinted on it. "Look, sis, it's not a bad thing," Lu Su said. Only the light screen presented itself. It is an interface for the art of projection. And it is dedicated to the projection of male and female love. Just fill in the names of both parties and you will know if it is a match made in heaven. This was a gadget that Xia had come up with by combining his insights from his previous life. But for Lu Ying, it was the first time she had seen such a thing. The art of projection can still be used like this? Fake it. She was instantly dismissive. As a woman who had come into contact with Yu Xian Gue, Lu Ying naturally understood a little bit about the art of projection. Think of such. A glimpse of the fake. Sister, you'd better go and cultivate. Lu Su waved his hand and continued to turn around, studying the jade plate. See this. Lu Ying returned to her bed somewhat resentfully. And this way. Lu Su thought for a moment and wrote down the names Xia and Lu Ying on the jade board with his finger. In a split second, the halo flowed. Then 4 words jump out: a match made in heaven. There's also some fine print spilling out below. Male Xia life with a great fortune, the main rigid and resolute, such as the mountains to guard the sincerity, will be successful. Both of them are showing auspicious stars in their numerology, foretelling a future of mutual fulfillment and achievement. After a brief look, Lu Su's eyes flickered as his fingers crossed again. The light curtain went back to the way it was at the beginning. This time, she wrote about herself. Halo flows again. The same 4 words popped up. Divine providence. Male Xia life with a great fortune, the main rigid and resolute, such as the mountains to keep sincere. The female Lu Su was born with honor, and the Lord's wisdom is as clear as the spring wind and rain. The names of the two have a hidden auspicious meaning, symbolizing breaking through the shackles of the world and building an extraordinary life together. See this. Lu Su muttered to herself, why are they all auspicious words? I guess brother-in-law did it on purpose. She failed to see how this related to what she wanted to know. Think about it. Lu Su took out the sound transmission stone. Soon, the sound transmission stone vibrated slightly. How is it okay? It was Xia's voice. If you used the jade tablet and wrote a man's name, doesn't that mean you're just normal? You'd write about men if they weren't normal? After listening, when Lu Su thought about it carefully, it seemed like such a reason. You're right, brother-in-law. The transmission stone vibrated again. CFA, it seems you really wrote about a man. I'm a little curious. Who was that man? Lu Su paused. Chapter 88 Supreme Immortal Approaches. Lin Fan was striking. Just random names, not anyone in particular. Lu Su said with a voice transmission stone, "Brother-in-law, it's getting late, I'm going to rest first." Soon, the transmission stone replied, "Good." This time, Luing interrupted her cultivation once again, got out of bed and came over. "Susu, I want to talk to you." Hearing this, Lu Su, who was planning to prepare for rest, couldn't help but sit up. "What do you think, father and mother?" Lu Su sat down on her sister's bed, despondent and puzzled. "I originally thought that CFA's appearance would cause them to storm out and even disown me as their daughter. But do you know that from the time CFA appeared until now, I've been keeping my heart in my mouth and hanging on to my guts?" Lu Su calmly said, "Father may not be able to say anything because he made a mistake with his brother-in-law piece by piece." "What about Niang?" Luing said, "If it was according to her past style, this would be the time when CFA would have been kicked out. I shouldn't still be here either, I'm sure I'm going to be put in solitary confinement." Lu Su didn't say anything. As a matter of fact, Li Xiaomei's attitude towards CFA was caused by her. The last time Li Xiaomei heard about it from Wang Jun, she knew something was wrong, so she came to ask Lu Su, who was her younger sister. At Plum Blossom Lodge, everyone knew that Miss never lied, had a word for it, and never gave a smile, cold as ice. Thus, what she said, Li Xiaomei believed since. Luing didn't expect her sister to respond to her. She just couldn't find anyone to talk to, and wasn't really looking for an answer. No matter what. Looking at the results now, it's good. And today, from her mother's tone, it seemed that she wasn't as adamant as she had been in the past about her marriage to Wang Jun. "That's right, Su." Luing suddenly thought of something. "I haven't asked you yet, normally you wouldn't be close to a man at all. Even the young master of Beacon House, who is a close friend of our Plum Blossom Villa, you can't even look at him. How is it with Sheffield?" She stopped talking, probably feeling a bit overstated. "Anyway, what's going on?" Lu Su seems to be thinking. After thinking about it for a long time, she just shook her head slightly. "I don't know." "No?" Luing plucked up her voice. "Sis, I don't know what's wrong." Lu Su seemed a little confused. "Since my brother-in-law appeared, She paused for a moment, but finally said, "Whenever there's something about my brother-in-law, it's like I'm a different person. It's clear to me that it was me. But it always feels very strange." One more word. Lu Su didn't choose to say it. That is, she had a feeling as if she had been waiting for her brother-in-law all along. It's been a long wait. It's been a long time. What? Luing hurriedly said, "Susu, then do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lu Su shook her head again. "I'm fine." Luing, who thought that her sister's illness had worsened, or even other problems had appeared, hurriedly probed her hand and put in spiritual energy. However, after a quick check, she realized that her sister really wasn't any different. Her body was still devoid of psychic energy and still as healthy as an ordinary mortal. "No, we must talk to mother about this tomorrow. Mentally note this afterward." Luing looked at her sister with immense concern. "What about you, sis?" "Me?" "Yes, what do you think of brother-in-law?" Lu Su asked. "I don't have much to look at." Luing said without thinking, "His kind of person is lazy and likes to go to greenhouses. I'm telling you, Susu, in all the time I've been in the Sword Pavilion, I've never seen him cultivate properly. And every other day he takes Kong and the others to the women. To say what I think of him, I think it's an old man of little use." Lu Su blinked. "Sis, you're 32. Ahem." Luing almost didn't choke on his own saliva. What words? What's 30 in the cultivation world? 50 or 60 is still the same as 18. Then you still call your brother-in-law an old man? Lu Su said, "I don't think brother-in-law is what you said." "So? Where are you turning your arm?" "I'm your sister." The next day, Xiaofei woke up and said goodbye to the two couples, Li Xiaomei and Lu Chengfeng, early. "Really not staying more than a few days?" Lu Chengfeng asked blearily. Lin Shui had wanted to introduce Ding Pang. "I am Chao Yan, Lin Shui is my close disciple." In the upper seat of the hall, a green-clothed crone spoke out indifferently. The tone of his voice was filled with a sense of condescension and rejection. For her, a mere kid cult was not really in his eyes. If Lin Shui hadn't become a vice sect leader, there was no way she would have condescended to come here. Senior Ding Peng, greetings to Senior Chao. As the little ghost sect master, Ding Peng hurriedly performed a junior salute with a warm and respectful attitude. Chao Yan nodded slightly before pointing to the person next to him. This is my closest friend, Zhang Dong, and these two other boys are his disciples. Ding Peng hurriedly saluted again. The old man called Zhang Dong had a very ordinary appearance, just like an old man from a farming family. And behind the old man, there were two teenagers standing docilely. Maybe it was because of the honor of the division, or maybe it was because of their own cultivation. The two teenagers were very arrogant. Don't blame them either. Ding Peng had learned from Lin Shui that this Zhang Dong Sr. was something special. His cultivation was actually stronger than Master Lin Shui. The realm of the 8th grade of Yuaning. It was no wonder that the two teenagers were arrogant. If his own master had such strength, Ding Peng would only be more snooty than them. Lin Shui's master, on the other hand, was also a Yuaning powerhouse. However, the cultivation level was not as powerful as that Zhang Dong, only Yuaning 1st grade. Nevertheless, that's a big deal, too. This time, these two existences had come over because they had previously received a signal from Lin Shui and her senior sister asking for help. At that time, Chao Yan was a guest at Zhang Dong's place, and when he learned of the situation, he immediately came from the mid-heaven domain. It's a long way to go and thus slower. Okay, you teenagers, go out and play. That Zhang Dong seemed to have sensed the unhappiness of his two disciples and chided them out. As soon as I heard that, the two disciples were immediately overjoyed and left directly. Two big men have emerged from the kid cult. Naturally, it caused countless congregations to gather around. Lin Fan, who was practicing his sword, couldn't help but come over and wanted to watch the fun. But those two came out. The eyes were then drawn to Lin Fan, who was carrying a sword. Ha! You're a sword cultivator too? Among the two men, the tall, skinny man uttered a surprised voice. The tall and thin man was Zhang Dong's new disciple. I say it's a new crop, but it's actually 10 years old. Although his cultivation was not ranked among the group of senior brothers and sisters, his natural talent was extremely terrifying. If not, Zhang Dong would not have been able to take him as his disciple. In the Middle Kingdom, the tall, thin man specializes in swordsmanship. Thus, for Lin Fan, who was also a sword cultivator, his perception was very sharp. Just in time to see how strong the sword cultivators are on this side of the southern realm. He pointed his big hand at Lin Fan and ordered, "Come, you and I will compete." That came out. The surrounding congregation was stunned. Then all of them looked at the tall thin man in surprise. A sword fight with the bishop's nephew? When he thought of that day on the stage, Lin Fan used the sword technique. All the congregation looked at the tall, thin man with a few moments of sympathy. After all, the great event that involved the destruction of the Zang family. As a result, the matter of the distinguished junior assembly was analyzed thoroughly within the city of Lugu during this period of time. One of the experts even emphasized Lin Fan's sword. The original sentence is, "The sword of that young man from the fishing village is strong enough to kill any chi cultivator." This tall skinny guy though had great natural talent and came from a famous family. At a young age, he was already at the 6th level of chi cultivation, much stronger than Zhang Sheng at that time. Available at. This nephew of the bishop is invincible in practicing chi. This tall skinny guy is going down. There was nothing in the minds of the people that did not think so. And hear this. Lin Fan was first stunned, then dumbfounded. "This friend, if it's a sword discussion, I'm afraid you'll lose." The man from the little ghost sect nodded slightly. That's not true. But in the years of Zhang Dong's two disciples, the meaning was different. What the duo saw was only Lin Fan's cultivation of the 4th rank of chi practicing. What could not be seen was Lin Fan's true battle power. In the two men's minds, in a barbarian land like the Southern Realm, even if there were sword cultivators, what could they do? This sword-carrying kid was already at the 4th level of chi cultivation at such a young age. His natural talent was not bad. But it's just not that bad. It was still garbage compared to them, the true geniuses of the Middle Heaven domain. The tall, thin man couldn't help but frown. He couldn't figure it out. It's just a mere 4th rank of chi practicing, how can you speak so loudly? I'm gonna lose? Joke. Maybe it's the country people, who have seen too little and are sitting on the fence. The senior brother next to him chuckled. As a senior brother, he naturally knew exactly how terrifying this tall and thin senior brother of his own was. Don't look at it as just practicing Chi 6th grade, but in terms of life and death combat. This junior apprentice brother who had entered the sword path with killing was enough to suppress the 8th rank of Chi practicing. Crossing over to kill the enemy. Fong is a genius. The joke isn't funny. The tall, thin man skimmed. I wasn't joking, just a good reminder. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he was about to leave, self-consciously bored. He came over because he wanted to see Sister Lin Shui's master, and because he wanted to understand what had happened. I didn't think I'd run into two boring people. Wait. The tall, thin man dodged and stopped Lin Fan. What do you mean? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and his right hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Next moment. Swish. The sword light flashed. A fierce sword aura instantly forced back the tall and thin man who blocked the way. Seeing that no one came to stop him again, Lin Fan walked straight towards the outside. He's going to practice his sword. And the two middle heavenly domain teenagers who saw the sword immediately had a trace of shock flash through their eyes. Especially the tall and thin man who had experienced the terrifying sword chi up close. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Fan's back with an incredulous expression. The sword energy just now. That sword chi just now was actually issued by this teenager from the barbarian land? Just for a moment. The tall thin man only felt that life and death were not his own. If the other party hadn't withdrawn his strength at the end, he would have died here on the spot. Think back to the party scene. The tall, thin man was sweating and scared. Lobby. Zhang Dong, who majored in the sword Dao, violently detected the fluctuation of sword chi outside. HM? At such an age, you've actually honed out a trace of sword intent. Under the coverage of Zhang Dong's spiritual sense, he already knew the situation. Immediately, he stared at Lin Fan's figure, and his face flashed with delight. Next moment. He then disappeared into thin air. Re-emergence. Already standing in front of Lin Fan. Up and down. Careful. After sizing it up, Zhang Dong laughed out loud and said, Good, good, good. I didn't think that I would come to the southern realm, but I actually accidentally ran into such a talented swordsman like you. Kid. How about I intend to take you as a true disciple and teach you the way of the sword? With your natural talent in sword Dao, it's really a bit buried in the southern realm. Why don't you follow me to the middle heavenly domain? There will definitely be great achievements in the future. As he spoke, Zhang Dong's face carried an intense excitement. It's nice to see the hunt. Especially when you see a talented son who fits you so well. Authenticity. The tall thin man and his senior brother, the two of them were stunned. Although the two were also Zhang Dong disciples, they could not be called true disciples and could only be considered ordinary disciples. Accepting Lin Fan as a true disciple meant the point of teaching what he had learned. A true biography of a Yuaning 8th grade powerhouse. Just think of the benefits that are embedded in it. But while very ravishing. However, the two of them also knew that their own natural talent in the Tao of the sword could not compare to Lin Fan's. Thus there was no jealousy. Facing Zhang Dong's eager inquiry, Lin Fan, however, said, Senior, please also step aside. I already have a master and will not change my master. Zhang Dong instantly became more anxious. No harm done. Where is your master's sect? I will immediately go and communicate with your master and the sect leader. I don't think they would dare to refuse me. Speaking of which, a voice came from above the void wisdom, interrupting it. Oh? And what if you refuse? The word tweet fell. A figure appeared in front of the crowd. There is no trace of it, no trace of it. It was as if the visitor had already been there, only no one in front of him had noticed. The person who appeared was none other than CFA. He didn't expect it either. This trip out, his own disciple was actually almost about to be taken captive. This Taoist friend is. Zhang Dong frowned. Can it be that you are this kid's master? What? If not, isn't it time to grab it? The words fell. An appalling pressure violently enveloped towards Zhang Dong. Chapter 89 Bad. The apprentice is starting to get suspicious, but an unexpected family member? Outside the main hall of the little ghost cult. The sun shrouds. The sun's rays that are supposed to make you feel warm. At the moment it carried an unprecedented aura of solemnity. At this moment, a vast and incomparable pressure descended from the sky. It was like an invisible mountain, pressing down heavily on the crowd. Everyone in the arena felt their breath stagnate, as if even the air was frozen. The core of this mighty pressure, however, pointed directly at one person, Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong's face suddenly changed. As a yawning 8th grade powerhouse, he had long been used to the scenery of looking out of the world. Yet at this moment, he felt an unprecedented fear rise from the bottom of his heart. Although this pressure did not directly injure anyone, it surged like a tidal wave, carrying an unfathomable will of the sword Dao. This will was hidden, but it was like a sharp sword hanging over his head, which could fall at any time and completely crush his sword heart. This is... Zhang Dong clenched his teeth and his legs involuntarily trembled. As a sword cultivator, his perception of the Dao of the sword was far beyond ordinary people, so he could naturally catch a glimpse of the pressure. That sword Dao was deep and overpowering, as if it contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth, giving him a feeling of being as small as dust. Boom! The stone slabs under his feet couldn't withstand the pressure and suddenly chapped, exploding into countless crumbs. Zhang Dong's body sank so hard that his knees almost fell to the ground. His sword heart unexpectedly began to shake uncontrollably in the face of this terrifying will, and signs of collapse spread out like a spider web. He tried his best to run his spiritual energy to stabilize his mind, but found that it was all in vain. Sword! Emperor! Zhang Dong's throat was dry and he finally squeezed out a hiss, his voice full of shock and disbelief. His eyes widened as he stared dead ahead at CFA's figure. The figure was erect, the face was ordinary, but the temperament was as deep as an abyss. At this moment, he just stood quietly, without making a single move or a single stance, and forced Zhang Dong into a desperate situation with his mighty pressure alone. Sword Emperor! These two words exploded like thunder in Zhang Dong's heart, causing him to almost gasp for air. What is the concept of Sword Emperor? That was the ultimate in sword Dao cultivation, a legendary realm that countless sword cultivators could hardly reach even after a lifetime. Even in the central heavenly domain, where there are so many heavenly prides, there are only a handful of characters who can call themselves an emperor on top of a road. And now, in this southern realm, which was regarded as a barbarian land by the Middle Heaven region, a sword emperor had appeared. Zhang Dong's mind was in chaos. He boasted that he was quite famous in the Middle Heaven domain, and his half-step sword god cultivation was enough to make him proud of his peers. But now, he realized that he was only the difference between a glowing fire and a white moon compared to the true peak of the sword Dao. He muttered, his voice trembling, no wonder. No wonder that kid has such a sword intent. With such a sword emperor behind you, if you can't even realize sword intent, it's simply a great joke. What made him feel even more ridiculous was that just now he had even moved to accept Lin Fan as a true disciple. Now that I think about it, that ego is laughable. He gave a bitter laugh. That's a lot of nerve on my part. Bold as he was, Zhang Dong was afraid of himself. Although CFA's mighty pressure was mainly directed at Zhang Dong, the aftershocks were enough to shock the entire arena. Everyone was dumbstruck and in deep shock. Ding Peng, Lin Fan's cousin, had seen CFA strike with his own eyes, but at this moment, he still felt his heart and soul trembling. He knew that this Yen 13 senior strength is not extraordinary, but now he saw with his own eyes, just with the pressure to suppress a yawning 8th grade powerhouse, is still shocked beyond words. He muttered, this senior Yen, just what realm has he reached? Xiao Yan, Lin Shui's master, was even more shocked at this moment. She had never imagined that this unassuming little kid sect was hiding such a terrifying powerhouse. If she had known this, she would have instructed Lin Shui in advance and never dared to be half-hearted. She was secretly remorseful in her mind, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. As for Zhang Dong's two disciples, they were particularly shaken. In their hearts, Master Zhang Dong that is as great as heaven and earth. It is a monument and model for them in the way of the sword. However, at this moment, this magnificent master was so shocked by the other party's pressure that he didn't even have the courage to draw his sword, and even his sword heart nearly collapsed. All of this, like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashed their perceptions. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment and fear, as if their entire worldview had collapsed at this moment. Just as Zhang Dong's sword heart was about to completely disintegrate, Ding Peng stiffly stepped forward and spoke respectfully to the extreme, Senior Yen, please still be generous. This Senior Zhang is not a great traitor and evil person. If something happens in the kid sect, I am afraid. Xia Fei sniffed and glanced lightly at Ding Peng. He's not a murderous man. The exertion of pressure was only to deter Zhang Dong, and there was no killing intent. After a moment's thought, he nodded and dispersed the pressure. Almost instantly, the suffocating sense of oppression receded like a tidal wave. Zhang Dong only felt his body lighten, and his sword heart, which was on the verge of collapsing, was finally able to catch its breath and gradually stabilize. He looked down and saw that the stone slabs under his feet had shattered into pieces, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. If CFA had withdrawn his hand a moment later, he was afraid that his sword Dao foundation would have been truly destroyed. Returning to his senses, Zhang Dong raised his head, but he didn't dare to look directly at CFA again. How many years? It had been many years since I had faced such horrors on the edge of life and death. Though there was no competition of spiritual power, the wrestling of arts and techniques. But the horror this time had also been far beyond anything he had experienced before. CFA did not look at this sword cultivator from the middle heavenly domain. Turning to Lin Fan in the crowd, he faintly said, "Lin Fan, it's time to go back." "Good." Lin Fan respectfully answered and followed CFA away. Until the silhouettes of the two completely disappeared. Phew. Zhang Dongkai exhaled a long breath, like a drowning man regaining his life. Cold sweat had long soaked through his shirt, and his entire body looked like it had just been fished out of the water. Zhang Dong's face still wore lingering fear as he whispered to himself, "Who on earth is this person?" The appearance is only middle-aged, not like those old monsters, but the realm of the sword path has already achieved the Sword Emperor. It's horrible, just horrible. He secretly resolved that if he set foot in the southern realm again in the future, he would be careful and more careful. This land of barbarians. A sword emperor can be produced. The implications of this were far beyond his imagination. Since ancient times, it is the spirit of the earth that produces outstanding people. Looking at it today, the Southland is only going to be different. In the little ghost cult, the crowd that saw the scene in the square was speechless for a long time. Everyone was still individually in shock and awe. The strength displayed by CFA is in the hearts of countless congregations that are only in the mortal fetus realm. It was like a huge stone thrown into the surface of a calm lake, creating a huge wave. A few days later, CFA had already brought Lin Fan back to the Long River Sword sect. Removing the disguise of Yen 13, he resumed his original appearance. An ordinary chi practicing 8th grade sword pavilion elder, with a handsome and shapely face, and a body with a bit of a slimmer look. At this moment, he was lying on the bed of the sword pavilion elder's residence, his hands resting behind his head as he lazily surveyed the wood grain of the roof. "This time, I've been down the mountain for a bit long, and I've made enough of a mess, so I'd better nestle in the sword pavilion honestly these days." CFA began to calculate the next days in his mind. Tomorrow, go to Elder Fong's place to cancel a vacation, then wait for 7 nights and Lin Fan to be promoted to inner disciples. Well, that's pretty much it, pretty good. Went out on a limb. The laziness kicked in. But just as he was thinking about it. But he didn't know that one person was in the Long River Sword sect, inquiring about him with some elder disciples. But before that, let's turn our perspective to the outer disciples. "Senior Lin, come quickly." Long Chie and Shang Yao greeted Lin Fan and gathered together. "Senior brother Lin, we have something to ask you." Xing Yao couldn't wait to say, "Tell us about this trip down the mountain." Lin Fan was confused and scratched his head, sitting down as he was told. He started from the beginning, from waiting for the mysterious Yen 13 senior outside the city, until today in Huayang City, when Elder Yen quietly left. He spoke in a colorful manner, his tone filled with awe, especially when he mentioned Senior Yan's terrifying strength that lifted his hand to suppress a Yuaning powerhouse. After speaking, he saw that the two looked odd and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? You guys look like you're hiding something to me? If you've got something to say, what's the point of making me talk about my downhill experience?" Long Chie and Xing Yao glanced at each other, seemingly confirming something in each other's eyes. Xing Yao took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and slowly spoke, "Senior brother Lin, we suspect the elder Yen who came down with you this time may be the master himself." "What?" When Lin Fan heard this, his entire body violently bounced up from the stool, his face full of incredulity. His eyes widened and he paced back and forth across the room, his tone urgent. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." He waved his hand as if to push the ridiculous thought out of his mind. "Master is only at the 8th level of chi practicing, he can't even beat me. And Elder Yen. That's a mighty powerhouse who can exterminate a Yuaning with a wave of his hand. How do you guys expect me to believe that Master is Elder Yen? It's just not realistic." Lin Fan's emotions were so agitated that he lost some control. Senior brother Lin, I don't want to believe it either. But the facts are in front of us, and there is no room for disbelief. Long Chia calmly took over the conversation with a steady tone. The book says it all. When all the threads are sorted out, wherever that thread connects, even if it's unbelievable, that's the truth. Xingyao nodded and continued, after you came down from the mountain, we wanted to go find Master to ask something, but we ended up going to the Sword Pavilion Elder's residence and found that Master was long gone. We asked the other elders again, and finally Elder Kong told us that Master had taken a leave of absence, saying that he had gone back home to sweep the graves and visit his family. Long Qie added, don't you think it's strange? Master is only at the 8th level of Qi practicing, and he is usually so lazy, how could he possibly know a great power that can suppress a Yuaning? Not to mention having such a mighty and powerful person specially accompany you down the mountain to help you deal with your family feud. It's not right how to think about this, is it? The words of the two men were like a heavy hammer that smashed into Lin Fan's heart. He paused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. There was no doubt that Senior Yen was powerful. But such a strong and mighty man. How is it that you are willing to accompany yourself to take revenge? Hiss. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that nothing was right anywhere. Ryoko. Lin Fan couldn't help but whisper, you guys, is there such a possibility? Elder Yen is actually Master's father? He was still a little unable to associate his master, CFA, with Senior Yen 13. Long Qie and Xingyao had never seen Senior Yen make a move. He, Lin Fan, had seen it with his own eyes several times. The kind of strength that overwhelms heaven and earth. That terror of snapping his fingers and destroying everything. How? How could it be associated with a master who practiced Qi at the 8th level and was still a bit tired? The two figures overlapped in his mind. Lin Fan only felt how incongruous it had to be. Senior brother Lin. Xingyao rolled her eyes, one is surnamed Yen, the other is surnamed Xia, how did you associate the father-son relationship? And after I realized something was wrong with Brother Seven Knights, we went to look at Master's information. Master's parents died a long time ago. This. Lin Fan was dumbfounded for a moment, his mind in chaos. Never mind, let's not guess. This time. Long Qie spoke up, Master, is that Yen Senior or not, tomorrow morning we'll just go directly to test it out, won't we? There is no such thing as a perfect disguise, and if we are attentive, we will surely detect traces of its existence. That's what I read in a book recently. As soon as Lin Fan heard this proposal, he nodded his head and said, that makes sense. But Senior Brother Long, you've been reading books lately? What kind of books are you reading? Long Qie replied back, Divine Constabulary arresting and detecting murders. Xingyao added, there's also some human ghost love or something. They were all found on the first floor of the hidden scriptures. Lin Fan. There are all these miscellaneous books on the first floor of the scripture hall? The corner of his mouth twitched, but he still firmly said, I still feel that Master is Master, and Elder Yen is Elder Yen. Said. Lin Fan seemed to have remembered something and his expression became serious. The conversation turned and said, by the way, this time I went out with Elder Yen and learned a secret of our Long River Sword sect. The Sword Pavilion where the Master is located, underneath it actually suppresses a fury dragon. He told the news he got from Lin Shui. Finally, he focused on emphasizing one sentence, the Sword Pavilion is not as calm as it seems on weekdays. Countless Sword Pavilion elders, including the Master, carry their weight under unseen undercurrents every day. The only way to alleviate Master's crisis is to find a Master's wife for Master. What? Xingyao's eyes widened and Long Qie froze on the spot. The two men looked at each other, clearly shaken by the news. The fact that it was a matter of the Master's safety caused the three to fall into a moment of contemplation, and the room fell silent. In the meantime, inside the residence of the Sword Pavilion elders, CFA was lying on his bed, thinking about his comfortable life for some time to come. Just then, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door. Then there was a knock on the door. An outer sect elder's voice came from outside the door, Elder Xia, there's someone here in the outer sect hall looking for you. CFA froze, his laziness instantly dissipating. He sat up and frowned, looking for me? He had been in the sect for many years and usually kept a low profile, where else would he have any acquaintances outside? Those who could wait in the outer gate hall were basically people from outside. If you are a general inner sect member, just come directly to the residence or the Sword Pavilion to find him. He put on his outer robe, opened the door, and asked suspiciously, "Did the man say who he was?" The outer gate elder shook his head and whispered, "It's an old man, claiming to be your family." Family? Xia Fei's brow furrowed even tighter. The original's parents died early, and relatives have long since broken off contact, so where's the family? With a belly full of doubts, he followed that elder to the outer sect hall. Just as he stepped into the main hall, a thin old man greeted him. The old man's face was full of folds, with a smile at the corner of his eyes, and as soon as they met, he shouted excitedly, "Fei." He looked Xia Fei up and down and said with delight, "Do you still remember me? And do you have any recollection of your father fixing you up with a marriage back then?" Chapter 90. The second in the South Realm Heaven's Pride score, is my fiancé? The evening breeze is cool. The great hall of the outer sect of the Long River Sword sect. Xia Fei stood in the corner with the old man. The old man's voice was very emotional, and his tone carried a rhythm of sighing for the years. "Back then, I was traveling on a dart and encountered a blood demon, and in a panic, I took Master and Mrs. Zhou and fled to Xia's village. If it wasn't for your father's righteousness in taking us in, I'm afraid we would have died halfway due to our injuries." Wu Dingxiong sighed, a trace of remembrance flashing under his cloudy eyes. "In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed, and you, little Fei, have actually become an elder of the Long River Sword sect. If Dr. Xia knows in his grave, he should also rest in peace." Xia Fei listened quietly, the fuzzy memories in his mind gradually becoming clearer. He narrowed his eyes at the pale old man in front of him, finally remembering the other man's identity. Wu Dingxiong, the head of the Dingxiang Dart Bureau in Yudo City. 20 years ago, when the original body was exactly in his early 20s, Wu Dingxiong had fled to Xieji village with 2 seriously injured people. One of them seems to be a pregnant woman with a big belly. As there has been no communication for many years. Plus the original body also joined the Qinghe sword sect and was busy with the sword pavilion. The memory of that time has slowly faded. If not for the appearance of Wu Dingxiong today, almost all forgotten clean. So it's Uncle Wu. Xia Fei bowed slightly, bringing a few moments of gentleness to his tone. What was the matter with the marriage that Uncle Wu just said? He frowned. There were no clues to this in his original body's memories. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to be single until now in your 40s. Now that such a thing had suddenly appeared, it really puzzled him. Wu Dingxiong waved his hand, signaling him to be at ease. "Come on, Xia Fei, let's go outside and talk. The Great Hall is crowded and inconvenient." The two left the Great Hall and arrived at a remote stone pavilion in the sect. At night, the trees around the stone pavilion were quiet, and the wind sounded softly. Wu Dingxiong sat down against the stone pillar and slowly opened his mouth. "Little Fei, this marriage has to start from back then. 23 years ago, I took a dart and escorted Master Zhou and his pregnant wife from Yudo City. That journey is full of crisis, halfway encountered a lot of attacks and killings. Fortunately, the dartboard brothers desperately escorted, only barely survived. But who knew that a blood demon would be killed at the end?" He paused, a flash of deep pain in his eyes. That blood demon's strength was horrifying. The brothers of the dartboard were killed and injured, and Master and Mrs. Zhou were also seriously injured and unconscious. I fought for my life to escape with them, bounced around for many days, and finally escaped to Xia's village late one night. Xia Fei nodded slightly, a vague shadow of that night in his memory. The original father Xia detailed as an honest and generous doctor. The village people respect him a few points. That night, Wu Dingxiong brought 2 seriously injured people to the door. The villagers shunned, but only Xia detailed despite the danger, will be 3 people to stay. You can guess what happened after that. Wu Dingxiong let out a bitter smile. Your father went through a lot of trouble and finally stabilized the injuries of the 3 of us. Master Zhou woke up grateful. See you then, a talented person, then moved the heart, said to the womb has not yet been born daughter betrothal to you. I was there and was a witness to the marriage. Xia Fei's brows grew tighter and tighter as he listened. He rubbed his temples, a few absurdities in his tone. Uncle Wu, I'm almost 45 nowadays. Now you're telling me that I still have a 20-year-old. Speaking of which. Xia Fei suddenly stopped. Something seemed to come to mind. His expression became odd. Uncle Wu, you're not here to withdraw from the marriage, are you? If true, then this is too much of a dog. Wu Dingxiong glared at him and said with a stern face, what withdrawal? I came here this time to let you go and consummate the marriage. Wait. Xia Fei quickly raised his hand, trying to clear his thoughts. Uncle Wu, no one has mentioned this for more than 20 years, and this time you're telling me to go get married to someone? Is there some kind of misunderstanding in the middle of this? Wu Dingxiong sighed, a few moments of self-blame showing on his face. This matter is also my fault. Back then, the marriage contract between you two should have been finalized earlier, but in these 20 years, my dartboard had a series of accidents, and under the bitter support, it still closed its doors. I've been running around and living out of my home, and Master Zhou's family has been missing for years with no news. Until recently, they went back to Jade City. Just found me and brought up this old story. Looking at Wu Dingxiong, who was already as old as 70 or 80 years old. I guess it's true that these years haven't gone so well. After a few sighs, the conversation went back to the kissing. Wu Dingxiong said, "Little Fei, come with me to Yudo City first thing tomorrow morning. When I'm done with this marriage of yours, I'll go to the Eastern Wasteland as well. I've already made arrangements over there, and I plan to spend my later years in the Eastern Wasteland." Xia Fei was silent for a moment and asked, "Uncle Wu, you'd better tell me about that woman first." Seeing that Wu Dingxiong didn't seem to understand, he hurriedly added, "That is, how is she doing these days? How's the strength? Is there such a thing as a regression in cultivation, a genius turned into a loser?" I don't blame Sheffield for imagining things. In truth, he kind of wondered if he would have gotten the villain's script and was about to go to someone's house tomorrow to get out of the marriage. Wu Dingxiong shook his head and lost his smile. There is no such thing. That Miss Zhou is a leader on the Southern Realm's Heavenly Pride score, having stepped into the Jindan realm in her early 20s. According to Master Zhou, she's even going to be attending Yuaning soon. Xia Fei's face became even stranger as he sniffed. He couldn't help but say, "Uncle Wu, since she's so outstanding, how can I, an old man of the 8th rank of Qi practicing, have the virtue to go and consummate my marriage with someone else?" This is not a self-deprecating statement, but a fact. A genius who was about to break through to Yuaning, and an elder who was moping around in the Long River Sword sect, it didn't match up in any way. What sane person would get married? What sane parent would agree to that? Wu Dingxiong waved his hand, his tone firm. "I know what you mean, Fei. But this is something that Ms. Zhou personally approached me to mention, so it's even weirder." Xia Fei almost blurted out. He stared at Wu Dingxiong, his mind a question mark. "Fei, people of Heavenly Pride are willing, why are you still pretentious?" Wu Dingxiong said, pulling out an object from his pocket and handing it to Xia Fei. "This is the token your father gave to me back then. You'll take it and go to the Zhou family in Yudo City early tomorrow morning." Xia Fei took a look at it. It was half of an ancient dragon and phoenix jade. The carving was exquisite and the dragon was lifelike. He flipped it around, his memory vaguely impressed. The original body played with it as a toy when he was a child, and it was something that had been passed down from the Xia family's ancestors. Originally a pair, now only the dragon half remains. That phoenix-shaped half-piece, no need to think, it must be in the hands of the Zhou family. "Fei, don't blame uncle for talking straight." Wu Dingxiong stood up and patted his shoulder. "The other girl has a distinguished status and extraordinary strength, and she even took the initiative to bring this up. You're a big man, you have to make the trip. Whether it works or not, at least get it over with, right?" Xia Fei was silent for a moment and nodded. "Uncle Wu has a point. In that case, I'll make a trip to Jade City tomorrow." He wanted to see what kind of drugs this Miss Zhou was selling. "Very good." Wu Dingxiong revealed a pleased smile. "The Zhou family girl's name is Zhou Honglin. Xiao Fei, you remember it clearly, don't make a joke when the time comes. The Zhou family was a prestigious family in Yudo City back then, and even though they disappeared for 20 years before coming back, there are still some manners that should be present." Zhou Honglin? Xia Fei's heart stirred. If he remembered correctly, this name was the second figure in the Southern Realm's Heaven's Pride spectrum. He responded without moving, "Got it, Uncle Wu." Wu Dingxiong nodded and turned to leave, his back hunched but with a hint of relief. Xia Fei stood in place, holding the half of the jade, his brows slightly furrowed. If it's really that Zhou Honglin on the Heaven's Pride score, then this time when we go to Jade Dipper City, there might be a surprise. It can be on the Southland Heaven's Pride spectrum. They must all be at the top of the human scale. So look at them one by one. It's a good place to invest in. Jade City, the ancestral home of the Zhou family. A stunningly beautiful woman sat cross-legged within the quiet room. She was dressed in a pale purple regular dress, and her delicate figure was visible even in this situation. Her figure was slender but not lacking in strength, her waist was soft, her shoulders were straight, her curves were smooth and picturesque, and she exuded a transcendent aura. However, it was not her stature that stood out the most, but those deep eyes. Bright as a star. but with a hint of vicissitude and lightness that did not match her age, as if she had gone through endless years. This woman was none other than Zhou Hongxian, that genius female cultivator who came out of nowhere and ranked second in the Southern Realm's Heaven's Pride spectrum. But what is not well known is that Zhou Hongxian was not an ordinary heavenly pride, but a supremely powerful person who had returned reborn from 200,000 years later. It should only be 1 foot away from breaking through to Yuaning. Zhou Hongxian whispered softly to himself, his voice cold and solemn. She slowly opened her eyes and gazed through the window pane at the stars twinkling in the night sky. Today's Xuanqi continent has not yet erupted into a spirit tide, or else my cultivation would have been faster. However, even if one is about to step into Yuaning, right now is not the time to close the door. She stood up, the corners of her coat swinging lightly as she walked with ease. Walking over to the window, she gazed for a moment at the brightly lit city of Yudo in the distance. I think tomorrow is the day the man arrives. In his mind, a man's figure gradually emerged. She squinted slightly as the memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. In my last life, that CFA and I had a Dao couple relationship. But later, due to a great chance, my cultivation skyrocketed, gradually leaving him behind. Too much time has passed and the weekly redline needs a good freshening up. She closed her eyes and thought back carefully. CFA's natural talent is mediocre, and his cultivation is only at the first rank of chi practicing. Counting the time, there are still about 500 years until the Long River Sword sect is destroyed. And it was during these 500 years. The Xuanqi continent is full of geniuses for the great struggle. In the southern realm alone, quite a few experts have emerged. She recalled the names one by one: Yuanli, who was born as an underling handyman, Xiaoyan, who was humiliated by his fiancée, and Long Qie of the Qinghe Sword sect, Linfan. These people were all geniuses who stood proudly in the heavens and earth in their previous lives. And the destruction of the Long River Sword sect was caused by Xiaoyan. CFA seems to be working as an elder in the Long River Sword sect. It seems like he has to be reminded tomorrow that it's best to leave the Long River Sword sect so that he doesn't get involved in that calamity. Was in the middle of contemplating. A light footstep came from outside the quiet room, followed by a maid's voice, "Eldest miss. The Yuan family in the city heard that you are still unmarried, and their youngest master has come with quite a few treasures to propose marriage to your lordship. His lordship means for you to come over." Zhou Hongxian sniffed and frowned slightly. The Yuan family? Those two words brought back memories of her long ago. In her last life, Yuan Wenbing, the youngest member of the Yuan family, came to her door to propose marriage, and she refused without hesitation. As a result, the other party held a grudge and targeted the Zhou family at every turn, even causing a lot of trouble. Later, she had been given the chance to rely on her Xin Gong before she was able to finish off that Yuan Wenbing. As for the Yuan family, she did not completely erase them due to the two geniuses Yuan Li and Yuan Yu. Since I've returned from rebirth, the regrets of my previous life should be made up for. Zhou Hongxian took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed under her eyes. This Yuan Wenbing, since he's sent to the door, let's settle it before it's too late. She pushed out the door and walked towards the main hall of the Zhou family. Inside the Zhou family's main hall, the lights were bright, the tea aroma curled up, and several people sat opposite each other. At the head was Zhou Zhangling, the head of the Zhou family, known as Master Zhou. He was dressed in a green robe, and a powerful spiritual pressure was faintly emanating from his body. Gone for 20 years. Returning. This Master Zhou is no longer mortal. The breath of his body was cold, and anyone who looked at him knew that this was an expert. Below, sitting on the left side, was a young man, 27 or 88 years old, dressed in brocade clothing, with a bit of arrogance between his eyebrows. He is Yuan Wenbing. In today's Jade Dipper city, it was the Yuan family that claimed to be the first family. For no other reason. It lies in the fact that there is a true miss of Linglong Holy Land in the family. By the book. A mere returning Zhou family was not enough to enter the Yuan family's eyes. But the weekly redline is different. This was the second-ranked Heaven's Pride in the Southern Realm's Heaven's Pride spectrum. A super genius with the possessor's Jin Dan 8th grade cultivation. So much for the case. There had long been an unknown number of people within Jade Dipper City who had their eyes on the Zhou family's boat. Yuan Wenbing, who holds his own Yuan family, was naturally the first to make an entrance. The servant added tea again. Among the aroma of tea, Yuan Wenbing picked up the tea and took a light sip. Then he smiled and said, "Family Master Zhou, I have come here with sincerity. I wonder how you have considered it?" I am true to your daughter, so please be clear. The table was filled with gift boxes, with a wide array of spirit stones, magic treasures, and elixirs, and it was clear that blood had been spilled. Regent Zhou put down his tea, a warm smile on his face. I understand young Master Yuan's intentions. It's just that my daughter has long had her heart in the right place, and for the time being, she has no intention of seeking a Taoist couple from the outside. A father can't force himself on his daughter, don't you think? The heart is in the right place? Yuan Wenbing froze, his smile frozen on his face. He frowned. Which family's men are they? Is it not the Nye family? In Jade Dipper City, the Nye family was second only to the Yuan family in terms of power. Thus it was the first thing that came to his mind. Political order. Zhou shook his head. No. The person my daughter desires is an elder of the Long River Sword sect. Long River Sword sect? Yuan Wenbing was stunned when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is Family Master Zhou not confused? That Changhua Sword sect is only a third-rate sect. How can it be compared to my Yuan family? You have to know that behind our Yuan family stands Linglong, the #1 Holy Land in the Southern Realm. His tone was filled with contempt, clearly not putting the Long River Sword sect in his eyes. Regent Zhou nodded, still not in a hurry. Who doesn't know the great name of Linglong Holy Land? It's just that I can't make the call on this matter, so I'll ask for your forgiveness, young Master Yuan. Yuan Wenbing's face was suddenly gloomy. He had thought that it was just a pretext for this Zhou Zhangling, but he didn't expect the other party to directly point out the name of the Changhua Sword sect. Look at it this way. This is mostly true. He didn't expect that he, the great young man of the Yuan clan, would be shortchanged by a small person from a third-rate sect. But he couldn't swallow it if he just gave up. Immediately. He laughed coldly. Clan Master Zhou, the Changhua Sword sect is 10,000 miles away from Jade City. How can we shelter the Zhou family from such a distance? If the Zhou clan has a death or injury in Jade City, how can we talk about revitalizing the word? Master Zhou, what do you say? Threats. Naked threats. Chapter 91. What's wrong with the plot? Outside the main hall of the Zhou family. The night breeze is light, and the lanterns under the porch sway, casting mottled light and shadow. Zhou Hongxian stood in the shadows, quietly listening to the conversation in the hall. She's been here for a while. Upon hearing Yuan Wenbing's threat, her body quietly exuded an intense murderous energy. The coldness spread like frost, and even the maid beside her couldn't help but shiver. Miss, is a little cold? The maid Xiao Chui's teeth chattered slightly and her voice rang out weakly with a few moments of panic in her eyes. Zhou Hongxian sniffed and was slightly stunned before realizing that her emotions were leaking out. She took a deep breath and quickly collected her qi, her killing intent receding like a tidal wave. Turn around. Zhou Honglin unexpectedly did not step towards the main hall, but left in the opposite direction. The maid froze for a moment and hurriedly trotted after her. Aren't you going in, miss? Master and the others are still waiting for you. Zhou Hongxian's footsteps didn't stop, her voice was cold and calm. There's no need, it's just as well to go back tomorrow. Tomorrow? The maid was full of doubts and frowned with a small frown, but what about the master's side? Just tell me I'm tired and have rested. Zhou Hongxian didn't look back and had disappeared around the corner of the front yard after dropping these words. The maid stood still and scratched her head. Although he didn't understand the young lady's mind, he still honestly turned around and went back to the main hall to pass on the message. Back to the boudoir. Thinking back on the conversations I've heard, Zhou Hongxian couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of doubt and surprise flashing through her eyes. Father specifically points out the Long River Sword sect. She whispered softly to herself, a hint of inquiry in her tone. It's to pit the Yuan family against CFA and against the Long River Sword sect? Or are you planning to borrow Yuan Wenbing's hand to tie CFA to the Zhou family? In her last life, because she didn't have the cultivation she had now, she was really sleeping this day. Yuan Wenbing was not rejected by her face until early the next morning, and then left unhappily. She had thought that returning from her rebirth would solve this trouble ahead of time. But I didn't expect to find an anomaly that hadn't appeared in my previous life. That would be, Father, Mr. Chao Jingling. Zhou Hongxian slowly sat down, her fingers lightly knocking on the desktop. Something is not right. Memories of a previous life. Although my father has cultivation in his body, he is gentle in nature, treats people kindly, and never easily bears grudges with others, much less takes the initiative to stir up trouble. But today, he deliberately mentioned the Chang'e sword sect in front of Yuan Wenbing, and although his tone was still gentle, it concealed deep meaning. It was a far cry from the father she remembered. At this time, father has not yet met CFA. Zhou Hongxian narrowed his eyes and pushed them carefully. Even if I had seen it, with CFA's qualifications and cultivation of that first rank of qi practicing, father wouldn't have thought of pulling him onto the Zhou family boat. The only explanation is that father wants the Yuan family to have a grudge against the Long River Sword sect? Her heart pounded at that thought. Why is father doing this? Zhou Hongxian took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind. Since her rebirth, she had focused on cultivation and paid little attention to the changes in her father. Now that I think about it, I realize that I am somewhat unfamiliar with this father. She stood up and paced the room for a few steps, murmuring, "It seems that tomorrow, in addition to meeting CFA, she must also find out what father intends to do." The feeling of her heart being in turmoil tumbled through her chest, an emotion she hadn't felt since she was reborn. The unknown changes gave her a twinge of unease and made her a little more wary of what was to come. In the meantime, in a lively inn within Jade Dipper City, the heavenly guest room was brightly lit, and the hustle and bustle of the market was faintly heard outside the window. Inside the room, an unearthly woman sat with a brush in her hand, and the rustling sound of ink research was particularly clear in the silence. It's no one else. It's none other than Lu Su. Miss? The maid Xiaoyan stood by the side, seeing her own young lady not squeaking for a long time, she couldn't help but softly call out. Lu Su didn't lift his head and faintly responded, "Tomorrow morning, you accompany me to the big city gate." The great city gate? Xiaoyan blinked and asked curiously, "Miss, what's the point of going there?" Lu Su stopped his pen and spoke in a calm tone, "Take a look at the other merchant groups." Xiaoyan sniffed and his eyes lit up as if he remembered something, clapping his hands excitedly. "I know. Miss has taught me before. If you want to know what sells best out of a big city, you have to go and see what the caravans carry in and out. The caravan that enters the city must be carrying goods that are in high demand in the city. The caravan that leaves the city carries the best-selling local specialties, right?" "Aha!" Lu Su faintly replied back and concentrated on the ledger. Xiaoyan stood aside, tilted her head and watched for a while, and when she saw that her young lady was concentrating, she had the good sense not to disturb her anymore. She stepped aside gingerly to help organize the ledgers on the table. But in his heart, he secretly said, "Miss is really powerful, knowing so much about business at such a young age. I don't know if I'll be able to find any good deals this time when I go to the big city gates." Silence returned to the room, with only the sound of a pen tip scratching across the paper and the occasional sound of the wind coming through the window. Ambush table. Although Lu Su was writing the ledger, his eyes didn't seem to be fixed on the pen at all. Early the next morning, the sky was just turning fish belly white, and the sun was only showing half its face. Xiafei and Wu Dingxiong were then already standing in front of the city gates of Yudo City. The air was still a bit cool from the night, but the city gates were already filled with people, with traders and cultivators coming and going. "Uncle Wu, actually we don't need to be so early." Xiafei's tone was a bit lazy. The original plan had been to depart from the Long River Sword sect at dawn. But Wu Dingxiong suddenly decided in the end that it would be better to leave overnight. So the two of them just rushed around for half the night. Wu Dingxiong glared at him, "This is a big deal. If you don't get there early, do you step on the dinner time to rub lunch in?" As he spoke, he skillfully put away the flying boat magic treasure next to him. The flying boat was glowing with a light green light, and when it was put away, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his sleeve. "Thanks to this spirit weapon, we were able to arrive so quickly." Wu Dingxiong patted his sleeve and said with a smile, "This baby almost cost me all my belongings, and I bought it in order to move to the eastern wasteland to retire. Less spiritual energy consumption and stable flight. Fei, you should get one too. Otherwise, when you get married to someone else's girl in the future, the Chang'e sword sect to Jade Dipper City is 10,000 miles away, and not having this thing can toss you to death." He still thought that CFA was just an ordinary 8th grade qi practicing cultivator. Because of the same practicing qi. So he knew very well that if he wanted to cross 10,000 miles by himself, it would be impossible without 7 or 8 days of time. Xiafei sniffed and lazily laughed. Besides, flying magic treasures are all quite expensive. It's not much use except for catching up. He has the gift of the flying man, which is a flying magic weapon that basically does not need to be purchased. Unless it comes to the level of a treasure weapon. Then maybe it might even be of some use. But this thing is tops for a spirit weapon. Who would research a treasure weapon level flying magic treasure? With this energy, wouldn't it be good to refine a few offensive and defensive magic treasures? It also saves material and time. As the sun gradually rose, the entrance to Jade Dipper City became more and more lively. As a major city of commerce and trade in the southern realm, this place was crowded even late at night, not to mention during the day. Caravans came in and out, cultivators traded, yelling and footsteps intertwined. It wasn't the first time CFA had come to Jade Dipper City. Last time he was here for the original body, and to find some worthwhile investments along the way. This time, however, he had come to see the nominal fiancé with more or less mixed feelings. The two of them finished handing over their city entry spirit stones. Just past the city gate cave, a surprised shout was heard from the crowd at the side. Young Master CFA? CFA followed the sound and saw a petite figure squeezing out from the crowd. It was a maid in a light green dress with a few anxious faces. It was Lu Su's personal maid, Xiao Yun. Little Cloud? Why are you here? CFA froze, not expecting to bump into an acquaintance in Jade City. Xiao Yun quickly ran over. Our merchant caravan has come to Yudo City. Merchants? CFA raised an eyebrow and swept a glance around, but he didn't see Lu Su's figure. Your family's young lady is also here? Coming. Xiao Yun nodded, but her tone was anxious. This morning I came to the city gates with Miss, and as a result, just by turning around, Miss disappeared. I was looking around, but I didn't expect to run into young Master CFA. She twisted her hands together with an anxious look on her face, obviously having been looking for a while. CFA couldn't help but smile as he looked at Xiao Yun's flustered appearance. Don't worry, your lady will be fine. His tone was relaxed. Just kidding. Big brother, not to mention getting lost, even if he was kidnapped, I guess the kidnapper would cry first. How can she lose out? But... Xiao Yun bit her lip, clearly not comforted, her eyes still full of worry. Seeing her like this, CFA had to patiently ask, where do you live? Why don't you go back and take a look first? Maybe your lady has already gone back. Xiao Yun shook his head, his tone firm. It won't. Miss came here to observe the other caravans moving goods in and out, and she'll never go back halfway until it's done. CFA stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then is it possible that she left in an emergency? Why don't you come with me first, and when I'm done, we'll go look for it together. He knew in his heart that Lu Su was 80% off on some errand. And it's mostly inconvenient to bring Yun along for this. Instead of letting Xiao Yun search blindly here, it would be better to stabilize her first and wait for Lu Su to come back on her own. In fact, Xiao Yun had been searching at the city gates for a little over half an hour. With her Yuaning realm's spiritual sense not being able to detect Lu Su's traces, it was evident that the other party had either gone far away or had deliberately hidden their whereabouts. Hearing CFA's words, she hesitated for a moment and finally pressed down her anxiety and nodded. All right, Xiao Yun whispered, then looked up curiously. Young Master CFA, what are you going to be busy with? Busy meeting an elder. CFA replied casually. He was telling the truth. Back then, Master Zhou and his father Xia detailed relationship is quite good, call each other Xia old brother, Zhou old brother. By seniority, political order Zhou was indeed counted as his elder. Wu Dingxiong, who was listening to the conversation between the two, couldn't help but interject, Xiaofei, who is this girl? Looks quite resourceful. Uncle Wu, this is the maid of a friend of mine, called Xiao Yun. Xiafei briefly introduced himself and turned his head to Xiao Yun. Let's go, follow me into the city first. When I'm done, I'll help you find someone. Xiao Yun nodded obediently and followed behind CFA. Wu Dingxiong glanced at her and didn't ask too many questions, but only urged, then hurry up and don't dawdle. People are waiting for Master Zhou. CFA shrugged and led Wu Dingxiong and Xiao Yun through the bustling city gates in the direction of the Zhou family's ancestral home. The sunlight sprinkled on the green stone road, reflecting a lively scene. But CFA's thoughts drifted to the fiancé whom had never met. Red line of the week. He secretly muttered, the second in the South Realm Heavenly Pride Spectrum, the eighth product of Jin Dan. This marriage is outrageous any way you think about it. And I don't know what's in this gourd. Inside the main hall of the Zhou mansion. The morning light poured in through the window pane, reflecting the interior of the hall. Political Commander Zhou sat on the main seat with a cup of clear tea in his hand and a few moments of helplessness on his face. He glanced diagonally at Yuan Wenbing across from him and sighed in his heart. It was early in the morning, just after dawn. This Yuan family's youngest master just sat in the main hall with people and refused to leave, saying that he wanted to wait for Zhou Hongxian to wake up before talking about proposing marriage. Joe Magistrate is not good to directly drive people, can only accompany the tea and chat. The eyes of the tea lighter changed 3 rounds, he this old face are almost smiling stiff. Young Master Yuan, your patience is rare. Political Commander Joe lifted his tea and spoke in a gentle tone, trying to ease the atmosphere. Yuan Wenbing laughed and waved his hand. Family Master Joe is overstating things. Miss Red Thread has an outstanding talent, so I naturally have to show my sincerity. He spoke politely, but he couldn't hide the blaze in his eyes. Just then, a maid hurriedly ran into the main hall, her voice crisp, Master, Miss is here. As the words fell, Zhou Honglin stepped in. She was wearing a more conservative regular dress today. But nevertheless, her appearance also seemed to cause the air in the entire main hall to freeze for a moment, and even the morning light seemed to stop for her. As soon as Yuan Wenbing saw her, his eyes lit up as if he had found a rare treasure. He immediately transmitted his voice to the person beside him. Grand Clan Elder, can you tell Zhou Honlin's cultivation level? That clan elder was an old man with a white beard and hair, with a cultivation level of the 7th grade of Jindan, and had a high status in the Yuan family. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Zhou Hongxian for a moment. Then there was a look of surprise on his face. Then he transmitted his voice back, Young Master, I can't see through this Zhou Hongxian's cultivation, I'm only afraid that it's already the 9th grade of Jindan, or even higher. 9th grade of Jindan? Yuan Wenbing froze for a moment, and then a more fiery light erupted in his eyes. He couldn't suppress his inner excitement and whispered to himself, Good. 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 He stood up violently, straightened his robes, and arching his hand with a big smile, he said, My name is Yuan Wenbing, meet Miss Shou. His tone of voice was held just right, and his demeanor was proper, rather like that of a son of a worldly family. Yuan Wenbing was so excited because he had already gotten the information from the Grand Clan Elder. Right now, this Zhou Honglin was at least a Jindan 9th grade. How long has it been? Last time, it was rumored that Zhou Hongxian was still at the 8th grade of Jindan, but now she has taken another step forward. This kind of talent is simply appalling. Yuan Wenbing's mind has long been calculating. He had mediocre natural talent, and even after cultivating for more than 20 years he was still only at the 6th level of qi cultivation. If he didn't have a sister, Yuan Yu, who was in the Linglong Holy Land, he might not even be able to keep his name as the Yuan family's youngest. Now, he was eager to seek the position of family head, but suffered from his own lack of strength and could only rely on external forces. And the weekly red line is, without a doubt, the best option. If I can marry her, and borrow her natural talent and the Zhou family's resources, who in the clan would dare oppose me? The more Yuan Wenbing thought about it, the more excited he became, and his attitude became more and more eager, even bringing a hint of currying favor. Pity. Doomed to a hot face and a cold ass. Zhou Hongxian didn't even look at him and spoke coldly, Father, I don't want to find any Taoist couple. Her voice was as clear as ice and straightforward, completely ignoring Yuan Wenbing's presence. When she finished speaking, her gaze turned to the main seat's political decree Zhou, with a few probing glances in her eyes. Yuan Wenbing froze in place on the spot, his smile frozen, neither in nor out. Awkward as a stump. Seeing this, Zhou Zhangling hurriedly rounded up the situation and said with a smile, Fine, fine, if you don't look for it, you don't look for it. Father won't force you, Redline can do whatever he wants. His tone was kind, with a touch of doting. Zhou Honglin is his old-coming daughter, there is a big brother on top, to this daughter, he has always loved and loved. Yuan Wenbing managed to slow down and force down his embarrassment, since Miss Zhou has no intention of seeking a Taoist couple. What about the elder of the Changha sword sect that was mentioned last night? That just came out of his mouth. A loud report suddenly came from outside the main hall, Master. Aunt CFA from the Long River Sword sect is here. The subordinate butler walked into the main hall quickly, his voice was loud and clear, and he deliberately emphasized on the word auntie. That came out. It immediately made Yuan Wenbing's face as black as charcoal. And the message. It caused Zhou Hongxian's body to stiffen slightly, and a trace of consternation flashed through her eyes. How come it's morning? She murmured, her brow furrowed and her tone filled with disbelief. According to his memories from his previous life, CFA should have arrived at Yudo City in the afternoon. But now, not long after the sun had risen, he had already appeared at the entrance of the Zhou mansion. This deviation in timing caused Zhou Hongxian's heart to shake. Could it be that father wasn't taken from me, but that my rebirth triggered a temporal shift? She had tossed and turned last night, having suspected that Zhou Zhangling had been taken over by a demon, which had caused his behavior to be inconsistent with his previous life. But right now, CFA's early arrival overturned her speculation. She took a deep breath and tried to clear her mind. But I haven't taken any big actions since I was reborn. How come the future has changed? She was puzzled, and the cloud of doubt in her mind grew heavier. At this point, the Zhou magistrate stood up violently, his face full of joy, and shouted, "Your son-in-law is here? Quickly invite your son-in-law to come in." His voice was booming with undisguised excitement. Xian. Son-in-law? The corners of Yuan Wenbing's mouth twitched, and his face was so black that he looked like he had just crawled out of a pile of charcoal. He put his foot down and waited all night with gifts and sitting with him. As a result, Zhou Hongxian's sentence of not wanting to find a Taoist couple left him speechless. Now that what's-his-name Sheffield shows up. Nope. It hasn't shown up yet. The Zhou family's subordinates have already called out ante. This week's decree is even more old Faceflower Blossom, called on the virtuous son-in-law. Damn. Damn it. Yuan Wenbing was almost ready to burst out in anger. What an ungrateful fool. With his sinister gaze, he stared at the Zhou magistrate who greeted him. Young master. The clan elder beside him saw that he was not in the right mood and whispered his voice. Yuan Wenbing raised his hand to interrupt and coldly transmitted his voice back, "Clan elder, be at ease. I'd like to see what kind of goods this elder of the Long River Sword sect is." He forced down his anger and already had a calculation in his mind. "Fortunately, I brought the Grand Clan elder with me. If this CFA doesn't have much of a background, then he should just be beaten and killed on the spot. Forgive him for not daring to do anything to me even if he were to take a political order from Zhou. Once a person dies, if the Zhou family wants to rise, they still have to obediently choose me, Yuan Wenbing?" A grim smile spread across the corners of his mouth at the thought, and he resumed his chair. "Serve tea. Drinking tea. Relax and wait for someone to come in. Soon." Regent Zhou then greeted several figures and stepped into the main hall. "Quickly. Prepare the best tea in the mansion for your virtuous son-in-law." With that excitement, even the maid next to him couldn't help but look twice more. It was obvious that Master Zhou was truly happy. But when this fell on Yuan Wenbing's ears, it was like a thorn in his heart. He stared down at the tea in his hand, his face flushed red, and he cursed in his heart, "The feeling's entertaining me with inferior tea? This old thing, what a bully." The eyes in the main hall turned to the door in unison, and CFA was the first to take the lead. He was dressed in a plain green robe, with an upright figure and a handsome face, with a few tired eyebrows. He was followed by Wu Dingxiong and Xiao Yun, and the three of them entered in a fishtail. As soon as CFA came in, the gaze naturally landed on Zhou Hongxian, who was still somewhat delirious. The first look. Aha! Good looking. But he didn't stay too long and went straight to Destiny's golden pupil, activated. Name, Zhou Hongxian. Sex, female. Longevity, 23,873. Realm, Jindan 9th grade. Natal chakra, gold. Golden legend. Immediate needs, an empress reborn after 200,000 years is in desperate need of ending her own karma. Upon seeing the weekly redline message, Sheffield froze for a moment. Returning reborn after 200,000 years? Hiss. How is this somewhat familiar? He thought of a big man. That's right. It's Lu Su. But so comparable. It's as if this female emperor who came back reborn after 200,000 years is average. And this investment needs. CFA was also looking a bit confused. Cause and effect. He knew it probably contained his own marriage to Zhou Hongxian. But what else? If it was an investment, CFA felt as if he could only accomplish part of it. And this part. How did it end? Do you really want me to marry her?